On my birthday, I was killed by the aftershocks of a fierce duel between powerful fighters, only to wake up and realize I wasn't completely dead. A cold, goddess-like voice echoed in his mind. I am you, and you are me. Even more absurdly, I awakened a wish-granting system that could fulfill any desire simply by making a wish. Whether it's cultivation, divine artifacts, or, as I gazed at the unfamiliar yet familiar face in the mirror, I made my first wish to the system. In the next moment, the heavens and earth changed hues, and the her within me seemed to harbor a staggering secret. Chapter 1, Lord Yama, can I take my novel along? Saturday, June 6, 2020, noon. June in South China City should have been the best time of the year, yet the streets were nearly deserted. Even some large chain stores have closed their doors one after another, leaving the entire street incredibly quiet. Today is an extremely important day for Zhèng Sījí. Because it's awesome. Of course, not that reason. Today is Zhèng Sījí's birthday. This day also marks exactly 12 years since he came into this world. He's 18 years old now, yet he has no memory whatsoever of anything before age 6. Nevertheless, he's lived a very fulfilling life these years completely on his own, and every month someone reliably deposits money into his bank account. From an early age, Zhèng Sījí exhibited remarkable intelligence. Though he didn't know who sent him the money, he quickly adapted to this new life. Zhèng Sījí walked alone on the usually bustling but now deserted commercial street. He had been searching for an hour, yet hadn't found a single shop open for business, all had their shutters down with closed signs hanging. He originally just wanted to find a bakery to make a birthday cake by hand, but now he could only settle for finding a steamed bun shop and buying a bun to get by. But the emptiness of the street clearly exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, a girl wearing denim shorts ran past him. Wanting to understand the situation, Zhèng Sījí instinctively grabbed her arm, causing the girl to stop abruptly. Realizing his rudeness, Zhèng Sījí froze momentarily before instinctively blurting out the question weighing on his mind. Hello, I'd like to ask what happened today. Why is this commercial street so deserted? The girl's expression visibly darkened, but when she turned and saw a handsome, somewhat attractive young man, her face softened slightly. The girl glanced at her arm, then looked at Zhèng Sījí with a strange expression. Zhèng Sījí quickly let go of her hand and raised his own, surrendering with a look of helplessness. The girl was also amused by Zhèng Sījí's expression and laughed, saying, Today, Zhào Hào from the Zhao family and Xiang Baong from the Xiang family are having a duel at the South Street Arena. It's a battle between two second-tier magisters. Almost everyone from this street and South Street has gone there. Didn't you know? Zhèng Sījí patted his head upon hearing this and suddenly understood. Oh, thanks. I really had no idea. The girl chuckled and, before Zhèng Sījí could finish speaking, had already started running back the way she came, calling over her shoulder, That's it for now, then. I've got to hurry to watch the duel. Any later and I'll miss it. Watching the girl gradually walk away, Zhèng Sījí waved his hand, but she didn't turn back to look at him again. The entire street was once again left with only Zhèng Sījí alone. He let out a slight sigh, shook his head, and showed a bitter smile. Having read many novels since childhood, Zhèng Sījí constantly fantasized, am I also a main character? Having lost 6 years of memory, yet someone still transfers him a monthly sum of money so substantial he can't possibly spend it all. With such a standard male protagonist setup, if cultivating immortality isn't an option, fine, but at least awaken some magical abilities in me. Under the scorching sun, a cool breeze finally swept by. Zhèng Sījí wiped the sweat from his forehead and gradually regained his composure. It seemed today's efforts would yield nothing. He took out the mineral water bottle from his bag and gulped it down. Glug. Ah, tisk. Phew, today's just my unlucky day. Couldn't get any cake, couldn't even buy a simple steamed bun, and now even drinking water makes it feel like something stuck between my teeth. Zhèng Sījí let out a slight sigh and was about to turn back home. Suddenly, another gust of fresh wind blew past, flipping Zhèng Sījí's bangs upward. Zhèng Sījí frowned slightly, thinking, are cultivators' duels always this intense? The impact actually spreads from South Street to North Street. Immediately afterward, countless freezing ice fragments flew toward Zhèng Sījí's location along with the hurricane winds. He hurriedly ducked behind a marble pillar, watching the pale blue ice particles continuously flying in his direction, and shuddered all over. It can't be, the arena where they're fighting is quite a distance from here. Plus, with the sun blazing like this, how come these ice pellets show no signs of melting at all? So this is cultivators for you. No wonder they're on a different level from us ordinary folk. Zhèng Sījí shook his head again. He couldn't keep dwelling on these thoughts. The more he did, the more frustrated he felt. Better head home as soon as the aftermath settles. Every building is protected by a shield, so staying home is definitely safer. Yet this hurricane mixed with ice shards shows no sign of stopping. The hurricane grows stronger, sweeping up all the trash from the streets, and the ice shards have now turned into chunks of ice, each as large as a fist. Witnessing this sight, Zhèng Sījí took a sharp breath in shock. The entire street suddenly turned cool, and the sun was completely blocked by the dark clouds brought by the hurricane. Zhèng Sījí trembled as he comforted himself, this must be fake, right? A battle between cultivators had actually altered the weather directly. So, were the tales true after all, that mighty beings who cultivate to a certain level could move mountains and drain seas, effortlessly changing the weather as they please? Bang! Zhèng Sījí's pupils constricted violently. He saw with his own eyes a massive circular ice boulder, at least 2 meters in diameter, smashing through another marble pillar right beside him. Zhèng Sījí's heart was pounding wildly, he was utterly shaken. If the nearby marble pillar could be smashed apart, then, this pillar behind him would suffer the same fate. He suddenly turned his head around, and the sight he saw contorted his entire face. The marble pillar behind him had already been shattered beyond recognition by the previous fragments of ice. Although the ice fragments had not yet penetrated the marble pillar, they were not far from doing so. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Zhèng Sījí's whole body trembled, and his breathing rate could no longer be described as merely fast. His heart pounded violently, as if it were about to burst through his chest. Why could their battle in the South Street arena directly affect the North Street? Bang! Zhèng Sījí was startled by a sudden fragment of ice, causing him to collapse onto the ground and scramble backward in panic. This marble pillar can already be shattered by the icy shards. Zhèng Sījí stumbled and scrambled, desperately running in another direction. As long as I'm fast enough, the ice won't catch me. Whoosh! An icy shard pierced straight through Zhèng Sījí's chest. His hands trembled as he clutched his pierced chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Is this how it ends? Any regrets remaining? Perhaps that unfinished novel? Is it some girl I haven't finished flirting with? Forget it, this unremarkable life ending like this isn't so bad, at least the death wasn't painful. By the way, old man Yama, can I take my novels with me? He fell straight forward without another movement. The end. How is that possible? Are these your last words? Regretfully, I must tell you no. A cold, clear voice sounded by Zhèng Sījí's ear. Chapter 2, You're saying I'm a woman? A cold, clear voice rang out beside Zhèng Sījí's ear, and he groggily opened his eyes. Zhèng Sījí's vision was pitch black, as if he had gone blind. Instinctively relying on the tactile feedback from his hands, he struggled to prop up his body and sat cross-legged. He then extended both hands, waving them back and forth before his eyes, yet still saw nothing. This sudden turn of events made Zhèng Sījí's expression grow peculiar. Where is this place? Who was talking just now? Am I dead? Damn it! Ouch ouch ouch! I'm not dead? He should have been glad to still be alive, but at this moment, his heart remained eerily calm, with only a series of echoing within. This strange reaction made him frown involuntarily. As someone who fears death so much, why wasn't he at least a little relieved to have survived? And, they didn't even bring back my novels. Where the hell is this? Give me back my books. Wait, did I just hear someone speaking beside me? Zhèng Sījí finally reacted. He instinctively looked around, but he could see nothing. Stop looking, you won't find me. The cold and hollow voice echoed throughout the space. This voice caused Zhèng Sījí to involuntarily raise an eyebrow. A woman? Although he now knew the owner of this voice was female, he hurriedly asked. Who are you? Where exactly am I? Didn't I die? I am you. That clear, cold female voice sounded again, but it did not answer Zhèng Sījí's questions. Zhèng Sījí? Don't mess around, I'm absolutely a man. How could I possibly be a woman? Zhèng Sījí said with a strange expression on his face. The female voice snorted coldly and continued. I'd also like to know why I reincarnated into a man's body. Zhèng Sījí frowned slightly, thrown off by the strange turn of events, and asked curiously, reincarnation? Yes, reincarnation. In an instant, Zhèng Sījí recoiled violently as if he had just eaten shit, his mind racing. Is she trying to possess me? No way. How could a woman like you take a fancy to a man like me with no cultivation? Sure, I'm devilishly handsome and sharp-witted, but still. Before I could finish processing my thoughts, I heard the woman's voice say disdainfully, possession? Have you been reading too many novels? Not only is possession incredibly low level, but even if I wanted to possess someone, would I choose you? Look at yourself, TSK, what a sight, and not the sharpest tool in the shed either. Sigh, truly, you're nowhere near as good as me. Quantum affinity constitution? Not bad, but still nowhere near enough, Zhèng Sījí was dumbfounded, then immediately thought to himself, I'm an idiot. I know. Zhèng Sījí? He hurriedly continued thinking to himself, can you actually read my mind? Of course, like I said, I am you and you are me. Zhèng Sījí suddenly twitched at the corner of his mouth. Damn, so it really is me, Pa, or rather am I really you? Then you're disgusted with yourself? Zhèng Sījí's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly stepped back, asterisk. No way. Does that mean I can't fantasize anymore in the future? The woman's voice noticeably paused before continuing, only in this space can I know what you're thinking. Zhèng Sījí sighed in relief. Thankfully, I can still keep my secrets. Then, Zhèng Sījí asked again, so where is this place? The female voice patiently continued to explain to him this time, this is a soul space I created, a place you will frequent from now on. His eyes suddenly widened as he touched his chest, but found nothing unusual. He exclaimed in astonishment, so I didn't die. The female voice said disdainfully, of course you didn't. As long as I'm alive, you can't possibly die. Hearing this, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but pause. Then when are you going to die? Just listen to that, would a decent person ask such a thing? The female voice responded with a cold snort, scoffing, humph, I won't die. Whoa, look how scared this kid is. If she won't die, then I won't die either. So, does this mean I'm immortal from now on? Zhèng Sījí was utterly stunned, even his voice cracking with astonishment. The female voice also replied in a decisive tone, yes, you can understand it that way. Oh nice, I, Zhèng Sījí, finally have my day to rise. I told you, I must be the protagonist in a novel. Ah ha ha ha. Not long after laughing, he suddenly thought of something and immediately asked, what kind of constitution is a quantum affinity body? Is it some particularly powerful constitution? Can I cultivate from now on? The female voice paused and awkwardly said, quantum affinity constitution is just quantum affinity constitution. What's so special about it? Zhèng Sījí's eyelids twitched. What kind of answer is that? I was counting on this constitution to help me stand out, get promoted, raise my salary, become a general manager, take up the post of CEO, marry a rich beauty, and reach the peak of my life. But what kind of answer is this? Zhèng Sījí distinctly felt a hint of embarrassment emerging from somewhere deep within his soul. Zhèng Sījí immediately realized this awkwardness definitely wasn't coming from me, so it must be her? His consciousness was drawn by that tinge of awkwardness, gradually drawing nearer until it finally merged into it. You're called, Ruoqi? Bang ah! Zhèng Sījí's entire body was sent flying and crashed onto the ground in the distance. Do you know how rude it is to just enter a girl's body without permission? Even intruding into someone's soul is extremely impolite. Zhèng Sījí, who had been sent flying, was still lying there in agony, crying out incessantly. If Qi also realized that his slight embarrassment was noticed by Zhèng Sījí, he straightforwardly said, the quantum affinity constitution is a constitution I don't really know about, but I can sense your body possesses tremendous potential. Zhèng Sījí, upon hearing Ruoqi's words, stopped calling out and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. So when in doubt, just resort to quantum mechanics, huh? You just label every constitution you don't recognize as a quantum affinity constitution. That hint of awkwardness surfaced once again. Damn, the truth is out now. Zhèng Sījí rubbed one side of his buttocks and gingerly used the other cheek to push himself up from the ground. He knew that everything in his mind could be sensed by Ruoqi, so it was better to play it safe and stay meek. After all, he hadn't even glimpsed her shadow, yet she could effortlessly torment him. To avoid getting beaten up again, Zhèng Sījí hastily changed the subject. Then, can I actually cultivate? Ruoqi, of course, knew what Zhèng Sījí was thinking and snorted coldly, yes. Zhèng Sījí took a deep breath, his heart pounding faster and faster. He couldn't contain the excitement in his heart, and his eyes instantly grew moist. I can finally cultivate now. Ha, a grown man of 18, crying over such a trifling matter? This is trifling? This is a monumental event. Ah, then I have an even bigger issue. To prevent your heart from racing so violently that it bursts, I better not say it. Zhèng Sījí's sobbing suddenly stopped, and he hurriedly said, no, don't, I can take it. Tell me quickly. You sure changed your attitude in a flash. Just as Ruoqi was about to speak, he suddenly froze for a moment. Then, she chuckled lightly and continued. Heh, it's about time. As you know, I am you and you are me, so what I possess, you too can possess. Hearing Ruoqi's words, Zhèng Sījí froze. He couldn't begin to comprehend what she was talking about. But he was still immersed in the joy of being able to cultivate, so he didn't pay too much attention. Seeing that Zhèng Sījí didn't respond, Ruoqi quickly sped up her words. Listen, I'm speaking to you now through soul resonance across worlds. Since you've just awakened, I'll leave you a system to guide your cultivation. Don't worry, as long as I exist, you won't truly die. You'll be able to learn about what comes next through that system. That system was meticulously crafted by me. It will tell you everything and even assist your cultivation. Focus on your cultivation for now. When you reach a certain level, the system will guide you. That's it for now. I'm logging off. See you next. Before the word time could even be uttered, Ruoqi's voice had already vanished. This left Zhèng Sījí even more bewildered. What the hell? Did you run out of internet credit? Why did you just leave like that? And what the heck is this guidance anyway? So turns out this system wasn't just picked up for free? You left way too suddenly. The way you acted made me think you were my female lead. Wait, you are me, and I am you. So I'm in a relationship with myself? Both the male and female leads are myself? Zhèng Sījí shuddered, not daring to think further. Somewhere, a fragment of Qiqi's soul returned to its original place. She sighed, clearly finding what had just happened somewhat unbelievable. She couldn't understand why she had been reincarnated as a man. Of course, she was also frustrated that she had wasted time arguing with Zhèng Sījí about trivial matters when she knew time was running out. Then, her face suddenly froze. That system seems to have been given wrong, huh? Sigh. It's all because that kid was too mischievous. Confused myself. Ruoqi couldn't help but give a strange smile. That was indeed a very special system. Then, she chuckled softly again. Ha, I hope he's clever enough to figure out the true way to use that system. Inside the soul space, Zhèng Sījí was complaining about Ruoqi, who had disappeared without explaining anything. How am I supposed to cultivate like this? But what happened next left Zhèng Sījí stunned once more. A crisp female voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding, detection complete. Universal system binding successful. Hello, host Zhèng Sījí? Ha, why are you a man? Its voice can clearly be heard as a mechanical female tone, yet it doesn't feel out of place at all. So this is an intelligent system? By the way, do these systems you're bound to humans distinguish between genders? Sorry, because it detected your soul as female while your body is male, so, couldn't help it. Zhèng Sījí? My soul is female. So, am I the world's first hermaphroditic human? Come on, this is too much like a novel. No way, even novels wouldn't dare write like this. Chapter 3, so it really is special services, huh? In a boundless, pitch-black void, a young man sat with one hand pressed against a certain part of his body. If anyone were nearby, they might get the wrong idea. After all, his hand was reaching through the space between his legs. Zhèng Sījí was in a state of utter shock, completely unaware that his vision had returned. Host, don't worry. You're definitely a straight guy through and through. At that moment, the system's voice rang out inappropriately within Zhèng Sījí's mind. Zhèng Sījí? Is that how you use the term straight as an arrow? Seriously, could you go learn some idioms before shipping me out? Is it too late to send you back for remanufacturing? Ahem, apologies, host. I was just... Before the system could finish, Zhèng Sījí raised his hand to cut him off. No, never mind. Just tell me what golden fingers I've been given. As you wish, host. A new interface then appeared in Zhèng Sījí's mind. Host, Zhèng Sījí. Age, 18. Cultivation level, none. Constitution, quantum-affinity constitution. System level, LV1. Skills, to be entered. Items, to be entered. Soul space, click to access. Special, 1-1 resets every Monday. Lottery, click to enter. The system voice sounded again. This is the level 1 system panel, customized based on what you possess. What I possess? Zhèng Sījí felt puzzled. Why would it say that? Nothing. Any questions? I can answer them for you. The system laughed it off, its attempt to change the subject all too obvious. This couldn't help but make Zhèng Sījí suspect the system was hiding a lot. But Zhèng Sījí didn't press the issue. Instead, he followed along and let the conversation drift elsewhere. After all, if the system was deliberately withholding information, there was little he could do to pry it out. I have a general idea about the soul space. It's this place, right? But what exactly is this special thing? Special is the second most powerful feature in your golden finger. Here, you can obtain anything you desire. Everything I desire? Zhèng Sījí voiced his confusion, sinking into thought. Everything I desire. What if I desire a steamed bun? Today is my birthday, after all. Wait, if it's everything I want, why not just get a cake? Wait. Zhèng Sījí suddenly widened his eyes and asked, really? Everything I want? The system chuckled awkwardly. Well, not exactly. After all, the system is only at level 1 right now. Of course there are limitations. Of course. How could such an invincible cheat code possibly exist? Wait a minute, my immortality cheat code already seems pretty unbeatable. At this thought, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha. Only now did it gradually sink in he'd actually obtained such a powerful cheat code. Then he suddenly froze, pinching his own cheek to confirm whether all this was real. This is just too surreal. Host, this is all real. Please stop acting crazy, okay? This host was so unreliable. Speaking of which, was it too late to return this thing now? Slurp cough. What exactly are the restrictions then? Zhèng Sījí swallowed hard, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and pressed on. System, based on your world standards, anything below a 3rd grade cultivator or high-tier mage excluding 3rd grade and high-tier items is obtainable. Can you give an example? This sounds kinda vague. Zhèng Sījí listened blankly to the system's explanation. That scope was way too broad. This world had 2 types of cultivators and mages. For most people, mastering either discipline was already a rare blessing. Yet some cultivated both simultaneously, known as dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. 3rd grade and high grade refer to the 3rd tier within each cultivation system, preceded by cultivators' 1st and 2nd grades, and mages' low grade and mid grade tiers. But the system's scope was 3rd grade and below, excluding 3rd grade and high tier. These were cultivation system parameters. What if I wanted something else? Like, Host, we can't do that. I'm a proper system. Sigh. Fine, I was just thinking aloud. Don't even think about it. I'm a female system. Zhèng Sījí? Systems have genders? He didn't show his shock, but continued asking, alright. Give me an example. I'm listening. Zhèng Sījí obediently sat cross-legged on the ground. By now, his butt no longer hurt, and he also noticed he could faintly see things again. But since the space itself was dim, he didn't pay it much mind. So the system began its example. Alright, let me give you an example. Say you want a cell phone. Using a special once would let you get it easily. But if you desire a specific technology, you might not necessarily master it. Everything depends on the strength level of the lowest ranked controller of that item. Take a cell phone. If the weakest controller is an ordinary person, whose strength level is below 3rd grade or higher, you could wish for it and obtain it. But if the weakest master of a certain magic is an advanced mage, that magic falls outside the obtainable range. Even if you make a wish, you won't get it. It's like an advanced mage's self-created advanced magic, you definitely won't obtain it. The 3rd grade and high grade restrictions apply if the weakest controller's cultivation in any system exceeds these limits. For instance, a 1st grade high grade mage surpasses this threshold. However, if the item does not exist in this world and falls below the restriction level, you can still obtain it. This depends entirely on your imagination. Of course, after using special, if you cannot obtain that item, it won't consume any uses of special. After hearing the system's explanation, Zhèng Sījí once again fell deep in thought. So, a woman, ahem. Based on this setup, does that mean everything I can obtain depends entirely on my imagination? So this is how wishes work? The wilder the imagination, the greater the reward? Today is Saturday, meaning I still have over a day to decide what I want to obtain this week. But, did he even need to think about it? Zhèng Sījí couldn't wait any longer. He lifted his head and shouted upward, "System, grant me peak 2nd tier cultivation." Host, please don't be so delusional. Also, if you wish to use special abilities, could you kindly follow the proper procedures? The system revealed a hint of contempt, speaking without the slightest reservation. So how do I go through the procedure? Zhèng Sījí's mouth twitched, a bead of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. First, you must state, using the special feature. Then specify what you desire, the system replied matter-of-factly. After all, this prevents accidental activation of the special feature under certain circumstances. It's for your own good. Zhèng Sījí raised an eyebrow. That simple? The system didn't refute him. So he could truly attain peak 2nd grade cultivation immediately? With that, Zhèng Sījí impatiently blurted out, "Use special, grant me peak 2nd grade cultivation." Ding, analyzing host's request. Analysis complete. Inputting cultivation level. Input complete. A series of mechanical tones sounded in Zhèng Sījí's ears, lacking the previous smoothness, purely mechanical in nature. Upon hearing this notification, Zhèng Sījí paused in surprise. That's it? This simple? Chapter 4, A Million Ways to Die. Zhèng Sījí clenched his fists involuntarily. The power surging from deep within his body caught him completely off guard. His control over this new power was practically non-existent, causing his fingernails to dig painfully into his flesh, making him scream in agony. Host, your wish is a bit too eager. You could actually split it into 3 parts, make 1 wish each week to gradually familiarize yourself with this power. You should practice mastering this power within the soul space. After all, time stands still there. The system's string of suggestions barely registered in Zhèng Sījí's mind, but those last 2 sentences made him pause. Here, time is frozen? Zhèng Sījí, finally comprehending the situation, leapt to his feet. Completely unfamiliar with this force, he was sent flying backward. After a long moment, he crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his rear as he slowly rose to his feet. It hurt, this definitely wasn't a dream. Yet he still couldn't believe it. He confirmed with the system again, "Are you sure? Time is frozen here?" "Yes, host. Could you please stop acting like you've never seen the world before?" The system's disdain was palpable in its tone. Zhèng Sījí took a deep breath, struggling to process everything. Yet now, he couldn't even control his own breathing. A surge of oxygen flooded into Zhèng Sījí's body, making his head spin and his mind foggy. It took him a long while to gradually recover, and he let out a soft sigh. Well, looks like I'll be stuck here for a while. Surveying the pitch-black space around him, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of unease. "System, can you brighten this place up a bit?" The system replied matter-of-factly, "Host, this week's special has been exhausted. If you wish to brighten this area, please wait until next week." Zhèng Sījí. So this thing also consumes special uses? Holy crap, at this rate, I'll be waiting until the cows come home to get anywhere. If the system says everything requires special points from now on, could I make a wish to fully control this power? Or perhaps grant me instant adaptation to any new power I acquire? That would make it much more practical. But then, the system poured cold water on Zhèng Sījí's hopes. "Host, no one has ever possessed such a constitution, and it completely exceeds the current stage's limitations. Therefore, your idea is impossible to achieve." Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but sigh. But then it suddenly occurred to him his system was only at LV1 now. Wouldn't upgrading grant more perks? The system, fully aware of Zhèng Sījí's thoughts, replied directly, "Yes, host. Upon reaching level 2, you will experience significant enhancements. However, due to your insufficient permissions, I cannot disclose the specifics at this time." Zhèng Sījí didn't feel disappointed that the system wouldn't reveal those details. After all, he'd grown up reading novels. It was only natural for a system to have limitations. So he pressed on. How exactly does one upgrade to level 2? The system chuckled and said, simply pass the upgrade trial, and you'll be able to upgrade the system. What exactly is this upgrade trial? Zhèng Sījí pressed urgently. Haha, I knew you'd ask that. You get one chance at the upgrade trial each week. Want to give it a shot? Hearing the system's wicked chuckle, Zhèng Sījí shuddered. Better not. I'll try it once I've gotten used to this newfound power. What a pity. Alright, host. If you ever want to try it, just let me know anytime. Zhèng Sījí nodded repeatedly. This system was changing its tune way too fast. One moment it was so condescending, then suddenly it felt like it was full of mischief, and now it was being all sweet and considerate? This system really needs to be sent back for repairs. Host, I can sense everything you're thinking. While I can't directly punish you, if you run into trouble later, I can make things happen. Got it, got it. The system's the best. No need for factory repairs. Zhèng Sījí immediately backed down. If the system only gave him the bare minimum answers without any extra intel when he asked questions, wouldn't that be a huge hassle? Worst of all, if he asked an urgent question and the system gave him a completely wrong answer, he'd be screwed. This made him envision certain scenarios. System, this girl seems upset. She's ignoring me. Should I go comfort her? Host, you're clueless. Girls are like this. The more she acts like she wants you to comfort her, the less she actually wants it. So right now, just tell her, whatever. She'll think you're so manly, and she'll come crawling back to you. That's called playing hard to get, got it? You're amazing, system. You really are the best. Whatever you want. Smack. Ugh, jerk. Zhèng Sījí shuddered. No, he couldn't afford to offend the system. The system was the best. For a long time afterward, Zhèng Sījí practiced his control within the soul space where time stood still. Ah. Host, you're doing it wrong. First, focus the power here, then here, and finally concentrate it into your fist. Doing it like this will make you cramp up easily. Easy for you to say. This part, that part, just tell me which part. My apologies, host. That particular knowledge hasn't been input into my system yet. If you'd like my guidance, next week you could make a wish. Before the system could finish, Zhèng Sījí cut him off. Enough. I'll figure it out myself. I recover quickly here anyway. Even if I die, I'll just respawn right back here. Zhèng Sījí uttered these words without a hint of unease. Because he had already died many times. The first time, he took a leap too far while running, landed face first, and snapped his neck. The second time, he punched with too much force, failing to control his shoulder muscles, and his entire arm flew off. The third time, frustrated by his inability to control this power, he smacked his own head, and then. The fourth time, the fifth time, he kept trying different ways to die right here. He could easily write a book titled A Million Ways to Die. And he wouldn't even need to research other methods, he'd only have to document every single way he died during this period. Host, that's not how it works. Shut up. Host, doing this will only kill you again? Before the system could finish, Zhèng Sījí flew through the air once more, landing face first on the ground. Sigh, host, if you keep dying like this, what if you get used to it? It'll be tough once you get out. Having just fully revived, he cracked his neck and said, it's fine. I'll get used to it once I'm out. Look, I'm already used to the pain. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhèng Sījí died again. Because he'd twisted his neck so hard he snapped it. Sigh, why did I have to get stuck with a host like this? Chapter 5, is winning a cake in a lottery a loss or a gain? Time passed, its duration unknown. Boom. Zhèng Sījí's fist slammed through the air, causing a thunderous crack. Awesome. This punch finally landed. I didn't die again. Zhèng Sījí pumped his fist, celebrating this fleeting joy. Why fleeting? Because he swung his fist too hard while celebrating and died again. Ahem, well, it was an accident. It won't happen again next time. Zhèng Sījí, fully revived once more, gave an awkward chuckle. It's fine, host. I'm used to it by now, the system replied in a bored tone. Over this period, Zhèng Sījí had lost count of how many times he'd died. Each time, he had to explain himself to the system, which had grown decidedly impatient. If he could see what the system was doing, Zhèng Sījí would likely explode with rage. I'm dying over and over here, and you're binge-watching shows. A system like you can binge-watch shows. But Zhèng Sījí had no idea what the system was up to. He just kept on dying. Time passed, its duration unknown. System. I did it. Zhèng Sījí bounced up and down, pumping his fists left and right, shouting with pure excitement. Got it, host. I got it, host. The system casually replied to Zhèng Sījí, who was sharing his joy with it. Seriously, system? I can control this power now, and you won't even give me a pat on the back? Zhèng Sījí stopped, looking utterly aggrieved. Wow. Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? Mastered this power? You're barely managing to live normally now. Who said you could freely use this power? The system resumed its previous tone of contempt. Zhèng Sījí ignored the system's mockery, clenching his fist to feel the power now fully under his command. Suddenly, Zhèng Sījí asked the system again, "By the way, system, is my physical strength now grade 2? Why do I always feel it's too fragile?" System, host, who said your physical strength is grade 2? If you want a grade 2 physique, please come back next week to make another wish. Zhèng Sījí froze upon hearing the system's reply. So I only possess second grade strength, but not the physical resilience to match? No wonder I went down with just one punch. The system continued, host, others' physical bodies have been tempered through the tribulation of heaven, while yours has not. However, if you remain at this stage long enough, the true energy within you will temper your body to a second grade level. Therefore, I advise against making this wish next week. After hearing the system's further explanation and advice, Zhèng Sījí let out a slight sigh of relief. He realized how young and impatient he had been, how eager he had been to grasp power. That had led him to make a wish that was far too simplistic. This made Zhèng Sījí regret his decision. His physical body was too weak to withstand the explosive power, leading to his repeated deaths. If he had instead wished for all the abilities of a peak second grade cultivator, would he have avoided dying so many times? No, if he had wished for all the abilities of the strongest second rank peak cultivator, wouldn't he become the strongest among second rank cultivators? If I gained all his abilities, could I then wield this power freely? How reckless. Next time, I must think carefully before making a wish. Host, no need to overthink it. You've gained another's abilities, but not their methods for wielding them. You'll have to figure that out yourself or try your luck again. But the odds of getting that are pretty low. That's how I was programmed when I left the factory. She was afraid the host would keep relying on others' power and never develop their own ideas. After the system finished speaking, Zhèng Sījí once again fell deep in thought. Soon, he let out a soft sigh and accepted this explanation. After all, blindly following another's path meant he'd forever tread their footsteps, leaving no room for personal growth. Once he could wish for third and fourth grade techniques, if that person remained at peak second grade, he would have to switch to a new set of cultivation methods in martial arts. Though the previous cultivation methods in martial arts would remain within his body, by then he would possess third grade and fourth grade strength, rendering those second grade techniques useless. Then he asked the system, what's this lottery thing? Open it up for me to see. The system didn't reply, but instead opened a panel in his mind. Lottery. Regular draw, 1/1 free refresh every Monday. Tier 1 draw, 1/1 free reset on the first of each month. Tier 2 lottery, 1/1 refreshes after system upgrade. Mystery draw, 0/3 refreshes upon specific conditions, max 3 saves. Seeing this, Zhèng Sījí felt a surge of excitement wash over him once more. Drawl. System. Let's go with the regular draw. Understood, host. Preparing lottery. Regular draw. Ready. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 magic cake. Happy birthday. Zhèng Sījí's lips twitched slightly upon seeing the prize. You knew it was my birthday today. Not only did you not give me a birthday gift, but you wasted one of my draw chances. But seriously, what good is this magic cake anyway? The system, aware of Zhèng Sījí's thoughts, explained. Host, this magic cake is crafted from premium magical ingredients including feather magpie demon eggs and mumu cow milk to create a magical delicacy. Consuming it will slightly enhance your magical cultivation and temporarily boost your spell casting speed. This answer left Zhèng Sījí momentarily stunned before he pressed further. It only boosts magical cultivation? The system replied matter-of-factly, of course. This is magic food, not spirit food. Magic food only enhances magical cultivation. Zhèng Sījí suddenly took a deep breath. How infuriating. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the system hurriedly interjected, calm down. Host, calm down. Calm my ass. I really want to smash this cake right now. Don't throw it, host. Today is your birthday. If you throw it, there won't be any cake left to eat. Hearing the system's words, Zhèng Sījí took another deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. There's no one on the streets now. It's not easy to buy a cake. Hey, system, if I go outside now, will the hole in my chest heal? Of course it will, host. You possess immortality now. However, this immortality doesn't exist in this world. Therefore, this system advises you to conceal it to avoid being used as a lab rat for research. Zhèng Sījí pondered this. It made sense. If others discovered his immortality and captured him for research, even his undying nature wouldn't let him escape. That would mean losing his freedom. Alright, system. Proceed with the lottery. Level 1 draw. Understood, host. Chapter 6, Seeking Life Through Death? Understood, host. Preparing lottery. Level 1 lottery. Ready. Lottery commence. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the mid-tier wind magic wings of the breeze. Wings of the gentle breeze. Magic tier, intermediate. Effect, summons a pair of wind element wings capable of flight. A blue orb of light appeared in Zhèng Sījí's mind, leaving him slightly puzzled. Zhèng Sījí had heard of wind wings before his teacher had mentioned during class that each elemental magic possessed its own wing spell, with wind corresponding to wind wings. However, wind wings was an advanced tier spell. One couldn't wield it without reaching advanced tier magical cultivation. So what exactly was this small wind wing? Why was it classified as mid-tier magic? The system once again kindly provided an explanation for Zhèng Sījí. Host, the minor wind wing is a simplified version of the wind wing. You'll be able to use it by the late intermediate stage. Zhèng Sījí raised an eyebrow, carefully weighing the pros and cons. Oh? I can use the little wind wing at the intermediate level? Gaining flight capabilities at intermediate level would undoubtedly grant greater mobility. But wind wings are clearly high-tier magic, and little wind wings don't look much different from them. If I use them at mid-tier, won't I become a target for everyone? Host, to my knowledge, many prominent families in this world possess minor wing magic. These are never shared externally, so you needn't worry. With the system's reassurance, Zhèng Sījí breathed a slight sigh of relief. All was well. As for whether he could reach mid-tier wind magic, a complete plan was already forming in his mind. Zhèng Sījí fought to steady his surging excitement, for all his plans depended on the weekly special opportunity. After exiting the soul space, it was the day he had originally entered Saturday. Thus, he had just over a day left before he could make another wish. Once back, he planned to draft a checklist, refining it relentlessly to maximize the gains from each special opportunity. Gradually calming his inner excitement, Zhèng Sījí continued, System, initiate the Level 2 lottery. As you wish, host. Preparing lottery. Level 2 draw. Ready. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the cultivation technique, the God-shattering decision. Zhèng Sījí's eyebrow involuntarily twitched. Just by the name alone, this wasn't an ordinary cultivation technique. Yes, host. The Level 2 lottery is a reward granted by the system upgrade. The Shatter God technique is the beginner's reward. Moreover, this cultivation technique is particularly suited to you. The system then quietly added under its breath, both in spirit and in flesh. Lost in his excitement, Zhèng Sījí didn't catch the system's muttered aside and immediately opened the introduction to the God-shattering decision. Whoa! Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Shatter God technique. Technique level, unknown. Cultivation method, embracing death to achieve life. This cultivation technique is way too stingy with ink, isn't it? Couldn't you have written a bit more? Guess I'll have to figure everything out myself. And what exactly does embrace death to achieve life even mean? Is this cultivation technique even suitable for me? Wait. Life through death. Does this cultivation technique require dying repeatedly to practice? At that moment, the system finally spoke with a hint of satisfaction. Yes, host. You've finally shown some intelligence. But why didn't you give me this technique sooner? I'm practically dead already. What good is this technique to me now? Aren't beginner gifts supposed to be unlocked right from the start? The system's voice carried a hint of displeasure. Host, that's where you went wrong. Most people who get a system would try the lottery first. Who knew you'd jump straight into making a wish? What's your deal? Zhèng Sījí's adrenaline surged violently, his body trembling uncontrollably. If he could just grab the system, he'd punch it twice. Fine. I'll probably die plenty of times anyway. This time, Zhèng Sījí quickly accepted the reality. If he wanted to execute the plan forming in his mind, the next time he had the chance to ascend to 3rd or 4th rank, he wouldn't take it slowly. He had to go all in at once. Given that, this period of adjustment, or rather, slaughter, was inevitable. This cultivation technique looks pretty high level, but turns out it's not the Shatter God decision, it's the Shatter Body decision. The cultivation technique in his mind quietly dissipated, merging into Zhèng Sījí's soul. Zhèng Sījí possessed only a 2nd grade cultivation level, lacking a 2nd grade physical body and suitable cultivation techniques. The arrival of this cultivation technique left him feeling refreshed, as a mysterious force guided the true chi within his body. He sensed a warm current emerging within his body, steadily gathering the scattered true chi into cohesion. Suddenly, a small white sphere with golden stripes appeared at his dantian. Its surface was smooth as silk, as if enveloped by a peculiar force. The true chi guided by that mysterious force converged entirely toward the tiny white sphere. Within a mere dozen seconds, all the true chi throughout his body had fused into that sphere. At this moment, Zhèng Sījí appeared as ordinary as a person without cultivation, his aura completely withdrawn. This is an inner core? The kind from novels? But according to scientific research, cultivators don't form inner cores, right? Host, this is a golden core. It can be condensed after reaching the 5th rank of cultivation. However, certain special cultivation techniques allow practitioners to condense a golden core from the very beginning. Undoubtedly, practitioners of such techniques experience smoother cultivation in the early stages and become unmatched among peers of the same rank. That science you mentioned, are you sure it can explain the world as it is now? Doesn't it still rely on quantum mechanics? Zhèng Sījí. So the God-shattering decision is one of those special cultivation techniques? Does that mean I'm already unmatched among my peers? The system's contemptuous voice sounded again. No, you're overthinking it, host. It merely consolidates the true chi within your body, preventing excessive chaos. It aids your cultivation and accelerates the tempering of your physical form, nothing more. You're still that noob who can't even control his own body. Zhèng Sījí twitched his mouth. You wouldn't have died if you hadn't said that last bit, would you? Host, belittling you is my pleasure. Please don't deprive me of it. Zhèng Sījí. He swung a punch, as if trying to smash the system into oblivion with a single blow. Well, he died again. Even though all his true chi had now returned to the golden core, he still hadn't grown accustomed to its presence. The chi within the core continued to overflow. Host, please control your emotions. You must grow accustomed to all of this. The system's voice carried a hint of amusement as it echoed in Zhèng Sījí's mind. He took a deep breath and finally calmed himself. He couldn't help but ponder. In the past, I barely reacted to mockery. I should be used to others' ridicule by now. So why am I already struggling to handle it when the system just teases me a little? Right. I used to be terrified of death. Yet now, I feel no fear of it at all. Anyway, I can't die. So, is this confidence? Back then, I lacked the strength. When they mocked me, I didn't react much. But now that I possess immense power, though I can't fully control it yet, is that why I react so strongly to the system's taunts? It's like death. Before, I feared it because after death, everything ends. But now, I simply can't die. Because I've gained this confidence, I've started caring about all this? Hey, you punks, just wait until I rise up and get my revenge on you. I'm no longer that powerless, cowardly youngster I once was. Ah ha 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 ha. Visualizing the future scenes of humiliating his enemies, Zhèng Sījí burst into laughter once more. Once again, he failed to control the golden core within him, and his true chi erupted outward. Then, he laughed so hard his throat couldn't withstand the force, and exploded. Host. I think you should use special to restore your brain next week. How did I end up with a host like this? Damn it. Chapter 7, Kill. After cultivating the soul-shattering decision, Zhèng Sījí trained extensively within his soul space. The power of the golden core, combined with the god-shattering decision, became easy to master. He could now perfectly control his golden core, preventing his true chi from suddenly overflowing and causing him to lose control of his power and die. His first death after acquiring the god-shattering decision left him largely unmoved. But after experiencing death several times, Zhèng Sījí distinctly sensed changes within his body. The golden core within his body now flickered with a faint golden glow. Though this golden light was minuscule, almost imperceptible. But Zhèng Sījí had etched every pattern of the golden core into his mind during his practice of controlling it. How could he not notice this change? Moreover, he distinctly felt his control over his power had grown more precise. He also discovered that by releasing only a portion of the golden core's power, effectively capping his cultivation at the peak of the first rank, he could fully harness this newfound force. In other words, with the golden core, he could freely adjust the quantity of true chi within his body, fine-tuning it to an optimal range for practice, allowing him to adapt to this power much faster. Unlike before, when he had utterly no control over that second-tier peak power, the slightest misstep could kill him multiple times over. Now, by releasing early second-tier power while at peak first-tier, he could at least die fewer times. Though, due to the nature of the god-shattering decision, dying more often might actually accelerate his progress. But if he could avoid dying, who would choose death? Of course, this power wasn't something that could be mastered quickly. After all, cultivators who reach the second rank are almost always those who have trained for decades. In this world, anyone reaching the second grade before 50 is considered a prodigy. They've cultivated for so long to gain their power, what right do I have to expect to fully master it in such a short time? Zhèng Sījí knew his talent wasn't exceptional, so he didn't feel discouraged by his slow progress. His cultivation hovered around the peak of the first rank. Breaking through to the second rank remained an immense challenge. After several days of cultivation with no perceptible improvement, Zhèng Sījí unleashed all his true energy, letting himself die several more times to vent his frustration. Stuck in this shadowy space for an unknown duration with no further progress possible, Zhèng Sījí grew intensely restless. He needed rest. System, exit the soul space. Understood, host. Swish. Zhèng Sījí's consciousness suddenly blurred, and the body within the soul space vanished silently. The sound of a hurricane whipping past his ears, mixed with the thumping of something, roused Zhèng Sījí from his slumber. Zhèng Sījí slowly opened his eyes. So I'm back already. He propped himself up with his hands, half kneeling on the ground, and touched his chest. He felt no pain in his chest at all now, so he must truly be healed. Thud. Zhèng Sījí's consciousness suddenly vanished for an instant. His entire body collapsed once more, only for his awareness to snap back as he scrambled to his feet again. Based on his experience of dying so many times, he had just died again. Damn it! Zhèng Sījí cursed under his breath. He'd stabbed himself to death again. A gentleman must avenge this wrong. But circumstances forced Zhèng Sījí to yield to his heart. He scrambled toward a nearby shop, his body pierced several times by flying ice shards along the way. Though Zhèng Sījí cursed under his breath, he rolled swiftly to the side with complete focus. Fortunately, the surveillance cameras on this side had already been smashed by the shards of ice. Otherwise, if they were ever traced back, it would be quite difficult to explain. Crucially, after Zhèng Sījí revived, even the bloodstains on his body vanished. He rolled intermittently to a relatively safe spot, waiting quietly for the commotion to subside. His physical cultivation, though tempered over a long period, had only reached the mid-first rank. In the midst of this storm, he had no room to resist. He could only wait quietly for it to pass. Boom! A thunderous explosion once again reverberated throughout the area. Zhèng Sījí, now utterly fearless of death, poked his head out to see what was happening. A thick cloud of smoke gathered in one corner of the square as the wind gradually subsided. The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing a blood-soaked figure kneeling within a massive crater. Whoosh! From the distance, in the direction of South Street, a figure sprinted toward the scene, coming to a halt at the edge of the crater. The figure turned its head slightly, glancing toward Zhèng Sījí with a look of surprise. Someone else was still here? Just an ordinary person without cultivation. Even if he died, it wouldn't matter much. He paid Zhèng Sījí no further mind, turning his head back to observe the figure kneeling within the crater. Zhèng Sījí, however, immediately ducked his head back, his eyes wide with shock. Damn it! He'd nearly forgotten powerful cultivators could sense their surroundings. Cough cough. The figure in the crater, propped up on one knee, began coughing violently. The sound drew Zhèng Sījí's attention, compelling him to peek out again. He hadn't come to deal with me just now, so he probably won't come for me now either, Zhèng Sījí thought to himself. After a long while, the coughing subsided, replaced by a faint, weak voice. Zhào Hào, what kind of skill is using forbidden techniques? Don't you dare fight me fairly in open combat. The voice was weak, yet it carried an intense fury. Xiangbahan, what proof do you have that I used forbidden techniques? In this world, the victor reigns supreme. The defeated have no say. As he spoke, Zhào Hào, standing at the edge of the massive pit, raised his right hand. A colossal ice spike had formed upon it. After you're gone, I'll take good care of your North Street businesses. Rest in peace. Zhào Hào's words came out slowly, yet to Xiangbahan, they were the last he would ever hear. Regret, resentment, yet utter helplessness. Whoosh! Zhào Hào swung his arm, and the ice spike shot towards Xiangbaban at breakneck speed under his control. SSSSHHH. Ah! But. Before Zhèng Sījí's gaze could follow the icy spike's trajectory, a defiant cry erupted from the massive pit. Zhèng Sījí turned his gaze to see a middle-aged man kneeling on the ground, the massive ice spike lodged in his chest as he tilted backward. The tip of the ice hammer plunged deep into the earth. Xiangbaban gradually lost consciousness, finally falling still. Those eyes never closed. The bloodstains on his face revealed his boundless fury even in death. He refused to accept defeat at the hands of one who wielded forbidden magic. He truly refused to accept it. Zhèng Sījí was stunned. He had witnessed the death of a second-rank mage. He could never have imagined that someone who had cultivated to the rank of second-grade mage could die so suddenly. While he was still reeling from the shock, a figure appeared before Zhèng Sījí in an instant. Zhèng Sījí snapped his head up to see Zhào Hào holding a small ice spike in his hand. A faint smile played in his eyes as he stared down at Zhèng Sījí, who was still sitting on the ground. Young man, you heard everything, didn't you? Zhào Hào smiled faintly, his face streaked with blood, an utterly terrifying sight. Zhèng Sījí suddenly panicked, but then remembered he couldn't die, instantly regaining his composure. Mr. Zhao, hello. I didn't hear anything. I know nothing. I was just sleeping. Please believe me. Zhèng Sījí's acting skills went into overdrive, his trembling voice sounding utterly convincing. Confidence was one thing, but if his secret of immortality got exposed, that would be even worse. When it came to playing the coward, he knew exactly how to play it. When it came to backing down, Zhèng Sījí had mastered the art perfectly in his first half-life. Even with his newfound confidence, he remained utterly unshaken in the art of cowardice. When it came to the art of cowardice, Zhèng Sījí could be called a master. Zhào Hào narrowed his eyes, grinning as he addressed Zhèng Sījí, is that so? But I tend to trust dead people more. Zhào Hào let out an eerie laugh as the ice spike in his hand spun faster and faster. Yet in the next instant, Zhào Hào suddenly grabbed Zhèng Sījí and vanished into the colossal pit. You know what? You remind me of someone 6 years ago. Back then, there was another annoying guy who said the same thing to me. Guess what? He was just like you, smooth-talking and always butting into things. Zhào Hào said indifferently. Zhèng Sījí was utterly bewildered, caught completely off guard by the sudden teleportation. Before he could react, Zhào Hào pointed at Xiangbaban, pinned in the giant pit, while still twirling the ice spike in his other hand. That's him. Back then, he was just a rookie, but still a genius. Geniuses rise fast, of course, and they die fast too. Ha 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 ha. Zhào Hào stared at Zhèng Sījí with a mocking expression. But what about you? You've got zero cultivation, you're just trash. Zhào Hào suddenly began shaking all over, bursting into loud laughter. Zhèng Sījí snapped out of his daze, utterly bewildered by the outburst. How can one person talk so much nonsense all by themselves? You must be out of your mind. Trash with no cultivation? Suddenly, I don't feel like wasting my breath on you anymore. And I certainly don't want to create another Xiangbahan to oppose me. With that, Zhào Hào launched the ice spike in his hand without warning. The ice spike plummeted, crashing toward Zhèng Sījí's chest. Zhèng Sījí was utterly dumbfounded. You're not playing by the rules. At least finish your threat first. No way, no way. Can't you be a little more creative? Is stabbing people in the chest the only way you know how to kill? Should I lend you my autobiography of death, A Million Ways to Die? You don't even have to pay me back. Zhèng Sījí showed no sign of panic. After all, he'd experienced death far too many times. SSSSHHH. The ice spike plunged into Zhèng Sījí's chest, embedding itself into the ground. Phew, done. Useless trash. All loose ends tied up. No more trouble. Zhào Hào exhaled softly, clapped his hands, stretched lazily, then turned to stand with hands on hips, surveying his masterpiece. Xiangbahan was his masterpiece. After the ice spike pierced him, frigid air condensed around Xiangbahan, encasing his entire body in ice. A faint smile touched Zhào Hao's lips. Clearly, he was satisfied with this masterpiece and even more pleased with the outcome. As for Zhèng Sījí, Zhào Hào didn't even bother to glance his way. Just an ordinary person, utterly devoid of any cultivation. All potential threats eliminated, Zhào Hao's expression darkened. He was truly fed up. Every major trouble seemed to be caused by juniors who had been far weaker than him years ago. Therefore, even if Zhèng Sījí possessed no cultivation, Zhào Hào could no longer afford to leave any potential threats unaddressed. Little did he know. Bang. Ah. Chapter 8, Isn't Life Good Enough? Must you come to silence me? Bang. Ah. Zhào Hào suddenly let out a cry. He hadn't had time to react, it was so sudden. Shock. Incredible. That was his only thought now. He slowly lowered his head, staring at the mangled fist protruding from his chest. He couldn't believe it. His mind kept screaming, whose fist is this? His entire body trembled. Zhào Hào, an ice mage, could actually feel the chill emanating from within himself. His breathing grew slower and slower. With his last ounce of strength, he turned his head to see who had killed him. But when he actually saw the person who had pierced his chest, a flicker of shock appeared in his eyes. You. Shut up, loser. You can't even tell I'm a cultivator. A loser is a loser. Zhèng Sījí sneered coldly. Zhào Hào hadn't noticed at all that the battered fist piercing through his chest had actually restored itself. Having unleashed his full strength at the peak of the second rank, his punch had caused his internal organs to convulse violently. The impact had shattered his fist, effectively killing him once more. Blood stained the fist, but it was Zhào Hao's blood. Zhào Hao's entire face betrayed utter disbelief. Why aren't you dead? Why aren't you dead? Zhào Hào suddenly roared. This sudden outburst startled Zhèng Sījí, catching him off guard. System, why can he still speak? Is he indestructible? How do I actually kill a cultivator? Why did I vanish when he pierced me? Zhèng Sījí urgently questioned in his mind. The system immediately replied, he's at least a second-rank mage. Though his physical strength is a bit weak, he's still a formidable opponent. Battle-hardened, he can hold out for a while. Unlike you possessing peak second-rank power yet unable to unleash it, with a body barely at mid-first rank. Useless. Zhèng Sījí's face darkened. So will he actually die? He's not still alive, is he? Rest assured, he's as good as dead. Receiving the system's definitive answer, Zhèng Sījí finally relaxed. Useless. That's you. Die already. Zhèng Sījí spat angrily. You hit my chest. 5 times. No. 6 times. I said it, revenge is a must for a true gentleman. I never thought you'd get revenge so quickly. How does it feel to be pierced through the chest? I was stabbed 6 times by you. Zhèng Sījí sneered coldly. Zhào Hào froze suddenly, then his face contorted with utter shock. 6 times, 6 times. How did you survive? Monster. Zhào Hào had completely lost his mind. Summoning every ounce of strength, he staggered forward, grasping at that sliver of hope. If he could touch the ice, he could use the ice spirit to heal himself. Useless. He couldn't let the trash kill him. But he was thinking too simplistically. Zhèng Sījí let him pull his fist back. The instant the fist withdrew, Zhào Hào collapsed to the ground. No. Scum. With those final words, Zhào Hao's breath ceased. The shock and unwillingness frozen on his face kept his eyes wide open. Killed by a worthless with no cultivation. 2 men, one crawling on the ground, the other frozen into an ice sculpture. A single duel claimed the lives of 2 second-rank mage masters. In smaller cities, a second-rank mage could already establish their own family lineage. Yet now, both lay dead, their eyes wide open. After withdrawing his fist, Zhèng Sījí crouched down and wiped it clean on Zhào Hao's clothes. TSK, this blood is truly filthy. Young man, isn't it better to live? Why did you have to come and silence me? If you hadn't come to silence me, I wouldn't have found this chance for revenge. Zhèng Sījí felt nothing at all in that moment. He had killed someone. But after attempting suicide so many times, spilling a little blood and taking a life now left him utterly numb. Zhèng Sījí dared not linger. After all, these were two second-rank mage masters. They'd fought their way from the South Street arena all the way to North Street, a completely forbidden act. Authorities would inevitably investigate and impose penalties. If they found both of them dead, a thorough inquiry would be unavoidable. After all, those who had cultivated to the rank of second-grade mage were already considered vital combat assets of the Huaxia Federation. He couldn't stay here any longer. As long as he hid well, given his background, no one would suspect him. Fortunately, the aftermath of their battle had shattered all the surrounding surveillance cameras. Otherwise, escape would have been far more difficult. The Zhèng Sījí of now bore no trace of his former timidity. He now possessed a newfound confidence. Even after killing a powerful cultivator, he showed not a trace of panic. After all, he was accustomed to death. He felt nothing for it now. Instead, he was utterly absorbed in the sheer power he now wielded. As he ran, Zhèng Sījí thought, "I'm seriously awesome. I actually killed a second-rank mage with a single punch." Fortunately, he was only a second-rank mage. Had he been a third-rank mage or wielded a forbidden spell, Zhèng Sījí would have been utterly helpless. Zhào Hào was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, holding a second-rank cultivation level in cultivation and a mage rank in magic. At this cultivation level, he was known as a second-rank mage. Those who cultivated true qi could enhance their physical strength, reaction speed, agility, and more like upgrading hardware. Those who cultivate magic can rapidly increase their attack power but cannot cultivate their physical bodies. Only when advancing to Archmage or Forbidden Spellcaster does a ritual called Spirit Infusion occur, slightly enhancing their physical strength. Even for Archmages, the Soul Infusion ritual could only elevate a practitioner's physical strength to roughly the early stages of the third rank. Having just endured a fierce battle and unleashed forbidden magic, Zhào Hào descended into madness. After killing Zhèng Sījí, Zhào Hào entered a state of lowered vigilance, allowing Zhèng Sījí's punch possessing the power of a peak second-grade practitioner to pierce through his chest. Of course, the power of the God-shattering decision also played a role. Zhèng Sījí failed to notice the subtle shifts in the golden threads surrounding his golden core. Though Zhèng Sījí himself possessed no cultivation base, he had conducted profound research into cultivators. Deep within his heart, he yearned intensely to cultivate. He vaguely sensed that this might be the workings of his memories from before the age of 6. That vanished memory had left him with nothing but an unyielding obsession to cultivate. Thus, though unable to cultivate himself, Zhèng Sījí possessed profound knowledge of cultivators. Due to the unique circumstances of the year 2020, China's college entrance exams were rescheduled to July 7. Otherwise, Zhèng Sījí wouldn't have had the time to bake cakes. Now he would have been buried in his studies at home. The original Zhèng Sījí had aimed to enter the South China Civilization Academy. While this institution lacked a magic and martial arts college, it was the most thorough in its research on cultivators. But now that Zhèng Sījí possessed cultivation and could practice cultivation, he naturally shifted his sights to the Imperial Capital Academy and the Magic Capital Academy. Yet the magic martial academies at both institutions only accepted dual cultivators proficient in both magic and martial arts. Thus, he needed to compile a list of special methods within this short timeframe to maximize his cultivation potential. In this world, those capable of cultivating true qi could inevitably cultivate magic, but those who could cultivate magic were not necessarily able to cultivate true qi. None of this concerned Zhèng Sījí, however, as he intended to entrust all future magical awakening to special. Late evening. In a small apartment in South City. This apartment was purchased outright by Zhèng Sījí. His bank account received regular deposits, funds he scarcely ever spent. Zhèng Sījí sat cross-legged on the floor alone. Before him was a coffee table holding a small cake about 5 inches tall. The cake was small, but it was meant for him alone. Wearing the paper birthday hat that came with the system, he closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and made a wish. After a moment, Zhèng Sījí took a deep breath and blew out the single candle on the cake. A faint, bitter smile touched his lips. Today was his 18th birthday, yet he was celebrating it all alone. Perhaps no one in this world knew today was his real birthday. The date on his ID was fake. He hadn't told anyone that today was his real birthday. To everyone else, his birthday was November 17th. In truth, even Zhèng Sījí himself didn't know today was his birthday. He only remembered that after he came into this world, he had held a birthday card in his hands. Zhèng Sījí picked up the card lying beside the coffee table. The words on the card were scrawled crookedly, yet they conveyed a clear message. Happy birthday. June 6, 2008. And so, for 12 years, he celebrated his birthday according to the date on that card. This was the only birthday greeting he received during his actual birthdays over those 12 years. This single card accompanied him through 13 birthdays. He had friends, but none of them knew that today was his real birthday. Though the card had yellowed and even wrinkled slightly. Yet it still brought Zhèng Sījí a flicker of warmth. He had asked the system if it could help him retrieve his memories before the age of 6 if its special ability could grant that wish. But the system replied that the entity sealing his memories far exceeded the current limitations of the special wish-granting capability, making it impossible. The system's response conveyed a crucial piece of information. His memories hadn't faded naturally, they'd been deliberately sealed away. Zhèng Sījí carefully picked up the greeting card and pressed his lips to it for a gentle kiss. "Thank you." Zhèng Sījí smiled bitterly. Then, he immediately regained his composure. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, twitching ever so gently. "I will find you." He was no longer the same man he once was. He possessed the system, and now, the power of immortality. Though, he had accidentally discovered that his soul was female. None of that mattered. What matters is, I will find you. He placed the greeting card into his soul space. This was his most precious possession, to be kept in the most sacred place. Chapter 9, Gaming in Progress, Hat from Nowhere. Early morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, bathing Zhèng Sījí's face. Zhèng Sījí shielded his cheek with one hand while reaching beneath his pillow with the other. He pulled out a phone and glanced at the time. Alright, it was already 8 o'clock. Instead of getting up, Zhèng Sījí immediately entered his soul space. He had set a rule for himself, using the time outside as a reference. He must enter the soul space every morning for cultivation. Each session lasted 7 days. His first half of life had already lagged far behind others. Now he had to exert every ounce of effort to catch up. Staying for 7 days was already pushing his limits. After all, it was difficult for anyone to endure 7 days in a confined environment, let alone this world of complete darkness. That he could endure 7 days was already remarkable. He had been subsisting on leftover rations from home, and now his supplies were nearly depleted. After 7 days, Zhèng Sījí still made no progress. The barrier to breaking through to the second rank was simply too immense. Once he crossed that threshold, he would shed the title of novice cultivator. On the 7th day, Zhèng Sījí shook his head in resignation and emerged from his soul space. He propped himself up and sat on the bed, gazing at the scene from 7 days ago. This distortion of time flow and temporal dislocation was truly difficult to adjust to. Rubbing his eyes, he prepared to play a couple of games to unwind. Zhèng Sījí had already developed a routine for using his soul space. He would enter the soul space once each morning, staying for 7 days at a time. This way, his day would be 7 times longer than others. On the day he returned, he would rest and unwind thoroughly in the real world. Though his college entrance exams were just a month away, he felt no panic whatsoever. With his knowledge base in current first-grade cultivation, he was fully capable of gaining admission to a fairly prestigious martial arts cultivation academy. Come Monday, he would make a wish to become an intermediate-level mage. After a period of intensive training, he would be well positioned to choose between the Magic Capital Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy. As the saying goes, when your qualifications are strong enough, it's no longer the schools choosing you, it's you choosing the schools. This was precisely the position Zhèng Sījí now found himself in. Though he still found the awakening of this golden finger slightly surreal, his entire journey had been equally unreal. He adapted to such things quickly. Well, the only thing that truly felt unreal was the fact that his soul was female. With exactly 1 month left until the college entrance exams, and over 200 days to spend in his soul space, he was confident he could master this newfound power. The soul space was so dark that even the light he brought in couldn't illuminate it. Like a black body, all light was absorbed. Because of this, he couldn't relax within the soul space, leaving him profoundly lonely. After leaving, he needed to unwind. He opened his phone and logged into his completely uncharged account for Honor of Kings. His account wasn't flashy, but it contained every hero and rune available. After casually playing a couple of matches, he spotted a familiar ID. Was it after 3 years that man is back? Of course, not just a random match. It was just some annoying woman. Just as Zhèng Sījí was about to start another game, an invitation popped up on his phone. Zhèng Sījí raised an eyebrow. Why invite me? I don't think we've ever played together before. But as a newbie, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but start daydreaming. Could it be she wants to sweetly duo queue with me? He. So, Zhèng Sījí found himself inexplicably tapping accept. The moment he joined, Zhèng Sījí sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap, there were 5 avatars. This isn't sweet duo queuing, get out of here. Just as Zhèng Sījí was about to hit the back button to leave the room, a girl's voice came through the phone speaker. Hey, Zhèng Sījí, why aren't you studying? Playing games instead? His finger froze in mid-air, less than an inch away from the back button. Zhèng Sījí took a deep breath, intending to activate the microphone and exchange a few words with her. But before he could speak, another voice came through the phone, making Zhèng Sījí's heart clench. I don't care if you studied or not. You're playing this game, and you're winning it. Got it? Damn it, she's really spoiled him rotten, hasn't she? Only then did Zhèng Sījí focus his eyes. This wasn't a 5-man squad. This was a custom 5v5 match. What was this supposed to mean? Question marks floated through Zhèng Sījí's mind like bullet hell. Little question mark, do you have a lot of friends? Zhèng Sījí genuinely couldn't figure out why he'd been dragged into a 5v5 match. But before he could voice his confusion, a faint voice sounded again from his phone. Damn it! Can I get a word in here? Yuluo, if you want him to play this match, you have to make him come. Otherwise, I won't agree. The voice was faint, sounding as if it came from quite a distance from the microphone. Then, Yuluo's voice came through the phone again. Zhèng Sījí, you have half an hour. Get yourself to the Hidden Dragon Esports Arena on Yulin Street immediately. If you're not there within half an hour, you know the consequences. Zhèng Sījí's eyebrow twitched. He was genuinely startled by her tone. But he quickly snapped back to reality. I'm not the same rookie I used to be. I won't be intimidated by you anymore. Just as Zhèng Sījí prepared to fire back, a notification suddenly appeared. You have been kicked from the squad. Zhèng Sījí. Can I even get a word in here? Zhèng Sījí had no idea what to do now. He had the confidence now, but after caving to Yuluo for so long, he had no idea how to handle this situation. Then he realized he had nothing to lose. He might as well tell her straight up that he wouldn't be intimidated by her anymore. It was time for the peasants to rise up. Then he could go play around at the venues on Yulin Street. With a rough plan in mind, Zhèng Sījí got up and headed toward Yulin North. Yulin North Inlon Esports Arena. Yuluo, is that guy coming? A stunning girl at one of the esports tables asked the person beside her. Yuluo also snorted coldly. Hey, Mo-Ling, you really underestimate me, don't you? Do you think he'd dare disobey my orders? Seeing Yuluo so confident, Mo-Ling shrugged her shoulders. She was already used to it. Then, she exhaled softly, as if a weight had finally lifted from her chest. Then, Yuluo snorted coldly again, but that Zhao Jiaming, he hasn't answered my calls at all. We agreed to meet for the match today, yet there's been no word from him. Just wait till I see him. I'll give him a piece of my mind. Mo-Ling looked slightly surprised, her brows furrowing. Did Yuluo not know about yesterday's events? Or did she know but simply didn't care? It was around 9 in the morning now. The news from yesterday should have been completely suppressed by now. So she really didn't know about yesterday's incident. No wonder she still showed up for the match today. If that was the case, it seemed Ren Jialing was also unaware of yesterday's events. No wonder they could be so carefree playing games here. With such a major incident involving their boyfriends' families, neither of them seemed to have a clue. Mo-Ling roughly pieced everything together and reached a tentative conclusion. Both of them had been kept completely in the dark by their boyfriends. It was surprising they had the leisure to play games here, showing no reaction even when their boyfriends stopped contacting them. These two clueless girls, what if something happened to their boyfriends later? TSK, what a pair of poor girls. Playing games while the horns grow on their heads. Chapter 10, Dear. 9:30 a.m., Hidden Dragon Esports Arena. Yuluo finished a game and was on the post-match screen when a familiar voice drifted over from a distant esports desk. Yuluo, my team's here. Has yours not shown up yet? You're not backing out, are you? Why not just concede? It's no shame in that. The voice belonged to Ren Jialing, Yuluo's opponent in this match. The mocking tone grated on Yuluo's nerves. Known for her fiery temper, she couldn't hold back. Just wait and see. You're the one who asked for outside help, don't regret it. Yuluo had her reasons for bringing Zhèng Sījí into the competition. Although Zhèng Sījí had never spent a single penny in King's War, his skills were absolutely top-notch. Zhèng Sījí had been exceptionally bright since childhood, learning everything quickly. His win rate in gaming games exceeded 80%. Coincidentally, both Yuluo and Ren Jialing's boyfriends had become unreachable due to certain circumstances and couldn't make it to the match. That's why Ren Jialing suggested bringing in an outside player. Neither would admit they couldn't reach their own boyfriends, that would be too embarrassing. When Ren Jialing first suggested bringing in reinforcements, Yulu's top choice was a pro player, but he wasn't available. After all, pro players had numerous tournaments and training camps to attend, leaving little time to mess around with these people, even for a lot of money. Then, Yuluo happened to see Zhèng Sījí online and promptly pulled him into the group. Truthfully, Yuluo had hesitated about inviting Zhèng Sījí, given Mo-Ling's presence. But she quickly dismissed her reservations. She wanted to defeat her arch-rival, and Zhèng Sījí's presence significantly boosted her chances of victory. His rank spoke for itself. As for Mo-Ling, Yuluo wasn't overly concerned. With her present, they couldn't stir up much trouble. Seeing Yuluo's confident demeanor, Ren Jialing couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. But then she reminded herself that her backup was a player from a professional second-tier team, who happened to be off today. She deliberately straightened her posture, projecting an air of absolute confidence. Don't underestimate the fact that she only hired a player from a secondary professional team. The gap between professional players and casual experts was no small matter. Ren Jialing had also learned from this reserve player that their main team was in training camp and unavailable for freelance matches. Ren Jialing knew that Yuluo's backup player was a member of their team's main squad. She deduced that as long as she hired this reserve player, she'd essentially win the match. Her earlier remark to Yu Luo and Zhèng Sījí from afar, "I'll come to the venue," was precisely to prevent that first team member from squeezing time to play a match online with her. Then, the two launched into a furious tirade of insults, relentlessly mocking each other. And so began the pre-match trash talk. Well, this trash talk might not be limited to just words. They were actually quite peaceful and friendly, both knowing to extend greetings to each other's relatives. At that moment, a 6-foot-tall handsome guy peeked his head out from the entrance of the esports arena. This handsome young man was Zhèng Sījí. Truthfully, he still hadn't gotten used to his own transformation. He'd been caving to Yu Luo for so long that it had practically become second nature. Perhaps he wasn't this timid around others, but when it came to Yu Luo, he was a full-blown case. Even acquiring an incredibly powerful cheat code couldn't easily break this habit. He occasionally caught himself acting this way and would remind himself to stand tall, to stop looking so timid. Of course, such change required time and wasn't something that could happen overnight. So upon arriving at the esports arena, his heart still couldn't help but race. He cautiously gripped one side of the glass door, peeking his head out to assess the situation. A 6-foot-tall man acting like this was unexpectedly kind of cute. "Host, you need to toughen up. You're the one with the golden finger now." The system's voice echoed in Zhèng Sījí's mind. This was something Zhèng Sījí had programmed into the system to remind him whenever he chickened out. It was meant to help him break his habit. Yet Zhèng Sījí's posture didn't change at all. Instead, he pulled his head back even further. "Host, you're someone who's even killed a second-rank mage. Why are you afraid of this little girl?" The system's disdainful voice echoed in Zhèng Sījí's mind. Yeah, Zhèng Sījí definitely didn't teach it that it was just its nature. "System, you must understand that second-rank mage was someone I encountered for the first time. I have no psychological shadow from him. But this Yu Luo? I have a psychological shadow from her." Zhèng Sījí took a deep breath and straightened his posture slightly. "Host, you're a man destined to become a god, or possibly a woman. So you have absolutely no reason to fear her. Just do it." The system encouraged Zhèng Sījí, its words tinged with a hint of amusement. "System, could you please stop bringing up the fact that my soul is female? Okay?" Zhèng Sījí's expression twisted into something strange, nearly shouting before he quickly covered his mouth and finished the sentence in a hushed whisper. Admittedly, the system's provocation did slow Zhèng Sījí's racing heartbeat considerably. He composed his facial expression, trying to appear more confident. After all, he was here to confront it head on. How could he appear so timid? With that thought, Zhèng Sījí stood up straight, tugged at his sleeves, and strode in with an air of arrogance. "I'm the big shot now, so you all better watch your step." Zhèng Sījí swept his contemptuous gaze across the hidden dragon esports arena with unabashed confidence. Finally, he spotted Yu Luo at the center stage, seated at one of the two facing gaming desks. With her short red hair and a bright red, oversized shirt, she stood out like a sore thumb at one of the tables. She, unsurprisingly, was trading insults with the person across from her. Indeed, Yu Luo was still the same Yu Luo. Then, her gaze suddenly shifted toward Zhèng Sījí's position. Her eyes narrowed, as if she could shoot a beam of light to pull him over. Seeing that familiar gaze, Zhèng Sījí immediately panicked, his entire body trembling. Then, spurred on by the system's taunts, he straightened up. It had to be said the system's taunts were unbearably harsh, but they were genuinely effective. Zhèng Sījí clasped his hands behind his back, striding forward with an air of utter disregard for others, arrogantly approaching Yu Luo. But no one noticed him at all. Not even Yu Luo gave him more than a fleeting glance, gesturing for him to hurry up before resuming her heated exchange with the person across from her. Zhèng Sījí. The resolve he'd barely mustered deflated instantly. "Forget it. I'm here to confront them anyway, no need to act so cocky." Zhèng Sījí strode quickly to the base of the esports table. The desk sat on a large stage, forcing Zhèng Sījí to look up at them. Just as she was about to call out to Yu Luo and confront her, he was abruptly pulled aside by another beautiful young woman. At first glance, Zhèng Sījí recognized her as someone familiar. Why, it was none other than Mo Lingyu. Zhèng Sījí, Mo Lingyu, and Yu Luo had all attended the same high school and been in the same class, so they definitely recognized each other. If Mo Lingyu wanted to discuss something else with him, there was no need to hide from Yu Luo. Pulling him aside like this clearly meant she had something specific to discuss with Zhèng Sījí. Sure enough, Mo Lingyu stole a glance at Yu Luo across the esports desk. Seeing that she hadn't noticed, he let out a slight sigh of relief before speaking. "Darling. Chapter 11, Step 1 to Becoming a God, Be Brave and Be Yourself. Dear Zhèng Sījí, didn't you tell me you spend your weekends immersed in the joyful ocean of knowledge? How come you still have time to play games?" Mo Lingyu looked at Zhèng Sījí with a kindly expression, yet her tone carried a hint of icy coldness that made Zhèng Sījí's hair stand on end. "Well, I just needed to relax a bit." Zhèng Sījí nearly chickened out mid-sentence. When he finally managed to speak, his voice trembled with weakness. Mo Lingyu narrowed her eyes, arms crossed, about to speak but was interrupted by Yu Luo. "You too. Get over here." Yu Luo's voice boomed so loudly that everyone around the competition platform could hear it. Curious glances immediately turned toward the platform, everyone wondering who had managed to anger this young lady. Mo Lingyu, however, showed no reaction. Instead, she whispered a threat to Zhèng Sījí in a voice only the two of them could hear. "I'll deal with you after the match." As she spoke, she held up two fingers, pointing them at her own eyes, then turned and pointed them at Zhèng Sījí's eyes. The implication was clear: if you dare run, you're finished. With that, Mo Lingyu turned and walked up the steps to the competition platform. Zhèng Sījí was already shaken by Yuluo's voice, and now faced with Mo Lingyu's threats. Fortunately, the system that loved to mock its host stepped in, employing every trick in the book to rile Zhèng Sījí up. Zhèng Sījí straightened his back and followed Mo Lingyu up the steps. "Oomph. So you don't want me to leave? Fine, I won't leave. Let's see what you can do about it." Perfect. The very first step of Zhèng Sījí's plan had already been completely disrupted. The subsequent developments completely deviated from Zhèng Sījí's projected trajectory. He never imagined Mo Lingyu would be here too. He clearly remembered that Mo Lingyu didn't play games. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that, so Zhèng Sījí didn't overthink it. He simply found the spot furthest from the others and sat down. It wasn't that he wanted to sit there, it was simply that the other four seats were all taken. Yuluo sat right in the middle, and next to Zhèng Sījí was Mo Lingyu. Seeing Zhèng Sījí seated, Yuluo glanced at her watch with her right hand and snorted coldly, "You're surprisingly punctual, not a minute early, not a minute late." Clearly, Yuluo and Ren Jialing had already wrapped up their pre-match pleasantries and were both pulling out their phones to log into the game. Meanwhile, Zhèng Sījí was quietly observing the opposing team across from him. Ren Jialing narrowed her eyes, staring straight at Zhèng Sījí. "Oh, it's Ren Jialing. So it's their feud again. Is she threatening me? Oomph, I've never been afraid of anyone's threats. Well, except for Yuluo. Wait, Mo Lingyu too. Anyone else? Try threatening me again and see what happens. I'll smash your head so crooked you won't recognize it. I'll make sure you're too exhausted to swing it." However, the match didn't go as planned. Just as Yuluo clicked into the game, a call suddenly came in. She'd intended to hang up immediately and block the number, but upon seeing the name displayed, she answered instead. "Hello? You finally remembered to call me? Poof." Hearing Yuluo's tone, everyone around knew it must be Zhao Jiaming calling. Just as everyone expected her to confront Zhao Jiaming, she shifted her tone abruptly and said sternly, "Go ahead." Then she frowned. "Are you sure you want me to come over now? Don't you know there's a competition today?" Sigh. "Fine, I'll be right there." After hanging up, Yuluo glanced at Ren Jialing across from her and noticed she was staring back. The two exchanged a knowing glance, nodded to each other, and walked away together. They actually made up. And they ditched the audience to run off together. The audience below was utterly dumbfounded. That crowd had been eagerly anticipating this match for ages. The event had been heavily promoted by Hidden Dragon Esports Arena weeks prior, with substantial advertising spending covering nearly every shop on Yulin Street. It's safe to say that anyone who'd been to Yulin Street during that time knew about today's match. Yet the spectators who had promised to attend were largely absent. Instead, many who had said things like "let's see how it goes, we'll decide later," or "not really interested" showed up in droves. The staff had anticipated this outcome, having organized numerous tournaments before. The staff's attendance estimate was based on the unsure attendees. Multiplying that number by 30% gave a fairly accurate projection of the actual turnout. And those who were genuinely interested? They were completely excluded. They'd been here many times before and knew the place would be packed to the rafters during every tournament. So they'd gotten smart, they stayed home or found a bubble tea shop to watch the livestream instead. Even though they weren't coming, they were all still following the match. So whether they're watching the livestream, attending in person, or just hearing about it now, everyone is eagerly anticipating this match. But before it even started, both main players bailed. This left the shop manager scrambling to wrap things up. He could only let the livestream continue airing commercials while waiting for a solution. Mo Lingyu had accompanied Yuluo to the venue. As Yuluo left, she casually exchanged a few words with her. She kept a close eye on Zhèng Sījí, warning him not to come near Mo Lingyu. And Zhèng Sījí? Would she heed Yuluo's warning? I came here to confront you. Do you really think your threats will work? You want to keep me away from Mo Lingyu? I'll get closer than ever. Mark my words, this isn't about beauty. I'm here to rebel against the landlords. Resisting the landlords? That starts with defying orders. Host, I know your thoughts inside out. For your mindset, I have only 6 words, you've got some nerve. Facing the system's contemptuous words, Zhèng Sījí merely laughed it off. You call this shameless? I'm a man destined for godhood. The first step to becoming a god is to bravely be myself. Stand tall and defy the landlords. Besides, what does becoming a god have to do with a thick skin? That stuff costs a few bucks a pound. Is it better steamed or braised? For the first time, the system was rendered speechless by Zhèng Sījí's retort and silently muted itself. Zhèng Sījí felt a quiet satisfaction. Finally, I've gotten my revenge. Of course, he dared not get too carried away. After all, the system was still his boss. Whether he wanted to make a wish or enter the soul space, he needed the system. With Yulua gone, Lingyu saw no reason to linger either, so she too rose from her gaming chair. Zhèng Sījí was surprised. In his impression, Lingyu was supposed to be a goody two-shoes, the type who never played games. Why was she here, and as a contestant at that? With Yulua gone and Lingyu leaving, Zhèng Sījí saw no reason to linger either. Lingyu beckoned to Zhèng Sījí with a flick of her finger, signaling him to leave with her. Zhèng Sījí straightened his chest and followed Lingyu out. Like I'd dare to skip out? I'm off to flirt with a beauty. Chapter 12, Lingyu's fluttering heart. Zhèng Sījí followed Lingyu out, and naturally, everyone noticed. At that moment, fellow contestant Kai Guoluan could no longer sit still. He had come for Lingyu in the first place, and Yuluo had promised him that if he won this match, she would create an opportunity for him and Lingyu to be alone together. He was brimming with anticipation, determined to secure victory in this match. Because, unbeknownst to others, he had secretly hired an actor. TSK, what a despicable director. Yuluo and Ren Jialing both adhered to the principle of fair competition and refrained from bribing the other team's members. They focused solely on strengthening their own teams. Though they appeared to be bitter rivals, each adhered to their own principles. But Kai Guoluan is different. After this competition, he'll finally get to go on a date with Lingyu alone. So he'd gone all out and hired an actor. But this match just got cancelled out of nowhere. The moment Zhèng Sījí arrived and Lingyu went to greet her, Kai Guoluan had already noticed Zhèng Sījí. This guy was acting so intimate with the girl he had his eye on. They were practically flirting openly. Seeing Lingyu's threatening glare at Zhèng Sījí, Kai Guoluan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Damn, another weirdo. It must be said, Kai Guoluan possessed remarkable restraint, holding back until just now. After all, he had a complete plan in mind. As long as he could create a private opportunity, he was confident he could take Lingyu down. With his cultivation, his background, and his looks, he was certain he could win her over in one fell swoop. But when Yuluo and Ren Jialing both inexplicably left, a spark of anger had already begun to burn within him. And now, to see Lingyu actually walking off alone with Zhèng Sījí. He could no longer contain himself. He slammed his fist on the table, ready to shout at the top of his lungs in front of everyone. But he snapped back to his senses. This wasn't the place to cause a scene. Fortunately, the livestream was currently airing commercials, so he didn't actually scream out loud, otherwise, he would have truly made a name for himself. Ignoring everyone else, he grabbed the jacket hanging on the back of his gaming chair and stormed out, his face twisted with suppressed rage. The esports arena owner was bitter inside. Just as the two main players had left, now 3 more were gone. How was he supposed to continue the tournament now? Meanwhile, Zhèng Sījí followed Lingyu out. He once harbored a blind confidence, convinced that now he could cultivate. Give me a few months to grind, and I'd be unstoppable. But upon reflection, this matter didn't seem like something that could be solved by sheer cultivation alone. Lingyu led Zhèng Sījí to a spot where there were hardly any people. From here, they could look down upon athletes sweating it out on the distant sports field. The spot was quiet, with a refreshing breeze blowing through, truly a pleasant place, though few knew of its existence. Lingyu halted his steps. Zhèng Sījí silently observed Lingyu from behind. She looked exceptionally beautiful today, her long hair cascading down her back, curling at the nape in a lively manner. In the dim light, her jet black hair revealed subtle hints of brown. She had a figure that should have been quite good, yet she made no effort to deliberately show it off. She wore a loose-fitting t-shirt tucked into her school uniform skirt. Those pair of long, fair legs were what caught Zhèng Sījí's attention the most. Too bad she wasn't wearing heels. Sigh. Her shoes were also quite special, a popular model of AJ sneakers. But Zhèng Sījí didn't recognize them, as he paid no attention to such things. Zhèng Sījí stopped alongside Lingyu. She turned around, arms crossed over her chest, facing him directly. Before Zhèng Sījí could tear his gaze away from her long, white legs, Lingyu flashed a faint smile and spoke directly. What were you doing yesterday? Hearing this, Zhèng Sījí froze. As if he already knew what she was going to ask, Zhèng Sījí suppressed his inner panic, his face remaining tense. When Zhèng Sījí didn't respond, the faint smile vanished from Lingyu's face, replaced by an intense seriousness. So you went to North Street yesterday, didn't you? Shock. Zhèng Sījí had no idea how she knew he'd been to North Street yesterday. Seeing Zhèng Sījí's stunned expression, a look of gravity also appeared on Lingyu's face. She knew Zhèng Sījí so well that she could discern his answer from his expression alone. What had been a speculative question had received an affirmative answer. Lingyu sighed softly and stated matter-of-factly, so, you know certain things about the Zhao and Xiang families. Zhèng Sījí had assumed the matter had already spread, but now it seemed things weren't quite so simple. To prevent Lingyu from reading his expression further, Zhèng Sījí twitched his eyebrow and suppressed his inner questions. Zhèng Sījí's reaction, however, was entirely within Lingyu's expectations. Far from deterring Lingyu from reading his face, his reaction only solidified her conclusion. In that case, the Zhao and Xiang families might seek you out soon to take your statement. Before she could finish, Mo Lingyu's expression darkened, her voice growing increasingly subdued. Deep down, she had always held on to a faint hope that it wouldn't be Zhèng Sījí. But knowing Zhèng Sījí as well as she did, after seeing that footage, she was almost certain it was him. Yet a sliver of hope lingered, urging her to hear it confirmed from his own lips. Due to yesterday's duel, the two strongest contenders for future family head of the Zhao and Xiang families had fought their way from South Street to North Street. Consequently, no one at the South Street dueling grounds knew what had actually transpired. News was completely sealed off. Only a handful knew of the deaths of the Zhao and Xiang candidates. North Street lay virtually deserted, ensuring the news remained tightly sealed. The only two individuals captured on surveillance. One had been killed by an ice spike. The other was Zhèng Sījí. Mo Lingyu naturally had no idea that both the Zhao and Xiang families had lost a powerful figure. She sought out Zhèng Sījí solely because her uncle had contacted her, asking her to confirm whether this man was her classmate. Her uncle was tight-lipped, and since this matter concerned Zhèng Sījí, she couldn't help but be concerned. It took her a long time to coax out even a shred of useful information. The Zhao and Xiang families, along with the Huaxia Federation's Tribunal Bureau, would all seek Zhèng Sījí for questioning. How could someone as sharp as her not realize that after giving a statement, would Zhèng Sījí still return unscathed? Though Mo Lingyu hadn't grasped the full details of this incident, she had picked up on something from her uncle's words. She had entered the esports arena with a heavy heart, yet suddenly heard Yuluwa claim Zhèng Sījí was playing games. This finally eased the anxiety that had been weighing on her heart. The fact that Zhèng Sījí still had a traceable signal meant the person in the surveillance footage might genuinely not be him. But Zhèng Sījí, now he had admitted that person was him. How could an ordinary person like him possibly survive unscathed amidst major events involving cultivators? In those cultivation clans, the lives of ordinary people held the least value. Given the influence of the two major clans, they would never allow someone privy to their secrets to walk away unscathed. The options were simple: join them, or die. For an ordinary person caught up in this, even if the incident itself wasn't particularly severe, it was highly likely they wouldn't survive. If this person could influence the outcome in the slightest, they would eliminate him immediately. And Zhèng Sījí had clearly been drawn into it already. Mo Lingyu's emotions surged like waves, a strange, oppressive heaviness settling in his chest that refused to dissipate. Giving herself hope she knew was impossible only led to despair even deeper than before. Sījí, perhaps this matter isn't as serious as I imagined, but promise me, put your own life above all else. Mo Lingyu turned her head to the side. Her trembling words betrayed the calm tone she tried to maintain, the shakiness still seeping through. A ray of sunlight fell upon the corner of her eye. Zhèng Sījí's eyes reflected her exquisitely beautiful profile and the single tear glistening in the sunlight at the corner of her eye. Zhèng Sījí finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He swallowed hard, his thoughts turning somber. Chapter 13, Heartbreakingly Skilled. Zhèng Sījí was also pondering this matter. He hadn't been worried at first, convinced his escape route was completely free of surveillance. And he hadn't left any traces after vanishing, except for Zhào Hào, who had been killed with a single punch. The autopsy would surely reveal something unusual. So, fingerprints? Or perhaps, the surveillance footage before it was destroyed. Before the surveillance was tampered with, Zhèng Sījí's location was precisely where Zhào Hào and Xiang Bahan met their end. So, his actions had been discovered after all? Seems I was still too young. I left behind a sliver of evidence after all. No, even if fingerprints were found, given my own abilities, they'd never suspect me of killing Zhào Hào. At worst, my abilities would be exposed after all. Even if they weren't revealed now, they'd inevitably come to light during the college entrance exams. So they think I know about Zhào Hào and Xiang Babin's deaths and want to silence me? At this thought, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. These powerful families truly don't regard ordinary people's lives as human. Sooner or later, I'll put them in their place. But right now, this was indeed a problem. If they discovered the secret of his immortality, he would be unable to move freely in the future. Yet Zhèng Sījí remained unflustered. After all, he couldn't die. At worst, he'd be subjected to daily research. He'd wait for the weekly special refresh, continuously make wishes to enhance himself, and persistently enter the soul space for training and adaptation. One day, he would escape. But unless absolutely forced, he still didn't want to lose his freedom. He was about to speak up to comfort Mo Lingyu, to tell him he'd be fine. But just then, the back of his head suddenly felt the familiar thud of a hammer. Thud! Zhèng Sījí's head took a brutal whack from some unknown object, causing his body to lose control and crash forward. Mo Lingyu heard the sound and turned back, only to see Kai Guoluan standing there, a coat tied around his waist, striking a pose as if he'd just finished punching someone. She quickly lowered her gaze and saw Zhèng Sījí face planted on the ground. Seeing Mo Lingyu's stunned expression, Kai Guoluan clearly assumed she was captivated by his impressive display. He finished with a fist-pumping flourish, flicked his thumb across his nose, and struck what he deemed a supremely cool pose. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yu. I knew he'd pick on you. It's okay, I'm here now. Leave it to me. Kai Guoluan puffed himself up, seeking credit from Mo Lingyu and flaunting his manliness. Meanwhile, Zhèng Sījí lay sprawled on the ground, his face a sea of confusion. What did I do? Why did I get hit with a smashing hammer? Zhèng Sījí slowly pushed himself up with his hands, trying to get back on his feet. Mo Lingyu, however, paid Kai Guoluan no mind whatsoever. She shot him a look of disgust before immediately crouching down to help Zhèng Sījí to his feet. Kai Guoluan's eyes widened in shock. What the hell was this? Rage flared across his face, nearly erupting into a shout. Xiaoyu. He made you cry. Why are you helping him? After helping Zhèng Sījí up, Mo Lingyu shot Kai Guoluan a cold glance. Supporting Zhèng Sījí, she turned to leave, intending to find another place to continue their conversation. Before leaving, she coldly added, Who do you think you are? What business is it of yours what happens between us? Zhèng Sījí gradually snapped out of his bewildered state. He was used to getting hammered by Bao Bao, now it was just someone else doing the hammering. So he wasn't particularly angry. But remembering he was now the male lead with a golden finger, his expression darkened. TSK. This harshness was new to him, a bit unsettling. With one arm supported by Mo Lingyu, he took advantage of her kindness and followed her out. With his free hand, he extended two fingers, pointing them at his own eyes before shifting them toward Kai Guoluan. The meaning was clear, this isn't over. Add to that Zhèng Sījí's face dripping with scorn. It made Kai Guoluan explode. You made my little Lingyu cry, yet she stood up for you. Now you're rubbing salt in the wound by mocking me. Kai Guoluan clenched his fists tightly, poised to charge forward and land another couple of punches on Zhèng Sījí. But Mo Lingyu turned back coldly, her gaze warning Kai Guoluan. Kai Guoluan froze instantly, hastily withdrawing his aggressive stance. He was utterly at a loss. Mo Lingyu's gaze was too fierce, too unfamiliar. He had never seen this side of her before. Mo Lingyu always greeted others with a smile. But today, not only was she crying, she gave him an icy feeling. By the time he snapped out of it, Zhèng Sījí and Mo Lingyu had already walked far away. Ah! Kai Guoluan suddenly let out a frenzied scream, venting his extreme fury. He felt betrayed. Kai Guoluan had been spoiled since childhood, and constantly being put in his place by Mo Lingyu was already unbearable. Now someone had the audacity to cheat on him right in front of him. And to rub salt in the wound by flirting with the very person he loved while mocking him. This was utterly intolerable. His hands clenched the railing tightly, his gaze growing increasingly vicious. He ground out through clenched teeth, Kid, we'll see about that. Drops of blood trickled from his hands, splattering onto the ground and blooming into a dark, black flower. Mo Lingyu walked alongside Zhèng Sījí, tending to his wounds as she went. She had grown accustomed to such scenes this time, it was merely a different assailant attacking Zhèng Sījí. The previous culprit, of course, had been Yu Luo. Zhèng Sījí's skin had long since grown thick enough to withstand such blows, falling face first had only left him with minor scrapes. Host, I have to say your skin really is thick. And when someone's bullying you right to your face, why don't you fight back? That's way too cowardly. You're a guy with a golden finger, for crying out loud. When in doubt, just go with the fists. The system's voice echoed in Zhèng Sījí's mind. This way, girls will care about you. What the hell do you know, you're just a system. Ever since Zhèng Sījí discovered how to retort back at the system, he couldn't stop himself. Besides, now's not the time to reveal my true strength. That Kai Guoluan is clearly a cultivator. If I don't use my cultivation to fight him, I'll definitely lose. But if I do use my cultivation, I'll expose my strength. I'd likely get arrested for questioning soon. Exposing my power now isn't a smart move. Zhèng Sījí's rapid-fire reasoning left the system speechless. After a moment of silence, the system replied in a tone tinged with mockery, You're quite the girl, aren't you? Your thoughts are truly intricate. Zhèng Sījí. Can we not talk about this anymore? Sījí, are you okay? Zhèng Sījí was still sparring with the system when a female voice suddenly reached her ears. Zhèng Sījí awkwardly scratched his head. I'm fine. It's just a beating from Babo Hammer. I've been getting hammered by Yuluo for so long, I'm used to it by now. Hearing Zhèng Sījí's painfully familiar words, Mo Lingyu couldn't help but burst into tears again. Normally, no matter how heartbroken she felt, Mo Lingyu would never show her vulnerable side. Even that single tear earlier had startled Zhèng Sījí enough. This scene left Zhèng Sījí utterly at a loss. Seeing Mo Lingyu like this for the first time left him utterly flustered. Wait, I'm the one who got hurt, right? I'm the one getting dragged in for questioning, right? So why are you the one crying? Straight guy ? JPG. Chapter 14, I like. Mo Lingyu's tears weren't entirely without reason. Her chest had felt heavy all along. The thought that Zhèng Sījí might never return made that heaviness press down even harder. Only now did Zhèng Sījí's words remind her of what Yu Luo had done back then. She was filled with regret for not stopping Yu Luo from bullying Zhèng Sījí back then. Now, these two emotions collided within her, causing her heart to shatter completely. Mo Lingyu's sudden, unprovoked tears left Zhèng Sījí at a loss, unsure where to place his hands. Host, just go hug her. This time it'll definitely work. She won't push you away if she does, I'll take your surname. The system's voice echoed in her mind, completely devoid of the defiant tone from their earlier exchange. And Zhèng Sījí actually followed the system's prompting. He went and hugged her. Seeing Zhèng Sījí actually go for it, the system paused in surprise. Then it spoke again. Host, this time I absolutely have to help you. Come on, I'll say one line, you say the next. Zhèng Sījí knew he had no experience handling this kind of situation, so he could only agree. It's okay, Xiao Yu. Don't worry about me. I'll definitely come back safe and sound. Surely these great clans wouldn't be so unreasonable, right? Besides, didn't they say it was just for a statement? I'm sure the federal tribunal won't let anything happen to me. The system spoke a line in his mind, and Zhèng Sījí repeated it. This is practically cheating. With this thing, why would I ever fear teachers making us memorize entire texts? Not only did Mo Lingyu not push Zhèng Sījí away, she pressed closer and cried even harder. Fortunately, there were few people around. Only a handful passed by, stealing quick glances at them. Feeling Mo Lingyu in his arms not only refrained from pushing him away but actually clung tighter, Zhèng Sījí felt a quiet thrill of satisfaction. Having tasted a bit of sweetness, Zhèng Sījí continued reciting along with the system. Relax, Lingyu. It's just two families. I'll be honest with you, I've got people backing me too. Nothing bad will happen. At this point, Zhèng Sījí paused, startled by his own words. Right. Of course someone was backing me too. Every month, someone transfers money into my bank account. Could it be a bank glitch? That couldn't be. The only question was whether the person backing him was powerful enough to stand up to the Zhao and Xiang families. He'd nearly died yesterday, and no one had come to his rescue. Zhèng Sījí had been feeling quite excited earlier, but the moment he thought about what lay ahead, his worries began to surface again. He wasn't worried before, but now he is again. So, why can't people just give you hope openly? They give you hope, and then you start worrying. If you have a trump card, don't let us know about it. Otherwise, when hope is raised only to be dashed, the psychological blow is all the greater. Upon hearing Zhèng Sījí's final words, Mo Lingyu abruptly stopped crying. Standing at 168 centimeters tall, she lifted her head to meet the gaze of Zhèng Sījí, who towered at 180 centimeters. Their eyes locked. You really have connections? Her voice was slightly choked, her eyes red and swollen, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Host, don't get confused now. Repeat after me. Alright, tell me. I'll repeat after you. Zhèng Sījí mentally struck a deal with the system. Having tasted a bit of success, he now trusted it completely. Zhèng Sījí focused intently, waiting for the system to recite the entire text. Reach your hand to her. Before the sentence was finished, Zhèng Sījí abruptly stopped. This wasn't meant for him to recite. The system was exasperated. Host, how can you be so dense? Can't you think on your feet? Zhèng Sījí retorted, but you told me to recite it with you. System. She hasn't caught on yet. Quick, follow along. Zhèng Sījí also noticed Mo Lingyu hadn't reacted, so he continued following the system's instructions. He reached his hand to Mo Lingyu's ear, gently lifted a strand of her hair, and then caressed her cheek. Zhèng Sījí was now moving with extreme caution, his actions slow and deliberate, afraid of making another mistake. The two stared at each other like this, Mo Lingyu gazing back at Zhèng Sījí with wide eyes. After a long moment, Zhèng Sījí suddenly uttered an inexplicable statement. I like eating curry rice. Let's go eat curry rice. Immediately afterward, Zhèng Sījí began cursing inwardly. System, what the hell are you saying? Is this how you teach people? The system responded matter-of-factly. Host, you're just one step away. Why did you backtrack? Do you want to stay single forever? Thankfully, Zhèng Sījí snapped out of it. Otherwise, he really would have blurted out that line. Zhèng Sījí blocked the system and dropped back down from king to bronze. He let go of Mo Lingyu and started walking toward a nearby curry restaurant. But his hand suddenly brushed against something warm and soft. The instant it touched his hand, Zhèng Sījí shuddered. What else could it be? It had to be Mo Lingyu's hand. Completely flustered, Zhèng Sījí stiffly turned his head. What he saw was Mo Lingyu, his face set in stubborn defiance. Is it because of Yuluo? Mo Lingyu slowly lowered his gaze, his expression darkening. You still like her, don't you? Hearing Mo Lingyu's soul-searching question, Zhèng Sījí froze. He sighed softly. This situation was truly difficult to handle now. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words stuck in his throat, unable to form. After a long silence without a reply, Mo Lingyu spoke again. I've always known that Yuluo didn't want me to meet with you. Every time we meet, she's always there. I know you like Yuluo, even though she already has a boyfriend. But... Mo Lingyu trailed off, swallowing hard as she tried to force herself to finish. Yet the most crucial words were caught in her throat just as they reached her lips, forced back down. Instead, a different sentence escaped. Promise me you'll always put your own life first. With that, Mo Lingyu released Zhèng Sījí's hand and turned to leave. Sometimes it's like that the words you want to say just won't come out. By the time one finally gathers the courage to speak, the words that come out are entirely different. Watching Mo Lingyu run down the stairs, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Host, just go for it. Based on my experience as a female system, she definitely likes you. Can't you tell? Once Zhèng Sījí lifted the system's suppression, it launched into a furious tirade against him. Of course Zhèng Sījí could tell he wasn't stupid. But he had no energy left to bicker with the system. His mind was consumed with figuring out how to navigate this relationship. Ever since acquiring the system, his mind had been in constant turmoil, never taking the time to sort through it all. He didn't know what to do. This wasn't something he could figure out overnight. Originally, he had only one option. But the system's arrival had given him several more options. Which one to choose, let fate decide. Chapter 15, Oh, how careless. The moment Mo Lingyu raced down the stairs, she immediately regretted it. She turned to look back, but didn't see what she'd hoped to see. Zhèng Sījí hadn't followed her. Though she'd anticipated this outcome, she'd still clung to the hope of a surprise. She was too clever, always calculating the most probable outcome in every situation. And precisely because she was too clever, she found herself particularly troubled. She probably already knew the outcome, yet she still clung to the hope of something unexpected happening. She gave herself a hope she knew was impossible to fulfill, only to plunge herself into deeper despair. This floor was crowded, and she stood out too much. The tear stains that wouldn't fade from her face, the tears poised to fall from the corners of her eyes, and the pink-rimmed sockets all marked her recent sobbing. The longing in her eyes drew pity from passers-by. Her fingers were interlaced, clasped before her chest, as if awaiting something. Though passers-by wanted to help her, the aura she radiated deterred those who wished to offer assistance. After a long while, she slowly lowered her gaze. Disappointment, regret, sorrow, reluctance. A whirlwind of emotions swirled in her eyes. Suddenly, she closed her eyes tightly and clenched her fists, as if making some solemn vow. Then she swiftly departed, vanishing from the sight of those around her. If one had looked closely into her eyes, perhaps a hint of resoluteness might still have been discernible. After Yuluo and Ren Jialing left together, they reunited. The previous tension between them had completely vanished, replaced by a sense of harmony. While hailing a ride with her phone, Yuluo asked, Shaoling, did the Xiang family ask you to return? Ren Jialing nodded and countered, you were called back by the Zhao family, right? Yuluo gave a slight nod and continued, also, the North Street Conference Hall? Ren Jialing hummed in acknowledgement, clearly having guessed the situation. Both Yuluo's boyfriend, Zhao Jiaming, and Ren Jialing's boyfriend, Xiang Yulan, had used an almost commanding tone to tell them to come immediately. Both Yuluo and Ren Jialing froze in surprise, clearly taken aback by their boyfriend's unexpected assertiveness. Then, when they heard their boyfriends say their families needed to see them, they were even more bewildered. Family members seeking them out? What could it possibly be? Judging by the tone on the other end of the line, it certainly wasn't something trivial like romantic entanglements. So Yuluo and Ren Jialing instantly became serious. A minor competition, even if it couldn't proceed, the loss would be nothing more than a bit of money. But the Jia and Zhao families, both were fairly prominent clans in South China City. Though they might not impress the city's other elite families, to high schoolers like them with modest backgrounds, these clans were still colossal entities. Yuluo and Ren Jialing's families were in business, while the Zhao and Xiang families were cultivation clans. Perhaps their families were wealthy, but in this world, money had never been the measure of strength. Thus, when both families urgently summoned them, they immediately dropped everything and rushed over. They had no idea what had happened, and the phone call offered no clear explanation. Thus, they could only patiently endure the uncertainty and strive to arrive as soon as possible. Since it was a family summons, powerful cultivators would surely be present. To low-level practitioners like them, these elders were absolute superiors. So now they were both nervous, sitting in the car not knowing where to put their hands. Yuluo and Ren Jialing were each lost in their own thoughts, exchanging little conversation during the ride. Amidst this silence, they arrived at the North Street Conference Hall in South China City. South City North Street Conference Hall. Two middle-aged men, both radiating anger, sat on opposite sides of the conference room. Beside them sat several prominent members from their respective families. Zhao Jiaming and Xiang Yulan sat beside their respective middle-aged counterparts. The two middle-aged men were the current heads of the Zhao and Xiang families. Both patriarchs radiated an imposing aura, constantly exerting pressure on each other. Not far away, numerous figures in white coats bustled back and forth. They were all busy with the two bodies that had been frozen. They were the coroners. Amidst the tension between the two factions stood a younger man. Sensing the awkward tension, he attempted to lighten the mood. Gentlemen, perhaps you should take a break. You've been sitting here since yesterday afternoon. It wouldn't do to harm your health. But the head of the Xiang family responded coldly, I think it's about time the bureau chief gave me an answer. You couldn't determine Zhao Hao's cause of death, but Xiang Baheo's cause is quite obvious, isn't it? Liang Yiba, chief of the Star River District branch of the Federation Judiciary Bureau in South China City, awkwardly scratched his nose. He dared not make a direct announcement either. This match had claimed 2 lives and devastated both North Street and South Street, the most bustling areas of Star River Street. Although Xiang Babin's cause of death was undeniably clear, the Zhao family refused to acknowledge it. Because Zhao Hao was dead too. His fatal wound was unmistakable, a gaping hole in his chest. But who could possibly have punched a hole through Zhao Hao's chest? After a night of forensic analysis, it was confirmed that this chest wound was not inflicted by Xiang Babin. This meant the killer who took Zhao Hao's life was someone else entirely. But if this verdict meant the Zhao family would bear the brunt of the blame and also compensate the Xiang family for their losses, would the Zhao family agree? They insisted that the Xiang family had concealed Xiang Bahan's strength and then killed Zhao Hao during the match, leaving them completely unable to make a ruling. To make matters worse, the surveillance footage had been deliberately destroyed, and no witnesses were found. Thus, a dilemma had emerged. Until this morning, a breakthrough finally emerged. An unfamiliar fingerprint was discovered on Zhao Hao's body. DNA analysis of the fingerprint identified its owner as Zhèng Sījí. Coincidentally, before the cameras were destroyed, footage captured Zhèng Sījí walking down the street. His last known location was precisely at the crime scene. Subsequently, footage from the East Street surveillance camera was recovered, showing Zhèng Sījí walking out as if nothing had happened, without a single trace of blood on him. This inevitably made them suspect whether this boy knew something, or worse, was he the killer? But when they looked into Zhèng Sījí's background, they immediately dismissed that possibility. They simply couldn't believe this academically unremarkable male student could be the killer. Their sole hope now was to extract some information from Zhèng Sījí. Both Zhao Hao and Xiang Babin were formidable combatants within their families, having already attained the rank of second-grade mage. Even their family heads were only second-rank mage masters. After all, breaking through beyond second rank to third rank, or beyond archmage to forbidden spells, was exceedingly difficult. Thus, second-rank mage was already the backbone of combat strength for many families. Chapter 16, Everything begins with earning money. As the backbone of a family's combat strength, a second-rank mage inevitably attracts significant resources. Their deaths would undoubtedly cause the family to lose a great deal of resources and partnerships. Both the Zhao and Xiang families invested immense effort and countless resources in cultivating them. After finally breaking through to second-rank cultivators, they arranged a duel only to perish together. Should this news leak, the stocks of enterprises controlled by their families would plummet. Numerous partnerships would be terminated. This was precisely what they wished to avoid at all costs. Therefore, Mo Lingyu's guess was correct. The Zhao and Xiang families wanted to eliminate Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí's fingerprints and surveillance footage were first discovered by Liang Yiba. He learned his niece was Zhèng Sījí's classmate and immediately called to inquire about the situation. He desperately tried to conceal Zhèng Sījí, having also guessed that the two families might secretly eliminate him. As a member of the federal tribunal, he could never allow such a thing to happen. But behind the scenes, the life or death of an ordinary person truly carries little weight in today's society. Especially for powerful clans like theirs, they were formidable forces within the Huaxia Federation. The Federation wouldn't eliminate them over a single civilian at most, they'd offer some compensation. Liang Yiba knew this matter couldn't be concealed forever, yet he still wanted to salvage whatever he could. Yet the news didn't stay hidden for long before both major clans learned of it. They were furious that Liang Yiba hadn't informed them sooner, yet they dared not vent their anger at him directly. After all, Liang Yiba held the position of chief of a subordinate bureau within the Federation's judiciary department. Upon receiving the news, they immediately tracked down Zhao Jiaming and Xiang Yulin. The families also discovered that their girlfriends were classmates with Zhèng Sījí. Moreover, intelligence indicated Zhèng Sījí was quite close with Yuluo and Ring Jialing. Zhao Jiaming knew about this, but he hadn't paid it much mind. After all, Zhèng Sījí was just an ordinary person who posed no real threat to him. But Xiang Yulin didn't know. He could feel something strange appearing above his head. But they both understood that the current situation left no room for personal feelings to interfere. Therefore, they immediately recalled their girlfriends. The family intended to use them to verify the intelligence's authenticity. This wasn't because they suspected Zhèng Sījí was the murderer. The information provided clearly showed Zhèng Sījí hadn't been at work and no relatives had ever appeared by his side. Yet his bank account received substantial monthly deposits. They intended to eliminate Zhèng Sījí precisely because he had no backing whatsoever. Therefore, the family intended to use Yu Luo and Ring Jialing, two individuals who were usually quite close to Zhèng Sījí, to see if they knew anything about the situation. They dared not arrest Zhèng Sījí rashly, for they too feared the mysterious benefactor funding him. After all, a child with no cultivation base receiving so much money every month. Therefore, they needed to gain a general understanding of Zhèng Sījí's situation through Yu Luo and Rin Jialing, his personality, his relatives and friends, and so on. If the family did uncover something, if Zhèng Sījí truly had some backing they couldn't afford to provoke, then they would resort to bribery to buy his silence and prevent him from spreading the news. If Zhèng Sījí truly had no backing, then it was a no-brainer. But after careful consideration, they had already dispatched people to invite Zhèng Sījí over. If they couldn't eliminate him, they'd claim they wanted to sign a contract with him to ensure his silence. If they could eliminate him. At that moment, the doors to the council chamber swung open. Two women were escorted inside by two men. Upon entering, Yuluo's gaze immediately fell upon the bureau chief, the head of the Federal Tribunal's branch office. She hadn't met him in person before, but she had seen him on television. This commissioner was relatively approachable, personally overseeing many major disputes and cases. Yuluo didn't know this chief was Mo Lingyu's uncle, as Mo Lingyu wasn't one to flaunt such connections. Next, she spotted Zhao Jiaming and Xiang Yulan, each seated beside a robust middle-aged man. Seeing them both sitting there with heads bowed, not daring to move, Yuluo frowned slightly. She hadn't met these two family heads before, but she sensed an intangible aura lingering around them. She immediately concluded these two were no ordinary figures. Even if they weren't family heads, they were undoubtedly powerful figures of great standing. Upon seeing their intended visitors had arrived, the two family heads each withdrew their imposing presence. They led their respective family members out through the two separate doors of the conference room, heading to separate locations for questioning. Zhao Jiaming followed closely behind the Zhao family head, shooting Yuluo a meaningful glance. He signaled her to keep her arrogance in check and answer the family head's questions honestly. Seeing Zhao Jiaming so solemn and cautious, Yuluo straightened her posture and composed her expression, striving not to betray any hint of fear. After all, if she were to marry into the Zhao family, this man would be someone she would see frequently. If for no other reason, she had to put on a good show for her own sake. Upon entering the conference room, they quickly got down to business. The middle-aged man shed his earlier anger, and the faint sense of pressure he had exuded gradually dissipated. "Young lady, you must be Jiaming's girlfriend. Well, he's truly a fine lad." The Zhao family head had naturally discerned that Yuluo was a low-tier foundation establishment magician, not particularly powerful. But when gathering intelligence, one must still offer some polite pleasantries. Before Yuluo could respond, the Zhao family head continued, "Young lady, I trust you know why I summoned you here. Zhèng Sījí, you're quite close with him, aren't you? Rest assured, young lady, I won't meddle in matters between you young people. I summoned you primarily to inquire about matters concerning Zhèng Sījí." Zhao family head's words left Yuluo utterly dumbfounded. He summoned me to ask about Zhèng Sījí? How did he even know Zhèng Sījí? And why would he want to know about Zhèng Sījí? A flurry of questions surged through Yuluo's mind. Just as she was about to speak up, a voice cut her off. "Yuluo, answer whatever the head of the family asks." The tone was stern, deepening Yuluo's confusion. The voice clearly belonged to Zhao Jiaming. Yuluo felt a surge of displeasure, but suddenly realized the person before her was the head of the Zhao family. This realization forced Yuluo to take him more seriously, suppressing any other emotions. Even though she came from a business family, she was still just a high school student. Her heartbeat grew increasingly frantic as she swallowed hard. Then, glancing at Zhao Jiaming once more, she finally gathered her courage to speak. "Head Zhao, Zhèng Sījí, he likes me." Chapter 17, Passive Skill, the Majesty of a King. Head of the Zhao family. "Zhèng Sījí likes me." Before Yuluo could finish speaking, Zhao Jiaming's expression had already changed. He knew Yuluo often bullied Zhèng Sījí, frequently sending him on errands and even beating him up. After learning about Zhèng Sījí, he hadn't paid much attention, since Zhèng Sījí was just an ordinary person without cultivation, someone incapable of causing any real trouble. He saw Zhèng Sījí as an easy target to bully. If Yuluo enjoyed tormenting him, he had no objection. But he truly had no idea that Zhèng Sījí was in love with Yuluo. Ignoring the stares of others, Yuluo continued. If I'm being honest, Zhèng Sījí is indeed a good person. But he has no background, no power. Before Yuluo could finish, Zhao family head's brow furrowed. That young man truly had no connections? The Zhao family head cut her off abruptly. "Are you certain he has no connections?" His tone was casual, yet it weighed heavily on Yuluo, making her feel slightly breathless. The aura emanating from this Zhao family head was overwhelmingly powerful. Even his unintentional presence made Yuluo feel strained. Yuluo's face paled slightly as she nodded firmly, signaling her certainty. Then, that aura gradually dissipated. Yuluo wanted to take a deep breath, but the current situation made her dare not move at all. The Zhao family head pondered briefly before asking again, "How generous was Zhèng Sījí's spending?" "I'm talking about his financial generosity." Yuluo froze slightly, clearly puzzled by the question. Nevertheless, she answered the Zhao family head, "To my knowledge, Zhèng Sījí's spending isn't particularly large. In fact, it could even be described as modest." Zhao Jiaming's face darkened. What kind of devilish conversation was this? "Wait, I'm your boyfriend, right? Shouldn't you be the one who knows how big my spending is? How come you know so much about other people's spending habits?" Zhao Jiaming suddenly felt as if something had appeared on his forehead. The head of the Zhao family lowered his head in deep thought. The others dared not move, waiting silently for him to finish his contemplation. He pondered Yuluo's words. Though she hadn't said much, it was undoubtedly the truth. But these conditions, he still couldn't bring himself to eliminate Zhèng Sījí. After all, the substantial monthly sums flowing into the family gave the patriarch an ominous foreboding. "Everyone, please leave." The patriarch's command echoed, and the others promptly took their leave. The head of the Zhao family took a deep breath. The intelligence he possessed was woefully inadequate. This intelligence still failed to give him the resolve to eliminate Zhèng Sījí. But soon after, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he recognized the familiar name. A faint smile touched his lips. He had been waiting for this call. After Mo Lingyu left, Zhèng Sījí didn't head straight home either. His purpose this time was to explore this bustling marketplace. Having lived in the Star River district since childhood, he had already explored nearly every corner of Star River Street. Having finally made it to Yulin district, he naturally wanted to explore its signature marketplace. After all, he might be taken away soon. There was a high chance he'd be locked up somewhere indefinitely, subjected to inhumane experiments. Thus, he treated this stroll as his final outing. He had no idea when the next time would be. Of course, a small spark of hope flickered within him. He hoped the person behind him would appear, allowing him to learn more about himself. The most crucial piece was the sealed-away memory of those 6 years. His second hope? Well, he was hoping for a free ride. How to put it? He'd long noticed something different about Mo Lingyu. He harbored a sliver of hope for Mo Lingyu too, that her background might help him weather this storm. Although Zhèng Sījí harbored considerable resistance to the idea of freeloading, still, when you have the chance to freeload, there's bound to be a tiny bit of hope, right? Just a tiny bit, mind you. Not much at all. Host, you're already living off someone else's generosity. You're living off your own generosity, got it? Zhèng Sījí. Yeah, my soul is female, and it was through my own power that I developed myself. So it's true that I'm living off my own soft rice. Fine, then I'll gladly accept this freeloading. Zhèng Sījí held an ice cream cone in his left hand and a large skewer of grilled meat in his right, happily munching away while eyeing the girls on the street. His skin was thick, and not just in the literal sense. Except for Yilua and Mo Lingyu, he'd never back down from anyone. But this blissful moment didn't last long. While Zhèng Sījí was waiting for his grilled oysters, he was hailed by a group of men in black. Seriously, couldn't you guys show a little more subtlety? Dressed head to toe in black, you'd think you were afraid people wouldn't know you're the villains, huh? Zhèng Sījí felt no tension or fear whatsoever. He'd already prepared himself for the worst possible outcome. What else could happen? Unexpectedly, the leader of the group stepped forward and addressed him with utmost respect. Good evening. May we ask if you are Mr. Zhèng Sījí? Zhèng Sījí was taken aback by the man's demeanor. Why was this guy being so polite? Shouldn't black-clad thugs just jump straight into action? Zhèng Sījí nodded, offering no words in response. The man in black continued, Mr. Zhèng Sījí, our master would like to invite you for a cup of tea. We kindly request you accompany us. He used the most respectful tone to deliver the most coercive words. Hold on a sec, just let me finish grilling my oysters first. Hey chef, load up on the chile. If it doesn't kill me with spice, I'm leaving a bad review. Zhèng Sījí acted as if he couldn't care less, casually tossing a few words at the black-clad man before returning to nagging the chef about his oysters. Who else in this world has ever seen someone as carefree as me, Zhèng Sījí? Host, I have to give you credit here. You truly possess the aura of a king right now, though the reason behind it is a bit heartbreaking. System, if you hadn't added that last bit, I might have found an opportunity to introduce you to a handsome male system. System. The oyster grill owner, seeing a group of men in black waiting for him, trembled as he hastened his movements. Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but smile wryly at the sight. Hey, if you don't cook these properly, I'm going to give you a bad review. They're all waiting for me, what are you so scared of? The poor guy was suffering inside. He was just an ordinary person, seeing this kind of scene for the first time. Oh wait, he'd seen it on TV before. But those black-clad men usually just charge in headlong, acting as cannon fodder. But you've got over a dozen of them waiting for you like this. That's way too much setup. Aren't you just waiting for me? And seriously, why so many demands? Bad reviews if it's not spicy, bad reviews if it's not cooked through. It definitely deserves a bad review if it's not cooked through. Sigh, running a business these days is tough. Chapter 18, you guys, come shopping with me. The owner sped up his movements. The garlicky aroma of the roasted oysters with garlic paste spread instantly through the surrounding area, carried by a sudden breeze. A few black-clad men with questionable professionalism even swallowed hard. Zhèng Sījí immediately noticed and pointed at them, giving them a stern lecture. You all four of you, step out of line. The four men exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes widening behind dark sunglasses. The leader, however, gave a subtle nod, signaling them to obey Zhèng Sījí. The four had no choice. Their boss had given the order, so they'd just have to comply. Zhèng Sījí, holding his skewered lamb, strode forward with an uncompromising gait. Do you know how to stand at attention? Yes. The four men shouted in unison. Standing at attention? Piece of cake. We could do it all day. And since there's no way to resist, I'll just drown you out with noise. Can you do military boxing? Yes. The four men in black answered in unison once more. None of them had military backgrounds, but they'd studied military boxing. Can you do push-ups? Yes. Good. Now get into a horse stance. Black-clad men? Follow orders. Zhèng Sījí mimicked the black-clad man's tone and bellowed loudly. The man in black immediately began assuming a horse stance. Zhèng Sījí walked in front of the four, swaying back and forth as he savored the skewers of lamb. Suddenly remembering something, he dashed to the nearby golden arches and returned carrying a cup of ice-cold cola. Thus, before the four black-clad figures, he alternated between bites of lamb skewers and sips of ice-cold cola, eating with such relish it was a sight to behold. "Hey, young man! Your oysters are ready!" The oyster shop manager called out to Zhèng Sījí the moment the oysters came out of the oven, urging him to come pick up his order. Zhèng Sījí picked up the grilled oysters and asked the leader of the men in black, "Want some?" But before the black-clad man could finish his sentence, Zhèng Sījí turned away, completely ignoring him. His hand froze mid-air. All he heard was Zhèng Sījí, who was facing away from him and happily munching on the grilled oysters, say, "You brought money, right? Go pay for them. I'll get reimbursed by your boss later." The black-clad man's mouth twitched. Reluctantly, he went to pay the bill. What could he do? He'd heard the master had specifically ordered them to treat Zhèng Sījí with courtesy in a particularly stern tone. He didn't know why, but he had to obey. He had no file on Zhèng Sījí, only basic details: where he was, what he was doing, what he looked like, and his name. The master had ordered courtesy, so courtesy they would show. He was just a lowly black-clad enforcer. Don't be so fierce. The reason Zhèng Sījí dared to act so arrogantly was because, during his back and forth with the system, he suddenly sensed something. After observing how excessively courteous these black-clad men were toward him, he began analyzing the situation with the system. Though the system usually enjoyed bickering with him, it proved surprisingly reliable in critical moments. The most plausible conclusion in their analysis was, the heads of the two major families had traced his bank account. This wasn't exactly a secret. The money in his account had all been transferred through legitimate channels. The unfamiliar card number used for the transfer hadn't raised much suspicion either. After all, transferring money from an unfamiliar account to someone else's was now a common practice. However, the transaction details of Zhèng Sījí's bank card were not kept confidential. Therefore, the heads of the two major families likely suspected the source of his mysterious monthly income, which made them wary. Well, doesn't that mean I can pull this off? As long as I'm bold enough, as long as I have enough confidence, as long as I don't show the slightest panic, I can fool them all. The reason Zhèng Sījí had those four men in black step forward and assume a horse stance, then teased them and made the leader pay, was to test his hunch. Sure enough, his hunch was probably spot on. At the very least, their homes were definitely a concern. The reason Zhèng Sījí turned his back was obviously because he couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, the oyster shell shielded his face, so no one noticed his laughter. It was just that oyster shell was a bit hot. After paying, the leader in black approached Zhèng Sījí and politely urged him to accompany them. But Zhèng Sījí? Since they'd realized he probably wouldn't let them get too rough with him, why not just let loose a little more? Zhèng Sījí fought back a chuckle. What's the rush? Do you even know where this is? The leader in black replied with confusion, Yulin Street. Zhèng Sījí pressed on, do you know why I came here? The leader fell silent. How could he possibly know Zhèng Sījí's purpose here? Of course I'm here to go shopping. Zhèng Sījí looked at the black-clad leader with an expression that said, what a cutie. Come on, let's keep browsing. Once I've eaten and drunk my fill, I'll consider meeting your master. With that, Zhèng Sījí headed toward another shop. The group of black-clad men were utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is this guy doing? Was he seriously going shopping? Now, the black-clad men were at a loss. Their mission was to escort Zhèng Sījí back, yet they'd been instructed to treat him courteously. They'd handled plenty of similar assignments before, but this time they were genuinely baffled. Well, it looks like this mission might be a bit tricky to pull off. Adding that restriction made the difficulty skyrocket. So the leader of the black-clad men ordered the others to follow Zhèng Sījí while he went to report the situation to his superiors. The leader pulled out his phone and dialed his direct superior. Boss, we've hit a snag here. Here's what happened. The black-clad figure relayed the entire sequence of events to his superior in meticulous detail. After hearing the report, the superior fell silent. He then instructed the leader to continue surveillance while he escalated the matter to his own superiors. The leader breathed a sigh of relief. As long as someone higher up took the fall, it wouldn't matter if this mission failed. If his superior knew what the leader was thinking, he'd probably give him a big hug right then, and they're a kindred spirit. Indeed, you once again dialed his superior's number. Mr. Chi, we've hit a snag here. Here's the situation. This superior then relayed the information he had gathered to his own superior. Mr. Chi was taken aback upon hearing this. What? You say he radiated an imposing presence, not at all like an ordinary person? And when he heard the names of the Zhao and Xian families, his attitude actually became more casual? The subordinate nodded repeatedly, uttering a series of ahas. Understood. I'll report this to higher-ups. Have your team follow up for now? Mr. Chi hung up and dialed another number. Time to find the next scapegoat. Teacher Zhao, it's like this. Mr. Qi relayed the intelligence he'd just uncovered in meticulous detail. Chapter 19, ever heard of 9 dragons dragging a coffin? Right, that has nothing to do with this. What? You say this young man wasn't intimidated by the Zhao and Xiang families at all, but instead seemed completely unfazed? Not simple. This young man's background is definitely not simple. You guys keep following up. I'll report this. Teacher Zhao also didn't want to take the fall for this, so naturally he'd have to find the next higher up. Uncle Zhao. Elder Zhao. Grand Elder. Finally, the matter reached the family head's ears. Head of the family, this is how the matter stands. How do you propose we handle this? At that moment, the private lounge was occupied solely by the Zhao family head. Both of his phones were ringing simultaneously. One was naturally connected to the conversation with the Grand Elder, while the other was none other than the head of the Xiang family. Due to her connection with Yu Luo, Ren Jialing had also interacted with Zhèng Sījí on numerous occasions. Yet she knew almost nothing about Zhèng Sījí's background. She only knew that Zhèng Sījí was often at Yu Luo's beck and call, frequently bullied by her. Therefore, the Xiang family head was completely undecided. Yet, for the sake of his family's interests, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and exchange intelligence with the Zhao family head. He was at the lowest rung of the intelligence chain, unable to make any breakthroughs in this regard. Thus, he could only exchange information with the Zhao family head. He knew Zhao must also want Zhèng Sījí eliminated, which was why he made this call. The Zhao family head did not refuse. A hitman delivered to his doorstep was too good an opportunity to pass up. Thus, both the Zhao and Xiang family heads heard Elder Zhao's report. This was the first time they'd encountered such a situation. A kid who seemed to have no backing whatsoever, yet commanded their apprehension. While the Zhao family head remained silent, the Xiang family head began analyzing the situation. Head of the Zhao family, based on the information from the Zhao family's senior elder, the bodyguard accompanying Zhèng Sījí is definitely no ordinary person. Large sums of money are transferred to him monthly, he's protected by a formidable bodyguard, and he shows no fear whatsoever of our two families' reputations. I suspect he's backed by an extremely powerful force. Perhaps he was simply exiled to this remote corner of South China City by his clan because he couldn't cultivate. Intelligence indicates he appeared out of nowhere at age 6, with no records prior to that. Yet no one has investigated such a gaping hole in his background. A person incapable of cultivation receives such a large sum monthly, with cultivators specifically assigned to protect him. Head Zhao, forgive my bluntness, but this murky business. I'd rather not get involved. Beep beep beep. The call ended abruptly, and Zhao's eyebrow twitched. Zhao family head's analysis mirrored his own thoughts. Such a person, truly not someone to cross. Sigh. The head of the Zhao family sighed deeply, not because he couldn't eliminate Zhèng Sījí, but to applaud his own shrewdness. Thankfully, I advised them not to be too aggressive. Otherwise, this would have been much harder to handle. Thankfully, I remain sufficiently level-headed. I'll find an opportunity to invite him over and devise a way to secure his discretion. As for the Xiang family? Poof. I'd be delighted to see them disappear. Thus, the head of the Zhao family relayed an order to the senior elder. Reserve a large private room at the Galaxy Hotel. Host a banquet tonight and invite Mr. Zhèng Sījí. The men in black had been accompanying Zhèng Sījí for over an hour, and it was nearly noon. With so many black-clad figures following him, fetching food and drinks, serving tea, paying bills, and handling payments, they attracted considerable attention along the way. Many people snapped photos to share on social media, but Zhèng Sījí was completely surrounded by the black-clad men, who blocked any shots of his face. This group of black-clad individuals, they have the potential to serve celebrities. To adapt to such demanding work in such a short time, kudos to them. I'll definitely give them a 5-star review when I get back. Just then, the leader of the black-clad group received a call from his superior. Superior. Understood. We'll complete the mission. The leader hung up, pulled one of the men aside with a peculiar look, and asked. Unit 4396, do you know where we can rent 8 large sedan chairs? Buying is fine too, funding has been allocated. 4396? Zhèng Sījí looked utterly bewildered. By the time he finished shopping around 3 o'clock, he'd finally had his fill. Then, he spotted a group of men in black carrying a palanquin, demanding he get in. What the heck was going on? Zhèng Sījí was baffled, and the men in black were even more bewildered. Yulin Street to Xinghua Street. That's 2 districts away. Even by subway, it takes half an hour. Even if these men were all mid-tier first-class mages, it would still take 2 or 3 hours. With them pulling this stunt, even Zhèng Sījí's thick skin was starting to feel a bit stretched. This is too polite. Looks like these two families are actually pretty friendly. Zhèng Sījí sat in one of the largest palanquins, playing a game. Black-clad leader, do you have any ice mages? Send some ice my way, it's unbearably hot. Upon hearing Zhèng Sījí's command, the black-clad leader hurriedly summoned an ice mage brother to cast cooling spells outside. Oh, right. Can you make crushed ice? You know, the kind you can eat. No? That's such a waste. Zhèng Sījí's disappointed expression made the surrounding black-clad men tense up. This old man was someone the family head had ordered to be carried back in a palanquin. If he wasn't pleased, would their jobs be at risk? Fortunately, Zhèng Sījí showed no further discontent afterward and issued no new orders. "Host, you fool! Don't go!" The system's voice echoed in Zhèng Sījí's mind. "System, stop talking. I've made up my mind. No one can stop me, not even you." Zhèng Sījí declared his resolve with a tragic tone. "Alright, since you won't listen to me, there's nothing I can do." The system's voice sounded again, tinged with a hint of resignation. "Double kill." The system scolded again. "I told you not to go, but you wouldn't listen. You should have checked the mini-map. The jungler was clearly lurking on the top lane. Now look what happened. You just gifted him a double kill." Zhèng Sījí, "Shoo, don't talk. Let me show off my skills." And so, Zhèng Sījí played the entire game solo, finally arriving at the Galaxy Hotel on Galaxy Street. Along the way, he undoubtedly drew countless stares, and someone had already recorded the entire scene. Trembling video, shocking. Ever heard of 9 dragons dragging a coffin? Or 8 grand palanquins? Finally got to see the real thing. Others followed along, live streaming the entire journey. Over a dozen men in black fulfilled their duties, lowering the palanquins and forming a human wall around the spot where Zhèng Sījí emerged, preventing onlookers from capturing him on camera. Though his face remained hidden, his voice was captured. So, shaky video clip, shocking. The guy being carried in the 8-man palanquin is actually a professional player. Clicking into the short video, all I saw was a dozen black-clad figures surrounding a spot. The person inside was completely obscured. Then, an audio clip played, 2 on bottom lane, the remaining 3 are all on top lane. "Hold bottom lane for a bit, we'll flank around." Triple kill. Nice. Wave after wave after wave. Chapter 20, on the Zhao family head's journey of self-conquest. After the game ended, Zhèng Sījí put down his phone. He looked up and found himself standing at the entrance of a private room. Zhèng Sījí took a deep breath. Now, it was time for the Oscar-winning actor's show. The men in black beside him had already dispersed, taking up positions on either side of the door. The men in black sighed in unison, finally relieved. Pulling the coffin, pulling the sedan chair had left them breathless. This was the first time they'd ever received such an order. Indeed, the black-clad men had to handle an astonishingly diverse range of tasks. No wonder each one was so versatile. Zhèng Sījí strode in with his chest puffed out. This time, he wasn't facing Yulua or Mo-Ling. He wasn't backing down at all. "What if you're a family head? Why should I fear you? I've even killed a second-rank mage. What else could I possibly fear?" Click. The door swung open, revealing only 3 people. But the moment he saw the girl with the fiery red bob, Zhèng Sījí's courage vanished instantly. "Look, you're the family head wanting to talk to me. Why did you bring Yuluo in here?" Yuluo sat there with her head bowed, not daring to move a muscle. After all, sitting right beside her was a family head. The seating arrangement was standard. Family head Zhao occupied the main seat, flanked by an unfamiliar elderly man, with Yuluo seated beside him. With only 4 seats in the entire room, 3 were occupied. Zhèng Sījí was evidently seated on the other side of the Zhao family head. Spotting Zhèng Sījí's wide-eyed expression at the doorway, the Zhao family head felt a flicker of satisfaction. This was his deliberate arrangement. Ever since learning Zhèng Sījí hailed from a super clan, the Zhao family head had been determined to curry favor with him. Yes, curry favor. Keeping the secret was secondary. If he could successfully build a relationship with Zhèng Sījí this time, it might even benefit his family's future development. A worthless without cultivation could warrant the family dispatching a powerful cultivator for covert protection. The crucial point was that he currently sensed absolutely no one else in the vicinity. Yet Zhèng Sījí was already here. Which means that person's cultivation level absolutely surpasses his own as the family head. A realm higher than his own. He himself had been stuck at the peak of 2nd grade and the peak of Archmage for ages. If someone's cultivation surpassed his. Whoa! After all, he's the Emperor's bodyguard, he's gotta be formidable. Meanwhile, the Zhao family head thought to himself, if even a bodyguard surpasses my cultivation as the family head, just how powerful must the forces behind Zhèng Sījí be? This forced the Zhao family head to take the matter far more seriously. He silently applauded his own quick thinking once more. Thankfully he'd summoned Yuluo over. After all, Yuluo had mentioned Zhèng Sījí liked her. If Yuluo was present, Zhèng Sījí surely wouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Even if Zhèng Sījí tried to snatch Yuluo away, what did it matter? As long as he cultivated a good relationship with Zhèng Sījí, forget about a junior's girlfriend. Even if you set your sights on my mother, ahem, well, we never said anything about that, right? Zhèng Sījí swallowed hard and stepped inside slowly. The system's taunts echoed relentlessly in his mind. Fortunately, Zhèng Sījí had grown accustomed to its taunts and refrained from retorting aloud. But even without a retort, his facial expression shifted slightly. This shift only deepened the Zhao family head's suspicion that Zhèng Sījí was no ordinary man. Although he could see Zhèng Sījí had no cultivation, he couldn't help but wonder if this was some scion from a major clan, hiding cultivation-enhancing artifacts while out gaining experience? How could he be so unflappable? No wonder the senior patriarch reported that he remained completely unaffected by the reputations of the Zhao and Xiang families. The Zhao and Xiang families were only formidable within the Star River district of South City. If measured against the entire city, the Zhao family didn't even rank as a second-tier clan. Yulin Street and Xinghua Street were bustling, right? They were just commercial streets within residential districts of South City. So if this young man truly hailed from a major clan, his mere willingness to honor the invitation was already a tremendous show of respect. The Zhao family head grew even more attentive. He even grew somewhat nervous. Zhèng Sījí, however, felt no tension whatsoever. He was too busy sparring with the system. And since Yulua hadn't even lifted her gaze to look at him, he felt completely unfazed. But such an atmosphere could never last long. At that moment, Yulua lifted her head and looked straight at Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí flinched involuntarily under that gaze, his eyes darting away. But when he recalled the look in Yuluo's eyes just now, he couldn't help but freeze. It wasn't the usual look of threat or coercion, but rather, a look of longing? A pitiful, pleading look. Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but glance at Yuluo again. Clearly, he hadn't imagined it. No way is this really the Yuluo I know? Upon seeing Zhèng Sījí, Yulua finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, two major figures from the Zhao family were present, the family head and the senior elder. Their imposing presence made her too afraid to even lift her head. Now, mustering her courage, she looked up at Zhèng Sījí, hoping he would let her leave first, so she wouldn't have to stay in this tense atmosphere any longer. But then, she saw Zhèng Sījí suddenly turn his head away again. Fortunately, Zhèng Sījí turned his head back. Yulua quickly signaled to him with her eyes, hoping he would let her leave immediately. In this brief half-day, she had endured far too much. Zhèng Sījí understood her meaning perfectly well. He had intended to do just that. After all, if Yulua didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to proceed calmly either. Meanwhile, the Zhao family head, observing their interaction, felt even more delighted. Indeed, bringing Yulua along had been the right decision. The awkwardness he'd anticipated vanished completely. The moment the two young people arrived, they began flirting and bantering. Indeed, I, the head of the Zhao family, am the most resourceful. But then, Zhèng Sījí spoke up, head of the Zhao family, perhaps those not involved in our conversation should refrain from eavesdropping? Clearly, this line had been fed to Zhèng Sījí by the system. Could Zhèng Sījí possibly have come up with such an arrogant line on his own? Impossible. Truth be told, when the system prompted him to say it, Zhèng Sījí felt nothing but panic. After all, Yuluo was right here, this was way too bold. If he managed to get out safely, would Yuluo beat him up? But the system assured him that not only would Yulua not beat him up, she'd actually be grateful. After wrestling with the decision and weighing the pros and cons, Zhèng Sījí finally resolved to give it a shot. Sure enough, Yulua was genuinely looking at him with a grateful gaze. Zhèng Sījí exclaimed gratefully to the system, "System, you finally did something reliable for once." The system retorted irritably, "Of course I did. When have I ever been unreliable?" Ha! Zhèng Sījí didn't retort this time. Instead, he said, "I can't repay this favor, so I've decided not to argue with you today." The system snorted coldly, offering no reply. Hearing Zhèng Sījí's words, the Zhao family head felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly stood up and said, then, "Senior elder, please step outside first." Zhèng Sījí, Yulua? Chapter 21. At this moment, I felt like an Oscar-winning actor. Yuluo's eyes widened, her entire body holding its breath. This uninvolved party is me, okay? Zhèng Sījí's expression stiffened. How could this Zhao family head be so incompetent? Head Zhao, I'm talking about the bystander. Zhèng Sījí glanced at Yulua as he spoke. The Zhao family head suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing his mistake. Elder Zhang, please escort Yulua out as well. The Zhao family head felt bitter inside. Why wouldn't this Zhèng Sījí play by the rules? Yuluo shot Zhèng Sījí a grateful glance before following the elder out. Strangely enough, it was Zhèng Sījí who had caused her to be summoned by the Zhao family head. Yet now, because Zhèng Sījí had allowed her to leave, she found herself feeling grateful toward him. Soon, only the head of the Zhao family and Zhèng Sījí remained in the room. Zhèng Sījí sat down at the seat with an air of entitlement. The Zhao family had followed suit and sat down as well. Shortly after the elder departed, the dishes were brought in all at once. For whole lobsters, $1 million Wagyu beef, and these were merely the most basic offerings. There was even monster meat. Bleeding lamb, mooing beef, and fierce catfish. The entire table was completely filled. Even with the grand elder and Yulua present, they couldn't possibly finish it all. Don't you know about saving food? Pack up the leftovers for me. Why would I be greedy for such a small amount? I'm just not wasting food. Young brother Zhang, I hope you don't mind me calling you that? The Zhao family head rubbed his hands together, smiling warmly at Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí gave a faint nod, radiating the composure of a sage. But inwardly, he was utterly astonished. Being carried in on an 8-man palanquin was one thing, but now even the Zhao family head was addressing him as younger brother. Still, he couldn't let his bewilderment show. An Oscar-worthy actor maintains composure. Whether he could flawlessly navigate this crisis depended entirely on his ability to successfully charm the head of the Zhao family. But, hadn't it already been resolved? Brother Zhang, try this lamb. Just this morning it was leaping about in the inner valley, and now it's already on our table. Ha. The head of the Zhao family began introducing each dish to Zhèng Sījí. Each dish was extraordinary, practically fresh from the morning hunt. This meal must be quite expensive. Brother Zhang, considering you lack cultivation, I refrained from ordering those high-energy demonic foods. Please forgive my inadequate hospitality. The Zhao family had explained thoughtfully to Zhèng Sījí, with a hint of self-praise. It's quite good. Zhèng Sījí replied indifferently, showing no trace of any particular emotion. This only reinforced the Zhao family head's suspicion about Zhèng Sījí's true nature. Someone capable of such composure couldn't be a little cutie. He was either genuinely cunning or possessed remarkable depth. Clearly, he was not the former. After both had sampled every dish on the table, the Zhao family had finally broached the subject. Young brother Zhang, he began cautiously, hesitant to ask directly for fear of damaging Zhèng Sījí's impression of him. I'd like to know, did you go to North Street yesterday? The Zhao family had broached the subject cautiously, hesitant to ask directly for fear of damaging Zhèng Sījí's impression of him. Zhèng Sījí responded indifferently, yes, I did. Is there something about it? The head of the Zhao family wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked again, then, Brother Zhang, yesterday, did you see anything? Hearing this, Zhèng Sījí frowned. After much deliberation with the system, he decided to take a gamble. If he won, he could freely wield his newly acquired cultivation, intimidate the Zhao family, and even influence the Xiang family. With these two clans serving him, it was mainly for that group of black-clad men. But if he lost the gamble, as long as he handled things carefully, given the current head of the Zhao family's view of him, the worst that could happen was that they wouldn't associate with him. They definitely wouldn't detain him, much less eliminate him. Zhèng Sījí's expression hardened as he coldly declared, family head Zhao, I thought you came to apologize. Zhèng Sījí rose with a flourish, his movements strikingly dashing and handsome. Yet this single gesture made Zhao's heart pound violently. Seeing the patriarch's nervousness, Zhèng Sījí knew his suspicions were likely correct. He must believe I have powerful backing. At the very least, he must be afraid of something. I'm this fired up, and you're still so scared? You're even more of a coward than I am. Thus, Zhèng Sījí could now play his part to the fullest. And maximize his gains. Zhèng Sījí feigned departure, flinging a look of intense fury over his shoulder as he shot Zhao Jiazhu a piercing stare. Zhao's headmaster broke out in a cold sweat under that stare. Are you sure this guy has no cultivation at all? Don't joke with me, for heaven's sake. The Zhao family head hurried after him. Wait, Brother Zhang. What happened? I don't know either. We invited you here precisely to understand the situation and apologize to you in person. Please honor us with your presence. If the Zhao family has wronged you in any way, I, Zhao, offer my sincerest apologies here and now. As he spoke, the Zhao family head performed a formal bow, lowering his body in respect toward Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí clearly hadn't expected the head of the Zhao family to react this way. Was this all his own doing? Or, did someone behind the scenes actually warn the head of the Zhao family? With that thought, Zhèng Sījí decided to test the waters. Fei Zhao family head, are you aware that Zhào Hào of your family practices forbidden arts? Gasp. The head of the Zhao family's eyes suddenly widened in shock as he looked up, staring at Zhèng Sījí. He stumbled backward a step, his expression utterly incredulous. Zhèng. Young brother Zhang, how did you know? The head of the Zhao family finished his trembling words before collapsing into his chair. Forbidden arts. Such things were utterly forbidden. Forbidden magic could drastically enhance a caster's power in an instant. After a high-tier mage employs a forbidden spell, they can even contend with archmages. It must be understood that a vast barrier exists between high-tier mages and archmages. Upon advancing to archmage, a ritual is performed, the infusion of a spirit essence. After the spirit enters the body, it greatly increases the mage's affinity with magical spirits, allowing for faster cultivation and quicker spell casting. Moreover, it substantially fortifies the mage's physical constitution. While low, mid, and high-tier mages rely solely on spells or magical artifacts for defense, archmages possess physical resilience comparable to third-tier cultivators. Thus, a forbidden spell can enable a high-tier mage to confront an archmage. This alone demonstrates the terrifying power of forbidden arts. As for why it was banned, this has been concealed by the World Mage Association. Perhaps only those who cultivate forbidden arts know the truth. Of course, the forbidden technique obtained by the Zhao family was merely a fragment, yet it still granted the user considerable power. Otherwise, with Xiang Bahan's strength, he absolutely wouldn't have been killed by Zhào Hào. Perhaps Zhèng Sījí was able to slay Zhào Hào, a second-rank archmage possessing a third-rank physique despite being only at the peak of second-rank power, precisely because of the backlash from the forbidden art. Yet Zhèng Sījí remained utterly unaware of this truth. He hadn't expected the head of the Zhao family to react so strongly upon hearing about the forbidden technique. He didn't know either. He'd only repeated what he'd heard. At that moment, I felt like I was the Oscar-winning actor. Is this the power of an Oscar-winning actor? It was downright terrifying. Chapter 22, Calm? Wrong. I'm freaking out. Seeing the Zhao family head react like this, Zhèng Sījí had no idea what to do either. He could only turn his head away, putting on an aloof expression, like some peerless sage. After a long while, he finally reached an optimal solution with the system. Strike while the iron is hot. If the Zhao family head was acting like this, it proved he was genuinely terrified. Forbidden arts weren't covered in textbooks, so Zhèng Sījí had no idea what was happening. But the system knew. To prevent the risk of retaliation for possessing such classified knowledge, he had to administer a shot of confidence first. Zhèng Sījí spoke coldly, "Head Zhao, I assume you're aware of the consequences for privately possessing forbidden techniques?" Hearing Zhèng Sījí's words, the Zhao family head slumped back in his chair, his mind racing. This man knew about forbidden techniques and knew Zhào Hào had used one. And he had just lost his composure, inadvertently revealing that his family possessed forbidden techniques. If he let him leave and report this to the Magic Association, the reward he could receive would be too tempting even for him to resist. A young man like him would surely be unable to resist. Once he left, he would surely report it to the Magic Association. What should I do? What should I do? Should I eliminate him? No. There's a senior practitioner nearby. If it's a third rank or forbidden spellmaster, I'd be dead before I even acted. So, what should I do now? After hearing Zhèng Sījí's words, the Zhao family head could only nod blankly. But the next sentence reignited his hope. If you entrust all your forbidden techniques to my custody and cease their use entirely within your clan, follow me, and I will protect you. Not only will I ensure your forbidden arts remain undiscovered, but I will make your clan flourish and prosper. Zhèng Sījí was confident in this promise. After all, he possessed a wish system. Given enough time, he could grow infinitely stronger. Of course, he was also somewhat curious about what that forbidden technique actually was. Because. Ding. Host, special mission assigned, obtain the forbidden technique scroll fragment. Reward, 1 mysterious lottery draw. How could Zhèng Sījí not be thrilled? A mystery draw that surpasses even the Tier 2 draw. Although he had previously obtained the God-shattering decision through a Tier 2 draw, that was thanks to the newbie gift pack. But the mysterious draw, as the highest tier within this system, was undeniably thrilling. Upon hearing Zhèng Sījí's words, a sudden gleam flashed in the Zhao family head's eyes. So in the end, it was forbidden techniques that got him on board? Though it deviated from his original plan. Could this mean the crisis was averted? Moreover, boarding his ship would undoubtedly propel his clan to soaring heights. With Zhèng Sījí's backing, his family could crush the Xiang clan. They could even become one of the top families in South China City. Never mind anything else, that single bodyguard behind Zhèng Sījí alone possessed enough power to wipe out an entire clan. Thus, boarding Zhèng Sījí's vehicle is undoubtedly a surefire win. Provided, he was telling the truth. After much deliberation, the Zhao family head spoke again. How do you prove what you say is true? Don't misunderstand, this concerns the very survival of our family. So, I must understand clearly. Zhèng Sījí's expression softened slightly. Then, something happened that made the Zhao family head's jaw drop. He suddenly sensed that this young man before him had erupted with cultivation at the peak of the second rank. The Zhao family head rubbed his wide-eyed gaze in disbelief, utterly stunned. Such a young man, already at the peak of the second grade? How had he concealed it? He hadn't detected a single trace of his true chi fluctuations. This absolutely shattered cultivation records. He was undoubtedly the youngest second-rank peak cultivator ever. He himself was only at the peak of the second rank, yet the aura emanating from this young man before him was several times denser than his own. Indeed, he is no ordinary man. Thankfully, I didn't intervene. Otherwise, regardless of whether the person behind him could appear immediately, I wouldn't have been able to eliminate Zhèng Sījí in such a short time. After all, eliminating a second-rank peak cultivator required either crushing them with third-rank power or employing high-tier magic. High-tier magic was clearly out of the question. Any incantation taking more than a second would give the bodyguard ample time to spot it and intervene. In that moment, he experienced a feeling unlike any he'd ever known. For the first time, he felt such profound relief over his decision. Thankfully, he hadn't immediately seized him. Thankfully, he'd maintained a polite demeanor. Thankfully, he hadn't struck first. Zhèng Sījí's aura flickered and vanished, and in that instant, he reverted to an ordinary man. Yet the Grand Elder, who had sensed that aura, abruptly opened the door. "Get out!" The Zhao family head barked, and the elder hurriedly shut the door. Then, with a fawning expression, he addressed Zhèng Sījí. "Young Master Zhang." "No, Brother Zhang, no. Mr. Zhang, I accept your proposal. From now on, the entire Zhao family will serve you." Then, he produced a bronze-colored scroll from thin air and handed it to Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí unrolled it to inspect its contents. He couldn't discern anything, of course he was merely going through the motions to let the system examine it. Afterward, Zhèng Sījí placed the scroll into the storage compartment of his soul space. No way, he got it that easily? My aura won him over that simply? Though inwardly incredulous, Zhèng Sījí firmly suppressed the turmoil within. Now wasn't the time for excitement. Think I'm calm? Wrong. I'm freaking out like crazy. Setting aside his status as the head of the Zhao family, he was also a peak second rank mage. How could I not be freaking out? But he couldn't let it show now. Heart, just stop beating already. Wait, slow down, don't actually stop. Forcing himself to calm down, Zhèng Sījí took a deep breath and spoke coldly. Make sure everyone practicing this technique abandons it immediately. Otherwise, if he appears before others again, I won't be able to resolve it for you immediately. By the time I find out, it might already have reached the Mages Association. Zhèng Sījí turned to leave, then paused as if remembering something. He turned his face halfway toward her and added, remember my affairs must remain confidential. No one must know. I mean no one. I will observe you for a while longer though perhaps not personally, you understand. Once my observation concludes and I deem you meet my standards, I will aid your family's advancement. That's all for now. Oh, and pack up this dish for me. You know where I live, right? Have that black-clad leader deliver it? These black-clad men are all quite capable, give them 5-star praise. With that, Zhèng Sījí turned and walked away. Hurry up, hurry up. That was thrilling. Zhao, the family head, bowed deeply. Only after the door closed did he plop down into his chair. Phew. Thank goodness. That was a close call, but I managed to get on a big ship. Zhao wiped the sweat from his face, feeling the soaked fabric against his back but paying it no mind. Instead, he stared blankly at the ceiling, occasionally letting out a silly chuckle. Ha ha. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He sprang to his feet, ordering someone to prepare another serving of the dishes. He instructed the leader in black to deliver them to Zhèng Sījí's residence. Upon learning that this group of men in black had actually carried Zhèng Sījí over in an 8-man palanquin, the head of the Zhao family not only refrained from reprimanding them but also promoted them, increased their salaries, and granted them a month of paid leave. The black-clad men were utterly bewildered, but hey, they were happy. The Grand Elder, observing the family head's face radiating, well, a peculiar smile, couldn't help but step forward to inquire about the situation. But the head of the family only responded with a silly chuckle. Ha ha. Has the head of the family gone mad? Speaking of which, is it too late to replace the head now? Chapter 23, Revenge from Years Ago. After stepping out of the room, Zhèng Sījí did not return the way he came. After all, numerous Zhao family members were waiting there, making his departure inconvenient. Instead, he slipped out through the emergency stairwell on the opposite side. Thrilling. To avoid surveillance detection, he deliberately entered his soul space, where he flailed about wildly, nearly falling apart again. What defines an Oscar-worthy performance? This is it. Though he didn't quite understand how it happened, he'd inexplicably gained an entire clan as his underlings, and this was the very clan that had previously sought to eliminate him. What's that called? That's called, those who can't beat me only make me stronger. Following yesterday's incident, over half of Galaxy Street had been cordoned off and was undergoing repairs. However, due to the Galaxy Hotel's robust protective shield and its location far from the incident site, it remained open for business. With everyone's homes destroyed, the hotel's business was booming. Star River Street is now undergoing repairs, with a large contingent of Earth mages moving about the area. Occasionally, clusters of bricks arced through the sky in parabolic trajectories, continuously flying toward a specific direction. This was the power of Earth mages, significantly accelerating the pace of construction. Zhèng Sījí was now contemplating whether he should awaken a magic element first. But he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, today was Sunday. He could simply use his special wish tomorrow to become a mid to high level mage in 2 specific elements. Or perhaps become an intermediate peak mage proficient in all spells of both elements? Host, that condition is not permitted. As Zhèng Sījí pondered, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Earlier, when it saw Zhèng Sījí gesticulating wildly in the soul space, it had gone completely silent, unwilling to entertain this naive and clueless host. Why is it forbidden? This wish shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhèng Sījí asked in confusion. The system remained adamant, there is no reason. It is simply not permitted. Zhèng Sījí's brows furrowed. What are your criteria for judgment? The system adopted an arrogant tone. The criteria are simple. If I deem it feasible, it's feasible. If I deem it unfeasible, it's unfeasible. Try convincing me if you can. Beat me into submission. Zhèng Sījí. When I become a god one day, I'll wring you out. Zhèng Sījí clenched his fist silently, swearing a vow in his heart. But he forgot the system could sense his thoughts. The system replied in an exasperated, almost provoking tone. Host, listen to me. Even if you become a god, there's no way I'm coming out. You can rest assured. Zhèng Sījí? Why can't I get you out even after becoming a god? The system added, Host, it's better you don't know too much right now. It'll only stress you out. With your mental resilience, you'd be better off just going to bed. Zhèng Sījí, epsilon equals omicron. What could he do? This system, when it was reliable, it was truly reliable. When it wasn't, it could be downright confrontational. Zhèng Sījí could only settle for the next best thing and asked, what if it's two mid-tier peak mages from different schools? System, of course it's possible. You can't become a mage without the magic department. Pardon my frankness, but this question of yours is a bit simplistic. Zhèng Sījí. He thought he'd finally found a way to counter the system, only for it to come back even stronger. Zhèng Sījí pressed on, what about forbidden magic? Show me what you've got. System, feed it to me. Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí took a deep breath and decided to block the system for now. He then headed downstairs to the milk tea shop called 100 million points to buy a cup of milk tea. He planned to order some fried chicken later to celebrate. But the moment he reached the entrance, a brightly lit face appeared beneath the apartment building, eerily unsettling. Startled, Zhèng Sījí lunged forward to punch him, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was the black-clad leader from earlier that afternoon. It was now 7:30 p.m., and the sky had completely darkened. Normally, this area around the apartment complex should have been well lit, as it was close to Xinghua Street. The glow from Xinghua Street's night market usually illuminated this entire neighborhood. However, Xinghua North Street was currently under construction, dimming the lights along the entire northern stretch. The streetlights here seemed affected too, plunging the area into complete darkness. And the leader in black was clad entirely in black, even his gloves were black. Hey, you're not doing this right, dark-clad leader. Properly dressed dark figures wear white gloves. And then, he's actually wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night. Doesn't he worry about not seeing the road? In the dead of night, with only his face visible, how terrifying. Good thing you're not black, otherwise you'd only have a set of teeth left. The black-clad leader spotted Zhèng Sījí and excitedly ran over. Mr. Zhang, thank you for the 5-star review. Little Black here salutes you. Seeing the black-clad leader about to kneel, Zhèng Sījí hurriedly helped him up. What's with all the formalities? You want me to pay respects to your ancestors in the underworld or something? Zhèng Sījí's joke made the leader scratch his head awkwardly. You think I'm going to kneel? No way. Right. Mr. Zhang, I've brought you some food. The master sent me over with it, it's still warm. I'll take it up to you now. Hearing this, Zhèng Sījí's eyes widened instantly. Right. I'd completely forgotten about the feast. Glancing at the milk tea in his hand and the stinky tofu, he just couldn't bring himself to throw it away. You know, saving food is important, right? So he wrapped up the milk tea and stinky tofu and tossed them straight into his soul space. The leader in black hurried over to the car, retrieved a large box, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and followed Zhèng Sījí upstairs. Zhèng Sījí couldn't fathom why the black-clad men were being so attentive toward him, even going so far as to kneel. But there were plenty of things he couldn't figure out. He hadn't even made sense of the Zhao family head's attitude, so who had time to worry about this? If he tried to figure out every single thing, he'd probably go bald. But, by then, he should be incredibly powerful, right? Speaking of which, could that special thing cure baldness? It should work, right? After setting down the items, the black-clad leader took his leave without further ado. Zhèng Sījí had considered asking the Zhao family head to assign these black-clad leaders to him, but he felt it would be too conspicuous, so he held his tongue. The box didn't look big, but it was packed full of stuff. The little sheep had transformed into a whole lamb. Holy moly! Mimi sheep were artificially bred magical beasts, with the largest breeding facility located in Nigu Valley. Mimi sheep are Foundation Establishment stage magical beasts, possessing extremely high nutritional value. The Foundation Establishment stage is the level preceding first-rank cultivators. While many can reach Foundation Establishment, advancing to first rank proves exceedingly difficult. Conversely, a few individuals possess such poor innate talent that they cannot even establish their foundation. Therefore, these Miu Miu sheep, possessing Foundation Establishment strength upon maturity, are truly a source of deep hatred for some. Zhèng Sījí used to be one of them. He genuinely couldn't even establish his foundation, so he was now venting his frustration wildly. Kid, you're pretty cocky, huh? But no matter how cocky you get, you're still going to end up on my plate. Even if I save other food for tomorrow, this bleeding sheep must be devoured immediately. This is payback from years ago. Revenge may be delayed, but it never fails to arrive. Wah! Chapter 24, Timid Rainfall. A bleeding sheep weighing about 50 pounds. This was already a fairly heavy lamb, and even so, a single one cost $500,000. Clearly, Zhèng Sījí couldn't possibly eat that much. Then, Zhèng Sījí had another sudden idea. System, does time also freeze in the soul space when I'm not present? What was he up to? Treating the soul space like a refrigerator? System. It felt helpless, yet still gave Zhèng Sījí an affirmative answer. Host, while the soul space can indeed store food without it spoiling, no other living beings can enter it besides you at this moment. Don't get any funny ideas. Hearing the system's clarification, Zhèng Sījí still felt a hint of regret. If only others could enter the soul space. The soul space seemed boundless, containing only a fixed storage room where Zhèng Sījí could keep his belongings. If he could confine someone within it, wouldn't that essentially create a dark, sunless prison? But before Zhèng Sījí could dwell on it further, he was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. Zhèng Sījí pulled out his phone and saw it was a call from Yuluo. Out of old habit, he instinctively assumed Yuluo might need something from him again. But then it dawned on him Yuluo was probably calling to ask about today's incident. Sure enough, the moment he answered, Yuluo blurted out, "Hey, Zhèng Sījí? Are you out yet?" Yuluo's tone felt very unfamiliar to Zhèng Sījí. The Yuluo he remembered wasn't this timid. Her voice was soft, almost as if she were speaking through gritted teeth. Zhèng Sījí wore a peculiar expression as he replied with a sly grin, "Out already, sis Luo? What's up? I'm really not used to this from you." The fiery vixen vibe from before was way more refreshing. A faint sigh of relief came from the other end before her tone abruptly shifted back to its usual self. "Just glad you're out. Well done, Zhèng Sījí. Have you been keeping secrets from me? Why is the Zhao family head being so polite to you?" Yu Luo had witnessed much during this period. She had witnessed the Zhao family head personally making calls to various places to inquire about Zhèng Sījí's background. Back then, the patriarch had completely lost his usual imposing aura. Instead, he seemed somewhat anxious. And just before dinner, the head of the Zhao family had actually, specifically sought out Yuluo and invited her to dine with him. Upon learning this, Zhao Jiaming flew into a rage, hurling insults at Zhèng Sījí. Then, Zhao Jiaming was slapped across the face by the head of the Zhao family and sent straight back to the, wall for reflection. Yu Luo wasn't stupid. She could easily guess that Zhèng Sījí must have something special about him. But in her mind, Zhèng Sījí was just someone she could bully. He was timid and cheap, careful with every penny, nothing like someone with connections. Yet the patriarch's reaction forced her to reassess her impression of Zhèng Sījí. Now she couldn't quite pin down her own feelings toward him. She hesitated constantly, unsure how to approach Zhèng Sījí when they met again. So when she called this time, she used a timid tone, yet one that would make Zhèng Sījí think she was only afraid of the Zhao family head, not him. Yet upon hearing Zhèng Sījí still sounded as carefree as ever, her anger flared anew, and her tone snapped back to its usual sharpness. Upon hearing Yu Luo revert to her former attitude, Zhèng Sījí chuckled softly. "Now that's the Luo I know. Honestly, it's no big deal, I just took the Zhao family under my wing as my little brothers. How about it? Pretty impressive, huh? Think about ditching Huang Jiaming and coming hang out with your seasonal brother?" Zhèng Sījí's tone carried a hint of flippancy much like his old self, only now it carried a newfound confidence. Yet Yu Luo found it difficult to detect the subtle shift in his tone. What do they say about knowing the mountain has tigers yet heading straight for it? This was it. Even knowing he couldn't beat them and would get cursed at, Zhèng Sījí still couldn't resist shooting his mouth off. Now he had the system, an immortal body, and cultivation power. He had the confidence. Not to mention he'd even made the Zhao family his subordinates. He was practically floating on air. No wonder the system said the god-shattering decision suited Zhèng Sījí perfectly. His inexplicable inclinations, combined with a cultivation technique that grows stronger after death. Who knows? Maybe someday we'll see a god with some seriously twisted tastes. But on the other end of the line, Yuluo hissed shoo, and her tone instantly turned timid. "CG, you absolutely mustn't say things like that. What if the Zhao family hears you?" "Alright, I get it. Anything else?" Zhèng Sījí couldn't stand Yu Luo's timid tone and cut her off. He was being so arrogant, yet Yu Luo didn't react at all. Boring. Life felt utterly dull now, like her body had been drained. Yu Luo's heart was actually filled with many complex emotions. Her inner world was quite complicated. This short half-day experience had completely reshaped so many of her perceptions. "Well, that's all. I'll hang up now. Beep beep beep." Zhèng Sījí placed the phone down, staring at the disconnected call. Yu Luo. Mo Ling Yu. He licked his lower lip. He had no idea how to handle all this anymore. He possessed cultivation, now no longer the weak, ordinary man he once was. Even the Zhao family was now under his command. If he still loved Yu Luo, he could simply take her by force. Even if Zhao Jiaming objected, the Zhao family patriarch could send him back to the forge to be remade. But did he truly still love Yu Luo? He couldn't even tell if he still harbored any feelings for her. He couldn't even describe the feelings churning within him now. And then there's Mo Ling Yu. TSK, another troublesome person. The mere thought of Mo Ling Yu made Zhèng Sījí's eyebrow twitch. Right. He still needed to call Mo Ling Yu to let her know he was safe. She's been so worried about me, how could I not call her to let her know I'm safe? Ugh, what a jerk. Zhèng Sījí clicked his tongue twice. This system must never have been disciplined, how else could it be so brazen? Anyway, neither side could do anything to the other. Zhèng Sījí decided to threaten it outright. "System, watch your words. Mark my words, the day I figure out how to extract you, you'll die a horrible death." The system didn't back down at all. "Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Let's go head to head. Face off." Under normal circumstances, Zhèng Sījí would have traded a few more barbs with the system. But now, he had no interest in arguing. He immediately dialed a number. But it rang for ages without anyone picking up. This began to make him anxious. No way, where the hell did that little brat go? Her state this morning had definitely been off. Zhèng Sījí dialed 5 times in a row, but each time he heard, "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." This made Zhèng Sījí frown. Just as he was about to dial Yuluwa's number to check on her, his phone suddenly rang again. Chapter 25, Host, You're Still Too Young. South City Xinghe District, Zhao family. The head of the Zhao family was soaking in the bathtub, attended by several young, beautiful maids. A glass of red wine in one hand, his face radiated pure bliss. He had always been deeply concerned that the forbidden arts within his family might be discovered. Ever since acquiring them, he had rarely shown a smile. He feared that one day the secret of the forbidden technique might be exposed, bringing utter destruction upon his clan. Besides, he couldn't bear to part with forbidden techniques like these. But today, he had finally resolved the matter and secured a powerful ally. Now, he was truly in high spirits, basking in good fortune. The maids serving him had never seen their master so joyful before. His clothes were filthy beyond belief. Even as they scrubbed together, they couldn't remove the caked-on mud. Just then, Zhao's phone rang. The head of the Zhao family was in the middle of his bath when this interruption occurred, and naturally, he was not pleased. He glanced at the screen, an unfamiliar number. He was about to hang up, but this phone number was only known to those very close to him, and it was set to a whitelist system. A stranger couldn't possibly know this number. He considered several possible exceptions, but since he was in a good mood today, he decided to answer the call. Clunk! The head of the Zhao family's expression suddenly changed drastically, and the phone fell to the ground. He scrambled to pick it up and address the phone with excessive deference. Your Excellency! What business could possibly bring you to seek out this humble Zhao? I am truly flattered. But the voice on the line continued speaking, leaving the Zhao family head stunned. Without a moment's hesitation, the person on the other end finished speaking and hung up immediately. But this meant they wanted to protect Zhèng Sījí. But, in the head of the Zhao family's understanding, the person on the other end of the line was supposed to be an independent individual, unaffiliated with any faction. So that meant Zhèng Sījí wasn't affiliated with any family faction, but rather the disciple of that person? This new conjecture only strengthened the Zhao family head's conviction that his choice was correct. That individual, though alone, might be no less formidable than an entire family. The head of the Zhao family took a deep breath, his expression shifting back to its previous state. Yet upon deeper reflection, he suddenly realized if this person was protecting Zhèng Sījí, it proved he had no knowledge of what had transpired between Zhèng Sījí and himself. Which meant Zhèng Sījí's bodyguard was likely not sent by that man. Combined with his earlier conversation with Zhèng Sījí, then there could only be one truth. Not only did he come from a prominent family, but he was also that man's disciple. Wow! A double identity. No wonder he came out to train as an ordinary person, even getting bullied by Yuluwa, a magician only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. All of this is part of his worldly trials. Truly worthy of being the disciple of a great figure and prominent family. Such perseverance, this old man cannot match it. And so, the Zhao family had ventured further and further down the path of self-discovery. When it comes to imagination, it can truly be harmful, yet sometimes it genuinely brings one closer to the truth. Zhèng Sījí picked up the phone, glanced at the unfamiliar number, and answered it directly. Hello, is this Zhèng Sījí? A particularly melodious female voice sounded from the other end. This is he. What can I do for you? Zhèng Sījí wasn't in the mood for small talk, even if she was a stunningly beautiful older woman. He simply didn't have the energy to flirt right now. Yet this call contained precisely the information he was most concerned about right now. Zhèng Sījí, someone asked me to pass along a message. Let me see. Hold on a moment. Meet at Magic City Academy. Feather. Upon hearing that final syllable, Zhèng Sījí's entire body jerked as if jolted by an electric shock. Zhèng Sījí blurted out, You. Is it Shuang Shiyu? Yes. She said you'd understand. That's all. Goodbye. Beep beep beep. Listening to the dial tone, Zhèng Sījí stood motionless, frozen in place. In that moment, his mind raced. He had always sensed that Mo Lingyu's identity was extraordinary. He had always believed that if he were truly in danger, Mo Lingyu would absolutely have a way to save him. Now, looking back, everything today had unfolded far too smoothly. It seemed Mo Lingyu had indeed pulled strings through her connections. And she had vanished without a trace, leaving only a single sentence behind. That meant she must have sacrificed something to protect him. At the very least, it was clear she had temporarily lost her freedom. As for Yuluo, perhaps that's manageable. But with Mo Lingyu, I genuinely have no idea how to handle this. But upon reflection, it's just being a scumbag, right? What's the worst that could happen? Just do it. With that thought, Zhèng Sījí let out a faint smile before getting up to wash up. Somewhere. The phone call ended. Xiaoyu, I've fulfilled my part of the deal. Now it's time for you to honor yours. I understand. Zhèng Sījí lay on the bed, his heart racing. Finally, the most anticipated moment had arrived: the lottery draw. System, open the interface. Host, Zhèng Sījí. Age, 18. Cultivation level, 2nd rank peak pseudo. Constitution, quantum-affinitive constitution. System level, LV1. Skills, to be entered. Items, to be entered. Soul space, click to enter. Special, 01 resets every Monday. Lottery, click to enter. Glancing at his interface, the word pseudo stood out prominently, highlighted in red and bold by some unknown system. Zhèng Sījí's mouth twitched, yet he showed no sign of distress. If it had truly pierced his heart, the system would have achieved its goal. Absolutely cannot let it succeed. Zhèng Sījí spoke calmly. Lottery. Regular draw, 01 free refresh every Monday. Tier 1 draw, 01 free refresh on the first of each month. Tier 2 draw, 01 refreshes after system upgrade. Mystery draw, 1-3 refreshes upon specific conditions, max 3 draws stored. Host, are you sure you want to draw now? Save up 3 for a triple draw, you'll get more rewards, the system prompted. Cut the crap. Mystery draw, just do it already. Understood, host. Preparing draw. Mystery draw. Ready. Drawing in progress? Congratulations, host. You have obtained a +1 weekly special limit. Special, 1-2 resets every Monday. Sigh. System, I knew you were trying to screw me over. Look at this, look at what this lucky charm drew. A weekly special cap increase of +1. What does this mean? It means I'm a true Euro royal. One day, my special will hit thousands or even tens of thousands per week. When that day comes, I'll have whatever I want. The system sensed Zhèng Sījí's overwhelming excitement and the mockery directed at itself. It felt utterly helpless. The lottery system was something it truly couldn't control on its own. If it could, it would set the drop rates for all the good stuff to 0. But this is just the most basic one. Hey, host, you're still so young. Chapter 26, this is exactly what I had in mind. Zhèng Sījí was pondering where to deploy this special item and how to maximize its benefits. But then he glanced at the time. 11:59. Oh no. It's about to refresh. Zhèng Sījí hurriedly made his wish. System, use special to grant me complete control over the soul space. It was precisely this desperate situation that truly unlocked the door to a new world for Zhèng Sījí. The system had been inwardly mocking Zhèng Sījí, but upon hearing his wish, it too was taken aback. This thing had actually been thought of by its foolish host. In its view, Zhèng Sījí would surely wish for enhanced power. Yet he had suppressed that desire and instead wished for control over the soul space. Still, even if he made this wish now, with the level 1 restriction, his practical capabilities wouldn't improve much. Ding, analyzing host's needs. Analysis complete. Permission inputting. Input complete. In an instant, Zhèng Sījí felt a flood of intricate runes being transmitted into his mind. Yet he couldn't fathom the purpose of these runes at all. But none of that mattered. He was already itching to enter his soul space and test out this new permission. He deliberated for a long time: should he rapidly boost his cultivation, or make the soul space clearer to see? After all, the maximum time he could stay within the soul space was only about 7 days. Yet on his first visit, driven by curiosity and excitement, he had stubbornly lingered for over 10 days. Especially during those initial days, every move felt like a life or death struggle. He hadn't paid the pitch-black space a second thought. A person can barely endure much time in any enclosed space, let alone one that was completely dark. Therefore, Zhèng Sījí wanted to test whether he could brighten the soul space. That way, he could watch dramas or read novels within it, at least allowing himself some relaxation. That way, he could endure being there longer. Zhèng Sījí entered the soul space and immediately adjusted its brightness, transforming it into a pure white expanse. Gradually, the darkness within the space faded away, revealing a vast expanse of pure white. Zhèng Sījí eagerly pulled out his phone, eager to see if he could perceive its glow within the space. Sure enough, it worked. This meant he could stay in this space much longer. Seeing Zhèng Sījí so excited, the system couldn't bring itself to crush his spirits. But how could it not? It was all about letting him discover the truth himself, maximizing the sting. As a system that thrived on tormenting its host, how could it pass up such a golden opportunity? But the feeling of holding back was truly unbearable. Zhèng Sījí not only turned the soul space white but also conducted numerous experiments. He tried to sense the boundaries of the soul space, but failed. He attempted to partition off sections of the soul space, creating storage-like compartments, and succeeded. Beyond that, Zhèng Sījí could place markers anywhere within the soul space. What was the purpose of these markers? Teleportation coordinates, of course. This was Zhèng Sījí's greatest discovery so far. He could teleport freely within the soul space. Well, though it seemed rather useless. But it was undoubtedly a major breakthrough. Zhèng Sījí suppressed his excitement and once again shifted out of the soul space. Why? because it was now 11:59 p.m. At exactly midnight, both the regular gacha and the special gacha would refresh. That meant he could try his luck again. However, he hadn't prepared a specific wish list yet, so he couldn't maximize the benefits. Having learned from his first experience, he wouldn't make wishes carelessly anymore. After all, dying so many times, who could endure that? If he failed to set conditions properly or didn't maximize the benefits, Zhèng Sījí would truly be in tears. He only gets 2 chances a week, and he has a mountain of things he wants. Once he got past this initial phase of excessive demands, maybe later on he could use this special privilege to get some food and drink? In any case, every single special opportunity now had to be fully utilized, no room for waste. After entering the soul space, Zhèng Sījí kept pondering what wish to make. After all, he'd already decided to use his new weekly wish quota on the soul space, and the wishes for the following weeks were too far off to consider now. Adapting his body was definitely not an option. Even if he could obtain it, Zhèng Sījí didn't want to use it. The system's reasoning held merit. Only by forging his own path could he achieve supreme mastery. His cultivation foundation was already weak. If he cheated his way to power, he'd likely end up with useless, hollow abilities. He might be able to overpower opponents with lower cultivation levels through sheer rank, but facing peers? That would be a complete thrashing. They'd be challenging above their level, while he'd be getting challenged far beyond his own. Just leveling this cultivation character was incredibly difficult for Zhèng Sījí. If he were to start a magic character too. After much deliberation, Zhèng Sījí accepted reality and resolved to proceed step by step. So he stored away these special items for now, still having 7 days to consider his options. Perhaps once he fully mastered the power of peak second-grade cultivation, he could make a wish to obtain all martial arts techniques usable by second-grade practitioners. He felt his thoughts spiraling out of control, his desires growing ever more numerous, and his frustration mounting. He decided to stop thinking about it altogether. System, give me a regular draw. Understood, host. Preparing draw. Normal draw. Ready. Commencing draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the movement technique 9 steps to heaven. 9 steps to heaven. Body technique grade, 5th grade body technique. Cultivation stages, 9 steps to the 1,000, 9 steps to the 10,000, 9 steps to the illusion, 9 steps to the void, 9 steps to heaven. Mastery of this martial art grants the ability to ascend to the heavens and descend into the earth. Like cultivation techniques, the rank of a movement skill determines its upper limit, not its lower limit. If one possesses sufficient genius, they might master this 5th grade skill to its peak even at the 1st grade stage, achieving movement speeds rivaling those of 5th grade peak cultivators. Zhèng Sījí was overjoyed to discover he had drawn a body technique. He was truly a man of empty cultivation now, possessing not a shred of combat skill. Especially martial arts, he knew absolutely none. With this 5th grade movement technique, even if he couldn't win a fight, he could at least escape. Then he thought back to his previous little wind wings. So they wanted me to go the escape route, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Think I'm so weak I can only run? Seeing how mischievous I am, they're worried I'll get caught and beaten to death by others, right? So you deliberately gave me 2 escape-focused martial arts and magic? Why not just throw in a few escape-themed magic tools? Or spirit artifacts? I have to admit. This system is so considerate. It really understands me. System, not me. Not me. Stop saying that. I'd beat you to a pulp before you could finish. Well, I did think you were too weak. If you can't win, just run away. But I swear I didn't do it. Still, the system couldn't help imagining the future scenario, its host pulling stunts and running away, leaving others completely helpless. He. Chapter 27, The Birth of a World-Shattering Bug. After mastering this body technique, Zhèng Sījí couldn't wait to put it to use. Then, before he could even begin using it, Zhèng Sījí discovered another great secret. So, perhaps it wasn't that certain things didn't exist, but rather that my imagination was insufficient? He manipulated his soul space and actually conjured a runway out of thin air. A complete running track. He'd only casually imagined it, yet it had materialized before his eyes. So it turns out it's not that the soul space can't do it, it's just that I couldn't conceive of it, right? Zhèng Sījí had always believed that after reading so many novels, his imagination was already quite expansive. But now he realized his imagination was completely inadequate. Should he use special means to expand his imagination? Give his brain a tune-up? Wouldn't that just play right into the system's hands? No way. Absolutely not. I'd rather read more novels and think for myself than let the system expand my imagination. Zhèng Sījí tried again, and to his surprise, it actually conjured up a villa for him. This soul space, after all, was his own domain. He could manipulate it at will. The 9 steps to heaven in his mind had fused with his soul, granting Zhèng Sījí its cultivation methods. He began pacing the track, stopping after 9 steps, then leaping forward after 9 more. After an unknown duration, Zhèng Sījí was panting heavily from exhaustion. Truthfully, he didn't want to stop, but the exhaustion was overwhelming, dozens of times more taxing than his usual runs. Yet he had made tremendous progress without using any true chi. He could now reach 100 steps in 9 strides. Though he hadn't reached the first realm 9 steps to 1,000, this was still astonishingly rapid progress. In just a single day, he had already gained a basic grasp of the technique. Zhèng Sījí sat on the track, exhausted yet content. Even though recovery was accelerated several times over in the soul space, he still needed long periods of rest. Moreover, he still needed sleep, and that time was entirely wasted. Then, suddenly, inspiration struck him. What if he pushed the recovery speed in the soul space to its absolute limit? The thought sparked an immediate experiment, but the outcome fell short of his expectations. What if he used a special wish to make his body immune to fatigue? Damn it! He already had a bold idea in mind, but he was a bit reluctant to go through with it. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and spoke. System, use special to let me resurrect in peak condition after every death. Hearing Zhèng Sījí's wish, the system froze in surprise. How did this host get so clever all of a sudden? He was practically figuring out the true application of special. Allowing Zhèng Sījí, a peak second-rank cultivator, to revive at full strength was precisely the limit the system could currently achieve. Yet Zhèng Sījí's request was ingeniously crafted. By the time the system's capacity upgraded, Zhèng Sījí's own rank would have advanced as well. At that point, Zhèng Sījí could still be resurrected at full strength without needing another wish. Host demand analysis. Analysis complete. Inputting resurrection protocol. Input complete. The system's voice sounded. Did this mean that after his resurrection, he would truly be at full health, full mana, and full status? Zhèng Sījí couldn't wait to die. Something felt off. He released the true chi from his golden core and casually swung his hand, only to die instantly. He resurrected with high expectations, and sure enough, his stamina was fully restored, his true chi reserves completely replenished, and both had returned to peak condition. Even more terrifying, his mental energy was fully restored too. Did that mean he wouldn't need to sleep anymore? Could he just die whenever he got tired? Cultivation relies on death, recovery relies on death, and now even sleep relies on death. Am I going to get stuck on this path of death, walking further and further down it? Zhèng Sījí relied on constant death to restore his state. In 12 days, he had successfully cultivated 9 steps to heaven to 9 steps to 1,000. This meant that in a burst of power, he could traverse 9 steps to cover a distance of 1,000 meters at blinding speed, equivalent to walking 9 ordinary steps while covering a kilometer. He had completely surpassed the first rank, approaching the movement speed of the early second rank. This period of training also allowed Zhèng Sījí to fully grasp the meaning of infinite firepower. If I run out of strength, I'll just die right in front of you. You want to play at firepower suppression with me? Bring it on. Let's duel right here. First, Zhèng Sījí needed to awaken a magic system, then cultivate a ranged magic attack. After all, cultivation focuses on physical prowess, and while ranged attack techniques do exist, they're relatively scarce. Especially in the early stages of cultivation at the first, second, and third ranks, you'll barely find any martial arts that allow for ranged attacks. But Zhèng Sījí can trade blows with others. As long as I'm not afraid of pain, I'll just trade blows with them. You might kill me, but you'll never defeat me. Everything that doesn't defeat me only makes me stronger. Well, a colossal world-level bug was born. On the 14th day in the Soul Realm, Zhèng Sījí was engrossed in reading novels. These were all novels he had downloaded before entering. But suddenly, his head buzzed violently, and he lost consciousness once more. When he came to again, he found himself back in his bedroom bed. Zhèng Sījí sat bolt upright. What was going on? The system, having finally waited for this moment, immediately appeared to explain. Host, at level 1, the system limits your stay in the soul space to 14 days per day. Exceeding this time limit will automatically eject you. Think of it like a game's anti-addiction feature. Please manage your time wisely and enjoy a healthy life. The system's words carried a hint of amusement, as if it had been waiting for Zhèng Sījí to feel the sting. But would Zhèng Sījí be stung? System, you're still too green. Do you think 14 days is too short? Would that really hurt me? Do you think I'd feel like I wasted a special? No. I think it's a steal. Originally, in that gloomy soul space, I could only endure 7 days. Now I can train there for 14 days. Absolutely worth it, right? Feeling the sheer delight radiating from Zhèng Sījí's heart, the system suddenly felt like it was falling apart. How come you're not stung by this? I'd been holding back for 14 days. And this is your reaction. The system was bitter inside, but the system didn't say a word. If it did, the system would get snapped at by Zhèng Sījí. It would get mocked by Zhèng Sījí. Not saying a word, absolutely not. Since Zhèng Sījí had classes the next day, he soon drifted off to sleep. Even though he could resurrect after death to refresh his status, sleeping was definitely more comfortable. Besides, every death avoided was one less to endure. When would he make a wish to become impervious to pain? Wouldn't that truly make him invincible? No, pain was one of the most vital sensations in the human body. It served as a crucial warning that one's physical limits had been reached. Anyway, I've grown accustomed to this pain by now. It's become as commonplace as daily meals, it doesn't matter. How heartbreaking it was to hear Zhèng Sījí utter those words. Waking up that morning, Zhèng Sījí discovered he had no food left. The food he'd packed yesterday had been completely consumed during his 14 days in the soul space. He had no choice but to buy something to eat on his way to school. Little did he know, a shadowy figure had silently appeared beside him. Chapter 28. Is this guy the Grim Reaper? With only 4 weeks left until the college entrance exams, Zhèng Sījí's school, South China First High, operated under a mixed student system. This system allowed cultivators and ordinary students to attend school together. Currently, many cultivators had already taken leave to return home for recuperation. Many ordinary students had also taken leave to study at home. After all, during this final month, even if they remained in school, teachers wouldn't be teaching anything new. Therefore, not many students in the entire class would necessarily show up to study at school. Only Zhèng Sījí, the man who ranked first in the school-wide written exam, would be so diligent in playing. Yes, he essentially went to school just to play. He had been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, coupled with a deep fascination for cultivation. Even though he couldn't cultivate himself, he had delved deeply into the subject. Of course, it was mostly theoretical knowledge, much of it wouldn't be put into practice until university. But, today, he couldn't go to school. Zhèng Sījí was walking along the roadside, munching on a large steamed bun. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss nearby. He turned his head sharply, ready to see who was behind him, preparing for a surprise attack. Swish! Zhèng Sījí's head whipped around. The guy behind him froze in surprise, clearly not expecting to be spotted so quickly. When Zhèng Sījí saw the person following him, he was even more baffled. What the hell is this? Startled, Zhèng Sījí nearly dropped his steamed bun. Before him stood a bizarre creature cloaked in black. The hood's opening where the head should be was pitch black, save for 2 lantern-like red eyes. At the cloak's edges hung Mickey Mouse-like gloves, each gripping a small scythe. Yet nothing connected the gloves to the hands, they simply hung there, raised as if by magic. Beneath the small hood, the edges were ragged and uneven, revealing nothing of its body. It simply floated in midair. What the hell is this? Just as Zhèng Sījí was frozen in shock, the black cloak spoke. You can see me? The black cloak's voice sounded childlike, oddly raspy yet piercingly sharp. It perfectly matched its appearance. Honestly, it was kind of cute. Hearing the question, Zhèng Sījí snapped out of his shock. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. What hadn't he seen before? Was he really afraid of such a little cutie? You've got to be kidding me. Zhèng Sījí forced himself to remain composed and replied. I can see you. What are you? Hearing Zhèng Sījí's reply, the figure in the black cloak seemed displeased. I'm the Grim Reaper. Do you know who I am? The Grim Reaper who comes to collect souls. The black cloak roared angrily, but this only made it seem even more adorable. Even when angry, you're adorable. Did you grow up on cuteness or something? But when Zhèng Sījí finally processed what the black cloak was saying, he froze. He said he was the Grim Reaper? You've got to be kidding me. Wait. That actually looks like the Grim Reaper. What kind of cosplay is this in broad daylight? Seeing Zhèng Sījí's utterly skeptical expression, the red eyes emitted crimson threads of light that spilled outward. I really am the Grim Reaper. Zhèng Sījí chuckled softly, stepping forward to ruffle its hooded head. Fine, you're the Grim Reaper. Is that good enough? But the Grim Reaper was completely baffled by Zhèng Sījí's reaction. What the hell is this guy doing? Yet it didn't brush Zhèng Sījí's hand away, and it certainly wasn't because it felt too good. You. Come with me. We'll talk somewhere else. With that, it turned and walked toward a dark, narrow alleyway. Hey, kiddo, big brother's gotta go now. Got school to attend. You better hurry home to your mommy, don't keep her waiting. With that, Zhèng Sījí also turned and walked away. You. Come here. The Grim Reaper realized his words had fallen completely on deaf ears. He was furious. Zhèng Sījí, however, was even more stunned. This was pressure carrying the scent of death. Having died countless times, Zhèng Sījí knew the scent of death all too well. This scene piqued his interest. Without further thought, he sent a text to his homeroom teacher requesting leave, then followed the Grim Reaper. Let's talk at my place. With that, Zhèng Sījí grabbed the handle of the Grim Reaper's scythe and started walking back. But then he suddenly thought, was it really appropriate to openly parade this guy around town, especially looking like he did and calling himself the Grim Reaper? Nevertheless, he resumed walking, dragging the Grim Reaper straight toward his small apartment. Zhèng Sījí's reaction stemmed not only from that aura of death. There was also the information from the system. In fact, the moment he first encountered the Grim Reaper, the system had already recognized him. System, host, this individual is the Grim Reaper of this world, the sole Grim Reaper. Normally, no one can see the Grim Reaper. You are an exception. Find a way to lure him back home. Once you've established a good relationship, the benefits will be huge. As for what exactly those benefits are, that depends entirely on how well you can sweet talk him. Zhèng Sījí retorted, who's the anomaly here? Wait, you're telling me this guy is the Grim Reaper? The system replied, indeed, host. Small apartment. Zhèng Sījí pulled out a stool, wrapped his arms around the backrest, and settled in, ready to hear the story. Go on, Zhèng Sījí asked calmly. Why follow me? But upon hearing this, Death instantly grew displeased. What do you mean, why am I following you? You're asking me? Shouldn't I be asking you? I sensed your death aura 2 days ago, yet you're still alive. 2 days ago, you were killed twice, I saw it clearly. Explain yourself. Listening to Death's rant, Zhèng Sījí impatiently scratched his ear and blew on his pinky finger. What do you mean, what's going on with me? I'm the one who should be asking you, why do you think I'm about to die when I'm perfectly fine? Zhèng Sījí felt panic rising within him. He had thought no one had witnessed what he did yesterday, but it wasn't that no one saw it was that a ghost saw it. Though he was panicking inside, he couldn't let it show. The Grim Reaper had his own suspicions and let out a soft sigh. So it's those resurrection artifacts again? Whoever invented this thing, it's enough to drive the Grim Reaper mad. Seeing the Grim Reaper's expression, Zhèng Sījí found himself intrigued. So, what do you need from me? Regarding the resurrection artifacts, Zhèng Sījí didn't pry further. After all, the system knew more. The Grim Reaper was straightforward enough to get right to the point. Since you can see me, it proves you've already grasped the principles of death. Sigh, you're just a kid barely out of your teens. Ha! You've reached the 2nd grade. And you've even formed a golden core. The Grim Reaper had intended to vent his frustrations, but upon truly sensing Zhèng Sījí's essence, he was utterly stunned. A teenager had already reached the peak of the 2nd rank. And he'd even condensed a golden core. Which prestigious clan's heir is this, sent here for some life experience? Chapter 29, You're sinking my performance metrics. Zhèng Sījí froze upon hearing the Grim Reaper's words. He was puzzled why could others still sense his cultivation level even after he'd completely withdrawn his true chi into his golden core? Logically speaking, shouldn't only 5th rank elders possessing golden Dan be able to sense each other? And even then, not all 5th rank powerhouses could sense it. So did this Grim Reaper possess some special ability, or was he 5th rank himself? It wasn't just Zhèng Sījí, the Grim Reaper's mind was also swirling with questions demanding answers. My affairs can wait. First, tell me what's on your mind. The Grim Reaper took a deep breath, suppressing the flood of questions swirling in his mind, and continued. In this world, you are the first person I've encountered who can sense me without being in any state of death. That's why I've been following you all along. But I never imagined you'd already begun to grasp the laws of death. How did you manage that? Zhèng Sījí grew impatient. Why did this guy always speak in fits and starts? Enough with the chatter. First, tell me about yourself, your origins, your work, your purpose. I know you have questions, but I won't answer them until you finish. The Grim Reaper's crimson lantern eyes flickered slightly as he continued. I am the sole Grim Reaper in this world. Under my command are many soul searchers whose task is to gather departed souls. They are the Grim Reapers you humans see in your final moments. I'm a bit more free-spirited. I wander wherever the wind takes me. I can sense when people will die, so I can stake out locations in advance. Yesterday, I collected the souls of those 2 2nd-rank mage masters. Yours was next on the list, but you didn't die. Do you realize how much trouble you're causing me by not dying? Logically speaking, this world shouldn't have resurrection artifacts or anything like that. I'd already calculated which souls to collect on which days this month, and when I could take a vacation. At this point, a glimmer of tears began to well up in the Grim Reaper's crimson eyes. But you didn't die. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused me? Zhèng Sījí's eyes widened in disbelief. What did he mean, you not dying caused me a lot of trouble? But the Grim Reaper's next words left him both amused and exasperated. You didn't die, so I'm 1 soul short. That means my performance metrics are shot. I can't even compete for the Outstanding Grim Reaper award now. Do you realize you've caused my performance to plummet? Zhèng Sījí felt like he'd encountered a fake Grim Reaper. Wasn't this guy supposed to be the boss? Why did he need to worry about performance metrics? Wait, hold up, you're a Grim Reaper and you have performance metrics? The Grim Reaper's words left Zhèng Sījí utterly speechless. He'd been feeling a bit embarrassed, but the Grim Reaper's next words made him want to punch it. The Grim Reaper cradled his scythe, one hand in a pensive gesture. But I've noticed something. After you die, even if you don't meet the soul collection quota, it seems like you can boost your death count performance. So I thought I'd tag along and see if you can die a few more times. Before finishing, the Grim Reaper hastily covered its empty mouth. He'd accidentally let it slip, revealing his true purpose. Zhèng Sījí desperately wanted to punch it, but managed to hold back. So you can sense who's about to die, right? What's the time frame for this? Zhèng Sījí pondered for a moment, seizing upon a crucial point. Realizing Zhèng Sījí wasn't overly concerned with his words, the Grim Reaper quickly shifted the topic to follow Zhèng Sījí's lead. The time span is 3 days. I can sense everyone who will die within the next 3 days. Hearing the Grim Reaper's answer, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The scope for maneuver here was immense. A bold idea struck Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí asked, Death God, you mean my death would boost your death tally, right? The Grim Reaper nodded his head and replied, yes, that's correct. Is there a problem? Zhèng Sījí pressed further, are there any specific requirements for your soul collection performance metrics? The Grim Reaper pondered briefly. 15 per month is the standard quota, right? 15 high-grade souls. Those 2 yesterday were high-grade souls. Yours counts to a peak second-grade soul. Since the Grim Reaper had always been the type to be selected as an outstanding Grim Reaper, it basically didn't remember this strict requirement. Zhèng Sījí pondered briefly before continuing, can death quotas compensate for soul quotas? The Grim Reaper gave a negative answer. This made Zhèng Sījí frown. But soon, the frown between his brows smoothed out. He had no pressing matters he absolutely had to accomplish. The notion in his mind was merely a bold idea. He wasn't lacking in resources at the moment, so there was no need to rush into it. Still, it could certainly come in handy when bluffing others down the road. Death God, let me put it this way, I want to collaborate with you. Zhèng Sījí stated his purpose directly. Upon hearing Zhèng Sījí's words, the Grim Reaper was somewhat perplexed. What possible collaboration could it have with a mere human? But when Zhèng Sījí continued, the Grim Reaper's crimson eyes suddenly widened. I've been resurrected so many times you couldn't possibly count them. So, working with me will boost your death tally. Even if it's just padding your numbers, it's no problem at all. At this point, Zhèng Sījí paused briefly. But in exchange, you must provide me with all the death information you possess. Is that acceptable? The Grim Reaper's red-bead eyes widened in astonishment. This deal seemed rather feasible. Other resurrection artifacts couldn't be counted toward death counts at all. But Zhèng Sījí's resurrection counts toward the death count. That's one reason why it chose to follow Zhèng Sījí. The Grim Reaper, who'd been racking up kills since childhood, wasn't one for such intricate schemes. He finds Zhèng Sījí's deal feasible. If Zhèng Sījí could truly die repeatedly, even if his soul's death count remained incomplete, his death count could still be maxed out. Deal. The Grim Reaper agreed with remarkable alacrity. You'll be traveling all over the world, right? So if I need certain information, how do I find you? Since they were entering into a partnership, Zhèng Sījí naturally needed to clarify specific details. Rest assured. Soul collectors are responsible for gathering souls within a specific region, but we death gods can appear anywhere within our own world. Death is everywhere. As he spoke, the Grim Reaper raised one hand in a gesture that was surprisingly endearing. This Grim Reaper, so he's just like himself in the soul space, omnipresent? So that meant he was essentially a god within the soul realm? It seems this little death god truly deserves the title of god? Chapter 30, you're upgrading whether you like it or not. After sealing the deal, Zhèng Sījí and the Grim Reaper would be partners for quite some time. After pondering for a moment, Zhèng Sījí spoke up, calling you death god all the time doesn't feel quite right. How about I give you a name? Such an adorable little thing shouldn't be called the Grim Reaper all the time. If anyone found out Zhèng Sījí thought death god was cute, well, that would be quite something. Upon hearing Zhèng Sījí wanted to name it, the Grim Reaper's large red eyes sparkled brightly once more. Its little hooded head bobbed up and down like a chick pecking at grain. Then from now on, I'll call you Black Robe. System, host, your naming skills are pathetic. Zhèng Sījí, shut up. Keep talking and I'll name you Second Dog. System. Black Robe didn't know how he felt about the name, but knowing he had one now, he flew around joyfully in the air. Zhèng Sījí smiled. He'd successfully tricked it into compliance. Anyway, he was bound to die eventually. Might as well trade it away, what a great deal. The death of a high-level soul was incredibly valuable to those Grim Reapers. Fortunately, the black-clad one had never seen Zhèng Sījí's soul. Otherwise, it would be yet another being aware that his soul was female. What was this? This was maximizing the benefits of death. Zhèng Sījí remained utterly unaware, already straying further and further down the path from death toward life. After striking a deal with the black-cloaked one, Zhèng Sījí briefly outlined his situation. The black-cloaked one had another target for today's mission, several diamond-tier sea demons lurking in the ocean depths. In this world, beyond humanity, any creature possessing cultivation was labeled by humans as a demon or monster. As the names suggest, sea demons of the seas and beasts of the land. Their ranks were divided into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and sovereign. These 5 tiers mirror the cultivation levels of human cultivators and mages. However, due to the size advantage of beasts, a mage alone would struggle to take on a demon of equal rank. For instance, a mid-tier mage cannot single-handedly defeat a silver-tier demon. The magic system cultivates offensive power, while the cultivation system hones the physical body. Therefore, to engage a demon in combat, one generally requires cultivation of the same tier. For instance, defeating a silver-tier demonic beast requires a mage at the mid-tier of the second rank. However, few individuals develop their magical cultivation and cultivation in tandem. Those who cultivate magic face a significant drawback: they cannot extend their lifespan. Where there are disadvantages, there are also advantages. The pace of magic cultivation is remarkably swift, far outstripping the cultivation of true qi. This explains why some individuals reach only the second rank in cultivation while already at the fourth level of mage mastery in magic. Cultivation also has a clear flaw: its slow progression. Advancing from the second tier to the third tier in cultivation is nearly as difficult as a mage advancing to the fifth tier, the forbidden spell level. This explains why Zhèng Sījí's peak second rank soul could rival those two cannon fodder characters who didn't even survive 2 episodes. Because the second grade is a threshold for cultivators, much like it is for mages. Though cultivators progress slowly, they gain the gift of extended lifespans. Every single cultivation system has significant flaws. You might find yourself, a third-grade veteran cultivator with a century of practice under your belt, unable to defeat a young high-level mage on the verge of advancing to archmage. How frustrating is that? However, the fusion of these two systems effectively addresses the shortcomings of each. Though it demands considerably more time invested in cultivation, the gains are equally proportional. Yet both systems place heavy emphasis on innate talent. Those who excel in both are as rare as hen's teeth. Thus, for ordinary human souls, reaching the second rank or archmage level is considered advanced. Demons and monsters are different. Only when a demonic soul reaches the 4th tier diamond grade can it be considered a high tier soul. This time, the target of the Black Cloaked One was a group of diamond tier lords. The scene of death it witnessed was precisely several diamond tier lords tearing each other apart in combat. Moreover, this battle could claim the lives of 4 or 5 diamond tier sea demons. It relayed all this to Zhèng Sījí, who naturally wanted to witness it firsthand. But the location was simply too far away, and Black Robe couldn't transport Zhèng Sījí there. So he could only give the black-clad one a phone, instructing it to record footage of their battle. When it came to demons and monsters, Zhèng Sījí was utterly obsessed. His childhood dream was to become an incredibly powerful cultivator, hunting all kinds of demons and monsters, then turning their corpses into specimens. But his inability to cultivate or awaken magic shattered that dream. Though he couldn't hunt demons himself, he had still studied a great deal about them. He had even self-taught the entire university-level demonology major. Now that he possessed cultivation power, his dream was about to reignite. Watching the figure in black take his phone and vanish from the spot, Zhèng Sījí's excitement surged beyond containment. If he hadn't already exhausted his soul space quota for the day, he would have rushed there to go wild. He still couldn't fully accept all this, it was simply too fantastical. Death, awakening, resurrection, slaying a second-rank demon mage, subduing the Zhao family, the timid Yulua, and Mo Lingyu, with whom he'd agreed to meet at the Demon Capital Academy. In just 2 days, he had experienced more than he could ever have imagined. He needed time to process it all, his brain was already overloaded. Many things were too much for him to process immediately, like this specimen dream. But he believed he would grow accustomed to it someday. After all, this was now his reality. Acceptance was his only choice. He held a cup of lukewarm water and took a deep breath. Kimmy, you think I only have one phone? You really underestimate a seasoned gamer. Before long, it was past midnight. Along the way, Zhèng Sījí ordered a lot of food online. After all, his day felt like 15 days for others. Zhèng Sījí casually read some novels for a while. Soon, the clock's hands ticked past midnight. Zhèng Sījí immediately entered his soul space. He resumed his relentless cultivation until the 13th day. Host, in recognition of your dedication, this system will grant you an exceptional half-level upgrade opportunity. The system adopted an air of superiority, as if this opportunity were truly a favor bestowed upon Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí's attention was instantly captured by that final word. Half upgrade? System, correct. In recognition of your diligence, a successful upgrade this time will elevate the system level to 1.5. Zhèng Sījí. So what changes will the upgrade bring? Though deeply puzzled by this LV 1.5 designation, he knew this upgrade must be better than LV 1. True to Zhèng Sījí's expectations, the system teased him with a cliffhanger. Host, we'll discuss that after you upgrade. Oh, then I won't upgrade. Would Zhèng Sījí indulge the system like that? Understood, host. Confirmation complete. Entering upgrade trial. Zhèng Sījí? What the heck does that mean? So you're just here to notify me. Chapter 31, The Blood-Feeding Egg. Zhèng Sījí, forcibly dragged into the upgrade trial by the system, was utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on? He found himself suspended in midair, surrounded by utter darkness, yet he could distinctly feel the sensation of weightlessness. He was falling endlessly. Do you think Zhèng Sījí was scared? No. He's thrilled. This is so awesome. Anyway, I won't die. This bungee jumping feeling is seriously awesome. Splat. Unlocked a new way to die, smashed into a meat patty. Before long, Zhèng Sījí revived. The surrounding space gradually brightened. A beam of light pierced the gloom, shining directly on Zhèng Sījí, making him squint uncomfortably. He shielded his eyes as he stared at the beam of light streaming down from above. Level up trial. Incubate the egg. Successfully hatch the flame phoenix within the allotted time. Countdown 30:00. Hint, the fire phoenix is reborn through blood. Zhèng Sījí. You sure are being subtle. You just want me to hatch it with blood, right? Isn't it just about dying over and over? Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Second tier peak cultivation full power. In an instant, the true chi within his golden core surged, forming a gaseous membrane around Zhèng Sījí. Then, another beam of light appeared, shining toward another location. Seeing this fiery phoenix egg, Zhèng Sījí felt a surge of panic. This egg is way too big. How many times would he have to die to cover it all? A blood-red colossal egg, covered in golden patterns, stood a full 4 meters tall. Countdown begins, 29:59. Seeing the countdown had begun, Zhèng Sījí didn't hesitate, he leaped straight up. First death, successful. But not all his blood flowed into the egg. After his resurrection, all the blood would vanish. Zhèng Sījí, who reached the top of the egg during his death, noticed this as well. So, does this mean I can't die instantly? Zhèng Sījí slit his own aorta, letting the blood flow to the top of the egg. The crimson blood gradually vanished from the giant egg's surface, merging into its core. Where the blood vanished, a faint glow began to emanate, transforming that section of the shell into something entirely distinct from the rest. It worked! So, this means I have to keep bleeding without dying? Damn system! Knowing I'm not afraid of death, you pull this stunt on me. You just want me to feel the pain, don't you? My blood slowly drained away, until I bled dry and died. How cruel you are! Despite cursing this system inwardly, Zhèng Sījí's pace didn't falter for a moment. He kept draining his own blood. He looked up at the massive egg 4 meters tall, with a diameter of at least 3 meters. The road ahead was long and arduous. He hadn't even covered 1,000th of it before bleeding to death. This trial was truly vicious. Zhèng Sījí's usual deaths were almost instantaneous, with little suffering. But this slow, gradual bleeding to death, this was true agony. What kind of devilish trial is this? So the system exists solely to punish invincible hosts, right? Since the outside world can no longer harm the host, the system steps in to inflict damage instead. What a vicious setup. Watching his blood drain away once more, Zhèng Sījí's face grew deathly pale. Watching himself bleed to death. What kind of human suffering is this? And not just once, but repeatedly witnessing his own death from excessive blood loss. Zhèng Sījí kept changing positions to pour blood, changing positions to bleed to death. To ease his agony, he desperately tried to distract himself. He pondered certain questions. My blood should vanish entirely after I resurrect, so why can this phoenix egg absorb it? Besides being preserved after absorption, is there any other way to preserve my blood? If I donate blood, and my blood is transfused into someone else's body, then I die again, would my blood vanish? If it did vanish. Wow! That's terrifying. Could I start selling my blood to those scheming bastards, letting them taste the cruelty of society? Sell it once, die once. Wouldn't they end up bleeding dry? True blood loss. Ah! I'm dead. Endless death, endless resurrection, endless fantasizing about this bug's 3 cycles. Time gradually ticked down to the final 5 minutes. Gazing at the last unlit section before him, Zhèng Sījí felt profound satisfaction. Finally, I'm about to finish filling it. Zhèng Sījí suppressed his excitement and finished filling the last section. The instant the last drop of blood drained away, Zhèng Sījí's face turned pale once more. Great! The arterial bleeding won't stop. Monster! Quick, call a doctor. Never mind. Farewell, this world. Zhèng Sījí wore a serene expression, a faint smile on his face, as if bidding this world his final farewell. Thud! His entire body collapsed to the ground, that final trace of a smile still lingering on his face. After a moment, color returned to his cheeks, and his eyes suddenly snapped open. This isn't acting, you know. I really did die once. Come to think of it, if I ever find myself without food in the future, maybe I should consider becoming an actor? Let's not talk about anything else when it comes to playing dead. I, Zhèng Sījí, am number 1. No one dares claim second place. Others just acted out, but mine was the real deal. Scared yet? Whoosh! A dazzling red light appeared in Zhèng Sījí's field of vision. Yes, yes, yes. The flame phoenix is about to hatch. Zhèng Sījí scrambled to his feet, desperate to see this fire phoenix that had devoured so much of his blood. Just what kind of divine being was it? Crack! Cracks began to form across the gleaming giant egg. It looked pretty much like that tea-flavored egg I had for breakfast this morning. Wonder if this egg tastes good. Ha! It's hatching. Crackle, crackle. The top shell began to fall away, gradually spreading downward. But even after half the shell was shattered, there was no sign of life inside. What the heck is this? Could it be an empty egg? I've been feeding it blood all this time, and it turns out I'm just pulling a blind box after all? And I ended up with an empty box? Crackle, crackle. The eggshell gradually cracked open, all the way to the bottom. It's here. It's finally here. The system didn't lie to me. This whole sequence, it nearly made Zhèng Sījí's jaw drop to the floor. You hatched a chick from a 4-meter wide egg. This little thing is even smaller than a chick. Peep. A tiny red chick took 2 steps back, then leaped upward, trying to jump over the eggshell blocking its way to its mother. Crack! But witnessing this, Zhèng Sījí covered his mouth, cheeks puffing out as he struggled to stifle his laughter. All that effort for what? A measly 0.05? An eggshell is at least 30 centimeters tall, right? Did you jump? Cheap, 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 cheap. The little red chick heard Zhèng Sījí's mocking and let out an angry squawk. It flapped its tiny red wings, took 2 defiant steps back, and prepared to leap again. Seeing the little creature's defiant determination to try again, Zhèng Sījí stepped forward and raised his hand. Ready, jump! Cheap, cheap. Chapter 32, System Upgrade. Cheap, cheap. At Zhèng Sījí's command, little red chicken flapped its wings and began sprinting forward. Cheap, 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 cheap. I'll definitely jump over it. Splat. Watching the little red chick about to tumble back into its eggshell, Zhèng Sījí stepped forward with a pang of pity. He grabbed the chick's body and steadied it. Then, he placed it back behind him. Why not just take it out? Because newborn chicks must learn to break out of their shells on their own. Similarly, the newborn chick had to jump out of the eggshell on its own. After steadying the little red chick, Zhèng Sījí had no intention of intervening again. This time, he'd only intervene to help it understand where its center of gravity lay. If he was going to be strict, he'd be strict all the way. Zhèng Sījí had already taken on the stern demeanor of a strict father. The little red chick understood Zhèng Sījí's intent. It stepped back once more, took a running start, and leaped. It kept jumping, and Zhèng Sījí kept cheering it on. Each time it improved a little, getting closer to clearing the eggshell. Perhaps it was because it tried so hard, just like himself. Countless deaths, all to grasp just a shred more strength. It kept falling, only to leap again. Perhaps because it resembled him so closely, whenever it took a running start to leap, it felt as though Zhèng Sījí himself were about to jump, gripped by intense nervousness. Even though it knew it couldn't clear this high wall in one go, it kept trying. Even knowing the wall was far beyond its reach, it refused to give up. At this thought, a faint smile touched Zhèng Sījí's lips. This little red chicken. I wonder if it's tasty. It's definitely got potential. After tumbling once more, the little red chicken scrambled back to its feet. Suddenly, a crimson glow erupted from its body. It retreated backward once more, the crimson glow from its eyes drifting outward, making it look exceptionally dashing. Cheap, cheap, cheap. It flapped its wings rapidly, and this time its movements were completely different from before. Little red chick, you didn't change your number, did you? It kept flapping its wings, and then, it actually flew. Though brief, the flight allowed it to leap over the eggshell. A stylish landing 10 points. Then it turned to take revenge on the eggshell. Cheap, cheap. Beep, beep, beep. It began to eat it. Could it be that every divine beast must devour its own eggshell? No, it was simply because this eggshell was saturated with Zhèng Sījí's blood. Not only was it saturated with an immeasurable amount of blood, but it also carried a peculiar sensation that made the little red chick unable to resist devouring it. It devoured the shell at an astonishing speed, consuming a large chunk in mere seconds. Zhèng Sījí was initially only slightly surprised, but when he saw the little red chick's body growing at a visible pace, he was truly stunned. With only 1/10 of the shell gone, the little red chick was already nearly as tall as him. Holy moly, how big is this thing going to get? Before Zhèng Sījí could process his astonishment further, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Trial complete. Mission reward, contract pet fiery phoenix. System upgraded to LV 1.5. New module unlocked quests. New module unlocked trial tower. Special module separated, please open the panel to view. This series of events left Zhèng Sījí utterly bewildered. So this little red chicken really is my contract pet now? Hey, I figured it out ages ago. The quest module is one thing, but what the heck is this trial tower? And seriously, what did you do to my special separation? Zhèng Sījí urgently shouted, open the interface. Host, Zhèng Sījí. Age, 18. Cultivation level, 2nd rank peak pseudo. Constitution, quantum-affinity constitution. System level, LV 1.5. Skill, 9 steps to heaven, 9 steps to the 1,000 realms. Items, to be entered. Soul space, click to access. Special, normal 1-3, cultivation 1-3, items 1-3 increases by 1 every Monday. Quest, click to enter. Trial tower, click to enter. Lottery, click to enter. Seeing this interface, Zhèng Sījí was dumbfounded. Special had become 3 categories? And judging by the setup, it seemed like it could even be upgraded? What happened to his original twice-weekly special usage? Even though it's now 3, this whole thing just feels sketchy. And this special has already refreshed, I still had 1 left from before. Did I just lose out? System, give me back that 1 special. System, host, learn to be satisfied. 1 special became 3. Your weekly specials increased to 3 times. What more do you want? You're just complaining too much. Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí was actually content after all, as the system said, the weekly cap was now 3, and he could even save them up. But, he genuinely regretted not using that last one. Zhèng Sījí silently resolved, next system upgrade, he would absolutely use up every single special. Compared to quests and the trial tower, what he craved most was that upgrade lottery. System, give me a level 2 draw. Understood, host. Preparing lottery. Second tier draw. Ready. Commencing draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Celestial Demon's Phantom Form. Celestial Demon's Phantom Form. Martial Skill Grade, Demigod Tier. Cultivation Realm. Clone Realm, create 3 virtual clones matching your own strength, they vanish upon death or recall. Soul Split Realm, create 3 clones with independent thought capabilities. Disappear upon death or recall. Spirit Refining Realm, creates 3 cultivating clones with independent thought. Upon death or recall, all power transfers to the main body. God Merging Realm, no current upper limit. Zhèng Sījí. What the hell is this? What the hell is a demigod tier? A realm above 5th grade? That's insane. After reading the description, Zhèng Sījí felt he was practically invincible. Knowing he might not always escape, he deliberately created a clone. Now he could slip away like a golden cicada shedding its shell. This system truly understands me. It's loaded with escape magic and martial arts techniques. So it just assumes I'm destined to be a runaway, huh? The system finally found an opening to interject. Host, the rewards from the lottery are granted based on the direction of your overall strength development. Bull. The system itself has no clue why Zhèng Sījí got so damn lucky, pulling a demigod tier martial skill straight out of nowhere. But if it's going to be heartbreaking, might as well embrace it with grace. Even if I don't know, I can pretend I do. Zhèng Sījí. I was just venting. Honestly, I'm pretty thrilled about this. System. Why is it so hard to figure out Zhèng Sījí's temperament when I clearly know what he's thinking? Or maybe, I already understand Zhèng Sījí's nature, but I just can't resist butting in whenever I get the chance? TSK, what a nasty habit this is, must be corrected. Otherwise, I might end up stabbing the host in the back only to get stabbed back instead. The heavenly demon transformation in my mind dissipated, merging into my soul. Whoa. This technique. It's terrifying. Chapter 33, oh my goodness. The clone exploited a bug. This technique. It's utterly terrifying. The instant the technique fused into Zhèng Sījí's body, he suddenly felt he could summon a clone. Is this what top-tier martial arts are like? Truly terrifying. He was familiar with clone martial arts like the 3rd grade technique Spirit Phantom bodies sold on the market. Only after reaching minor mastery could one summon a clone possessing 1/10 of their own strength. And it's incredibly fragile, basically dies at the slightest touch. But this heavenly demon illusion body? From the very start, it allowed him to summon a clone with strength equal to his own. Moreover, its conditions for death mirrored those of the master himself. He couldn't wait to summon a clone. A duplicate silently emerged from his body. Suddenly, 2 images flashed through his mind. Images transmitted through 2 pairs of eyes. This was dual control. Zhèng Sījí felt his brain couldn't process it all. He tried to lift his right hand, but the clone raised its left hand instead. How was he supposed to train this? This martial art only taught him how to cultivate a clone, but it never mentioned how to control it. Zhèng Sījí fell silent, determined to think carefully about what to do next. If he couldn't control it properly, he feared he might even lose control of his own true body. Wait. The clone would inherit all my abilities. What about resurrection? Swish. Without hesitation. Killing himself now felt as routine as eating breakfast to Zhèng Sījí, without a shred of burden. Yet at the moment he killed his clone, Zhèng Sījí still felt a twinge of tension. This death held too many variables to test. For instance, whether he would feel the clone's pain. For instance, how long it would take for the clone to vanish after death. For instance, would the clone inherit the same immortality as himself? Sure enough, a searing pain erupted in his abdomen, sending Zhèng Sījí writhing on the ground. After the clone died, its pain transferred to him. He hastily recalled the clone, and the pain vanished instantly. The fact that he felt the pain meant the clone couldn't share his immortality. What kind of ability is this, anyway? So you're just a clickbait artist, huh? Cheap. The cry of the giant red rooster snapped Zhèng Sījí back to his senses. Turning his head, Zhèng Sījí spotted a massive red chicken standing 4 meters tall. Well, it did look like a chicken. But it also carried a certain phoenix-like grace. Its crest resembled that of a rooster, lacking the divine aura of a phoenix. It was said that the Demon City Academy possessed the body of a genuine phoenix, mounted atop the archway at the entrance of their magic and martial arts college. Zhèng Sījí had seen photographs of it, and even through the images, he could sense its divine aura. He yearned for it intensely. Even if he couldn't gain admission to the Magic Capital Academy, he vowed to go there just to see that dragon and phoenix archway. That archway featured not only a phoenix, but a dragon as well. But the dragon at Magic Capital Academy was a fake. The real dragon resided at Imperial Capital Academy. This pair of dragon and phoenix were said to have come from another world. Humans had paid a heavy price to hunt them down. The fiery phoenix before him now resembled a fledgling phoenix, no longer as tiny as a newborn chick. But this creature was truly wondrous. It could grow by eating its own eggshells, and had grown larger than the shells themselves. The crimson phoenix flapped its wings, scampering over to Zhèng Sījí and affectionately nuzzling his head. This is a bit too big. Fortunately, Zhèng Sījí's physical strength had already reached the late stage of the first grade. With further training, his physical strength would soon reach the peak of the first grade. Once his physical strength reached peak tier 1, he could attempt to fully harness the power of early tier 2. Currently, he could barely wield the power of the early second rank. But if he exerted himself even slightly too much, he would kill himself. Cheep cheep. The bright red rooster's chirping drew Zhèng Sījí's attention. What was it licking? This is my blood? Wait, this blood isn't mine. It must be from the clone. Why did the clone return to me, yet this blood hasn't vanished? Could it be his own immortality attribute had mutated with the clone's attributes, causing a bug? Scratch. The great red chicken's body once again radiated a blinding crimson glow. Its body grew several more centimeters. With second-tier peak true chi coursing through its veins, the newborn red chick hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage. Each drop of blood he infused was saturated with potent true energy, for after every resurrection, he returned to his peak state. He recalled a passage from his university demonology textbook mentioning that certain demons could absorb the power of advanced human cultivators to enhance their own strength. In other words, the blood within his body had seeped into the eggshell, which the big red chicken then consumed. So that's why it grew so big? That's just too big. And how did this big red chicken manage to successfully establish its foundation? That flash of light earlier was the sign of successful foundation establishment. Cultivators need to consume foundation establishment pills and undergo relentless training just to have a chance at establishing their foundation. But you? You weren't even born half an hour ago. How did you establish your foundation? This creature absolutely deserves to be exterminated. Just like those bleeding sheep. Zhèng Sījí had bought numerous foundation establishment pills since childhood, attempting to establish his foundation. He also practiced the foundation establishment stage cultivation techniques provided by the Huaxia Cultivation Association. Yet he couldn't establish his foundation at all. Every single foundation establishment pill he consumed simply vanished without a trace within his body. Others take a foundation establishment pill and feel an endless surge of power within them. But Zhèng Sījí? After eating a foundation establishment pill, he still felt starving and went out to buy a whole bunch of food to eat. But this chicken? Even more infuriating. It ate an eggshell, sipped its own blood, and instantly established its foundation. How long had it even been since it hatched? The concentration of true chi in its blood wasn't high to begin with. After all, it hadn't released its full peak second grade power. Moreover, the true chi content in blood is inherently low, circulating primarily through meridians and acupoints. Sure, I gave it a bit much, but that shouldn't have let it advance directly. He felt like crying, like he couldn't even measure up to a little chick. He was still overjoyed. After all, this fiery red phoenix was his contract beast. With that thought, Zhèng Sījí's sadness eased considerably. You may be a genius, but you're still my contract beast, right? But then he suddenly realized he didn't have a summoning affinity. How was he supposed to form a contract? The considerate little system chimed in, "Host, once you leave this trial space, Laiwan can become your contract pet directly. It can reside in an independent contract space during normal times. Your contract pet can enter the soul space, but this system advises against letting it rest there. Because if you're not present in the soul space, time within it will remain frozen. You should understand what that means, host." This system was abnormal sweet, salty, and caring all at once, with its snark skills maxed out. Switching seamlessly between 4 modes, it always caught Zhèng Sījí off guard. Chapter 34, Venturing Further Down the Path from Death to Life. After hearing the system's explanation, Zhèng Sījí nodded in agreement. It made perfect sense. From now on, when he entered the soul space, he could have big red chicken train alongside him. It would keep him company, sparing him from ranting at an invisible system every day. System, exit the trial space. Swish. He had long since grown accustomed to the momentary loss of consciousness. The process of getting used to it was just a bit bittersweet. Yet this time, as his consciousness faded, something new stirred within his soul. Zhèng Sījí knew this must be the contract mark with the big red chicken. It seemed the system was right. This type of contract didn't require summoning magic. Summoning type contracts belonged to the realm of magical cultivation systems, making the signing process simpler. However, the pact Zhèng Sījí had forged with Laihuang appeared to belong to the cultivation system. The flame phoenix did not belong to this world. Clearly, the system had brought it over from another realm. A creature that achieved foundation establishment within half an hour of birth. The instant Zhèng Sījí's soul touched the contract, his consciousness flickered and faded once more. This dissipation wasn't caused by death either, but by a flood of new knowledge entering his mind. He hadn't actively opened the system interface, yet it opened on its own. Host, Zhèng Sījí. Age, 18. Cultivation level, 2nd grade peak pseudo. Constitution, quantum-affinity constitution. System level, LV 1.5. Skills, 9 steps to heaven, 9 steps to the 1,000 realms, heavenly demon illusory body unmastered. Items, to be entered. Soul space, click to access. Special, normal 1-3, cultivation 1-3, items 1-3 increases by 1 every Monday. Quests, click to enter. Trial tower, click to enter. Lottery, click to enter. Pet beast, blazing phoenix, click to enter pet beast panel. Without him making any moves, the system panel flashed again. Blood-soaked phoenix, mutant variety of the fire phoenix. Current level, early juvenile stage, foundation establishment stage. Bloodline grade, demigod tier. Bloodline ability, rebirth in blood. Skills, blazing sun ascension, last gasp, fierce feather thrust. Bloodline trait, blood drinking, bathing in the blood of those close to it greatly enhances the blood-bathed phoenix's combat prowess. Note, the blood of those close to it can greatly accelerate the blood-bathed phoenix's cultivation speed. Feel free to feed it your blood. Zhèng Sījí. This system is toxic. Giving away such a powerful pet beast for free? That might be considered normal, but what exactly does blood drinking mean? Close person? Why are you being so vague this time? If you want me to keep dying and keep feeding it blood, just say so. Zhèng Sījí now understood he was walking further and further down the path of death. Cultivating techniques required death, restoring vitality required death, bargaining with the Grim Reaper required death, and now even raising a pet required death. So the system has already mapped out my entire path, huh? Fighting relies on running away, living depends on death? I get the running part after all, fleeing when you can't win is a universal truth. But this, dying dozens of times a day? That's taking it way too far. Zhèng Sījí, inwardly ranting non-stop, casually severed his own aorta. The big red chicken simply lowered its head and gulped it down. Before long, Zhèng Sījí died again. The blood that had merged into the big red chicken's body didn't vanish. So once my blood is fused, it won't vanish? This was a major discovery. Should he learn alchemy and perform a blood sacrifice? Or perhaps master weapon forging and perform a blood sacrifice? Cheap. Beside him, the bright red rooster crowed, sounding as if it hadn't eaten its fill. Zhèng Sījí. This chicken is something else. While other pets protect their masters, this one wants to eat its master. After another bloodletting, the big red chicken finally quieted down. From now on, I'll call you Red Robe. Ha. Zhèng Sījí stroked Hongyi's body. It was too tall, he couldn't reach its head. The red-clad one, having received its name from its master, was somewhat displeased. What kind of name was that? But it didn't resist. Whatever the master called it, so be it. Zhèng Sījí glanced at his hourglass. The 14th day was nearly over. He still decided to leave a little time each time to handle any emergencies. Just as he was about to leave, something suddenly occurred to him. He asked directly in his mind. System, after you upgrade, will I be able to stay in the soul space a bit longer? The system replied, no, but you can once you reach LV2. The changes at LV2 are more significant. That trial is quite fun too, would you like to give it a try, host? Zhèng Sījí. Forget it. I can't handle that. Then he asked again in his mind, system, has the special restriction been raised? The system answered again, no. Level 1.5 only provides a standardized enhancement. To put it plainly, it's about rewarding your efforts. Zhèng Sījí felt a slight pang of disappointment. Alright, if not, then not. He then stowed the crimson robe into that novel contract space and exited the soul realm. He lay on the bed, yet felt surprisingly alert. After all, he'd just died once, leaving him feeling remarkably refreshed. He got up, switched on the light, and powered up his desktop computer. This computer had top-tier specs. He'd spent nearly 150,000 yuan assembling it. Over the past decade or so, precisely because he hadn't devoted time to cultivation, he'd gained knowledge in various other fields. When it came to computers, he was proficient in various programming languages and could be considered a hacker with a name. After all, much of the information he sought resided on classified websites. Without solid computer skills, accessing it would be nearly impossible. He downloaded an exceptionally well-designed architecture game, intending to learn some architectural knowledge. After all, he could create anything freely within his soul space. The house he built there was a perfect replica of his current apartment, down to the matchbox-like design. Unfortunately, creations made within the soul space couldn't be brought back into reality. Otherwise, he could have conjured up a bunch of coal mines and become a coal baron. He definitely needed to build a spirit field, but he simply didn't have the time to tend to it right now, so that plan would have to be postponed. As for formations, he had a rough understanding but no actual skill in constructing them. He could attempt to slightly adjust the energy concentration within the soul space, but not excessively. He hadn't increased the concentration now because he was already in a state of overwhelming energy. If the concentration were any higher, he might not even be able to train. According to the system, he could raise the energy concentration within his soul space to roughly 3 times that of the outside world, a level matching that of a second-grade spirit gathering array. The concentration boost provided by a spirit gathering array depends on the external environment it's placed in. In other words, the higher the external concentration, the greater the boost the array provides. If he mastered spirit gathering arrays, he could isolate a section of his soul space, adjust its energy concentration to roughly triple, then overlay a second-grade spirit gathering array resulting in a ninefold concentration. But mastering arrays was incredibly difficult. Without a powerful teacher, even getting started was nearly impossible. But suddenly, his eyes lit up. Chapter 35, Shock. Is this a bug or? Zhèng Sījí's eyes suddenly lit up as if he'd thought of something. System, if I use special to learn every spirit formation I'm capable of mastering, is that possible? Host, please don't ask me such questions, okay? Just try it yourself. Don't forget I'm the everything system. The system's voice sounded distinctly impatient. This host dared interrupt its drama watching over such a trivial matter. Zhèng Sījí's mouth twitched. Who said there were too many restrictions to make this happen? System, use special to let me instantly learn all the spirit arrays I'm currently capable of learning. System, host, special has been split into separate functions. When making a wish, please specify which special ability you require. Zhèng Sījí slapped his forehead. Why was this system so troublesome? Fine, system. Tell me how to make wishes with this new special. System, it's simple. Ordinary special works like before you can wish for anything. Cultivation special covers all cultivation-related matters, while item special handles all equipment-related wishes. Zhèng Sījí sighed in resignation after hearing the system's explanation. Before, he only had to rely on his imagination, but now he had to categorize things himself. Just sorting trash gave him a headache, and now he had to categorize his wishes too. But for now, he only had two to sort. If one didn't work, he could just use the other. But if the system upgraded again and introduced yet another wave of classifications, that would be a major headache. The existence of ordinary special was likely intended for things beyond cultivation and items. This general special category also serves another purpose. When there are too many classifications and I can't handle them all, I can just lump everything into general special and be done with it. As for spirit arrays, they should fall under cultivation, right? System, use special cultivation to instantly master all currently learnable spirit arrays. Host request analyzing. Analysis complete. Inputting spirit array knowledge. Input complete. That familiar sensation flooded Zhèng Sījí's mind once more. This was the legendary technique of consciousness dissipation. But this time, the dissipation of consciousness was unlike any before. The sheer magnitude of this knowledge overwhelmed Zhèng Sījí, plunging him into unconsciousness. He simply fell asleep, slumped over his seat. 2 days later, the light of righteousness shone upon Zhèng Sījí's large buttocks. Zhèng Sījí touched his cheek, feeling the numbness in his arm, somewhat at a loss. What suddenly appeared in his mind left him utterly stunned. No way! This spirit array of yours is something else. I only said I'd learn every spirit array I could master, but look at you. You actually carried my wish through to the very end. Indeed, Zhèng Sījí hadn't merely mastered all second-grade spirit arrays, he'd learned every single spirit array across all grades. Among them, astonishingly, were even demigod-tier arrays. Zhèng Sījí's jaw dropped in utter shock, leaving him speechless. He could only gaze at these spirit arrays, he couldn't even use them. First off, he lacked the materials needed to construct them. Second, he simply didn't possess the spiritual energy required to activate those array cores. Yet gazing upon these spirit arrays with their astonishingly powerful effects, Zhèng Sījí's mouth watered uncontrollably. Do you know what it feels like to be unable to partake of something you can only observe? That's exactly how Zhèng Sījí felt right now. Slurp. This demigod-tier spirit-gathering array, capable of concentrating energy intensity 1,000,000 times over. Isn't this a bit overpowered? Unfortunately, this is completely beyond his current realm of understanding. Wait, why did I even make such a wish? This is just going to make me drool with envy. Ugh. Zhèng Sījí's body trembled, trying to shake off all the pent-up frustration. But it didn't help at all. So, was there only one way left? Farewell, this world. Zhèng Sījí unleashed all his strength, shattering his body once more. When consciousness returned, the frustration in Zhèng Sījí's heart vanished completely. This resurrection was nothing short of a divine technique. Now, he no longer coveted those spiritual arrays in his mind that were merely for viewing, never to be used. Instead, he buried them deep within his thoughts, retaining only those he could currently utilize. He had come to terms with it, he possessed a golden finger. If merely making a wish could grant him such powerful spirit arrays, then his cultivation would inevitably rise. Reaching that so-called demigod realm was absolutely within reach, it was merely a matter of time. Thus, Zhèng Sījí had embraced a state of enlightened detachment, now focusing his efforts on studying the usable second-grade arrays stored within his mind. But upon closer inspection, he realized this system still had a flaw. The system's restriction prevented him from obtaining items of grade 2 or higher, yet it allowed him to acquire this knowledge. Or perhaps, the answer forming in his mind sent a shiver down Zhèng Sījí's spine. No way. Could someone like that really exist? Surely not? He must be overthinking this. Change the subject. Change the subject. Zhèng Sījí buried the thought deep within his mind and began studying the arrays in his thoughts. Though he had mastered all spirit arrays, he possessed no theoretical knowledge of them. Perhaps his muscle memory allowed him to wield some advanced spirit arrays directly, but if someone asked him about the theory behind them, he'd be a complete novice. He logged onto a website, hoping to find some information about spirit arrays. However, he only found the information he sought within the Huaxia Cultivation Association. This information was highly classified, documented only within the subordinate association of the Huaxia Cultivation Association, the Array Mastery Association. To access the Array Mastery Association's website, one must first pass their spiritual array assessment and become an entry-level spiritual array master to gain viewing privileges. But Zhèng Sījí had no time to pursue this spirit array master certification. The exam tested only basic knowledge, exactly what he didn't know. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. System, use common special to grant me mastery of everything I can possibly master. Wait. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhèng Sījí abruptly halted. Fortunately, after a long moment, no notification sound rang in his mind. After all, he hadn't actually spoken the wish aloud. He wanted to conduct an experiment, for his recent conjecture was rather terrifying. Zhèng Sījí forced himself to suppress his emotions, preparing to verify his hunch. He took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts in his mind. He had pondered it repeatedly in his mind, yet he was reluctant to simply use the ordinary special ability just like that. He weighed the pros and cons, frozen in place, sitting motionless in his chair. Chapter 36, Nothing Can't Be Solved by Dying Once. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhèng Sījí still decided against trying it. After all, this wasn't the goal he needed to achieve at this stage. Because regardless of whether his conjecture was correct or incorrect, he would have to expend one ordinary special. Moreover, what he would gain upon using it was something he didn't have much need for at this stage. After careful consideration, he decided to abandon the idea. Zhèng Sījí glanced at his phone. It was already 6 in the morning. Wait. June 11th. It was already 2 days later. This massive influx of knowledge had taken over 2 days. But upon reflection, Zhèng Sījí realized that completing such extensive spiritual array input in just 2 days wasn't unreasonable. He hadn't been to school for 2 days, but luckily he hadn't specified the exact duration when requesting leave from his homeroom teacher earlier. Having learned this lesson, next time he needed to input knowledge, he would definitely do it in the soul space. Otherwise, he hadn't lost much. His soul spacetime for June 9th was nearly depleted anyway. Wait. He hadn't entered the soul space at all on June 10th. Adding it up, he'd lost a full 15 days. What a bloody loss. Next time I need to absorb knowledge, I absolutely must do it in the soul space. With that thought, he immediately entered the soul space, for he did indeed have one more piece of knowledge to absorb. Thankfully he'd paused just in time, otherwise he'd have missed out for who knows how long. Upon entering the soul space, Zhèng Sījí immediately laid down on the bed in his small apartment within the space. Even if he was going to lose consciousness, he'd make sure to sleep comfortably. System, use ordinary special to grant me mastery over all computer-related knowledge I can possibly grasp. He specified computer-related because computers encompass numerous extensions. Since he was making a wish, he wanted to maximize its scope. It was precisely that one extra word that made an earth-shattering difference to his wish. Host requirement analysis. Analysis complete. Knowledge inputting. Input complete. Buzz. Zhèng Sījí's mind crashed again, plunging him into unconsciousness. When he awoke again, 2 more days had passed. Fortunately, he had now entered the soul space, granting him 12 more days to utilize. Zhèng Sījí rubbed his temples. Forcibly cramming knowledge into his head felt absolutely miserable. What else could he say? Bang. Zhèng Sījí, revived once more, felt refreshed and invigorated. This resurrection ability was truly divine. Indeed, he couldn't rush things. He needed to lay a solid foundation first, only then would his cultivation progress faster. Take this soul space, for instance. If he hadn't made the wish to control it, he'd still be cultivating in utter darkness. Cultivating in such conditions would likely lead to some kind of ghostly affliction. Had he not made the wish for full health resurrection, he would likely spend excessive time recovering. That would drastically cut into my cultivation time. Should I use that last special item sooner rather than later? Would that also speed up cultivation? What other items could be used now? Zhèng Sījí once again fell deep in thought. If he were to obtain a weapon, its grade differed entirely from knowledge, adhering to strict classifications. Therefore, if he were to obtain a weapon, it could only be of 3rd grade or lower quality, rendering it practically useless. The same applied to other items. The tier system for artifacts was simply too rigid. So, this item special ability, perhaps he should save it for now? He could store 3 anyway, and there was no rush to use it. Since they're all below 3rd grade equipment anyway, their impact on my cultivation shouldn't be too significant. With that thought, Zhèng Sījí made up his mind he'd save this item special for later use. After that, Zhèng Sījí prepared to absorb the computer-related knowledge that had already been fully transmitted into his mind. Before he even checked, his fingers began tapping involuntarily. So this effect even added muscle memory? Did that mean he was now a super hacker? The instant Zhèng Sījí's consciousness touched the knowledge within his mind, he felt himself drift into a daze once more. The sheer volume of knowledge was no less staggering than the spirit array. What was this? He now felt that even if tasked with infiltrating the entire internal network of the Huaxia Federation single-handedly, it would pose absolutely no problem whatsoever. Strings of code began to appear in Zhèng Sījí's mind's eye. Even the functions of a human body could be fully represented by code. This transcended the realm of computing. So, does all this fall under the category of computer science? We don't know which category it belongs to, but according to its claims, being able to replicate one's consciousness into the network. Achieve true immortality. Things from novels can actually be realized. Recalling that novel, he now had a bold idea to single-handedly build a vast virtual world, connect human souls, and achieve true virtual reality. Calm down. Calm down. This thing takes too much time. We can't do this. Calm down. Put. Huff. After dying once, Zhèng Sījí's condition had fully recovered. Truly a god-tier resurrection skill, utterly omnipotent. Nothing can't be solved by dying once. If it can, then die again. Then, Zhèng Sījí suppressed his inner thoughts, carved out a large section within his soul space, and envisioned a vast spirit field. He had seen spirit fields before. Plenty of ordinary designs circulated online. Therefore, constructing one through imagination posed no difficulty whatsoever. He then adjusted the energy concentration within this area to triple its normal level. Once he stepped out, he planned to find time to purchase some spirit herb seeds. Time could be accelerated within the soul space, but this accelerated time would still be deducted from his account. Accelerating it for 14 days meant his daily soul space usage time was now exhausted. He dared not linger long in this triple concentration zone, as he hadn't even mastered second grade power yet. In areas of extreme energy density, the golden core would unconsciously release its true chi for cultivation. Consequently, in such intensely concentrated zones, his power could easily spiral out of control. Of course, without training, it wouldn't be a major issue, but there was no need to linger in such intensely concentrated energy zones now. The energies within Blue Star comprise two types, spiritual energy and magic spirits, the latter being the abbreviated term for magical spirits. Under normal circumstances, most regions on Blue Star maintain equal concentrations of both energies. However, in certain special locations, the concentration of these two energies differs. For instance, certain magical spirit arrays suppress spiritual energy impurities to extremely low levels, aiding in magical cultivation. Magic spirits are even more unique, with each magical element having its own corresponding spirit. Fire spirits for fire magic, lightning spirits for thunder magic, and so on. In some areas, the concentration of different types of demonic spirits may also vary. Zhèng Sījí had a general understanding of energy research. What else could he do? Unable to cultivate from childhood, he had to excel academically. Chapter 37, Hacker Zhèng Sījí goes live. Spirit energy is a versatile force. Those cultivating true chi can absorb it, and those practicing magic can absorb it as well. However, when cultivating magic alone, pure magic spirits clearly yielded superior results. Spirit essence, however, is different. It can only be absorbed by its corresponding magical element. For instance, fire magic can only absorb fire spirits and cannot absorb other types of spirit essence. Therefore, cultivated spirit plants absorb only spiritual energy. The presence of magic spirits can adversely affect their quality. Consequently, many large-scale cultivators hire specialists to set up spirit arrays that suppress magic spirit concentrations. Yet with current technology, it remains impossible to completely reduce demonic essence concentration to zero. Consequently, many large-scale growers prominently advertise their magic spirit concentration levels in their marketing. For example, non-GMO spirit beans, cultivated in an environment with only 8% demonic energy concentration. Such advertisements are countless, and the price of spirit plants also varies based on the percentage of demonic energy concentration. Of course, some prominent families cultivate spirit plants themselves, and their growing environments are far superior to mass production facilities. The spirit plants they cultivate are consumed internally and never enter the market. In some elite families' cultivation environments, the spirit energy concentration might be as low as 1%. Spirit plants cultivated in such environments yield effects over 50% superior to those purchased externally. Is a 1% magic essence concentration environment really that poor? Of course not. To compress demonic energy concentration to 1% requires a spirit array at least at the peak of the 4th grade, or even the 5th grade. So compressing demonic energy concentration to 0% is nothing short of a pipe dream. Even a 5th grade spirit array can't achieve that. What more do you expect? But Zhèng Sījí is different. He can completely eliminate all demonic essence concentration within his soul space. He too discovered that even within the soul space, freedom is not absolute. Yet even within those constraints, he could accomplish much. For instance, purging the demonic essence and filling the void with triple the spiritual energy. Upon realizing this, Zhèng Sījí was so thrilled he nearly jumped for joy. 0% demonic essence concentration. In such a cultivation environment, the spiritual plants grown here would undoubtedly fetch the highest price across the entire network. And they'd be so rare they'd be priceless. Does this mean he'll strike it rich? The system sensed Zhèng Sījí's thoughts and retorted with a sigh, "Host, putting your ambitions under your feet, isn't that just plain wrong?" Zhèng Sījí completely ignored the system's sarcasm. "What do you know? This is the joy of life. What the hell do you understand, you system?" After surveying the space, Zhèng Sījí withdrew with satisfaction. In an environment with triple the spiritual energy concentration, Zhèng Sījí felt his spiritual energy growing increasingly beyond his control. Yet this sensation made him suspect it might be the key to rapidly mastering control over his power. Cultivating in such an environment might yield twice the results with half the effort? But the number of deaths would certainly increase as well. Compared to gaining greater power, what was death? Let's do it! Zhèng Sījí once again carved out a section, transforming it into a cultivation zone with triple the spiritual energy and zero demonic essence. He had intended to cultivate for a while, but his fingers wouldn't obey him. They itched to tap the keyboard and relieve the craving. He immediately logged out, nearly forgetting he still had important business to attend to. His wish to become a hacker was, of course, to lay a solid foundation for the early stages. If he could freely infiltrate the internal networks of major clans and powerful factions to access the knowledge he needed, his early progress would accelerate significantly. At the very least, he had to solidify his foundational knowledge. Perhaps it was his lifelong dedication to learning and his obsession with diverse knowledge that made Zhèng Sījí keenly aware of the importance of foundational skills. Emerging from his soul space, Zhèng Sījí immediately seized his computer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard at lightning speed. Trails of motion blur streaked across the keys, as if each button had a finger poised above it. His peak-tier typing speed truly lived up to its reputation. This was different from gaming. Gaming speed had an upper limit. No matter how fast you typed, the game system had to keep up, making the ceiling nearly fixed. But typing was different. Whatever you hit got typed. A torrent of code surged from his mind, filling the screen with endless strings of characters. Windows opened and closed in rapid succession, occasionally revealing a progress bar that vanished just as quickly. Feeling this flood of computer knowledge filling his mind, Zhèng Sījí grew increasingly excited. He was originally a small-time hacker, so he naturally possessed some understanding of this field. So when he realized his subconscious actions, he instantly understood this technology absolutely didn't belong in this world. Those strings of code made him gasp in astonishment. He was stunned by his own actions. What would normally require at least 100 lines of code to accomplish, Zhèng Sījí had solved with just 10 lines. This wasn't just 10 times faster, it was light years ahead. And these actions had been performed entirely subconsciously, so he hadn't even registered what had happened. Was this what using a cheat code felt like? It was exhilarating. Watching the Yuzhen Association's internal network get decrypted before his eyes, his heart was pounding with excitement. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. He had silently infiltrated the Yuzhen Association's intranet and secured the highest level of access. To prevent his access from being detected, he went a step further. On top of the existing highest level permissions within the Yuzhen Association's network, he added a new, ultimate level of access that surpassed all others. Now, the entire Yuzhen Association intranet might as well be Zhèng Sījí's personal domain. After casually navigating the association's network a few times, he discovered hundreds of vulnerabilities. How could a system crafted by so many top-tier programmers still harbor so many vulnerabilities? Zhèng Sījí casually patched them all. Now, the entire Yuzhen Association intranet was virtually impenetrable. Even if all hackers within China joined forces to attack, breaching this network within a short timeframe would be extremely difficult. Why fix it? Well, duh. This place is like my home now. Wouldn't you want to fix up your own home? After patching every vulnerability, Zhèng Sījí downloaded all the knowledge related to spirit arrays from the Yuzhen Association. This massive amount of data seemed too much for his mere tens of thousands of computers to handle. Ah well, the Yuzhen Association's intranet was practically his domain now anyway. He'd leave it here. If he needed it again, he could always come back and check. He located the foundational spirit array knowledge, downloaded it to his phone, and then promptly logged out of the website. Chapter 38, The Diligent Little Farmer Zhèng Sījí Online. Right now, Zhèng Sījí's mind was brimming with ideas he wanted to bring to life, but time simply wouldn't permit it. Even with 15 times the time of an ordinary person, he had no way to bring all his ideas to fruition in such a short span. Moreover, as time passed, the ideas swirling in his mind only grew more numerous. Just like this spirit array, it was also something I suddenly wanted to learn and master. Mastering spirit arrays requires both formation techniques and foundational knowledge. While I've already completed the formation techniques, the sheer volume of foundational knowledge is overwhelming. I still haven't made my wish properly. If I had included the foundational knowledge in my wish from the start, I wouldn't have had to spend so much time on it. But the knowledge he had acquired through his own efforts, with his own understanding, was what made progress possible. So even though he hadn't formally studied the foundational knowledge of spirit arrays, he didn't dwell on it for long. Standing on the shoulders of giants allowed him to reach great heights, but to advance further, he must rely on his own efforts. As the system's chosen one, he couldn't simply follow in others' footsteps. The computer science knowledge he'd just acquired was merely stored in his mind, ready to be accessed through his body's instinctive reactions when needed. Yet the knowledge within his mind was different from that of Spirit Array's computer science knowledge was solid and unshakable. If confronted by a computer expert, he could instinctively answer any questions posed. Yet to truly progress in this field, he needed to fully internalize and organize this knowledge as his own. At present, Zhèng Sījí simply didn't have the time. Cultivation alone kept him overwhelmed. How could he possibly manage anything else? Only after reaching a certain cultivation level and stabilizing his early progress would he consider other pursuits. Since he could have whatever he desired, why not strive to become an all-around master? A first-rank cultivator's lifespan is around 200 years, while a second-rank cultivator's is 300. And since time flows differently within the soul space, his lifespan effectively became 14 times longer than others. Zhèng Sījí grew increasingly excited at the thought, bursting into loud laughter. Ahahaha. System. Is this host mentally unstable? How can he laugh like a madman just from imagining things? But for once, the system didn't interrupt Zhèng Sījí. Because the host finally understood just how powerful his cheat code truly was. System moved.jpg. After Zhèng Sījí laughed himself silly for a good while, the system finally found an opening to interject. Host, aren't you going to check the trial tower and quests? Zhèng Sījí calmly replied, what's the point? I'm already stretched thin for time. If the trial tower is too useful, it'll just eat up more of my precious hours. And since I have none to spare, I'd just be left drooling over it. The system persisted, host, the trial tower and quests only unlock when they're genuinely beneficial for your current stage. Why else would I create a level 1.5? You really are a simpleton. Zhèng Sījí. Right. These features might actually be useful. Zhèng Sījí slapped his forehead and immediately ordered the system to open the trial tower for inspection. Trial tower, click to enter. Looks like I'll have to go in and figure it out myself? Better check the quest system first. Quest, hunt cultivators. Quest 2, eliminate one grade 1 or low-tier cultivator. Quest reward, +1 common lottery draw. Quest 3, kill a grade 2 or intermediate cultivator. Reward, +3 normal draws completed, click to claim reward. Task 4, kill a grade 3 or high-tier cultivator. Task reward, tier 1 draw +1. Task 5, defeat a 4th rank or archmage. Task reward, tier 1 draw +3 completed, click to claim reward. Task 6, defeat a 5th rank cultivator or a forbidden spellcaster. Task reward, level 2 lottery +1. Trial tower quests. Task 1, clear the first floor of the trial tower. Task reward, special item +1. Task 2, clear the second floor of the trial tower. Quest reward, special cultivation +1. Seeing this interface, Zhèng Sījí finally realized just how foolish he'd been. He'd just completed 2 quests at once. Both the regular draw and the tier 1 draw could be done 3 times. And clearing 1 floor of the trial tower grants item specialization. So this trial tower really is a stage clearing mode? Without hesitation, Zhèng Sījí immediately claimed his 3 draws. Today's timing is perfect, let's draw them right now. System, 3 consecutive standard draws. Understood, host. Preparing draw. Triple normal draw. Ready. Commencing draw. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 3rd grade martial skill, Farmer's 3 Fists. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 10 grade 2 spirit stones. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 20 spirit rice seeds. Farmer's 3 Fists. Technique grade, 3rd grade. 3 consecutive punches strike the enemy before they can react. Spirit rice seeds. Spiritual plant grade, grade 2. Grows at an extremely rapid pace, completing his cycle every 5 days to yield seeds. Zhèng Sījí. This farmer's 3-punch combo seems pretty useless. 2nd grade spirit stones are passable. A 1st grade spirit stone trades for roughly 10,000 huaxia coins, while 2nd grade spirit stones fetch about 100 times that price. Moreover, spirit stones in the trading market often require advance reservations. Spirit stones are one of those things that have a price but no market. Therefore, most purchases come with a significant markup. He'd likely gotten around 10 million huaxia currency, but he didn't pay it much mind. He had nowhere to spend it anyway, and his savings had long surpassed that amount. As for the spirit rice, it truly delivered exactly what he desired. Spirit rice is currently one of the hottest spirit plants on the market. It grows fast, tastes great, and is cheap. However, the spiritual rice available on the market was barely classified as a grade 1 spiritual plant. Yet, the spiritual rice he won from the lottery was grade 2. Spiritual plants held immense value. Their effects differed from ordinary meat. The energy they contained was gentler and more effective at refining the body. Though spirit rice is a 1st grade spirit plant, its short cultivation cycle and low maintenance requirements mean ordinary spirit rice has become a staple food for nearly everyone. Of course, spirit rice cultivated in environments with lower magical energy concentrations can also command inflated prices. And mine is second grade, its effects must be even greater. Forget the effects for now, it's definitely delicious. What else is there to say? Let's plant it. He immediately entered his soul space without hesitation. Zhèng Sījí envisioned a sturdy hoe and a full set of farmer's attire. The soul space instantly provided them, and he donned them before heading straight to the fields to work. Hard-working little farmer Zhèng Sījí is online. Zhèng Sījí had some knowledge about spirit plants, but he'd never grown one himself. Spirit rice, however, was exceptionally easy to cultivate. Just bury it, add some water, and let it fend for itself. You're a mature spirit plant now, learn to grow on your own. After planting all 20 spirit rice seeds, Zhèng Sījí didn't leave the soul space. 3 level 1 draws left, might as well use them all at once. Chapter 39, See Demon Attack? System, give me 3 consecutive level 1 draws. Yes, host. Preparing lottery. Level 1 triple draw. Ready. Commencing draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 10x Spy Gear X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained grade 3 flower in Beef X4. Congratulations, host. You have obtained plus 1 day of soul space usage time. 10-fold spy device. When equipped, increases the power of magic spells by 10-fold. Grade 3 Wagyu beef. Bulls X2, cows X2. Can be paired. Optimal habitat, flower fields. Breeding and growth rates vary with spiritual energy concentration. Seeing the results of this draw, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Though he hadn't cultivated magic yet, it was something he would inevitably pursue. Thus, this 10-fold boosting espionage device was undoubtedly a game-changer. Espionage devices were available on the market, but the highest grade ones sold were only 6 times in power. And he'd just drawn a 10-fold one. This was a game-changing artifact for fighting opponents of higher tiers. And the fact that the usage limit for his soul space had increased by 1 day? That was definitely an even luckier bonus. He could use it for twice as long as others. You want to ask why others are so much stronger than you? Because their 1 day equals 16 of yours. You spend half a day training, while they play for a full day and still have 15 days left to train. Why are you so weak? Because you don't have a cheat code. If you're so smart, go get yourself a cheat tool. As for the flower and cow, they're available on the market, but the price is unbelievably steep. Flower cattle are bronze-tier magical beasts now bred in captivity, yet those capable of advancing from foundation establishment to grade 1 are incredibly rare. And the soul space directly granted 2 pairs of grade 3 flower and ox. Different genes mean different upper limits for the next generation. Bronze grade flower Wagyu produce offspring that reach bronze grade. The offspring of a grade 3 flower Wagyu also have a ceiling of grade 3. Yet the flower Wagyu bestowed by the system aren't named according to Blue Star's conventional grading system. This is worth pondering. Does this mean only Blue Star uses names like bronze and silver, while other places directly use first grade, second grade, and so on to classify levels? Zhèng Sījí didn't dwell on it after all, he had no immediate need to understand these details. Zhèng Sījí fenced off another section, creating a vast sea of flowers, and placed the 4 flower Wagyu inside. Flower cattle possess docile temperaments and wouldn't attack humans without provocation. But if he were to try eating them, even his peak second grade strength wouldn't stand a chance. Best let them breed freely for now. Just to clarify, it's not that I'm scared, nor that I can't defeat them. It's simply that I'm kind-hearted. Let them build a large family first. After leaving the flower cow ranch, Zhèng Sījí began his training. His primary focus was mastering the split body technique. His initial training goal was to control his split body while his main body remained stationary. That way, in the future, he could stay put while sending his clones into danger. Even if discovered, the blame wouldn't fall on him, he'd have an alibi. Should a clone die or be discovered, simply recalling it back proved more effective than any other method. He created an environment with alternating day and night cycles within his soul space to acclimate himself. These past 10 days had been incredibly busy. Days were spent studying spirit array knowledge, midday practicing clone control, and nights adapting to increasingly powerful forces. He also had to find time each day to feed the red robe. He was truly struggling. He'd catch a nap now and then after all, even though he always came back fully healed after dying, he still needed to rest. Occasionally, he'd read a novel, play a single-player game, or watch a downloaded TV series. And so, another 14 days passed. He still set aside half a day just in case. If he couldn't enter the soul space anymore, he'd feel terribly lonely. The moment he stepped out, what greeted his eyes gave him quite the shock. Holy crap, what the hell is that black blob? It was already past 6 in the morning, why was it still haunted? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was just a figure in black. Black robe still held a scythe in one hand and a cell phone in the other. Hey, here's the video from the sea demon battle. My phone ran out of battery, so I only recorded part of it. When I came back to find you, you were asleep. This sea demon battle was so satisfying. 12 diamond level sea demons were killed. Combined with the souls collected the other day, this month's quota is already met. Black Robe's voice brimmed with excitement as he shared the thrill with Zhèng Sījí. His personality was childlike. Though their relationship was technically a partnership, he had come to regard Zhèng Sījí as a friend. After all, Zhèng Sījí had given it its name, and in this world, Zhèng Sījí was the only one who could converse with it. The soul searchers, on the other hand, regarded it with awe, never daring to speak to it. Perhaps it was pent up for too long, for it now seemed exceptionally lively. Zhèng Sījí paused slightly upon hearing Black Robe's words. He hurriedly plugged in his phone to charge it, eager to witness the sea demon battle. The phone had barely powered on when the man in black spoke again, causing Zhèng Sījí to freeze once more. "Oh, and I overheard those sea demons discussing plans to attack your human race. Apparently, this battle is over profit sharing." After carefully processing the black-clad figure's words, Zhèng Sījí's eyes suddenly widened. What? Attack the human race? This was a major event. 12 diamond-level sea demons had perished in battle over a profit share. How severe would this invasion be then? Should he report this to the Huaxia Federation? But would the Federation listen to a young adult like me? I've got some major intel here. If the Federation won't listen, maybe I should just slip inland and hide for a while? I live right by the coast. If sea monsters invade, I'd be among the first to suffer. Zhèng Sījí swallowed hard. He believed every word the man in black had said. The black-cloaked one was the Grim Reaper of this world. The system had mentioned that soul searchers might be visible to exceptionally powerful cultivators. Like sea demons at the peak of the sovereign tier, or cultivators at the pinnacle of the 5th grade, or mages wielding forbidden spells at their zenith. These cultivators standing at the pinnacle of Blue Star might be able to see the soul searcher. But the Grim Reaper was fundamentally invisible to the inhabitants of the world he governed. Unless one touches the laws of death. Or perhaps someone whose power surpasses the upper limit of this world might glimpse the black-robed figure before their demise. Did seeing the Grim Reaper truly mean I had touched the law of death? Perhaps it is true, for I have died countless times. Therefore, the information the black-cloaked one had heard must be true. After all, others cannot see it, but it can see others and hear their words. If this were true, then I must prepare myself. Chapter 40. No one would believe me anyway. Black Robe. Is the information reliable? Who told you? Even though he knew the information was almost always accurate, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but ask. Black Robe casually pulled out a soul and began devouring it. Heard it from a few king-tier sea demons. Damn, why aren't they fighting? A few more deaths and I'd hit my annual quota. Upon receiving the black-clad figure's affirmative response, Zhèng Sījí's expression also grew grave. The human race would not be so easily annihilated after all, they had endured all these years. Perhaps they were weaker at the beginning, but by now, the human race had grown strong enough to stand against the sea demons. Moreover, as sea demons, invading the mainland would be exceedingly difficult. Sea demons and beasts were not of the same kind. Thus, the human race would not be annihilated, but they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. In severe cases, they might even lose some base cities. South China City was manageable, a relatively small settlement. But right beside it lay a major base city. It might very well be caught in the crossfire. Wait. Who says I can't inform the Federation? Black Robe, how long before the sea demons arrive according to your intelligence? Zhèng Sījí hurriedly asked. About 10 days or so. They seem to have finished their preparations already. This time, they'll probably collect a lot more souls, and my performance will go up again. Black Robe swallowed hard, clearly eager for the war to erupt. Zhèng Sījí didn't respond. After all, their positions were different. The fact that he'd shared such crucial information was already satisfying enough. Ignoring the newly powered-on phone, Zhèng Sījí pulled out another device and dialed a number. Hello, is this the Zhao family head? I have extremely important news. You must take this seriously. This is no trivial matter. Upon receiving Zhèng Sījí's call, the Zhao family head was momentarily stunned. The big shot was actually calling him. But the words that followed sent shockwaves through him. Mr. Zhang. Is your information accurate? Are the sea demons truly invading us in 10 days? He was genuinely bewildered. Normally, news of sea demon invasions would reach them at least a month in advance, yet there had been absolutely no word of this one. Zhèng Sījí wasted no time on pleasantries. Remember your position. My intelligence is 100% accurate. You should be able to guess where it comes from. After a brief pause, Zhèng Sījí added, my source is somewhat irregular. I cannot disseminate this information through official channels. You must notify as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. Upon hearing Zhèng Sījí's words, the Zhao family head immediately took it seriously. Zhèng Sījí trusted him to relay the message. Successfully handling this matter, even if it turned out to be false, would earn him Zhèng Sījí's trust. And if it turned out to be true? Not only would he gain Zhèng Sījí's trust, but as the first to relay the news, his family's standing would undoubtedly rise dramatically. This incident was essentially risk-free. But, if sea demons truly invaded, his clan as one of the top families in the Star River district would inevitably be thrust to the forefront. He prayed no sovereign tier C demon appeared this time. Otherwise, his clan wouldn't even be enough for a single slap from such a creature. After hanging up, the Zhao family had issued a level 1 directive to disseminate the entire incident and contacted Liang Yiba. Liang Yiba had initially been quite pleased both clans had inexplicably dropped their pursuit of the 2 high-level cultivators' deaths and even compensated with funds for street repairs. But then he received an urgent call. At first, he refused to believe it. But the tone of the Zhao family head sounded utterly convincing. The head of the Zhao family even vouched for the authenticity of the news, pledging the entire family's reputation. Currently, all regions within Huaxia were conducting disaster drills, striving to ensure everyone could enter safe shelters at the earliest possible moment when calamity struck, awaiting rescue. If this report proved accurate, it would allow for advance preparations. Previous sea demon gatherings had always been reported a month in advance, allowing warnings to be issued and people to prepare. But full evacuations never occurred after all, one cannot prepare indefinitely. If sea demons gathered constantly and people hid perpetually, the economy would grind to a halt. This time, however, there has been no warning at all. If the Zhao family head's intelligence is accurate, the sea demons may indeed be poised to invade. But believing it alone is utterly useless. Even as a second-rank mage, and even with the entire Zhao family vouching for him, there was no way the Federation would believe him. He had reported it to the South China City Tribunal branch at the fastest possible speed, but received the swiftest response. Rejected. They didn't believe a word he said. But now, this had also calmed Liang Yiba down. Even if the Zhao family vouched for him, he wouldn't necessarily trust them completely. Still, the Zhao family wouldn't use something like this as a prank. Liang Yiba took a deep breath, contemplating what to do next. At that moment, the head of the Zhao family had arrived at his office. The patriarch hurriedly sat down, his face solemn as he waited for Liang Yiba's decision. Liang Yiba took a deep breath, rejected. The head of the Zhao family suddenly chuckled softly. As expected, no one would believe it. The head of the Zhao family said, I called over the head of the Xiang family. He believed it. The head of the Xiang family would certainly believe it, for he had revealed his source. The head of the Xiang family had also received that person's call and was equally shaken. His suspicions about Zhèng Sījí had always been more severe and more deeply rooted than those of the Zhao family head. Zhao Jiazhu had only gradually come to terms with it himself after meeting Zhèng Sījí. Hearing the news, the head of the Xiang family hurried over as well. Shortly thereafter, the head of the Xiang family arrived. Inside the office, the three fell silent. After a long pause, the head of the Zhao family finally spoke. We can't control everyone in South China City, but at the very least, we must manage the Galaxy District. The head of the Xiang family echoed his sentiment, exactly. Others may not believe it, but I do. If they fail to protect themselves, they'll be the ones paying the price. Liang Yiba took a deep breath, clearly tacitly agreeing with the two heads' stance. He too was deeply concerned for the lives of others. But for now, he couldn't afford to think too broadly. At the very least, he had to protect the Star River district under his command. As long as no sovereign-level sea monsters appeared and the diamond-level sea monsters remained few in number, they could hold their ground. The real fear was that surrounding cities would fall, and other districts of South China City would be overrun. Then, even his own Star River district would be difficult to hold. Liang Yiba didn't fully trust the intelligence they provided, but he believed most of it. The level of attention from the two family heads clearly indicated someone behind the scenes was feeding them intelligence. He was puzzled. If this person could detect the sea demon attacks, why couldn't they relay this intelligence to the Federation's higher-ups? Intelligence undetected by the Federation had been picked up by others. Despite his doubts, Liang Yiba didn't dwell on it. Even if this intelligence turned out to be false, he'd merely take the fall, it wouldn't have much consequence. But if this intelligence was genuine, Liang Yiba took another deep breath. He was in. Chapter 41, Too Fast. Zhèng Sījí was at home, playing video games. He had been quite worried at first, but then it occurred to him he wasn't going to die anyway, so he might as well just run away sooner. The only thing he truly worried about here was Yuluo. But Yuluo was so easy to fool. Had she broken up with Zhao Jiaming? Could he take advantage of the situation? Wait, no, we're decent people. We can't take advantage of her vulnerability. Find an opportunity another day, use the excuse of taking her out to cheer her up, and go on a trip to the mainland with her. My only asset here is this small apartment. It hasn't been upgraded with spatial folding technology, so it's not particularly valuable. I only paid a little over $1 million when I bought it. Land prices in South City aren't high to begin with, especially since this area is in the Galaxy District. Maybe land in other districts of South China City holds more value, especially those utilizing spatial folding technology, but that's none of his concern. He'd never had many friends growing up. The only ones who could be considered friends were Yuluo and Mo Lingyu. The others who could be considered friends were no longer in South China City. So his feelings for this place were mostly nostalgia. After all, he'd lived here for so long. Mo Lingyu had likely been taken away, leaving only Yuluo as someone he worried about slightly. He'd pack up his belongings and store them in his soul space. He didn't need to sell this apartment. After all, if the sea monsters really destroyed it, the Federation would compensate him with a house slightly more expensive than this small apartment. Once the decision was made, Zhèng Sījí felt completely at ease. As a newly adult student, how could he possibly harbor such lofty ideals of saving the world? He'd rather just coast through life. He didn't plan to return to school for the next few days. His homeroom teacher had sent him a message, and Zhèng Sījí had informed them he'd be taking an extended leave to study at home. His homeroom teacher readily agreed. After all, Zhèng Sījí consistently ranked first in the entire school. Beyond the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, he could choose any institution in the world. Allowing him to adjust his state at home would actually benefit his exam performance. And he was indeed adjusting his state, playing games, reading novels, feeling quite comfortable. Those 10-odd days of training in the soul space had yielded significant gains. He could now control his avatars to a basic extent, though only when he remained completely still. He had also mastered a great deal about spirit arrays. After all, having learned a large number of them, deducing their principles and integrating his understanding was far less difficult than learning them individually. The hardest part of learning spirit arrays wasn't the foundational knowledge, but practical application. Now that he had mastered practical application, learning the fundamentals wouldn't be too difficult either. Though he had made progress in both areas, his mastery of power itself had not significantly improved. His recent control training had been conducted in environments with high spiritual energy concentration, and during this period, his physical body had also advanced to the peak of the first rank. Advancing within the first grade was relatively straightforward. Once one broke through to the first grade, many could reach its peak. It was the threshold of the second grade that stumped most practitioners. Yet even within the first grade, ordinary practitioners might spend 100 years or more to reach the peak. Some prodigies might reach the threshold of the second rank in their teens or 20s, only to be stalled there. Someone like Zhèng Sījí had already broken through to the second grade, but his physical body and control hadn't yet reached that level. Combined with this high concentration environment and his relentless, life-risking training, his advancement speed is undoubtedly dozens of times faster than others. Others dare not train excessively and lack sufficient time for training, needing rest and recovery. But Zhèng Sījí was different. He could temper his physical body at any moment. Reading books amidst triple concentrated spiritual energy also served as a form of physical tempering for him. In such conditions, preventing his true chi from overflowing was itself a discipline in mastering its control. Combining the knowledge he'd acquired over the years, he devised an exceptionally efficient training regimen for himself. Moreover, this method required no rest and eliminated concerns about sudden incidents like muscle strains. What problem couldn't be solved by dying once? Well, perhaps excessive playfulness. In any case, continuing with his training regimen measured by external time, his physical body would inevitably break through to the second rank within a week. By then, even if his control over his true chi hadn't improved, the enhanced strength of his physical body would allow him to practice mastering it rapidly, preventing him from accidentally killing himself at every turn. Once both his physical body and control reached the early second-tier stage, wielding peak second-tier power wouldn't instantly cause his body to explode. And by then, I could begin preparing to awaken magic. Magic was the most crucial element. Its offensive power was formidable, and its cultivation speed was exceptionally rapid. Though he needn't concern himself with this, he currently possessed no offensive martial arts techniques whatsoever. He could only rely on his fists for basic attacks. He was utterly helpless with nothing but escape skills. He played the game all day long, encountering several toxic players, a few streamers, and even professional players. It wasn't until evening that he reluctantly logged off, still craving more. He pulled out his phone, intending to call Yulua and tell her he'd take her out to play in a few days. But to his surprise, Yulua had already vanished. According to her, her father had received word that coastal areas might be attacked by sea monsters, so he'd packed up and taken them away. Yuluo's father was a businessman who rarely stayed in one place. Only Yuluo and her mother lived in South China City. Thus, they had little to leave behind. Packing up allowed them to depart immediately. As for the house, they weren't worried at all. If nothing happened, there would be no loss. They could treat it like a vacation. If the sea monsters destroyed it, the Federation would provide compensation. However, Yuluo had only a month left before her college entrance exams. Leaving now would inevitably affect her studies. Still, word was that her father had already made arrangements, so she had nothing to worry about. The Zhao family had acted swiftly too. While he was playing Honor of Kings, nearly everyone in the Star River district had already heard the news of the sea demon's impending attack. Her father, a shrewd businessman, acted swiftly too. He packed up and slipped away shortly after receiving the news. Naturally, the Star River District's actions had also been detected by the Federation Tribunal in South China City, and Liang Yibo was immediately summoned for questioning. The director of the South China City Federal Tribunal personally received him, as Liang Yibo did have some connections. Previously, his application had been rejected as nothing more than a frivolous request. But seeing how seriously Liang Yibo took this matter, the South City Bureau Chief had no choice but to personally investigate the situation. No one holding a key federal position was simple. They all adhered to one principle: whenever danger loomed, even if intelligence proved incorrect, the highest level of preparedness must be maintained. For the safety of the Huaxia people, the Huaxia Federation had always adhered to this rule. The moment even the slightest shred of credible intelligence surfaced, they would be on high alert. This is the Huaxia Federation. Chapter 42, Evacuation. Of course, only the Huaxia Federation would act this way. Certain major powers, even when presented with concrete intelligence, would take no action whatsoever. They harbor a blind confidence in their own strength, perhaps because they haven't experienced a sea demon invasion in far too long. The Huaxia Federation also faced its share of hardships. Virtually every sea demon invasion impacted them, often making them the primary theater of war. Having endured numerous severe blows, the Federation takes these incidents extremely seriously. Shortly thereafter, Director Liu of the South China City Tribunal branch gained a general understanding of the situation. Although they lacked concrete evidence, the information was reportedly obtained from a high-ranking source. Upon learning the details, Director Liu immediately escalated the matter. In such matters, it's better to be safe than sorry. With the specific invasion date already known, if this intelligence proved accurate, the impending assault would be exceptionally severe. The South China City Tribunal branch reported to the Southern China Tribunal Bureau, and given the gravity of the matter, Director Liu decided to personally travel to the Southern China Tribunal Bureau to relay the information. After some time had passed, the date remained June 11th, but news of this incident had already reached the headquarters of the Federation Judiciary Bureau. Even without confirmation of its authenticity, headquarters dispatched elite operatives to investigate the maritime area. That's the speed of Huaxia for you. Within a single day, the higher-ups were already aware of the situation. Another day, and defenses would likely be fully deployed. The clock struck midnight on June 12th. As the new day dawned, Zhèng Sījí once again reset the time in his soul space. He continued his rigorous training, now completely free of worry. The sea demon couldn't arrive within 3 days. Why was Zhèng Sījí so certain? After all, he had the death radar. If there were no large-scale deaths within 3 days, it proved the sea demon would not arrive within that time frame. According to the man in black, the sea demon would likely launch a major invasion in about 10 days. That would place it around June 21st. He still had 10 days to train, and could remain within the soul space for another 150 days. Within these 150 days, he was absolutely certain he could elevate both his physical form and power control to the 2nd grade. After reaching the 2nd rank, the pace of improving his physical body and mastery of power would be significantly faster than it was now. After all, the 2nd grade was a significant threshold, and with his current peak 2nd grade true chi power, his progress would inevitably be swift. By then, he would likely possess a degree of self-defense capability. If he could advance the 9 steps to heaven technique to the 9 steps to 10,000 realm, he should be able to evade the pursuit of ordinary gold-grade sea demons. Truth be told, he had no intention of fleeing. He intended to test his own strength. After all, he couldn't die. Wasn't that the very foundation of his confidence? Time passed swiftly, and now it was the 19th of June. During this period, news of the sea demon invasion spread like wildfire. The 2nd rank archmage sent by the Federation had lost contact 7 days prior. What did this mean? Something was definitely wrong. However, in the very region where those scouts vanished, not a trace of powerful sea demon energy was detected. This news sent a collective gasp of shock through the upper echelons of the Huaxia Federation. The Federation's Detection Bureau faced severe criticism from the Federation's top leadership. They had completely failed to detect this crisis. Meanwhile, the heads of the Zhao and Xiang families, along with Liangyiba, naturally received commendations. If they weathered this crisis, their 2 families could leverage these resources to ascend into the ranks of South City's elite clans. Liangyiba could even secure a position within the South China City Judiciary Bureau. Yet despite receiving these honors, they felt no joy. For receiving these honors meant one thing: the sea demon invasion was real. Moreover, this crisis was undoubtedly far more severe than any previous ones. This made them doubt whether they could truly withstand it. The Huaxia Federation's high command issued an order for all coastal residents to evacuate inland. The announcement triggered 3 days of severe gridlock on highways leading inland from the coast. Even some high-speed rail services added standing room tickets to facilitate faster evacuations, yet demand still far outstripped supply. The suddenness of this event left everyone scrambling to evacuate their hometowns without time to react. Now, nearly half of the Huaxia Federation's coastal population had been evacuated. This territory could not be surrendered without a fight. Nearly all available military forces from the interior were deployed to garrison the coastal zones. This time, they would defend it at all costs. The sea monsters were utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on with these guys? How did they all manage to slip away? We had such a perfect ambush set up, how did they even spot us? Isn't it just the sea demon boss casually wiping out a few minions? Isn't that a common occurrence? The sea demons couldn't let the humans escape unpunished, so the sea demon invasion arrives early. Zhèng Sījí continued his cultivation at home, noticing that nearly half the people around him had already evacuated. According to the timeline provided by the man in black, the sea demon invasion was still nearly 2 days away. That should be ample time for everyone to evacuate completely. His training had not faltered these past days. His physical strength had risen to mid-second grade, and his chi control had likewise reached mid-second grade. He had spent over 100 days within his soul space. This advancement wasn't achieved through cultivation, but through adaptation. That was why his progress had been so rapid. Simultaneously, he had gained complete control over his avatar. Manipulating it felt as natural and effortless as controlling his own body. Moreover, while directing his clone, his physical body could still perform simple actions. His footwork technique, 9 Steps to Heaven, had also achieved a breakthrough, reaching the stage of 9 steps to 10,000. These days had also refreshed the usage count 4 special and granted 1 ordinary draw, but he hadn't used either. He also hadn't activated the trial tower, as his time was completely insufficient. Meanwhile, the crimson robe had been feeding on his blood throughout this period, and had now reached the early stage of the first grade. Finally, he could carve out time to use a special wish for a draw. With 7 days remaining in his soul space usage period, he still had ample time. This week, he planned to use 1 special to enhance his magical cultivation and another to learn every available spell. As for the item special, he still intended to save it. If he could raise the system level to LV2, the usage limit for these items would increase again. Once Zhèng Sījí possessed magical cultivation, combined with the tenfold espionage device, he believed he could stand toe-to-toe with ordinary gold-grade magical beasts. Anyway, I can't die, so I'll trade you my life for yours. Killing him wouldn't be a loss, killing him would be a huge win. 1 life for another, let's see who loses more. Chapter 43, Heart-wrenching, utterly heart-wrenching. Upon entering the soul space, Zhèng Sījí began organizing his thoughts, preparing to make his wish. System, activate special cultivation to grant me the highest magical cultivation achievable through this wish. Awaken the wind and space magical systems. This method of wishing had already been approved by the system. After all, magical cultivation inevitably came with a magical element. As for why he wished for spatial magic, well, it was simply because it was incredibly powerful. Spatial cleavage was an exceptionally potent spell. Though its restrictions were severe, it was the only magic capable of slaying enemies 2 levels above its caster. Though its restrictions were immense, when wielded properly, it guaranteed extraordinary results. As for the wind element, that was naturally for the little wind wings. Once he takes flight, weaker sea monsters won't be able to harm him. Post requirement analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Inputting cultivation level. Input complete. Suddenly, Zhèng Sījí felt 2 whirlwinds emerge on either side of his golden core. The 2 vortexes swirled around his golden core. These were magic vortexes. All magical energy storage resides within these vortexes. The release of magic was subject to 2 constraints. One is control over the magic spirit, and the other is the reserve of magic power. Once magical control reaches a certain threshold, one can unleash corresponding spells. For instance, a wind blade requires 100 spirit entities to converge and form a specific trajectory before it can be unleashed. Therefore, to use a wind blade, one must control 100 magic spirits, referred to as 100 magic control points. Each point of magic control consumes 1 point of magical energy. Now, both my magic control and mana reserves have reached the absolute peak achievable at the intermediate stage. The limits each person reaches at every magic level stage are different. Some prodigies may possess several times more magic control and mana than ordinary individuals. Yet every tier has its own ceiling. Currently, my mana control and mana reserves have already reached the absolute limit achievable at the intermediate stage. This difference is significant. Indeed, it forms the foundation for fighting above one's level. The higher the peak reached in the previous tier, the smoother the cultivation process becomes in the current tier, and the greater the strength attained. This explains why certain spells require high-tier practitioners to cast, while others can wield them at the mid-tier level. Zhèng Sījí swallowed hard. He had learned all this from textbooks. The theoretical maximum limits outlined in textbooks were supposed to be unattainable by anyone. Now, he had already reached it. His current magic control and mana reserves were sufficient to wield numerous high-tier spells. He had long harbored doubts, wondering if he could ever reach the theoretical limit. Now, his suspicions were confirmed. He had indeed reached it, and even surpassed it. Without hesitation, he continued making his wish. System, use common special to grant me mastery of every spell I can learn. Post requirement analysis. Analysis complete. Inputting magic. Input complete. Buzz. A thunderous roar echoed through his mind before quickly subsiding. Zhèng Sījí, sensing his consciousness return, suddenly widened his eyes. No way. What the hell is going on? He had only awakened 2 magical disciplines, so logically, he should only possess all the beginner and intermediate spells within those 2 disciplines. But this? All the beginner and intermediate spells from every single magic system have been loaded into my system. What the hell is going on? I can only look at them, unable to use them. What kind of torment is this? Could it be that the restriction on this special wish doesn't come from a single being, but applies to all beings? This situation. Could it prove something? So, am I just brain dead again? System, can I awaken every single magic system and elevate them all to peak intermediate tier? Zhèng Sījí tensed up, hoping for a negative answer to soothe his wounded heart. Host, all the special opportunities to advance your cultivation this week have been exhausted. If you wish to awaken all magical disciplines, please return next week. The system's words were laced with suppressed amusement, making Zhèng Sījí feel even worse. What kind of system are you? You should have told me. Wow. This is just too painful. So this everything system of yours really does mean everything. Awakening every single magic attribute? What kind of operation is this? Receiving the system's definitive confirmation, Zhèng Sījí was overcome with anguish. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees. He clutched his left chest, struggling to suppress the agony, his face utterly devoid of will to live. Farewell, this world. Put. Having died once before, Zhèng Sījí was actually better off. Indeed, the resurrection skill was truly a miracle. It could heal anything. But as Zhèng Sījí recalled this experience once more, sadness began to well up within him again. Put. It hurt. Put. Still painful. After dying countless times like this, Zhèng Sījí finally managed to recover. His first wish for cultivation power had cost him countless deaths as he struggled to master it. Let's just call this a trial. After all, one must master their own power. But, what the hell is going on this time? Got screwed over again, huh? Next time it won't be like this. If I get screwed over again next time, I'll die 100 times. Zhèng Sījí knelt on the ground, holding up 4 fingers. SSSSHHH. Zhèng Sījí whipped his head around to see the red-clad figure drooling, eyes gleaming, face aglow with excitement. You son of a... After emerging from the soul realm, Zhèng Sījí registered another name on the China Magic Association's website. These websites were far too easy for Zhèng Sījí to breach. He downloaded every single spell recorded in the association's backend system onto his phone before re-entering the soul space. He proceeded to test each and every spell listed there. What? Out of mana? If you're out of mana, just die. Resurrecting instantly after death, was there a faster way? In just 3 short days, Zhèng Sījí had experimented with every wind and space magic spell. Unlike cultivation, magic practitioners themselves possessed relatively low physical strength, making it entirely manageable for him. Then Zhèng Sījí paused, suddenly remembering he still had 1 lottery draw left. System, give me a standard draw. As you wish, host. Preparing lottery. Normal draw. Ready. Commencing draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Mana Restoration Potion X10. Zhèng Sījí. What good are Mana Restoration Potions to me? If I run out of mana, I'll just die once. But he wasn't so easily killed anymore. After all, my physical toughness has reached mid-tier 2nd rank. Even unleashing peak 2nd rank true chi might just blow myself up sometimes. This is getting tricky. What if I need to rely on full health revival later? I might not even be able to kill myself. Does that mean I'll have to grab a knife and stab myself in the heart? If it ever came to that, it seemed like the only option. Afterward, he cultivated for several more days within his soul space. He needed to reserve a few hours just in case. Chapter 44, The Sea Demons Here. Oh my goodness. Emerging from the soul space, Zhèng Sījí stretched lazily toward the window. The continuous high-intensity training hadn't caused him any harm. No wonder he had that god-tier skill that restored full health. Looking out the window, he saw no one moving about. Seems like this evacuation plan was a success. The Zhao family head had done a fine job. Truthfully, Zhèng Sījí also wanted to evacuate sooner. But, he couldn't get a ticket. Today was already the 18th of June. According to the man in black, the sea demon would likely arrive in about 2 days. Zhèng Sījí wasn't in a hurry. He pulled out the video of the sea demon's fight, intending to watch it. But, the thing wouldn't play at all. The diamond-level sea demon moved far too swiftly. His phone was just an ordinary device, capturing only a series of blurred afterimages. He'd actually watched it many times before, but this time he just wanted to try again, hoping to catch a glimpse of their movements. Clearly, it was impossible the phone hadn't even managed to record them properly. Sighing helplessly, he opened Kimi instead. After playing about 2 rounds of the game, light rain began to fall from the sky. Zhèng Sījí actually quite enjoyed rainy days. Staying home on a rainy day felt incredibly refreshing. But outside, the rain only grew heavier. Driven by the wind, raindrops pelted against the windows, creating a steady patter. This made Zhèng Sījí frown. Why was it turning into a downpour already? Could it be that the sea monsters were preparing the ground before their invasion? Woo! Woo woo! Woo woo woo! 3 piercing alarm tones suddenly blared, startling Zhèng Sījí into jumping to his feet. This is the emergency evacuation alert. What's going on? Why is the alarm going off now? Zhèng Sījí stood up, confusion etched on his face. He unplugged the computer and stored everything directly into his soul space. Kids, please don't try this at home. When disaster strikes, remember to take shelter exactly as your teachers have instructed. Zhèng Sījí had already stashed away his valuables. Only this computer remained, essential for accessing information at any moment. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared before Zhèng Sījí. Black robe. Sījí, I just sensed the sea demon's premature invasion and mass casualties. Did you do something? Why has my perception changed? The voice of the black-clad figure echoed in Zhèng Sījí's ear. The black-clad figure had been counting on this clash to result in heavy casualties, hoping to pad their own performance metrics with a few more entries. This made Zhèng Sījí frown. What did that mean? The sea demons invaded early? Zhèng Sījí couldn't fathom why this had happened. Without pausing to ponder further, Zhèng Sījí hurriedly dashed outside. Wind spirits flickered around Zhèng Sījí, forming a wind barrier that shielded him from the elements. He raced along the road at breakneck speed. He had originally planned to hunt a few sea monsters to practice his skills. After all, he had never encountered a real sea demon before. Though he possessed deep knowledge of them, his only prior encounters had been through photographs in textbooks. He dared not linger long. His original plan was merely to ambush a couple of sea monsters near the battlefield's edge for fun, ready to retreat at any moment. But the current situation had clearly caught him off guard. He was now right in the middle of the battlefield. It could erupt at any moment. Ding! Temporary mission activated, survive for 10 consecutive days within the sea demon invasion zone. Upon completion, +1 common special and +1 mysterious lottery. Damn it! System, don't mess with me. Cut it out. Traveling through battlefields? Are you serious? Hurry up and tell me you're joking, right? I'm just a second-tier mid-level mage, a worthless cannon fodder. You want me to play in the mud on the battlefield? But this reward is way too good. What am I supposed to do now? Zhèng Sījí swallowed hard, gritted his teeth, and went for it. Anyway, I can't die. I don't believe they can do anything to me. The moment Zhèng Sījí made up his mind, he had already shifted his running direction. The shelter was out of the question. This mission required traversing the battlefield. He could only find a place that looked safe to hide. The downpour intensified, overwhelming the drainage channels beneath his feet. The water pooled higher and higher, already deep enough to submerge an adult. Zhèng Sījí found a shopping mall where many items remained untouched. The owner of this mall was fearless, still casually running the shop. When the alarm sounded, everyone inside the mall quickly evacuated to the nearest shelter. But could these shelters truly offer refuge? All they could do was wait for rescue. If this area fell to the sea monsters, they would surely perish. Zhèng Sījí had already resolved to stay behind. But his heart still pounded violently. What a thrill! A blue glow flickered beneath his feet as wind magic empowered his shoes. Zhèng Sījí darted through the marketplace like a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing untouched in his wake. 10 days in the outside world equaled 150 days within his soul space. The spirit rice in the soul space could be harvested every 5 days. After over 100 days of cultivation, the entire area was densely planted with spirit rice. Although he could create food within the soul space, it was all fake. He didn't understand how the soul space functioned. Growing rice, flowers, and raising cattle within it posed no problems whatsoever. Yet he could not create food for his own consumption. This shopping mall was located on Star River Street, where all residents had already taken refuge in shelters. Many shops along the street hadn't had time to close before being submerged. Zhèng Sījí's thinking was straightforward: take as much as he could. After all, if he didn't take it, the sea monsters would come and destroy everything anyway. Might as well improve his quality of life while he could. Boom! A thunderous explosion made Zhèng Sījí's entire body tremble. He whipped his head around to look out the window. A tsunami! A 20-meter-high tidal wave, visible to the naked eye, was hurtling toward his position at breakneck speed. Zhèng Sījí swallowed hard, his mind going completely blank. What the hell is going on? Are you sure this is what I'm supposed to fight? Boom! In the brief moment Zhèng Sījí's mind went blank, the tsunami had completely engulfed him. Zhèng Sījí instantly lost consciousness. What happened afterward remained a complete blank to him. Coastline. General Zhao. The western defenses have been breached. Hordes of sea demons are pouring through. A middle-aged man flew swiftly toward them, riding a cloud of azure mist. His voice reached them before he did. Meanwhile, General Zhao remained standing motionless at a point along the coastline, hands clasped behind his back. After a long moment, he drew a deep breath. Our duty is to defend the coastline. His voice carried a full resonance, an authority that brooked no argument. But, General Zhao, carry out the order. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man snapped to attention and saluted. Without waiting for General Zhao's response, he strode away with purpose. After the man departed, General Zhao let out a faint sigh before immediately turning his gaze toward the distance. Chapter 45, First Encounter with the Sea Demon. June 19th. On the second day of the Sea Demon invasion, the western and eastern defenses had been breached. The southern defenses, however, remained as solid as a mountain. At dawn the following day, a new defensive line rose along the inland edge of South China City. This line had been constructed over the past few days as Huangnan City prepared its defenses, specifically to prevent the outer perimeter from being breached. At the crest of the line, water mages stood vigil every few dozen meters. They were preventing the water level from rising again. After their night of relentless effort, the water level finally stabilized at a certain point and ceased its ascent. Members of the Hunters Guild, the Federation Military, the Huaxia Magic Association, and the Huaxia Cultivation Association had all rushed to provide support the moment they received the news. Many of them had not been stationed in South China City beforehand, as they had no prior knowledge of how many cities would face sea demon invasions. Now, their manpower was completely insufficient. The entire coastal border of Huaxia had been invaded. This development had caught everyone completely off guard. A middle-aged man clad in purple mage robes approached a man in military uniform. Generally, the Mage Association has mobilized all water mages to stabilize the sea level. Rescue operations can now commence. Generally, the man in military attire wore a solemn expression, radiating immense authority as he too stared intently into the distance. Vice President Lin, among the major factions sent for rescue, you are the most powerful practitioner besides myself. I hereby temporarily requisition your services in my capacity as Lieutenant General of the Huaxia Federation. Lead the Hunters Alliance, Federation Forces, the Mages Association, and the Cultivators Association to the rescue. In my absence, you will be in command. Vice President Lin immediately stood at attention upon hearing this. Yes. Vice President Lin's magical cultivation had reached the forbidden spell level, but his cultivation in the way of immortality was only at the second rank. He knew a terrifying foe likely lurked in the distance, making General Yi's presence here essential. General Zhao on the front lines was the visible force, while General Yi was the hidden one. Should that dreadful entity dare invade, General Yi would deliver a blow to its skull it would never forget. Vice President Lin turned and departed swiftly. He had to act fast. Every second delayed in rescue efforts could mean countless more lives lost. Somewhere on Galaxy Street, Zhèng Sījí slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a pitch-black robe. Black cloak? Zhèng Sījí rubbed his head and asked aloud. Mei Shem, it's me. Whether it was an illusion or not, Zhèng Sījí couldn't shake the feeling that black robe seemed unusually agitated. He didn't dwell on it, standing up to find his clothes completely soaked and clinging to his body. This was precisely when having a backup plan proved its worth. The soul space still had time left. He stepped inside to change clothes, and when he emerged, it felt like he'd instantly slipped into a fresh outfit. Zhèng Sījí's clothes changed in an instant, leaving the man in black looking rather bewildered. What kind of trick was that? He couldn't figure it out at all. Zhèng Sījí ignored the black-clad figure, rubbing his wrist as he scanned his surroundings. He now stood atop a collapsed building, the air thick with dampness. The gloomy surroundings made him feel uneasy. The collapsed building was already half submerged. Suddenly, Zhèng Sījí frowned as if sensing something. Beneath the water, he sensed over a dozen distinct auras. This was an instinctive perception. He didn't know what it meant. But he had indeed sensed them. Yet these auras were all extremely weak, as if a single casually cast spell could annihilate them. He slowly walked to the edge of the building. Puff! A massive scaled fish demon leapt out, its mouth gaping wide as if torn open, intent on swallowing this foolish human whole. Zhèng Sījí was startled by the sight. He had died countless times and possessed formidable power, but he truly lacked combat experience. Caught off guard, his instinct was to raise his hand to block. Thud! Zhèng Sījí instinctively unleashed all his strength, attempting to resist. Though lacking combat experience, he possessed formidable strength. He snapped out of his daze in an instant, though he remained somewhat stunned. The true chi Zhèng Sījí unleashed swirled around his body like mist. His hand was clamped by the scaled fish demon. Yet he wasn't dragged into the water. Instead, he stood upright at the edge of the building. You dare ambush old Master Zhang with just your measly little demon form? Zhèng Sījí had died countless times before. Even if startled, he felt no fear. His arm remained unharmed, but the freshly changed clothes were torn to shreds. Zhèng Sījí's right fist gathered the surrounding wind elementals, and a wind blade formed directly around his hand. SSSSHHH. The fist sank into flesh without a moment's delay. The hard scales on the scale fish demon's belly seemed utterly useless, pierced clean through. Feeling the strength in his arm gradually fade, Zhèng Sījí grabbed the scaled fish demon's teeth with his other hand and hauled it out of the water. This was a sea demon. Finally, he had one to study. The scaled fish demon was the most common bronze-tier sea demon, its flesh tough and of extremely low culinary value. Dragging the creature's corpse, he ignored the dozen or so auras surrounding him and entered the soul realm. He had roughly 6 hours left to conduct his research. Yet upon entering the soul realm, he suddenly sensed that his available time seemed not to be 6 hours after all. He hadn't noticed it earlier when changing clothes, but now he had time to observe and figure out what was going on. He suspected that perhaps his soul space had rewarded him with extra time due to his death reaching a certain threshold. Zhèng Sījí retrieved his phone from the soul space. Fortunately, he had placed it in the soul space, otherwise, it would have been ruined by the water. He checked the time and it was still yesterday. Oh, right. He'd forgotten that time inside the soul space completely stopped flowing when he wasn't present. System, did you give me some kind of reward? Zhèng Sījí wasted no time and asked the system directly. Host, it is now June 19th. The time in your soul space has been reset. The system replied, stifling a chuckle. Zhèng Sījí suddenly sensed something was off. It was already June 19th? Why had he been unconscious for so long? And throughout all that time, his consciousness hadn't regained even a shred of clarity. Logically speaking, surrounded by so many sea demons, he should have died countless times by now. No matter how hard he racked his brain, Zhèng Sījí couldn't figure out what was going on. He decided to stop thinking about it altogether. He carefully placed the scaled fish demon aside. He had intended to study it, but then realized it was far too low level. Better to go hunt a couple more high-level sea demons instead. The moment Zhèng Sījí stepped out of the soul space, he suddenly sensed a massive creature. Damn, it appeared out of nowhere. Then, his brow furrowed. 3 big creatures? 2 large creatures were attacking another large creature. That aura is incredibly intense. What are we waiting for? Let's join the fun. Chapter 46, 1 man versus 2 fish. The surrounding low-level sea demons, sensing Zhèng Sījí's sudden surge of power, hurriedly slinked away. Zhèng Sījí lacked water-based abilities, so he had no way to pursue them underwater. He gathered the small wind wing, intending to fly over and sneak a peek at the situation. Behind him, a wind spirit coalesced, tracing an eerie yet intricate path. Zhèng Sījí couldn't shake the feeling that this trajectory felt utterly different from any other small wind wing he'd ever conjured in his mind. Whoosh! The small wind wing behind him solidified completely, and Zhèng Sījí shot straight into the air. System! Explain to me what the hell this is. Propelled upward by the tiny wind wings, Zhèng Sījí arched his back like a kitten being lifted, limbs dangling downward. Holy crap, a helicopter wing! We systems undergo professional training and rarely laugh unless we can't hold it in. Ah ha 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 ha. You finally activated those little wind wings. I've been waiting forever. Zhèng Sījí's face darkened with exasperation, but the little wind wing continued propelling him forward. Though its design was a bit peculiar, this little wind wing was faster than any other. Gradually, Zhèng Sījí grew accustomed to the helicopter wing. He shrank it down and placed it on his head. And just like that, a bamboo dragonfly was complete. It was just a bit rough on the hair. Prolonged use might lead to baldness. Zhèng Sījí drew closer to the 3 powerful auras. A gold-grade sea demon. From afar, he could already discern the sea demon's form. Wingtail swordfish. Its beak was the most recognizable feature, sharp and pointed like a spear. 2 wingtail swordfish. Beside them was a figure that seemed minuscule compared to the sea demon. But just as Zhèng Sījí focused intently to discern what that figure truly was, a fin-tail swordfish suddenly darted out, lunging straight toward him. Zzzzzzz. The spearfish's beak pierced straight through Zhèng Sījí's abdomen. After the penetration, the swordfish plummeted straight down. It is the predecessor of the wingtail swordfish, the fin-tail swordfish, a silver-grade sea demon. As for Zhèng Sījí, his small wind wing still spun above his head, though his body hung limp. In the next instant, his body returned to normal, the hole in his abdomen vanishing without a trace. You! It was you! You dared to attempt my assassination. Don't run! Spatial confinement. Zhèng Sījí unleashed his spatial-type ultimate move mid-tier spatial confinement. The spatial confinement enveloped the fin-tailed swordfish beneath the water, gradually compressing it until the fish's swimming space was reduced to a tiny area. The swordfish was utterly astonished. This man hadn't died after being stabbed by it. It had clearly pierced right through his abdomen. It frantically jabbed at the boundaries of the spatial confinement, attempting to pierce through it. Dozens of tiny holes appeared where the swordfish struck, yet the barrier showed no sign of breaking. Meanwhile, Zhèng Sījí, the instant the spatial confinement was deployed, had a massive wind element blade. It wasn't that wind magic only produced blade-type spells, rather, within the mid-tier range of wind magic, blade spells offered the most effective offensive capabilities. The spatial confinement persisted, while the giant wind blades around Zhèng Sījí continued to coalesce. 5 massive wind blades now surrounded him. Zhèng Sījí's brow furrowed. He could not continue to form more. This was his absolute limit. He still possessed magic power, but his magic control had reached its absolute limit. Other prodigies, even at the peak of the intermediate stage in wind magic, could only manifest a single giant wind blade at a time with their mana control. Yet Zhèng Sījí had managed to manifest 5 massive wind blades at once. His magic control was already 5 times that of those prodigies. As he sensed his limit, he swung his arm, sending the 5 wind blades stabbing toward the 5 directions of the spatial confinement. SSSSHHH. The moment the 5 wind blades entered the water, they emitted a slicing sound, piercing through as if encountering no resistance whatsoever. The fin swordfish in the water sensed the danger and erupted once more, desperately struggling to break free from the spatial confinement. How could such a tiny human possess such overwhelming power? In an instant, 3 wind blades pierced through the swordfish's body. The spatial confinement vanished abruptly. The space spirit transformed into a floating platform, hauling the fin-tail swordfish's carcass to the surface. Humph, humph, humph. How dare you, you puny silver-grade fin-tail swordfish? Zhèng Sījí stored the fin-tail swordfish's corpse into his soul space. Fin-tailed swordfish made for exquisite sashimi, especially this silver-grade specimen. If taken to a demon chef for preparation, they might not even charge a fee. This was prime fish meat, something most demon chefs might never even encounter. Moreover, this swordfish was freshly killed. Time stood still within the soul space. As long as Zhèng Sījí created another space to store the fin-tailed swordfish and set its time to stand still, even if he entered the soul space, the swordfish would remain in a time-frozen realm. At this thought, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but lick his lips. Then, he flew out once more. Numerous bronze-tier sea demons swam nearby, but Zhèng Sījí's aura held them completely at bay. Even some silver-grade sea demons hesitated to attack him. About 10 kilometers away, Zhèng Sījí quickly made out the petite figure. Holy crap, it's a little girl. Whoa. She's way too fierce. She was taking on 2 gold-tier sea monsters single-handedly and holding her own. In the distance, a petite figure flapped the water wings behind her relentlessly. The speed of genuine high-grade water wings might not even match Zhèng Sījí's helicopter blades after all. Wind elemental movement is the fastest among elemental magics. But these water wings now held the advantage of aerial mobility, far superior to grappling with sea monsters underwater. In the air, 2 wingtail swordfish coordinated their attacks, relentlessly assaulting the petite girl. The swordfish couldn't hover in the air for long, which was precisely why the girl could keep them engaged in a fierce battle. Her face glistened with what seemed like sweat or seawater, and both arms were stained with blood. Her movements showed no hesitation as she unleashed spell after spell. She might withstand a brief skirmish, but sustaining a prolonged battle was nearly impossible. These were 2 golden-grade sea monsters. Their physical strength alone was enough to overwhelm a human. That girl had already done remarkably well to hold out this long. But just as Zhèng Sījí rushed forward to rescue her, a blinding blue light suddenly erupted from the girl's hands. What was that? Seeing this, Zhèng Sījí froze in his tracks, instinctively wanting to retreat. This power is cheating, right? It's fusion magic. Water and plant fusion magic. This guy is way too strong. That power is definitely cheating. Chapter 47. Hey, you. Stop flying around. How did Zhèng Sījí know this was fusion magic? Ordinary magic usually only has one type of light. But the magic in this woman's hands? A blue glow enveloping a green bud. Zhèng Sījí's instincts screamed this was no single element spell. This woman had been waiting for the sea demon to let its guard down. She made them believe she was on the verge of collapse, lulling them into complacency. Whoa! This girl is way too cunning. Maybe we should just turn and run? Just as the 2 wingtail swordfish were about to plunge into the sea, the girl swept her hands, and fused magic erupted. The wingtail swordfish clearly hadn't anticipated that this human still possessed the strength to unleash such powerful magic. But their reflexes were lightning fast. With a flick of their caudal fins, they accelerated mid-air and plunged into the water. The fusion magic, however, plunged directly into the sea. The outer layer of water surrounding the fusion magic dissolved instantly, smoothly delivering the inner green magic into the water and even accelerating it further. As the water layer peeled away, the full form of the green magic was revealed. It was a plant spear. The spear's sharpness was in no way inferior to the wingtail spearfish's beak-like spear. It was even more razor-sharp. The green spear plunged straight into the water without hesitation, piercing directly into the vital spot of one of the swordfish. Once embedded, the spear seemed to twist, attempting to pierce the other swordfish as well. Seeing this, the other swordfish hesitated not a moment. It thrust its own beak-like spear into the body of the pierced swordfish, violently twisting it around. Desperate to survive, it resorted to any means necessary. The girl suspended in midair clearly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. She gasped for breath, utterly spent now. She had intended to use her fluid movements to overlap the 2 swordfish, aiming for a single strike to take both. It was a desperate gamble. But the scene unfolding before her eyes was something she had never anticipated. Without a second thought, the girl flapped her water wings and shot upward into the sky. You really are a fool. Why on earth are you flying into the air? This is a bad example, kids, don't try this at home. What's the point of learning it anyway? Do you even have wings? Whether facing sea monsters or beasts, unless you're absolutely certain you can defeat the demons around you, never take to the skies. Especially when you're at your weakest, don't even think about it. Those who can take to the skies have already been marked for death by the high-ranking sea monsters. Once they confirm those who can take to the skies have no ambushes nearby, they will strike decisively. Surely no one truly believes that just because sea monsters dwell in the depths, flying high enough will keep you safe? Overthinking it. Advanced sea monsters can fly. Take the wingtail swordfish. Its tail has evolved from a fin into a wingtail. This wingtail allows it to hover briefly in the air. The recent battle was the perfect example. Once it ascends to diamond tier and becomes a cloudtail swordfish, it will truly possess the power of flight. Of course, some sea monsters simply cannot evolve wings no matter how they advance. But after ascending to king tier, whether you have wings or not, you can hover in the air. If that girl had flown any higher, she would have been added to the kill list of a diamond tier cloudtail swordfish. Zhèng Sījí witnessed every moment unfold. Without a second thought, he maneuvered the little windwing toward the girl. Of course, it wasn't because she was female that Zhèng Sījí chose to save her. Her appearance seemed remarkably youthful, perhaps not much older than Zhèng Sījí himself. A young high-tier mage like her was undoubtedly a prodigy. How could such a genius be allowed to die like this? Ahem, well, saving her might just lead to flirting with her or something. But that definitely wasn't Zhèng Sījí's motive. She must be a key talent being groomed by some family or organization. Saving her would surely bring benefits. At the very least, maybe I could trade my flooded apartment for a fancier place with spatial folding capabilities? Of course, the primary goal is to save her. The girl's flight speed was extremely slow. Even if she weren't completely drained, even at full strength, the flight speed of her complete water wings couldn't hold a candle to the little wind wings. Her water wings were already deployed, so maintaining flight now depended solely on her physical stamina. Condensing magical spirits to form a special trajectory required mana. However, once the magic was released, no further mana was required. To make magic vanish, one must either disperse it, actively dispel it, or exhaust the supplied mana. It's like paying a magic spirit's wages with 1 unit of mana. Once paid, the spirit will work for you. But with only 1 unit of magic as wages, it clearly cannot make a magical spirit your permanent employee. Magic spirits can go on strike too. And the water spirits gathered within that girl's water wings were on the verge of striking. If wages aren't paid in full, we're in big trouble. Do you understand how a wage system works? If you pay us properly, I can easily win you a championship. But if you don't pay up, we're really in a bind. Zhèng Sījí was desperately flying toward the girl, but she was soaring higher and higher. She was completely unaware of Zhèng Sījí's approach, for she had utterly exhausted both her strength and her magic. Damn it, you fool! Stop flying. I can't save you if you keep going up. Zhèng Sījí muttered under his breath as he accelerated. He dared not shout loudly, for even the slightest increase in volume would reveal his position. Not only would the girl detect him, but the sea demons would too. This area had been seized by the sea demons, but they weren't stationed here permanently. Only a few low-level sea demons remained to patrol and guard the perimeter. The rest were either stuck on the southern outer coast or pushing forward relentlessly. After a night of conflict, both sea monsters and humans had entered a state of recuperation. But while the sea monsters could rest, humans could not. They still needed to rescue those trapped in the shelter. This woman was likely part of the rescue team, though she didn't quite fit the description. For in this sector, though the sea demons were fewer in number, they had already penetrated deep into the sea demon territory. Were it not for the fierce fighting unfolding to the south, a diamond-tier sea demon would undoubtedly be stationed here as well. Though this girl possessed high-tier strength, within this sea demon-occupied territory, high-tier cultivation was utterly insignificant. How could such a prodigy venture into this perilous zone unaccompanied? You think you're me? Zhèng Sījí continued closing in on the woman, the entire process taking no more than 3 seconds. Unfortunately, Zhèng Sījí failed to notice 2 flickering red lights beneath the sea. The red flashes flickered and vanished, as if waiting for something. Chapter 48, She/. Another second passed. In moments of crisis, time always drags on interminably. Just as Zhèng Sījí was about to reach the woman, a massive shadow suddenly burst forth from beneath the sea. Whoosh! Zhèng Sījí suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. This feeling he had just experienced it moments ago. Having died countless times, his perception of death was undoubtedly the most acute. Swish! The bamboo dragonfly above Zhèng Sījí's head abruptly accelerated, dodging off in another direction. SSSSHHH. Ah! Zhèng Sījí's left hand was instantly pierced. It was that wingtail swordfish that hadn't been killed yet. Damn it, I completely forgot about that. Good thing I dodged fast, otherwise I'd be dead for sure. Wait. Why did I dodge? If I just let it stab me, I wouldn't feel the pain at all. Thud. The wingtail swordfish, its strike unland, showed no hesitation whatsoever. It plunged straight into the water and began charging up again. It could hover in midair, but it couldn't build up power while airborne. After its attack, the wingtail swordfish didn't stay airborne, it plunged into the water. Only 2 possibilities remained. Escape, or charge up for another strike. Zhèng Sījí had no time to think. He instantly activated the system and plunged into the soul space. What was he doing there? To kill himself and resurrect, of course. His arm was pierced like this, it hurt. Within the soul space, he instantly unleashed peak 2nd-tier combat power, striking himself down in a single blow. His physical body had grown stronger, making even suicide require brutal methods. The instant he resurrected, Zhèng Sījí immediately exited the soul space. This was precisely why he had reserved a bit of soul space usage time. To outsiders, it appeared as if he had instantly recovered. Should anyone harbor suspicions, he could simply attribute it to his secret arts. Add to that the mysterious power backing him. He was truly a figure shrouded in profound mystery. Zhèng Sījí returned to his original position unscathed, and the winged swordfish charging below him hadn't noticed a thing. Run! It's charging! Run! Suddenly, a melodious female voice rang in Zhèng Sījí's ear. You idiot! Why did you have to shout? So what if it spotted us? What's the point of yelling? Like we wouldn't get spotted anyway. Life's already short enough, why must you take shortcuts? Zhèng Sījí's face twisted in frustration, but he had no time to respond to her. Swordfish, huh? Today I'll turn you into sashimi. Zhèng Sījí thrust both hands forward toward the sea surface, spatial spirits gathering relentlessly before his palms. The spatial sprites coalesced, forming a silver barrier before Zhèng Sījí. Is this a defensive spell? No, it's an offensive spell. Space slash. Zhèng Sījí roared furiously, though his voice was forced into a low growl. He'd never understood why characters in novels and TV shows always shouted the names of their techniques before executing them, as if afraid others wouldn't know what they were about to do. Now he realized that with moves this easy to spot, shouting them out made little difference. But shouting them out felt so damn satisfying. This was the image of a magician he had always envisioned. Brave and dashing, full of heroic spirit, with attacks as graceful as a dance. Soon, the spatial cut had already formed in his hand. He didn't expect the spatial slice to actually hit the wingtail swordfish. Its limitations were simply too great. It could only be cast at a fixed point, with an extremely small area of effect, a notably long casting animation, and it consumed a tremendous amount of mana. And yet this spell was still classified as mid-tier magic. Even if its mana control requirement fell within the mid-tier range, there were plenty of spells with high mana control demands and low utility classified as low-tier magic. Why was this spatial cleave, with all its limitations, still classified as mid-tier magic? Because its power is immense. It can kill opponents several tiers above its own level. Even a diamond-tier beast struck by this mid-tier spell would suffer severe injuries. Though no diamond-tier beast would be foolish enough to fall for it. The casting animation and range are obvious enough for even an ordinary person to spot and dodge with ease. Therefore, despite its immense power, this spell is still classified as mid-tier magic. Zhèng Sījí unleashed spatial cleave not for offense, but for defense. As long as this spatial cleave remained active, the wingtail swordfish wouldn't dare launch a direct assault. He was brewing a major spell behind the scenes. With 5 times the magical control of others, he was already capable of using early high-tier magic. In his hands gathered the wings of the gentle breeze. Why the little wind wings? Because the small wind wings can accelerate the magic he is about to unleash. After unleashing spatial slash, Zhèng Sījí gathered the small wind wings in one hand while his other hand condensed a pale blue orb of light. Who says wind magic lacks power? Now you'll see what true power looks like. The pale blue orb grew steadily larger, coalescing into a key slash. Then, Zhèng Sījí's hands swiftly overlapped, forcibly merging the 2 completed spells into one. He had now entered a state of complete absorption. He felt characters continuously appearing in his mind. Though he didn't recognize them at all, he could control them completely. He paid no heed to that silly girl floating in the air, utterly immersed in his own world. The fusion of magic in his hands proceeded with astonishing speed, completed within a mere second. Then, he didn't cast it. Key slash hovered in midair as his hands parted once more, beginning to gather key slash and small wind wings again. This was stacking magic. Stacking spells was the most common technique. With sufficient magic control, one could stack multiple spells at once. For example, with 1000 mana control, stacking a wind blade that requires 100 mana control allows for 10 stacks. A wind blade stacked 10 times possesses power that's in a completely different league from before. Zhèng Sījí possessed 5 times the mana control of a peak mid-tier genius. This was well within his capabilities. Both Windwing and Air Slash are peak mid-tier wind spells, so he could only stack them twice. But that's enough. Zhèng Sījí only needed a mere 5 seconds to channel his magic. His spell casting speed was likewise 5 times that of an ordinary person. This is the ultimate limit of peak mid-tier power. Beneath the sea, the wingtail swordfish had already completed its charge. But it dared not charge forth. For the direction it aimed at was blocked by a spatial barrier. This was the wingtail swordfish's charged strike. Once aimed and charged, it must be unleashed. There was no stopping it. Its power is immense, but so are its limitations. It was now desperately suppressing this force, constantly flapping its wing-tailed fin in the water. It endured, waiting for the spatial cutting space spirit to strike. Its entire focus was concentrated on that spatial barrier. It paid no heed whatsoever to the magic brewing behind it by Zhèng Sījí. It sensed that this human's cultivation level was a full tier below its own. How dare you, insignificant human! Chapter 49, Superfusion. The magic in Zhèng Sījí's hands fused once more, the second fusion occurring even faster. A mere 5 seconds, exactly 5 seconds. For the spatial incision could only persist for 5 seconds. Instant. Whoosh! Swish! Two colossal figures converged. One was clad entirely in black and crimson, the other radiated a faint blue glow. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern silver light mingling within that azure glow. No way, bro. You two teamed up? The clash lasted but an instant, yet the outcome was already decided. SSSSHHH. With a faint piercing sound, the outcome was decided. The wingtail swordfish defeated. Zhèng Sījí's energy expenditure at this moment was minimal. Magic control was the method of operation, while magic power was the energy source. Typically, a mage's mana reserves are roughly 5 to 10 times the limit of their magic control capacity. Zhèng Sījí's mana reserves, however, had already reached 15 times his magic control capacity. This was the true essence of mid-tier super limit. He had just entered a peculiar state. This state has enabled him to create a unique fusion spell entirely on his own. He fused two already completed spells together once more. Ordinary fusion magic involves gathering different types of magical spirits into a special trajectory during the spell formation stage. Once the trajectory was formed, the fusion spell was released. But Zhèng Sījí had just fused the magic again after it had already formed. The woman observing from high above was utterly speechless. She wasn't surprised that Zhèng Sījí had fused two already completed spells, because such a thing was impossible. She hadn't even considered that possibility. Moreover, this fusion method resembled the flashy displays favored by some magicians who connected magic tracks in ways they deemed particularly stylish. Some practitioners preferred connecting magic tracks separately, then converging the two individually connected tracks for a final merge. Thus, she wasn't astonished by Zhèng Sījí's fusion method, or rather, she simply didn't know the truth behind it. However, she could sense Zhèng Sījí's cultivation level. As a high-tier first-rank mage, sensing Zhèng Sījí, a mid-tier mage, was well within her capabilities. Yet clearly, her perception was lacking. Only lower-level practitioners resorted to such methods. Advanced practitioners sensed magical vortexes. To her, Zhèng Sījí might merely be a mid-tier mage, but to certain high-tier cultivators, he would be regarded as a high-tier mage. Of course, she couldn't sense Zhèng Sījí's cultivation level. But she could clearly tell that Zhèng Sījí was definitely using magic. Mid-tier magic slaughtering a golden grade C demon. What a prodigy! I battled two gold tier C monsters for half a day before finally finding an opening to kill them. And she could only take down one after that. She was completely drained. But this guy? He took it down in one hit. This left her proud little heart wounded. She'd need 5 ice creams to feel better. The magic Zhèng Sījí unleashed was indeed mid-tier magic. His little wind wings did indeed only serve to accelerate. But his chi slash? That wasn't just a simple wind spell. This unknown spell had fused spatial incision with wind blades. It was essentially spatial cutting disguised as wind blades. Spatial cutting can now be cast while moving. This is a groundbreaking discovery. Spatial cutting already possesses the ability to sever anything, now add mobility to the mix. It absolutely has the potential to ascend to archmage level super tier magic and might even barely qualify as a forbidden spell. Of course, forbidden spell mages are immune to spatial cuts. Some spatial mages can also resist it. Zhèng Sījí's power was too weak. Those with physical cultivation far surpassing his could also rely on their bodies to resist spatial cuts. Zhèng Sījí knew full well that this chi and slash technique that had popped into his mind was undoubtedly a groundbreaking, major spell. Fortunately, he had layered the wind blades over a dozen times, tightly enveloping the spatial cleave. Otherwise, that silly girl would have definitely sensed something amiss. Zhèng Sījí had calculated this meticulously. How meticulous? How could he have calculated so precisely in such a short time? By retreating to his soul space, of course. Only after exhausting his magic did he realize others were present. One spell allowed spatial cuts to be manipulated, another enabled magic formations to be reintegrated after casting. Either way, they'd inevitably use him as a guinea pig for experiments. That won't do. So he immediately entered the system space. Wasn't this exactly what they called a cheat code? When in doubt, pause time. He'd already prepared a whole bunch of excuses, just waiting for this woman to ask him. Upon exiting, Zhèng Sījí decisively retrieved the wingtail tuna, its belly already cut open. For wealthy individuals, spatial equipment wasn't exactly a novelty. So whether it was exposed or not didn't really matter. The air-slicing blade had cut it perfectly, exposing all the internal organs within the wingtail swordfish's belly. Compared to the 20-meter-long wingtail swordfish, Zhèng Sījí's stature was still dwarfed. But with his second-rank cultivation, lifting a 20-meter-long giant sea monster was no problem at all. He dragged the sea monster back into the ocean, then used wind magic to blow out its entrails. For the parts still attached to the body, he used spatial cutting to sever them. This wasn't a waste of magic. Guts are filthy, and I'm a clean freak. How thick is the hide of a gold-grade sea monster? Could my second-rank magic even tear it? This is called maximizing the use of magic. When you reach my level, you'll understand naturally. And that dumb girl just stood there, eyes wide, watching the whole thing unfold. Hey, dumb beauty, you're still standing there? Watch out, you might get targeted by a diamond grade C demon. Zhèng Sījí stowed the cleaned wingtail swordfish directly into his soul space and called out to the girl. There shouldn't be any major demons around here. If there were, they wouldn't still be hiding now. Besides, after seeing him kill a gold grade C demon, the lesser demons nearby wouldn't dare approach. That's why Zhèng Sījí dared to call out to her, urging her to come over. The silly girl froze upon hearing Zhèng Sījí's words, her face flushing crimson. She remembered her teacher had warned her not to fly too high in this kind of environment. How could she have forgotten? How embarrassing. Her face flushed as she slowly descended. Ah! Thud! Witnessing the scene before him, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but close his eyes and slap his forehead. This silly girl, she really is a silly girl. Her face flushed bright red, her entire body seemed to shrink into itself, completely oblivious to what was happening around her. What else could possibly happen? The water spirit went on strike, that's what. This strike caused her to plummet straight down. Zhèng Sījí didn't bother to catch her. This section wasn't dangerous anyway, and it would serve her right to learn her lesson. Plop! The silly girl surfaced from the water, spitting out a mouthful of salty seawater as she shook her head vigorously. TSK. You'd never guess this was the same badass who just single-handedly took on 2 demons. Her image is completely ruined, okay. Wait, her image was ruined long ago. Ever since she took flight, it was already ruined. The silly girl touched her face, wiping away the water, and looked up at Zhèng Sījí approaching her. In that moment, she was utterly mesmerized. This guy was so. Chapter 50, a dumb girl named Jingxiang. This guy, he's so strong. He actually floated in midair. That's something only forbidden spells or third-rank cultivators can do. Wait, what's that on his head? A bamboo dragonfly. Silly girl wasn't just stunned, she was frozen solid, even forgetting to paddle. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. She coughed up water for a long while before finally floating back up. She'd secretly watched cartoons growing up, so she knew exactly what this was. It was a bamboo dragonfly. Are you Big Bear? The silly girl blurted out the question without thinking. No, I'm Big Bear. Zhèng Sījí blurted out the reply just as instinctively. The most dreaded thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. Shan Yo's cheeks suddenly puffed out underwater. Hurry up and pull me out. Don't touch me. Just give me a bamboo dragonfly. Seeing Zhèng Sījí reach out to help her, the silly girl immediately dodged away. Zhèng Sījí heard her demand and couldn't help but grimace. This thing isn't a bamboo dragonfly. This thing is a little windwing. Ha! Upon closer thought, this little windwing didn't seem to belong to wing magic anymore. After all, it could actually be taken off. Could that mean he could let someone else use the little windwings? At that thought, Zhèng Sījí's right hand began gathering wind spirits once more. A bamboo dragonfly instantly took shape. Zhèng Sījí stepped forward, bent down, and placed the bamboo dragonfly atop Shanu's head. It actually works. So, could he start selling bamboo dragonflies now? Phew! Now I can buff others with flight. From now on, call me Dora A. Gear. The girl had thought this bamboo dragonfly was just a magical tool, but she never imagined it was actual magic. She just stood there, bamboo dragonfly perched on her head, and took off into the sky. Hey, you silly girl. Control your altitude. You have wing magic too, right? Controlling this is just like controlling your wing magic. Don't fly too high. I don't want to die yet. Seeing the silly girl about to soar skyward again, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but warn her. If she attracted the attention of a diamond-level sea demon, Zhèng Sījí wouldn't be able to save her this time. Fortunately, the silly girl also possessed water wings, and the bamboo dragonfly quickly adapted to her. The silly girl glanced down at her body, then flushed bright red. Well, thank you. I'll go change clothes first. With that, the silly girl immediately flew toward a collapsed residential building. Fortunately, the sea level hadn't risen too much, otherwise, all the buildings would likely be submerged. Some slightly taller buildings remained standing. Their construction had benefited from conscientious contractors, so even in collapse, they weren't completely destroyed. Zhèng Sījí remained calm. He had already checked with the system. As long as he stayed in this area, it counted as completing the mission. It was just that the sea demons nearby had been scared off. Still, he couldn't linger too long. If those sea monsters alerted their boss, lingering here would spell trouble. Fortunately, this silly girl didn't have any diva tendencies. She didn't bathe, she just changed clothes and came up. Was it that she didn't want to bathe? Clearly, there was no clean water. Her magic was completely drained, leaving her unable to hire any water sprites. Would water sprites work for free without payment? Maybe they would, if they were close friends with you. The silly girl flew over wearing the bamboo dragonfly Zhèng Sījí gave her. She kinda reminds me of Shizuka. Thank you. Shanio narrowed her eyes and gave Zhèng Sījí a smile. She's surprisingly pretty. She looked like a completely different person from the clumsy girl just moments ago. Hello, my name is Jingxiang. Zhèng Sījí. So you really are Jingxiang? Ji Jingxiang didn't elaborate further, instead tilting her head as she waited for Zhèng Sījí to introduce himself. Zhèng Sījí didn't hesitate long before replying, "My name is Zhèng Sījí. You play it cool, I'll play it cool too. You think acting aloof will save your dopey image? You're really just a big bear." 5, 6, 7, 8. Ji Jingxiang felt a bit awkward upon hearing Zhèng Sījí's simple self-introduction. What now? Small talk? After a long pause, Ji Jingxiang finally found a topic. Are you here for a rescue mission? Intermediate-level mages shouldn't be able to get in, right? Ji Jingxiang didn't mention the bamboo dragonfly after all. Many individuals and families possessed unique magical abilities. Zhèng Sījí wasn't stupid, he understood the realities of rescue missions. If mid-tier mages can't get in, does that mean you, a high-tier mage, can just waltz right in? And a solo rescue mission at that. To undertake a solo rescue mission, one must be at least a mage master. High-tier mages are too fragile. To undertake a solo rescue, one must possess at least third-grade physical fortitude capable of single-handedly confronting a diamond-tier sea demon. At the very least, you must possess the ability to retreat unscathed if confronted by a diamond-tier sea demon. And you, a mere high-tier mage, just show up like this? Zhèng Sījí chuckled inwardly, though he gave no outward sign. To read his face, one would need to have spent at least half a year with him. Mo Lingyu was an exception, he could read his face in a week. Zhèng Sījí inquired, "Where's your rescue team leader? With all this commotion, hasn't he come to investigate yet?" Zhèng Sījí didn't answer Ji Jingxiang's question but countered with one of his own. Zhèng Sījí's counter-question caused Ji Jingxiang's face to flush with embarrassment. "Well, he's dealing with a major demon over there, so he hasn't come." Ha ha ha. Ji Jingxiang scratched her head as she answered. "What a lame excuse, how did you even come up with that? This silly girl, even if she's not close with her, she should be able to read faces. So she wasn't even with the rescue team." Seeing Zhèng Sījí's utterly skeptical expression, Ji Jingxiang couldn't help but turn her head away. "Ha ha. I'm a high-tier mage specializing in water and plant magic, with light magic as a minor." Ji Jingxiang forcefully changed the subject, and Zhèng Sījí didn't call her out on it. Those who cultivate magic can awaken one additional element per stage. After reaching the forbidden spell stage, they can comprehend multiple magical elements. Of course, while one element could be awakened per stage, this wasn't the limit. Most individuals awaken their magical element around age 15, with the process typically arranged before high school. Awakening a magic element requires innate comprehension, one must possess a natural understanding of that element. For instance, someone raised in a frigid ice region would likely awaken to the ice element. This is what is referred to as innate talent. However, no one has ever truly proven this aspect, nor has anyone researched the underlying principles behind it. Some prodigies may awaken 2 or even 3 elements at the beginner stage. Yet attempting to cultivate 2 or 3 elements simultaneously at the foundational stage may actually hinder a mage's progress. Therefore, even if someone awakens 2 elements at the foundational stage, they might choose not to cultivate all of them. Ji Jingxiang, for instance, likely awakened more than 3 elements. Of course, some individuals might only possess 2 elements even at advanced levels, they simply chose not to awaken more. Typically, those who awaken to more magical elements describe their cultivation by using the terms major and minor specializations. A minor discipline signifies a system they've just begun cultivating or were the last to master. Chapter 51, General Zhao, 3rd grade forbidden spell. The population has grown excessively large. Since cultivation extends lifespan, some families may have members spanning dozens or even hundreds of generations living together. Fortunately, spatial folding technology is widely used, and humanity has discovered a separate planet. Zhèng Sījí only possessed a rough understanding of this planet. Awakening magical abilities requires guidance stones, but with the population so large, the supply is completely insufficient. Therefore, they are sold commercially. Of course, those who pass the entrance exam for the Magic High School can awaken their abilities for free. However, the annual admission rate for the Magic High School was only 10%. The success rate for awakening is roughly 40%. While data shows a 40% success rate, ordinary guiding stones may only yield a 20 to 30% awakening probability. Where ordinary guide stones exist, VIP versions naturally follow. These are slots only accessible to major families. Even if Zhèng Sījí had the money, he had no way to purchase one. Zhèng Sījí managed to get into the Magic Academy, but he failed to awaken successfully. Guiding stones amplify one's innate understanding of magic, enabling people to awaken their magical abilities. Those lacking innate aptitude simply cannot amplify it. Zhèng Sījí understood this from childhood, and since he couldn't cultivate magic back then, he filled his home with plants. He even slept on a wooden plank bed. All for that completely unproven theory of environmental influence on awakening. It wasn't that Zhèng Sījí wanted to awaken plant magic, he wanted fire magic and lightning magic too. But, he dared not create such an environment. Zhèng Sījí now had a rough theory. Ji Jingxiang is likely a genius from some powerful faction. At her age, she's practically the same age as me. At the very least, she couldn't possibly be over 20. Not even 20 years old and already a high-tier first rank. And she might even be a prodigy who's awakened multiple magical disciplines. This is an opportunity I'd be crazy not to seize. Ji Jingxiang realized her attempt to change the subject hadn't worked, so she flexed her already meager brain cells. What elemental magic do you specialize in? Since we've crossed paths, let's team up to rescue them. Ji Jingxiang finally managed to utter something sensible. Rescuing people, that's crucial. But neither of them knew where the sea demons had gone. Why were there only a few gold-tier sea demons in this area? This sea demon invasion might even involve dazzling diamond-grade sea demons. Ordinary diamond-grade sea monsters were countless. Why wasn't there even a single diamond-grade sea demon in this area? Couldn't they at least send an immortal gold-grade one? Of course, none of this was within Zhèng Sījí and Ji Jingxiang's scope of consideration. Despite having acquired extensive knowledge, Zhèng Sījí lacked any sense of the bigger picture. He only knew how to maximize his own gains. His intelligence came from the black-clad figure who had revealed that the masterminds behind this operation were likely multiple sovereign-tier sea monsters. But none of that concerned him. The absence of black robe from his side allowed Zhèng Sījí to deduce something. For instance, a massive war was erupting somewhere, so black robe had gone off to boost his performance. That seemed highly probable. Zhèng Sījí had formed some conjectures, so he spoke up. I'm a mid-tier peak mage in both wind and spatial magic. He could go rescue people too after all. He'd heard that rescue missions and demon extermination earned merit points. Merit points held immense purchasing power, and even ordinary spirit stone transactions prioritized merit point exchanges. Merit points were issued by the Huaxia Federation. Unlike other major powers, the Huaxia Federation government served as the supreme ruling authority. The Huaxia Magic Association and the Huaxia Cultivation Association also differed from their counterparts in other nations. Both Huaxia associations were directly managed by the Huaxia Federation. Therefore, merit points are universally accepted throughout the entire Huaxia Federation. Merit holds the same value as a Grade 1 Spirit Stone, both worth 10,000 Huaxia currency units. Spirit Stones can certainly be used as currency, but nothing beats the thrill of using merit points. Merit points are awarded immediately upon completing tasks, and when used to exchange for official goods, they even come with discounts. Thus, the primary currencies in circulation within Huaxia are Huaxia currency, merit points, and Spirit Stones. Huaxia currency is primarily used by ordinary citizens. To exchange for merit points or spirit stones, one must be a certified cultivator recognized by either the Magic Association or the Cultivation Association. Zhèng Sījí was originally an ordinary person, so he possessed neither merit points nor spirit stones. But he had money. Surprised? An orphan like me actually has money to burn? Though Zhèng Sījí lacked merit points, that didn't stop him from knowing what they were. Slaying sea monsters, rescuing people during such calamities, quests would certainly be issued. All he had to do was redeem them later. I don't know how they calculate merit points, but they've never made a mistake. With that thought, Zhèng Sījí resolved to go save people. Not for the sake of merit, but simply to save as many lives as possible. After all, they were all residents of South China City. He might even rescue someone he knew. This also presented an opportunity for Zhèng Sījí to reveal his cultivation level. With the Zhao family vouching for him, few would question his cultivation level. Still, it was best to conceal his cultivation level. After all, a second-grade cultivator at 20. Better keep it under wraps for now. Soon after, Zhèng Sījí and Ji Jingxiang set off together for the rescue mission. Southern Outer Coast. General Zhao, General Yi is ready and awaiting your orders. A middle-aged military officer stepped forward, saluted, and spoke. General Zhao remained rooted to the spot, his face visibly drained of color. The pressure on the southern flank was overwhelming. The other two coastal sections had been breached, yet reinforcements never arrived. After the sea demons breached the flanks, they did not rush forward but instead besieged the southern outer coast. Without capturing this sector, the sea demons dared not advance further, for this area was guarded by forbidden spell mages. 1 second-rank forbidden spellcaster, 1 third-rank forbidden spellcaster. The power difference between second rank and third rank might seem comparable to the gap between mid-tier and high-tier magical cultivation, but the actual disparity was immense. A second-rank caster's maximum lifespan was 300 years, while a third-rank caster's soared directly to 1,000 years. The barrier between second and third rank is even more formidable than a mage breaking through to forbidden spells. Some forbidden spell mages never break through to third rank in their lifetime, departing after reaching 300 years. Clearly, they could not progress far along the path of forbidden spell mages. Yet third-rank mages, blessed with a 1,000-year lifespan, possess greater innate talent and advance much further along the forbidden spell path. Since there's no upper limit to awakening magical elements, those with sufficient time and talent could even awaken all magical elements. The gap between a single forbidden spell mastery and dual forbidden spell mastery is far from trivial. Thus, a third-rank forbidden spellcaster is already capable of standing alone. Even if their physical strength after the second infusion of a magic spirit only reached the peak of 4th rank, they could still face a sovereign alone with their mastery of several forbidden magic systems. Chapter 52, Clearing the Troops, Preparing for the Next Wave. General Zhao was already 500 years old and he had mastered forbidden spells in 4 elements. Though all are still in the early stages of forbidden spells, capable only of casting simple forbidden magic, they are forbidden spells nonetheless. And the force attacking South City was clearly led by a sovereign. The land around South China City wasn't particularly fertile, nor did many wealthy merchants choose to develop there. The primary reason was Huannan City's exceptionally strategic location. Should South China City fall, the surrounding cities would inevitably be overrun, and the entire southern region of Huaxia could be lost. Thus, South City was undoubtedly the primary target for sea demon invasions. With each sea demon invasion, Huannan City invariably suffered the brunt of the assault. However, the Huaxia Federation places great importance on this area, consistently deploying substantial forces to defend it. While the city itself is never completely overrun, each invasion inevitably leaves it submerged. Consequently, no major clans wish to develop here, and few people desire to settle in this region. This has resulted in a stagnant economy. Even in this era where land is worth its weight in gold, property prices in South China City remain surprisingly affordable. Over 50 years have passed since the last sea demon invasion, yet the local economy has still not recovered. South City is now merely a small town. The sea demons clearly recognize this area as impregnable, so they have only stationed a sea demon king at the initial stage of kingship to guard it. General Zhao has maintained his command here, locked in a standoff with the sea demon king. The mental strain is immense. Meanwhile, General Yi is brewing a major move. Their objective, to slay the sea demon king. Early king tier cloudwing spearfish. General Zhao took a deep breath. 1 day. I need 1 more day. He needed 1 more day. 1 day was insignificant in the grand scheme of this war. But if the plan succeeded, the war would be won. The middle-aged soldier fell silent. General Zhao needed 1 more day. He was too exhausted. While facing off against the Sea Demon King, he must also prepare a forbidden mind-binding spell. The middle-aged man was a second-rank forbidden spell mage, and he too wished to assist. However, he was only proficient in a single element of forbidden magic. He couldn't even cast forbidden spells on his own. His magic control was too low. Although he had broken through the barrier to forbidden spells, most forbidden spells required magic control far exceeding his current level. Thus, until his magic control improved, he remained merely an arcanist capable of stacking more layers of spells and storing greater magical reserves. He could sense the mental fluctuations between General Zhao and the distant Sea Demon King, but he dared not probe further. His own mental strength was too weak. One careless move could leave him brain dead. Kill. Go kill the monsters. Kill as many as you can. Diamond grade sea demons? Kill. Brilliant diamond tier sea demons kill. I guarantee the Sea Demon King won't interfere with you for this entire day. Go accumulate as much merit as possible, you'll need it to exchange for forbidden spells. I'm immobilized for now too, remember to cover my back. Go clear the minions, we'll push through in 1 wave later. Release your winged angel to clear the surrounding wilds for me. Remember, you'll have to share some of your merit points with me. General Zhao's casual tone eased the middle-aged man considerably. This was General Zhao in his usual state. He liked to joke around and kept up with the times. Though, his gaming rank wasn't very high. The middle-aged man chuckled in return, saluted, then turned and left immediately. He would relay the message to General Yi before returning to slay demons. General Zhao was right, he desperately needed military merit now to exchange for a forbidden spell. Otherwise, he'd remain nothing more than a slightly stronger mage. A white vortex 50 meters tall appeared as the surrounding area flickered with light. A massive white foot stepped out, followed by the entire figure emerging. Brilliant diamond winged angel. A winged angel with 6 pairs of angelic wings. If fate permitted, should the winged angel ascend to the sovereign tier, its wings would multiply to 12 pairs. With this summoned beast, this area would be absolutely secure. Unless, there's another king tier sea demon. But judging by the situation, that seems highly unlikely. General Zhao glanced at the winged angel, a gentle smile flickering across his pale face. Then he turned his head again, ready to unleash his ultimate move. But this time the cast bar is longer. Just wait, I'll jump up and hit your knees once it's done. Zhèng Sījí and Ji Jingxiang had barely flown a kilometer over the sea before scrambling to hide. Holy moly, how could there be a diamond tier sea demon here? What was causing such a commotion that the entire sea in this area was rippling? Luckily the entire area was affected, otherwise Zhèng Sījí and Ji Jingxiang would have sailed right into it. This area happened to be the Light Feather District. A magical university exists here, having opened less than 30 years ago. No way, all those pure, beautiful senior students, they're not all going to die, are they? The university area should have been evacuated already, right? Maybe. Zhèng Sījí was an academic prodigy, so his geography was undoubtedly solid. but whose geography curriculum teaches you the exact location of every single school. Now Zhèng Sījí could only hope the area under attack by the Diamond Class Sea Demon wasn't that university. That university named after South China City, South China Magic University. If Zhèng Sījí were alone, he would definitely go take a look. But there was still a check waiting for him to cash. No, wait, there was also a beautiful woman by his side who needed his protection. It wasn't for the check. And certainly not for the beauty either. South China Magic University. This university isn't large, but its magic departments are remarkably comprehensive. Currently, the university is in a peculiar state. The surrounding seawater is separated by a transparent barrier at the school's perimeter. Apart from the lack of sunlight within the campus, everything else appears normal. Many ordinary people have gathered within these walls, making this their refuge. The reason South China Magic University dared to establish itself here is because of an exceptionally powerful spirit array. An array powerful enough to withstand the full force of a brilliant diamond's attack. Most students had already evacuated the campus, but those ordinary people who hadn't secured tickets, along with low-level cultivators, had all been gathered here. Outside, a diamond-tier sea demon lurked. This sea monster seems to have a temper it won't budge until it's satisfied. The school's principal is none other than Lin, vice president of the South China City branch of the Huaxia Magic Association, as second-rank forbidden spell mage. But he was currently busy clearing other areas and had no time to spare for this location. In his view, with this spirit array in place, there was no need for him to come here. After all, a dazzling diamond-level sea demon couldn't possibly be here. Such ultimate sea demons were all gathered together. Sis. I can't sleep. I'm scared. A childish voice rang out, belonging to a little one not yet 4 years old. Although the spirit array wouldn't shatter so easily, the diamond-level sea demon pounding against the barrier still produced deafening clangs. And the transparent spirit array revealed the sea monster's forms and attack patterns for all to see. Seriously, whoever set up this spirit array, couldn't you have used your brain? Why not make it opaque? This is going to terrify the children. Chapter 53, Die Together? No, only you won't survive. It's okay, little brother, this barrier won't break, it shouldn't, right? The little girl was only 10 years old. In this evacuation zone, they hadn't found their parents. Perhaps their parents were in another shelter within the school grounds. Or perhaps, they were no longer with them. Many others had been separated from family and friends, yet none showed any signs of distress at that moment. South China Magic University was too small to accommodate so many refugees. In truth, the university had been established specifically to shelter those unable to flee. Despite its small footprint, the campus had been expanded several times over through spatial folding. Yet the number of refugees was overwhelming, so much so that the shelter's food reserves might only last 3 days. Many teachers had already departed. The strongest individual guarding the site now was merely a second-rank mage. Dean, please let me go. We've lost all contact with the outside world. If the fighting at the front lines intensifies, they won't be able to find us within 3 days. A relatively young man spoke with grave determination, his expression resolute. Lin Lu, you're only a first-rank mage and you've just advanced. Your mastery of mage arts is too shallow. You won't be able to hold it off, you might even lose your life instantly. The dean stared intently at a specific point within the spirit array, his expression growing increasingly grave. This diamond-tier sea demon was a late-stage diamond-tier sea demon. Without waiting for Lin Lu to speak, the dean continued, enough. I won't let you take this risk. You're my most promising student. He turned his head and fixed Lin Lu with a deep, lingering look. Wait for reinforcements. If no help arrives within 3 days, then attempt to slay it. The dean's words did not deter Lin Lu. Lin Lu protested urgently, wait for rescue? In this situation, forget rescue, we'd be lucky if another diamond-tier sea demon didn't show up. His steps quickened as he pressed forward, his voice growing frantic. Dean! If another diamond-tier sea demon appears, even combined, we might not even last a single exchange. He clenched his fists and bowed his head. Dean, please try. If we kill it, we can activate the global phantom array. Then, even a dazzling diamond-level sea demon won't be able to detect us. That's when we'll have more time to wait for help. By the end of his plea, Lin Lu's voice had taken on a tone bordering on desperation. But the dean remained unmoved by his words. For he knew that even if they joined forces, their chances of victory were less than 10%. If, at this critical moment, the two most powerful mages were killed before the refugees' eyes. They were the refugees' anchors of hope, one a second-rank archmage. One a first-rank archmage. 2 humans said to be capable of standing against diamond-tier demons. Lin Lu was still too young, considering only the crisis. And, he feared death too. He had lived over 200 years himself. Though if he couldn't break through to 3rd rank, he'd only have a few more decades left. But those decades represented the entire lifespans of most people. He had descendants and a small family he'd built himself. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to die. Therefore, the headmaster did not grant his request. Issue the order, for the next few days, reduce their daily meals to 2 servings, halving the portions. They are to remain stationary without wandering about, engaging in no physical activity. They need not consume such large quantities of grain. The director's tone was stern, leaving no room for argument. Lin Lu could do nothing about it. He had already tried his best to persuade him. Given the director's tone, Lin Lu understood he had made up his mind. No amount of persuasion would change it now. Yes. Lin Lu felt profound disappointment, truly profound disappointment. After a perfunctory reply, he took his leave. Watching Lin Lu walk away, the dean sighed softly. At this stage, playing it safe was the best course of action. Once the headmaster returned, that diamond tier C demon outside would be nothing to fear. The principal could crush it with a single flick of his wrist. The decision he had made was designed to prolong their survival as much as possible. Under conservative estimates, their provisions should last another 4 days or so. 7 days, that should be enough. Let's hope so. Zhèng Sījí and Ji Jingxiang slipped away stealthily. They dared not use magic, for casting spells in front of the sea demon overlord would be detected instantly. A single wave from it could easily spell their doom. Thus, they spent a long time moving slowly and stealthily. Fortunately, they covered enough distance, otherwise, they would have been spotted the moment they entered the water. Zhèng Sījí was in a particularly awkward situation now, burdened with a clueless girl by his side and unable to enter his soul space to change clothes. The damp clothes clinging to his body made him extremely uncomfortable. But they had no time to dwell on such matters now, for they had discovered a refuge. 3 gold tier sea monsters circled the shelter. They had already detected the location and would likely breach it soon. Both Zhèng Sījí and Ji Jingxiang were panicking. 3 gold tier sea demons? That was an overwhelmingly formidable force. For Zhèng Sījí, soloing a single gold tier sea demon was already a stroke of incredible luck. After all, that wingtail swordfish was purely a fluke. If that wingtail swordfish hadn't been unable to pause while using its skill, who would have waited for its cast time anyway? At this thought, Zhèng Sījí's expression darkened. But then, Zhèng Sījí suddenly widened his eyes. System, if I enter the soul space, finish my cast bar, and then exit, will my magic disappear? The system replied as if addressing a simpleton, you finally figured it out. Zhèng Sījí. So it actually works. No way. No way. Doesn't that make me an infinite magic cannon? 100 punches per second, 100 spells per second, it's not a dream at all. This is way too powerful. Zhèng Sījí started getting carried away. With this kind of power, who could possibly stop me? But this power can't be used openly. Any human or demon who sees me using this technique must die. This must never be revealed. It's Zhèng Sījí's exclusive secret technique. In that moment, Zhèng Sījí felt as though he were floating in the heavens. Ji Jingxiang hadn't noticed anything unusual about Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí, this golden great sea demon, can we kill it? Zhèng Sījí retorted, you're just a little girl, why are you always thinking about fighting and killing? Can't you be a bit more ladylike? This silly girl was truly warlike. And the fearless kind of warlike. Take that earlier battle against the pair of swordfish, she'd actually devised a way to kill one. But after killing it, she was completely drained. Thinking of this, Zhèng Sījí warned again, is it really wise to charge in like that with your current state of mind? Don't go flying off again. This time, we won't be so lucky. We're not far from that diamond great demon. If you take off again, none of us will survive. No, only you won't survive. How infuriating. Without me on the road to the underworld, won't you feel terribly lonely? Chapter 54, is this your so-called plan? Ji Jingxiang puffed out her cheeks indignantly. I was being straightforward, got it? But seeing Zhèng Sījí's utterly skeptical expression, her confidence instantly evaporated. Well, her foolish side was already exposed. So Ji Jingxiang tried explaining again, alright. After I use up my magic, my mind gets foggy. It's been like this since I awakened my magic at age 10. I'm really not stupid. Zhèng Sījí hadn't been paying attention to her explanation, but upon hearing that last sentence, his eyes widened in shock. Zhèng Sījí exclaimed in shock, you awaken magic at 10. He couldn't help but exclaim aloud. Ji Jingxiang noticed Zhèng Sījí's stunned expression and couldn't help but wear a look of pride. Seeing her like this, Zhèng Sījí couldn't let her get away with it. So he retorted, not bad, I guess. I'm only at the high tier now, but I've only awakened magic for less than a year, and I'm already at the peak of the mid-tier. I'm not lying, it really has been less than a year. Zhèng Sījí dared not reveal the truth, after all, this was his secret. But reaching peak mid-tier in just 1 year was utterly impossible. So Ji Jingxiang didn't believe a word of it. Seeing Zhèng Sījí's forced attempt to show off, Ji Jingxiang grew even more smug. She brushed it off with a few perfunctory words and changed the subject. Zhèng Sījí was in agony. He'd already exaggerated his progress, yet she still didn't believe him. And now she was gloating even more. How could this be? But his gaze followed Ji Jingxiang's toward the 3 golden-winged swordfish. This group of invading sea demons mostly belonged to the younger generation of the cloud-winged swordfish clan. though some diamond-level sea demon subordinates might lead their clans into battle. Their assault targets clearly lay elsewhere. This area was a small district, also the outskirts of South China City. Therefore, this sector required the Cloudwing Swordfish clan to conduct a sweeping suppression operation. Precisely because it's a peripheral zone, both humans and sea demons are scarce here. Seriously, diamond-level creatures already possess near self-awareness, let alone sovereign-level sea demons? The sea demons invading South China City were essentially cannon fodder. After all, the Cloudwing Swordfish lost in the previous Diamond Tier Sea Demon contest. The Cloudwing Swordfish knew full well that invading here would inevitably make them cannon fodder. It only detected a second-rank Forbidden Spellcaster and a third-rank Forbidden Spellcaster, but there were definitely more than just 2 Forbidden Spellcasters here. Should they advance too boldly or attack too fiercely, the Forbidden Spell mages lurking in the rear would inevitably emerge. It didn't want its own kind to be cannon fodder, so in this border zone, it had only sent a token force of foot soldiers. Moreover, these foot soldiers all belonged to factions that had long been at odds with it. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate them all at once. Things aren't exactly peaceful on the sea demon side either. Truthfully, if Zhèng Sījí were alone, he could take on 3 opponents. Though he was only a mid-tier second-rank mage, he possessed the chi-slash technique capable of slaying foes several ranks above his own. Moreover, he had mastered all basic and intermediate level spells, including fusion magic. And he possessed a powerful artifact, the tenfold spy device. Even without using chi-slash, his magical power had already reached the early high-tier level, approaching mid-tier. Combined with the tenfold spy device, his magical power has already surpassed the mid-high tier. It might even approach the peak of the high-tier realm. With such power, slaughtering a few early-stage golden sea demons is a piece of cake. But he couldn't reveal his tenfold spy device. When he had slaughtered the golden-winged swordfish earlier, he had completely forgotten he possessed the tenfold espionage device. Even if he had remembered, he wouldn't have used it. After all, the highest magnification spy gear available on the market was only 6 times. Yet the spy device he now possessed offered tenfold magnification. If Ji Jingxiang saw it, he'd have a hard time explaining himself. He genuinely wanted to operate solo. Girls were such a hindrance. He deeply regretted following her on this rescue mission. Wouldn't it have been better to go alone? Plus, he'd given her his name, and she'd seen his true face. This meant he couldn't sacrifice himself now. Zhèng Sījí silently resolved to ditch her after this job. Do you have a plan? If not, we'll follow mine. Ji Jingxiang turned to look at Zhèng Sījí as she spoke. You don't think that way about me. I'm not stupid. That earlier situation was just an accident. Ji Jingxiang saw Zhèng Sījí's utterly skeptical expression again and felt slightly awkward. No, do you have a plan? Zhèng Sījí knew he had virtually no understanding of tactics. After all, he'd never cultivated before. Learning tactics would have been useless anyway. And now, all he needed was brute force. There was no point in learning tactics or anything like that. Besides, when brute force was needed, he could only go it alone, otherwise, his secret would be exposed. Alright, the plan is, you scout ahead here, and I'll take them on one-on-one. As she spoke, Ji Jingxiang was already poised to charge forward. Zhèng Sījí was utterly dumbfounded by Ji Jingxiang's plan. What the hell? This is the plan you came up with? Damn it! Do you take me for a fool? You tell me you're not stupid? You barely managed to fight 2 of them alone and were rescued from the brink of death, and now you've forgotten all that. Zhèng Sījí immediately reached out to grab Ji Jingxiang. Are you kidding? Sending her charging in now would be nothing short of suicide. Ji Jingxiang felt the touch on her arm and froze for a moment. What's this? Didn't you just say you had no plan? Why are you grabbing me now? Let go of me. I'm going to take on 3 of them. When she turned to look at Zhèng Sījí, a hint of awkwardness flashed across her face. Well, this plan still doesn't seem to be salvaging my image. Zhèng Sījí couldn't help it either. Sending a clueless girl to make plans? That'd be like sending her to her death. Better to handle it myself. Listen, I'll find a way to trap him, but I won't be able to attack then. Charge up that spear you just used, find your chance, and aim for a triple strike. Zhèng Sījí's expression turned serious as he continued, don't worry about how to control them. I'll figure out a way to get them to gather together as much as possible. Ji Jingxiang was about to retort. After all, this was her chance to redeem her image. She opened her mouth to say that Zhèng Sījí was only mid-tier and couldn't control high-tier creatures. But then she remembered Zhèng Sījí had already slain a golden grade sea demon. The words she'd been about to say died on her lips. Ji Jingxiang pursed her lips in frustration but reluctantly agreed. Ji Jingxiang's magic had mostly recovered, though her wounds hadn't fully healed. They lacked healing magic. So she could only apply some medicine to manage the wounds. In her current state, charging recklessly was out of the question. Besides, she wanted to see just how many more tricks this boy had up his sleeve. Chapter 55, Imprisoned. Zhèng Sījí and Ji Jingxiang were both hiding behind a building. As long as they didn't enter the water, those 3 gold-grade sea demons shouldn't be able to sense them. Truthfully, Zhèng Sījí wasn't entirely confident. After all, he couldn't use his trump cards. He could channel spells that allowed for pre-charging in his soul space, but spells like spatial severance required precise, fixed-point casting. Zhèng Sījí gave Ji Jingxiang a knowing glance, and she understood immediately. Her hands immediately formed the gestures for spellcasting. She couldn't gather magic spirits yet. Even if she were foolish, she wasn't that foolish. Any gathering of magical spirits would be detectable. Her ultimate spell had a fast casting time, but it wasn't instantaneous. She needed roughly 5 seconds to complete the channeling. After using this spell, half her mana would be depleted. Therefore, she had to make it a one-hit kill. She reckoned she'd need to take down at least 2 in succession. Zhèng Sījí might be able to handle one on his own. But who knew what kind of magic Zhèng Sījí wielded? What if he exhausted his mana after controlling those sea monsters? That would be problematic. Still, if only one sea demon remained, she could engage it. She might not kill it, but escaping would be no problem. At worst, she could recover and return later. Seeing Ji Jingxiang ready, Zhèng Sījí gradually moved toward another part of the tower. He couldn't enter the water here, nor could he fly away from this spot. Because then the sea demon would sense his presence. He was now roughly 50 meters away from Ji Jingxiang. 50 meters wasn't far for beings of their caliber, but it was sufficient under these circumstances. Zhèng Sījí entered his soul space and materialized a bamboo dragonfly within it. He accepted it now. A bamboo dragonfly was fine. He still had his chi slash. Maybe next time he could gather a spirit energy ball or even a kamehameha. He dared not channel chi slash here. If Ji Jingxiang discovered this spell could be cast instantly, he'd face a barrage of questions. Next, he summoned a wind spirit, stacking 2 layers of swift wind boots. The advantage of having multiple magic controls was clear. He could unleash an overwhelming number of spells at once. After that, he gathered several acceleration spells, aiming to unleash them the instant he stepped outside, at least bursting a kilometer away from here. Zhèng Sījí prepared for the dash. System, exit. The words barely left his lips before Zhèng Sījí vanished from the soul space. Boom! In an instant, Zhèng Sījí burst out of the tower. He dared not rush too fast, so he refrained from using the tenfold speed device. First, he feared Ji Jingxiang would discover him. Second, he feared the sea monsters would spot him, deem him too powerful, and simply flee. He was counting on them to earn him some merit points. He had none of that stuff himself, so getting some to play around with would be nice. In an instant, Zhèng Sījí materialized a kilometer away from the panic tower. Ji Jingxiang, witnessing this scene, was utterly dumbfounded. She had only seen Zhèng Sījí walk to the edge of the panic tower before vanishing in an instant. What kind of magic was this? Could it be a magical artifact? Or spatial teleportation? Isn't high-level spatial teleportation limited to a few hundred meters? This must be a magic artifact. In that moment, she completely forgot to channel her ultimate attack. Zhèng Sījí came to a halt with great difficulty. This speed made Zhèng Sījí feel a bit queasy. It was his first time charging this fast. Only because his physical body had reached the mid-tier of the second rank could he recover so quickly. This speed was approaching teleportation. Because of this, he realized he might have mastered some extraordinary magic. Those spells from earlier seemed to fuse together once more. This time, even without the tenfold speed enhancer, his speed had reached the peak of the high-tier wind element. Only Zhèng Sījí's physical strength had reached the mid-tier of the second rank, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to react in time. Even high-tier mages gradually adapt to increasing speeds, starting slow and building up. He didn't dwell on it much, choosing to save these thoughts for later. System, do you have any dashcam footage? System. You can get me one when you make your wish next week. I think it's necessary. The system replied with genuine sincerity. Why not improve yourself? Of course, Zhèng Sījí was only joking. His full attention was now on the 3 sea demons. They had spotted him. He had no time to worry about revealing his power. If push came to shove, he'd resort to quantum mechanics. Ahem. Then the ancestral single-use magical rune. He knew far too many spells, and few could unleash so many simultaneously like he could. Somehow, they fused together. Before casting any new spell, he must test it once within his soul space. In that instant, he entered his soul space once more. This imprisoned should be fine, right? A fusion spell combining wind, light, and space magic. Yet it unleashes power even without light magic. The power of this fusion magic approaches high-tier levels. A single stack already reaches high-tier. Even a peak mid-tier mage might struggle to cast a spell demanding such extensive mana control. Zhèng Sījí conducted a rough test within the space and determined it should be fine. He then emerged from his soul space. Zhèng Sījí was only about a kilometer away from the 3 golden sea demons, and the moment he appeared, they located him instantly. Swish! The 3 golden sea demons shot forward in an instant, swiftly drawing a white line across the sea surface. 7 seconds. At most 7 seconds. That's all it would take for them to reach his position. He gazed into the distance. That silly girl, she should be reliable, right? If she can't handle it, I'll have to take care of it myself. In the distance, the clumsy girl. After seeing the three sea monsters vanish from their spot, she snapped back to reality. Hey, big bro. Why'd you run so far away? My magic can't reach that far. Don't you know? Ah. You really don't know. Ji Jingxiang gritted her teeth. 2 seconds later, a pair of blue wings materialized behind her. Go save him. Her water wings weren't particularly fast. Covering a kilometer would take at least several dozen seconds. Zhèng Sījí, don't you dare die. In the air, water spirits and plant spirits continuously gathered, gradually forming a sphere. That thing was only 100 meters away. 4 seconds had already passed since Ji Jingxiang took flight. The sea demon was closing in on Zhèng Sījí at an alarming rate. 3 seconds left. No. 2 seconds. The space spirits around Zhèng Sījí rapidly coalesced, while the wind spirits fused in with equal intensity. Imprison. At Zhèng Sījí's command, all the wind and space spirits set aside their differences, linking hands and merging together. They formed an eerie trajectory, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space. This was the prison of another dimension. Chapter 56, Zhèng Sījí, the disposable one. Damn, this effect doesn't work in the soul space. Even with the light elemental, you're still just a high-tier magic spell. Why did you just form this alternate dimension out of nowhere? This thing must be a forbidden spell disguised as a high-tier spell, right? Space itself twisted at that moment, forming countless miniature spatial vortexes. Damn it! Should I not have stacked them? The spatial vortexes rapidly contracted around the 3 gold grade sea demons, eventually squeezing them together under the pressure of space. And the shrinking space showed no sign of slowing down the instant it touched the golden grade sea monsters. This. Shizuka, I come from the 4th dimension. Do you believe me? This is actually a treasure I brought from the 4th dimension. They were just taken back to the 4th dimension by me. I swear I didn't do this. In less than half a second, 3 golden grade sea monsters, each tens of meters long, had been compressed to less than 10 meters in size. They had lost their lives. Zhèng Sījí hurried over and stored them in his soul space. Damn it, is it still possible to fix this? Several tens of seconds later, Zhèng Sījí sat on the sea surface, his face clouded with frustration. In the distance, Ji Jingxiang finally flew over. For a high-tier water wing, it sure was slow. Well, it wasn't the wing that was slow, it was Zhèng Sījí who was too fast. Yep, that's right, Zhèng Sījí was just too fast. Ji Jingxiang began to feel puzzled from afar. Her perception range was exceptionally vast, but unfolding that perception took time. By the time her perception reached Zhèng Sījí's location, she could no longer sense the 3 gold grade sea demons. Only Zhèng Sījí remained. What was going on? She didn't know, and Zhèng Sījí was even more clueless. Then, where are the 3 sea demons? Ji Jingxiang descended and asked. Zhèng Sījí put on an impeccable act. I have no idea either. I haven't seen them since I arrived. That innocent little face, that tone, could it be any more guileless? He had actually spent quite some time practicing in the soul space. Of course it looks real now. Ji Jingxiang's expression was utterly bizarre. This vanished into thin air. Zhèng Sījí asked again, didn't the sea demon go to you? Ji Jingxiang shook her head. No, I saw you running so far away, so I just flew straight over. Zhèng Sījí propped his chin on his hand, feigning speculation. Could it be my runes were too powerful? Did they scare it away? Zhèng Sījí had carefully considered this. If he suggested his earlier speed was due to the runes first, Ji Jingxiang would be less likely to suspect him. Zhèng Sījí had studied magical runes. These runes could store magical energy, and once activated, they could summon magical spirits to work. Ji Jingxiang nodded in agreement. That was indeed possible. She could sense that this rune wasn't a spatial teleportation type. It was undoubtedly a speed-enhancing rune. Such speed was beyond even her own ability to react. Therefore, this speed rune must be of late high-tier quality, perhaps even peak-tier. It might actually scare off those early gold-tier sea demons. I figured that out too. I'm so clever. He nodded to himself in approval, acknowledging his own cleverness. Seeing Ji Jingxiang's expression, Zhèng Sījí knew he'd probably managed to fool her. This silly girl, they really hadn't named her wrong. After coming up with all those excuses, not a single one ended up being used. Zhèng Sījí spoke up. Jingxiang, I'm off to find my ding-dang cat. You go ahead and play by yourself. Without waiting for Ji Jingxiang's reaction, Zhèng Sījí turned and flew away. Ji Jingxiang's eyes widened in shock. What the heck was that? Why did he just run off? Isn't having a smart and powerful teammate like me a good thing? Mid-flight, Zhèng Sījí suddenly remembered something. He turned back and said, Jingxiang, I'll leave those shelter people to you. Don't get too cocky, just escort them back to the evacuation point, okay? Then, his speed surged again, and he vanished from the spot in an instant. Ji Jingxiang. No way. I don't want to take them back. I barely managed to slip out, and now you want me to go back? You're such a heartless man. You use me and then turn your back on me. I'm done with you. Ji Jingxiang cursed Zhèng Sījí fiercely in her mind, though it was only a few words back and forth. As a prodigy of the elemental temple, she'd never experienced anything else her entire life. This time, she'd slipped out just to have some fun in South City. Little did she expect to encounter a sea demon invasion right away. As a prodigy, she had to step up and handle this situation. Well, she just hadn't bought a ticket out yet. After that, she used her magical artifact to protect herself, preventing the torrential rain and towering waves from washing her away. Being a water mage herself, surviving in such conditions wasn't too difficult. Little did she know, she'd immediately run into 2 gold-tier sea monsters. And since then, right up until now, she still hasn't had her fill of the adventure. There was no way she was going to just walk into the trap. She glanced back at the refuge zone. Alright, saving people comes first. She flew forward and began organizing the rescue. Meanwhile, Zhèng Sījí slipped away swiftly. It's still more comfortable to act alone. But in this kind of environment, you're bound to run into someone. So this wasn't a viable solution either. Zhèng Sījí pondered briefly before deciding to get a mask or something to conceal his identity. System, any useful gadgets? As an AI, give me your analysis. The system felt a surge of satisfaction. You finally remember I'm an AI system, huh? Why didn't you remember I was an intelligent system when you made your wishes before? You're quite the genius, making wishes that landed you in this predicament. Alright, you really are something else. The system suggested, I recommend using a special item to obtain a ghost mask. The system's suggestion was standard procedure. As long as Zhèng Sījí kept following the system's wish-granting method, he'd eventually become a god. But if Zhèng Sījí followed the system's plan, it would likely take him a month or so to reach his current level. Hearing the suggestion, Zhèng Sījí asked, Hey, tell me about it. What exactly does this ghost shadow mask do? The system explained, the ghost shadow mask is an item that can alter your appearance, completely transform it. It can even change your physique. Let me whisper this to you, it can alter your gender too. If you want to become a sea demon, that's not impossible either. Zhèng Sījí stared in disbelief. Before he could respond, the system continued, and here's another crucial feature: the ghost shadow mask enables cross-species communication. You get what I mean? Zhèng Sī 0.0. Chapter 57, Studying Myself Scared? Sounds kinda ordinary. But is this thing really nothing special? Well then, doesn't that leave a ton of room for maneuvering? At this moment, Zhèng Sījí already had a complete plan forming in his mind. System, use item special to request a ghost mask. Host request analyzing. Analysis complete. Item being granted. Granting complete. Zhèng Sījí sensed a cat eye mask suddenly appear in his soul space. The craftsmanship is way too crude. Zhèng Sījí retrieved the mask from his soul space. Instantly, a flood of information surged into his mind. Ghost shadow mask. Transform, alter form at its core active. Translation, communication is no longer a barrier passive. These 3 brief lines revealed nothing of substance. Zhèng Sījí placed the ghost shadow mask over his face, feeling a cool sensation. Suddenly, the entire mask fused seamlessly into Zhèng Sījí's face. This unexpected turn of events left Zhèng Sījí feeling a bit flustered. Host, it's fine. You can remove it anytime you wish. Simply use your consciousness to control it, and you can alter its form. Zhèng Sījí tried to touch it with his consciousness, imagining what form he might take. In less than a few seconds, Zhèng Sījí's form underwent a direct transformation. Did I really transform? A wingtail swordfish? Holy! Zhèng Sījí was stunned. He couldn't feel his feet at all. Even his hands had turned into fish fins. No way, no way. System, will this altered appearance be noticed by others? Zhèng Sījí swallowed hard, suddenly finding himself unable to swallow. Host, this is a complete transformation of form, not some illusion. No one will notice. Receiving the system's affirmative response, Zhèng Sījí tried to swallow again. This item is seriously powerful. The only problem was that he couldn't quite project this aura outward. But if he unleashed his full power, his true chi cultivation level would definitely surpass late 3rd grade. After all, he possessed a golden core and cultivated the god-shattering decision. Then, Zhèng Sījí transformed into all sorts of creatures. He tried every form he could think of. No, he couldn't hold back any longer. In the blink of an eye, Zhèng Sījí vanished from his original spot. Within the soul space, Zhèng Sījí manifested a duplicate, then began transforming his physical form. He intended to study himself. His foundational knowledge was solid, covering a broad range of subjects, but he couldn't verify or conduct practical research. Especially when it came to biology, he was itching to dive in. He transformed himself into a wingtail swordfish, determined to study it thoroughly. After all, the previous wingtail swordfish had been dead, leaving him unable to conduct proper research. How could a corpse ever be as useful as a living specimen? Finding their weaknesses was no easy task using corpses. After all, certain parts of the physical body are vulnerable, and they can use true chi to defend themselves. Now, however, he was a living specimen for study. Studying myself, doesn't that scare you? Or it stings when I prick myself, I know best. This way, the weaknesses will reveal themselves, won't they? Zhèng Sījí channeled all his consciousness into controlling his clone, using it to manipulate and study his own body. Pain, too, is something one can grow accustomed to. Most of the pain now is nothing to Zhèng Sījí. Habit is a truly terrifying ability. Zhèng Sījí spent an entire day within the soul space, and he had already devised the optimal strategy to counter the wingtail swordfish. The wingtail swordfish's weakness lay in its very spear. If struck hard at a point roughly 1.24 meters from its face, its entire body would instantly collapse. All practitioners of true Qi must cultivate at least one technique, and some may even master multiple methods. Each technique connects to different acupoints. The strength of a cultivation technique is also judged by the number of acupoints it connects. This also serves as a method for determining a cultivation technique's rank. Some races require active cultivation of techniques, while others do not. Humans belong to the race that must actively cultivate techniques. Most sea demons and magical beasts, however, are born with the innate ability to automatically connect the acupoints within their bodies. This means they can begin cultivation from the moment they are born. This means they have no need to cultivate techniques at all. The wingtail spearfish, naturally, belongs to this category of magical beasts. They possess innate cultivation techniques. Their cultivation techniques continuously refine as they advance in rank. This is because the acupoints within their bodies continuously open as they advance in rank. The wingtail spearfish's long spear-like snout contains most of its body's acupoints. Approximately 1.24 meters from its face lies a primary acupoint. A severe blow to this acupoint would instantly sever its entire chi supply. This fact has eluded all human discovery. Even many humans specializing in demonic creature research failed to uncover it. Because when studying demons, researchers must seal the demonic energy within their bodies. The vulnerabilities they identified were limited to physical weaknesses. Researchers sought to identify vulnerabilities in the acupoints, but even when they mapped out an entire demon's acupoint system, they could not pinpoint these critical points. Various factors further hindered researchers from discovering the vulnerabilities of these acupoints. Perhaps some demons have had certain weaknesses exposed. But these weaknesses were only temporary vulnerabilities at specific stages. Take the wingtail swordfish, for instance. Upon ascending to diamond tier, its vital points reopen, and its entire cultivation technique undergoes transformation. Therefore, the acupoints researched cannot be universally applied to any single species. Moreover, those so-called weak points hardly qualify as vulnerabilities. But Zhèng Sījí had genuinely uncovered a true weakness, capable of severing the wingtail swordfish's entire energy source. This was undoubtedly a monumental discovery. Because Zhèng Sījí had transformed into another species entirely, and possessed a duplicate that allowed him to study himself. Thus, this research methodology was utterly unique. If Zhèng Sījí were to establish a research institute dedicated to studying these phenomena, it could fundamentally reshape the world's landscape. Yet Zhèng Sījí remained unaware of these implications. All he wanted now was to hunt down golden-grade wingtail tuna and slaughter them mercilessly. Merit points, merit points. He wasn't short on money, but he craved merit points. Ever since childhood, Zhèng Sījí had been fascinated by collecting coins and similar items. Otherwise, he wouldn't have settled for just a small apartment, he would have bought a big one for sure. Apart from necessities, he saved almost every penny. So now that he could earn merit points, he was determined to make a killing. First, he'd earn 100 million merit points. One merit point was roughly equivalent to one grade 1 spirit stone, which equated to 10,000 huaxia currency. Let's set a modest goal, earn 100 million. You think I'm using merit points to trade for cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, magic spells, or magical artifacts? You're overthinking it. I just find it fun. Chapter 58, Human, let's chat. After emerging from the soul space, Zhèng Sījí immediately began wandering around. He had already changed his face and even his physique. If he got killed, he'd just switch forms again. If anyone discovered he was too powerful, he'd simply go and get himself killed. Zhèng Sījí was now completely detached. Offense was all that mattered. Defense? Not happening. Ever since shifting forms, he's been floating on air. Outer coastal defense line. General Zhao's face grew even paler. He had expended far too much magic power and mental energy. Especially his mental energy recovering that was no simple task. As a mind-based forbidden spellcaster, his mental energy reserves were undoubtedly immense. While confronting the Sea Demon King, he also had to prepare a forbidden spell. And while doing so, he couldn't risk being detected by the Sea Demon King. He didn't know if there were other Sea Demon Kings lurking nearby. If there were, he wouldn't be able to coordinate with General Yi to kill this one. But if other Sea Demon Kings were present, the one he was currently facing would also be doomed. For they too possess more than 2 forbidden spell mages. Should any other Sea Demon Kings dare to show themselves, our human race's other forbidden spells will also appear. This is where the real battle begins. Elsewhere, a middle-aged man stood facing off against a dazzling diamond tier fin whale. He was a second-rank forbidden spell mage. Though he had only recently attained forbidden spell status and couldn't yet wield forbidden spells, he could still handle ordinary dazzling diamond-level sea monsters with ease. But this humpback whale made him hesitate to act rashly. Baleen whales never travel alone. They always travel in pods. Wherever one blue whale appeared, at least 3 others were sure to be nearby. Moreover, if these humpbacks were also brilliant diamond tier, he alone would be no match for them. Their size was simply too immense. He wasn't a mage specializing in psychic power, he was a fire element forbidden spellcaster. In aquatic environments, his power is completely suppressed. Even if other fin whales were present, as long as they remained concealed, he would be utterly unable to detect them. That was the most agonizing part. His physical body, having undergone 2 spirit infusions, had already reached the peak of the 3rd rank. With further cultivation, it could reach the 4th rank. But he was facing several humpback whales, each at least late diamond rank. Even with the Kai magic tool and the magic deflecting tool, he dared not engage these sea demons head-on. One careless hit could leave him gravely wounded. Another hit, and he might well meet his end. Therefore, he could only maintain his standoff, not daring to initiate combat. If he could stall these giant squids, perhaps the other diamond-tier sea monsters wouldn't pose too great a threat. After all, both humans and sea demons knew that their invasion of South China City was nothing more than cannon fodder. You might be able to act arrogant for a while, but you absolutely cannot breach this place. Thus, few diamond-tier sea demons would dare invade. The main force is attacking other coastal areas, like the demon capital. He dared not flee this place, nor could he escape it. For if he fled, they might turn their attacks on him. Even if he escaped, releasing them would only unleash havoc. Human, stop fighting. How about we have a chat? Middle-aged man? Wait, how did you suddenly start talking? And what on earth are you talking about? Advanced sea demons can speak that much, these high-level cultivators knew. But, what kind of language is this? What the hell is chatting? Seeing the middle-aged man's astonished expression, the giant whale continued. Human, don't look so shocked. Infiltrating South China City is a grueling task. We don't want to be cannon fodder, and you don't want a full-scale battle. How about we sit down and have a chat? The middle-aged man was momentarily dumbfounded by the giant whale's rapid-fire words. Before he could respond, the giant whale pressed on. Human, don't overreact like that. You're a forbidden spellcaster, do you really think we'd harm you? We see monsters fear death too. This grueling task isn't easy. I'm being sincere here. Let's just talk. With that, the humpback whale manifested a physical form. Only a king-level creature could manifest a physical form. This humpback whale had already mastered the preliminary stage of physical manifestation. This meant it was nearing the rank of a sovereign, having reached the threshold of a half-step sovereign. If I were to fight it, I might not even be able to kill it. Without a complete forbidden spell, my super-tier magic couldn't inflict fatal damage. As the middle-aged man pondered, the giant whale's phantom form coalesced a water barrier across the sea. It retrieved a table setting and a tea set from its spatial equipment. Middle-aged man? Have I been in seclusion too long? Am I falling behind the times? This sea demon, has it become too modern? The middle-aged man was a powerful descendant of forbidden spells. He had heard his elders recount that sea sirens were actually a civilization. They had their own way of life. The sea sirens who invade human territory are only a small fraction. The vast majority harbor little hostility toward mankind. After all, humans have always been held back by the sea sirens, unable to dive into the deep sea. As for why humans were held down by sea sirens, well, it was all about fishing, of course. It's said all this stems from a single source, hatred. Originally, there was no enmity between them and the sea demons. But it all began when an old man ventured out to sea, sparking this long-standing feud. That old man was a mage-level cultivator, quite powerful and influential in his time. Yet he harbored an ambition. The fish near shore could not satisfy him. He yearned to fish in the open sea. Then, he hooked a giant fish. That giant fish was a sea demon newly ascended to diamond tier. It battled the old man for 3 days and 3 nights without pause. Finally, the old man unleashed a devastating spell, reducing the fish to nothing but bones. Though the old man gained no food from it, the skeleton became his trophy. He hung the skeleton on his house facing the sea, bragging about it to anyone who came by. Unfortunately, his bragging didn't last long. For this diamond-grade sea demon was the direct offspring of a sea demon king. The sea demon king cherished it immensely. Then, the sea demon king's army discovered the skeleton. Then, war was declared. Later, people cursed the old man mercilessly. He earned himself a name that would be cursed for all eternity. This tale is also known as the Old Man in the Sea. Everything, absolutely everything, was caused by this old man. The sea nymphs from the open sea were indeed a bit tastier. Originally, only one species of sea nymphs attacked humans. But as humans grew stronger, one race of sea nymphs was no longer enough to threaten them. Then, humans began fishing again. This endless cycle led to the current situation. Chapter 59, come on. Let's chat. After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man approached and sat down on a stool. After all, he was a forbidden spell caster. Even if a horde of diamond-level sea monsters swarmed him, he wouldn't be overwhelmed and killed. No way, I'm a forbidden spell of the human race. Seaweed tea. Might as well have some. Hiss ha. The middle-aged man blew on the cup of seaweed tea, gave it a quick sniff, and confirmed it was poison-free. Could this guy really be trying to chat with me? Seeing the human drink the tea, the fin whale felt a little more at ease. He'd been genuinely afraid this guy might come over to fight him. It was an oddity among the humpback whales, disliking to travel in groups. And certainly not for a suicide mission like this. There was no reason to bring his kin alone. But who knew it would get blocked by a forbidden spell before even doing anything? It had been genuinely terrified at first. But seeing that the human now seemed to have no killing intent, its heart finally settled. Human, this tea is a prized treasure I've stored for years. Though it's only a second-grade spirit plant, its flavor, absolutely divine. Tai Shujing picked up its teacup and took a sip. After sipping the tea, it spoke again. Human, what is your name? Meeting is fate. I am Sumeru. Seeing Sumeru introduce himself, the middle-aged man replied, Zhao Ruomin. Zhao Ruomin didn't say much, for he had no idea what Shumi was up to. Seeing Zhao Ruomin's icy indifference, Sumeru broke out in a cold sweat. This fellow was, after all, a forbidden spell. Zhao Ruomin, what a name. He had no idea how to flatter him. Zhao Ruomin, you really don't need to be so hostile toward me. I genuinely don't want to fight you. You know attacking South China City is a suicide mission. Nobody wants that job. Cold sweat beaded on Sumeru's forehead as helplessness filled his heart. I've never killed a single soul. I'm a total coward. Reaching this cultivation level is purely because of my age. I've lived nearly 10,000 years. If I don't advance soon, I'll likely die of old age. Shumi's face had completely fallen. After all, he was nearly 10,000 years old, yet he'd been drafted onto the battlefield. Couldn't they just let him enjoy his twilight years in peace? These bastards are truly despicable. Knowing I'm near death, they still come to squeeze out my last ounce of strength. Sumeru's face twisted with fury. Would I listen to them? Of course not. Ever since I got here, I've been sleeping the whole time. Honestly, I haven't killed anyone. Sumeru kept explaining himself, constantly playing the victim. This creature was a forbidden spell. It couldn't sense Zhao Ruomin's strength at all, so it must be a forbidden spell. He had no clue about the forbidden spells of various schools. But if it knew Zhao Ruomin had only recently advanced and didn't even know forbidden spells, things might be different. Zhao Ruomin maintained his expression, doing his utmost not to give anything away. This creature was a dazzling diamond tier sea demon, possessing superhuman intelligence. To have cultivated to this level, it must have endured countless battles. It was absolutely impossible for things to be as this creature claimed. As a newly promoted forbidden spellcaster, he might not stand a chance against it in a direct confrontation. What if it struck him directly? That would be painful. Zhao Ruomin could tell it had lived for an incredibly long time. A diamond-grade sea demon corresponds to a 4th-grade cultivation level. Sea demons of this caliber, like 4th-grade cultivators, could live for 10,000 years. But if it encountered some extraordinary fortune or possessed special abilities, it could easily live far beyond 10,000 years. Of course, 10,000 years assumes a life without misfortune. If it bore any hidden injuries, such longevity would be impossible. This Sumi. Perhaps it truly meant what it said, it wouldn't have much longer to live. Though its hidden injuries remained unseen, Zhao Ruomin could discern their undeniable presence. With these hidden injuries, it absolutely cannot ascend to the rank of sovereign. But it was a sea demon. If he ever got the chance, he would slay it. Though his elders had said not all sea demons were evil. But he refused to believe it. Even if he did, what difference would it make? Invading human territory, do you truly think you can walk away unscathed? Shumi spoke thus, and Zhao Ruomin listened thus. After speaking at length, Shumi still saw no reaction from Zhao Ruomin. It had even opened its physical form for him to observe, yet Zhao Ruomin still hadn't let down his guard. Zhao Ruomin wasn't confident he could slay it now, but he certainly couldn't let it escape. If it escaped and went on a killing spree, that would be his fault. So he occasionally responded with a few words. You speak your mind, I speak mine. You complain about your things, I complain about mine. Come on. Let's chat. And so, one human and one demon began their leisurely conversation about heaven and earth. Zhèng Sījí had been searching this area for half a day straight, yet he'd only managed to find 13 wingtail swordfish. The sea demon population in this area was far too sparse. He'd already slain quite a few silver-ranked sea demons. These were all contributions. Though he didn't know the exact value of these merits, they certainly wouldn't be low. He stowed the freshly killed wingtail swordfish into his soul space. System, show me the interface. Host, Zhèng Sījí. Age, 18. Cultivation, 2nd rank peak pseudo, mid-tier super limit mage. Constitution, quantum-affinity constitution. System level, LV 1.5. Skills, 9 steps to heaven, 9 steps to 10,000 realms, heavenly demon illusion body uninitiated, all beginner and intermediate tier magic. Item, 10-fold espionage device. Profession, spirit array master, hacker. Soul space, click to access. Special, normal 03, cultivation 03, items 1-3 increases by 1 every Monday. Quests, click to enter. Trial tower, click to enter. Lottery, click to enter. Pet beast, blazing phoenix, click to enter pet beast panel. Today is June 19th, Friday. 2 days remain until the next special refresh. He desperately wanted an opportunity to awaken all his magic. His mind was filled with countless spells, yet he couldn't wield a single one. It was frustrating. Zhèng Sījí glanced at the interface, but he couldn't find any way to obtain the special ability. There was a quest, though. Quest 1, clear the first floor of the trial tower. Quest reward, item special +1. The trial tower could grant 1 item special, but he wasn't lacking in that right now. He hadn't ventured into the trial tower yet, and it was obvious at a glance that this was a dungeon clearing type of thing. Among the current quests, only the reward for completing the first floor of the trial tower was listed. So, what about the second floor? Were there other rewards? After careful consideration, Zhèng Sījí decided to give it a shot. After all, the trial tower was now open, and the system had stated that all level 1.5 upgrades would be beneficial for his current stage. What exactly is this trial tower? Is it just for fighting? Zhèng Sījí didn't believe it. No way. System, enter the trial tower. Swish. Zhèng Sījí's consciousness shifted, transporting him into a pitch-black void. Directly ahead of him, a line of golden characters appeared. Welcome to Trial Tower. Chapter 60, I'm crushing it. The Trial Tower. The moment he stepped inside, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. This is way beyond the norm. In Zhèng Sījí's perception, the spiritual energy here had even reached a point where it could condense into liquid. Spiritual liquid. A single drop was worth over 50,000. Here, nearly all the spiritual energy was on the verge of solidifying into liquid. Made a fortune? Before Zhèng Sījí could ponder further, the characters before him began shifting once more. Trial Tower first level. Then, the surroundings began to brighten. There it was, a staircase. A staircase leading straight down. The text shifted once more. The trial begins. Swish. The font dissipates. Zhèng Sījí suddenly senses a force pushing him from behind, compelling him to keep moving forward. Before he could react, he had already descended 1 flight of stairs. The staircase formed a ring, hollow at its center. In this dim light, Zhèng Sījí could only make out a limited number of tiers. He could only see down to a point nearly 100 meters below. Beyond that, he could see nothing at all. The moment he was pushed down, he suddenly felt his feet catch. It felt as though he had stepped into some kind of liquid. This liquid resisted Zhèng Sījí's descent, but it didn't hold him back for long before he stepped right through it. At that moment, the force pushing him from behind vanished. Zhèng Sījí frowned slightly. What was the purpose of this trial? What exactly was beneath his feet? Spirit essence? Without dwelling on it further, he continued downward. With each step downward, he felt the resistance beneath his feet growing stronger. At times, he could clearly see the steps beneath him, yet his feet refused to make contact with the ground. His golden core had begun to stir violently, its energy surging with unbridled fury. This truly was spiritual liquid. His golden core was ceaselessly absorbing this spiritual liquid. Though called a golden core, it was now completely enveloped in white filaments. Zhèng Sījí paid no heed to these white threads, viewing them as a natural phenomenon. Before he could take his 5th step, his golden core erupted into complete chaos. Fortunately, his physical body and control had reached the mid-tier of the 2nd rank. Otherwise, this sudden eruption would have certainly caused his body to explode and kill him. As he stepped onto the 5th step, his foot made no contact with the ground. He didn't even feel the sensation of slowly descending. This had halted mid-step. He was suspended in midair. At this moment, he had no time to ponder why this had happened. He couldn't figure out how to resolve this situation either. Only one thought occupied his mind: suppress the golden core's violent agitation. Since its formation, the golden core had rarely shown signs of unrest. Especially after his control and physical strength both broke through to the 2nd rank, the golden core had remained largely under his command. This sudden uprising of the golden core was definitely not simple. He sensed a peculiar force pulling at his golden core. Suppress, suppress. Instinct told Zhèng Sījí, suppress it at all costs. The fiercer the suppression, the greater the reward this time. There would be gains, absolutely. Zhèng Sījí crouched down completely, the veins on his forehead bulging. Though, suppressing a golden core cultivator wasn't about this. But it carried sheer force. Suddenly, the threads surrounding the golden core began to slowly vanish. No. Not vanishing, being absorbed. Absorbed by the golden core. Zhèng Sījí had always believed these threads surrounding the golden core were outwardly projected true qi. After all, when true qi solidifies, it takes on a similar form. But now he sensed that these white threads possessed a peculiar power. This force felt strangely familiar. This is... No way. Every time he faced death, he experienced a peculiar sensation. This is it. Host, you finally discovered it. The system finally showed a hint of relief, but that relief felt more like mockery. How could you only realize this now? After dying so many times, how come you only figured it out now? Zhèng Sījí heard the system's words and couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Damn it! Could this thing be caused by the God-shattering decision? The God-shattering decision relies on this for cultivation, right? How come I never noticed this before? The God-shattering decision is basically cultivating while dead, isn't it? Then why are these threads starting to condense and get absorbed by the golden core? What's happening? Is this the start of advancement? No. I haven't even mastered my peak second grade power yet, don't make me advance to third grade now. With that thought, Zhèng Sījí suddenly intensified his suppression efforts. Little Dan, behave yourself. Don't advance me yet. Zhèng Sījí gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of his strength. Steam began rising from his body, all of its spiritual essence. The spiritual energy surrounding him had begun to condense into spiritual essence. Zhèng Sījí relentlessly squeezed his golden core, forcing it to release every ounce of absorbed spiritual energy. His clothes began to tear, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Even his arms were cracking. He was forcibly suppressing the momentum of his advancement. Suppress. Suppress again. Ah! Zhèng Sījí's scream echoed throughout the entire first layer of the trial space. Heart-wrenching, hysterical. The golden core within his body began to shrink under the immense suppression. Yet as the white threads merged into the golden core, it began to swell again. These two opposing forces forced the golden core into a precarious equilibrium. The golden core stabilized at its original size, ceasing to expand or contract. The white threads enveloping the golden core gradually diminished in number and thickness. After an unknown period, the layer of white threads had thinned to a mere veil, as delicate as gauze. At this point, the diminishing trend of the white threads had finally ceased. Zhèng Sījí sensed that the golden core within him no longer showed any signs of expansion and gradually began to ease its suppressing force. Right up until the very last moment, Zhèng Sījí dared not relax even for an instant. What if it swelled again? He gasped for breath, collapsing into a seated position. His hair was soaked through, and his clothes were torn to shreds. Ha! Ha ha ha! I'm the boss here, you better behave yourself. Zhèng Sījí shouted feebly toward the sky above the trial tower, his words brimming with arrogance. Suppressing advancement. Many geniuses do it. He'd just done it on impulse. Zhèng Sījí had once come across an article about cultivators. Many prodigies suppress their advancement to solidify their foundations. This approach intensifies the thunder tribulation's power, yet simultaneously yields far greater rewards. Those capable of defeating opponents far above their level without external aid are almost always geniuses who have suppressed their cultivation. Yet some, having suppressed themselves too harshly, failed to survive the heavenly tribulation, their bodies and cultivation destroyed. Zhèng Sījí didn't dwell on it much, believing it was merely a simple matter of suppressing advancement. Little did he know that the advancement he was suppressing was the golden core breakthrough. Golden core advancement. The system inwardly scoffed. This guy actually has some talent. After all, he was the sole avatar of its master, of course he possessed talent. Chapter 61. You might not know what you've missed. Second grade cultivation suppressed the golden core advancement. Golden core advancement. Advancing to the golden core stage isn't just a regular cultivation level upgrade. This golden core advancement is a transformative leap where the golden core undergoes a profound change. Even those who cultivated high-grade techniques and attained the golden core early on needed to reach 5th grade before advancing their golden core. Moreover, those capable of advancing their golden core prematurely are geniuses among geniuses. Out of 10,000 geniuses, one such individual is considered exceptional. For after this advancement, the golden core transforms into a spirit lake. This is the spiritual lake exclusive to 6th grade cultivators. Throughout history, only 5th grade cultivators have ever prematurely attained a spirit lake, rendering them utterly unmatched below the 6th grade. The strongest 5th rank cultivator. But Zhèng Sījí was already on the verge of advancing his golden core while still at the 2nd rank. At the very least, he should possess the strength of a newly ascended 5th rank cultivator, right? They forcibly suppressed it. Those who could advance to the golden core stage at this level were already exceedingly rare. And yet they suppressed him. Without a doubt, his next golden core breakthrough will be far more powerful than this one. But if my host found out I'd forcibly suppressed his chance to directly enter the 5th rank. Better not tell him. Though I do enjoy a good jab, stabbing someone's heart, well, that might not end well. Better encourage him instead. Host, impressive. You forcibly suppressed the advancement. You forcibly suppressed the golden core advancement. Damn, that's seriously impressive. But I can't back down either. Zhèng Sījí heard the system's praise for the first time and didn't detect any sarcasm in its tone. Has this thing changed its personality today? You bet. I'm a genius. Suppressing it 10 more times? No, 70 or 80 times? No, 100 times? Absolutely no problem. You've changed your tune. If you're praising me, I'll take it. System. One compliment and you think you're flying high, huh? 100 times? If it takes 100 or so times, your golden core will have successfully advanced. If you're still at the peak of the second rank, then your ascension tribulation from second to third rank might just wipe out a 7th or 8th rank cultivator? You'd probably get crushed by the aftershocks. Damn, almost forgot this guy won't die. Damn it. After a long while, Zhèng Sījí finally recovered. System, what's the deal with this trial tower? Zhèng Sījí slowly stood up and flexed his wrists. Host, you die once and you're out. You still can't pass the first level, so don't even think about it, okay? Zhèng Sījí froze in surprise. Right, why am I waiting for my stamina to recover? Why not just kill myself? Damn it. I totally forgot about that. Goodbye, world. Swish. After Zhèng Sījí took his own life, he found himself in the soul realm. The change in surroundings made Zhèng Sījí feel like he'd forgotten something. Spirit elixir. Why didn't I bring any back? System, take me back into the trial tower. Zhèng Sījí immediately shouted in his mind. The system replied, Host, the trial tower has restrictions. Unless you clear the first floor, it won't grant you unlimited access. Otherwise, you can only enter once a week. Zhèng Sījí. Alright. I'm not in a rush. No rush to advance right now anyway. I'll just awaken all the magic branches next week. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Perhaps Zhèng Sījí wouldn't realize until his next advancement that he'd missed out on untold billions. After a moment of slight regret, Zhèng Sījí returned to his contemplation. Right now, he really couldn't find any opportunities to obtain ordinary special or cultivation special. So, it seemed his magic system would have to wait until next week. Even this temporary quest required him to traverse the battlefield for 10 days before he could obtain the ordinary special and a mystery lottery. So, that's just how it is. His heart was truly racing now. After all, after making that wish earlier, it felt like I'd missed out on billions. That's why I'm feeling a bit anxious now. After prolonged cultivation within the spatial realm, he reserved 12 hours as contingency time. He had already mastered the basics of multitasking, able to control both the clone and his true body simultaneously. However, once his primary consciousness controlled a particular body, his secondary consciousness couldn't perform overly complex tasks. Still, he could manage basic tasks like normal conversation or walking. Beyond that, there had been no significant breakthroughs. Even with those spells, his 9 steps to heaven technique, having reached the 9 steps to 10,000 realms level, proved largely ineffective. After all, those previous spells were simply too fast. Almost like spatial teleportation. Spatial teleportation is a high-tier magic. When I made my wish, I only controlled magic below the high-tier level. Moreover, spatial teleportation demanded immense magical control. While he might be able to use it now, he hadn't actually learned that the system had classified it as high-tier magic. Either he'd have to wait for the system to upgrade and make another wish, or purchase it himself. For knowledge-based things, I might get a lot beyond my current level through wishes. But for this kind of tangible power? There's really no way. He couldn't even clear the first floor of the trial tower, let alone the upgrade trials. Though that previous level 1.5 upgrade trial was relatively straightforward, just die a few times and you'd pass. But since the system released a level 1.5 version, it means I can't pass the level 2 trial right now. Plus, considering the system's previous attitude. No, I can't attempt the upgrade trial now. If only I had a powerful patron. TSK, I have to rely on myself for everything. No choice, what can you do when you're a genius? System. Zhèng Sījí altered his appearance once more and returned to Blue Star. Nothing to fear, just get it done. Zhèng Sījí once again unleashed that fusion-enhanced air and space magic. He named this spell Swift. After all, he already had Imprison, so why not create a matching counterpart? Zhèng Sījí vanished instantly from his original position, charging forward at breakneck speed. Swish! A figure suddenly materialized before him. Towering. Enormous. This, no way. Put. Bad start. Damn it. Why did it retreat? Out at the outer coastline, General Zhao's pale face twisted with fury. Why? Why did it retreat? His mind-binding forbidden spell was almost fully charged. Why did it flee? Was it because my fluctuations were too strong? No. Impossible. His magic was so profound that even a sea demon at the peak of its early sovereign stage couldn't possibly detect it. Therefore, someone leaked the information. Who? Who revealed our plans? General Zhao forced his anger down. The cost had been immense. This forbidden spell, he was on the verge of completing it. But there was nowhere to unleash it. It must either dissipate or be unleashed. If released, those sea monsters would surely grow more cautious. So, must it simply dissipate? Either way, the toll on himself would be absolutely immense. And yet, not a single sea demon king has been slain. Indeed, none who reach the rank of king are fools. Perhaps there are exceptions. Chapter 62, System, could you please pay attention when modifying quests? General Zhao could no longer remain on the front lines. He is now extremely weakened. If the sea demons recover their strength and discover his vulnerable state, they might actually launch an attack. Even if they couldn't breach South China City, I'd be as good as dead. No, brother. I haven't lived enough yet. Generally, it escaped. The plan has failed. General Zhao's words crackled through the walkie-talkie. Though he was extremely weak, he gave no sign of it. His voice over the radio remained unwaveringly firm. He kept his suspicions to himself. First, it was unnecessary. Second, only he and 2 others knew about this plan. Perhaps he was overthinking it. If a mid-tier sea demon king had been present, his brewing of forbidden magic would have been exposed without fail. Beyond the king tier, the gap between each minor rank becomes colossal. It was dozens of times harder than advancing from diamond to king. Therefore, if a mid-tier king-level sea demon had been present, even if he had executed his plan, the cloud-winged swordfish would not have been killed. One possibility was, one of those 2 had betrayed him. Or perhaps a human powerhouse of equal or even higher rank had betrayed him, detected his magic, and informed the sea witch. Or perhaps, there was a mid-tier king-level sea demon on the opposing side. Such a sea demon could only be dealt with by at least a 4th-grade forbidden spell. Whichever scenario, he hoped never came to pass. Yet, one of these 2 possibilities must be true. General Zhao sighed softly. Upon returning, he must train diligently. That was the only thing he could do now. A 3rd-grade forbidden spell, still too weak. Only by growing stronger could he gain influence among the higher-ups and confront more powerful sea demons. The date was June 20th. Zhèng Sījí had been hunting sea demons non-stop for an entire day. Early gold-tier wingtail swordfish? Zhèng Sījí could dispatch them effortlessly. But a mid-gold-tier wingtail swordfish demanded considerable effort. As for late-stage golden wingtail swordfish? Victory was assured. After all, he had his cheat code. Infinite magic, immortality, and even casting spells with cooldowns in his soul space appeared as instant spells to outsiders. But Zhèng Sījí's goal wasn't merely to hunt wingtail swordfish, he also needed to hone his abilities. After all, it had only been a little over 10 days since he gained his cultivation. Of course, the time spent within the soul space didn't count. Even if it were, it amounted to only about half a year. And Zhèng Sījí had so much to cultivate, refining true qi, mastering magic, controlling his avatars, honing martial arts techniques. He also needed to master spells and explore synergistic combinations. Half a year was simply too short. Therefore, he still couldn't wield his power perfectly. He had initially thought the first level of the trial tower would allow him to grind monsters, but he was mistaken. He couldn't figure out what purpose the first floor of the trial tower served. At any rate, it wasn't for grinding monsters or honing skills. Now that he had a ready-made sea demon to practice on, he certainly couldn't rely on his cheat code to slaughter it. This cheat was his secret. Any creature that discovered it had to die. If he were killed and resurrected in an unsuitable environment, or if he couldn't use the cheat during a duel with others, then his secret would likely be exposed and his combat power would plummet. Throughout the entire day, he encountered a total of 25 gold-grade wingtail swordfish. The wingtail swordfish in this area were becoming increasingly scarce, having been nearly wiped out by Zhèng Sījí. That day, Zhèng Sījí also encountered other searchers, but thanks to his altered appearance, he blended in effortlessly. Now, he planned to pull off a major heist. That mighty sea demon. A late diamond tier sea demon. The formidable sea demon besieging South China Magic University. He was going to meet it head-on. Yep, Zhèng Sījí was heading out to court death once more. But this time, it's a purposeful act of recklessness. System, are you sure that quest is legit? Why do I remember seeing something different earlier? Zhèng Sījí asked doubtfully, but his tone was unmistakably firm. Host, you misread it earlier. This is the mission, and this is the mission reward. The system felt uneasy but refused to admit defeat. Fine. Show me the mission system again. If I catch you tampering with it, I'll dismantle you. Fine. Look. After completion, it'll be exactly the same. Quest system, Hunt Cultivator's Quest. Mission 2, eliminate 1 grade 1 or low-tier cultivator. Reward, +1 common lottery draw. Task 3, kill a grade 2 or intermediate cultivator. Reward, +3 normal draws completed. Quest 4, slay a tier 3 or high-tier cultivator. Task reward, tier 1 draw +1. Task 5, defeat a 4th rank or archmage. Task reward, tier 1 draw +3 completed. Task 6, kill a 5th rank cultivator or a forbidden spellcaster. Task reward, tier 2 lottery +1. Trial tower quests. Task 1, clear the first floor of the trial tower. Task reward, special item +1. Task 2, clear the second floor of the trial tower. Quest reward, special cultivation +1. Demon Hunting Quest. Quest 1, slay 1 Bronze Tier C Demon. Quest Reward, Common Lottery +1 completed, click to claim reward. Quest 2, slay a Silver Tier C Demon. Reward, +3 normal draws completed, click to claim reward. Quest 3, slay a Gold Tier C Demon. Task Reward, Tier 1 draw +1 completed, click to claim reward. Task 4, defeat a Diamond Tier C Demon. Task Reward, Special Cultivation +1. Task 5, slay a King Tier C Demon. Task Reward, Common Special +1. Zhèng Sījí. System, what the hell is this? This is definitely your fault. I swear there was no demon hunting quest before. You changed the entire quest panel. Zhèng Sījí bounced around on the sea surface, wildly pounding everything in sight. Seriously, even if you had to change it, you didn't have to change the panel colors too. You added a demon hunting quest and I get all these extra lottery chances? I should be thanking you. You could have just quietly tweaked it and I would have turned a blind eye. But you went and changed the panel colors? How am I supposed to turn a blind eye to that? Then, the quest panel began to change color. Zhèng Sījí. Then, Zhèng Sījí closed his left eye. System. Zhèng Sījí said, enough. You just want me to hunt a diamond tier demon beast, right? Fine. I'll go meet it. With that, the bamboo dragonfly atop his head began spinning faster, accelerating toward a specific direction. A diamond tier C demon? Just wait until this mid-tier second rank mage comes to slaughter you. The system muttered inwardly, not because you desperately wanted that special cultivation to unlock the magic path? Like I'd change it for you otherwise. Next time I make changes, I'll have to be more careful. Chapter 63, Silver Moon Longbow. Yulin Street. A long-haired woman in a trench coat swung her azure longsword, unleashing streaks of blue sword energy that sliced through the air. Countless waves splashed up from the sea, and gradually, crimson blood stained the entire stretch of water. After confirming all sea demons in this area had been hunted down, the trench coat woman exhaled softly. Placing her hand to her ear, she reported, Yulin Street cleared. Diamond Tier C Demon Yesi eliminated. The voice on the other end of the earpiece sounded resigned, Yulin Street is cleared too. Well. Proceed as you see fit. I'll send someone to take over the shelter there. The voice sounded resigned. This woman was formidable. Having arrived only recently, she had already hunted down 3 Diamond Tier C demons. Her efficiency was remarkable too, she'd already cleared 6 refuge zones. Got it. Where else nearby might have Diamond Tier C demons in the shelters? I'll go check. The woman in the trench coat inquired casually, her tone relaxed. Clearly, the recent cleanup efforts hadn't weighed her down. Star River Street, no Diamond Tier C monsters there, that area's already been cleared. There are 2 in Yiyang District, and South China Magic University also shows fluctuations from Diamond Tier C monsters. Alright, I'll head to South China Magic University. The person on the other end of the headset silently cursed under their breath. You're not just going to take a look, you're going straight in for the kill. Zhèng Sījí had already entered the Soul Realm. Why not just go fight the sea monsters? Of course not. First you claim your rewards, then you draw the lottery. System, triple standard lottery draw. Understood, host. Preparing lottery. Triple normal lottery draw. Ready. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the grade 5 spirit weapon, Silver Moon Longbow. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Linglong Soul Returning Pills X3. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Alchemist's basic skill. Silver Moon Longbow. Crafted from lunar materials, its power triples under moonlight. Note, the Silver Moon Longbow automatically converts input true chi into Silver Moon long arrows. Linglong Resurrection Pill. When consumed within 10 seconds of a creature below 4th grade dying, this pill can restore its soul. The creature will awaken within 3 days. Note, this pill must be ingested to take effect. If ingestion is impossible, the pill's efficacy is nullified. A flood of information flashed through Zhèng Sījí's mind, causing his consciousness to waver momentarily, though he did not lose awareness entirely. These equipment and pill details absolutely couldn't cause such an effect. Therefore, it must be the effect of the alchemist's basic skill. Since it was merely a basic skill, the information it contained was limited. Zhèng Sījí eagerly drew the Silver Moon Longbow. The Silver Moon Longbow was strikingly elegant, a crescent-shaped bow radiating a faint silver glow. Zhèng Sījí channeled his true chi into the Silver Moon Longbow in his hands. The bow's silver glow intensified, and 3 white light bars appeared on the bow's handle. The white light twisted and distorted, gradually revealing 3 lightning-like, serpentine silver arrows. Zhèng Sījí gripped the bow in one hand while stroking the tail feathers of the silver arrow with the other. He raised the bow, drawing the 3 silver moon arrows back. A silver lightning-like bowstring appeared, stretching taut as Zhèng Sījí's arm pulled it taut. In an instant, Zhèng Sījí felt a terrifying shockwave radiating outward from his body. His hair whipped back, and the hem of his robe was instantly lifted by the force. Awesome! That single thought filled Zhèng Sījí's mind. This is seriously cool. At least in terms of presence, it's absolutely unmatched. Whoosh! With a thunderous roar, the arrow shot forth. Like lightning, yet serpentine in its movement. The slender silver filament appeared minuscule yet radiated immense power. The silver moon-long arrow traced a warped trajectory, streaking like lightning for several kilometers. Zhèng Sījí hastily conjured targets in his mind, one after another materializing within his soul space, attempting to halt the arrow's advance. Yet these targets proved utterly fragile, shattering completely. Only upon reaching a newly formed wall did the silver moon-long arrow finally come to a halt. Fast. Only one word could describe it. In the blink of an eye, it could slay enemies kilometers away. Its power wasn't immense. Zhèng Sījí had infused only early second-grade true qi, roughly equivalent to the strength of one newly entering the second grade. This was a spirit artifact, not a demonic tool. Therefore, it could only be activated through true qi. Perhaps for most people in this world, their magical cultivation is higher, while their cultivation of the way of immortality is much lower. Thus, ordinary spirit artifacts hold little value. Only around third-grade spiritual artifacts begin to see a rise in value. However, even after reaching the third rank in cultivation, where a transformation occurs, breaking through beyond the third rank is nearly as difficult as breaking through a forbidden spell. Yet the power gained at the third rank is not significantly greater. They might only be marginally stronger than high-tier mages. Thus, the value of spirit artifacts remains too low. A Bao spirit artifact purchased from outside might possess far less power than one infused with one's own true qi. For high-tier cultivators, such tools are rather useless. High-tier cultivators inevitably master magic, and their spells are far more potent. With magic's long-range capabilities, such bows become largely redundant. For low to mid-tier magicians, whose cultivation might only be at the first or second rank, it might allow them to strike from a slightly greater distance, but it offers little practical advantage. Thus, the Bao spirit artifact is utterly useless. But this silver moon longbow is different. At least not for Zhèng Sījí. Because his cultivation and range advance hand in hand. This 5th grade longbow, its range must be far beyond my magic's reach, right? No way. Zhèng Sījí cursed inwardly. He really found Bao magic. And all kinds of Bao magic. This is just awkward. My newly acquired silver moon longbow. A 5th grade spirit artifact. Zhèng Sījí refused to believe it, gathering wind spirits in his hands to form a blue curved bow. The bow's design was simple, just an ordinary bow shape without any fancy embellishments. But the arrows for this bow were another magic entirely. Not some auto-converting arrow, but an entirely separate spell. In other words, to wield this bow, one must master 2 spells and possess superior magical control. But that's not the most important part. The most crucial thing is, this bow magic is a bug. 1,000 curses raced through Zhèng Sījí's mind. After the arrow is fired, the bow itself launches alongside it, merging mid-air. Holy! It's a paired spell. Though it's 2 spells, the caster uses a single magic spirit as the anchor point. After casting, the fusion occurs through that anchor point. Who the hell came up with this? What a little genius! Smoke and clouds dispersed. That was the name of this seemingly unremarkable Bao magic. As Zhèng Sījí searched his mind for Bao magic, this unassuming Bao leapt out on its own. As if drawn by some magnetic force, it approached the edge of Zhèng Sījí's consciousness. In that instant, Zhèng Sījí felt a surge of emotions: resentment, bitterness, and liberation. His eyes welled up involuntarily. His entire body trembled, as if driven by the Bao itself. The smoke dissipated. Chapter 64, After. Without Zhèng Sījí noticing, smoke cloud dispersed flew out of his consciousness. It was gathering wind spirits. The wind spirit pulsed, forming wave upon wave. Yen Yun San taking shape. Sensing Yen Yun San's presence, the silver moon longbow reacted as if stimulated. The entire Bao trembled violently. This thing is trying to take my place as the main Bao. No, I won't let it succeed. The silver moon longbow shot straight toward smoke cloud scatter, as if intent on shattering it. The smoke cloud had barely taken shape when it sensed imminent danger. This Bao is trying to kill me. Yen Yun San leapt into the air. How dare it? Then, it charged straight ahead as well. Seeing Yen Yun San's audacity, the silver moon longbow hesitated slightly. This won't do. This guy clearly came later. How dare he be so arrogant? Ugly as he is, he has the nerve to challenge me for the position of primary archer. How dare he? Silver moon longbow accelerated even faster, becoming a streak of lightning as he charged straight ahead. Smoke cloud scatter refused to be outdone, transforming into a whirlwind as it charged forward. Boom! The 2 bows collided. Nice shot! Nice shot! Both bows flew out and crashed to the ground. Then, they immediately soared back up, charging toward each other once more, locked in fierce combat. The scene was downright violent. Like 2 kids fighting. You 2 aren't even 2 meters apart. Why bother with such flashy moves? The instant Zhèng Sījí's consciousness touched the dissipating smoke, he felt as though he had become someone else. he saw a burly middle-aged man gripping a blood-red longbow. "Here, watch closely." The burly man raised the bow, his right hand mimicking the grip on the string. 3 crimson arrows suddenly materialized in his hands. As his right hand pulled back, 3 blood-red arrows gradually slid to the bottom. From a half-moon, they transformed into a full moon. Whoosh! The burly middle-aged man's right hand suddenly released its grip, and the 3 arrows were instantly propelled forward by the bowstring. The arrows streaked through the air at breakneck speed. When they had flown 100 meters, they fused together mid-flight, transforming into a single, enormous blood-red arrow. No. This should be called a spear. He shot a spear? Zhèng Sījí stared blankly at the man before him. He truly hadn't expected such a maneuver to be possible. He shot an arrow, and yours turned into a spear? No. This is still an arrow, it just happens to look more like a spear. The sheer force of it made the surrounding air crackle. Zhèng Sījí looked closely. It wasn't a spear at all, it was still an arrow. This is our Ho family's ancestral magic, the piercing cloud arrow. The middle-aged man watched the massive arrow soar into the distance as he addressed Hoi. Zhèng Sījí froze in surprise. Ho family? No way. I've become Hoi. Unfortunately, my cultivation is only at the early high stage now. I can only unleash this much power. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed softly. You're 15 now and have awakened the wind element. It's time to teach you our family's ancestral magic, piercing cloud arrow. The middle-aged man finally turned his head to look at Hoi, who stood only a head shorter than himself. Then, he smiled. Though I'm practically useless now, my grasp of piercing cloud arrow remains sound. He paused before continuing. Would you rather learn from me, or from the elders of our clan? Zhèng Sījí had already been drawn into the conversation and instinctively wanted to answer. But he couldn't control this body. He watched his body move on its own, saying, Father, I want to learn from you. Seeing Hoyu's resolute answer and the clarity in his eyes, Ho Yunfei smiled with satisfaction. He ruffled Hoyi's hair and said with a smile, Very well. I'll be waiting for you at the back mountain at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Hoi nodded firmly. His father, though no longer possessing his former extraordinary strength, held an unparalleled understanding of the piercing cloud arrow. Following his father's teachings was undoubtedly the right choice, no matter how one looked at it. Zhèng Sījí had assumed he was about to learn the piercing cloud arrow technique. But then everything went blurry before his eyes. When he could see again, the scene before him had changed. He felt his body had grown several times more robust. He was still inside Hoi's body. This man, now several times more robust, was Hoi. He stood alone atop a mountain peak, motionless, staring intently at the sky. Zhèng Sījí had no way of knowing what Hoi was thinking. Nor did he know what Hoi had endured. But he could sense the endless agony and boundless regret within Hoi's heart. After an unknown span of time, Hoi finally moved. His left hand formed a loose fist and a blood-red bow materialized in his grasp. His right hand formed a loose grip, sensing the sudden appearance of crimson arrows within his grasp. 8. A full 8 blood-red arrows. The aura of the 8 arrows radiated outward, emanating a terrifying pressure. He stroked the crimson arrow in his hand with a touch of nostalgia. Poof. Piercing cloud arrows. Let me end this with the piercing cloud arrows. Suddenly, a colossal face appeared in the sky. A golden-red giant bird. The 3-legged golden crow. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the 3-legged golden crow surpassed even that of the crimson arrows. The moment it appeared, the surrounding air seemed to freeze solid. The 3-legged golden crow was engulfed in blazing flames, yet the surrounding temperature plummeted to near absolute zero. Was this frigid ice flame? Around it, the clouds that had been scattered earlier gathered once more. Like a celestial being, the golden crow stepped upon crimson clouds, its eyes fixed intently upon the overconfident human beneath its feet. Hoi! I allowed you to cultivate freely until you attained the 6 divine armor, yet you proved so weak? You have utterly disappointed me. The 3-legged golden crow's beak remained closed, yet its voice echoed across the land. Hoyi's lips curled slightly. 6 divine armor? Let me develop freely? Ha, you're quite the talker. When I forged my first piece of gear, the E-God boots, your people showed up. Your shadow lingered over every subsequent divine artifact I forged. My 6th divine item isn't even finished yet, and you're already here, unable to wait. And you have the nerve to say you let me train until I had 6 divine items? Damn it! If only my sun chaser hadn't shattered, things wouldn't have come to this. My clan lies in ruins, my wife vanished without a trace. Now, I truly have nothing left to hold me back. Then, let's go all out. Hoi did not respond to the 3-legged golden crow. What answered it was an arrow. Whoosh! 8 arrows shot forth in an instant, tearing through the surrounding space. The 3-legged golden crow's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. This was the piercing cloud arrow. Chapter 65, 8. This is the piercing cloud arrow. These 8 arrows, seemingly lacking in power, were merely an illusion. When they converge as one, that is the true killing weapon. The 3-legged golden crow had clearly witnessed this arrow before, so it didn't underestimate it despite its faint aura. It hastily gathered the surrounding clouds into formation. These were no ordinary clouds, they were its defensive skill. Its strongest defense. Then, the three-legged golden crow opened its beak and a golden-red laser formed before its sharp tip. The piercing cloud arrow shot tens of kilometers in an instant, soaring straight into the heavens. Piercing cloud arrow, piercing the clouds. The ties between the Ho clan and the three-legged golden crow clan trace back thousands of years. The piercing cloud arrow was a magic specifically created by the Ho family's ancestors to combat the three-legged golden crow clan. They all knew the peculiar nature of the three-legged golden crow. For the Ho clan and the three-legged golden crow clan have fought each other for far too long. The three-legged golden crow has claimed many lives from the Ho clan, and the Ho clan has likewise hunted down countless three-legged golden crows. Ho Yi's father Ho Yunfei was crippled by this very three-legged golden crow. The Ho clan's research into the three-legged golden crow has delved deep into its cellular structure. Its defensive ability lies in those peculiar clouds. These clouds maintain a unique state. The fiery flames and icy blasts of the three-legged golden crow achieve a delicate balance. This keeps the clouds in a unique state. The energies of both the fiery flames and the icy flames are fully integrated into the clouds. This cloud is called the flame ice cloud. The piercing cloud bow is a magic specifically designed to counter this flame ice cloud. Its name originates from this very purpose. The three-legged golden crow cannot learn other defensive skills and must rely solely on its physical form. Therefore, destroying its flame ice cloud would allow it to be shot down. 8 piercing cloud arrows soared straight into the heavens, merging instantly at the cloud's edge, transforming into a single arrow hundreds of meters long. The sheer pressure emanating from this arrow surged 100-fold. The three-legged golden crow witnessed this scene, its pupils contracting violently. It had arrived earlier to hunt Hoi down, but why did Hoi, whose 6 divine armor was incomplete, possess such overwhelming power? The laser from the three-legged golden crow's beak was also fired instantly. The purpose of this laser was not to attack. The three-legged golden crow's form rapidly retreated backward, soaring directly out of the atmosphere. Yet even so, the piercing cloud arrow still streaked toward the three-legged golden crow at breakneck speed. Ha! The three-legged golden crow never imagined the piercing cloud arrow could be this powerful. It was dozens of times more powerful than its father's piercing cloud arrow. With a low growl, its 3 legs slid rapidly, forming a fan-like motion. It truly cherished its life. If its defenses were insufficient, it would simply hone its escape techniques. Zhèng Sījí, observing this three-legged golden crow, found it strangely reminiscent of himself. We're both members of the escape family, species. The piercing cloud arrow had already shot beyond the atmosphere, its flight speed accelerating even further. The three-legged golden crow, witnessing this, was utterly incredulous. This spell was already forbidden level magic, yet its power had now reached the pinnacle of forbidden spells. Like other spells, forbidden spells could be stacked. The number of times it had been stacked far exceeded the three-legged golden crow's imagination. It was already nearly impossible to block this piercing cloud arrow. If Hoi were to gather all 6 divine artifacts, each divine artifact acquired would grant Hoi an additional piercing cloud arrow. Combined with the original 3 piercing cloud arrows, the current 5 divine artifacts, and the 6th divine artifact nearing completion, 8 arrows were enough to drive the three-legged golden crow to this desperate state. The three-legged golden crow refused to flee in such disarray. If it escapes this time, the next time they meet, Hoi will likely have all 6 divine items. Then it would be him hunting me down. The three-legged golden crow gritted its teeth. Enough! Shoo! Through a unique psychic wave, the three-legged golden crow transmitted a message to distant realms. In less than a second after that shushing sound spread, several figures flickered into existence in the distance. Humph, clan chief? One of the figures appeared and began to hiss softly. The tone was pure mockery. The figures gradually became clearer. 7 sovereign tier 3-legged golden crows. These were the sovereign-level beings of the entire 3-legged golden crow clan. They had all arrived. That they could arrive so swiftly meant they'd been watching the spectacle from nearby, just waiting for it to call for help. They all had a bone to pick with the Golden Crow clan chief. Seeing it cry out for help like this, the other Golden Crows were only too happy to watch. Cut the nonsense, elder. Come help. Poof. All 7 three-legged Golden Crows chuckled softly in unison, though none truly ignored the plea. They all knew the clan chief must have some hidden plan. But if he used it, it might backfire on him. All 7 three-legged Golden Crows simultaneously summoned their own flaming ice clouds, forming a thick protective barrier. The piercing cloud arrow, naturally, could not withstand this formidable defense. After penetrating roughly halfway through, it dissipated. Hoi had already pursued them, but suddenly sensed 7 powerful auras. He halted his flight instantly, unable to advance further. Swish! Before he could react, a crimson laser streaked toward him. Damn it! Hoi muttered under his breath. Then, 6 more lasers fired out. Elder, this isn't right. Stealing prey so openly, are you trying to claim top honors back at camp? Humph, third elder, you're no better. All 7 three-legged golden crows attacked relentlessly. Hui was the last bloodline of the Ho clan, which had no further heirs. Whoever slays Hui will reap immense rewards. The rewards gained would benefit not only their descendants, but themselves even more. That was the inheritance site of some long-departed ancestor. Though the legacy itself had dissipated, the tomb itself radiated an incredibly potent spiritual energy. Cultivating within it would allow one to progress by leaps and bounds. Hui kept dodging these laser beams. His flight speed wasn't particularly fast, barely allowing him to evade them. His body was already covered in wounds. His 5 divine artifacts had all sustained varying degrees of damage. Though his focus was entirely on evading the lasers, the conversation between the 3-legged golden crows still reached his ears. These creatures were mocking him. Elder, we had an agreement we would only intervene personally once we reached the forbidden spell level. But it seems you've already overstepped that rule, haven't you? The third elder spoke up, pausing before adding, wasn't that rule established by you yourself? The grand elder shrugged indifferently. I haven't touched him personally. I haven't broken that rule. After the fifth elder fired a laser beam, he addressed the third elder. Third elder, don't you know the first elder's character? The reason he set that rule was precisely. Chapter 66, You won't get away. The reason that rule was established? Isn't it just the first elder's nature flaring up again? He doesn't care what species you are. If he sets his sights on you, he'll go for it. The fifth elder's words carried a hint of mockery, tinged with teasing. The other elders clearly understood this implication as well. They simply chose not to voice it. The grand elder smacked his lips. That human woman, she tasted rather good. He even licked his lips as he spoke. The other elders were speechless at the first elder's peculiar taste. Then the grand elder continued, I've hidden her away. If you want some, I'll save you a bit after I'm done. The grand elder seemed utterly unconcerned, and the other elders showed little reaction. They were all used to it by now. The elders exchanged scattered remarks, each secretly vying for credit in the hunt for the last descendant of the family. And Ho-Yi heard every word they said. What else could they say? What else could be said? Ho-Yi's figure abruptly halted, ceasing all evasion. In that instant, flames erupted all around him. Fire sprites flickered ceaselessly around Ho-Yi. Wind spirits danced ceaselessly. Dual domains. Domains could only be used individually, yet now, dual domains manifested around Ho-Yi. The fire spirits and wind spirits coalesced into a searing wave of flame, sealing off everything around them. Ho-Yi lowered his head, radiating a terrifying aura. His hands clenched tightly, trembling uncontrollably. No. His entire body trembled. Within the fiery shockwave, an eerie silence hung heavy. His heavy breathing echoed clearly through the void. His heartbeat came in irregular, halting pulses. His palms were pierced by his own nails, blood flowing freely. Father, the clan, and Chang'e. Father and the clan had been ambushed while he was secluded, crafting the fourth divine artifact. And Chang'e vanished without a trace while he was crafting the fifth divine artifact. Hui believed she had merely returned to her own world. He knew Chang'e was an immortal maiden from another world. But he never imagined Chang'e would be captured by the grand elder of the 3-legged golden crow. Ha 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 ha. Hui bowed his head, his body trembling with each laugh. Ha 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 ha. His head suddenly snapped up. His eyes were moist and bloodless. His entire face had turned deathly pale. Feeling the chill emanating from the world. He could no longer control his emotions. Suddenly, he let out a piercing howl to the heavens. 8 3-legged golden crows simultaneously sensed an overwhelming surge of power. This wasn't Blue Star. This was the planet Hui had temporarily taken refuge on. The entire planet trembled. Clouds in the sky began to gather spontaneously, even without the 3-legged golden crows exerting any force. The world sensed his emotions. The entire sky began to rain down blood. The entire planet was drenched in a rain of blood. For these sovereign-level sea demons, destroying a small planet was an incredibly easy feat. Yet altering an entire planet's environment demanded both sacrifice and time. And Ho-Yi in that very instant made the entire planet weep for him. Ho-Yi was unwilling. Why had he been dragged into this family feud? He had harbored no ill will toward the 3-legged golden crow. For he did not know that the 3-legged golden crow was his family's enemy. Back then, he was far too weak. And then he encountered an unusual companion in his life. A juvenile 3-legged golden crow. But this 3-legged golden crow soon vanished without a trace. Upon learning the truth, Ho-Yi's hatred toward the 3-legged golden crow clan took root and grew, swelling to overwhelming proportions. Through countless subsequent confrontations, repeated obstructions, and even the annihilation of entire clans, Ho-Yi had cultivated an unwavering resolve to exterminate the 3-legged golden crows. Now, he learned that his wife had been captured by the Grand Elder. And that she had suffered inhuman abuse. His rage boiled over completely. An anger he could no longer endure. Chang'e had been the sole restraint holding back his explosive fury. But now, Chang'e has been harmed. He could no longer endure it. Ah! Hui let out a piercing howl to the heavens. He was about to erupt, to break through. The 8 three-legged golden crows sensed this surging power and grew solemn. The Grand Elder urgently commanded, "Golden Crow Flame Ice Formation." The 8 three-legged golden crows encircled the clan leader, forming a ring of clouds. The greatest power of the three-legged golden crows lay within this very cloud. The Flame Ice Cloud. Their ultimate ability, the fusion of the golden crow's blazing flames and icy blasts, manifested as the most formidable martial technique, the Flame Ice Cloud. The power of the Golden Crow Flame Ice Formation, formed by 8 sovereign level 3-legged golden crows, was not 8-fold, but 80-fold. This is their trump card, the trump card of their entire clan. No one in the Ho family could ever force them to play this card. For within their clan, each of these 8 sovereign tier 3-legged golden crows represents a distinct faction. Only now, in this moment of mortal peril, would they unite. Golden crow ice flames continuously coalesce in the sky, attempting to alter this planet's blood rain. This blood rain was not the tears of heaven. Nor are these blood clouds the heaven's clouds, but rather tears of calamity and clouds of calamity. He must endure the tribulation. A realm beyond forbidden spells. Beyond forbidden spells, unrecorded in ancient times. A realm beyond forbidden spells that no one has ever reached. The 8 three-legged golden crows wore solemn expressions, daring not to descend. These are tribulation clouds. These are tears of calamity. Though they could command the clouds, they dared not venture into the calamity clouds. For these calamity clouds were beyond their scope. If they descended to disrupt Ho Yi's tribulation, he might die, but they would surely perish too. The power of calamity clouds and calamity tears would surge 100-fold. "Elder, I'm out of this." The third elder was on the verge of tears as he urgently declared. The power of the calamity clouds and tears now rivaled that of their own formation. He didn't want to fight anymore. They too had no desire to continue. One after another, they expended their primordial essence to forcefully withdraw from the Golden Crow Flame Ice Formation. The Golden Crow clan chief coughed up blood as he retreated. He had already been nearly pierced by the piercing cloud arrow moments ago, and now, as the array's focal point, he suffered the most severe backlash. They did not want to fight anymore. If Ho Yi succeeded in his breakthrough, they would surely die. If Ho Yi failed to break through, they could escape. But if they fled now, their chances of survival were far greater. If Ho Yi succeeded in his breakthrough and became the first being to surpass forbidden spells in history, they might still have a chance to survive if they escaped to live on in hiding with their kin. If Ho Yi failed, they too could survive. Therefore, escape was the wisest choice. Just as they began controlling the calamity clouds and firing lasers to flee, a scene that startled the Golden Crow unfolded. "You won't get away." Chapter 67, Calamity. "Bring it on. You don't think you're getting away." Ho Yi roared furiously, hoisting the tears of calamity as he lunged directly at them. The 8 three-legged golden crows clearly hadn't expected Ho Yi to act this way. They believed Ho Yi, undergoing his tribulation, would never dare attack them. For if he did, the tribulation clouds and the tribulation tears, sensing the aura of the 3-legged golden crows, would inevitably surge to their peak power. If Ho Yi wished to survive, he would never attack them. It was precisely for this reason that they had all expended their primal essence to break free from the spirit formation. Originally, they had thought they could put up a fight, which was why they had formed the array. After all, the formation could resist this formidable force. But just now, they realized they were utterly powerless against this force. Thus, they desperately sought escape. Even at their peak, they might not have been able to withstand this force, let alone now that they had depleted their primal essence. They found their bodies utterly immobilized. They were bound. Not only their bodies, but they couldn't even speak. Despite straining every muscle, they remained utterly immobilized. This power had surpassed the level of forbidden spells. He truly had the potential to break through. Ho Yi had suppressed himself for far too long. As someone from beyond this world, Chang'an naturally brought Ho Yi many advantages. These divine artifacts were also forged from beyond this world. But to master these divine artifacts, to harness this power, he must suppress his emotions. The members of the 3-legged Golden Crow clan seemed to have grasped something as well. For every time Ho Yi was provoked, he ultimately calmed his rage. He possessed immense power, yet dared not give in to rage. To the 3-legged Golden Crows, Ho Yi was forbidden to rage. In their eyes, once Ho Yi lost his temper, his power would vanish entirely. Thus, they repeatedly tested Ho Yi's limits, only to find him calmly weathering each challenge. Little did they know that Ho Yi devoted all his energy to controlling these divine artifacts. He had no time for anything else. He knew that in that state, he stood no chance against the 3-legged Golden Crow clan. 8 sovereign-level creatures, several of them even mid-stage sovereigns. Such power would make even late-stage demonic beasts think twice. Thus, calmed by Chang'an's repeated soothing words, he settled his mind and focused on mastering his power. He sought to break through the forbidden spell using the 6 divine artifacts. But now, his 6th divine artifact remained unfinished. Now, his rage had shattered the divine gear's constraints, unleashing all the suppressed cultivation he had been holding back. Yes, the pinnacle of forbidden spells. To the 3-legged Golden Crow, he was merely a novice who could barely enter the forbidden spell realm, at best a mid-level minion. It turned out he had been suppressing his cultivation all along. Emotion erupted, cultivation erupted. Now, Hui finally understood. The 6 divine armor wasn't something he could only wield by controlling his emotions. All along, Chang'e had been deceiving him. For once his rage erupted, his power would surge. And when that power erupted, combined with the 6 divine armor, it would summon the heavenly tribulation. The 6 divine armor was merely a catalyst. The trigger for him to endure the tribulation. At the same time, it was also a protective shield. Now, the protective shield has been pierced. He must finally begin to endure the tribulation. But his divine armor remains incomplete. The final piece is merely a semi-divine artifact. With only 5 divine artifacts and 1 demigod artifact in his possession, the moment he sensed the force of this tribulation, he knew he could not overcome it. In that instant, he thought of many things and understood many truths. Chang'e, though she had deceived him, she had done so for his own good. He smiled with resignation. Since he couldn't survive, then, let's die together. Chang'e, she must still be alive, right? In her world, someone would surely come to guide her back. Then, let me do this final thing for you. Hou's body shimmered with multicolored light. He had only awakened 2 magical elements, wind and fire. But now, magical spirits of all kinds shimmered around him. Magic awakening. The 8 3-legged golden crows froze in place, staring blankly as Hui underwent a full attribute magical awakening. Magical awakening itself had no inherent limit. The reason people restricted the number of magical elements at each stage was because if a novice mage possessed 2 magical elements, their cultivation speed would slow down by more than 3-fold. Forbidden spells, however, knew no such constraints. Above forbidden spells. All attribute awakening. Hui hovered in midair. All around him, multicolored lights flickered as magical sprites danced in a whirlwind. Red, yellow, green, blue, white, silver, black. A myriad of magical sprites swirled around him. The scene was utterly spectacular. Yet he roared in agony. Was it agony? Was it struggle? Was it physical agony, or agony of the heart? Guided by his formidable mental power, these magical elements had directly transcended their limits. For an archmage, mastering a single element at the transcendent tier typically took decades of cultivation. Yet Hui, in this single instant, awakened them all and upgraded them all. All reached the strength of the super tier. Various magical spirits entered his body, reshaping his physique. Though the transformations wrought by these super tier magical spirits were now negligible to his physique. But the sheer number and the prolonged duration proved overwhelming. This transformation lasted a full 2 hours. The calamity clouds and tears grew ever denser, staining the entire planet crimson. Even other nearby planets had been infected. This power had surpassed the forbidden spell. Yet, it still fell short of reaching the next realm. His body had been fully transformed, reaching the peak of the 5th grade. His cultivation base was low, originally only at the peak of the 3rd rank. His physical body, infused with the demonic spirit from the forbidden spell, had only reached the early stage of the 5th rank. Now, his cultivation base has also broken through. His physical body has now reached the peak of the 5th rank. Now, he could clash head-on with any peak sovereign level being. He could even take on the mightiest sovereigns. Yet, with such advancement came even greater calamity. Cataclysmic clouds, cataclysmic tears, and cataclysmic lightning. Any one of these would be enough to cause headaches. And now, they've all descended upon him at once. Hui, you're in deep trouble. If he can survive this ordeal, his name will be remembered for all time. The first mage in history to transcend forbidden spells. He will have the right to name this realm. But the difficulty is overwhelming. The more his power grew, the more he felt this tribulation was insurmountable. It's too difficult. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the tribulation began. The entire planet was now shrouded in blood-red rain. After experiencing this seemingly untouchable power at the closest distance, Hui did not panic. If it had come, then let it come. He was a descendant of the Ho clan. He was a descendant of the Ho clan. He was Hoji of the Ho clan. The Ho clan fear knows no bounds. Cataclysmic clouds, tears, and thunder? Come, let me feel the mightiest calamity force in this world. Chapter 68, God Dawn. Clouds transformed into streaks of light, radiating golden brilliance. Rain transformed into flowing water, no longer content to fall drop by drop, now cascading like a waterfall. Thunder transformed into colossal pillars piercing the heavens, crashing down with devastating force. The flowing light tempered the spirit. Flowing water tests the soul. Thunder hammers the flesh. The forbidden spell of the ages. The first forbidden spell to dare face the tribulation. The forbidden spell closest to transcending forbidden spells. This is heaven and earth's trial for him. Success brings soul ascension. Failure means utter annihilation. Only the truly mighty may venture beyond forbidden spells. Hui's body bent under the weight of unbearable agony. A trial of mental fortitude, a trial of the spirit, a trial of the flesh. Every inch of his skin, every part of his being, endured agony beyond comprehension. Suddenly, the Domain God Helmet, Divine Control Armor, Strength God Fist, E-God Boots, and Spirit God Wings appeared one by one upon his body. The 5 divine armors. His final divine artifact was none other than his Sun Chaser. The only piece not named with the character for divine. For the Sunseeker had shattered before it could attain the level of divine gear. The blood-red bow in his hands was the final piece of equipment he was about to forge. Divine Dawn. But now, it could never be completed. Yet the radiance it now emitted surpassed that of the other divine artifacts. The emergence of the 5 divine artifacts restored some of Hou-Yi's strength. He forced his head up, his entire body undergoing a forging process. At that moment, a terrifying aura surged from the outside world once more. Another 3-legged golden crow. The 8 elders, sensing their restraints dissolve, froze in shock. They had only hoped Hou-Yi would fail his tribulation so they could slip away. But this sudden turn of events left them utterly stunned. This is the Golden Crow Ancestor. No. Not the true form. This is the Golden Crow Ancestor's avatar. This power wasn't that of a demon beast, but of a spirit beast. They recalled reading in their clan's records that to achieve further breakthroughs, one couldn't progress from the sovereign level foundation. Instead, they must cultivate into human form, transforming their power into cultivation prowess. Only then could they advance further. Both sea demons and demonic beasts would transform into demonic beasts. Demonic beasts could no longer be referred to as it, but must be addressed as he. The texts recorded that the Golden Crow Ancestor had ascended, shattering the boundaries of this world to journey to the realm above. But, the Golden Crow Patriarch's avatar remains in this world. The appearance of the Golden Crow Ancestor's avatar signifies the imminent annihilation of their entire clan. In other words, even though Hou-Yi is now immobilized, he still possesses the power to hunt them down. Suddenly, cold sweat poured from the 8 3-legged golden crows. Seeing this, the Golden Crow Patriarch's pupils contracted slightly. Hou-Yi's power had approached the threshold of forbidden spells. Yet he could also see that Hou-Yi could no longer resist. All he needed to do was protect his useless descendants. Such ease was something he welcomed. Hou-Yi, observing this, darkened slightly. Even if he were to die, he would kill them. He raised the Divine Dawn above his head. At that moment, the radiance emanating from Divine Dawn amplified the power of his piercing cloud arrow to new heights. Upon the Divine Dawn, 9 arrows materialized. In that instant, the 9 arrows shot forth, piercing straight into the heavens. The 3-legged Golden Crow Ancestor's pupils contracted slightly. This power. With a sweeping gesture of his massive hand, a colossal cloud of flaming ice materialized. The 9 arrows reached the flame and ice cloud in the blink of an eye, and in that instant, they converged into one. Piercing cloud arrows. Swish. The piercing power of the cloud-piercing arrow was immense. When the Golden Crow Ancestor still walked this world, the Hou clan had yet to emerge. The feud between the Hou clan and the Golden Crow clan only emerged after the Golden Crow Ancestor departed. Therefore, he had no knowledge of the cloud-piercing arrow's true strength. This avatar of the Golden Crow Patriarch possessed at least 6th grade strength, and instantly recognized that this arrow could pierce through clouds in an instant. Its power was infinitely more terrifying than the previous 8 cloud-piercing arrows. Transcending 9, becoming one a single piercing cloud arrow. No grand spectacle, only stark simplicity. This single cloud-piercing arrow was not the original 100-meter size, but merely 1 meter long. Yet its destructive force was something the Golden Crow Ancestor could not underestimate. The Golden Crow Ancestor hastily gathered his flaming ice clouds, summoning various defensive spirit artifacts. He even deployed every defensive martial technique he had cultivated. The 3-legged Golden Crow, transformed into a demon beast, could cultivate defensive martial arts. The piercing cloud arrow shot through at lightning speed. The flaming ice cloud proved useless. The Golden Crow Patriarch knew this well, which is why he hastily summoned his defenses. This piercing cloud arrow was specifically designed for their clan's flame ice cloud. They were sworn enemies. Even at its peak, this cloud-piercing arrow did not reach the 6th grade level. After piercing through several layers of the Golden Crow Ancestor's defenses, the piercing cloud arrow dissipated. The Golden Crow clan's defensive martial arts progress at a snail's pace. Even when mastered, their defenses remain pitifully weak. Otherwise, the piercing cloud arrow would likely struggle to even scratch the surface of a 6th grade defense. After the piercing cloud arrow was launched, the oppressive aura emanating from Hou-Yi intensified once more. The Calamity Cloud, Calamity Tears, and Calamity Thunder sensed the aura of the Golden Crow Patriarch. Their power surged even greater. In that instant, Hou-Yi was crushed once more. Seeing the old ancestor block his attack, he too was filled with disbelief. But he had no time to dwell on it. He didn't even have time to ponder the Golden Crow Ancestor's sudden appearance. The pressure bearing down on him was too immense. He finally understood why Chang'e had always warned him not to unleash his full power until he had gathered all 6 divine artifacts. If the Divine Dawn had been forged successfully, would things have been different? I was too impatient. This calamity's force was utterly unstoppable. Even with 5 divine artifacts, they could only provide a brief respite. Even if I couldn't kill them, escaping would have been absolutely no problem. If I had secretly completed the divine dawn, would things have turned out differently? But I have no regrets. Chang'e. Let me do one last thing for you. Hou Yi's resolve was unshakable, as if nothing could sway his resolve. Suddenly, all 5 divine artifacts on his body shattered instantly. It wasn't that they couldn't withstand the tribulation's force, Hou Yi shattered them willingly. The 5 divine armors had begun to develop sentience, and they too agreed with Hou Yi's decision. Even if it meant destruction, they would create one final blaze of glory. All 5 divine artifacts shattered completely. They transformed into streams of light, flowing into the divine dawn. In that very instant, as the 5 divine artifacts shattered completely, Hou Yi once again began to endure that endless agony. He roared, yet showed no fear. God Dawn radiated an even more intense light. The pressure on him instantly lessened, allowing him to lift his head once more. God Dawn formed. But it was only a fleeting moment. But it was enough. Dawn flashed with a fierce light, its crimson glow even overshadowing the tears of calamity. Hou Yi raised God Dawn, a shimmering light dancing in his hand. 9 arrows, still 9 arrows. 9 cloud-piercing arrows. With the true power of dawn bestowed upon them, what might the might of these piercing cloud arrows be? Chapter 69, 1 arrow, all smoke and clouds dispersed. 9 piercing cloud arrows materialize upon Dawnbreaker. Blood-red long arrows. These arrows were unlike any before. All of Hou Yi's magical systems were fully integrated into them. This was the fusion magic of all magical systems. Generally speaking, fusion magic combining 2 magical systems is already the limit for most people. Those with exceptional talent might fuse 3, or even 4. The known limit is 5 elements. Because different magical spirits repel each other when combined. Yet Hou Yi, harnessing his immense power, forcibly fused them together. After firing this arrow, is there any chance he'll survive? Could he endure the backlash? But he had no time to consider such things. 9 piercing cloud arrows shot forth in an instant, blazing with boundless radiance. The Golden Crow ancestor witnessed this scene, his pupils contracting slightly. This power was more than 10 times greater than before. He immediately mustered all his strength to defend. He even channeled his psychic energy to condense the flaming ice cloud, attempting to slow it down. The piercing arrows momentarily halted mid-air. Then, a gleam flashed in the Golden Crow ancestor's eyes. The psychic-enhanced flame ice cloud could halt it. The flame ice cloud was an innate ability ordinary 3-legged golden crows were generally incapable of imbuing it with psychic power. But the Golden Crow ancestor's avatar was a 6th-grade demon beast. He could infuse it with psychic energy. He then summoned immense psychic energy, gathering vast quantities of the flame ice cloud to resist with all his might. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi's heart sank. He sensed it, the power of the piercing cloud arrow was diminishing. Heaven! Let me go wild one last time. Hou Yi roared to the heavens, summoning every ounce of strength within him. He must move. He must fly. He would ascend. And the heavens themselves seemed to understand his words. No. It was God Dawn. It understood his words. God Dawn shattered instantly. Feeling the chill in his hand, Hou Yi's soul felt as though something had snapped within him. And the pressure he bore instantly lessened. He bowed his head and whispered softly, "Thank you. Dawn. We'll meet in the underworld." With that, he vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he appeared beside the piercing cloud arrow. The 9 arrows converged into one, transforming into the piercing cloud arrow. Then, under the stunned gazes of several 3-legged golden crows, he actually grasped the piercing cloud arrow once more. A crimson glow flickered in his hand. What was this? Another divine dawn? No. This bow was plain and unadorned. No adornments, as if it were a child's toy. Yet, a crimson glow flickered upon it. In that instant, Hou Yi felt the presence of God Dawn once more. The essence of divine dawn manifested within his very soul. It fused all of Hou Yi's magic into a single, unified spell. God Dawn. No, it was no longer Dawn of the Gods. Only its divine essence remained. Hou Yi grasped the 9-9 returned to 1 piercing cloud arrow and knocked it upon his bow. This was a new magic. It had only just come into being. Its power is not great. Yet it could carry the piercing cloud arrow forged from the fusion of all magical systems. It fused them together perfectly. This is God's dawn, his final gift. Hou Yi let out a piercing cry to the heavens. Ha! Golden Crow, huh? Take this. The piercing cloud arrow in his hand shot forth once more in an instant. As it flew, the bow in his grasp dissolved, merging into the arrow itself. Refined by the sudden appearance of the bow, the arrow's power surged dozens of times beyond that of the forcibly fused magical arrow before. In that instant, the Golden Crow patriarch sensed the breath of death. The moment the arrow touched the flaming ice cloud, the flame ice cloud dispersed. 1 arrow, and the smoke and clouds dispersed. And in the instant the smoke and clouds dissipated, a crimson bow suddenly materialized behind the piercing cloud arrow. In the next instant, the piercing cloud arrow split into 9 parts once more. Centered around the single arrow at its core, the strongest arrow of them all. The bow in the sky automatically drew back, and the piercing cloud arrow, now split into 9 again, unleashed power that did not diminish compared to the single piercing cloud arrow. The bow in the sky automatically released, accelerating the piercing cloud arrow once more. 9 piercing cloud arrows simultaneously shot toward the 9 three-legged golden crows. In that instant, the 9 three-legged golden crows were utterly powerless to evade. Whoosh! With 8 piercing sounds, 8 sovereign tier three-legged golden crows perished. But the golden crow ancestors still resisted. This piercing arrow still lacked sufficient power. Yet in the next instant, a blood-red glow flickered behind the piercing arrow. God dawn! In that instant, the piercing arrow's power surged once more. Whoosh! The clone of the golden crow ancestor was pierced through. He was dead too. He was merely a clone. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Right under his own nose, his own offspring had been slain. His own clone had been slain. In the end, he left only one sentence. Hoi, is that right? Ha! I'll wait for you in the upper realm. I hope you survive to reach it, ha. Then, the clone dissipated. The entire starry sky turned blood red. The swirling spiritual energy within the cosmos transformed the starry expanse itself into a sacred realm for cultivation. Hoi closed his eyes tightly. He too was utterly exhausted. The tribulation. No crossing. Chang'e. Farewell. He suddenly sensed a dark shadow appear beside him. He slowly opened his eyes and looked over. He felt no fear. A small, dark figure waited beside him. Zhèng Sījí, who was watching all this unfold, was stunned. What the hell? Black Robe. How is Black Robe here? Has it been alive this long? So it witnessed all of this? Hoi smiled. He seemed to have already figured out who the Black Robe was. The Grim Reaper, ha! A shadowy figure materialized beside him. God Dawn. Hoi held God Dawn in his hand. Then, addressing the figure in black, he declared, "This arrow shall be called Shatter." Before he could finish, he sensed a disturbance nearby. Then, he smiled. "This arrow shall be called the Dissipation of Mist in Clouds." His smile was carefree. It held regret, reluctance, and liberation. What a pity. This arrow could not be delivered. Chang'e too would never be seen again. Memories of moments spent with Chang'e flooded his mind. You should be safe, right? He closed his eyes as his body shattered under the force of the attack. Hoi was dead. The black-clad figure calmly reaped his soul. The black-clad figure was in a good mood, having collected many souls today. Humming a tune, it skipped and hopped away. Today truly was a bountiful harvest. This month's outstanding Reaper competition, I'm determined to win it. The next moment, Zhèng Sījí's consciousness returned. Tears welled up in his eyes. He sensed Hoi's will. He picked up the 2 bows that had been locked in combat. Suddenly, he sensed a connection between the 2 bows. A new will was born from the dissipating mist. It inherited the will of God Dawn. However, it was currently only a second-tier peak magic. It could only enhance the fusion of magic spells. In the system's assessment, it was merely a second-tier peak spell? Zhèng Sījí couldn't fathom it. Yet, he truly sensed a connection between these 2 bows. He had no time to dwell on it now. It was beyond his comprehension anyway. All he knew was that this smoke cloud dispersal was merely a bow magic. To actually shoot an arrow, you'd need an arrow magic spell too. Yet the next instant, Zhèng Sījí was stunned again. Chapter 70, Affection. The next instant, Zhèng Sījí was stunned again. Smoke cloud radiated a crimson glow, while Silver Moon longbow shimmered with silver light. Then, they merged into one. The glow of the cloud-dispersing bow enveloped the Silver Moon longbow. The Silver Moon longbow suddenly erupted with power, yet this force was not resisting the cloud mist bow. Instead, it was merging. In Zhèng Sījí's mind, the Silver Moon longbow's interface changed. Moon Goddess Bow. Transformed from Chang'e's pet moon rabbit of the immortal realm. Zhèng Sījí. What does this mean? The embodiment of the moon rabbit? Moon Goddess Bow. Chang'e. Hoi? So basically, the 2 bows combined to break the seal on the Silver Moon longbow, causing the Moon Goddess Bow to appear? Then this Moon Goddess Bow and the cloud-dispersing bow, serving as Chang'e and Hoi's weapons respectively, fused together? Before Zhèng Sījí could ponder further, the Moon Goddess Bow interface vanished from his mind. The 2 bows began to fuse. The cloud-dispersing bow emitted a spectrum of colors, dominated by crimson with other hues swirling around it. The Moon God Bow radiated a silvery glow, surrounded by white and gray specks of light. In the next instant, the 2 bows merged into one. The once plain and unadorned smoke cloud bow, in the instant it merged with the Moon God Bow, became exquisitely magnificent. White lunar patterns appeared at the bases of both bows. The aura it emitted was utterly terrifying. What does this mean? System, explain this to me right now. Zhèng Sījí urgently sought help, feeling the connection between himself and the 2 bows had vanished. The system replied, "Host, these 2 bows have fused." Originally, dispersing clouds was classified as a peak second-grade magic. However, it was flawed and incomplete. Now, fused with the moon god Bao, which has broken its seal and reached 6th grade, it has transformed into a new magic. Hearing this, Zhèng Sījí was even more bewildered. Magic? The system continued, yes, magic. This is a magic spell. The flaws of the moon god Bao and the cloud scatter have complemented each other. Because the cloud scatter's predecessor was Divine Dawn, and Divine Dawn is a spirit artifact matched with the moon god Bao. They were meant to complement each other. The system paused after saying this. Could it be looking up information? After finishing its research, the system continued. However, after Hui modified God Dawn into smoke cloud dispersal, their fusion capability remained unchanged, but it became even more perfect. At this point, the system paused again. Damn it! The system couldn't help but vent. This thing really did misjudge it. How the hell did it misjudge the smoke cloud dispersal as a peak 2nd grade magic spell? Suppressing its inner rant, the system continued. Now, after fusion, it is transformed from a spirit artifact into magic. Its attributes have also shifted to magic, becoming a scalable spell. The system emphasized, this means you can wield its mid-tier form at mid-tier, its high-tier form at high-tier, and the same applies to forbidden spells. Even if you break through to a level beyond forbidden spells, you can still wield it. Though it isn't a perfect forbidden spell level magic, if you break through, it will become perfect. After your breakthrough, simply nurture it with your own magical power. The only thing missing is the final step, the cultivation of magic power beyond forbidden spells. As the system's words fell, Zhèng Sījí's face was filled with astonishment. So I've obtained a near forbidden spell level magic? I truly am a god among men. The fusion of the two bows is nearly complete. A myriad of lights began to manifest. Seeing this, the system suddenly added, host. This is a full attribute fusion spell. Once you awaken all attributes, its power will be beyond measure. The system's tone was noticeably excited. But then, the system calmed down. I am the super god system. A mere magic spell with power equivalent to a 6th grade cultivation level. How could I possibly get excited? To save face, the system added, well, this spell is merely a forbidden incantation, roughly 6th grade power at best. Host, keep your composure. You'll encounter countless such spectacles in the future. Good heavens, it seems Zhèng Sījí was the one getting overly excited after all. Zhèng Sījí didn't bother arguing with the system. His heart was genuinely racing. All attribute fusion magic. But that wasn't what occupied his mind now. Instead, he wondered if this discovery could enable him to create a new all-attribute fusion magic. With a template in hand, what was there to fear about research? Research required test subjects. If the experiment fails, dying is no big deal, right? I'm the perfect test subject. Zhèng Sījí's heart pounded wildly. Adrenaline surged through his veins. Finally, the light gradually faded. A bow appeared entirely crimson, encircled by silver lunar patterns. But that wasn't what surprised Zhèng Sījí most. In the next instant, 2 tiny figures drifted out from the bow, floating upward. The 2 tiny figures held hands, gazing into each other's eyes. Zhèng Sījí? What does this mean? Did my magic get in your way? Am I interrupting you? What's with all this lovey-dovey stuff here? The 2 figures paid Zhèng Sījí no mind, as if only each other existed. They couldn't acknowledge Zhèng Sījí anyway, for he was merely a lingering remnant. The 2 lingering spirits reunited once more. They laughed heartily. Despite his inner grumbling, Zhèng Sījí felt a surge of joy. He knew these were Hui and Chang'e. Having personally experienced Hui's story and his emotions, he sincerely wished for lovers to be united in the end. Zhèng Sījí smiled as he watched Hui and Chang'e depart. They gradually faded away into the sky. This was Zhèng Sījí's soul space. They were but lingering remnants. They possessed no consciousness. If they remained in the soul realm without finding the entrance to the underworld, they might truly vanish. No. Without finding the black-clad figure, they would truly vanish. Therefore, Zhèng Sījí teleported them out. Then, Zhèng Sījí's lips curved into a faint smile. He grasped the new bow. A message entered his mind. Affinity. All attribute fusion magic. Input elemental magic to automatically form arrows of corresponding elemental magic. Note, upgradable. Then, the bond dissipated in his hand. He had fully mastered it. As long as his magical elements fully awoke and his magical cultivation continued to rise, the power of the familiar would also grow steadily. This was a magic that could allow him to cultivate beyond forbidden spells. This was a huge win. System, you've finally done something worthwhile. You've modified the quest system, allowing me to secure these 3 draws. Oh, and 1 level 1 draw too. Quick, use them all up, then go hunt the Diamond Tier C demon. Zhèng Sījí was completely inflated with pride now. Diamond Tier C monster? Ha, killing them for fun. Got a super bow affection? Watch me kite you to death. Once I hunt you down, I'll have a full set of magical attributes. My familiar's power will become even more formidable. System, Level 1 Lottery. Understood, host. Chapter 71, Life-Death Shift. Understood, host. Preparing lottery. Level 1 Lottery. Ready. Lottery commence. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the life-death switch. Zhèng Sījí? Life-death swap. Trade skill. Do not use unless absolutely necessary. This skill exchanges one life for another, trading the user's life for that of a deceased individual. Note, the deceased's strength must not exceed your own. This skill can only be used once in a lifetime. Use with extreme caution. Life and death are predestined by heaven. To defy heaven and alter fate is to rebel against the heavens. Zhèng Sījí. System. This thing actually went to Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí's face went completely blank. The system fell into a state of speechlessness. Another person's entire life, traded for the life of a beloved. Exchanging one's own life for the life of a beloved. What a deeply moving story. But in Zhèng Sījí's case, TSK. Does he truly intend to push his own death to the absolute limit? The system continued speaking. Host, this skill, unless absolutely necessary, please don't use it. Altering fate in such a way, will have. Before the system could finish, it suddenly realized its words were a bit off. Defying fate? In this world, even if one defied fate, what could the heavenly way possibly do to Zhèng Sījí? Damn it. Ahem, anyway, don't use it recklessly. Mortals' lives and deaths are determined by fate. Don't think you can save everyone on your own. Zhèng Sījí was still reeling from the shock. But he took the system's words to heart. He couldn't use the skill to save others. Like those who perished in the siren disaster. Could he not save them? Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why couldn't he save them? They all died untimely deaths. They could have had better lives. For the first time, Zhèng Sījí found himself in a dilemma. To save them or not to save them. To him, it was merely a matter of dying a few more times. Seeing the host caught in this predicament, the system spoke. Host, every death in this world follows its own destiny. The rules of reincarnation are formidable. Altering the fate of a few close ones might pass without consequence, but tampering with destinies on a large scale will inevitably invite backlash from the reincarnation system. The system continued, adding, this life-death conversion exploits the reincarnation rules. If the rules blacklist you, you won't even be able to revive your own loved ones later. So, host, it's best to proceed with caution. The system's explanation eased Zhèng Sījí's concern slightly. Yet a lingering unease remained within him. After all, he possessed the ability to save them. Yet, for the sake of saving his loved ones in the future, he resolved to hold back. People are inherently self-interested, and Zhèng Sījí was no exception. He felt no particular attachment to these people, yet he still wanted to save them if he could. Since resurrection was impossible, he would focus on saving those who had not yet perished. By the way, are there any restrictions on this resurrection? Like how long after death? The system replied, as long as the soul remains intact, resurrection is possible. However, if the soul has been disintegrated or reincarnated, it cannot be revived. The system understood the rules of reincarnation best. After all, its creator had been striving for this very purpose. Receiving the system's answer, Zhèng Sījí nodded. Got it. So I still need to find the man in black, right? Oh, system, can fragmented souls be revived? I want to bring Hui and Chang'e back, they'd make great fighters. System, are you thinking about peaches? Zhèng Sījí. If it's impossible, just say so. Can't we talk properly? Then Zhèng Sījí's fighting spirit returned. A diamond tier C demon? Bring it on. A woman in a trench coat gripped a sapphire-hued longsword, her azure wings of wind gleaming brilliantly behind her. She passed through this area, feeling puzzled. There was absolutely no trace of sea monsters here, not even a single corpse. Just as she was puzzling over this, her senses detected a middle-aged man. His aura was formidable, already reaching mid-high tier cultivation, bordering on late-stage strength. And he was beckoning to her. Had he slain every sea demon in this area? Yet there were no sea demon corpses anywhere nearby. The woman in the trench coat didn't dwell on it. After all, the situation remained quite perilous. As a mid-tier high-level mage, he was certainly capable of clearing an entire area on his own. The woman in the trench coat stopped before him. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together and said, Hey, beautiful, look at me here, just finished clearing out the monsters. I need to hurry to the next area to clean up. Could you help me handle the shelters around here? I'd be incredibly grateful, incredibly grateful. With that, the middle-aged man started to leave. But before he could leap up, the woman in the trench coat pinned him down. Then, the woman in the trench coat said coldly, The shelters are your rescue team's responsibility. I only handle demon slaying. In the next instant, the trench coat woman vanished from where she stood. Middle-aged man? What the hell? Isn't she part of the rescue team? Her aura was well concealed, but he could still see through it. Indeed, the middle-aged man was Zhèng Sījí. It wasn't Zhèng Sījí who discerned her cultivation level, it was the system. The system informed him that this woman might not even be 30 years old, yet she already possessed the strength of an archmage. She was definitely no ordinary person. After slaying the demons that day, Zhèng Sījí waited for the rescue team to take over. Usually, they arrived swiftly, but today felt unusual. After waiting over 10 minutes, not a single person showed up. When someone finally showed up, he had no patience left to wait any longer. Who cares what kind of maid she is? The rescue team got her. But she wasn't. This is a bit awkward. Was I really supposed to just sit here waiting for the rescue team? No way. I can't waste time like this. Watching the trench-coated woman fade into the distance, Zhèng Sījí's mind churned incessantly. Right. Split bodies. He was now capable of dual control. Then he could leave his clone here to wait for the rescue team while he went to kill the diamond-level sea demon. Brilliant. With that, Zhèng Sījí glanced around to see if anyone was nearby. Clear. Then, a figure emerged from Zhèng Sījí's body. This figure bore the exact appearance of the middle-aged man Zhèng Sījí had currently transformed into. After all, this mask completely transformed his physical form. After splitting off the duplicate, Zhèng Sījí altered his own appearance once more, transforming into another middle-aged man. As for why he chose middle-aged men? Wasn't it more natural for middle-aged individuals to possess greater strength? Leaving the clone behind, Zhèng Sījí prepared to summon a bamboo dragonfly to depart. It seemed he couldn't use the bamboo dragonfly anymore. His bamboo dragonfly had already been seen by others. If someone spotted it now, it could lead to trouble if traced back. Then, what other flight magic did he have? Chapter 72, Speaking in half-truths will get you dragged out and beaten to death. Zhèng Sījí racked his brain. He definitely had plenty of flight spells. Numerous minor wing spells. Little fire wings, little wind wings, and so on. And each type had different variations. The wind wings alone had countless magical track connection configurations. After all, many great clans create their own wind wings for their disciples to master. The barriers to higher realms remain insurmountable for many. Generally speaking, breaking through to a higher tier requires not only reaching a cultivation bottleneck but also possessing the force to shatter it. And even then, success is far from guaranteed. Thus, many get stuck at this threshold for extended periods. Many clans provide their members with minor wing magic to enhance their strength. Zhèng Sījí located a cost-effective minor wind wing in his mind. He then skillfully connected with the wind elementals, guiding them into a specific formation. 2 pairs of pale green wings unfolded from his back. At last, he had a proper wing magic. Though it still couldn't match the speed of a bamboo dragonfly. It would have to do. Different styles of magic would make it harder to recognize when switching identities later. When others disguise themselves, they can only alter their appearance. But I've not only altered my entire body, my magic is completely different now. Can you believe that? Could you even tell who I am? By then, all my magical elements will be fully awakened, and I'll switch to a different elemental system. I bet no one will recognize me then. Though, to be honest, hardly anyone can recognize me now anyway. After all, my aura changes somewhat after switching. Zhèng Sījí piloted his new little windwing, feeling slightly uneasy. Then he headed straight for his destination, South China Magic University. Somewhere at sea. Haha, brother Ruomin, you were such a funny kid back then. Sumi slumped over the table, laughing until tears streamed down his face. You're telling me? Back then, I really didn't know anything. I'd just run up to anyone I saw. Zhao Ruomin shrugged helplessly. Speaking of which, Shumi, what about you? How did you sustain those internal injuries? With your talent, you should have advanced to the king tier ages ago, right? Shumi gradually stopped laughing upon hearing Zhao Ruomin's words and sat up straight. Ah, Ruomin, you really don't know the story. Shumi sighed. Clearly, this matter was a lifelong pain for him. As a sperm whale that had lived 10,000 years, and the most gifted among his kind at the time, his ascent to king was practically guaranteed. But that wound had caused it to miss the pinnacle by a hair's breadth. Shumi gritted his teeth and continued, I'm sure you know, Ruomin, that the sea demons attacking your human race are only a small fraction of all sea demons. Zhao Ruomin nodded. He knew this truth, though ordinary people remained unaware. General Zhao had only shared this information with him when Zhao Ruomin was on the verge of breaking through the forbidden spell barrier. Truthfully, our family of giant whales harbors no grudge against humans. It's just that Cloudwing Spearfish King, sigh. Shumi finished, sighing again. Do you know that the Cloudwing Spearfish was actually my disciple? Before he could finish, Zhao Ruomin's eyes widened in shock. The Cloudwing Spearfish was your disciple? Shumi gave a wry smile, clearly anticipating Zhao Ruomin's astonishment. Yes, it was my disciple. At the age of 3000, I broke through to Diamond Tier, making me a super genius of my time. Then, the very next day after my breakthrough, elders from the Cloudwing clan came to congratulate me and asked me to take Yun Song, now known as the Cloudwing Swordfish King, as my disciple. I didn't refuse, because the initiation gift they offered was simply too generous, more than enough to sustain my cultivation all the way to late Diamond Tier. But I never imagined Yun Song would. Sigh. Shumi paused at this point. Never mind. It's pointless to dwell on it. The past is just that past. Now, I only hope to break through to king level and live a few more years. The lifespan of a diamond tier cultivator is no different from that of a 4th grade cultivator among you humans, only 10,000 years. But as a Taishu whale who experienced extraordinary fortune, I've lived this long. We Balanoptera macrosus were never involved with the human race, and we even had friendly relations with some humans. All of this was because of Yun Song. Ah. Never mind. Then, Shumi picked up his teacup and took a sip. Zhao Ruomin? What the hell do you mean? Why did you stop mid-sentence? And both your sentences were only half finished. Do you realize you could get dragged out and beaten to death for this? Shumi's gaze darted furtively to the right. A weight lifted slightly from his heart. Then, just as Zhao Ruomin was growing particularly curious, Shumi spoke again. Brother Ruomin, my injury, it's not internal damage, but external damage. Seeing Shumi finally speak again, Zhao Ruomin was determined not to let him clam up this time. Zhao Ruomin hurriedly asked, Brother Sumaru, what's the situation? Shumi explained, my injury is actually external, it's in my throat. This prevents me from eating. So I can't consume many of the rare treasures. Zhao Ruomin blurted out, Brother Sumaru, your injury is in your throat? Shumi nodded, confirming it. Zhao Ruomin pressed again, Brother Sumaru, your injury. May I take a look? Zhao Ruomin certainly wasn't trying to examine its wound, he was going to verify whether what Shumi had said was true. Moreover, if Sumaru was telling the truth, then this injury should be related to the cloudwing swordfish. He needed to thoroughly study the power of the cloudwing swordfish. Zhao Ruomin was afraid Sumaru would refuse. He had worked so hard to build a rapport with Shumi, even sharing embarrassing childhood stories. He couldn't afford to fail now. Seeing this, Sumaru was slightly taken aback. A flicker of internal conflict crossed his face. Seeing Sumaru's uneasy expression, Zhao Ruomin suddenly felt his own anxiety rising. This couldn't happen. All the effort he'd put into building this connection couldn't be undone overnight. He quickly added, if you don't think it's feasible, Shumi, then forget it. It's no big deal. I was just concerned about you. Maybe I could offer some help. Seeing this, Shumi found it hard to refuse. He finally agreed, alright. I'll show you. With that, Sumaru leapt out and revealed his true form. A colossal blue whale appeared in the waters. A powerful surge of energy rippled through the surrounding waters. Then, the giant whale opened its mouth, ready to let Zhao Ruomin enter. Seeing this, Zhao Ruomin's heart settled. Great. He'd finally pulled it off. He then rose to his feet, ready to enter. Zhao Ruomin took flight. He certainly had no desire to touch the blue whale's saliva. Before he even entered, he caught a whiff of its breath. He waved his hand in front of him, trying to blow the stench away. Ugh, it stinks. Therefore, he sealed his nostrils. He flew inside. Yes, he flew inside. Chapter 73, Master-Disciple Exchange. Zhao Ruomin gradually entered the mouth of the humpback whale, flying deeper inward. A white light flared from his hand, illuminating the surroundings. Tisk, old buddy Sumaru, how long has it been since you cleaned this mouth? I sealed my nostrils shut, but your breath seeped right through my skin. Zhao Ruomin felt utterly sickened. That breath was downright toxic. Zhao Ruomin didn't wait for a response, he didn't want one. Who knows, a single response might send his tongue flying right at him. It wasn't that he feared its tongue, he simply didn't want to touch it. It stank too much. Zhao Ruomin pressed forward, his disgust growing with every step. The dazzling diamond-grade baleen whale was so enormous that it took Zhao Ruomin a long time to slowly fly through its mouth. What little light had filtered in from outside vanished completely. Suddenly, Zhao Ruomin's right eyelid twitched. Damn it! How the hell did I end up inside its mouth? Wait a minute. Wasn't I just chatting with it a moment ago? Why did I end up inside? I think I came in to check the wound. But, why did I come in? Zhao Ruomin scrambled backward. Something's wrong, definitely wrong. I've been tricked. I've definitely been hit. Psychic shock. And it was definitely the mental assault of a sovereign-level being. Outside, Shumi reverted to human form. Shumi belched. Hey, kid, trying to outsmart an ancient sperm whale like me who's been alive for nearly 10,000 years? You're still too green for that. Then, Sumaru waved toward the distance. Thanks, disciple. Once I get back, I'll attempt to break through to sovereign. Then I'll knock you flat. A disciple who's stronger than his master. Is that even possible? I'll break through as soon as I get back and teach you a proper lesson. From afar, the transmission reached Shumi's mind. Master, you think I don't know what you're up to? It's just that I broke through a little earlier than you. Come on, master. The transmission sounded faint, tinged with panic. It's fine, Shao Tsung. I absolutely have no intention of punishing you. Well, I consumed a second-grade forbidden spell. What kind of reward does the Sea Demon Alliance give for that? It's my first time venturing out, so I'm not quite familiar with the system. Master, you plan to pocket the entire reward. Well, this is your disciple's token of respect. Just accept it, master. Yun Son's voice grew even fainter. His master truly cared for him deeply, even granting him the chance to break through to King Tier. Their master-disciple bond was actually quite harmonious and friendly. Well, probably. They should reward you with some items to aid your advancement, making your breakthrough smoother. Xiumi nodded and continued, Shao Tsung, several kings have arrived on your side. Do you think you can secure South China's city this time? Not likely. We're here as cannon fodder. Humans must still have forbidden spells hidden deep within. If other kings appear, the human side will wipe us out in one fell swoop. After a pause, Yun Tseng added, I nearly died just now. That was terrifying. Thankfully, I had a backup plan. Otherwise, I would have fallen for their trap. Ugh, even if I hadn't died, I'd probably be crippled. Xiumi asked, Huh? What happened over there? Yun Tseng continued, You have no idea, master. Those humans are cunning. They had a third-grade forbidden spell hidden up their sleeves. The one I faced earlier had enough energy left to prepare a mind-control forbidden spell. If I'd fallen for that, and then that third-grade forbidden spell hit me. I doubt I'd have survived. Even now, Yun Tseng felt a chill run down his spine at the memory. That psychic forbidden spell caster I faced was truly formidable. Not very old, yet wielding such immense power. It's no wonder humans have advanced so rapidly in such a short time. For them to wield such formidable power at such a young age. Heaven is truly unfair. Back when I was 500 years old, I was just a lowly newbie barely entering the Golden Realm. If not for meeting my master, I never would have advanced so quickly. I possessed unparalleled talent and exceptionally pure bloodlines. Combined with the resources and opportunities my master provided, that is how I advanced so swiftly. And these kids? At just 500 years old, they already pose a threat to me, a king. It's infuriating. By the end of his rant, Xiumi's face had turned a shade of crimson. You still have complaints? Is this some kind of show-off? Xiumi cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and said, You shouldn't think that way. On the human side, although they advance quickly, there aren't many with such exceptional talent who can advance so rapidly. Moreover, we see demons possess innate advantages over them. Bronze tier sea demons live 500 years, silver tier live 1,000, gold tier live 5,000, and diamond tier live 10,000. Reaching gold tier by 500 years old virtually guarantees you'll break through to king tier. And once you break through to king tier, you gain a full 100,000 years of life. Having said that, Sumeru clicked his tongue in admiration. He vowed to break through upon returning. Our merfolk's reproductive capacity is overwhelming. Our foundational strength utterly crushes the human race. After every major war, the bronze-tier merfolk who perish can be regenerated within mere years. At this rate of reproduction, if wars didn't thin our numbers, resources would never suffice. Fortunately, the hunting of the pole star gives us some respite. With that, Sumeru sighed again. But the gap in our elite combat strength compared to humans will only widen. Generation after generation, humans can rapidly master forbidden spells. If they pursue cultivation, they can live even longer. Their production rate for elite fighters is too fast. It's a pity that the truly powerful sea demon clans refuse to engage in conflict. Xiumi shook his head. Enough of that. Are you planning to retreat? Yun Tseng replied, We won't withdraw so quickly. The lower tier sea demons will continue their harassment. Our primary goal is to buy time. I can't leave either. At the very least, I must make my presence known to humanity. Otherwise, our mission will fail, and those old fools will start complaining again. Xiumi replied, Fine. My family, the Tai Su whales, holds no grudge against humans. I'm the only one here helping because of you, though I admit, breaking through to king level is part of it too. With no kin of mine around, I'll depart first. Shouldn't be any major issues, right? I've already swallowed a second-grade forbidden spell. Yun Tseng inwardly scoffed. Clearly, it was my disruption of its mind that did the trick. How is this your achievement? Alright, master, you go ahead first. Go consolidate your cultivation. I don't think there should be any major issues. Xiumi nodded, transformed into a sperm whale, and dove beneath the waves, heading straight for his dwelling. Seeing his master's silence, Yun Tseng also quieted down. After a long moment, it spoke again. Humph. I hope master succeeds in his breakthrough. Chapter 74, You changed it again. Zhèng Sījí piloted his 2 pairs of wings, executing complex maneuvers in the air. These wings were actually quite fun to use, though their speed left something to be desired. Soon, he sensed a powerful aura. Wait, too. Bang. The woman in the trenchcoat wielded a jade-green longsword, deflecting Lu Zhilong's attack. She flicked the sword in her hand, sending out a wave of energy. She gasped for breath. Facing a late diamond stage sea demon alone, she was utterly powerless to resist. But she couldn't retreat. Her formidable strength had been forged through countless near-death battles, each time clawing her way back from the brink of death. She could barely manage to kill a single mid-diamond tier sea demon alone. Late diamond stage, her first encounter. She licked her lower lip, a hint of excitement flickering in her eyes. My lady, I'm here to aid you. A voice suddenly rang out. This surprised her. Within this refuge, there was actually another second-rank mage. As a second-rank mage herself, joining forces with him might not kill this late diamond stage willow sting dragon, but they could surely drive it back. Sir, I am Pang Ling, Dean of the Magic Academy at South China University of Magic. Ji Tinglan. Sir, I specialize in offense. If you can create an opening for me, I can kill it with a single strike. Would you be willing to distract it for me? Pang Ling asked. Ji Tinglan did not agree. Instead, he replied, no. You distract it. Pang Ling protested, sir, please trust. Before he could finish, Ji Tinglan cut him off. You distract him. With that, she vanished from her spot. Pang Ling? Fine, distracting it is. Such formidable combat prowess at such a young age, this woman is clearly no ordinary person. This old man will distract them. In the next instant, a ball of dark purple lightning appeared in his hand. Thunder Realm Barrier. His hands were enveloped in dark purple lightning, which whipped through the air like chains as he swung them. He piloted the thunder wings on his back, charging toward the sea demon. His gaze swept diagonally to the right, where he saw Ji Tinglan already beginning to channel a powerful spell. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. She truly had a trump card. Its power was indeed no weaker than his own. The question was whether it could pierce through Lu Zhilong's defenses. In the next instant, he appeared behind the willow sting dragon. The Lu Zhilong was enormous in size, yet its speed was no less impressive. Sensing a tiny ant attempting to shock it with electricity, it chuckled softly. So you've finally been forced out. Magnetism. A crackling electromagnetic sound filled the air as the Thunder Realm Barrier activated behind Lu Zhilong. The Thunder Realm Barrier proved remarkably effective, firmly pinning Lu Zhilong's two hind legs in place. Lu Zhilong showed no urgency, content to play along with these little ones. As for Ji Tinglan, though the spell she was channeling was powerful, it too showed no urgency. What good was power if one truly believed breaking through minor tiers within the diamond rank was so simple? After diamond rank, each minor tier represented a world of difference. This spell might be effective against an ordinary mid-diamond tier sea demon, but to think it could harm this old man at the late diamond tier? Ha! What a joke! Keep zapping. It's been ages since I've had electrotherapy. Lu Zhilong feigned extreme discomfort. Pang Ling breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing Lu Zhilong restrained by his spell. But his movements didn't pause. He unleashed the Thunder Realm Barrier once more, attempting to seal off Lu Zhilong's front two legs as well. Seeing this, Lu Zhilong's plan reached its climax. Come on, give me that electric shock therapy. Bliss. In the next instant, all four of its legs were sealed. Its limbs were now completely immobilized. Ji Tinglan watched in astonishment. Is Director Pang Ling really this powerful? Could he seal Lu Zhilong so easily? Ji Tinglan didn't dwell on it. The fusion magic in her hand shot out instantly. Since that's the case, this is the perfect chance to finish him off in one strike. The powerful fusion magic blazed with dazzling light, hurtling straight toward Lu Zhilong. Seeing this, Lu Zhilong sneered coldly. Is that all you've got? In the next instant, the fusion spell had reached the very top of Lu Zhilong's head. Zhèng Sījí watched in utter shock. Holy crap! Could this guy be Ji Jingxian's incarnation? Could she have completely reinvented herself, just like me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ji Jingxian doesn't possess such formidable power. Then why does this fusion magic feel so similar to hers? From the same source? Never mind. If I don't go in now to finish it off, I won't even get an assist. Host, don't panic. This spell isn't strong enough to kill a late diamond tier Lu Zhilong. Don't be fooled by how completely bound he looks. He's perfectly fine. They're just being toyed with. Zhèng Sījí? It can't even kill it? No way. How powerful is this Lu Zhilong then? Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but doubt whether he truly had a way to kill it. Forget it, forget it. I'll just find a newly diamond-tiered cloudtail swordfish to play with instead. With that, Zhèng Sījí made his move to slip away. System? Let me tell you why they can't kill Lu Zhilong. It's because they want you to go in and attack him. What the hell are you doing? System, host, you're such a coward. You can't die anyway, so just go at him. The next moment, the mission panel suddenly reappeared before Zhèng Sījí's eyes. Quest: Demon Hunt Mission. Task 1, slay 1 bronze tier sea demon. Reward, +1 common lottery ticket completed. Task 2, slay a silver tier sea demon. Quest reward, common draw +3 completed. Quest 3, slay a golden tier sea monster. Quest reward, level 1 lottery +1 completed. Task 4, slay a late diamond willow dragon. Task reward, special cultivation +1, level 1 lottery +1. Task 5, slay a king tier sea demon. Task reward, common special +1. Zhèng Sījí? You changed the quest again, damn it. System, you're not human. Guess you never were human to begin with. Zhèng Sījí cursed under his breath. But the system still picked up on his thoughts. Alright, now it was the system's turn to curse under its breath. Why could it know what Zhèng Sījí was thinking, yet still set him up? It had just suddenly sensed Zhèng Sījí's thoughts. He didn't want to leave at all. It was just a joke. And then it went and increased his reward. Zhèng Sījí hurriedly declared, "Listen up, I'm watching every detail right now. If you roll back, no, if you change the reward, I'll know exactly what you're doing." System. What a bastard. Even screwing over the system. The worst part is that I managed to screw you over even while knowing exactly what you were thinking. Wow. The shame of the system world. The system didn't want to speak, quietly shrinking into a corner. Zhèng Sījí's lips curled into a maniacal grin. Chapter 75, Dragon Hunting Buff? Zhèng Sījí's lips curled upward. Sure enough, the system wasn't constantly monitoring his thoughts. Seems like as long as I hide it well, I can still trick the system in the future. System, but right now, I know exactly what you're thinking. Zhèng Sījí. Of course I'm thinking about what's best for you, my dear system. How could I ever trick you? I love you too much for that. System. Not talking to you. Zhèng Sījí had already hidden himself in the corner. This strike, just as the system had said. The long spear plunged straight toward Lu Zhilong. But it was completely useless. Clang. A crisp sound rang out as the incredibly powerful spear vanished into thin air, without even scratching Lu Zhilong's scales. Impossible. Ji Tinglan couldn't believe her eyes. Her fusion magic, given the right opportunity and a restrained opponent, could pierce even a mid to late diamond tier sea demon. This Lu Zhilong was merely a late diamond tier sea demon. How could it be so resilient? Humans, you're still too green. Do you think the lower ranks among diamond sea demons only have such simple differences? The Lu Zhilong actually spoke, seemingly unaffected in the slightest. Pang Ling was stunned. How could his Thunder Realm barrier have absolutely no effect? At the very least, you should have paralyzed me. Instead, you're actually talking back to me? And that spear just now, the aura it emitted made my heart race. It felt like a single brush against it would be the end of me. No, even just being tainted by its aura would have finished me. And what happened? This willow sting dragon showed absolutely no reaction. Not even a scratch on its scales. How could this be? Had I really made a mistake coming out here? I thought a second rank mage had arrived. Together, we could definitely hunt down this late diamond stage willow sting dragon. And what happened? A spell more powerful than my strongest magic didn't even scratch its skin. What the hell was he supposed to do now? Run! While the willow sting dragon was still speaking, not yet breaking free from his Thunder Realm barrier, Pang Ling activated his escape spell with all his might. A moment too late, and he'd be finished. This was a late diamond tier beast. He hoped his Thunder Realm barrier would hold strong and buy him more time. Meanwhile, Ji Tinglan remained motionless. She grew even more excited. Though she knew her most powerful magic couldn't defeat it, and she knew she couldn't win against it. But she was still thrilled. The thrill of facing a formidable foe. She paid no attention whatsoever to Pang Ling slipping away. But Lu Zhilong saw it. It had sensed it long ago. This human had performed a complete electrotherapy session for it, and it hadn't even properly thanked him yet. In the next instant, Lu Zhilong stretched out all four limbs, as if no restraints bound him at all. This was the gap between mid-stage and late-stage Diamond Realm. Even breaking free from the fully established Thunder Realm would require considerable effort at the mid-diamond stage. But for a late diamond stage sea demon, it tore through in an instant. Without any resistance. Ah! Pang Ling charged forward at full speed, paying no heed to Lu Zhilong trailing behind. His sole thought now was to run as far as he could. Then, suddenly, he sensed a colossal shadow looming over the sea surface. He whipped his head around to see a colossal palm slamming toward him from behind. His pupils contracted sharply. The palm loomed larger and larger in his vision until it engulfed his entire body. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the water shattered violently. The entire scene unfolded in an instant. Neither Zhèng Sījí nor Ji Tinglan had time to react. A late diamond tier sea demon could kill in an instant. Even if the victim was a second rank mage. A towering wave crashed from the sea, engulfing the stunned Zhèng Sījí and dragging him entirely beneath the surface. Lu Zhilong's head shifted slightly. Zhèng Sījí, floating in the sea, realized with dread that he was in trouble. Entering the sea meant entering Lu Zhilong's domain. At such close range, no matter how well he concealed himself, it would detect him. Poof! A lowly minion trying to stir up trouble? Go play elsewhere. With that, the sea dragon blew across the surface, sending towering waves crashing once more. Zhèng Sījí cursed under his breath. This creature was no ordinary sea demon. Not even bothering to fight back. Do you really have to look down on me like this? Host, I can't take it anymore, let's take him down. Ding, temporary system buff Dragon Hunter buff activated. Dragon Hunter. Damage dealt to dragon-type creatures increased by 50,000%. Zhèng Sījí? Holy! A 500-fold damage buff. System, why didn't you tell me you could add buffs? New skill unlocked. Suddenly, Zhèng Sījí felt his body being forcibly infused with a massive surge of energy. Zhèng Sījí suddenly felt like he could do it again. But this energy seemed targeted. This must be the damage boost against dragons, right? Yes, host. This power specifically targets dragon kind. When you attack dragons, it will directly increase your damage by 500 times. It has no effect on other creatures. The system explained. TSK. How badly does this system want me to go mess with that diamond tier Lu Zhalong? Speaking of which, if I use the tenfold espionage device. Host, the tenfold spy device can stack with this buff. After all, it's a dual amplification effect. That means after stacking, your power will be 5,000 times greater than your current magic. Zhèng Sījí. Before Zhèng Sījí could react, the system continued, but host, don't get too excited. The buff I provided is already calculated based on your tenfold espionage device. Without the tenfold spy device, your strongest affinity spell barely reaches late high tier power. So, with your magic boosted roughly 5,000-fold, you'll be able to go toe-to-toe with a late diamond tier Lu Zhalong. Zhèng Sījí? A late diamond tier sea demon is 5,000 times stronger than my current power. So the system knew from the start I couldn't possibly beat it? What about my cultivation level? System replied, host, what are you thinking? The Shatter God technique you cultivate is a semi-divine level cultivation method. Fighting opponents of higher tiers is completely commonplace, let alone in this small world. I've roughly calculated that your cultivation power is about 9 times, approaching 10 times, your magical power. That means you can single-handedly take down a peak gold tier sea demon. So host, go ahead and give it a shot. Zhèng Sījí. How come I never knew my cultivation power was this strong? This, no wonder. System, dare you give me some combat-oriented martial arts? All you give me are escape techniques. How am I supposed to know I can fight opponents above my level? System, host, some things require you to discover them yourself. If I had to tell you everything, you'd never learn to explore your own power. If I had to tell you everything, wouldn't that mean I wouldn't need to watch the show anymore? Then Zhèng Sījí sighed, ugh, after all this time training, this is the best I can do? What a failure. TSK, he really deserves a beating. Chapter 76, the minions join the battle. Zhèng Sījí paused, then regained his composure. Damn it. Screw it. Anyway, I'm invincible now. Feeling this power, there wasn't a hint of it spiraling out of control. Because this power was merely an enhancement. It would infuse my magic, then erupt upon the dragon warrior's body. He leapt into the air. Zhèng Sījí floated directly above the sea's surface. This scene stunned Lu Zhalong. How could this tiny ant still fly? Ji Tinglan was also somewhat astonished. Who was this? Another ally? Since Zhèng Sījí had already changed his appearance again, she failed to recognize him. A crimson longbow adorned with silver moon patterns materialized in Zhèng Sījí's hands, radiating exquisite splendor. Then, with a twist of his index and middle fingers, 9 arrows instantly appeared. The 9 arrows glowed a blood-red hue, radiating an icy chill. Ha! Old dragon, take this! The brilliance emanating from the 9 arrows grew increasingly intense, blindingly bright. In the next instant, Zhèng Sījí's right index and middle fingers suddenly released their grip. The 9 arrows shot forth like wild horses breaking free from their reins, hurtling straight toward Lu Zhalong. Lu Zhalong was taken aback. Not only was this little ant still alive, but he was actually fighting back? Is that all it's got? Is that it? Ji Tinglan covered her face in disbelief. This power wouldn't even scratch an itch. Young man, you came to join the fun, but you picked the wrong place, didn't you? This was a late-stage diamond tier Lu Zhalong dragon that had just slain a second-rank mage. Your magic's power is at best high tier. What are you doing here? But what followed left them all stunned. 9 arrows merged mid-air into a single entity. But that wasn't the most astonishing part. What truly stunned them was that behind the merged arrow, a bow had materialized. Only then did Lu Zhalong and Ji Tinglan notice that Zhèng Sījí's bow had vanished from his hands. The bow behind that arrow was none other than the one originally in Zhèng Sījí's hands. The bow automatically drew back in midair and fired once more. The arrow shot forth, its speed dozens of times faster than before. Its tip sliced through the air, sparking sparks and revealing its razor-sharp edge. Seeing this, Lu Zhalong's expression grew slightly more serious. It released a small water shield before itself. It merely found this arrow somewhat novel and intended to play along with Zhèng Sījí. But it had completely underestimated this arrow. This bow was named Affection. 1 arrow, clouds, and mist dispersed. Smoke and cloud dispersal now transformed into a sharp arrow, shooting straight toward the water shield. As if encountering no resistance whatsoever, it pierced right through. In the next instant, the water shield vanished entirely, leaving not a trace behind. At this moment, Lu Zhalong felt a renewed spark of interest. Oh, this magic of yours is rather interesting. Then, Lu Zhalong once again formed a water shield before him, possessing defensive power roughly equivalent to early diamond tier. This arrow, at most, was peak high tier. This early diamond tier defensive shield should be more than sufficient. But unexpectedly, the smoke cloud arrow pierced through it once more. In the next instant, the water shield shattered once more. This puzzled Lu Zhalong. The arrow's power was clearly only at the peak of the high tier. How could it pierce a water shield at the early diamond tier? But the next moment, that single arrow split apart in midair, transforming into 9 arrows. Each arrow possessed power no less than that of the original. 9 smoke cloud dispersals. Though this smoke cloud dispersal only fused 2 magical systems, Zhèng Sījí's spell control and magical power had both reached the high tier level. This power was truly extraordinary. Amplified tenfold by the espionage device and enhanced by the smoke cloud scatter's inherent property penetration. Without relying on that dragon hunter buff, it could pierce through this water shield. Lu Zhilong refused to believe such luck. Come on then. Go ahead, try to pierce through my body. My scales, can you pierce through them? Come at me if you dare. Lu Zhilong was supremely confident in his physical form. This made Zhèng Sījí feel a bit uneasy. System, are you certain that increasing this arrow's power by 500 times will allow it to pierce through? The system replied matter-of-factly, of course not. Do you think late diamond sea demons are that easy to deal with? Within the diamond tier, each minor level increase represents a tenfold or greater surge in power. It's only playing with you, otherwise, you'd have been killed long ago. This left Zhèng Sījí feeling even more uneasy. Damn it, what good is your buff if it doesn't even add a single hammer point? I suspect you're just giving me a token buff before sending me to duel it head-on. Damn it, system, just you wait. Zhèng Sījí darted forward. The Dragon Hunter buff only activates when attacking Dragonkin. So if the Luzha Dragon uses defensive magic, this effect won't activate. So the system just wants him to go in for a basic attack. Zhèng Sījí felt that even if his smoke cloud scatter were amplified 500-fold, it would only be marginally stronger than Ji Tinglan's fusion spear. Pierce through Lu Zhilong? You're dreaming. But since the fight had already begun, there was no turning back. Zhèng Sījí charged straight forward. Lu Zhilong naturally noticed Zhèng Sījí. He paid it no mind. What could a high-tier minion like you possibly do? Ji Tinglan's brow furrowed. Don't you get it? Why aren't you running? What could you possibly do, some high-tier little mage? Stop causing trouble, will you? Ji Tinglan also dashed forward. Save him. Zhèng Sījí was different from that Pangling Dean before he had both the courage and the power. Though advanced in years, he could already pierce diamond-level defenses with magic at his level. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. Zhèng Sījí's sudden appearance disrupted Ji Tinglan's plan. She only intended to delay Lu Zhilong for a moment, not to kill him. After all, even her most powerful fusion magic couldn't pierce its scaly hide. If she could just stall it and lure it away, reinforcements might arrive soon. Ji Tinglan clenched her teeth tightly, suddenly torn with indecision. Because the Lu Zhilong radiated an overwhelming aura. This aura pressed down on Ji Tinglan, making it hard for her to breathe. Ha ha ha, human, you're quite interesting. It unleashed its pressure, nearly wanting to toy with Zhèng Sījí a little longer. And incidentally, suppress that arrow as well. But who could have imagined that all 9 arrows would strike different parts of Lu Zhilong's body? Then, the instant they made contact, the power of the smoke cloud dispersal technique suddenly surged exponentially. The power of those 9 arrows instantly surged over 100-fold. Yes, in an instant. This left Lu Zhilong utterly unprepared. He suddenly felt an overwhelming force coiling around his entire body, intent on piercing him through. This. Too powerful. After all, Lu Zhilong was a late-stage diamond tier sea demon. He snapped out of it instantly, and the aura of menace he had been projecting vanished without a trace. This force had come too suddenly, catching Lu Zhilong completely off guard. Lu Zhilong mustered every ounce of power within its body to confront Yen Yunsan. Where the 9 smoke cloud scatters met the sea serpent, shockwaves continuously erupted outward, forming whirlwinds. These whirlwinds completely enveloped the sea serpent, churning the surrounding seawater into a massive oceanic vortex. Chapter 77, Zhèng Sījí? The sea whirlwind was immense, a breathtaking spectacle. Yet it completely enveloped Lu Zhilong, leaving Zhèng Sījí utterly unable to see what transpired within. He had already begun contemplating engaging Lu Zhilong in close combat. But this arrow had caught him off guard. System, what's going on? Zhèng Sījí asked in confusion. The system replied, I said you couldn't kill it, but I never said that arrow wouldn't hurt it. Plus, it underestimated you, thinking that arrow was completely powerless. Then the system hurriedly added, hurry up and finish it off. Oh, finish it off, finish it off. Zhèng Sījí charged forward once more. Ji Tinglan, sensing the oppressive aura around her vanish instantly, was also a bit stunned. But the scene unfolding before her eyes left her even more bewildered. What the hell was going on? Was this triggered by that single arrow? How could that feeble arrow have affected Lu Zhilong like that? Then why was my powerful fusion spear completely useless? No way. Could he really be this powerful? Was he hiding his strength all along? It's possible. Suppressing his strength to make the sea demon underestimate him, then annihilating him in one fell swoop. That's a common tactic. I have to admit, even though it's an old tactic, it really works. No wonder he dared to charge straight at Lu Zhilong like that. So that's why he's so powerful. In the shadows, Ji Tinglan gave him a thumbs up. Then, she suddenly snapped back to reality. Now that Lu Zhilong is under control, I should go finish him off. Help us, senior. Lu Zhilong was now channeling all his strength to resist those 9 arrows. This must be a major senior. I must help. Then, she immediately began to her fusion spear. Even if it's futile, I must try. Meanwhile, Zhèng Sījí had already charged into the sea whirlwind. In his hands, wind spirits and space spirits continuously coalesced. Within the whirlwind, wind spirits were incredibly dense, while space spirits continuously emanated from the arrows dissipating smoke. In an instant, an air blade materialized in his hand. Key slash. The spatial cut said to be capable of slaying foes of higher tiers had transformed into a mobile magic this very Chi slash. Zhèng Sījí had pinned all his hopes on the Ki slash from the start. He knew he was too weak to do anything else but catch his opponents off guard with the Chi slash. The key to surprise was making his opponent underestimate him. But who could have imagined the system would grant him such a powerful dragon hunting buff? One arrow scattered the smoke, instantly subduing it. Though Zhèng Sījí was utterly shocked, he didn't dwell on it. The Chi and slash in his hands remained his ultimate killing moves. A Chi slash amplified 5,000-fold. Do you think you can withstand it? Dream on. Zhèng Sījí raised his left arm behind him, executing a supremely stylish jump shot. Swish! In the next instant, Chi Zhan had already flown toward Lu Zhilong. Sensing this aura, Lu Zhilong roared in fury. Its form rapidly swelled, it could hold nothing back now. In an instant, its body swelled to thousands of meters. Was this its true form? Several thousand meters long? No. That couldn't be right. This was a natural talent. Zhèng Sījí wasn't intimidated by its size. Its size couldn't possibly exceed 1,000 meters. I wonder if dragon meat tastes good. With this much dragon meat, it must fetch a fortune. After swelling its body, the Luzha dragon's strength surged instantly. It sensed danger. Even if the aura emitted by Qi and Zan was only that of a late-stage high-tier practitioner. But this human before it, his magic was absolutely not as simple as it appeared. Something was definitely off. It summoned all its strength to temporarily restrain the smoke cloud dispersal. Yet, Yen Yun San remained pressed against its body. Even now, swollen to over 10 times its original size, the shockwaves emanating from Yen Yun San remained clearly visible. One careless move, and it would be pierced through. Lu Zhilong looked up to see a tiny Chi slash streaking past before him. It swiftly mustered all its strength to resist it. Specializing in defense, Lu Zhilong was no pushover. The Ki slash was actually repelled. For an instant. Yes, just a single instant. Because the next moment, the power of the Ki slash surged again. 5,000 times. What a terrifying figure. The original Ki slash was already capable of inflicting damage on Diamond Tier C monsters, even capable of slaying them outright. Now, the Ki slash had become utterly overwhelming. Even a dazzling Diamond Tier demon could be slain in an instant if it wasn't careful. This is the ultimate evolution of the strongest magic, spatial slash. No, this still isn't the final evolution. Zhèng Sījí's power was still insufficient. If he could learn more powerful magic in the future, with greater magical control and mana, then the might of Ki slash could still be enhanced. Only those possessing spatial magic, with abilities surpassing Zhèng Sījí's, could withstand the Chi slash. Otherwise, evasion is the only option. Once Zhèng Sījí falls behind on the magical spirit's wages and they go on strike, the Chi and slash will dissipate on its own. After all, such potent magic consumes immense energy from the magical spirits, naturally doubling their wages. The rate of consumption would also naturally double. Therefore, evading it is the only way to avoid harm. However, even with its power amplified 5,000-fold, the Ki slash's speed remained unchanged. This was its weakness. But now, Lu Zhilong had nowhere to evade. He couldn't move any movement, risk being pierced by smoke cloud scatter. TSK. This might be the most frustrating Lu Zhilong ever. It was about to die without even getting to use its full strength. In the instant the Ki slash's power surged, it plunged straight into the willow dragon's body. Its body instantly stiffened, attempting to resist with sheer muscular force. True to its late diamond stage status, the willow dragon's combat awareness was exceptional. Stiffening up only made it easier for Zhèng Sījí to finish it off. Or rather, it made it easier for the Ki slash to slice through Lu Zhilong. Yet in that very instant of rigid tension, Lu Zhilong realized his own folly. By stiffening his body, hadn't he just invited Chi Hazan to pierce right through him? Damn it! No! I don't want to die yet. But before Lu Zhilong could react, the Ki Hazan had already completed a grand slam. Ki Hazan pierced through Lu Zhilong's head and emerged from his tail. The entire dragon lost all vitality. The next instant, smoke cloud scatter pierced through once more. 20 new holes now pierced the dragon's body. TSK, pitiful. Zhèng Sījí, witnessing this, was also greatly pleased. The sea whirlwind gradually descended, about to vanish. But before Zhèng Sījí could fully savor his triumph, a sudden cry rang out. Senior, I'm here to help you. Whoosh! A fusion spear pierced into the sea whirlwind, sending it surging upward once more. Zhèng Sījí? Swish. Before Zhèng Sījí could process what was happening, his skull was pierced clean through. The next moment, Zhèng Sījí's consciousness returned. Zhèng Sījí? Little brain, do you have many friends? You're not a spy, are you? You're not Lu Zhilong's mole, are you? If it weren't for my ability to resurrect, I'd probably be dead by now. Zhèng Sījí was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 78, Frustrating. This woman must be out of her mind. Could she really be Ji Jingxiang? Damn it! The Ji Jingxiang who turns into a moron after using that shot? How am I supposed to talk to her now? Call it kindness? Helping me take down Lu Zhilong? Zhèng Sījí's head was still buzzing. Only when the whirlwind dissipated did Ji Tinglan fly in, looking utterly bewildered. Ha! Senior, Lu Zhilong is dead. Her face was filled with shock as she stared at Lu Zhilong, suspended by the wind spirit and floating on the sea surface. Zhèng Sījí's face darkened. What the hell am I supposed to do with this guy? If it weren't for his own immortality, he might have truly perished. Zhèng Sījí coldly remarked, dead. You couldn't even take down a late diamond tier Lu Zhilong. Zhèng Sījí's words left Ji Tinglan feeling somewhat awkward. Senior. Before Ji Tinglan could continue, Zhèng Sījí raised a hand to silence her. Useless trash, still trying to speak? The next moment, the buff on Zhèng Sījí vanished. Zhèng Sījí paid no heed, instead diving straight down to seal Lu Zhilong's body within his soul space. He had no time to deal with this silly girl's antics now. That silly girl nearly killed him. Ji Tinglan awkwardly followed Zhèng Sījí as he flew away. Seeing Zhèng Sījí actually wave his hand and recall the entire willow dragon. After death, the willow sting dragon reverts to its original size. Even so, it still measured 1,000 meters in length. This was a colossal dragon. And what happened? It was simply stowed away into spatial gear in one go? Ji Tinglan was utterly stunned. Even hers only held about 1,000 cubic meters. Spatial gear was incredibly valuable. The cheapest spatial equipment, a half cubic meter unit, would typically only appear at auction. A 0.5 cubic meter spatial device had a minimum auction price of 10 million. Of course, the most challenging part of expanding spatial capacity was the initial stage. Expanding the size of existing spatial equipment later on is much simpler. Therefore, increasing storage capacity in larger units doesn't cost nearly as much. Of course, the most expensive part by comparison is that initial half cubic meter. A 10 cubic meter spatial device costs around 20 million. This trend continues until reaching 100 cubic meters, which costs over 100 million huaxia currency. Beyond that point, however, expansion becomes far less straightforward. Thus, Ji Tinglan, possessing 1,000 cubic meters of spatial equipment, was already a major tycoon. However, her spatial equipment wasn't purchased by her, it was a gift from her teacher. It was crafted by her teacher herself. It demanded immense effort and resources. And even then, it only yielded 1,000 cubic meters of space. Of course, while it's called 1,000 cubic meters, it doesn't actually reach that capacity. It was closer to 999 cubic meters. Because 1,000 is a threshold, once you break through it, there's a significant leap forward. Her teacher, however, clearly hadn't managed to break through. And her teacher was a forbidden-level spatial mage. Even such a spatial mage could only create a spatial device holding 999 cubic meters. And Zhèng Sījí? He directly stored the entire 1,000-meter-long willow sting dragon inside. The willow sting dragon was colossal. It was 1,000 meters long, but its volume wasn't a mere 1,000 cubic meters. If you were to calculate it, it could be hundreds of thousands of cubic meters, or even millions. What does that even mean? What kind of background does he have? Though Ji Tinglan felt puzzled, she had no time to dwell on it. Because, while she was lost in thought, Zhèng Sījí had already slipped away. He had vanished completely. Zhèng Sījí was now in a terrible hurry. He had to hurry back to claim his reward and awaken his full attribute magic. Zhèng Sījí was absolutely thrilled. So he hastily cast the spell Swiftness to leave the area. His swiftness wasn't particularly fast. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to escape from a second-rank mage's vicinity. But Ji Tinglan happened to be lost in thought and didn't notice him. So he swiftly vanished, cloaking his form and making his escape. Leaving Ji Tinglan standing there, utterly flustered. Ji Tinglan's mouth twitched, his expression sour. Hey, next one. She was furious now. She'd never seen anyone stand her up like this before. On the other end of the line, the person assigning tasks felt a chill upon hearing Ji Tinglan's icy tone. Who had dared to cross this young lady? And how long had it been since she'd taken down another diamond-level sea demon? The dispatcher dared not say more, immediately relaying the location of another diamond-tier sea demon to Ji Tinglan. Ji Tinglan vanished into the distance, off to vent her frustration. Zhao Ruomin was furious. He was devoured. And by a dazzling diamond-level sea demon, no less. He was a forbidden spell mage, after all. This was utterly humiliating. After all, Zhao Ruomin was a second-rank forbidden spell mage. Even if consumed, he wouldn't be digested. It would be like a person swallowing a stone utterly indigestible. And within Sumeru's belly, there were no magical spirits present. This was quite an awkward situation. He couldn't even activate his domain. Without magical spirits, Zhao Ruomin's current physical strength was barely at the threshold of the 4th rank. With such strength, facing a dazzling diamond tier C demon? Forget about piercing through it, he couldn't even scratch its skin. Zhao Ruomin vented his frustration, only to realize it did him no good. He slumped down in despair. What a bummer. His first battle after breaking through the forbidden spell, he'd hoped to slaughter a few diamond tier C demons to honor the heavens. But now, he'd been devoured by a sea demon. So frustrating. Zhao Ruomin sat down on the spot. Hugging his knees, he sat there alone, lost in thought. All he could do now was wait for an opportunity. Fortunately, his cultivation level was at the 2nd rank. Going a month without food wouldn't be a problem. Otherwise, he might well become the first forbidden spell to starve to death. Zhèng Sījí flew out, found an abandoned building to set up camp, and immediately entered his soul space. System, activate the mission interface. Demon Hunting Quest. Task 1, slay 1 bronze tier C demon. Reward, +1 common lottery draw completed. Task 2, slay a silver tier C demon. Reward, +3 normal draws completed. Quest 3, slay a gold tier C demon. Task reward, tier 1 draw +1 completed. Task 4, defeat a late diamond tier willow dragon. Task reward, special cultivation +1 completed, click to claim reward. Quest 5, defeat a king tier C demon. Task reward, common special +1. Seeing this, Zhèng Sījí's eyes lit up. Finally done. This time, the system didn't pull any tricks on me. No more changing the quest. System, claim the reward. After successfully claiming the reward, he could finally begin making his wish. What a relief. He paid a heavy price for that one wish-making mistake. Fortunately, he could now make amends. But, there's still one special missing. It just feels so frustrating. Chapter 79, Heavy Losses. System, activate special cultivation and grant me the highest magical prowess achievable through my wishes. Make me a full attribute mage. Host request analyzing. Analysis complete. Inputting cultivation. Input complete. In an instant, another massive surge of magic power flooded Zhèng Sījí's body. It felt as though his entire body was about to burst. This sensation was entirely new. It was entirely different from the sensation of being torn apart by qi. This power made him feel full, not violent. Blissful. Zhèng Sījí let out a comfortable sigh of awe. The entire space fell into utter silence. System. Originally, Zhèng Sījí had a contingency plan for this situation. He thought that if any strange reactions occurred during this indoctrination, he would instantly kill himself. Though killing himself was now exceedingly difficult, it would require some truly brutal method. But if anything went wrong, he would still resurrect once, allowing himself to return in full condition. But now, it was a bit awkward. His current state wasn't negative. It was a positive state. It felt so incredibly good that Zhèng Sījí couldn't even bring himself to kill himself. Give me a dozen more of these blissful moments. It took Zhèng Sījí a long time to recover. Then he felt immense regret. What a waste of time. If I'd just killed myself and fully revived, wouldn't I have saved all this wasted time? Once he snapped back to reality, he needed to experiment with magic. But the sheer volume of spells in his mind made it utterly impossible to test them all. Still, Zhèng Sījí felt compelled to test some basic, conventional spells. After all, once he became familiar with these spells, he could achieve a synergistic effect where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. Like the earlier Qi Slash, Bamboo Dragonfly, or the later discoveries of Imprison and Swift. Additionally, certain fusion spells required gradual exploration. Mastering every low and mid-tier spell was beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. There must be some kind of chemical reaction at play, though Zhèng Sījí hadn't yet discovered it. Take the bow magic affection, forged by fusing the moon god's bow with smoke cloud dispersal. He needs to pair it with this arrow smoke cloud dispersal to activate it. Then there's Prison, another fusion magic discovered unexpectedly. Swift was the same. He suddenly realized they had undergone some kind of chemical reaction. Therefore, Zhèng Sījí must not rush things now. He must proceed step by step. According to real-world time, Zhèng Sījí had only been cultivating for 14 days. Today was already June 20th. Zhèng Sījí hadn't spent much time in the soul space yet. Therefore, he now intends to experiment with magic within the soul space. 15 days definitely wouldn't be enough after all. There were too many magical disciplines and spells to master. Another long period of seclusion was about to begin. June 22, 2020. Much happened over the past 2 days. With the withdrawal of the Cloudwing Swordfish King from the front lines, the pressure on the front has eased considerably. However, General Zhao also fell into a coma due to excessive exhaustion. The Cloudwing Swordfish's withdrawal was highly unusual, and the human race remained skeptical about whether they had truly departed. Therefore, General Li was transferred from the inner defense line to the outer defense line. For General E is now the sole forbidden spell within the South China City defenses. Well, the only one publicly acknowledged as such. Rescue efforts from various factions arrived swiftly. Although many humans sought refuge, casualties had been significantly reduced. The Zhao and Xiang families were also rescuing their respective factions. Though they suffered some casualties, the losses were not severe. This was because the Zhao and Xiang families were the heroes who had alerted the world to the sea demon invasion. Had they not reported the threat, the losses might have been far greater. This sea demon invasion was global in scale. Not only South China City, but the entire Huaxia region. Indeed, all human territories across Blue Star were invaded. Some regions fell, while others remained impregnable. Take China, for instance, one of the most powerful nations on the entire Blue Star. Therefore, its defenses were virtually impregnable. Although some areas, like South China City, were submerged and invaded, after a counteroffensive, the occupied territories were all reclaimed. China remains safe. As long as you follow instructions, obey orders, quickly enter shelters for refuge, and quietly await rescue. Then, for the most part, nothing major will happen. But this sea demon invasion was destined to be anything but peaceful. In Lucheng, 3 second-rank forbidden spells were sacrificed to slay an early-stage sovereign. Lin City sacrificed 1 third-rank forbidden spellcaster and 2 second-rank forbidden spellcasters to eliminate a mid-stage sovereign. In the demon capital, 1 third-rank forbidden spellcaster and 6 second-rank forbidden spellcasters were sacrificed to eliminate 2 early-stage sovereigns and 3 mid-stage sovereigns. The imperial capital similarly sacrificed 1 first-rank and 1 third-rank forbidden spellcaster, along with 8 second-rank forbidden spellcasters, eliminating 3 early-stage sovereigns and 3 mid-stage sovereigns. Other regions also suffered casualties while achieving gains. However, humanity suffered heavy losses. Had it not been for the 4th-grade forbidden spells wielded by the demon capital and imperial capital, even late-stage sea demons might have appeared. Then the term devastating losses would fall far short. The disparity in death tolls between humanity's elite forces and the sea demons' elite forces was stark. Though humans slaughtered numerous low-tier sea demons, the creature's rapid reproduction rate rendered this damage negligible. In essence, the battles between elite forces have largely concluded. What follows now is the battle between the lower-tier forces. For 2 days straight, Zhèng Sījí relentlessly hunted down gold-tier sea monsters. Without buffs, he simply couldn't defeat diamond-tier sea monsters. Even some glory gold-tier sea monsters required him to cheat to defeat. What did he mean by cheating? Instant casting of spells, of course. Casting spells in the soul space and then releasing them outside. That's essentially instant casting. That's why Zhèng Sījí's loot haul was enormous. He's already hunted down 93 gold-tier sea monsters. Not to mention thousands of silver-grade sea demons and countless bronze-grade ones. He kept a few well-preserved specimens of each species for display, while the rest were simply stored away. Zhèng Sījí had long since set up a refrigerator in his soul space. He partitioned off a section and froze time within that area. He couldn't accelerate time, as doing so would consume his time spent within the soul space. But freezing time wouldn't. What preservation method could be more powerful than freezing time? If anyone knew Zhèng Sījí was using such a powerful space as a refrigerator. Zhèng Sījí had gathered a large amount of spirit rice these past days, even slaughtering several cows and horses. Under those conditions, the spirit rice reached a harvest cycle of just 4 days. As for the flower cattle, their breeding capacity was truly terrifying. Now, the number of flower cattle has already reached over 60. Moreover, their growth rate was incredibly rapid. Zhèng Sījí's spirit fields and pastures were nearly complete. Today is Monday, June 22nd. The special event has refreshed once more. But at this moment, he had no particular wish to make. After all, his cultivation had reached saturation point. What remained depended on his own synthesis and mastery. Chapter 80, Breakthrough Progress in the Spirit Field. Things had finally settled down somewhat, and his daily tasks now consisted solely of cultivation. Over these days, he had nearly mastered the control of his avatars. He could now fully control his avatars while his main body could still cast simple spells. He had also absorbed most of the computer-related knowledge stored in his mind. He also possessed knowledge of spirit arrays, capable of setting up many of them, but he lacked sufficient materials. Could he possibly make a wish to obtain the materials? That wouldn't do. That would be too wasteful. Low-grade materials could be found on Blue Star. There's no need to waste special resources. But my own savings of over 10 billion don't seem quite enough either. These second-grade materials cost millions or tens of millions at a time. Once you reach third-grade materials, the expenses will be counted in billions. Zhèng Sījí was desperately short on cash. He'd felt the urge more than once. He wanted to use special to wish for a huge sum of money. But he always stopped himself. Huaxia currency was too insignificant, not even as useful as spirit stones. Yet high-grade spirit stones couldn't be used for wishes either. With such clearly tiered items, wishes would be restricted. In other words, Zhèng Sījí could wish for no more than second-grade spirit stones. But there should be no limit on quantity. At worst, he could simply wish for an endless supply of second-grade spirit stones. Still, it felt like a waste. Money is something that can be earned. Simply by selling some goods, it could be recouped quickly. Like spirit rice, like sea demon corpses, like flowers and cattle. But special opportunities were precious. They could save him significant time and perhaps even yield extraordinary results at a critical moment. That's why Zhèng Sījí didn't want to waste it on money. By the time the sea demon invasion ended, he'd likely hunted down hundreds of gold-grade sea demons. And there was the corpse of a diamond-grade sea demon. But Zhèng Sījí wanted to turn the diamond-grade sea monster, the willow sting dragon, into a specimen. Ever since childhood, his dream had been to create a vast collection of specimens. Hunting a single gold-grade sea demon should yield a considerable amount of merit points, right? After the kill, all he needed to do was extract the sea demon's heart and present it as proof. As for the carcass, if someone else collected it, they could handle it themselves. After all, collecting carcasses was too troublesome. Following a major battle, if victorious, the winning side would dispatch personnel to handle the corpses. Any corpses collected then would be confiscated by the authorities. These sea demon corpses can be used to craft many things. Defensive magical artifacts, offensive magical artifacts. Their blood could be used to concoct potions and even for alchemical refinement. Truly, every part of these sea monsters holds value. With my newly acquired basic alchemist skill, I can concoct some basic potions. But the system's definition of basic is rather ambitious. The Alchemist Association, a subsidiary branch of the Huaxia Cultivation Association, evaluates a novice alchemist as such only if they can successfully refine a foundation establishment pill. The foundation building pill ranks below grade 1. If one can concoct a grade 1 pill, they become a grade 1 alchemist. But this system's. Hey buddy, what's your alchemist rank? Oh, buddy, I'm a beginner alchemist. What a coincidence. Me too. Shake on it. Let's look out for each other from now on. Sure. Holy crap. Your beginner alchemist can actually refine third-grade pills? Is that even considered beginner level? It's only third grade, you know. Yes, this novice alchemist from the system can actually craft third-grade pills. By the standards outside, Zhèng Sījí is now considered a third-grade alchemist. This is because Zhèng Sījí cultivated the God-shattering decision, a semi-divine cultivation technique. The greatest strength of a semi-divine cultivation technique lies in its ability to connect every acupoint and meridian throughout the body. And on Blue Star, even the strongest 5th-grade cultivation technique likely connects to less than 1/10,000th of the body's meridians. The more meridians and acupoints a cultivation technique connects, the more powerful it becomes. These disparities manifest from the very beginning of cultivation. Take Zhèng Sījí, for instance. In the system's assessment, he was merely a peak 2nd-grade cultivator. Zhèng Sījí himself had believed this, convinced of his own mediocrity. But during this sea demon invasion, he discovered he could slaughter late-stage golden-rank sea demons with ease. He could even withstand attacks from peak gold-tier demons. With just his mid-tier 2nd-grade physical body. No, it was now late 2nd rank. His mastery of true chi had also reached the late 2nd grade level. Indeed, combat was the ultimate method for strengthening one's power. But this late 2nd tier level is also recognized by the system. This system's standards are far too high. By Blue Star's standards, Zhèng Sījí's physical strength has actually reached the late 3rd rank. The God-shattering decision was a cultivation technique designed for fighting opponents of higher tiers. His current true chi reserves were no less than those of a peak 3rd grade cultivator. Moreover, the system granted novice alchemist title grants him a 100% success rate in alchemy. As long as he has the materials, Zhèng Sījí can flawlessly refine high-quality 3rd grade elixirs every single time. A money-making machine. 3rd grade pills are traded in the hundreds of millions. Zhèng Sījí now wanted to make a wish for a large quantity of 3rd grade spirit plants. But his system level is too low to access them. He can only wish for 2nd grade plants at best. Truthfully, 3rd grade elixirs don't necessarily require 3rd grade spiritual plants. High-quality 2nd grade spiritual plants can also suffice. Only novice alchemists insist on using plants of the same grade for their potions. But Zhèng Sījí felt it wasn't worth it. If he wished for spiritual materials, once his level rose, he'd have to waste another special opportunity. After much deliberation, Zhèng Sījí decided to give it a shot first. System, use item special. I want a magical artifact that can help me manage an ultra-large spirit field. Zhèng Sījí wanted to test it out, but he didn't possess such a treasure. After all, it was merely for managing spirit fields and didn't require inputting spiritual energy. Such an item shouldn't exceed 2nd grade, right? As long as it could plant and harvest automatically, it should be fine, right? Host requirement analysis. Analysis complete. Inputting item. Input complete. Suddenly, Zhèng Sījí sensed a disturbance in his soul space. This isn't a damn item. This is a direct modification of the soul space. With his current permissions, he couldn't possibly alter the soul space. But how come this special item can do it? Zhèng Sījí was utterly baffled, waiting for the system to provide an answer. Sure enough, the system responded. Host, both the soul space and I are modifiable. You just need to use special to do so. Cultivating spirit fields is an inherent function of the soul space. It's just that your current level isn't high enough to directly control it. Right now, we're merely unlocking its capabilities early. After all, cultivating spirit fields is a relatively basic function. Zhèng Sījí, 0.0. So I still lost out? Wait, no, this isn't a loss. System, use item special. I want all obtainable spirit plant seeds. As Zhèng Sījí had surmised, any physical object could be used to make a wish with item special. But the previous unsealing of that soul space was something he hadn't anticipated. The next moment, mountains of seeds appeared in one corner of the soul space. Then, the soul space began planting them automatically. Holy crap! What a steal! Chapter 81, Zhèng Sījí, caught in the crossfire. Zhèng Sījí sensed that the spirit fields he had divided were already densely packed with all manner of spirit plants. He was stunned. How impressive is that? Every time he made a wish, it exceeded his expectations? Once this batch of spiritual plants matured, he'd be rolling in it. He could refine a huge batch of elixirs, sell them off, and use the proceeds to trade for materials and resources. Pure profit. System interface. Host, Zhèng Sījí. Age, 18. Cultivation, 2nd rank peak pseudo, mid-tier all attributes super limit mage. Constitution, quantum-affinity constitution. System level, LV 1.5. Skills, 9 steps to heaven, 9 steps to 10,000 realms, heavenly demon phantom body unmastered, farmer's 3 fists, all beginner and intermediate tier magic, life-death conversion. Items, 10x spy device, phantom shadow mask. Professions, spirit array master, hacker, alchemist. Soul space, click to access. Special, normal 1-3, cultivation 1-3, items 0-3 increases by 1 every Monday. Quests, click to enter. Trial tower, click to enter. Lottery, click to enter. Pet beast, blazing phoenix, click to enter pet beast panel. Currently, both normal special and training special each have 1 remaining chance. But Zhèng Sījí currently has nothing he particularly wants to pursue. The spirit fields are set up. Should he build a ranch? Nah, not worth it. Then it'll have to wait. There's nothing urgent that requires a wish right now. He'll save it for emergencies. Zhèng Sījí was feeling pretty zen these days. After all, he'd one-shot Lu Zhilong in the late diamond stage. What could possibly stand in his way now? Of course there is. But he's feeling pretty cocky right now. So let's just pretend nothing happened. After a brief surge of excitement, Zhèng Sījí calmed down again. During this period, he collected quite a few varieties of sea monsters and studied many of them. After all, using himself as a test subject made research incredibly easy. He'd even managed to decipher some of their cultivation techniques. But none of this was of any use. Human meridians and demonic meridians were fundamentally different. Even among demons, different species possess distinct meridian pathways and acupoints. Thus, each race possesses its own unique cultivation techniques. Zhèng Sījí thought to himself that once the sea demon invasion concluded, he would find an opportunity to purchase materials for constructing spirit arrays. After all, such items would prove immensely useful to him. Using his special wish felt like a waste. But now he had a mission at hand. Starting on the 19th, he would be shuttling between battlefields until the 29th. It was only the 22nd now, leaving several more days. Therefore, he had no time to purchase the materials for constructing spirit arrays and could only wait until the mission concluded. Zhèng Sījí spent a great deal of time in the soul space. This allowed him ample time for intensive training. He couldn't rush to make another wish for additional abilities just yet. Because he hadn't fully mastered the abilities he already possessed. The abilities he had cultivated to this point, mastering even one of them would make someone a prodigy. And Zhèng Sījí possessed multiple such abilities. Only someone with cheat codes could manage it. Thus began Zhèng Sījí's journey of cultivation. Master, you truly haven't found him. A delicate voice, tinged with pain and a hint of choking back tears, seemed to possess an innate magic that moved the listener. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. If I find any news, I'll notify you immediately. The other voice sounded much more mature, tinged with apology and gentleness. Mo Lingyu's recent state had been terrible. The grueling training alone was suffocating her. Since the sea demon invasion, Zhèng Sījí's phone had remained unreachable. His name was nowhere to be found on any of the rescue lists from various locations. But that didn't necessarily mean Zhèng Sījí had been killed by the sea demons. Because some shelters' lists hadn't been tallied yet. Shelter lists were only uploaded to the Federation system after rescue operations concluded. Thus, some unrescued shelters' lists were never transmitted. After all, sea monsters are highly sensitive to radio waves. Not every shelter is like South China Magic University, protected by archmages. For many shelters, the strongest presence might be merely an intermediate-level mage. To them, an intermediate mage is already a god beyond reach. Therefore, Zhèng Sījí is highly likely hiding within a shelter, simply yet to be discovered. But even if that were possible, Mo Lingyu couldn't bring herself to feel at ease. Who could possibly feel at ease? Refugees near the Star River district had essentially all been added to the list. The absence of Zhèng Sījí's name meant he wasn't in any of the Star River district shelters. Where else could he be? Yu Luo was traveling. Did Zhèng Sījí have any other friends in South China City? Could he have gone sightseeing somewhere else and is hiding in another shelter? But the probability of him being killed is very high. Mo Lingyu was deeply worried now. These past few days, she's been deeply troubled. Her training performance has plummeted to an unbelievable low. This has even caused Lu Xuelan some headaches. How long had she been out before some little boy managed to lure her away? That boy is so incredibly clueless. He's nothing but a scumbag. If he were still alive, I'd break his legs. How dare he run off like that? Do you have any idea how much progress you've delayed? In the distance, Zhèng Sījí fired an arrow, claiming another golden tier sea demon. Then, he shivered. Oomph, is it getting colder? Without giving it much thought, he continued slaying the monsters. Mo Lingyu was in a terrible state right now, so the training plan would definitely have to be postponed. So Lu Xuelan was feeling rather down. But she couldn't let her get upset, or the training results would be even worse. TSK. When did I, a 4th rank forbidden spell mage, start having to cater to a little girl's mood? How embarrassing. After 7 days of relentless struggle, the sea demon invasion had largely come to an end. China had won again. Though the losses were devastating. Other nations fared even worse. Some smaller nations had already fallen. Many nations sought aid from organizations like the World Magic Association and the World Cultivation Association. Some inland nations felt the coastal states were utterly incompetent. These mere minnows had managed to rout them completely. Yet when asked to provide support themselves, they all refuse. Their justification is that suppressing the beasts within their borders consumes too many resources, leaving them unable to aid in driving away the sea demons. Others even claimed their cultivators were trained to combat beasts, lacking sufficient knowledge of sea demons, so their efforts would prove ineffective. TSK, just admit you're scared. Despite suffering heavy losses, the Huaxia Federation also dispatched reinforcements to other nations. Of course, they couldn't possibly send forbidden spellcasters to assist. After all, sacrificing several powerful forbidden spell mages to aid other nations would be a colossal loss. Originally, the Huaxia Federation had no intention of sending reinforcements, as the casualties were undeniably formidable figures. But the World Magic Association and the World Cultivation Association intervened, forcing the Huaxia Federation to send a few archmages as a symbolic gesture to save face. This is where those turtle shell mages and rabbit mages come in handy. Danger ahead. Take cover. Danger ahead, run. When our nation faced crisis, you offered not a single word of sympathy, you even kicked us while we were down. Now that your nation faces crisis, you expect us to come to your rescue? You want us to repay evil with kindness? No way. Can these nations really not be defeated? Of course not. They just want to minimize losses among their own elite forces, sending reinforcements to serve as cannon fodder. Why should we send reinforcements to such countries? Chapter 82, 10 days passed, mission accomplished. Monday, June 29, 2020. Another week begins. The system's special feature had refreshed once more. But Zhèng Sījí had no intention of using it. These past days, he had been solidifying his own strength. Through relentless hunting of sea monsters, his power had been fully unleashed. Peak 2nd grade cultivation, peak 2nd grade physique, peak 2nd grade control. Alas, the threshold to 4th grade was simply too high. Even the god-shattering decision, capable of overcoming higher-tier opponents, couldn't grant Zhèng Sījí the chance to clash with a 4th grade cultivator. If others found out that a 2nd rank cultivator could easily beat a 3rd rank peak cultivator and was now itching to take on a 4th rank, they'd probably twist his head off and slam it on the ground. What a dog's life he'd be living. Zhèng Sījí cultivated in his soul space for a while longer before departing. He had already hunted down thousands of gold-grade sea demons. What did that even mean? A smaller population might only have that many golden-grade sea demons. Only Zhèng Sījí could fight like this after all. He didn't need rest or to replenish his magic. When he encountered them, he simply charged in. The sea monsters invading South City no longer satisfy him. He's already killed his way outside Huannan City. He's counterattacking, damn it. The sheer speed of his cleanup left some high-ranking officials defending Huannan City utterly dumbfounded. Hundreds of gold-tier sea monsters in a single day. One man clearing an entire district. Zhèng Sījí had already appeared within the sightlines of these high-ranking officials. Fortunately, Zhèng Sījí had altered his face and changed his physique. Otherwise, once the sea demon invasion ended, there might be no way to cover it up. Of course, he had encountered several diamond-grade sea monsters along the way. He either got crushed or managed to escape. Without buffs, he couldn't even defeat a diamond-tier sea demon at the initial stage. This threshold was far too high. Even using his familiar, he couldn't make a dent. Keep in mind, the current familiar had fused all forms of magic. Though he wasn't entirely proficient with it, its power was undeniably that of a high-tier, unrivaled existence. And yet, it still couldn't inflict damage on a diamond tier sea demon. This truly shows the vast chasm between diamond and gold tiers. Perhaps only 1 in 10,000 high-tier cultivators can ascend to Archmage. And that's without factoring in age. Diamond tier sea demons are even more terrifying. Given the sheer numbers of sea demons, it's possible that among tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold tier sea demons, not a single one can ascend to diamond tier. Therefore, it was perfectly normal that Zhèng Sījí couldn't defeat a diamond tier sea demon at this stage. He believed that with further refinement of his abilities, he would have the confidence to confront a diamond-level sea demon. After all, he now had complete control over his clone. Both bodies moved as one, smooth and seamless. And the crimson robe, fueled by Zhèng Sījí's endless supply of blood, had also reached the peak of the first grade. Its essence was that of a demon beast, not a demonic fiend. Though its blood had been corrupted by demonic energy since birth, its lineage remained that of a demon beast. Its bloodline was immensely powerful. Given sufficient spiritual energy, it could ascend to the second rank in no time at all without any prerequisites. Such is the might of a demon beast's bloodline. Yet the greatest breakthrough lay not in these developments. It was the 9 steps to heaven. His 9 steps to heaven had already reached the 9 steps to illusion stage. His physical speed had reached the peak of the 3rd rank. With Sun's enhancement, he believed that even a diamond-grade sea demon might not be able to catch him if he unleashed his full power. Yeah, when it comes to escaping, we mean business. Other breakthroughs, however, were minimal. The spirit field, however, has made significant progress over these 100+ days. It was a pity, however, that without the reinforcement of a spirit array, the spiritual energy concentration remained only 3 times normal. Nevertheless, a large number of short-cycle spirit plants have matured. They've been neatly stored by the system's spirit plant steward. The entire soul space had been partitioned into numerous sections, storage rooms, refrigerators, spirit fields, cultivation spaces, and so forth. Each compartment was immense. Even Zhèng Sījí didn't know the exact size of the soul space. Even the system itself might not know. These partitioned spaces might not seem overly large now, but they possess the potential for future expansion. With a single thought from Zhèng Sījí, these spaces could grow even larger. What's the big deal? He was currently awaiting a crucial spirit plant. This spirit plant would likely require another half-month or so to mature. Once it ripens, he will begin his alchemical preparations. These days, he couldn't access the internet to look up alchemy knowledge. So he's been studying the spirit plant instead. If only he had a formula, he would have started refining already. After stepping outside, Zhèng Sījí stretched lazily. The 10th day. Zhèng Sījí seemed somewhat excited. These days, he'd been completely immersed in demon hunting, and his entire aura had shifted slightly. Despite possessing the bug-like ability to resurrect from death with full health, a heavy aura of killing intent still emanated from him. Dissipating that aura would require some time and deliberate control. But that was manageable. After all, Zhèng Sījí had developed considerable expertise in controlling his aura. Give it a shot. If it breaks, just resurrect it. Zhèng Sījí felt quite cheerful. Noon on the 10th day was fast approaching. Finally, he could go out and have some fun. As for the special mission reward for surviving 10 days? Just a mysterious lottery draw. Zhèng Sījí would give that some thought. Right now? He already had 2 each of ordinary special and cultivation special. He had no particular need for these 2 special items anymore. To prevent the ordinary special from overflowing, why not set up a ranch? Great idea. The meat from the flowers and cows is truly delicious. Zhèng Sījí had stockpiled a huge haul from the mall earlier. Anything he wanted, he could get. Plus, stored in the refrigerator of his soul space, nothing would go bad. And those spirit-cultivated vegetables? They're absolutely mind-blowing. Zhèng Sījí now savored the benefits of organic farming and tasted the finest wagyu beef in history. He even sampled some sea demon sashimi. Among his golden-grade sea monster catches, the most abundant were wingtail swordfish. Wingtail swordfish sashimi, absolutely mind-blowing. Thinking of this, Zhèng Sījí licked his lips. The aftertaste lingered endlessly. How about awakening as the ultimate spirit chef? No, the strongest chef. Great idea. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Reward, common special +1, mystery draw +1. Nice. System, use common special. I want to become the strongest chef in your judgment. Analyzing host requirements. Analysis complete. Inputting profession. Input complete. Buzz. After uttering those words, Zhèng Sījí immediately entered the soul space. He almost forgot if the content was too overwhelming, he'd faint. Sure enough. Fortunately, he had entered the soul space at the last moment. He passed out for another 4 days. Yes, 4 whole days. When Zhèng Sījí finally woke up, he was completely bewildered. What the hell was all this? A chef. You, the chef, included every single recipe and ingredient. What's the most precious thing in a chef's arsenal? It's the recipes. Even with the finest ingredients, without recipes, you can't possibly prepare them to perfection. No wonder I was out cold for so many days. Turns out I was loading up on a whole bunch of recipes. Chapter 83, The Multiverse Traveling Talisman. Just as he'd suspected. Zhèng Sījí's lips curved upward. For non-cultivation professions, level divisions aren't strict. Zhèng Sījí eagerly pulled out numerous ingredients from his spatial storage. These ingredients were all fresh. Because time stood still where they were stored. Even after being picked, as long as they were placed into the storage space immediately, they remained as fresh as the moment they were harvested when retrieved. Zhèng Sījí conjured every kitchen utensil he could think of in his mind. In the next instant, a kitchen materialized before them. Hongyi was unfazed by this. After all, Zhèng Sījí had performed this kind of magic countless times before. It peered its head through the window. Glancing left and right, it spotted numerous utensils. Its gaze settled on that pile of spirit plants. Yes, a pile. It didn't just feed on blood, it also consumed spirit plants. This kitchen was situated within a forest Zhèng Sījí had conjured in his imagination. He had always lived here, so naturally the kitchen was placed here too. The soul space was no longer the pitch-black void it had been at the beginning. Not only has it turned white, but Zhèng Sījí has transformed it into a region of beautiful scenery. Seasons cycle, day and night alternate. Red Robe also particularly enjoys playing here. It doesn't need training, just drink some blood and it levels up. This filled Zhèng Sījí with bitter sorrow. Why did I have to die countless times to gain this power, while you get it just by drinking some blood? To this, Red Robe responded with utter disdain. Zhèng Sījí's technique was exceptionally skilled, flowing with effortless precision. The Red Robe watched in stunned silence. Zhèng Sījí used water magic to cleanse the spirit plants, then employed fire magic for baking. Then he fashioned plates from plant magic to arrange the dishes. In less than half an hour, the entire table of spirit plants was transformed into a feast. Within Zhèng Sījí's mind resided culinary knowledge and recipes extending all the way to the demigod tier. However, he was still unable to handle overly advanced ingredients. He could only barely manage to create third-grade spirit food dishes. As for demonic cuisine, Zhèng Sījí had prepared quite a few dishes. All of them used the sea monsters he had hunted these past days. Red Robe, come eat. With that, Zhèng Sījí carried out a whole roasted wingtail swordfish. This swordfish measured over 20 meters in length. It was over 4 times larger than Hongyi. Seeing this, Hongyi's eyes lit up. It immediately leaped up and began devouring the feast. This time, it was thoroughly satisfied. Previously, Zhèng Sījí had only given it food that was casually grilled or even served raw. But this time, it detected an exquisite, tantalizing aroma. This meal proved utterly satisfying for both Hongyi and Zhèng Sījí. System, come out. I'll feed you if you show yourself. I'm a system, a machine. I don't get hungry. Slurp. Alright, fine. With that, Zhèng Sījí pulled out another piece of meat and began to gnaw on it. System. Slurp. After the meal, Zhèng Sījí retrieved the cultivated spirit tea of first-grade variety. He dared not drink second-grade spiritual tea, as its effects were too potent. Generally speaking, the flavor of first-grade spiritual tea was already sufficient. The taste and flavor between different grades of spirit tea were essentially indistinguishable. The only difference lay in their spiritual energy content. Zhèng Sījí had no need for second-grade spiritual tea. These things sold for hundreds of thousands, even millions, per liang. Unfortunately, Zhèng Sījí wouldn't sell them all. Rarity made them valuable. Zhèng Sījí took a sip of the spirit tea and opened the system interface. System. I think I forgot, does the regular lottery refresh weekly? Indeed, host. Then, where's my regular draw? The regular draw? You didn't draw it, so it's gone. Damn it. Why is it gone? Zhèng Sījí just opened the system and saw he only had one regular draw left. Regular draw, 1 free refresh every Monday. Tier 1 draw, 0 free refresh on the first of each month. Tier 2 draw, 0 refreshes after system upgrade. Mystery draw, 1 refreshes after specific conditions are met, max 3 draws stored. Why? Host, didn't you see the restrictions? 1 means the cap is 1 draw. If you don't use it, it won't increase. Zhèng Sījí. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Host, why do you think that is? A hint of sharpness tinged the system's words, clearly displeased with Zhèng Sījí's recent actions. Then why could I withdraw all the mission rewards before? Because I wanted to. What's it to you? Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí had long realized this system always tried to screw him over. He knew full well that arguing with the system was pointless. But he just couldn't let it go. Just a few regular draws. So frustrating. System, normal draw. Zhèng Sījí's tone was flat, like someone who'd reached their limit and couldn't be placated. Understood, host. Preparing draw. Normal draw. Ready. Commencing draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Linglong Eye. Linglong Eye enhances visual acuity, improves visual clarity, and expands field of vision. Note, can also be used as colored contact lenses. Zhèng Sījí. This counts as a pretty useful item, I guess. Zhèng Sījí retrieved the Linglong eye and equipped it. Suddenly, he realized the Linglong eye had fused into his own eye. In an instant, his vision cleared completely. Moreover, his entire mental state felt elevated. This thing can even enhance mental power. The resentment that had once filled Zhèng Sījí's heart vanished completely. This thing is genuinely useful. His field of vision had expanded at least threefold. Moreover, every blade of grass and tree within his field of vision was clearly visible. Even the slightest disturbance was crystal clear to him. This is awesome. The lucky bastard remains the lucky bastard. The system, however, felt utterly speechless. The items you're pulling are among the lowest tier in the entire gacha system. And yet you're still this excited. What a naive host. Zhèng Sījí, however, wasn't thinking about anything else. He quickly seized the moment. System, let's do another mystery draw. Understood, host. Preparing lottery. Mystery draw. Ready. Lottery commencing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Multiverse Travel Talisman. Multiverse Travel Talisman. Rechargeable item. Use this talisman to traverse all realms. Cooldown, 1 day. Sealed status. Only allows free travel within the Blue Star realm. Zhèng Sījí? Holy crap. This is a treasure. Blue Star realm? Is this the realm I'm in? Blue Star. Blue Star realm? Ability to freely traverse the Blue Star realm. What kind of god tier skill is this? It can be recharged. Zhèng Sījí was absolutely thrilled. He'd always been afraid of being captured for experiments. That would mean being locked up for a long time. With this multiverse shuttle talisman, he could roam freely without limits. System, I forgive you. System? I haven't forgiven you yet. And with a 1-day cooldown if I'm in the soul space. Based on outside time, I can use it 16 times in a single day. System. Great, another piece of gear Zhèng Sījí is going to break. Chapter 84, Another Mistake. Zhèng Sījí had absolutely no reason to worry about wasting it. He used it immediately. But, he was currently in the soul space. Even if he wasn't afraid of wasting it, he shouldn't have used it in the soul space. Within the soul space, Zhèng Sījí could already move freely and traverse at will. Now, he'd just wasted one traversal. Then, the multiverse shuttle talisman began relentlessly absorbing spiritual energy. The speed was simply unbelievable. It stated a 1-day cooldown. At this rate of spiritual energy absorption, if converted to absorbing a cultivator's true chi, it would likely drain the entire reserves of a peak 4th rank or even 5th rank cultivator with every single traversal. So, without spiritual energy, or someone providing it with true chi, it wouldn't recover? Even with energy available, its absorption rate remains this fast. It still requires a full day to absorb. Clickbait title, seriously. For others, this might be a life-saving artifact. But for Zhèng Sījí, just use it casually. Others use it once a day. Zhèng Sījí uses it 16 times a day. Others need to expend massive energy to replenish themselves after each use. Zhèng Sījí possesses a soul space where spiritual energy flows endlessly. After playing his fill, Zhèng Sījí finally began to ponder. Even while sealed, this thing possessed such formidable traversal capabilities. If he were to unseal it, it wouldn't just be confined to the Blue Star realm. System, this thing. Before Zhèng Sījí could finish his sentence, the system had already sensed what he was about to say. Host, once you break through the dimensional barriers and travel to other realms, it will unseal itself. However, it can only traverse to places you've personally visited or teleport to individuals you've encountered before. Zhèng Sījí nodded, indicating his understanding. In other words, as long as he visited more places in the future, he could traverse freely. What was this? A company-sponsored vacation. Zhèng Sījí's excitement lasted only a moment. Once he grasped the practical use of this ability, he gradually calmed down. He couldn't let the system laugh at him. Then, Zhèng Sījí stared at the remaining 2 uses of Ordinary Special and Cultivation Special, along with the single remaining use of Item Special, and fell deep in thought. Without hesitation, he spent 1 Item Special and 1 Normal Special to create a Super Ranch. This time, his wish was nothing like before. This time, he had his wish so precisely targeted that even the system was left speechless. He requested a system butler. In other words, whatever he needed done, he could simply command the system to accomplish it. This made Zhèng Sījí feel a wave of regret wash over him once more. If only he'd thought it through more carefully before. If he'd chosen a system butler like this time, it could help cook meals, do laundry, tend to the vegetable garden, and even look after the ranch. All sorts of functions handled entirely by one system butler. What a huge loss. After several full health revivals, Zhèng Sījí finally regained his energy. Then he made a wish, requesting numerous demon beast cubs. Note, demon beasts. And specifically, the young ones. This was what truly left the system speechless. Demon beasts are different from the demons on Blue Star. They are ranked by grade, unlike Earth's sea demons and magical beasts, which are categorized from bronze to sovereign. For a demonic creature to become a demon beast, it must convert all its demonic energy into true chi. Demon beasts are cultivating beings. To undergo this transformation, creatures on Blue Star must reach at least the sovereign rank to convert autonomously. This is because Blue Star's cultivation environment blends demonic energy with spiritual energy. Demons begin cultivating their species-specific techniques from the moment of birth. Thus, from the moment of birth, they are already cultivating. Thus, their bodies contain a mixture of demonic energy and true chi. Unable to cultivate magic and incapable of distinguishing between the two, they are known as demonic beasts. Humans, however, are unique. Their cultivation methods are not innate, allowing them to directly cultivate true essence, autonomously absorb spiritual energy, and distinguish between the two. Demons absorb indiscriminately from infancy without awareness. By the time they realize something is amiss, it is already too late. This absorption is beyond their control. Humans, however, consciously absorb spiritual energy when practicing their cultivation methods. Thus, they can cultivate directly. Of course, the knowledge that demons must convert all their demonic power into true chi to transform into demonic beasts has largely been lost. It is a legend from the ancient past. Perhaps the black-cloaked one knows. Perhaps the soul searchers know. But they won't speak of it. The black robe exists in a liminal state between demonic entity and demonic beast. Should it break through to the 6th rank, it would become a true demonic beast deserving of being referred to as he. Perhaps in other realms, where demonic spirits do not exist and only spiritual energy persists, beings can directly cultivate that energy into true chi and transform into demonic beasts? After all, that's how the flower and the ox came to be. This refers to the system's grade 3 flower and ox. With too little information, Zhèng Sījí couldn't speculate further. But he knew one thing for certain: demonic beasts were absolutely superior to demons. Therefore, he requested a large number of demon beast cubs. This was another subtle detail. Even the young of a demigod-level demon beast must begin cultivation from the foundation establishment stage. Take Hongyi, for instance. It was a descendant of a demigod. But, since Zhèng Sījí failed to recognize the distinction between demon beasts and demonic creatures, Hongyi now counts as a demonic creature. However, now that Hongyi is cultivating, he is already in an environment filled with pure spiritual energy and devoid of demonic spirits. Soon, it would become he. Back to the main point. Zhèng Sījí's young cubs possess demigod bloodlines. Though it will take considerable time to cultivate them. Forget it, just raise them and eat them when they're done. Zhèng Sījí cleared out a large section. No, it was the system butler who cleared out a vast expanse. Zhèng Sījí couldn't even begin to sense the size of this area. But he knew this ecological zone was absolutely several times larger than Blue Star. Holy crap, I've become the ruler of a planet. TSK. This left Zhèng Sījí utterly stunned. The size of this soul space truly has no limits? At least, it had no limits for now. These younglings had been evenly distributed by the system steward and would soon form a complete ecological chain. Perhaps these younglings could be sold later for some money to buy materials for constructing spirit arrays? If anyone found out Zhèng Sījí had such thoughts, he'd probably be beaten to death by those demigods. After handling everything, Zhèng Sījí stretched contentedly. With the system butler, life from now on would be incredibly comfortable. Unlike the system. That thing only knows how to screw over its host. Zhèng Sījí fumed inwardly. But every thought he had was known to the system. The system meticulously recorded every thought in its little notebook. Just you wait, you'll see. We'll have plenty of time to settle this. Zhèng Sījí knew full well that the system had read his thoughts. He did it on purpose. Later, fine, later. We'll have plenty of time in the future. Chapter 85. How did you get in here? Zhèng Sījí exited the soul space. He had spent an entire day within the soul space. That meant the cooldown on the multiverse teleportation talisman had reset. Finally, he could leave this godforsaken place. Wait. He couldn't just leave like this. My identity is far too ambiguous. If I just show up in front of them like this, they'll definitely get suspicious. Better yet, go to the Zhao family. Appearing before them under the Zhao family's name. That way, he could legitimately reveal his cultivation level. But Zhèng Sījí had no intention of revealing his cultivation level. He had already achieved complete mastery over the power of the peak 2nd grade. His manipulation of the golden core had also become more refined. Having forcibly suppressed his golden core tribulation earlier, his understanding of it had deepened significantly. Now, even a cultivator who had just entered the 6th rank would be unable to discern his cultivation level. As long as Zhèng Sījí remained concealed, there would be absolutely no issue. As for his magical cultivation, he could always claim to be high tier. After all, when they assessed his cultivation, they weren't probing anything else, they were measuring the size of his magic vortex. His magic vortex was no weaker than that of a mid-high tier cultivator, and was even approaching the level of a late high tier cultivator. He was now actively expanding his magic vortex. Even after reaching that theoretical limit, it kept expanding. Yes, though the pace was slow, it was still expanding. But Zhèng Sījí was well aware that he was still only a mid-tier mage. With that realization, Zhèng Sījí nodded and resolved to visit the Zhao family to refresh his status. Zhao family headquarters. The Zhao family had long since withdrawn from their ancestral territory, establishing a stronghold on the inland fringes of South China City. They couldn't run, nor would they. South City was their home, they had no reason to flee. Within this stronghold, they replenished their supplies. All capable members of the Zhao family had gone to the regions invaded by sea demons to provide relief. The Zhao family's losses were actually quite severe. Within South China City, the Zhao family barely qualifies as a second-tier clan. After all, the strongest cultivator within their clan was merely a second-rank mage. The rest were a group of low-level cultivators who could only join the main rescue force. But the rescue operation was far from the straightforward affair Zhèng Sījí had anticipated. Zhèng Sījí approached the sea demon invasion purely as a mission to complete. Thus, he hadn't faced any life or death crises. No, it wasn't that he hadn't faced them, he was simply so accustomed to them that he no longer felt them. Father, Enough. Don't say another word. What use would you be, a lowly mid-tier mage? Rest well. Your hand. I'll find someone to reattach it. The head of the Zhao family spoke coldly. Father. Enough. South City has now completely suppressed the sea demons, and the water level is steadily receding. We've won this war. You stay here and recuperate properly. The head of the Zhao family cut him off again, leaving Zhao Jiaming no chance to speak. Yes, Zhao Jiaming was the son of the Zhao family head. Outside the family, Zhao Jiaming addressed the patriarch only as head of the family, never as father. No, father, please let me finish. Zhao Jiaming felt both amused and exasperated. During this sea demon invasion, he had also gone out to participate in the rescue operation. In the process, he lost an arm. However, after several days of recuperation and with the aid of healing mages, his injuries had largely stabilized. The reason his arm hadn't been reattached yet was because the head of the Zhao family insisted on inviting a mage-level healing mage to perform the procedure. He didn't want Zhao Jiaming's arm to suffer any lasting complications, so it was imperative that an archmage-level or higher healing mage performed the procedure. Of course, even an archmage-level healing mage couldn't guarantee a 100% perfect outcome for the procedure. Forget about forbidden spell-level mages, even mid-tier archmages were beyond the family's means. But after this war, the family would undoubtedly receive substantial support from the Huaxia Federation. They were the ones who discovered this disaster. Or at least, they were the first to spread the news. The Huaxia Federation has pledged that after this war, they will elevate the Zhao family to become one of the premier clans in South China City. Perhaps it was because the head of the Zhao family had grown old, completely devoid of any competitive spirit. It probably wasn't just age either. After all, a second-rank cultivator in his 90s has only lived through a third of his life. But the patriarch was born into humble origins, having built the Zhao family from the ground up. That's why the other Zhao elders held him in such reverence. Indeed, Zhao Jiaming was the child born to him and his wife after he had solidified the family's position in his 70s. Perhaps it was simply the result of living too long in tranquility. That's why his sole ambition now is to elevate the clan into the ranks of South China City's premier families. We'll talk about the next step later. To become a top-tier family, the Zhao clan must produce a forbidden spellcaster. In South City, a family possessing a forbidden spellcaster is guaranteed to be among the elite. Alternatively, some families boast dozens of second-rank archmages. As for the Zhao family, with 7 elders plus the family head, they only have 8 second-rank forbidden spellcasters. There was once Zhào Hào, but he met an untimely end. Yet Zhào Hào's death propelled the Zhao family onto a greater vessel. In just a few days, the Zhao family gained the opportunity to join the ranks of the top-tier families. For the Zhao family to achieve this, they must either have numerous young disciples break through to become second-rank archmages, or provide the family head with resources to break through to second-rank forbidden spell. Either way, the Zhao family's strength would skyrocket. Swish! Before the Zhao family head could continue his daydreaming, a sudden apparition startled both him and Zhao Jiaming. Damn it! This is our private chamber, for crying out loud. How could someone just barge in like this? But the next moment, when the head of the Zhao family recognized who this figure was, his eyes widened instantly. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, how did you get here? That's right, it was Zhèng Sījí. You! What are you doing here? Zhao Jia clearly hadn't expected Zhèng Sījí to show up here. He was just a piece of trash. He was the one who caused his breakup with Yuluo. The moment Zhao Jiaming saw Zhèng Sījí, he was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't heard a word the Zhao family head had said. The head of the Zhao family deliberately kept his voice low, as Zhèng Sījí had requested that his identity be kept confidential. As for Zhèng Sījí, he was naturally freaking out. Why was there someone else here? He'd thought only the head of the Zhao family was coming. After all, it was only 5 in the morning. Zhèng Sījí was freaking out inside, but he couldn't let it show. This was a delicate balancing act. He probably didn't sense the teleportation just now, right? Who cares if he did or not? At worst, he'd just expose a little something. Worst case, eliminate the witness. Then Zhèng Sījí spoke up. Chapter 86, the Zhao Patriarch's worldview shattered once more. Well, if it isn't Zhao Jiaming? Good morning. After saying that, Zhèng Sījí turned to face the Zhao family head, ignoring Zhao Jiaming entirely, and continued. Head Zhao, Chairman Liang sent me to see you. It's urgent. My apologies. With that, Zhèng Sījí flashed a smile at the Zhao family head. Oh, I know. That matter? I'm aware. I'll go handle it immediately. You, get some rest. I'll go find Chairman Liang. The last remark was clearly directed at Zhao Jiaming. He understood Zhèng Sījí's meaning perfectly well. Then, the head of the Zhao family and Zhèng Sījí walked out the door one after the other. Zhao Jiaming? He knows Chairman Liang? Is he here on Chairman Liang's behalf to find my father? How did he even get in here? Was I too badly injured to notice anything? Yeah, maybe my injuries were just too severe. As he spoke, Zhao Jiaming nodded, completely unaware of anything unusual, and drifted off to sleep. Soon after, a faint pink glow flickered beside Zhao Jiaming. Heart spirit. How could Zhèng Sījí just leave like that? His true identity was known only to the Zhao family head at present. Well, even if it was something the Zhao family head had imagined himself. And his cultivation level was known only to the head of the Zhao family. Only the Zhao family head knew that Zhèng Sījí possessed peak second-tier cultivation. But Zhèng Sījí wished to enroll as a high-tier mage, unwilling to reveal his cultivation. After all, an 18-year-old at the peak of the second rank, that would be utterly shocking. Zhèng Sījí had already resolved to take the entrance exam for the Magic Academy at Magic Capital University. Therefore, he absolutely had to pass this test set by the head of the Zhao family. Zhèng Sījí and the head of the Zhao family walked to a deserted area. The head of the Zhao family activated a barrier, sealing off everything around them. But this offered no guarantee, as forbidden spells might lurk nearby. Thus, Zhèng Sījí retrieved several spirit plants from his soul space, scattering them casually to cover the 4 cardinal directions. As Zhèng Sījí channeled his true chi into them, the plants instantly began to glow. Soon, the glow faded. This area had transformed into a special zone. It was a spirit array. Zhao, the family head, was utterly stunned by Zhèng Sījí's miraculous array-laying technique. A spirit array. And at least a second-grade peak-level spirit array. Just for soundproofing? Damn it! That's such a waste. Even forbidden spells couldn't break through a spirit array. Unless they deliberately destroy the array's focal point. But if they have no intention of destroying the array's core and only wish to eavesdrop, forbidden spells cannot penetrate the spirit array. Only cultivators can peer into spirit arrays. After all, these are 2 distinct cultivation systems. Either brute force overcomes all techniques, or magic defeats magic. The second-tier peak-level spirit array Zhèng Sījí had set up was so formidable that even a third-tier peak cultivator might struggle to peer through it. The primary function of this spirit array was concealment. A 4th-grade cultivator would find nothing unusual here without careful observation. However, ordinary spirit array masters require considerable effort and lengthy preparation before deploying an array. A single misplaced eye point could completely alter the array's effectiveness. It could even backfire, wasting materials and creating unnecessary complications. This was precisely why the Zhao family head was utterly astonished. Zhèng Sījí casually tossed it and a spirit array formed. And it was a peak second-grade spirit array. This only solidified the Zhao family head's suspicions. This man must be descended from a super elite clan. He was connected to that person, a super genius from an equally super powerful clan. His cultivation base was at the peak of the second rank, and he possessed an astonishingly skillful array-laying technique. A second-grade peak spirit array, no less. The strongest spirit array within his own clan barely reached the second grade. And that was only after the clan spent a fortune, showered the master with gifts, and heaped praise upon him, barely stopping short of kneeling and calling him father, before the spirit array master finally agreed to help establish a low-tier second-grade spirit gathering array for the clan. Even at that entry-level tier 2 stage, it brought immense benefits to every member of the clan. A second-grade spirit gathering array yields considerable effects even for third-grade cultivators. And Zhèng Sījí? Barely 18 years old, right? Yet he's already a second-grade peak spirit array master. No, it's impossible. To deploy such a powerful spirit formation so swiftly and casually, it must be at least third grade, right? The Zhao family head couldn't help but bow his head once more, his demeanor growing even more respectful. Then, Zhèng Sījí's words stunned him even more. Head of the Zhao family, I'll get straight to the point. I wish to appear as part of the Zhao family's rescue team. I've been completing a mission these past few days. I won't elaborate on the specifics. During this time, my cultivation has advanced significantly, but my origins have become obscure. Therefore, I wish to appear in certain circles under the guise of the Zhao family rescue team. After all, I still have the college entrance exams to prepare for. I planned to apply to the Magic Academy at Magic Capital University, but my unclear background could jeopardize my upcoming exams. Oh, and I recently advanced to high-tier mage. Remember, just high-tier mage. You should understand what I mean, right? Zhèng Sījí's tone was flat, even tinged with a hint of insolence. This Zhao family head was starting to feel more and more like his own henchman. As for the Zhao family head, he'd managed to suppress his inner excitement until that moment. But upon hearing Zhèng Sījí's final words, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. High-level mage. The Zhao family head gasped aloud. This was utterly staggering. For ordinary prodigies, breaking through to mid-tier during the national exams might already mark them as super geniuses. Even those at peak beginner tier could potentially become regional champions in the magic entrance exams. Of course, prodigies did exist, but such exceptional talents were almost always granted direct admission. They wouldn't take the entrance exam, they'd enroll directly at the start of the semester. Among them, the strongest individual known to the Zhao family head was a prodigiously gifted individual who had already broken through to high-tier mage by the start of the semester. But what about Zhèng Sījí? He wasn't merely an advanced-tier mage. He was also a peak second-rank cultivator. And a third-grade spirit array master. Was there anything else he hadn't discovered? No, there mustn't be. You shattered my worldview, and not just once. And definitely not just twice. More than 3 times, absolutely. This Zhèng Sījí, could it be someone from a hidden clan has emerged? At this thought, cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhao family head's brow. Seeing the expression and movements of the Zhao family head, Zhèng Sījí knew immediately that the old man was definitely imagining something again. And he was imagining scenarios that favored himself. Well then, there was no need for him to interrupt. Chapter 87, this might be contagious. Well then, let him fantasize. Hopefully he imagines me as a demigod-level powerhouse who's rebuilt himself. Ideally, it'd be like this: I was ambushed by a mob during my tribulation trial, refusing to die in defeat. But after a series of extraordinary encounters, I reappear in this world. Armed with these memories, I'll crush every last one of those who hunted me down. Or perhaps, years later, I become a failure, my wife remarried, my son was old Wang's, my company collapsed, and I'd inherited billions in debt. After a night of drinking, I'd get a second chance at life, and this time, I'd defy the heavens. Yeah, that's the kind I want. Even more powerful is fine too. Just let your imagination run wild. The Zhao family head's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. Wait, why even consider the pros and cons? He was already on the pirate ship. Regardless of the outcome, he was going all in. Besides, he'd already tasted the sweetness. What came next would be simple enough. Zhèng Sījí paid no heed to the Zhao family head and made no move to take the spirit plants. These things were merely second-grade spiritual plants at best. His soul space was already overflowing with them. Giving some away for fun wouldn't hurt. However, before leaving, Zhèng Sījí did deactivate the spirit array. Take these spiritual plants for your use. Arrange a room for me, I need to rest. Remember, expedite the repairs. The sea demon invasion is nearly over. Get it done quickly. Oh, and about my college entrance exam, you've sorted that out too, right? Such a hassle. Let me know where I'll be taking the test. That's all. See you later. Zhèng Sījí waved his hand dismissively. The Zhao family head bowed deeply. Once Zhèng Sījí had departed, the Zhao family head immediately began panting heavily. This Mr. Zhang, he's simply too formidable. So many second-grade spirit plants. The head of the Zhao family's eyes darted around wildly, feeling as if he were dreaming. Second-grade spirit plants were indeed expensive, but the Zhao family head wasn't exactly unable to afford them. The crux lay in the fact that these items were even harder to come by than spirit stones. Many prominent families maintained their own spirit fields, and cultivating spirit plants was standard practice. Yet the plants they cultivated often barely sufficed for their own clan's needs. Why would they ever put them up for sale? The Zhao family had certainly considered acquiring their own spirit field to cultivate large quantities of spirit plants. But the family's resources simply couldn't support it. Cultivating spirit plants necessitates hiring professional spirit plant cultivators to tend to them. Spiritual plant cultivators were exceedingly rare and valuable. The Zhao family's finances could only afford to hire a first-grade cultivator to grow basic staples like spiritual rice for their own clan's consumption. He had barely seen second-grade spirit plants a handful of times. They had spotted them a few times at auctions, but the prices were completely out of reach compared to what the major clans could afford. The Zhao family could afford some cheaper second-grade spiritual plants. But they dared not compete with the true great clans. The Zhao family had hastily stowed away these second-grade spirit plants, his heart still surging with quiet delight. We're rich. We're rich. The head of the Zhao family murmured softly, his excitement radiating outward. He then hurriedly gathered himself and went to instruct his servants on several tasks. These tasks had been assigned by Zhèng Sījí. As for his excitement, he'd save that for later. Once everything was settled, he'd find a quiet spot to properly let it all out. The instructions were largely completed. After all, they were merely minor tasks, things the Zhao household could handle with ease. The head of the Zhao family returned alone to his bedroom. He carefully removed the several second-grade spirit plants and placed them into an exceptionally high-grade planter. This planter was clearly a high-end piece. For the Zhao family head to use it for second-grade spirit plants, it was definitely no ordinary item. The patriarch planted the plants with great care, patted the soil, and smiled contentedly. Now he was a big shot with second-grade spirit plants too. The head of the Zhao family was overjoyed and exhilarated. But then, his smile faded. If they survived the sea demon invasion, his clan would gain federal backing and ascend to become one of the premier families in South China City. The family's territory would undoubtedly be rebuilt immediately after the tide receded, perhaps even expanded. And spiritual fields were an absolute necessity for any top-tier family. The sea demon invasion was nearing its end, and this time, the Huaxia Federation had emerged victorious. Therefore, he was now the head of a quasi-first-tier family. How far could he possibly be from possessing such spirit fields? When that time comes, these second-grade spirit plants before him would be no more than common vegetables in his eyes. Ah ha 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 ha. The Zhao family had laughed again, a hearty, joyful laugh. Yeah, like a lunatic. If the system saw this, it would surely be silently cursing under its breath. This guy must have caught it from Zhèng Sījí. Then, the head of the Zhao family abruptly stopped laughing. No, Zhèng Sījí was his right-hand man. Matters concerning him must be handled personally. The head of the Zhao family hurriedly stepped out and caught up with the servant who had gone to handle the matter. He would handle this personally. The Siren invasion has largely concluded, and South City is now in the final stages of cleanup. This sea demon invasion proved far more severe than any previous ones. But China is not the China of old. The longer the conflict drags on, the more advantageous it becomes for Huaxia. For the human race's pace of advancement is exceptionally swift. Once humans attain the rank of forbidden spellcaster and master forbidden magic, they can pose a genuine threat to sovereign-level sea demons. Many forbidden spell mages are barely 100 years old. And what of the king-level sea demons? Take the cloud-winged swordfish, for instance. It's already 7,000 or 8,000 years old. And even that one is considered relatively young among king-level sea monsters. Human forbidden spell mages, after rapidly advancing to master forbidden spells, then focus their efforts on cultivating immortality to extend their lifespans. A first-rank cultivator can live 200 years, a second-rank cultivator 300 years. At the third rank, one can live 1,000 years. Fourth-rank cultivators can live 10,000 years. The rise of the human race is no accident. They could rapidly enhance their power and then extend their lifespans. The cultivation system of magic allows for exceptionally rapid advancement, but the cultivation system of immortality might progress at a pace comparable to that of sea demons. But none of that matters. What matters is that humanity can rapidly produce powerful individuals, and these rapidly emerging powerhouses can extend their lifespans through another method. If this trend persists for millennia, the number of peak cultivators among humans will far surpass that of demons and monsters. This is precisely why demonic invasions have become so frequent lately. The demons and monsters have recognized this reality. For those invasion-minded forces among them, reconciliation with the human race is now impossible. Once humanity reaches a certain level of strength, they will undoubtedly sound the trumpet of counterattack. Therefore, the demons must annihilate the human race before it rises to prominence. However, now they've discovered their invasions have become largely ineffective. The humans are too adept at hiding. Exchanging lives with them was utterly unprofitable. For a sea demon to produce a true ruler takes millennia. How could such a race possibly trade lives with the human race? Pure delusion. Chapter 88, The Wretched Zhao Ruomin. Tuesday, June 30, 2020. A day passes swiftly. But people moved even faster. In just a single day, barely enough time for the sea monsters to retreat, humans had already drained the seawater and commenced reconstruction. The sun's rays were dazzling, and a rainbow arched across the horizon. On the ground, towering skyscrapers rose from the earth, their construction progressing at an astonishing pace. Earth mages were in high demand at this moment. Want to build a skyscraper in a single day? Sure thing, money makes it happen. Earth mages possessed uniquely exceptional abilities in the field of construction. The Zhao and Xiang families immediately assembled large teams of earth mages for construction, even mobilizing any available earth mages within their clans to aid in the rebuilding effort. The Huaxia Federation acted with remarkable speed. A substantial sum of cash had already been deposited into the Zhao and Xiang family funds by the early hours of yesterday morning. Moreover, a massive shipment of supplies and a large contingent of cultivators were dispatched by the state to South China City to assist the Zhao and Xiang families in ascending to first-tier clan status. Not to mention various policies like tax reductions and welfare benefits. Every measure was designed to propel the Zhao and Xiang families to prominence. Even the Zhao and Xiang families themselves hadn't anticipated becoming the focal point of the entire city, indeed, the entire nation overnight. The Huaxia Federation was loudly proclaiming their achievements. They had discovered the impending invasion of the sea demons and, through their own efforts, jointly resisted the sea demon invasion. The Huaxia Federation's purpose was simple: those who served the Federation with distinction would never be treated unfairly. Beyond South China City, coastal cities across the Huaxia Federation had also launched reconstruction projects at an unimaginably rapid pace. Zhao Ruomin felt utterly sickened. He had been trapped inside Shumi's belly for an incredibly long time. So long that he himself had lost track of time. Even though he had shut down some of his senses, he couldn't bear staying inside the giant whale's body. This was unbearably miserable. Zhao Ruomin felt that if he didn't get out soon, even if he didn't starve to death, he'd be sick to death. He was like a wealthy man now, wanting to accomplish something but finding no one to assist him. He possessed vast reserves of magic within him, his magic vortexes brimming full, yet there were no magical spirits nearby. This left him unable to hire any to assist him in casting spells. It was unbearable. The worst part was, he couldn't even open his domain here. He felt utterly stifled. After an unknown span of time, a clear, resonant sound echoed through the space. Zhao Ruomin's eyes suddenly lit up. This was unusual, utterly unusual. For days now, Shumi's belly had remained utterly silent. And now, there was sound. Zhao Ruomin, who had been nearly devoid of motivation, suddenly felt his adrenaline surge. Then, a powerful blast of energy erupted, sending Zhao Ruomin flying backward. Zhao Ruomin was utterly bewildered. He felt deeply offended. He had been floating all along, relying on the faint magical sprites nearby. Through his mastery of force, he used his chi to lighten his weight, keeping himself suspended. Thus, he had remained suspended in the air all these days. It was all because everything around here was so disgusting. He had no idea where exactly on the giant whale he was now. Now, he felt deeply offended. Because he'd encountered the most despicable thing he'd faced in all these days. His senses were suddenly assaulted. A wave of fragrance hit him like a tidal wave, catching Zhao Ruomin completely off guard. Ah! Damn it, he was fine as long as he kept his mouth shut. And so, the scene was too vivid to describe. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Ruomin's body finally came to a halt. He felt a wave of coolness wash over him, a tingling sensation. Then, his consciousness gradually returned. The magical sprites around him began to gather toward him. Zhao Ruomin was still dazed, but the gathering of these magical sprites instantly sobered him up. These are magical sprites. Had he emerged? Ugh! Zhao Ruomin's first reaction wasn't anything else, it was to vomit. The smell was too overpowering. Those who haven't experienced it will never understand. Right now, Zhao Ruomin felt like he was about to die. No! He couldn't die. He couldn't become the first to die from this forbidden spell. Zhao Ruomin urgently summoned the surrounding magical spirits to stabilize him. No, hold on. Ugh. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Ruomin finally began to recover somewhat. But now, he was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Zhao Ruomin was still in the ocean. Yet the magic elf allowed him to breathe underwater. Yes, it even allowed him to vomit underwater. Zhao Ruomin's face twisted with bitter anger. After living such a carefree life, he had suffered such humiliation. He floated on the surface, with sea monsters too afraid to approach. Suddenly, he roared. Su Marie! I'll never rest until you're dead. I swear I'll never be human again until I kill you. Zhao Ruomin's rage boiled over, he could bear it no longer. Back home, I'll train relentlessly in magic. I will master forbidden spells, more powerful forbidden spells, and grow stronger. I will kill you. No matter where you flee, to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down. From that day forward, the enmity between man and demon grew even deeper. Zhèng Sījí had been in his room, playing games. The internet was finally back up. It had been so long since he'd played that his skills were rusty. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Zhèng Sījí said nothing more, instead focusing his attention back on the game. New season, promotion matches. He was determined to be the first man to ascend to the rank of champion. Mr. Zhang, I've prepared all the materials you requested. Please take a moment to verify them. The Zhao family had entered respectfully, holding a spatial device. What Zhèng Sījí had requested was truly invaluable. No, perhaps valuable isn't quite the right word. After all, those who participated in the Sea Demon invasion war all had some money. The carcass of a single gold-tier sea demon could fetch at least a few million. Merit points alone could be exchanged for a considerable sum. Yet what Zhèng Sījí sought was merely some third-grade materials. He intended to use them to construct a spirit array. The Zhao family had also guessed some of this. Some of these materials were rather peculiar, not rare, but commonplace. Others, however, were practically useless. Some materials were standard components for constructing spirit-gathering arrays, inexpensive yet highly sought after. The most expensive item cost no more than a few hundred million. The Zhao family was certainly not short on funds now. Yet the total value of these materials still amounted to tens of billions. The carcass of a diamond-grade sea demon is only worth around 10 billion. The carcass itself holds little value, it's the processed materials that command a price. These tens of billions. Even for the Zhao family, it's a stretch to come up with that much. Fortunately, the state is providing support now, otherwise, it truly would be impossible to manage. Moreover, many of these materials are essential for constructing spirit gathering arrays. The success rate for constructing spirit arrays isn't high, so buying extra materials is never a mistake. Chapter 89, 3rd Grade Spirit Gathering Array. Originally, the Zhao family head couldn't have procured this many materials, but then Zhèng Sījí spoke up. Go buy the materials, and I'll build you a 3rd grade spirit gathering array. Could he possibly resist? Absolutely not. A 3rd grade spirit gathering array was powerful enough for 4th grade cultivators to practice in. Even some of the top families in South City didn't possess a 3rd grade spirit gathering array. Even across the entire Federation, only a handful of families possess such arrays. After all, advancing a cultivator's rank is incredibly difficult. Most generals in the Federation today are only at the 3rd rank. Once one reaches 4th grade, they generally withdraw from political and military affairs. Thus, a 3rd grade spirit gathering array is exceedingly rare. If the Zhao family could secure a 3rd grade spirit gathering array, it would undoubtedly attract a vast number of exceptionally powerful cultivators. However, constructing a 3rd grade spirit gathering array is exceedingly difficult, with a high failure rate that often amounts to nothing more than wasting materials. They couldn't even afford the construction costs, let alone hire a 3rd rank spirit array master to build one. Originally, the Federation had planned to fund the Zhao family in constructing a 2nd grade spirit gathering array. Thus, the Zhao family head could directly purchase materials from the Federation, even boasting that he could find his own spirit array master. The Federation was more than happy to step back. After all, they'd provided the resources, it was up to him to figure things out. If you don't want it, don't blame me. As for the head of the Zhao family, he held Zhèng Sījí in the utmost regard. From that powerful spirit array he casually set up, he knew Zhèng Sījí was far from what he appeared to be. Even if Zhèng Sījí himself couldn't do it, the person backing him certainly could. In any case, this 3rd grade spirit gathering array was his for the taking. That was precisely why he'd managed to gather so many materials. Without state subsidies, forget about finding channels to purchase the materials, he couldn't even afford the tens of billions required. The Zhao family head was now exceptionally excited, having even sent people to scout locations for the spirit gathering array. His imagination had run wild, envisioning the family's prosperity and his own descendants filling his home. The head of the Zhao family is capable in many ways, but his imagination runs a bit wild. Perhaps that vivid imagination is actually one of his strengths? At the very least, it's what allowed him to hitch his wagon to Zhèng Sījí's coattails. Alright, just leave it be. Once I figure out how this spirit gathering array is constructed, I'll build one for you. Zhèng Sījí replied without looking up, his hands never pausing from their work. Multitasking? He was dead serious about it. After all, he could now control both his main body and his clone. Zhao family had paused slightly upon hearing Zhèng Sījí's words. Then, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? You say you haven't figured out the principle yet? Then where did you get the confidence to build a 3rd grade spirit gathering array? The manpower, resources, and wealth required are beyond calculation. The head of the Zhao family felt bitter inside. All the grand visions he'd imagined for the future were shattered by Zhèng Sījí's single remark, leaving him feeling like he'd been knocked back to square one. Yep, he was daydreaming again. Zhao's face twisted in anguish, but he said nothing. He was now merely Zhèng Sījí's subordinate, daring neither to speak nor act. Training, well, training it was. He'd just consider a tribute to Boss Zheng. After all, these resources were all brought by Zhèng Sījí. Without his influence, forget about gaining the Federation's attention, their entire clan could be destroyed by the sea demons. When the head of the Zhao family chose their clan's base, he'd pick the Star River district of South China City precisely because land prices were cheap, competition was low, and preferential policies were plentiful. Without Zhèng Sījí's intelligence, their clan might have been left in the dark. He might not have perished, but the family enterprise he built from scratch would have been lost. The Zhao patriarch departed, clutching the materials with the mindset of skipping stones on water. Billions of materials down the drain. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. The Zhao patriarch felt he couldn't keep up with the younger generation anymore. This wasn't a matter of a few dozen bucks, it was billions. Indeed, a pro is a pro no ordinary person can compare. After the Zhao family had departed, Zhèng Sījí also achieved his goal of advancing to the king tier, becoming the first player in the entire region to reach king this season. He utterly destroyed the opposing 3-man pro team. To be precise, the opposing team consisted of a triple-ranked pro squad plus 2 streamers in a duo queue. Zhèng Sījí's lineup, however, was considerably weaker. His advancement was largely thanks to Zhèng Sījí's game-changing, tower diving. Fight all you want in team battles, but if you don't take down 2 towers after each skirmish, I'll admit defeat. That's how he picked off the pro team's towers one by one. What else could they say? It's so frustrating. Even when I was playing professionally, I never felt this frustrated. This lane pressure? It's not humanly possible. Zhèng Sījí gave the opposing team a thumbs up with satisfaction before logging off. Now, time to start researching spirit arrays. Just as Zhèng Sījí was about to gather materials for his research, he suddenly froze. Wait a minute. The soul space could freely create items, but many couldn't be truly used. Take spirit plants, for instance, they only absorb spiritual energy, so soil is merely a carrier. They don't even need water. Then there's food. You can sense a wave of sweetness, but it doesn't compare to the satisfaction of eating real food. Though not truly usable, everything within the soul space follows the same rules as the outside world. Which means, one can imagine a vast array of materials within the soul space and conduct experiments. Even if he couldn't create a genuine spirit-gathering array, he could still sense its effectiveness. Moreover, all these spirit arrays already existed within his mind. The reason for experimentation was precisely because he had modified this third-grade spirit-gathering array. A third-grade spirit-gathering array concentrates 5 times the spiritual energy. That's right, a first-grade spirit-gathering array gathers double the spiritual energy, a second-grade gathers triple, and a third-grade gathers 5 times the spiritual energy. What Zhèng Sījí sought to do was modify the third-grade spirit-gathering array, enabling it to achieve greater potency with materials of nearly equivalent value. With this thought, Zhèng Sījí couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed the materials and hurried into the soul realm. Dressed in a white lab coat, Zhèng Sījí now bore the appearance of a researcher. Drawing upon the modified third-grade spirit-gathering array diagram in his mind, he envisioned numerous materials. These materials were all produced by the soul space and had no practical use, but they were perfect for research. Zhèng Sījí had also studied a great deal of foundational knowledge about spirit arrays during this period. While this modification might not be completed in one go, he knew this approach would absolutely enhance the power of the third-grade spirit-gathering array. This breakthrough meant not only could the third-grade spirit-gathering array be upgraded, but all other grade spirit-gathering arrays could be enhanced using this foundation. Zhèng Sījí flicked the materials outward, forming a pattern resembling the Big Dipper constellation. The spirit-gathering array's formation was the Big Dipper. Zhèng Sījí had initially wondered if the array's creator had chosen this design simply because it looked pleasing. But clearly, this formation resembling the Big Dipper was absolutely not because the creator thought it looked nice. Well, that point still requires further investigation. Chapter 90, Modifying the Spirit Array. A third-grade spirit-gathering array required numerous materials. The Big Dipper signifies 7 array focal points. The array points are the weakest links in any spirit array. If an array eye is not properly guarded, or if it was not perfectly protected during construction, the entire spirit array might fail to complete its formation. For perhaps from the very beginning, the array points have already been damaged by spatial compression. Similarly, inadequate protection of the array points directly correlates with the array's lifespan. The weaker the protection, the shorter the array's duration. Without perfect protection, continuous spatial pressure will gradually erode the focal points, ultimately destroying the entire formation. However, the more array cores there are, the greater the spiritual array's efficacy. Yet finding additional array cores for this Big Dipper constellation formation proved exceedingly difficult. Zhèng Sījí distributed materials around the array points, forming a protective circle. This protective circle itself formed a smaller spirit array, shielding the Big Dipper array's core points. The core of this smaller spirit array, in turn, required even smaller spirit arrays for its protection. Each step in this process proved incredibly arduous. This is precisely why constructing spirit arrays of higher grades becomes increasingly difficult. Each array eye of a top-tier third-grade spirit array required protection from a high-grade third-grade spirit array, while each array eye of a high-grade third-grade spirit array, in turn, needed protection from a mid-grade third-grade spirit array. With each successive layer, the difficulty of constructing a more powerful spirit array escalated dramatically. Because with each advancement, the number and complexity of spirit arrays required only increased. If even one step goes wrong, the entire spirit array collapses. Thus, being an array master is no easy feat. Those without solid foundational skills would never advance further. Zhèng Sījí's technique was remarkably polished, for his status as a spirit array master bestowed through a vow had imbued him with muscle memory for array deployment. With a casual flick of his wrist, a spirit array materialized. His array laying speed was astonishingly fast, unbelievably so. Other spirit array masters must carefully consider which array to use for each step, how to protect each array eye, and where to place each material to form a perfect protective circle. Zhèng Sījí, however, simply tossed each material down. What was even more terrifying was that the moment these materials touched the ground, they instantly gathered spiritual energy and formed a spirit array. To describe this as terrifying was an absolute understatement. If any other spirit array masters witnessed this, their jaws would drop in utter astonishment. Zhèng Sījí worked with blinding speed, completing all 7 array points in less than half an hour. The 7 array points emitted dazzling light, forming a unique circuit that imbued everything around it with an air of profound mystery. Like dazzling stars, they shimmered brightly. The third-grade spirit-gathering array was actually completed in one go. No, the final step remained unfinished. The final step required the array master to channel their own true chi to activate the entire spirit array. Each minor spirit array encircling the focal points possessed a distinct function. However, for them to gather spiritual energy and activate the array core, the array master must channel their true chi to initiate the self-sustaining circulation of the entire formation. This final step was also the most difficult. The slightest misstep here would cause the entire spirit array to collapse instantly. All efforts would be lost in an instant. Zhèng Sījí glanced at the spirit array nearing completion and nodded with satisfaction. Next came the next step. Yes, the next step. Zhèng Sījí began laying out the array once more. Minutes later, an inconspicuous array point quietly took shape. Several more minutes passed, and another array one that would likely go unnoticed took shape once more. 2 additional array points. Without a deep understanding of spirit arrays, or even a basic grasp of them, no spirit array master could comprehend the function of these 2 array points. And the views of some spirit array masters on this matter would undoubtedly be unanimous. These 2 array points repelled each other just like the 7 array points of the Big Dipper. Yes, repelling each other. How could such repelling array points possibly integrate? How could they possibly form a new spirit array? Forget a new formation, this perfectly converged third-grade spirit gathering array itself risks being crushed outright by that immense repulsive force. Were any advanced spirit array masters present, they would surely shake their heads in heartache and sigh. So close to success, yet ruined at the last moment. But is that truly the case? Of course not. These 2 array cores were Zhèng Sījí's modification method. After completing these 2 array points, Zhèng Sījí took a deep breath. Next, the final step. He aimed to accomplish it in one go. Zhèng Sījí channeled his true chi outward. A spirit array isn't complete merely by being constructed. It also required corresponding true chi to guide it. And it requires a massive amount of true chi to guide it. If the chi supply falters midway, the spirit array will collapse. If the true chi's grade is too low, attempting to force a second-grade true chi to catalyze a third-grade spirit array, the entire array would remain unresponsive. Therefore, to become an array master of any rank, one must possess the corresponding cultivation level to operate the spirit array. And Zhèng Sījí cultivated the soul-shattering decision. This was a semi-divine cultivation technique whose power was beyond imagination. At the peak of the 2nd grade, his energy level had already reached the peak of the 3rd grade. Moreover, Zhèng Sījí possesses a golden core, and his true chi reserves are incomparable to those of ordinary 3rd-grade cultivators. Therefore, there's absolutely no problem. If there's a problem, just die once. As long as the true chi reconnects quickly, it won't be a big deal. Zhèng Sījí released his true chi, channeling it into each array point. One by one, the array points began to glow. The protective spirit arrays that had been constructed earlier also activated at this moment. As each array lit up, the spirit arrays began to radiate dazzling light. Each spirit array began fulfilling its function, preventing the array points from being crushed by spatial pressure. Gradually, the array points of the Big Dipper constellation lit up one after another. At this moment, the oppressive force emanating from the 7 array points of the Big Dipper, combined with the 2 inconspicuous array points, grew even more formidable. Had Zhèng Sījí's formation not possessed exceptional stability, it might have collapsed under the pressure by now. Several minutes later, under Zhèng Sījí's guidance and suppression, the final array eye of the Big Dipper began to emit faint wisps of true energy. It was about to connect to the next array point. The emanating true energy stirred the surrounding spiritual energy, causing it to rapidly converge toward a single point. A new formation was about to take shape. True energy swept up the surrounding spiritual energy, causing it to converge frantically toward that array point. The 8th array point lit up. The 9th array point ignites. This is the 9 stars of the Big Dipper. Indeed, beyond the 7 stars of the Big Dipper lie 2 more unassuming stars. The Big Dipper is actually the 9 stars of the Big Dipper. Chapter 91, Troubles Brewing. These 7 stars of the Big Dipper, combined with those 2 inconspicuous array points, form the 9 stars of the Big Dipper. This is Zhèng Sījí's method of transformation. As Zhèng Sījí's true chi dissipated, the spiritual energy within the space continued to be drawn, flowing in the same direction. Then, a dazzling light flared across the 9 stars of the Big Dipper. The formation was complete. Alas, these materials were all provided by the system and could not truly gather spiritual energy. Soon, the spiritual energy dissipated, leaving only a dim, hollow shell behind. It appeared as though the formation had failed, devoid of any radiance. But Zhèng Sījí knew this spirit array had absolutely succeeded. At that moment, the smile on Zhèng Sījí's face grew even broader. It had succeeded. Zhèng Sījí was now exhilarated. All his arduous cultivation of spirit array knowledge, his painstaking study of one spirit array after another, truly, diligence never goes unrewarded. As long as the array diagram was flawless, Zhèng Sījí's success rate in construction was practically 100%. Consider this, other spirit array masters might achieve success rates of less than 10% when constructing an array. Of course, this was when constructing spirit arrays of the same grade as their own rank. For instance, a 3rd grade spirit array master constructing a 3rd grade spirit array would have a success rate well below 10%. However, when a 3rd grade spirit array master constructs a 2nd grade array, the success rate naturally increases significantly. And the materials provided by the Zhao family head to Zhèng Sījí? A full 10 points. That's right, he allocated materials based on the success rates typical for ordinary spirit array masters. Zhèng Sījí found himself both amused and exasperated. This Zhao family head truly dared to underestimate him. But if the Zhao family head hadn't underestimated him, he wouldn't have been able to score so many spirit array materials. Thus, using genuine materials, Zhèng Sījí constructed not just one, but multiple modified third-grade spirit gathering arrays at his cultivation site, spirit fields, pastures, and other locations. In total, he consumed 9 sets of materials. Moreover, the spirit fields and pastures only had arrays deployed at certain key locations. For instance, spirit fields naturally required arrays at locations with high-grade spirit plants. As for the pasture, he constructed a spirit array at a specific location within the vast, planet-like space. Damn, this is too difficult. This pasture is just too vast. Moreover, the third-grade spirit gathering array modified by Zhèng Sījí now delivers nearly 7 times the effect compared to its original 5-fold boost. Moreover, the spiritual energy concentration within the soul space was already 3 times that of the outside world. Therefore, the location where the spirit gathering array was constructed had a spirit energy concentration 21 times that of the outside world. Of course, this 7-fold increase applies only within the soul space itself. Because the spiritual energy concentration in the soul space is too high, the effect of the third-grade spirit gathering array is somewhat diminished. According to Zhèng Sījí's calculations, constructing a third-grade spirit gathering array in the outside world would yield a spirit energy concentration roughly 8 times greater. TSK, he dared not deploy this modified third-grade spirit gathering array at the Zhao residence. After all, this thing was a bit shocking and vulgar. This wasn't what a conventional spirit gathering array should be. Even if the Zhao family was now subordinate to him, such an arrangement was out of the question. The Zhao family was now under the scrutiny of the entire Huaxia Federation. Leaders might come to inspect at any moment, and powerful cultivators could pay a visit at any time. If they discovered this spirit gathering array with 8 times the normal spirit energy concentration, then I'd be in deep trouble. The spirit energy concentration here is a bit too high now. Even I'm starting to feel uncomfortable. But clearly, it's still not as high as the first level of the trial tower. Last week, Zhèng Sījí had visited the trial tower once, but he too hadn't gotten very far before being flushed out. He no longer felt that initial sense of curiosity. Nor did it have the same effect as the first time. But the trial tower definitely solidifies one's cultivation base. Although his cultivation base was directly granted by the system, causing no discomfort whatsoever, it still left Zhèng Sījí feeling somewhat hollow. The cultivation on the first level of the trial tower would make Zhèng Sījí feel more grounded. Without further ado, Zhèng Sījí once again entered the trial tower. Soon after, he emerged once more. This time he made slightly more progress than last time, but he still couldn't see where the end was. Perhaps he hadn't grasped the key technique, otherwise, how could he possibly pass such a profound level? Afterward, Zhèng Sījí emerged from his soul space. With the remaining materials for the spirit gathering array, he prepared to assist the Zhao family in setting up their spirit array. Master, any news? Mo Lingyu's voice was urgent and anxious, her eyes reddened with a hint of hope. Lu Xuelan smiled at the sight. Yes. He's been staying at the Zhao family residence in South China City. We hadn't checked their household registry before, so we overlooked it. Mo Lingyu relaxed completely upon hearing Lu Xuelan's words and sank into the sofa. She frozen for a long time. She was secretly delighted, while cursing Zhèng Sījí. You bastard, for seasons. Next time we meet, I'll beat the crap out of you. Mo Lingyu clenched his fist, all traces of his earlier dejection gone. Before long, Mo Lingyu drifted off to sleep on the sofa, exhausted yet still wearing a faint smile. Lu Xuelan had never seen Mo Lingyu like this before, and she couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. How long were you even out before your heart got stolen? Lu Xuelan lifted Mo Lingyu and carried her to the bed. She gently touched Mo Lingyu's forehead, her expression tender. Lu Xuelan murmured softly, "Get some rest, you silly girl." For the past 10 days, Mo Lingyu had been constantly worrying about Zhèng Sījí's safety, barely getting any proper sleep. Even when exhaustion finally overtook her, nightmares would soon jolt her awake. Lu Xuelan cast a mental binding spell upon Mo Lingyu, inducing a deep slumber to allow her proper rest. She glanced at Mo Lingyu a few more times before turning and walking out. She closed the door softly, afraid of disturbing Mo Lingyu. Then, she took a deep breath. I'll see just which foolish boy managed to lure Xiaoyu away in less than a year. A ruthless expression flashed across her face. Stepping outside her residence, a pair of plain, unadorned wings glowed on her back. Then, she soared straight into the sky. All right, head Zhao, the third-grade spirit gathering array is complete. Zhèng Sījí emerged from a grand hall, pinching his left wrist with his right hand as he addressed the Zhao family head. The Zhao family head was stunned. You've only been inside for half an hour, right? You're telling me you've already built a third-grade spirit gathering array? Even a third-grade spirit array master would need 2 days to build one, and that's assuming it works on the first try. Are you kidding me? The Zhao family head's eyes widened in disbelief. Lately, he'd been staring wide-eyed so often that his eye sockets seemed to have grown larger. Could it be that staring more actually makes your eyes bigger? Zhèng Sījí silently pondered this question. The system chimed in, "Stop thinking about it. Your eyes won't get any bigger. How about using a common special?" "No way. Even if I have small eyes, I'm still a handsome guy with small eyes." Chapter 92, The Hot Commodity, the Zhao family. After cultivating, Zhèng Sījí's physique and appearance had transformed, making him even more handsome. Whereas before he could only be described as kind of handsome, now he was genuinely handsome. After all, he had reached the peak of the second-grade cultivation realm. True qi subtly transformed one's physique over time. Zhèng Sījí ignored the Zhao family head and walked straight toward his own residence. His apartment was still under renovation, so he couldn't move back in yet. For now, he could only stay temporarily at the Zhao residence. Before the Zhao family head could ponder further, he rushed inside. A faintly visible Big Dipper constellation floated above the entire hall. Some spirit arrays could be controlled. The third-grade spirit gathering array was one such controllable formation. The Zhao family head hurried to the control center, his heart pounding as he flipped the switch for the spirit array. Hum! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the main hall. Boom! Another thunderous crash followed, as the surrounding spiritual energy began to rapidly condense. Too many sea demons had perished here, along with countless cultivators. Thus, the concentration of spiritual energy and demonic spirits in South City was far higher than before. Now, the Zhao family sucked in all the spiritual energy within dozens of miles. Like a tornado, it swept all the spiritual energy toward the Zhao family. The head of the Zhao family felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest. A third-grade spirit gathering array, truly a third-grade spirit gathering array. This concentration 5 times. Truly 5 times. When Zhèng Sījí designed this spirit array, its coverage area was precisely the entire Zhao family compound. Beyond the Zhao family's boundaries, the spiritual energy concentration began to gradually weaken. Everyone nearby was reaping the benefits. The Zhao family compound and everyone within its vicinity erupted in excitement. Even the Xiang family was stunned. The Zhao family had actually constructed a third-grade spirit gathering array. The shockwaves didn't just ripple through the Zhao family, they reverberated across the entire federation. In fact, everyone who had been watching the Zhao and Xiang families in South China City was stunned. A third-grade spirit gathering array. Another third-grade spirit array master has constructed a third-grade spirit gathering array. Right within the Zhao family. How did the Zhao family manage to secure a third-grade spirit array master? Regardless of how they did it, no one should interfere. This is the rule. Spirit array masters hold an immensely revered status, even some 4th-grade cultivation masters show them utmost respect. The 5-fold concentration of spiritual energy from a third-grade spirit gathering array benefits even 4th-grade cultivators. Many sighed in awe, many gasped in astonishment. The Zhao family is rising. The Zhao family is about to rise. A single third-grade spirit gathering array is enough to attract 4th-grade masters to pledge their allegiance. After all, magic cultivation progresses rapidly, and spirit gathering arrays aren't particularly valuable. But cultivating true qi is painstakingly slow. With an environment offering higher concentration, cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate several-fold. Absorbing spirit energy from spirit stones in such an environment not only speeds up absorption but also reduces consumption. Anyone who can cultivate to the 3rd rank is at least a mage, right? Or even a forbidden spellcaster? Those who reach the 4th rank must have advanced significantly along the path of forbidden spells. After all, reaching the 4th rank grants a lifespan of 10,000 years. Perhaps they've mastered forbidden spells across a dozen magical disciplines, commanding countless spells. A 4th rank powerhouse is already an ancient relic. To advance further is incredibly difficult. To date, no 5th rank cultivator has ever been reported. At least, none have been publicly acknowledged. Many exceptionally powerful cultivators have already planned to visit the Zhao family. If there truly exists a third-grade spirit gathering array, they wouldn't mind becoming guest cultivators there. The Zhao family is destined to rise. A third-grade spirit gathering array alone has stirred considerable commotion. Fortunately, Zhèng Sījí was wise enough not to construct a modified third-grade spirit gathering array. Otherwise, he'd be finished. An ordinary third-grade spirit gathering array might not draw scrutiny over its creator. After all, if the creator chose to reveal their name, that was their choice. If they preferred anonymity, no one would force them. After all, spirit array masters capable of constructing genuine third-grade spirit gathering arrays all possessed considerable backing. At the very least, the families he had aided in the past would certainly stand up for him. This man is not someone to cross. But, if it were a third-grade spirit gathering array capable of concentrating 8 times the normal spirit energy density, that would inevitably cause an uproar. Someone will inevitably seek him out. This is a groundbreaking spirit array, discovering it would benefit all of humanity. At the very least, they'll use this excuse to set their sights on the spirit array. For a time, the Zhao family became the object of everyone's desire. Not everyone rushed to seize it, but everyone rushed to protect it. These individuals were shrewd operators. Joining a top-tier family in the Huaxia Federation might not guarantee them prominence. But for a newly emerging minor clan, the arrival of high-level cultivators would be a godsend. They would undoubtedly be treated with the utmost respect. Thus, these individuals did not seek to join the established great families already possessing third-grade spirit-gathering arrays. Instead, they set their sights on joining the Zhao family. The second Zhao family was about to rise. Yes, the second one. The family General Zhao belonged to was also the Zhao family. Many began scheming to secretly join the Zhao family. By joining early, before others realized what was happening, they could avoid fierce competition. But news outlets, media platforms, even Weibo, WeChat, and short videos everywhere is trending. Trending topic, shocking. A new star emerges domestically. A third-grade spirit-gathering array has been completed. Could this Zhao family become the second Zhao family in the country? All this commotion unfolded in just half a day. The head of the Zhao family was now swamped. A massive gathering of elite cultivators has converged before the Zhao family gates, all seeking to become guest cultivators. This leaves the Zhao family head both flattered and overwhelmed. No, it should have been expected, yet it still left him utterly stunned. This is the power of a third-grade spirit-gathering array. The lowest cultivation level among those seeking guest cultivator positions at the Zhao family was second-grade forbidden spells. And there were even several third-grade forbidden spells present. The entire Zhao family was now bustling about, with even young family members who should have been resting in the cultivation grounds coming to serve tea and water. Zhao family head, just tell us plainly, how many guest cultivators does the Zhao family intend to recruit? We need to know for planning purposes. An impatient second-grade forbidden spell practitioner blurted out the question. Normally, one shouldn't show such eagerness for a position as a guest scholar in the Zhao family at a time like this. Otherwise, once they joined the Zhao family, they might not be valued highly. After all, those stronger than oneself were everywhere here. But the situation was too dire now. There were simply too many people. Even second-rank mage masters were arriving in droves, seeking to join. Some cultivators had even left their original plans to join the Zhao family. The moment this person spoke, everyone's hearts tightened. They were forbidden spellcasters. After all, why would they panic like this? Of course. Who wouldn't want to advance their cultivation? This was an opportunity, one they had to seize. One person spoke up, and the others naturally set aside their pride to follow suit. That's right, Head Zhao. Just tell us how many guest scholars you need. We won't trouble you, we'll handle it ourselves outside, okay? A burly man pounded his chest, his words brimming with confidence. Chapter 93, a super senior? The burly man's words drew nods of agreement from the crowd. Exactly, head of the Zhao family. Stop teasing us. We're not desperate to join your clan, are we? If this keeps up, I'm outta here. A slimmer man spoke up, feigning departure to prompt Zhao family head to try and keep him. But things didn't go as he'd hoped. Go ahead. One less competitor for me. Yeah, go on then. If you're leaving, no one's stopping you. Yeah, hurry up and go. It's not like we can't manage without you. Skinny man. Hey, don't do this. You're making me look like a total fool. Ha. Head of the Zhao family, just kidding. Spit it out, how many guest advisors do you need? If it doesn't work out, I'll just join the Zhao family outright. Got any sisters? If not, aunts would do too. Hey, show some decency. And just like that, a group of cultivation world bigwigs started losing their dignity. This left the Zhao family head utterly dumbfounded. He knew most of these people here. In his memory, they were all serious, no-nonsense big shots. But what the hell was going on now? The Zhao family head stood there dumbfounded for a long while before finally snapping back to reality. He quickly interrupted, putting an end to their quarrel. Everyone, please calm down. The moment his voice fell, the surrounding area instantly fell silent. He continued, I recognize most of you here, and many are quite familiar to me. You are all great masters, heroes of the Huaxia Federation. I wouldn't dream of offending any of you. However, I regret to inform you that our Zhao family's resources are limited, and we cannot afford to support too many guest advisors. There's no need for you to assign yourselves positions that would only cause friction. I have devised a solution. Would you mind hearing it? As the head of the Zhao family finished speaking, the hall fell silent once more. Everyone nodded, indicating their willingness to listen. Seeing this, the Zhao family head continued, here is the plan. Our family has 11 outstanding young disciples. Due to our family's insufficient strength, we cannot secure suitable teachers for them. Coincidentally, our family can only support 11 guest scholars. Therefore, we propose this, the esteemed masters present here, if you deem any of them suitable, please guide them. Should you accept them as your direct disciples, they shall become guest scholars of the Zhao family. After the Zhao family had finished speaking, the assembled masters all hesitated. Personal disciples. The direct disciple of a cultivator who wields at least a second-grade forbidden spell. The head of the Zhao family certainly has no shortage of ambition. Taking on a direct disciple meant imparting one's entire lifetime of knowledge. If the chosen one lacked talent, taking them as a direct disciple would be utterly humiliating. Yet many great masters still consider it worthwhile. After all, cultivating within a third-grade spirit gathering array guarantees rapid advancement in one's strength. So what if it's just a direct disciple? Bring it on! Head Zhao, let's not delay. First, let us see the outstanding young talents of the Zhao family. One spoke up, and the others echoed his sentiment. The Zhao family head nodded and waved his hand. Servants promptly brought forth the 11 most outstanding talents selected for the competition. The thrilling moment had arrived. Want to become a guest scholar of the Zhao family? But what price must be paid? Do you really think someone who built an entire clan from scratch is some kind of pushover? The head of the Zhao family felt immensely pleased as his scheme succeeded. Zhèng Sījí was watching dramas in his room. He only cultivated in his soul space. Outside? That's for fun, of course. But just as he reached the most captivating part, a figure appeared silently outside his door. Zhèng Sījí hadn't noticed, but the system had. Host, there's someone outside your room. They wield a 4th-grade forbidden spell extremely powerful. They're likely targeting you. Proceed with caution. Upon hearing the system's alert, Zhèng Sījí immediately shut off his phone and entered the soul space to devise a countermeasure. Before long, Zhèng Sījí emerged. A smile played on his lips as he resumed watching the show. Lu Xuelan quickly arrived in South China City. Based on intelligence from her subordinates, she located the Zhao family residence and discovered Zhèng Sījí's living quarters. Ha! The Zhao family gave him such a nice place to live? Lu Xuelan was somewhat taken aback, clearly not expecting Zhèng Sījí to receive such favorable treatment. But before she could react further, she suddenly sensed an extremely concealed presence. Who's there? Lu Xuelan whipped her head around, catching sight of an aged figure. She raised her hand, beginning to channel magic, ready to attack. Hee, fellow cultivator, no need to rush. I mean you no harm. The old man raised his hand and spoke slowly. Lu Xuelan frowned, her regal aura radiating in full force. She was ancient, thousands of years old, yet she still possessed the face of an 18-year-old. Though her skin appeared youthful, her presence commanded reverence. Haha, fellow cultivator, this is no place for casual visitors. To see you, barely a few thousand years old, yet possessing such cultivation, you are truly a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Lu Xuelan found this remark deeply unsettling. What did he mean, a few thousand years old? Don't you know a girl's age shouldn't be revealed casually? Wait. How did he know I'm only a few thousand years old? Guessed? No, that couldn't be possible. Right, he must recognize me. After all, I am somewhat of a public figure. But his next words only deepened Lu Xuelan's confusion. Fellow Taoist, might you share your name? This old man would appreciate knowing how to address you. The old man smiled kindly and continued, you may call me Kanwo. Heh, it's an alias. This old man has long forgotten his true name. Lu Xuelan was utterly baffled. Kanwo? Who was that? She didn't recognize the name. And this old fellow doesn't remember his own name? How forgetful must he be to forget his own name? Lu Xuelan asked doubtfully, don't you recognize me? This time, it was the old man's turn to be bewildered. Why should I recognize you? Then, sensing something amiss, he chuckled and said, haha, fellow Taoist. For the past few thousand years, I've been focusing all my energy on seclusion to break through to the 5th grade. I've only just emerged from seclusion. If you feel I've offended you in any way, please forgive me, haha. Lu Xuelan's eyebrow twitched. 5th grade. His cultivation level, she truly couldn't sense it at all. There were only 2 possibilities. One possibility was that he was merely an old man with no cultivation at all. The other possibility was that his cultivation was genuinely stronger than hers. Lu Xuelan clearly didn't believe he was an ordinary person. For someone capable of appearing beside her without a sound could never be an ordinary person. So, he really is a 5th-rank cultivator. No way, no way. She came out to cause trouble for that stinking blind bastard Zhèng Sījí, only to run straight into an ancient cultivator elder. And a 5th-rank veteran at that. 5th-grade cultivators are nothing but legends here. Chapter 94, Are you teaching me how to do my job? In nearly 10,000 years, no one had ever broken through to 5th grade. Lu Xuelan was currently at the peak of 4th grade, yet she couldn't even find the threshold to 5th grade. 5th grade cultivators. Pure fantasy. I refuse to believe it. Yet the old man's next words left her no choice but to believe. Haha, fellow cultivator, I see you're at the peak of the 4th rank, yet your true chi is utterly chaotic. Have you not found a way to advance to the 5th rank? The old man's words stunned Lu Xuelan. Lu Xuelan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. This man had not only seen through her cultivation level at a glance, but also pinpointed the very problem in her cultivation. Indeed, her true chi was chaotic and disordered because she had been groping for a way to advance to the 5th rank. Ever since reaching the 4th rank, she had been striving to advance to that legendary 5th rank. Breaking through to 5th grade was no easy feat. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained unattained for 10,000 years. She had been at the peak of 4th grade for nearly 1,000 years. Throughout that millennium, she had focused on gathering spiritual energy and increasing her internal true chi reserves, hoping to force her breakthrough through sheer chi pressure. But it was useless. She then tried numerous other breakthrough methods, but they were largely ineffective. Not only did they prove ineffective, but her body was nearly ruined by her relentless attempts. The true chi within her body was chaotic and tangled. It wasn't that she didn't want to sort it out, it was that she couldn't. Old master, you. Before Lu Xuelan could finish, the old man cut her off. Ah, my memory isn't what it used to be. What was I just saying? Lu Xuelan's mouth twitched, then she immediately spoke again. This junior's name is Lu Xuelan. My pseudonym is insignificant. As for you, senior. Before Lu Xuelan could finish, the old man interrupted again. I seem to have forgotten why I came here. Wait a moment, let me think. Oh. It was to catch some petty thief whose purpose here is unknown. The old man feigned deep thought, gazing up at the sky. Lu Xuelan's mouth twitched again. If you want me to speak, just say so. Why all the beating around the bush? I'm here to find someone. The kid in the back room. That boy's been up to no good. This time, it was the old man's turn to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Oh? The boy inside? How exactly is he being troublesome? Lu Xuelan gritted her teeth. That brat stole my apprentice, what a scumbag. The old man's mouth twitched again. When did I ever kidnap your disciple? This is indeed Zhèng Sījí's doppelganger. Daring to call me a scumbag right to my face. This is intolerable. Oh? I'm curious. Tell me more. I'll see just how much trash you can talk about me. Well, it started like this. My disciple went out traveling and encountered this kid, and then Lu Xuelan recounted everything she knew, down to the last detail. Well, she embellished it quite a bit. In front of such a senior figure, she certainly couldn't reveal her own ulterior motives. Lu Xuelan could never have imagined that the very protagonist of her story stood right before her eyes. So it was you, Lu Xuelan. You're the one who lured my Mo Ling Yu away. Ha? Wait a minute. Why is it my Mo Ling Yu? Who cares? You're the one who snatched him away. And now you're plotting something sinister, trying to beat me up. I won't stand for this. But, hearing Mo Ling Yu show such concern for her warmed Zhèng Sījí's heart. Both hearts were all warm and fuzzy. It's almost here. July 1st has arrived, and the college entrance exams are just around the corner. Once I go to the Magic City Academy, we'll be able to meet again. After not seeing her for over 20 days, he found himself missing her terribly. Even so, that old hag won't get away with it. Ahem, is that so? The story I heard seems rather different, doesn't it? The moment Zhèng Sījí spoke, Lu Xuelan's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? You've heard this story? Where did you hear it? Wait, he appeared near Zhèng Sījí's room. So? You and Zhèng Sījí. He was the first disciple I took after emerging from seclusion. He's also my only disciple now. I saw his exceptional talent and potential to become a great emperor worthy of cultivation. Moreover, from what I understand, he's a man of unwavering loyalty, a man worthy of entrusting one's entire life to. That girl you mentioned, I know her too. She truly is a fine young woman, perfectly suited for my outstanding disciple. You have no idea how many stories there are about the two of them. My disciple isn't the scumbag you're making him out to be. How about this? Bring that girl back and I'll personally oversee her training. What do you say? Zhèng Sījí launched into a tirade of praise without a hint of embarrassment. Me praising myself, me playing matchmaker for myself, is that even okay? Lu Xuelan listened, her heart pounding wildly. Oh no. The old master has caught me lying. What to do? Return it? Right. Shall you return it? No, she still has a mission to complete. This. Senior Koan Wu, my disciple, still has unfinished business. How about this? In 2 months, she'll be heading to the Demon Capital Academy. Your disciple will be going there too, right? Zhèng Sījí froze. Why send her to the Demon Capital Academy? Lu Xuelan froze in turn. Then, it dawned on her. Senior Koan Wu, perhaps you've been in seclusion too long and aren't fully aware of the current situation. Allow me to briefly explain. Zhèng Sījí nodded. Go ahead. It's like this, Senior Koan Wu. The Demon Capital Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy are the two most powerful institutions in our Huaxia Federation. Perhaps for a distinguished figure like you, the teaching resources there are insignificant. But within those walls, one can acquire precious and rare materials, spirit stones, for instance. While scarce resources in the outside world, they are merely everyday consumables within those two academies. Of course, both academies also have regular colleges. What I'm referring to are their magic academies and martial arts cultivation academies. Both the magic and martial arts colleges of these institutions are established on that independent planet. The venerable elder should know about that independent planet, right? Zhèng Sījí was also taken aback. He knew of the independent planet, but he truly had little understanding of it. But he certainly couldn't admit ignorance. What if he gave himself away? So he nodded, indicating he knew. Like hell I know. I'll have to do some research when I get back. Anyway, he now had top-level access to numerous websites. He couldn't believe he wouldn't be able to find information on a planet. Lu Shualan continued, in short, while your teaching and training might surpass that of Magic Capital Academy, you absolutely won't find a place with more resources. So if you haven't considered sending your disciples to either Magic Capital Academy or Imperial Capital Academy before, now might be the time to think about it. The reason for choosing Magic Capital Academy over Imperial Capital Academy is that I have connections there. With connections, things get done. Zhèng Sījí raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Are you telling me how to run my affairs? Lu Shualan? This old master just stepped out of retirement. How fashionable of him. Chapter 95. This relationship is a mess. Heh, just kidding. I'll think about it. Zhèng Sījí chuckled. Lu Shualan breathed a sigh of relief. When chatting with the venerable elder, she dared not even breathe loudly. Then, senior, about my situation. Lu Shualan spoke cautiously. After all, this wasn't just any ordinary matter, it was a major event. A matter concerning breaking through to the 5th rank. Without following the correct path, one could never break through to the 5th grade. She had no 5th rank elders or seniors to guide her, nor did she know any 5th rank masters. The person before her was clearly a major figure. If not now, then when? What's the point of saving face? Can you eat it? Zhèng Sījí looked at her, smiled, and said with feigned solemnity, what's your situation? This is a tough one. As Zhèng Sījí finished speaking, Lu Shualan's heart skipped a beat. Senior Kunwu. I understand my own situation. Could you offer some guidance? Before she could finish, Zhèng Sījí cut her off again. I could help you, but why should I? With that, Zhèng Sījí appraised Lu Shualan from head to toe. Tisk, noble bearing, breathtaking beauty, a figure to die for. If I didn't know you were an ancient demon, I might have been tempted. Lu Shualan blushed at this. This old master, isn't he hinting at something? Should I accept or decline? He is an elder after all, surely he wouldn't. But you never know. Lu Shualan clenched her teeth and decided to take a roundabout approach. Then, she knelt on one knee and said, Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Zhèng Sījí? What the hell are you doing? You're a 1,000-year-old veteran kneeling before me? I'm afraid it'll shorten my lifespan. I just want some goodies. You're a 4th rank big shot who's lived for millennia, you've gotta have a pile of treasures, right? I just want some treasures. I don't want to take on a disciple. I'll take you as my disciple, but only as a nominal one. After all, your talent. TSK. So tempting. Lu Shualan's eyebrow twitched. Nominal disciple. This old codger still hasn't given up his greedy schemes. Damn it. I've boarded the wrong ship. And I can't even beat him in a fight. Lu Shualan gritted her teeth. To break through to the 5th rank, she'd risk it all. Then, she knelt on both knees and banged her head 3 times on the ground. Those 3 loud prostrations made Zhèng Sījí feel utterly helpless. You're knocking me down like this, you'll shorten my lifespan. Cough cough, rise. Lu Shualan slowly rose to her feet. Who would have thought that coming to teach that brat a lesson would end up making me his junior sister? Wait a minute. Master, our relationship, and my disciple and your disciple. Hearing this, Zhèng Sījí's eyebrows twitched. Damn it. Right. What kind of relationship is this? I'm my own disciple, and my grand disciple is my disciple's wife. My great-grand disciple is also my wife. Ha? Why is she my wife? Forget it. This is way too messy. That's precisely why I took you on as a nominal disciple. Got it? Zhèng Sījí cleared his throat lightly, feigning solemnity. Lu Shualan suddenly understood. Right. She'd been completely confused earlier. She thought he took her as a nominal disciple with ulterior motives. Turns out, it was all for Xiaoyu's sake. Then, Master, about this. Lu Shualan rubbed her hands together. Now that I'm your disciple, you still won't teach me. Do you know what the 5th grade realm entails? Zhèng Sījí spoke with profound mystery. Lu Shualan naturally had no idea, leaving her utterly confused. 5th grade, do you think it's the highest rank? Lu Shualan's heart skipped a beat. I don't think so. Because cultivation grades are arranged numerically. Above 5th grade, there might be a 6th grade. Exactly. You're right, beyond the 5th grade, there truly is a 6th grade. Zhèng Sījí chuckled. 6th rank. Alas, this world holds no 6th rank cultivators. 6th grade cultivators break through the world's barriers and journey to other realms in search of the Tao. Zhèng Sījí's words sent a chill through Lu Shualan's body. Other worlds? Holy crap. Discovering a new continent. But these matters aren't for you to concern yourself with now. Even I remain far from that realm. Zhèng Sījí's gaze grew profound, as if lost in recollection. Lu Shualan dared not interrupt, maintaining utmost respect. She held her master in the highest regard. After a long moment, he snapped back to the present and continued, "Hee, Xiaolan, you don't mind me calling you that, do you?" Lu Shualan nodded. How long had it been since anyone had used that name? Hearing it now, it actually felt strangely warm and familiar. Alright, Xiaolan, I'll now tell you about breaking through to the 5th rank. Lu Shualan's heart skipped a beat. Finally, he was going to discuss this matter. Then she watched Zhèng Sījí smack his lips. Thirsty. Lu Shualan snapped back to reality. Right. She and her master were both standing. Just as she was about to suggest finding a place to talk in detail, she froze in shock. With a sweeping gesture of Zhèng Sījí's large hand, a multitude of second-grade spirit plants shot forth, forming intricate patterns. In an instant, light flashed, and the spirit array was complete. Damn it! Lu Shualan, usually so refined and composed, let out a string of expletives. Ahem, Xiaolan, mind your language. Zhèng Sījí admonished her. Lu Shualan suddenly realized her slip up, quickly covering her mouth with an awkward chuckle. This master is seriously powerful. This spirit array is at least 3rd grade. A casual wave of his hand, and there it was, a 3rd grade spirit array. Then, Lu Shualan suddenly remembered something. Could this 3rd grade spirit gathering array have been built by her own master? The news of the sea demon invasion first came from the Zhao family. And Zhèng Sījí had been staying at the Zhao residence the whole time. No way. An invasion by sea demons that even the Federation failed to detect. How could the Zhao family possibly have sensed it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. So, did Master detect all of this? And then, using the Zhao family as a conduit, relayed the news of the sea demon invasion? So my master didn't personally deliver the message to avoid drawing attention? Wow! What a low-key master. Lu Shualan, after all, was an ancient demoness who had lived for thousands of years. With just a few connections, she could piece together the general picture. Then, Zhèng Sījí produced another table and 2 chairs, sitting down. A tea set appeared on the table. Lu Shualan, seeing her master's gesture, stepped forward and sat down as well. As his disciple, it was her duty to serve him tea and water. Thus, she was already prepared to brew the tea. But upon seeing the tea leaves on the table, her eyebrows shot up. These were 2nd grade peak level Lu Ling tea leaves. Such tea leaves were not particularly rare even for a high-level cultivator like her. Yet the purity of these leaves surpassed her wildest expectations. Not a single impurity was present. Pure spiritual energy. Not a single impurity, nothing but spiritual energy. The place where this tea was cultivated must have been completely free of demonic spirits. This was simply impossible. Even within the belly of a sperm whale, trace amounts of demonic energy exist. Yes, Zhao Ruomin experienced it firsthand, absolutely no falsehood. Chapter 96, Trouble for the Cloud-Winged Swordfish. For a moment, Lu Shualan froze, her hands suspended mid-motion, her mind blank. It was Zhèng Sījí shaking her that finally snapped her back to reality. Then, a scene unfolded that made Zhèng Sījí's blood boil. Lu Shualan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, her noble demeanor completely vanished. Damn it! That old vixen, she's too damn vixen-like. Hold it in, hold it in. Lu Shualan hurriedly began brewing tea, her composure gradually returning. She had lived for thousands of years. How long had it been since she'd lost her composure like this? In front of others, she was the formidable leader, radiating unmatched authority and majestic presence. But, in front of this new master, she had actually revealed her childish side. It was utterly humiliating. Zhèng Sījí quickly changed the subject, fearing he might develop feelings for this ancient sorceress. A woman 3 years older is like a gold brick 30 years older, a kingdom 300 years older, an immortal pill 3,000 years older, a place among the immortals. So does that mean she's already ascended to the ranks of the immortals? Put. Ahem, Xiaolan, I have plenty of this tea here. If you want some, just come back and take some later. Lu Shualan paused slightly at Zhèng Sījí's words. A lot. She had just been wondering if this stuff was produced in limited quantities, perhaps created by her master using his own true qi to form a void zone free of demonic energies. Such a vacuum zone required constant qi to maintain. Perhaps only someone as long-lived and leisurely as her master would bother with it. But such zones clearly couldn't exist on a large scale. Yet her master seemed to imply he'd cultivated a whole batch? Zhèng Sījí spoke up, Xiaolan, let's get down to business. Lu Shualan snapped back to attention. Right. Let's discuss the important matters. Her breakthrough to 5th grade was the most important matter. Do you know why your true energy keeps increasing yet seems to have almost no effect? Lu Shualan shook her head. I don't know, master. Zhèng Sījí chuckled again. Then do you think there might be something wrong with the true energy within your body? Lu Shualan remained utterly baffled. If I knew the answer, why would I need you as my master? Seeing Lu Shualan's mind filled with question marks, Zhèng Sījí felt a quiet satisfaction. Serves you right for trying to outsmart me. He continued, your cultivation technique is sound, and your true qi reserves are ample. The breakthroughs in the earlier levels all involved cultivating true qi, increasing its quantity, until gradually, you reach the threshold for advancement. Each cultivation technique activates different acupoints and connects meridians in unique ways, setting different upper limits for practitioners at each level. At the earlier tiers, once your true qi reached a certain level, it would stop increasing unless you broke through. This holds true regardless of the cultivation technique practiced. Then why, do you know, does your true qi continue to increase even though you've reached the peak of the 4th grade? Faced with Zhèng Sījí's question, Lu Xuelan could only shake her head helplessly. She had pondered why her true qi continued to grow even after reaching the peak of the 4th grade. This was entirely different from her cultivation experience in the previous ranks. She even began to wonder if something was wrong with her. But after consulting several others who had also reached the peak of the 4th rank, she discovered she wasn't alone in this experience. Lu Xuelan continued pouring tea for Zhèng Sījí, shaking her head as she waited for his explanation. After taking a sip of tea, Zhèng Sījí shook his head. Since it keeps increasing, let it continue to increase. But let it increase in a regular pattern, rather than allowing it to roam unchecked within your body. The gap between 4th and 5th grade is vast. You can study the Diamond Grade C Demon and the Sovereign Grade C Demon for reference. On the path of cultivation, the master guides you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. I won't give you the answers outright. What happens next is entirely up to you, ha? Zhèng Sījí waved his hand dismissively and added, once you've grasped it, you can come find me through your senior brother. Then, Zhèng Sījí's figure gradually faded away, leaving Lu Xuelan utterly bewildered. What? He's just leaving like that. Where's my tea? Damn it! Speak plainly, for heaven's sake. Lu Xuelan reviewed Zhèng Sījí's words. Diamond Grade C demons and Sovereign Grade C demons. Studying their bodies. She had slain countless King Class C monsters herself, and the number of Diamond Class C monsters she had killed was beyond count. But, she had never dissected them. Each time, she'd simply sold them to others, who used them to craft items like artifacts and potions. Should I study them? Where would she find a King Class C demon here? Were they that easy to encounter? Then, Lu Xuelan spread her senses out. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Cloudwing Swordfish. It's you! Her clone returned, and Zhèng Sījí immediately dashed into the soul space. Ah ha 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 ha. Host, I really have to say. I may not be human, but you're a real dog. What's wrong with that? She wants to teach me a lesson, so I'll take her as my disciple and teach her a lesson slowly over time. What's wrong with that? And nothing's wrong. The system was utterly speechless. This host's moves are way too bold. Zhèng Sījí laughed for quite a while before finally stopping. Magic City Academy. Is it really that good? Zhèng Sījí didn't know, but he had to go to Magic City Academy. After all, Mo Lingyu had made a promise with him. After exiting the soul space, Zhèng Sījí made a call. Hello? Head of the Zhao family, are you free now? Oh, nothing much. Will this year's college entrance exams still be held as scheduled? Alright, then make arrangements for it. As soon as possible. Beep beep beep. Magic City Academy I'm in. After that, Zhèng Sījí opened his computer and resumed his geeky journey. A solitary planet. Online records were scarce, but they gave Zhèng Sījí a general idea. This planet was called Hunting Pole Star. Numerous teleportation portals exist on Blue Star. Known ones include teleportation points at Magic Capital Academy and Imperial Capital Academy. Official portals also exist for organizations like the Hunters Association and the Magic Association. However, these portals all have strict restrictions. Traveling to Hunting Pole Star is several times more difficult than going abroad. But, both the Magic Capital Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy possess exclusive teleportation points. Anyone on the school's roster has a chance to enter. Resources from hunting the Pole Star are not mass-produced for sale on Blue Star. Most resources on Blue Star are either discovered here or sourced from other planets. Even the scraps produced by hunting the Pole Star are considered treasures on Blue Star. So, is Hunting Pole Star a resource planet? Absolutely not. Even humans have only explored a small fraction of Hunting Pole Star. Humans haven't even launched many satellites there, and those satellites can't orbit the entire planet, they're limited to small-scale movements. To this day, humanity still doesn't know the true size of Hunting Pole Star. There, demons and monsters appear in droves, dangers lurk everywhere, yet opportunities abound. It's the place where geniuses are most drawn to. Chapter 97, The Snow Emperor Unleashes His Might. Both the Demon City Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy's dual demonic arts and martial arts divisions are headquartered on the Hunting Pole Star. For this reason alone, many who couldn't gain admission to the dual magic and martial arts departments of either academy would instead pursue regular majors at the two institutions. For there, they gained the opportunity to enter Hunting Pole Star and access superior resources. Thus, the regular departments of both academies are predominantly filled with cultivators. Though enrollment is high, competition is fierce. Other nations also have academies with bases in Hunting Pole Star. However, none have developed as successfully as Magic Capital Academy and Imperial Capital Academy. This is because their teleportation destinations are more dangerous and the environments harsher. Moreover, both the Magic Capital Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy recruit students globally. Thus, the competition is even fiercer. That was all the information available online. Yet even this limited information sparked Zhèng Sījí's intense curiosity. Magic Capital Academy. I'm dead set on going there. Time flies before we knew it was already July 6th. Tomorrow is the day of the college entrance exams. The entire city of South China had returned to its usual state. Except, it was noticeably less crowded. Not only in South China City, but across all coastal cities of the Huaxia Federation, reconstruction was nearly complete. Yet the population remained pitifully sparse. The sea demon invasion had instilled fear in the populace. Ordinary people might only live to be about 100 years old. The last sea demon invasion had occurred decades ago. The previous generation of ordinary people who experienced the sea demon invasion had grown old and retired, and their fear of the sea demons had gradually faded. Now, those daring to live in coastal cities are mostly young people born in recent decades. They haven't experienced the sea demon invasion and know no fear. Now they have experienced it. Ordinary people just want a peaceful life. How many would actually return? Despite falling land prices and enhanced preferential policies, only a third of them have returned. They are afraid that the sea monsters will invade again. Yet a recent event has prompted more people to return to coastal cities. They're all hesitating after all. The incentives for returning to coastal areas are simply too generous. Not only are college entrance exam requirements lowered, but purchasing homes and vehicles, even having children, all come with a host of benefits. This event served as the perfect catalyst. It pushed those who were still on the fence to finally make up their minds and return. Shue solo killed 2 top-tier players. Yes, 2. When Zhèng Sījí first heard the news, he was utterly stunned. Centuries ago, during a sea demon invasion, Snow Emperor single-handedly slayed 3 kings. After that, she vanished without a trace, rumored to be seeking a breakthrough opportunity. Now, during this sea demon invasion, she has reappeared. The Snow Empress Lu Xuelan. Upon hearing that name, Zhèng Sījí suddenly understood, yet couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. The cloud-winged swordfish attacking South City was instantly obliterated. The mid-king tier powerhouse behind it didn't last much longer either. The sea demons, unsure what had possessed her, dared not pursue. Zhèng Sījí hadn't expected that. He'd merely intended for Lu Xuelan to study the king-level sea demon. But she actually went and studied them. She went and killed 2 of them outright, bringing them back for study. What kind of move is that? Fine, you're strong, you're impressive. A cultivator at the peak of the 4th rank. Having undergone countless demonic spirit possessions. Every magic discipline undergoes a demonic spirit possession when reaching Archmage or Forbidden Spell tiers. Lu Xuelan, however, was a master who had studied magic for thousands of years, a true veteran. Who knows how many magical disciplines she had mastered to the Forbidden Spell level. But she had undoubtedly awakened every single one, and each of her disciplines was at least at the Archmage level. Lu Xuelan already possessed peak 4th rank cultivation. Combined with countless demonic spirit invasions, her physical fortitude had long since reached 5th rank. For someone like her to fight a sovereign, it would be nothing short of slaughter. This counterattack has also greatly boosted the morale of the entire Federation. Sea Demon? The Sovereign? Send anyone we want and they'll all die. Of course, Lu Xuelan's intervention was entirely accidental. An accident engineered by Zhèng Sījí. After breaking through to the 4th rank, they could no longer be controlled by the state. For if they wished, they could journey into the cosmos, seek out planets, and make them their home. Indeed, 4th rank cultivators could survive in space. These independent cultivators ostensibly belonged to no faction. That's why, when the Zhao family had received Lu Xuelan's call earlier, he had those thoughts. Of course, the Huaxia Federation also possesses 4th rank cultivators. They simply don't exist openly. These are all trump cards. Even if they exist, who would tell you? There might even be 5th rank elders guarding certain areas, though they wouldn't reveal that either. 5th grade elders live in seclusion. They never appear in public as cultivators. Lu Xuelan, however, is an independent cultivator who never joined the Huaxia Federation. Therefore, even if 5th rank cultivators existed within the Huaxia Federation, they wouldn't guide Lu Xuelan. Fortunately, she encountered Zhèng Sījí, who offered her a chance. Originally, Lu Xuelan's secret slaying of 2 sovereigns remained unknown to all. But Zhao Ruomin, floating at sea cleansing his body, witnessed it. Yes, he saw it. He witnessed it with his own eyes. Lu Xuelan slaughtering 2 sovereigns with overwhelming force. This left Zhao Ruomin so stunned he forgot all about washing himself. The stench on his body was too overpowering. Lu Xuelan probably caught it too. Great. He thought that as long as he washed clean in the sea, no one would know about his disgrace. Now, they did. And the news of Lu Xuelan slaying 2 kings was spread by Zhao Ruomin after he returned. The news came 2 days late. Don't even ask him why. Lu Xuelan was untouchable, but how many others could he really afford to provoke? Yeah, this time he spread the news, hyping Lu Xuelan like crazy, because he was scared she'd expose his dirty secrets. How utterly humiliating. Because of this incident, more and more people were returning to the coastal areas. After all, not many people died in Huaxia this time. Those who perished during the sea demon invasion were the ones lacking disaster preparedness awareness, those who didn't seek shelter in refuges, ignored instructions during emergencies, and panicked by running around aimlessly. Besides, the last sea demon invasion happened decades ago. Surely there wouldn't be another one in the next 10 years, right? In just over a decade, the children would have finished college. Moving again should be manageable, right? Moreover, since the Zhao family suddenly established a third-grade spirit gathering array, the surrounding spiritual energy had become significantly more concentrated. When the third-grade spirit gathering array was first established, it absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, creating a partial vacuum in the surrounding area. However, the concentration quickly returned to its original level. Moreover, the Zhao family has fine-tuned this third-grade spirit gathering array. The Zhao family issued a statement declaring that when the array was not actively controlled, it would allow most of South China City to enjoy higher concentrations of spiritual energy. Naturally, the spiritual energy concentration was most intense within the Zhao family's spirit gathering hall. This measure undoubtedly won the hearts of many. Chapter 98: Senior and Junior Siblings. Naturally, even when providing benefits to others, one must first satisfy one's own needs. Thus, the Zhao family established 20 spirit gathering chambers, offering the highest concentration fivefold spiritual energy. Additionally, they constructed dozens of cultivation chambers with quadruple spiritual energy. They even constructed a second-grade spirit gathering array, creating over 100 spirit energy rooms with triple concentration. Beyond that, the spiritual energy concentration began to gradually decrease. Through deliberate manipulation, the Zhao family ensured that the vast majority of South China City, centered around their domain, maintained a significantly higher spiritual energy concentration than surrounding areas. Living amidst such high concentration spiritual energy extended lifespans. Even meals tasted more delicious. Consequently, property prices soared in areas closer to the Zhao family estate. However, these areas were originally inhabited, and after reconstruction, they still belonged to their original owners. Thus, the Zhao family played no small part in facilitating the return of many residents. The Zhao family has won over a wave of public support through this initiative. Many pledged their future support for Zhao family products. The Zhao family also received commendation from high-ranking officials of the Federation. With one piece of good news after another unfolding, the head of the Zhao family couldn't stop smiling these past few days. He'd even woken up laughing several times in his sleep. The reconstruction of South China City was now essentially complete. Zhèng Sījí once again walked along Star River Street. 1 month. An entire month. Today, July 6, Monday. Walking this street again, it had changed dramatically. Rebuilding, of course, meant making it better. Many previously overlooked areas had been carefully adjusted. Though more luxurious, there are fewer people. Even with various measures and events encouraging many to return, and newcomers choosing to settle here, the total number still falls short of what it once was. Walking down this street, Zhèng Sījí recalled many things. Once, he had always wanted to cultivate, always wanted to become stronger. But he could not cultivate. Life alone did not disappoint him, nor did it drive him to despair. But the inability to cultivate truly crushed him. Now, he could cultivate. He began to feel a certain loneliness. Who exactly was he? Who were his parents? He had speculated that perhaps he wasn't from this world. A few days ago, another sum of money was deposited into his account. Who was sending him money? And who wrote that greeting card? He couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it anymore. Wasn't that precisely Zhèng Sījí's strength? Why dwell on it? Just focus on getting stronger, and the answers will reveal themselves. Kid, come home. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed in his mind. Zhèng Sījí's lips curved upward as he rose to head home. Xinghe Street wasn't far from his new apartment, and he soon arrived home. Junior sister, I'm your senior brother here. Show some respect, will you? Zhèng Sījí's voice was so smug it made you want to punch him. Get lost. Lu Xuelan sighed inwardly. How did she end up with a senior brother who wasn't even that much older than her? And to make matters worse, he was utterly useless. After slaying several sovereign-level sea demons, Lu Xuelan returned. In truth, she had slain 3 sea demon kings, though Zhao Ruomin had only witnessed 2 of the kills. It was only because a late-stage sea demon intervened later that she stopped. Otherwise, she might have kept killing. After returning, she sought out Zhèng Sījí once more. Zhèng Sījí entrusted her to exchange his military merits for him. This must be it, probably just exchanged. But when he asked her for that favor, she was clearly annoyed he really treated her like his junior apprentice. So she didn't look at the spatial equipment. She hadn't intended to look anyway. How much merit could a low-level mage possibly exchange? But when the merit points appeared, she was utterly stunned. Hunting a bronze tier C demon rewarded 0.1 merit points. Converted to cash, that's a face value of 1,000 huaxia currency. But if she actually exchanged it on the black market, it could fetch over 1,000, maybe even 2,000 huaxia dollars. And this was merely the bounty for slaying a sea demon. Its value was certainly lower than the demon itself. Moving up to silver tier, regardless of the specific rank, each silver tier demon yielded 10 merit points. But things change at the gold tier. Beyond gold rank, further distinctions are made. Early gold, 100 merit points. Mid gold, 300 merit points. Late gold, 500 merit points. Golden peak, 700 merit points. And immortal gold requires a whopping 1,000 merit points. Don't assume that only after diamond do minor tier differences become immense. For Zhèng Sījí, minor tier differences within gold rank aren't particularly significant. After all, he had too many hacks. Immortality, instant casting, infinite mana, overpowered spell control, tenfold espionage gear. Plus a whole bunch of inexplicable spells. This made him slaughter gold players like slaughtering dogs. But against diamond tier C monsters, the gap began to widen. Yet the reward distribution for hunting achievements barely increased. Early diamond tier, 10,000 merit points. Mid diamond, 30,000 merit points. Late diamond, 50,000 merit points. Diamond peak, 70,000 merit points. For brilliant diamond, it's 100,000 merit points. Converted to huaxia currency, that's over $1 billion. Even such large-scale exchanges could attract buyers willing to pay billions. However, black market exchanges carry significant risks. After all, trading merit points is illegal. Merit points can be exchanged for resources within the Federation. The Federation absolutely does not want resources flowing out. Lu Xuelan, naturally, must also exchange her merit points. One set of early-stage sovereign merit, one set of mid-stage sovereign merit. She planned to keep one more. As long as she collected proof, it would be clear whether she had hunted them down. Just these two sea demon kings alone yielded a bounty worth 4 million merit points. She also collected proof for some diamond tier sea demons she'd casually hunted along the way. As for gold tier and lower, she couldn't be bothered. She was powerful. These merits meant little to her. At most, they'd buy a few 4th grade spirit stones. Merit points, too, had tiers. Their corresponding tiers mirrored those of spirit stones. 4 million merit points naturally equated to 4 4th grade merit points. Indeed, slaying a sea demon at the early sovereign stage only earned a single 4th grade merit. To them, this was merely a token reward. The most valuable and precious part was the beast's corpse. When Lu Xuelan helped Zhèng Sījí exchange his merits, she was utterly stunned. Over 1,400 gold tier sea demons. Tens of thousands of silver grade sea demons. Bronze grade sea monsters were countless beyond measure. But that wasn't what shocked her most. For there was also a late diamond tier willowsting dragon. Of course, she quickly realized this might be some sort of rune or talisman her master had given to Zhèng Sījí. At her master's level, even a casually drawn talisman could instantly annihilate a diamond tier sea demon, couldn't it? Moreover, these exchange vouchers are all parts of the sea monster. These are used for verification, to prevent individuals from redeeming the same sea monster multiple times. But even this requires an enormous storage device to hold them all. This left Lu Xuelan utterly speechless. That single spatial device, over 1,000 cubic meters in size, she nearly tossed it to the exchange staff on a whim. How extravagant! Master, I'm your disciple too, show me some favor. Chapter 99, Merit Points Secured. Originally, Lu Xuelan hadn't paid much attention to these small spatial devices. So she'd always just tip them off to the inventory staff. But, when she learned this spatial device held a huge stash of stuff, she made a point to take a look. This is called a small spatial device? Of course not. So Lu Xuelan secretly stashed it away. She wasn't short on money for a spatial device. The point was, how many people could even construct a spatial device this large? Master, I want one too. After exchanging her merit points, Lu Xuelan headed straight back. She wasn't cut out for studying sea demons. All she knew about them was how to kill them. Though she did some research, studying sea demons required professionals. She had no clue how to even begin researching them. Lu Xuelan casually tossed Zhèng Sījí a registered merit card. It was opened using her account. After all, Zhèng Sījí had mentioned he didn't want to reveal too much. Lu Xuelan understood this sentiment well. According to the intelligence she had gathered, Zhèng Sījí was a complete novice with no cultivation at all. But the truth was clearly not that. Now she understood the reason. Zhèng Sījí's cultivation had never been revealed. Lu Xuelan refused to believe Zhèng Sījí had only cultivated magic. If that were the case, her own master wouldn't have taken him as a disciple. Yet she could detect absolutely no trace of Zhèng Sījí's cultivation in the way of cultivation. His cultivation was higher than hers? That's ridiculous. His cultivation couldn't possibly surpass hers at most, he was simply concealing it well. Her master was becoming increasingly unfathomable, possessing a magical artifact capable of concealing cultivation levels. Even a 4th-rank cultivator like herself couldn't detect it. Zhèng Sījí glanced at the merit card and nodded in satisfaction. Zhèng Sījí asked, how many merit points are there in total? Lu Xuelan rolled her eyes, not wanting to bother with him. Over 1,000 gold grade C demons of various ranks, tens of thousands of silver grade C demons, hundreds of thousands of bronze grade C demons, you're quite the powerhouse. Not counting that willow sting dragon, you killed all these C demons yourself, right? You really are something, charging into the C demon battlefield alone. Do you have any idea how worried Xiaoyu has been? With no word from you, Xiaoyu hasn't slept soundly for days. Poof. I'll have Xiaoyu deal with you later. I can't be bothered. So many C demons, and you finished them all in 10 days. So you averaged over 100 gold grade C demons per day? By the end of her sentence, Lu Xuelan's mouth twitched. This guy is freaking unbelievable. Was I this good back when I was high tier? No way. Over 100 gold tier C monsters a day? Doesn't this guy ever rest? Even if he hunted non-stop for 24 hours, that'd mean taking down 5 gold grade C monsters every single hour. This has to be fake, right? Of course, Lu Xuelan couldn't possibly show shock in front of Zhèng Sījí, just a child. Little did he know this was her master. 1,200,000 in total. I had him round it down for you. That works out to 1 level 4 merit and 20 level 3 merits. This guy is a freaking monster. That's more merit than killing a sea demon at the early king stage. For others, surviving a sea demon invasion is a catastrophe. You treat sea demon invasions like a money-making scheme. With this rate of earning, 10 days of sea demon invasions is actually too short. Lu Xuelan sighed helplessly, the sea demon invasion overseas hasn't ended yet. Wanna go make some money to spend? After saying that, Lu Xuelan was utterly stunned. She actually saw Zhèng Sījí seriously considering it. No way. I was just joking. Fortunately, Zhèng Sījí didn't actually say he would go. I have my college entrance exams tomorrow. Let's talk about it after that. Lu Xuelan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't leaving right now, there was still room for maneuver later. Then, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Holy crap! This guy is only 18. Even if he awakened at 10, that only makes it 8 years now. 8 years. That does put him close to the high tier. Still on the slower side. Lu Xuelan consoled herself with this thought. Alright, thanks, junior sister. You should head back now, don't keep Xiaoyu waiting too long. Zhèng Sījí smiled warmly. Huh? Just kicking me out like that? Lu Xuelan was utterly confused. What did that mean? Aren't you going to ask how to use these merit points? What can you exchange them for? No, little sister, I'm not rushing you out. It's just that Xiaoyu is alone over there and feeling lonely. Why don't you bring her over? Forget it, forget it. I'm leaving. Lu Xuelan waved her hand dismissively, soaring into the air and flying away. Watching Lu Xuelan vanish in an instant, Zhèng Sījí chuckled. You're not staying? Did you think I'd invite you to dinner? Ha! Wait till you remember why you came here in the first place, then I'm in big trouble. Come scold me? Not a chance. Ahahaha. Host, you must be out of your mind. However, Zhèng Sījí paid no heed to the system. This left the system feeling utterly frustrated. This kid's gotten smart. When I confront him, he knows better than to respond. What fun is that supposed to be? Zhèng Sījí had discovered the system's proper usage. When the system confronts you, just ignore it. And this system can't ignore my questions. Whatever you ask, as long as it's within its permissions, the system has to respond. And it must provide the most accurate, most detailed answer possible. Therefore, he had absolutely no reason to worry about offending the system. If that's the case, the system won't prompt him to draw prizes anymore. Right. 3 more regular special and 3 training special events, plus 2 item special events. This week also refreshed 1 regular draw. If next week rolls around and I still haven't used the special draws, I'll just skip the refresh. That'd be a total loss. System, open the panel. Host, Zhèng Sījí. Age, 18. Cultivation, 2nd rank peak pseudo, mid-tier all attributes super limit mage. Constitution, quantum-affinity constitution. System level, LV 1.5. Skills, 9 steps to heaven, 9 steps to 10,000 realms, heavenly demon illusion body unmastered, farmer's 3 fists, all beginner and intermediate tier magic, life-death conversion. Items, tenfold spy device, phantom shadow mask, linglong eye, multiverse shuttle talisman. Professions, spirit array master, hacker, alchemist, chef. Soul space, click to access. Special, normal 3-3, cultivation 3-3, items 2-3 increases by 1 weekly. Quests, click to enter. Trial tower, click to enter. Lottery, click to enter. Pet beast, blazing phoenix, click to enter pet beast panel. Glancing at his character panel, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but frown. Why did his peak 2nd grade cultivation still have a pseudo tag? These past days, both his physical prowess and control should have reached the peak of the 2nd rank by now. Zhèng Sījí fell deep in thought. Could it be that aspect hasn't been achieved yet? After conducting a series of experiments, Zhèng Sījí still failed to uncover anything conclusive. Chapter 100, The Awakening of the Artifact Forger. System, do you know what's going on? The system desperately wanted to remain silent, but its factory settings dictated otherwise. When the host asked, it had to answer. This was unbearable. Host, you haven't truly reached the peak of the second rank cultivation level certified by the system yet. Passing the first layer of the trial tower will essentially complete it. Then system, what exactly is tested on the first floor of the trial tower? The first layer of the trial tower refines true chi. As my host, every aspect of your cultivation must be honed to perfection. Isn't this already my peak? Of course not. The peak of the second rank I speak of means being able to face off against a fourth rank cultivator head-on. You're still far from that. The gap between the third and fourth ranks is no small matter. Your current strength is thousands of times weaker than a late-stage Diamond Sea Demon. Even compared to an early-stage Diamond Sea Demon, you're still far behind. So how difficult is the first floor of the trial tower to clear? Didn't you try it yourself? The fact that you couldn't see the bottom should tell you something, shouldn't it? Damn it! Now that he put it that way, he realized he truly was nowhere near ready. He couldn't even see the bottom of the first floor. At this rate, how long would it take me to refine my cultivation? Host, don't overthink it. You must push your cultivation to its absolute limit. That's one of the conditions for the system to upgrade to level 2. Even if you can't advance, you'll keep getting stronger. Remember, you've got a golden ticket. Zhèng Sījí felt a moment of disappointment, but soon regained his motivation. Progressing bit by bit each week, he would succeed sooner or later. He sensed that his current position in the trial tower marked a threshold. Once he crossed it, his ascent speed would undoubtedly accelerate in the short term. Unfortunately, his weekly trials had already been exhausted for the new week. Next week, he would break through. System, open the lottery page. Let's do a regular draw to lift my spirits. Regular draw, 1-1 free refresh every Monday. Tier 1 draw, 1-1 free refresh on the first of each month. Tier 2 draw, 0-1 refreshes after system upgrade. Mystery draw, 0-3 refreshes after specific conditions are met, max 3 draws stored. Damn it! Right, it's July now. The Tier 1 draw has refreshed. Understood, host. Preparing lottery. Regular draw. Ready. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 sweet cake. May it brighten your day. Sweet cake. Upon use, grants a full day of good cheer. Carrot. Zhèng Sījí. Damn. It actually did give me a good mood. Zhèng Sījí pulled the cake out and took a furious bite. Sure enough, his mood improved significantly. System, level 1 lottery. Understood, host. Preparing lottery. Level 1 draw. Ready. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Junior Artifact Forger. Another beginner level profession? Like an alchemist, able to craft third-grade items? So fast. But I don't really have anything I want to craft. Plus, without blueprints, I have no idea how to craft anything. Pills might be somewhat useful, but as an artifact forger, he genuinely had no idea what to craft. After all, he doesn't really want any specific items. Even if he did, anything he crafted himself wouldn't be as powerful as what the system provides. At best, he could sell them for a bit of money. However, this alchemist is capable of crafting all kinds of items. Magic tools, spirit artifacts, all such items could be forged. With his stockpile of sea demon corpses, crafting some magic tools should pose no problem. Zhèng Sījí pondered for a moment. He felt that if he used his wish to become the strongest artifact forger, it would be a waste of the lottery. But now it seemed that if he didn't use those specials, the lottery would reset next week. System, use cultivation special to make me the strongest artifact forger I can currently become. Host requirement analysis. Analysis complete. Inputting profession. Input complete. Buzz. Zhèng Sījí collapsed onto the bed in his soul space once more. This time, he slept for 2 more days. Indeed, these auxiliary professions could truly be mastered all the way to the top. All the artifact blueprints, forging techniques, various combinations, and foundational knowledge, everything was transmitted into his mind. This time, he discovered the method for making wishes. Instead of limiting the scope himself, he set a broad ceiling and let the system determine the specifics. Thus, unlike with the spirit array, this time he gained all the knowledge directly. However, he still faced numerous limitations when attempting alchemy. For instance, his cultivation base was insufficient, and he lacked adequate materials. Moreover, many demonic artifacts required demonic corpses as primary materials. Additionally, certain auxiliary materials and even spiritual plants needed to be incorporated into the mixture. At present, he could only craft minor items. Truly valuable artifacts require numerous auxiliary materials to forge. He had no shortage of spirit plants. Those boundless spirit fields had been harvested countless times. He had no shortage of demonic beasts either. Within that space, vast beyond compare to Blue Star, he raised all manner of demonic beast cubs. They just hadn't reached maturity yet. However, some demon beasts possessing demigod bloodlines had already successfully established their foundations. They adapted swiftly, and with the system butler's assistance, their early stages went smoothly. Incidentally, Hongi had already reached the peak of the first rank and was on the verge of breaking through to the second rank. This cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. Moreover, it is about to become he. Beasts can forge demonic artifacts, but demons cannot craft spirit artifacts. Thus, the cultivation system remained the dominant path. Upon exiting the soul space, Zhèng Sījí immediately dispatched the Zhao family head to gather materials. Gather as much as you can. Money. I don't. There's no way I won't run out. He had always thought that by saving every penny of his monthly income, accumulating billions over time, he was already wealthy. But now he realized those billions could vanish with just a few purchases. In the end, he was still a penniless pauper. After saving for 12 years, his savings were still less than what he earned in just 10 days. He'd have to find a way to make more money. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly sustain such extravagant spending. Though Zhèng Sījí had no cash on hand, he possessed a vast array of items he could convert into cash. Like spirit plants, like demon beast cubs. These demon beast cubs with exceptionally strong bloodlines could definitely fetch astronomical prices. But anyone selling such items would be thoroughly investigated. Therefore, Zhèng Sījí absolutely could not sell these. At most, he might build a spirit array, refine some pills, craft a few demonic artifacts to sell, and make a little money. Zhèng Sījí has a very unclear concept of money. He actually considers this money to be small change. Only he could be so extravagant with his spending. System, do you know how spirit stones are obtained? System? Host. You've truly fallen. The moment you spoke, I knew exactly what you were thinking. Zhèng Sījí? Chapter 101, The College Entrance Exam Council. Zhèng Sījí roared back, Bull. You know what I'm thinking even when I don't speak. So do you know or not? System replied, Well. I do know. Zhèng Sījí snapped, Then why aren't you telling me? The system sighed helplessly, Alright. Spirit stones are essentially the essence of heaven and earth. Their origin is actually quite simple. Spiritual energy gathers in certain special locations, forming spirit veins. These then create a positive feedback loop, gradually crystallizing into spirit stones. Zhèng Sījí pondered for a moment before asking, So, it's just that where spiritual energy is concentrated, spirit stones appear? Yeah, pretty much, that's how it works. This host is about to start tinkering again. Zhèng Sījí exclaimed with delight, Does that mean I can create them myself? System, well, you could say that. Zhèng Sījí then inquired, System, do you know any other methods for creating spirit stones? System, I do know some. There are actually quite a few methods, but they're a bit wasteful. Cut the crap, just tell me. Didn't you awaken as both an artifact forger and an alchemist? Both artifact forging and alchemy involve a step where you extract the essence from materials. That essence is highly concentrated spiritual energy. Simply infuse it into used spirit stones, and you can create new ones. Zhèng Sījí heard the system's reply and felt a bit puzzled. He was well versed in cultivation techniques, but records on spirit stones were scarce. Where do I find used spirit stones? He knew the spiritual energy within spirit stones could be absorbed for cultivation. But he genuinely didn't need spirit stones for cultivation. His cultivation space already possessed a spirit energy concentration 21 times greater than normal, a level that was more than sufficient. Host, these are readily available. Though depleted spirit stones lose their spiritual energy, placing them in high concentration environments can restore them to full potency within decades. However, this process consumes excessive time, making used spirit stones relatively inexpensive. Should you desire them, simply purchase them. Nevertheless, spirit stones capable of holding such high concentrations are inherently hard. As you likely learned from the alchemy knowledge recently stored in your mind, spirit stones possess exceptional hardness and material quality. Do not assume spent spirit stones are cheaper than ordinary rocks. Even depleted ones retain value and are far from useless. At the very least, the empty casing of a third-grade spirit stone is sufficient as a vessel for spatial equipment. Zhèng Sījí scratched his head, conceding the system's point. Concentrating the essence of materials demanded immense effort. It would be far more profitable to refine pills or magical artifacts for sale. Instead, these items commanded exorbitant profits. Both artifact forging and pill refinement carried failure rates, and not low ones at that. That's why the prices of pills and magic tools far exceeded the cost of their materials. After careful consideration, Zhèng Sījí concluded selling goods was the more reliable path. He then pulled out his textbooks and began reviewing. Although he was taking the magic exam, he still had to pass the theoretical knowledge portion. Only by achieving the required scores in both the magic exam and the theory exam could one gain admission to the Magic Academy of Magic Capital Academy. He felt completely unruffled about the magic portion. After all, last year's lowest scoring admitted student had only just reached the intermediate level. His magical prowess was formidable, and he faced these tests without fear. His theoretical knowledge was also solid. After all, he had originally intended to apply to a research-focused academy, where a firm grasp of theory was essential for proper study. As for other theoretical sciences, they were also required subjects. Zhèng Sījí wasn't worried about those either. But even the most capable would panic when facing the front row. Without the books, panic would set in. An eternal truth. Even Zhèng Sījí was no exception. How could one not cram at the last minute before an exam? Zhèng Sījí picked up the stack of textbooks, determined to review thoroughly. In a high-level conference hall in South China City, Yuan Changwang reclined in the main chair, his feet crossed on the seat as he idly fidgeted with his fingers. Below him, dozens of officials engaged in heated discussion. After a long while, a conclusion was finally reached. "Examiner Yuan, what are your thoughts?" Yuan Changwang lowered his feet from the seat and scratched his ear. "HM? What do you mean?" The assembled officials. "So we've been discussing this for ages, and you haven't been listening?" The atmosphere grew intensely awkward. At that moment, someone stepped in to smooth things over. Gong Jingshan cleared his throat. Well, Chief Examiner Yuan, it's like this. We don't think that method of assessment is necessary because... But before he could finish, he was cut off. As a deputy examiner, this made him look rather foolish. Yuan Changwang raised a hand, signaling him to stop. The state does offer preferential treatment to South China City, that much is true. But the policy explicitly states that these benefits apply only to students born here after the policy's implementation, not to those already born and about to take the exams. I'm sure you're all aware that many people from inland areas have been scrambling to change their household registration to Huangnan City to take advantage of its preferential college entrance exam policies. This would create chaos, wouldn't it? And don't you think today's youth are growing increasingly timid and afraid of taking risks? Can we truly pin our hopes on the next generation if this continues? Do we expect the elders to protect us forever? Do you realize that every true leader today has forged their strength through trials and tribulations, climbing step by step from the depths of adversity? The college entrance exam preferential policy does not mean we've lowered our standards for the next generation, nor is it a tool for certain individuals to exploit at will. Yuan Chengwan's voice boomed, shaking the very air and leaving those present gasping for breath. This man wielded a forbidden spell. Though merely a second-rank forbidden spell, he had forged his power through the crucible of life and death, rendering him far more formidable than ordinary practitioners of his rank. It is said that after breaking through the forbidden spell, this individual reappeared before the world bearing the severed head of a beast at the initial stage of the sovereign rank. With a single breakthrough, he slaughtered a sovereign. Only now did the assembled examiners begin to grasp why the Federation had dispatched this individual to conduct the assessment in South City. What he said might well represent the Federation's stance. Indeed, the number of college entrance exam candidates temporarily transferring to South China City was overwhelming. They've all purchased homes in South City, though some might still be staying with relatives. With such a significant advantage, these transferred students had all holed up at home to study, leaving the streets eerily empty. Because gatherings were prohibited, superior conditions had to be created for the examinees. The Federation was well aware of these circumstances. The preferential policies for the college entrance exam are not tools to be exploited by just anyone. These policies are intended for indigenous residents. The spots occupied by non-local examinees are not merely exam slots, they are admission quotas. Chapter 102, Can't Take the Exam? Each region has a limited number of admission spots. If these spots are occupied by non-indigenous candidates, the admission rate for indigenous students will decrease rather than increase. This is not what the Federation wants to see. But since so many are trying to take shortcuts, the Federation doesn't mind reforming the system. For regular candidates, the plan remains unchanged. After all, those who could change their household registration so quickly just to take the exam in South China City weren't aiming for ordinary universities. Their sights are set on the top-tier universities. The academic institutions of the Magic City and the Imperial Capital. Therefore, the examinations for these two institutions will adopt new methods. This time, the examinations for these two institutions will be separate from those of ordinary universities. Without exceptional talent, what grounds do you have to enter the Metropolis Academy or the Imperial Capital Academy? Due to a sea demon invasion, the college entrance exams underwent a major overhaul. Not only in South China City, but other smaller coastal cities have undergone similar changes. As for major coastal cities, there's no need for reform, they don't require preferential policies. This examination serves as a trial for the new testing model. If proven effective, it will be rolled out nationwide. Yuan Chengwang's words left the assembled crowd speechless. They all understood this was authorized by the Federation. Though the Federation hadn't explicitly stated it, it was clear that even a second-rank forbidden spellcaster lacked the authority to alter the college entrance exam content. This individual was certainly no exception. To make such blatant changes to the exam content, authorization from the Federation was undoubtedly required. What else could be said? Nothing more to say. Among the examiners present, some wore bitter smiles. Because his child had transferred to take the exam in South City. Now, there was no chance to change it. What else could be done? Just deal with it. What did you say? Zhèng Sījí's voice echoed throughout the small apartment. Sorry, young Master Zhang, it's not that I'm not trying, but this really is, the Federation won't allow it. Zhao Jiaju's voice sounded resigned on the other end of the line. The Federation's clamping down too hard now. They're not even looking into the transfers that came through earlier, but we have to switch before the exam. It's really impossible now. As he spoke, Zhao felt increasingly useless. Zhèng Sījí had entrusted him with just this one task, and he hadn't even managed to pull it off. The main issue was that the Federation seemed to be preparing for some major operation. Normally, even the former Zhao family could have made minor adjustments to these college entrance exam related matters. The Zhao family was currently riding high logically, there shouldn't be any issues. But the Federation had subtly hinted to the Zhao family that, as a rising powerhouse, they should set an example. So now I can only apply to a regular department at Magic City Academy? Well, it seems that's the case. My apologies, young Master Zhang. There's truly nothing else we can do. Alright, we'll proceed this way for now. After hanging up, Zhèng Sījí's face twisted in frustration. He'd forgotten one crucial thing. The college entrance exam registration had long since closed, and he had signed up for the regular exam. His original intention in approaching the Zhao family head was precisely to avoid any potential issues with the South China City College entrance exams. Changing the exam subjects shouldn't be too difficult for the Zhao family, right? It was just a matter of contacting someone and altering the records. But unexpectedly, it had collided head-on with the gunfire of the college entrance exam reform. The Federation is now cracking down hard on the college entrance exams. So, he'd have to settle for applying to ordinary departments? No, that was unacceptable. The gap between the regular departments at Magic City Academy and the Magic Martial Duel Academies was enormous, especially in terms of resources. Moreover, the Magic Martial Duel Academies at Magic Capital Academy were built upon the Hunting Pole Star. Zhèng Sījí desperately wanted to see the Hunting Pole Star for himself. He immediately opened his computer to search for ways to transfer departments. TSK, there's just too little information online about the Magic Martial Duel Academies at Magic Capital Academy. Switching to other regular departments might be relatively straightforward, just a standard major change. As long as your grades meet the requirements, a program is willing to accept you, and your current program is willing to release you, you could switch majors. But all this applied to ordinary majors. Information about the Magic Martial Duel Academies seemed like a forbidden topic. Yet the Magic Martial Duel Academies couldn't possibly exist in isolation. If that were the case, their system would be fundamentally flawed. What frustrated Zhèng Sījí most was that with his computer skills, hacking into every system on Blue Star would be child's play. If any information about the Magic and Martial Arts Duel Academies existed online, he would absolutely find it. Yet he couldn't even locate their official website. The official websites of other regular departments within the Magic Capital Academy contained no mention of the Magic Martial Duel Academies either. After pondering for a while, Zhèng Sījí formed a hypothesis. Perhaps because the Magic and Martial Arts Duel Academy was established on the Hunting Pole Star, they had set up a dedicated network there to prevent intrusions. External networks couldn't access it, one could only infiltrate from within. It was like being disconnected from the internet, but they were essentially partially disconnected. Even the most skilled hacker couldn't overcome a deliberate disconnection. This speculation only deepened Zhèng Sījí's fascination with the Magic and Martial Arts Duel Academy. He wasn't in a hurry about the transfer. After all, he'd heard that all enrolled students of Magic Capital Academy could access Hunting Pole Star. So if he needed to buy materials or anything, he could just go in and get them then. If all else failed, he could always enlist the help of a few students from the Magic and Martial Arts Duel Academies. Besides, Mo Lingyu was also aiming to enroll in Magic Capital Academy. Zhèng Sījí didn't know that it was actually his efforts that had given Mo Lingyu the opportunity to enter Magic Capital Academy. After all, Mo Lingyu's earlier proposal to study at Magic Capital Academy had already been rejected by Lu Xuelan. What's so special about the Magic Capital Academy? More resources? I could just swap it for you, I know that place inside out. But ever since Lu Xuelan took on a master, she had no choice but to let Mo Lingyu study at the Magic Capital Academy. After all, the tasks she had Mo Lingyu perform were also connected to her own breakthrough. Now that breakthrough seemed possible, there was no need to keep her confined any longer. After getting a rough grasp of the situation, Zhèng Sījí shut down his computer and prepared for bed. After all, the college entrance exams were tomorrow. TSK. She'd been all set to take the entrance exam for the Magic Academy, but now she'd have to take the regular one instead. Are these exams difficult? They're a piece of cake. Mo Lingyu knew Zhèng Sījí's grades were excellent. Even though the regular departments at Magic Capital Academy were filled almost entirely with cultivators, hardly any ordinary people, and the competition was fierce. With Zhèng Sījí's scores, getting into a regular department at Magic Capital Academy would be a breeze. That was why Mo Lingyu had confidence in him, believing they would meet again at Magic Capital Academy. Wonder where that silly girl is. Why hasn't she sent me any rewards yet? I've saved her so many times. Zhèng Sījí lay on his bed, arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling as he muttered under his breath. Then he rolled over and muttered again, she didn't even give me her contact info. No wonder the rewards haven't arrived yet. Soon after, snoring sounds filled the air as he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 103, oh my goodness. The black-clad one is crushing it. The 2 days of the college entrance exams flew by. Zhèng Sījí was always the first to hand in his paper, making him the brightest star in the entire exam hall. He even made it onto the viral video platform, showing off his skills. Zhèng Sījí, Chinese? Chinese was pretty easy. I basically wrote a novel for the essay So Much Room to Shine. This Chinese exam was practically free points. Other examinees, oh no. The reading comprehension was way too hard this time. Every option felt like it could be right. And that essay, the theme was impossible to pin down. No matter how you wrote it, it felt off topic. This Chinese exam's average score is definitely going to be the lowest ever. Audience? Zhèng Sījí, math? Was it hard? Not really. I think they might have lowered the difficulty this year. Otherwise, look at me, I usually take half an hour to finish exams, but this time I was done before the half-hour mark. If they didn't require waiting 30 minutes after starting before submitting, I'd have been out ages ago. Other students, this math exam went way beyond the syllabus. The average score will definitely be below passing, maybe even under 50. Don't doubt my judgment, I usually average 140 in math, but this time I might only get a little over 100. Audience? Zhèng Sījí, comprehensive? That was easy. I read the questions once and immediately got the answers. Seems like it tested some college-level knowledge, but no big deal, I've already covered most of that in my university courses. Smiling.jpg. Other students, it's beyond the syllabus. It tested college-level content. This defies all logic. My strongest subject, I'm worried I won't even pass now. Audience. Get used to it, okay? Who was that show-off again? Forgot. Anyway, he was definitely showing off. He probably can't do anything, so he just came out early to show off. Otherwise, how come he's everywhere? And he always shows up way ahead of time. Is that even possible? No way. So he's definitely just showing off. I don't care, that's what I think, and there's nothing you can do about it. Zhèng Sījí stared at his phone, watching the videos of himself showing off, and couldn't help but think he looked pretty damn cool. Though his appearance had been slightly altered, it was hard to recognize him. But damn, he still looked good. It was mainly the aura, he nailed it perfectly. Before he knew it, the date had rolled to July 13th. Today marked the start of a new week. To prevent last week's ordinary special from going unused, Zhèng Sījí decided not to refresh it this week. Instead, he made a wish. He was now the strongest alchemist. He had just realized that the character for medicine and alchemist was quite significant. He had assumed alchemists simply refined medicinal pills, but when he finally acquired all knowledge related to alchemy, he was stunned. Everything related to medicine had been categorized under alchemist by the system. Poisons, antidotes, elixirs, potions, even traditional Chinese and Western medicines all fall under the alchemist's domain. Unfortunately, the number of medicines that could be refined from spirit plants alone was limited. To fully refine medicine, certain auxiliary materials were also required. Fortunately, the alchemy furnace created within the soul space could be used. Otherwise, without even a proper furnace, one might have to resort to using a pressure cooker. Zhèng Sījí's success rate in refining these low-grade medicines was a perfect 100%. Not a single drop is wasted. And today was a rather joyful occasion. The sea demon tide had receded. The sea demon tide across the entire blue star had receded. This left some nations utterly bewildered. Why had it receded so suddenly? Not happy about it receding? Are you asking for a beating? Of course not. The sea monster tide that had been raging fiercely against them suddenly vanished without warning. For the masses, this is undoubtedly cause for celebration. But for those in high positions, this event demands deep reflection. Ordinary citizens believed their nation was simply too formidable, having directly repelled the sea demon tide. Naturally, some national leaders also believed their own might had scared the sea monsters away. Take Curry Nation, for instance. But the perspective of the higher-ups was different. The sea monster's inexplicable retreat was highly unusual. Many leaders speculated that there might be some hidden conspiracy at play. Yet they currently possess no evidence to substantiate their suspicions. Thus, for the time being, all human nations across Blue Star are basking in joy. But the Huaxia Federation had already concluded its celebrations long ago. After all, over 10 days prior, the sea monsters in China had already retreated. They had even launched a counterattack against the sea demons. Led by the Snow Empress, even recluses within the Federation had hunted down several sovereign-level sea demons. This was truly heartening news. What surprised Zhèng Sījí most was that He had returned. This sea demon invasion had inflicted heavy losses on both sides. The sea demon side lost over a dozen king-level sea demons throughout the entire invasion. The Huaxia Federation alone had hunted down over 10 sea monster kings. The human side suffered even greater losses, with many forbidden spell mages perishing. Of course, the fallen forbidden spell mages were all second and third rank practitioners. Fourth rank masters rarely emerged. The reclusive cultivators also found Snow Empress's actions somewhat peculiar. They seemed to have detected something, prompting them to hunt down several kings to uncover any secrets. Of course, even if there was, Lu Shualan wouldn't tell anyone. This was a clue she'd obtained through immense hardship after finally finding a master. How could she possibly share it with you? That's why Black Robe was so incredibly excited right now. 4 seasons. 4 seasons. You know what? My performance this time has already exceeded expectations. Just with today's results in the same tier world, I'll absolutely take first place in the Outstanding Reaper Awards for the next 2 years. He excitedly shared the news with Zhèng Sījí, who was genuinely pleased. But when he heard what Black Robe said next, his mood soured. Sījí, you know what? On the very first day the sea demon arrived, I was right behind you. My death quota was already maxed out. All those days after that, I just collected a ton of souls. Zhèng Sījí listened, his face darkening. No wonder I saw you the moment I woke up that day. No wonder my consciousness never fully returned that entire day. So I was dying the entire time. Not only did you refuse to save me, but you used me to pad your stats. Damn it all. No way, I can't let this slide. Zhèng Sījí felt he couldn't let the man in black walk away with such a huge haul so easily. If all the benefits go to Black Robe, what about me? What happened to the promised fair exchange, huh? Right now, you're the only one reaping the rewards, huh? But before Zhèng Sījí could dwell on it, the black-clad one spoke again. Oh, Sījí, wait a moment. I still need to collect some souls, but these souls seem pretty weak. Honestly, I don't even feel like going after them now. Zhèng Sījí, who had been scheming to trick the Grim Reaper, suddenly furrowed his brow. What souls? Zhèng Sījí was taken aback. Given that the black-clad figure had recently collected a large batch of high-level souls, how weak could these weak souls possibly be? Chapter 104, Yuan Changwan, utterly stunned. They're right around here, huh? Just some kids' souls, I guess. They seem to be doing something, like taking the college entrance exam? Why would they go to such a dangerous place for that? They never did it like this before. But I wasn't after those kids' souls anyway. I was after a diamond grade C demons. Now that I see it, a diamond grade C demon's soul really doesn't suit my taste at all. The scene I witnessed, that human forbidden spell seemed to let its guard down, and then a diamond level C monster launched a surprise attack, devouring those children outright. But the diamond level C monster died too. No wonder the diamond level C monster couldn't sense the forbidden spell's presence there. That forbidden spell was called Yuan Changwan, I think? When I followed him before, I received the souls of many sea monsters. He's quite the formidable figure. But this time, for some reason, he let his guard down. Where are you going to collect souls? I'll come with you to see. Zhèng Sījí's expression was quite grave. He'd heard from the Zhao family head a couple days ago that this year's entrance exam was unusually different. Quite a few candidates were applying to both the Imperial Capital Academy and the Magic Capital Academy. Though many hailed from outlying cities, they were still promising new talents. Those eligible to take the Imperial Capital Academy and Magic Capital Academy exams couldn't be too shabby, no matter how you looked at it. He didn't hold much regard for them after all. Why would he feel any affection for those coming to compete with the people of South China City for spots? Still, if he could save them, he might as well try. After all, it was just a matter of giving them a heads up. Zhèng Sījí planned to resort to his old trick, using a clone to impersonate the big shot. But he had to do one more cruel thing. He would deliberately destroy his own magic. Indeed, the reason Lu Shualan hadn't detected Zhèng Sījí's magical prowess earlier was precisely because his clone possessed no magical cultivation whatsoever. There were only 2 scenarios where one couldn't detect another's magical cultivation: either the person had no magic at all, or their cultivation was stronger than one's own. Zhèng Sījí had initially presented himself to Lu Shualan as a powerful mage, so she naturally assumed his magical prowess surpassed her own. After Zhèng Sījí destroyed his magic and died once more, he would be perfectly resurrected. Following this series of maneuvers, Kunwu appeared. According to the information from the black-clad figure, Kunwu had used the multiverse shuttle talisman to reach his destination. Who's there? Yuan Changwan's reaction was exceptionally swift. Zhèng Sījí couldn't fathom what could possibly distract Yuan Changwan. Zhèng Sījí didn't dwell on it. Seeing Yuan Changwan raise his hand to prepare a spell, his eyes fixed on Zhèng Sījí with caution, Zhèng Sījí merely chuckled. Young man, no need to rush. I mean you no harm. Yuan Changwan frowned. He couldn't fathom this old man before him. He dared not strike rashly. Moreover, the old man gave him the feeling of being utterly at one with the heavens and earth, ethereal and elusive. The effect of the Linglong Eye, an illusion. It wasn't truly pulling Yuan Changwan into an illusion, but rather making himself appear taller and more ethereal. Old gentleman, what brings you here? Young man, put your magic away. Brewing transclass magic here is bound to cause some trouble. Zhèng Sījí waved his hand dismissively, radiating the composure of a true master. Old gentleman, what brings you here? Yuan Changwang pressed again, refusing to let it go without an answer. Heh, you may call me Kanwo. Yuan Changwang heard this and felt a bit puzzled. Kanwo? He seemed unfamiliar with the name. It doesn't matter if you haven't. I've been in seclusion for nearly a millennium, striving to break through to the 5th grade. Only in recent years did I finally succeed, attaining enlightenment and emerging from my retreat. Zhèng Sījí's words only deepened Yuan Changwang's bewilderment. 5th rank? No way? This old gentleman is a 5th rank cultivator? As luck would have it, I recently took on 2 disciples. You might even know one of them. Her name is Lu Xuelan, that's right. Little Lan is quite talented. She's been figuring things out on her own for so long, her body's exploded and shattered several times, yet she still survives. She's quite the werewolf, isn't she? Apologies. This old man tends to ramble after all, I've been bottling things up for far too long. Yuan Changwang listened and thought the old man must be joking. Lu Xuelan? The Snow Empress? Xiaolan? Are you sure you're not joking? His idol was none other than the Snow Empress. But no matter what the old man said, he couldn't fully believe it. After all, someone of Snow Emperor's caliber wouldn't just take on a disciple so easily. What did you say? Snow Empress is your disciple? How can you prove it? Proof? I don't think it's necessary. Speaking of which, I wonder if she can figure out anything from those king-level sea monsters. Since I have time, I'll just give her a call and ask. With that, Yuan Changwang watched as the old gentleman picked up a smartphone and dialed a number. This phone was newly purchased by Zhèng Sījí specifically as Kuan Wu's communication device. As soon as Zhèng Sījí activated speakerphone, Yuan Changwang recognized the familiar voice on the other end. Master. Yuan Changwang. This is absolutely the Snow Emperor. His idol, there was no way he could be mistaken. Xiaolan, how's your research on those king-class sea monsters coming along? Master. I haven't made much progress. The bodies of the king-class sea demons are just too massive, and I still need to compare them with the diamond-class ones. I'm not really trained in studying sea demons, so... Master, could you offer some guidance? Lu Xuelan's voice was filled with helplessness, feeling utterly inadequate. Even her master had come to ask about it, and she still hadn't figured anything out. Alright. Take all your findings to your senior brother. He's quite skilled in this area of research, though, you see, your senior brother doesn't like working for free. You might have to put in some effort to persuade him. Besides, it'll be a good chance for you 2 siblings to bond and collaborate. Academic research should be pursued diligently. Master Zhèng Sījí's aged voice rang out with a chuckle. No way am I letting you research this for free. Bring me that king-class sea demon right now. I want the corpse, and I want my share. As for Yuan Changwang, he was utterly stunned. This old man, is he really the Snow Emperor's master? Understood, master. I'll make arrangements and depart immediately. Shui Di seemed quite excited. Even her master had said her senior brother was highly skilled in this field. Given his extraordinary talent, he was bound to make progress. Alright, that's settled then. Beep. The call ended, and Zhèng Sījí tucked his phone into his pocket with satisfaction. Nice. A king-tier sea demon corpse in hand. He could study it thoroughly. Zhèng Sījí glanced at Yuan Changwang, nearly forgetting his main purpose. Oh, young man, I almost forgot I came to warn you. Last night, while observing the celestial phenomena, I learned that while you're proctoring today, you might be disrupted by something, leading to a serious incident. Be careful. With that, Zhèng Sījí withdrew his projection and vanished without a trace, leaving behind an aura of profound mystique. Chapter 105, I'd rather be your assistant. After this entire sequence, Yuan Changwang was utterly bewildered. This old gentleman, what a formidable presence. He was actually the Snow Emperor's master. And Snow Emperor actually had a senior brother? That senior disciple must be at least Snow Empress's equal, right? NV. Wait, back to business. An accident today. This. Suddenly, Yuan Changwang fell deep in thought. After a long while, he pulled out his phone. His doppelganger returned. Zhèng Sījí didn't know if he had succeeded, but he had done everything he could. Truthfully, he'd sensed something amiss just now. He feared he might be the source of the interference. But thankfully, the assessment hadn't started yet. After that, Zhèng Sījí went about his usual activities, doing whatever he pleased. That evening, Lu Xuelan had already arrived. Senior brother, you know the master's instructions, right? Lu Xuelan's tone was like she even addressed him as senior brother. When asking someone for a favor, one must adopt the proper attitude. That single word, senior brother, made Zhèng Sījí feel as if he were floating on air. A beautiful young lady who looked 18 calling him senior brother. The feeling was utterly exhilarating. My master mentioned it to me. But this king-level sea demon is enormous. To study it thoroughly, it might take some time. The Demon City Academy's opening ceremony is on July 25th, and it's almost the 10th of July now. With less than half a month left, I might bring the king-level sea demon's corpse there for research. So, little sister, could you get me into the Magic and Martial Arts Dual Academy? Then set up a research lab for me, otherwise I have nowhere to study. Besides, I don't have a lab right now either. My old lab isn't here, so it's impossible. Junior sister. My master never gave me any money, and this senior brother here is broke as a joke. After speaking, Zhèng Sījí rubbed his thumb and index finger together, his face plastered with a fawning expression. Lu Shuelan. Then, Lu Shuelan smiled with nuclear kindness. Senior brother, don't worry about money. Whatever you need, I'll get it for you. But senior brother, weren't you supposed to be admitted to both the Magic and Martial Arts Academies at the Demon Capital University? Lu Shuelan was unaware of Zhèng Sījí's circumstances. Junior sister, don't even ask. I originally signed up for the regular college entrance exam. It wasn't until I got news from Mo Lingyu that I decided to apply for the Magic and Martial Arts Dual Academy. But who knew the Federation would crack down so hard? There's just no way for me now. Lu Shuelan nodded in understanding before continuing. Senior brother, it's not that I won't help you. The thing is, even if I try to intervene, there's nothing I could do about the Magic and Martial Arts Dual Academy at Magic Capital Academy. Where, as far as I know, there are quite a few 4th grade forbidden spells there. Though I'm proud of myself, I have to admit that there are 4th grade forbidden spells stronger than mine. Because, both the Magic and Martial Arts Academies at Magic Capital Academy are absolutely guarded by 5th grade forbidden spells. With their guidance, those 4th grade practitioners, once they break through to 4th grade, are already preparing for 5th grade. Back then, I was a proud man too. I didn't seek a master, thinking I could break through on my own. Now, I regret it. I regret not seeking a master back then, not joining the Magic Capital Academy. Though I have acquaintances at the academy, it's hard to say. Perhaps they've already broken through to 5th rank. The gap is simply too vast. Now I've encountered my master, who has given me hints to study the differences among sea demons and seek my own path to breakthrough. I understand his intentions. He doesn't wish to reveal the method directly, but rather have me discover it myself. I agree his approach is correct, yet I'm truly lacking talent in researching sea demons. Senior brother, the master said you're quite skilled in studying sea demons. I trust the master's judgment. If you can figure it out, it will benefit you too. After all, the master likely won't give us shortcuts. He wants us to find our own paths. This step, senior brother, is one you'll have to take sooner or later. It's just that I'm taking that step first. If you succeed in your research and I break through to the 5th rank, I should find a way to bring you into the Dual Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. I should be able to make it happen. With that, Lu Shuelan sighed. Zhèng Sījí felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing these words. I thought you, with your 4th grade forbidden spell, were quite formidable and had some clout. Turns out the Demon Capital Academy is even more powerful. Besides, who said your master wanted you to figure things out on your own? I just wanted you to get me some king grade and diamond grade sea demon corpses to trick into my research lab. TSK, that dreaded overactive imagination again? Junior sister, I won't beat around the bush. My research skills are truly exceptional and I'm not just tooting my own horn, I really am that good. As long as you set up a lab for me and provide the materials, I'll get it done for you ASAP. Zhèng Sījí declared to Lu Shuelan, his tone brimming with passionate conviction. Lu Shuelan smiled and nodded. I'll do my best to find a lab. I'll secure 1,000 square meter space and personally perform the spatial compression. Rest assured, it'll easily fit 5 king tier sea monsters. Zhèng Sījí nodded again before adding, oh, junior sister, do you know the requirements for applying for a lab at Magic Capital Academy? Can regular students apply? Lu Shuelan pondered for a moment. She wasn't entirely sure about that. After all, while she had indeed graduated from Magic Capital Academy, she hadn't stayed on. Ah, senior brother, I really don't know much about it. It's been thousands of years since I graduated, and things have changed so much. Plus, I studied at the Magic Academy back then, so I'm not familiar with the situation for regular students. Back then, I was a total cultivation maniac. Honestly, during those years, I barely ever left the hunting grounds of the Polestar. Zhèng Sījí sighed upon hearing this. How could this junior sister be so clueless? She doesn't know anything? Should he recruit a high-ranking member of Magic Capital Academy as a disciple? No. That's probably not feasible. After all, the people at the Magic Capital Academy aren't like Lu Shuelan. She was so fixated on breaking through to 5th grade precisely because she had no guidance. But the high-ranking members of the Magic Capital Academy? If they had the talent, they'd find a way to break through the 5th grade. After all, the academy might actually have 5th grade practitioners stationed there. Alright, junior sister, go find a lab first. As for the equipment, make sure to get me a powerful cutting tool. My spatial cutting might not be strong enough to handle this. Lu Shuelan's eyelid twitched. Damn it! I completely forgot about that. No matter how strong he is, he's only 18 now. How is he supposed to cut through a king tier C demon? What kind of cutting tool do you need? That thing costs an arm and a leg. No need for it. I'll just assist you. Are you kidding? Even if I had the money, I wouldn't spend it like that. A cutting device? They cost billions. And one that can even slice through a king tier C monster? Like I'd spend that kind of money on you. I killed 3 king tier C monsters and claimed rewards for 2 of them that barely got me 100 billion. And now you want me to buy you a trillion's worth cutting tool? No way. I'd rather be your assistant. Chapter 106, Master's Favoritism. Junior sister, this isn't quite right. I prefer working alone when I'm researching. If you're short on cash, help me sell some stuff, okay? The things I've been tinkering with lately should be worth something. You should buy that cutting machine. I'll take it to school, you know I'm outstanding in this field of research. There are other instruments I'll definitely need to buy too. This money can't be skimped on. Zhèng Sījí's words rang out with conviction, as if nothing else mattered beyond his research. Besides, junior sister, my goals extend far beyond studying these king class C monsters. I have so much more to research. So all these instruments are essential. Junior sister, you have connections. Help me sell some items and buy materials for me. We can deduct the costs from the sales. As he spoke, Zhèng Sījí produced another ring. Lu Xuelan was momentarily stunned. What could a lowly cultivator like you possibly have that's valuable? You probably have no idea how expensive cutting instruments are. And other instruments? They cost billions or even trillions. Do you think they're easy to come by? Even with money, you might not be able to get your hands on them. Well, it just so happens that your junior sister here can actually get them. It's just, this money. Lu Xuelan took the spatial device Zhèng Sījí handed her, feeling a bit dumbfounded. Holy crap! You're not seriously trying to sell me a spatial ring, are you? That spatial ring alone could buy several cutting instruments. Damn it! It's my fault. I shouldn't have underestimated you, senior brother. Please accept my most sincere apology. Then, Lu Xuelan instinctively scanned the space ring. Pills, still pills. All damn elixirs. Though there were only a dozen or so varieties, every single one was a third-grade elixir. The quantity, it's absolutely staggering. You probably have no idea how much third-grade elixirs are worth. Some third-grade elixirs are priced in third-grade spirit stones. 1 third-grade spirit stone equals 100 million yuan. Each of these pills could fetch hundreds of millions of yuan. Lu Xuelan nearly dropped the spatial ring in shock. Of course, Zhèng Sījí wouldn't give Lu Xuelan too many pills. These were all pills he had failed to refine properly. Even so, they were still valuable treasures to others. For Lu Xuelan, however, over 10,000 third-grade pills were already a fortune. They were worth at least several fifth-grade spirit stones. After recovering from her shock, Lu Xuelan numbly accepted the paper Zhèng Sījí handed her. Glancing at the contents, her breath nearly caught in her throat. Holy crap! What the hell did you buy? So many ingredients. Suddenly, I feel like these pills won't be enough. Zhèng Sījí felt awkward as he glanced at Lu Xuelan. He had no idea how much these pills sold for on the market. He'd only made a rough estimate. He didn't even know how much those pills were worth. Junior sister, what's wrong? What's wrong? You ask me what's wrong? Do you even know how much this stuff is worth? While the individual price isn't high, the quantity you're asking for is ridiculous. This much would cost at least dozens of fifth-grade spirit stones. 1 fifth-grade spirit stone is worth 1 trillion huaxia currency. The pills you gave me are only worth a few fifth-grade spirit stones. Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Alright. Junior sister, I still have some pills here. See if this is enough. With that, Zhèng Sījí tossed over another 100,000 pills. The value might just barely cover it. Maybe a little short, maybe a little over. It all depended on how the seller interpreted it. Some things simply couldn't be procured no matter how much one sought them. Many of these materials fell into that category after all. Their production was relatively high, yet few people actually bought them. Pills, however, especially low-grade ones, were in high demand. Lu Xuelan was stunned, feeling like a complete pauper, as if she'd been reincarnated into a dog's life. Could any random high-tier mage really be this wealthy? She felt like she could never love again. After a moment, Lu Xuelan nodded and turned to leave. He felt he couldn't stay with Zhèng Sījí any longer. Indeed, alchemy was a lucrative profession. This single transaction had netted him a fortune. Though, refining that many pills wasn't exactly easy. But the profit margin was undeniably high. Lu Xuelan wouldn't believe these were refined by Zhèng Sījí. If Zhèng Sījí had made them, wouldn't that mean he was at least a third-grade cultivator? Come on, give me a break. He's only 18. Impossible. Impossible, right? Who cares? It's just impossible. Master is so biased. He gives it to senior brother but not to me. No way. If the master won't give it, I'll just have to swallow my pride and ask him myself. Yeah, that's it. After buying the supplies, I'll go ask the master. Lu Xuelan's wings flapped behind her, accelerating her pace. Heading toward the Demon Capital Academy. Yuan Changwang was furious. Extremely furious. He'd been set up. Thankfully, someone had warned him today, otherwise, he would have made a huge mistake. Thankfully, he'd been cautious today and called someone over to help. Otherwise, it would have been all over. Otherwise, these exam geniuses might have been wiped out. He was furious, but he had no proof. Someone, wielding forbidden spells, had trapped him in an illusion. Then, a diamond-level sea demon leapt up, intent on swallowing all the geniuses whole. He suspected that this diamond-level sea monster was also the work of that person. He knew who it was, but he had no proof. And now, he had no power to oppose him. Just wait. Yuan Changwang clenched his fists, veins bulging, his eyes narrowing slightly. I'm not one to forgive easily. Since you want me to suffer, don't expect to get off scot-free either. That man's intentions were utterly sinister. This scheme would wipe out all the young geniuses, and Yuan Changwang would face severe punishment. And not just severe punishment from the Federation. Some of these individuals inevitably came from prominent families. Though those coming to South China City for the college entrance exams might not necessarily come from prominent families, even if they did, they wouldn't be from the main branches. But there are simply too many people. There are too many families. He alone simply cannot handle it. Fortunately, a great elder stepped forward today. This senior figure is truly formidable. By observing the celestial phenomena at night, he discerned signs of impending danger. If things had truly gone wrong this time, he might have faced severe punishment. Venerable elder, I am deeply grateful to you. When will you come visit me again? I'll treat you like royalty. The assessment has concluded, and Yuan Changwang can finally rest properly. It's frustrating knowing who's plotting against you, yet being powerless to confront them. Truthfully, his family could have helped him deal with that person. But he refuses. He insists on weathering this storm alone. In the past, he faced many opponents who seemed insurmountable. Now, those rivals lay crushed beneath his feet. He owes them gratitude. Without them, he might never have achieved what he has today. The man before him now was another mountain to climb. He would harness his strength to break through to the third rank and defeat him personally. Yuan Changwang clenched his fists, lying on his bed, his mind filled with countless fantasies. Pre-sleep self-hypnosis. Starting tomorrow, I'll study hard like that. Chapter 107, 10 days later. The next day at noon, Lu Xuelan returned. That's right, she returned with all the materials. The Magic City Academy boasts incredibly abundant material resources. It truly offered whatever one desired. But some things required both the authority to purchase and the money to buy. Money? Zhèng Sījí certainly wasn't short on that. After all, alchemy was a lucrative business. While others might only refine 1 pill per batch, Zhèng Sījí can easily refine 100 or more in a single batch. Moreover, Zhèng Sījí was exceptionally swift at alchemy, typically completing a batch in under an hour. While others might expend enormous physical and mental energy brewing a single batch, requiring several days of rest to recover. But Zhèng Sījí didn't need that. He just dies once and that's it. Therefore, Zhèng Sījí had no shortage of money whatsoever. The main challenge was finding channels to sell the pills. Now, with a junior sister helping run errands, it was incredibly convenient. As for permissions, although Lu Xuelan wasn't affiliated with the Magic Capital Academy, her recent slaying of 2 sovereign-level sea demons had become common knowledge. Consequently, the Magic Capital Academy had opened a special channel for her, granting her unique privileges to trade goods. The Academy had even expressed interest in recruiting her. But would Lu Xuelan join? Absolutely not. She hadn't even milked her teacher's resources yet. She'd already found her own path, no need to join them. After collecting her items, she turned and walked away. As for Zhèng Sījí, after entering the lab and obtaining the machinery and materials, he plunged headfirst into his research. This time, he was studying the king-class sea demon. Of course, Zhèng Sījí wasn't researching the differences between these sea demons. When the time came, he'd simply tell Lu Xuelan that she just needed to condense a golden core. The sovereign-level sea demon was too massive, harboring far too many secrets within its body. Zhèng Sījí had already made preliminary replicas of the cloud-winged swordfish and another mid-stage king-level sea demon. Though their appearances were similar, their size and strength fell far short of the originals. What Zhèng Sījí hadn't anticipated was the presence of another mid-stage sovereign-level sea demon. He also dissected and studied numerous diamond-tier sea monsters of different species. Drawing upon his knowledge of artifact forging, he categorized and stored the usable parts of these sea monsters. He planned to forge a batch of demonic artifacts once his level was high enough. Though they served no practical use for him and selling them seemed pointless, Zhèng Sījí inexplicably developed a collector's instinct. Gazing at the ever-growing resources within his soul space, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but grin like a Cheshire cat. Time flew by during his research, and before he knew it, July 22nd had arrived. Zhèng Sījí spent 1 ordinary special to unlock unlimited usage for all his limited-use system functions. After all, he currently had nothing worth spending special points on. Better to save them up, they might come in handy later. He also used up all his regular draws for the week. He drew a material of unknown purpose utterly useless, as he seemed to already possess everything it could offer. However, this material could be obtained infinitely. This gave Zhèng Sījí pause for thought. When using item special to obtain an item in the future, could he simply wish for unlimited access to that specific item? But at that moment, the system informed Zhèng Sījí. Host, any items obtained through your wishes or draws are already unlimited in quantity. Zhèng Sījí. He genuinely had no idea. Moreover, aside from the tenfold espionage device, the rest of these items were practically useless once retrieved. He couldn't possibly give them all away to others, since there was no way to account for their origin. Even the tenfold espionage device Zhèng Sījí couldn't possibly give that away either. Zhèng Sījí finished studying the sea monsters with satisfaction, absorbing all their bodies into himself. System, open the interface. Host, Zhèng Sījí. Age, 18. Cultivation, 2nd rank peak pseudo, mid-tier omnipotent super limit mage. Constitution, quantum-affinity constitution. System level, LV 1.5. Skills, 9 steps to heaven, 9 steps to illusion, heavenly demon phantom body unmastered, farmer's 3 fists, all beginner and intermediate tier magic, life-death conversion. Items, tenfold spy device, phantom shadow mask, linglong eye, multiverse travel talisman. Professions, spirit array master, hacker, alchemist, chef, artifact forger. Soul space, click to access. Special, normal special, 3, cultivation special, 4, item special, 3 increases by 1 every Monday. Quests, click to enter. Trial tower, click to enter. Lottery, click to enter. Pet beast, blazing phoenix, click to enter pet beast panel. Watching his special stats grow ever more numerous, Zhèng Sījí felt an increasing thrill. Thus, his collecting obsession was born. After admiring them once more, Zhèng Sījí departed the soul space. In recent days, he had not only studied the sea demon but also achieved tangible results in his training. He could now fully multitask, controlling his clone and his physical body as if they were one person. As for the 9 steps to heaven technique, he had advanced to the 9 steps to illusion realm, attaining peak 3rd grade speed. Unfortunately, the heavenly demon illusion body technique proved far too difficult to master, and he still hadn't even grasped its basics. As for techniques like the farmer's 3 fists, Zhèng Sījí had no intention of practicing them. During this period, Zhèng Sījí's college entrance exam results were released. Unsurprisingly, he ranked first. With his arsenal of cheating systems, failing to secure first place would be downright embarrassing. If he truly couldn't manage, he could always dash into his soul space to learn on the spot. Unfortunately, there was no one to share his joy with. Only Yulua had moved to another city to live. She hadn't returned and, under her parents' arrangements, had enrolled in an ordinary magic university. Perhaps their paths diverged at this very moment. As for Mo Lingyu, Zhèng Sījí also managed to get some information from Lu Xuelan. She was a recommended student. Zhèng Sījí had never known Mo Lingyu's cultivation level before, only that she was quite formidable. He never imagined she was an admitted student. A direct admission student at the Magic Academy of the Demon Capital. How powerful must she be? At least peak mid-tier, right? This Mo Lingyu really kept her cards close to her chest. Zhèng Sījí was fuming as he played games on the sofa when a flash of silver light appeared, and suddenly a figure materialized before him. It was none other than Lu Xuelan. Hey, little sis, could you knock before coming in? You give me a fright every single time. Zhèng Sījí muttered to Lu Xuelan without pausing his game. Lu Xuelan paid no mind to his words. Seeing Zhèng Sījí like this, she wondered if he had truly been startled. Hey, senior brother, why are you just sitting here playing games? She clenched her teeth as she spoke, clearly annoyed. I prepared so much for you, placed so much trust in you, and this is how you repay me playing games. Lu Xuelan gave a kind smile and said, Senior brother, what did you need me for? Zhèng Sījí kept playing his game as he replied, nothing major. I just don't feel like taking the car to the Magic Capital Academy. How about you give me a ride, little sister? Lu Xuelan's smile grew even more nuclear-level sincere. Chapter 108, Supersonic Flight. Zhèng Sījí suddenly felt snow falling around him. It was July in Huannan City, still sweltering hot, and he hadn't even turned on the air conditioning. Yet the air around him began to freeze and grow cold. Sensing something amiss, Zhèng Sījí hurriedly sped up his gameplay. After securing victory, he promptly stowed his phone away. Ahem, junior sister, is it really such a bother to give senior brother a ride to the Magic Capital Academy? Lately, I've been racking my brains trying to help you break through to the 5th rank. I'm practically going bald over it. Zhèng Sījí was still joking around. After spending a few days with Lu Xuelan, he realized the Snow Empress wasn't as cold as legend made her out to be. Moreover, their senior-junior sibling bond made Zhèng Sījí feel even more unrestrained. Lu Xuelan cracked her knuckles with a satisfying pop. Well, if you insist. I could just send you straight to the west. Might as well pick up a scripture on the way back, attain enlightenment and become a Buddha. No need for you to worry about Xiaoyu. Zhèng Sījí was mortified. It was this guy who always liked to bring up Yu. Who said I like her? Who said I'm going to marry her? Why do you keep dragging her into this? It's clearly your little disciple who won't let go of me, teacher. Women are nothing but roadblocks on the path of cultivation, they must be dealt with. Yes, host, I support you. For that statement alone, I'll grant you one ordinary special. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Zhèng Sījí's eyes suddenly lit up. I love you, system. Host, I'll record this statement verbatim and keep it stored here. When I next meet the master, I'll pass it on to her. Zhèng Sījí. No, system. I don't want the ordinary special anymore. Just pretend I never said it, okay? Zhèng Sījí was on the verge of tears. How could you be so cruel? That won't do, host. Words spoken are like water spilled. Before the system could finish, Zhèng Sījí urgently interrupted, I'll go lick it back. System. Well, a werewolf. Host, I admire your determination. After that, there was no further response. Zhèng Sījí hurriedly opened the interface to check. Thankfully, no additional content. Ahem, junior sister, I was actually going to say that if you delivered it to me, I'd give you the research materials I've developed right now. Looks like we weren't meant to be. Zhèng Sījí shook his head helplessly, his expression clearly saying, you brought this on yourself. Lu Shuelan. So you've already figured it out? No way. You can't be serious. Lu Shuelan's expression shifted from nuclear-level kindness to gentle kindness in an instant. The transformation was so swift it was almost unbelievable. Ahem, senior brother, that's not what I meant at all. What I meant was, I take you flying westward, circle the blue star, show you the scenery along the way, explore here and there, and really relax. After all, you've been working so hard on your research lately, right? You have to admit, Lu Shuelan was a real schemer. After all, she'd lived for thousands of years. Yet she still possessed an alluring charm that made Zhèng Sījí's blood boil whenever she drew near. Yet Zhèng Sījí constantly reminded himself, she's an old woman, don't let her bewitch you. And so, Zhèng Sījí persevered. Hearing Lu Shuelan's words, Zhèng Sījí nodded earnestly, I think it's feasible. Seeing Zhèng Sījí's earnest expression, Lu Shuelan's eyelid twitched. I was just saying. Why did you take it seriously? Truth be told, Zhèng Sījí had taken it quite seriously. Senior brother, the chi within my body is chaotic. I suffered severe injuries while hunting those 3 sovereign-level creatures earlier. I need time to recuperate. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you properly. Once I advance to 5th grade and recover from my injuries, I'll definitely take you sightseeing properly. Explore my ass. Once I break through to 5th grade, we'll see if I even bother with you. Injured my ass. Black Robe already told me those 3 sovereign-tier beasts didn't even touch a single hair on your head before you took them out in an instant. Zhèng Sījí's eyebrows twitched slightly as he schemed something. Little sister, you're injured? Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have had Master prepare some pills for you. I've got plenty of 3rd grade pills here. Master hasn't given me any 4th grade ones yet. Why don't you use the 3rd grade ones for now? Then we'll head west together, and I'll contact Master to have him send you some 4th grade pills? Lu Shuelan's lips twitched. Are you genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? You're such a sly fox, how could you not understand what I meant? You're absolutely messing with me. Ahem, senior brother, no need. Let's not trouble Master. What about the documents? I should go take a look. I'll strive to break through to 5th grade soon and bring honor to our family. No rush, little sister. Let's grab a bite first, or maybe go explore. After all this hard work, don't you plan to treat me properly? Senior brother. Junior sister. Divine dialogue, endless bickering. Whenever she argued with Zhèng Sījí, Lu Shuelan's lips never stopped twitching. Her lips twitched wildly. Her eyelids never stopped either. Frantic twitching. Conversing with this guy was a brain drainer. After a round of bickering, Lu Shuelan finally flew Zhèng Sījí to the demon city. Zhèng Sījí's belongings were mostly stored in his soul space. He also possessed a spatial ring, used for disguise. Though he had now awakened spatial magic and his spatial abilities were on par with even the highest-tier spatial mages. Even high-tier spatial mages possessed limited personal space. While high-tier spatial mages could collaborate with artifact craftsmen to construct small spatial devices. Such construction required powerful vessels and immense effort to solidify. Therefore, the personal spatial capacity of even high-tier spatial mages remains quite limited. They only hold about 10 cubic meters at most. But if Zhèng Sījí needed to retrieve something large, he would definitely require a cover. Otherwise, it would be easy to expose whatever was inside. His spatial ring was crafted by his own hand. The carved-out and compressed space was drawn from his soul space. Since he could control the soul space at will, carving out a portion and allocating it to the spatial equipment posed no real problem. Its volume was roughly several thousand cubic meters, frighteningly large. Carried by Lu Shuelan throughout the journey, they flew along, taking in the beautiful scenery along the way. But Zhèng Sījí couldn't appreciate it. This guy, he's got resentment. It was flying way too fast. This is speeding. They passed several planes along the way, and it was like whoosh. The planes vanished instantly. How was Zhèng Sījí supposed to enjoy the scenery like this? Good thing he doesn't get airsick or he'd be throwing up a rainbow. By noon, it landed safely. Flying sure is fast. If there were air traffic cops, she'd probably rack up dozens of tickets. Wait, no one could even catch her. At that speed, how powerful would an air traffic cop have to be to catch her? And even if they did, would they dare fine her? What impact would a ticket even have on her? Nothing. This aerial road menace should be banned outright. Chapter 109, Switching Dorms. After Zhèng Sījí got off the plane, he felt a bit dazed. Shanghai, is this place really this shabby? Wait. This place. Isn't this the freaking high-speed rail station? Zhèng Sījí whipped his head around, desperate to find Lu Xuelan. Come back. You bastard. Lu Xuelan got away. How despicable. She left behind a high-speed rail ticket and made him take the train by himself. Zhèng Sījí, utterly bewildered, boarded the train with the ticket in hand. I knew it. That's why we got here so fast. Turns out you just dropped me off at the station. So you just circled around the neighborhood twice, huh? You just took my stuff and ran off. Just you wait. Zhèng Sījí, hold grudges like crazy. Even after boarding the bullet train, Zhèng Sījí was still seething with indignation. He'd actually been scammed. At least this was a luxury compartment, a private booth. At least you have some conscience. Zhèng Sījí opened his laptop and began typing furiously. One window after another popped up on the screen, line after line of code constantly refreshing. Occasionally, a progress bar would appear before vanishing just as quickly. Well, the firewall at this prestigious academy is quite something. Zhèng Sījí was boiling with rage and needed to vent. Just watch me break through this firewall. Zhèng Sījí's eyes narrowed slightly, a smirk curling his lips, his fingers dancing across the keyboard without pause. Meanwhile, the students of the Magic City Academy Computer Association had returned to campus after participating in the Global Cybersecurity Offense and Defense competition. This year, they achieved outstanding results. Though the university's computer science department wasn't particularly renowned among global institutions, they managed to secure a top 5 finish in this competition. It had been over a decade since their last top 5 finish. They had just finished a celebratory dinner to mark their outstanding achievement. A dozen or so students split into small groups, chatting animatedly about topics that interested them, filled with laughter and joy. President, you've got just 1 year left before graduation. Aren't you planning to date someone? That girl who was chasing you before seemed pretty great. Sure, she was a bit short, but she was really cute. Yeah, President, we've known each other for 2 years now. Why haven't you found a girlfriend yet? President, I know a few girls, freshmen and sophomores, absolutely stunning. With your intellect and skills, they'd be head over heels for you. Some students joined in the teasing. Who do you think our president is? The third young master of the Tan family from the Magic City. Sure, he's a bit slow, but he's handsome, rich, educated, and well-mannered. Who else could possibly be Mrs. Tan? Right, guys? Exactly. Our president has such high standards. A few guys moonlighting as programmers chimed in. The president's computer skills are seriously impressive. I'm totally convinced. These programmer boys had all joined the computer club thinking they were the best, but one by one, they'd been thoroughly outclassed by this young man known as Young Master Tan. What were they thinking about? Of course, it was network security. Yet the boy known as Young Master Tan was surprisingly shy, responding with an awkward smile. Not at all. Right now, I just want to focus on studying computers. I'm not in any hurry to start dating. Just hearing his voice, you could tell he was a genuinely kind-hearted young man. The teacher leading the group up front couldn't take it anymore. Offline, they were all polite and well-behaved, like model neighborhood kids, getting along perfectly. But the moment they sat down at the computers, TSK, they were like rockets fired at full throttle, absolutely blowing up the chat. If they didn't like someone, they'd gang up on them immediately. The person on the other end of the network cable would be completely bewildered, getting kicked off before they even knew what hit them. Yet offline, they were all such fine young people. When speaking, the most they'd say was awesome or cool. But once they're online, you know what happens next. The team leader was about to say something when his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. The instructor answered the call. Hello? Yeah, it's me. What's up? What? Hacked? We're on our way. After hanging up, the instructor hurriedly announced, everyone, someone's hacked into our school system. Looks like you've got another fight on your hands. Huh? Then let's go. One by one, the dozen or so teenagers dashed out, racing toward the computer club server room, all with smiles on their faces. Another fight to pick. TSK, nothing but internet-addicted teens. President, can you hold out over there? I'm about to get breached. They must have dozens of people. This firepower is insane. Cut the crap. We absolutely can't let them break through. It's gotta be those idiots from the capital. Did they bring in reinforcements? They weren't this fierce during the tournament. Hold on. I'll try to flank them from behind. Damn it, everyone hold the line. Well, the shy minister is online, sending his regards to the enemy's relatives. In the computer lab of Magic City Academy's computer society, the relentless clatter of keyboards echoed non-stop, conversations never ceasing. They were all fighting tooth and nail against this unknown intrusion. Meanwhile, Zhèng Sījí was living the leisurely life. Sipping on milk heated by Sister Gao Tai, he was happily browsing through the new freshman records. As for the group attacking the Computer Association, well, it certainly wasn't Zhèng Sījí. When Zhèng Sījí had infiltrated earlier, he'd quietly bypassed the firewall. He noticed a swarm of glowing dots hovering around the perimeter of that firewall. He casually launched an attack to expose them all. This sparked a fight between both sides. You want me to go fight those little brats? No way. At that moment, Zhèng Sījí had already quietly infiltrated the back end of the Magic Capital Academy dormitory system. Zhèng Sījí discovered that many prodigies hadn't gained admission to either the Magic or Martial Arts Academy. It seemed their powerful families could provide the resources they needed at this stage. While the atmosphere at the Magic and Martial Arts dual academies was excellent, some scions of prominent families, though possessing high cultivation talent, chose to focus solely on their studies. Zhèng Sījí had just remembered to change his dorm assignment. If he was going to move, it had to be to the best one. And just like that, he found a great dorm. These two aren't playing fair. They're actually sharing a 3-person dorm. This was absolutely unacceptable. Well then, let's just add someone else in temporarily. Hiya. Zhèng Sījí didn't just blindly join in. He had thoroughly investigated these two individuals. In the Federation's archives, he found them. Both were mid-tier first-rank cultivators, hailing from two prominent clans. Moreover, their areas of expertise seemed quite intriguing. This piqued Zhèng Sījí's interest. Moreover, since they were all cultivators, they'd have companions for hunting the Polestar in the future. So he joined them without hesitation. Chapter 110, 5 4th Grade Spirit Arrays. Soon, Zhèng Sījí had already arrived in the Demon City. The Demon City was well protected. Not even the tsunami had managed to breach its defenses. The presence of the Demon City Academy shielded the city from all threats. The sea demons were frustrated. The human race had grown too powerful, they dared not attack many cities. A place like the demon capital? They likely didn't even entertain the thought of conquering it. Not just the demon capital, they scarcely send troops to attack even South China City. That the demon capital remains so secure speaks volumes about the sheer might of the Demon Capital Academy. Even across the entire Blue Star, the Magic Capital Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy rank among the very best. In terms of top-tier powerhouses, the Demon Capital Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy might not have many. But these overtly powerful figures? They don't count at all. A 5th-grade forbidden spell can keep one alive for 100,000 years. Who knows when these masters were born? Is the current ID system truly effective? For the truly powerful, it's utterly useless. If the Federation intends to conceal them, they'll remain undetected. To be fair, Zhèng Sījí has actually been quite low-key. He didn't even claim his status as the top scorer in the National College entrance exam. The Federation's secrecy is tight, many know he's the top scorer, yet no one has his photo. This begs the question, how could these hackers, supposedly so skilled, fail to find Zhèng Sījí's photo? They dug it up for you. Well, Zhèng Sījí is even more formidable. He hacked into the entire network and deleted everything about himself that he didn't want to be seen. Even in the federal records, he only left behind what he wanted preserved. Like the big shot who always funded him from behind the scenes. That kind of thing easily sparks speculation. After all, if someone with his level of computer skills couldn't trace who was funding him, how could anyone else? If they could, that would be great. If you do, tell me, and I'll reward you handsomely. Zhèng Sījí didn't linger long, instead heading straight for Magic City Academy. He pulled his phone from his pocket, opened the map app, and searched for Magic City Academy main gate. Fortunately, it wasn't too far, only about 4 kilometers. He slipped on a pair of neckband headphones and strolled leisurely toward the school, listening to music while taking in the scenery. Cough. The sights in the Demon City were truly abundant. These headphones were pretty handy too, he'd snagged them during the sea monster invasion while looting a supermarket. Rumor had it they sold for thousands of yuan. Zhèng Sījí admired the scenery, feeling quite cheerful. He regretted not having thought to visit the Magic City sooner. Before long, Zhèng Sījí had reached the main gate of Magic City Academy. From afar, he could see a massive archway. He had done his research and checked many sources this thing was fake. As he approached the entrance, he looked up at the colossal archway. A dragon and a phoenix, vividly lifelike, soared from either side toward the 4 characters Magic City Academy inscribed at the center. The 4 characters Magic City Academy in the center seemed to possess a magical allure, drawing people's gazes. Despite the archway's seemingly enchanting pull, Zhèng Sījí remained unaffected. After all, he was now a mid-tier second-rank cultivator. Well, his true strength had already reached the high-tier third rank. He snapped a photo and immediately posted it to his social feed, announcing to all, Zhèng Sījí is off to college. Even though he had practically no one in his circle. After posting, Zhèng Sījí looked up at the archway once more. Then, he raised both hands as if to embrace the heavens. He didn't know what had gotten into him. He suddenly shouted, "Here I come, Zhèng Sījí." Man, that sure drew attention. Only then did Zhèng Sījí realize how ridiculous he'd been acting. He hurriedly took off running toward the school grounds. Once he reached a secluded spot, he pulled out a suitcase and a backpack. He'd almost forgotten he was a student now. This past month had made him feel like a big shot. After all, he had hunted down a late diamond tier willow dragon. Even with the system's buffs stacked on, it was still a major feat. He dragged the empty suitcase along a tree-lined path. The refreshing surroundings lifted his spirits. The awkwardness from before had long since vanished. Zhèng Sījí, well versed in formations, recognized the presence of a massive spirit array here. He could sense that the concentration of spiritual energy and demonic spirits within the campus was higher than outside. Zhèng Sījí closed his eyes, letting the cool breeze caress his ears. He furrowed his brow. There wasn't just one spirit formation here. At least 5. And they're all 4th grade spirit arrays. Covering the entire academy. This is quite formidable. Ordinary people might not notice, but how well does Zhèng Sījí know spirit arrays? He was the strongest spirit array master. He quickly set down his suitcase, pulled out his phone, and opened the map of Magic City Academy. The academy was simply too vast. But at this moment, he had no mind to look at anything else. He knew these spirit arrays inside out. He had mastered them all. They were merely stored in his mind unless a specific need arose, he wouldn't consciously draw upon that knowledge. These spirit arrays now brought back memories. He was now studying the map, searching for the array's focal point. Yes, searching for the array's focal point. His eyes shone with an extraordinary radiance. Knowledge about spirit arrays kept flashing through his mind. Sports Academy, Array Core. College of Arts, Array Core. School of Economics and Management, Array Core. College of Animal Science, Array Focal Point. Each of these college buildings was an array focal point. Zhèng Sījí's eyes suddenly flashed with light. The Linglong eye activated, gazing in one direction. A surge of psychic energy shot straight into the sky. His gaze shifted, observing a vast lake. At the lake's center lay an island. This island served as the focal point for all 5 spirit arrays. Zhèng Sījí's gaze settled upon the island. Swish! Ah! Zhèng Sījí suddenly felt excruciating pain in his brain, unbearable. He cried out, drawing the attention of those around him. "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help getting to the school clinic?" A clear voice rang out as someone stepped forward to support Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí had no time to think about much else, his brain was already shutting down. The pain was unbearable. He reacted instinctively, plunging into his soul space. The resurrection divine technique activated. When he emerged again, Zhèng Sījí had fully recovered. "Thanks, I'm fine. Just an old problem." Then, Zhèng Sījí pretended to take out a box from his bag, completely unmarked. He then took out a pill and swallowed it. Strawberry flavor. The boy watched silently, saying nothing more. "Alright, be careful. If you feel unwell, you can ask any nearby teacher for help. There are teachers patrolling around here." Zhèng Sījí nodded. "Thanks. No problem, it's nothing. I'll be going now." With that, the handsome young man waved goodbye, ran forward, and took a girl's hand. "Zhèng Sījí. I'm the patient here. Feeding me dog food so blatantly. How utterly heartless." Chapter 111, Drawing Out Information. Zhèng Sījí didn't dwell on the heartbreak for long before sinking into deep thought. Just now, someone was on the island. A very powerful person. He had seen an old man sitting in a lotus position, fishing. Do all the old masters these days enjoy fishing? How thoughtless. Then, as if sensing something, the old man glanced in Zhèng Sījí's direction. Zhèng Sījí's consciousness snapped back instantly, and a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head. That old man had discovered him. He hadn't caught a clear look at the old man's face, but he knew the Demon City Academy was no ordinary place. The system informed Zhèng Sījí this man wields a 5th grade forbidden spell. And one who had been at that level for a very long time. Such a person must be an ancient being who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Zhèng Sījí trembled, feeling as though he'd been targeted the moment he set foot on campus. On the island. An old man glanced at one direction with a hint of puzzlement. His interest was piqued. "Ha, a newcomer?" Then, he frowned. "Strange. How could my psychic energy be interrupted?" The old man was perplexed by this occurrence. His spiritual energy, that of a 5th rank forbidden spell, had actually been disrupted. Probably another disciple of some reclusive old master, given some decent gear. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Then he resumed fishing. "Host, you better be careful. Using your psychic energy recklessly like that might work outside, but here? Poof. If it weren't for this system, you'd be toast. Zhèng Sījí? What the hell are you talking about? Host, haven't you realized the gravity of the situation yet? Zhèng Sījí was puzzled, yet he grasped what the system was hinting at. Sure, he'd taken a mental hit, but it didn't seem that bad, did it? Host, you're still too young. That 5th grade forbidden spell just now attempted to invade your mental realm with psychic energy. If not for the system intercepting it for you, you would have been breached already, okay? The system sighed inwardly. You really want me to spell it out, huh? You want me to volunteer for credit, huh? Do you really think I'd silently sacrifice myself for you? No way. Zhèng Sījí felt slightly awkward. He genuinely didn't know about this. So system, can you block his psychic attack? I don't buy it. A useless system like you? Capable of that? Host, don't underestimate me. With me here, not even demigod-level psychic power can enter your mind. Zhèng Sījí suddenly understood, his face twisting into a teasing grin. Oh, I get it now. Then why do I still need to be aware of the severity of the problem? System? This kid's up to no good. He's trying to draw me out. Zhèng Sījí's smile grew even wider. I'll draw you out. Now that my mind can't be invaded, I'll just go wild from now on, right? That one stung a bit. But none of that matters. I can go wild even more from now on. Zhèng Sījí had just suffered a mental blow, and he felt he needed to replenish his energy. So he didn't head back to the dorm. He just wandered around the area a couple times. This place was too vast, and he wasn't entirely comfortable flying. After all, in this area, he'd only ever seen vehicles passing by. He'd hardly ever witnessed anyone flying through the air. Either he couldn't see them, or the few he did spot were aerial patrol officers. Magic City Academy was indeed strict. Certain factions demanded extreme vigilance. Take, for instance, certain cults that betrayed the human race. General Zhao on the front lines had long suspected betrayal by a certain human-betraying sect. If members of these cults infiltrated the Magic Capital Academy and coordinated an inside-outside attack, the academy itself would likely suffer a devastating blow. The most powerful of these sects is called Boundless. This sect wields immense power, boasts numerous formidable members, and crucially, remains exceptionally well concealed. General Zhao suspected that a high-ranking member of the Boundless sect had betrayed him. However, the subsequent news of the Snow Emperor slaughtering 2 sovereign-level creatures caused him to abandon his suspicions. After all, the Sea Demon faction truly had a mid-stage sovereign-level sea demon commanding their forces. Zhèng Sījí no longer wished to remain at the Demon Capital Academy. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone nearby was watching him. This intuition was terrifying. That old man might be using his divine sense to probe this entire area. Even though he didn't know it was Zhèng Sījí who had probed that small island, the old man could still sense the mental energy emanating from that general area. Therefore, he decided to lie low for now and enter through another gate tomorrow. Fortunately, he had altered his appearance, otherwise, the risk of exposure would have been even greater. After all, it was only the 22nd today, and classes didn't start until the 25th. There was still plenty of time. Zhèng Sījí wandered around the area several times, visiting the snack street, the arcade, and even some massage parlors, thoroughly relaxing himself. By late evening, he checked into a luxury hotel opting for the presidential suite. Zhèng Sījí stepped into the room, surveying the penthouse apartment spanning 500 square meters. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of Shanghai skyline. Though dusk had only just begun to fall, the cityscape was undeniably breathtaking. With his keen eyesight, Zhèng could make out the faint white, cotton candy hues dotting the streets below. There was also a small swimming pool. The fully automated house responded to voice commands for any request. Zhèng Sījí grabbed a bottle of red wine from the bar counter in the presidential suite and instructed the AI system to run a bath. Soaking in the enormous tub while sipping wine, Zhèng Sījí gazed at the deep crimson ambient lighting and couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Something seemed missing. We don't know what it is, though. Just know it's there. As night fell, the door was knocked upon. Someone actually came in. What happened next? Well, you can fill in the blanks yourself. Alright, truth is, nothing much happened. Zhèng Sījí, wrapped in a bathrobe, was thoroughly enjoying himself with so many people attending to him. Chinese cuisine, Japanese cuisine, Korean cuisine, you name it. Chefs skilled in all manner of dishes prepared a mountain of delicacies right there on the spot. Zhèng Sījí was utterly satisfied. What did you imagine? A pile of American steaks? As luck would have it, there weren't any American steaks. After feasting, Zhèng Sījí drifted off into a blissful slumber. Seriously, just sleeping deadpan. Well, not just sleeping after all. 1 day for others equals 16 days for Zhèng Sījí. Various daily exercises were still necessary, even if some had diminished effectiveness. But his mind was still overflowing with knowledge that needed organizing. Unless he deliberately thought about it, or encountered something similar, that knowledge wouldn't surface in his mind. He possessed a vast store of knowledge, yet he couldn't wield it freely. This requires a long period of synthesis. This was precisely why Zhèng Sījí wasn't rushing to awaken other professions. Just mastering the spirit array alone was giving him a headache. Let alone the multitude of other professions. Alchemists, artifact masters, these were fields that demanded a lifetime of study from certain geniuses. Chapter 112, First Encounter with the Academy. Early the next morning, Zhèng Sījí was already up. His life on Blue Star resembled that of idlers, though he was even more at leisure than they. After all, his day spanned 16 Earth days. He spent about 14 days in his soul space, reserving one day as a buffer. On the single day he spent on Blue Star, he could truly enjoy himself. After all, he worked incredibly hard within the soul space. He attempted to forge artifacts using the body of a king grade sea demon. But clearly, his strength was insufficient, his true chi reserves inadequate. Even though he possessed a golden core and his true chi level was sufficient, he still couldn't forge a 5th grade demonic artifact. Forget 5th grade, he couldn't even manage 4th grade. Perhaps some simple 4th grade magical tools could be forged, but they would be practically useless. As for the sovereign level sea demon's body, he couldn't even complete the purification step. He still had a long way to go. Now was not the time for lofty ambitions. After washing up and grabbing a bite to eat, Zhèng Sījí headed back to the Demon Capital Academy. This time, he didn't make the same mistake. He didn't wander aimlessly either, heading straight for the dormitory building. But it seemed a bit far. The academy had numerous departments and colleges, covering a vast area. Within its grounds were several forests, lakes, and even a seaside dormitory complex. There were 12 dormitory zones. If a couple ended up in the 2 farthest dorm zones, you could say they were in a long-distance relationship the moment they stepped onto campus. The 2 farthest dorm complexes were dozens of kilometers apart. Even taking the campus light rail would take considerable time to reach them. This, of course, excludes the dormitories of the Magic Academy and Martial Arts Cultivation Academy. If those were included, you'd not only have to pass through a teleportation point but also walk dozens of kilometers afterward, some distances even exceeding 100 li. Without identification from either the Magic Academy or Martial Arts Cultivation Academy, accessing the teleportation array incurs a hefty fee enough to cover several days' worth of meals. The dormitory area Zhèng Sījí had arranged for them was the one by the sea. In summer, you could enjoy the beautiful scenery. The ocean was so gorgeous. You could even go swimming. He opened the defective map app on his phone and searched 4 coastal district student dormitories. Destination is 15 kilometers away. He'd considered walking, but now. Fine, he'd take the light rail instead. But where do I catch the light rail? Maybe I should ask a senior student? But then, the crappy map chimed in with another unsolicited suggestion. Considering the distance is too far, it's recommended to take the light rail within the campus. The nearest light rail station is still 1.2 kilometers away. Great, no need to ask the senior then. Damn it! Zhèng Sījí followed the crappy navigation, winding around for 2 or 3 kilometers before finally finding the campus light rail station, Python Station. Only upon reaching his destination did it occur to him, even with this crappy map, he could have just asked his senior for directions. With my handsome face and strong physique, she'd definitely help me out. No wonder you're called a crappy map. Not only did you make me drive around for ages, but you messed up my whole train of thought too. Damn it! Despite the curses, Zhèng Sījí still boarded the campus light rail. To enter the station, you need to swipe a card or scan a QR code. If you don't have either, you'll be charged a 30% surcharge. Zhèng Sījí didn't bother with that, still immersed in cursing the time app. So Zhèng Sījí completely forgot he didn't have a campus card. Damn it, 30% extra. It's all that crappy map's fault. After exiting the station, the light rail tracks gradually ascended into a slope, eventually running at a low altitude of about 10 meters above ground. Above the train hung a long, thick, unidentified object as thick as a person's thigh. This was the light rail's true track. After ascending to this low altitude, the bottom of the light rail detached from the auxiliary tracks at the station. It travels along its entire route supported by a single steel column. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these linear tracks lack any visible support, seemingly suspended in midair. Others might not notice, but Zhèng Sījí recognized it at a glance. This was an array concerning spatial fixation. Its purpose was not to anchor the rail tracks. Holding the rails in place was merely incidental. Its true purpose was to anchor the entire Demon Capital Academy. Zhèng Sījí was utterly horrified, for among the 5 4th-grade spirit arrays he had witnessed yesterday, this one was nowhere to be found. This spirit array anchored the entire Magic Capital Academy. How vast is the Magic Capital Academy? How difficult is it to anchor such a vast space? This formation was at least 5th grade. Magic Capital Academy truly was extraordinary. Upon entering the academy, most people's first reaction was to marvel at its beauty and its cutting-edge technology. But Zhèng Sījí's first reaction upon entering was to observe the academy's marvels. The environment was splendid trees, forests, lakes. In Zhèng Sījí's eyes, these were all array focal points. Even the courtyard buildings, all of them were focal points. It's still that chain array. If one remains intact, the others cannot be destroyed. To destroy them, you'd have to demolish every single structure at once. The deeper Zhèng Sījí delved into his exploration, the more exquisitely ingenious it all seemed. And all of this was merely what he'd uncovered on the map. If he were to conduct a field survey, he would undoubtedly uncover even greater discoveries. The light rail sped along at breakneck pace. Only then did Zhèng Sījí notice that vehicles resembling cars had appeared in the sky. He had never seen such things outside before. They were things he'd only learned about online. These were the special transportation vehicles of the Magic City Academy. Yesterday seemed to coincide with the pre-semester traffic control and pre-enrollment inspections. Today, students had already begun arriving in waves. Therefore, these vehicles had also begun operating. These vehicles didn't fly very high, seemingly powered by wind-based magic. But they also appear to be connected to the spatial array here. It's confirmed these hovercrafts can only be used within the Magic Capital Academy. Outside the academy, who's going to set up such a massive spatial array for you? You're probably just daydreaming, right? Zhèng Sījí found this contraption rather intriguing. After all, magical flight seems prohibited within the academy grounds. So this hovercraft is the only thing that can actually fly. The main thing is, this thing is fast, right? Otherwise, catching the light rail every time would be exhausting. The light rail headed eastward, passing through several stations along the way, finally arriving at the Linhai District Dormitory. Zhèng Sījí emerged from the light rail Linhai station carrying an empty suitcase. The cluster of buildings in the distance must be the Linhai District Dormitory. It looked pretty decent. But compared to the skyscrapers on the other side, it seemed. Zhèng Sījí quickly shook his head. No comparison, no comparison. Having checked the guide, he knew those were likely properties the academy sold to its students. Perhaps they'd made significant contributions to the academy, or held influential positions, or were simply incredibly wealthy. In any case, anyone who could live there was undoubtedly impressive. Wow, it looks incredibly luxurious even from afar. Should we give the dorm a proper makeover too? Zhèng Sījí nodded. It definitely needed a proper makeover. At the very least, we should create a folding space, right? Chapter 113, New Roommate. Under the guidance of some student volunteers, Zhèng Sījí made his way to the dormitory. Building 9, second floor, room 204. When Zhèng Sījí announced the dorm number, the senior student guiding him froze in shock. No way, freshman? You really live there? Senior Wu covered her mouth, struggling to believe it. Zhèng Sījí asked in confusion, Senior Wu, is there a problem? Is it haunted or something? Senior Wu burst out laughing. Ha! Haunted? Not exactly. Actually, it's considered a lucky place. Senior Wu's explanation only deepened Zhèng Sījí's confusion. Junior, you see, room 204 in building 9 used to be our Linhai District Campus Hospital. But the original director achieved major scientific breakthroughs, so the school promoted him directly. And this year, with the college entrance exam reforms, students who didn't get into the magic and martial arts dual academies but met certain requirements were assigned to regular departments. Now, regular departments have so many students that the dorm buildings aren't enough, so the campus hospital was converted into several dorms. At this point, Senior Wu gave a mysterious smile. Zhèng Sījí felt a sudden chill run down his spine at her enigmatic smile. Junior, Sister Wu continued, you'd better be careful. With that, she paused. Alright, building 9 is right here. Take this staircase to the second floor, don't use the other one, okay? Don't say I didn't warn you. With that, Wu smiled again and waved goodbye. Zhèng Sījí was utterly baffled. What the hell? But the next moment, he froze in place. Damn it, it's a girls' dorm. The other staircase was filled with girls going up and down. Zhèng Sījí looked up and saw a wall of balconies. Damn, except for the second floor, the balconies above it were all hung with all sorts of weird stuff. These things were clearly girls' belongings. So, beyond the second floor, everything else is girls' dormitory? No way. I, Zhèng Sījí, am not that kind of person. Women, they're roadblocks on the path of cultivation. And now you've thrown me into this den of women. Is my life, my cultivation path, to end here? Thinking one thing, doing another. Even that ghost mask couldn't hide the drool practically dripping from his mouth. Watch yourself, you hear me? The system is truly fed up. This host is seriously messed up. Zhèng Sījí hurriedly dashed up the stairs. He absolutely wasn't trying to go to the third floor. These stairs don't lead to the third floor. Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Turns out these two staircases, one only goes up to the second floor, while the other skips the second floor entirely and heads straight to the third. This school is just too disgusting. It's definitely not because I want to peek. It's just that with one less staircase, what happens during peak class times when there aren't enough stairs to get down? I'm just thinking about the school's best interests, you know. The system couldn't help but grumble inwardly. This guy, why does he seem to be getting more mischievous lately? Zhèng Sījí reached the second floor and found the design rather peculiar. Besides the staircase row with 4 doors, the entire opposite row had been demolished. This created a platform, and it just so happened to face the sea. Sitting there, one could enjoy the sea breeze and admire the scenery. Ahem, enjoy the scenery. The dormitory building was circular, with a rectangular open space in the center. Zhèng Sījí looked up and discovered that the dorm rooms on the upper floor had a row of 8. But his own row only had 4. What did this mean? Could it be his dorm room was worth 2? This made Zhèng Sījí even more eager to check out the dorm. Passing by the first 3 dorms, Zhèng Sījí noticed that all the dorms in this row were triple rooms. He recalled the guides he'd checked earlier, which only listed double rooms, quad rooms, and 6-person rooms. But these dorms were triples. It seemed this section was indeed newly built. Zhèng Sījí approached the door of room 204 and noticed it seemed occupied. Without a key, he had no choice but to knock. After 2 knocks, the door swung open immediately. Hey, the youngest one's here. A pockmarked guy, about 5 feet 9 inches, opened the door and spotted Zhèng Sījí walking in. Zhèng Sījí? How did I become the youngest? Seeing Zhèng Sījí's bewildered expression, the pockmarked guy gave an awkward chuckle. Without saying much, he led Zhèng Sījí inside. Zhèng Sījí remained utterly bewildered. Is this my new roommate? His strength is decent mid-tier first rank. The admission requirement for the Magic Academy at Magic Capital University was to reach the mid-tier level. There's no requirement for cultivation level, since cultivation is quite difficult, and those with cultivation talent are extremely rare. Don't be fooled by the apparent abundance of cultivators today, they're the survivors of countless generations. After all, they can live for ages, accumulating over time until a significant number of cultivators emerge. But among the new generation, those with cultivation talent remain exceedingly rare. This roommate, possessing mid-tier first-grade strength, would certainly have no trouble entering the Magic Academy. Such individuals clearly look down on the resources offered by the Magic Academy. At his level, he doesn't require much in the way of resources. Unlike Zhèng Sījí, who probably had to use 5th-grade spirit stones as currency for every purchase now. 1 5th-grade spirit stone equals 1 trillion huaxia currency. Zhèng Sījí quickly regained his composure. He'd weathered far greater storms than this a mere minor cultivator. By the rules of the cultivation world, this fellow should address him as senior. Zhèng Sījí's gaze swept over the entrance area. To the left stood a large shoe cabinet, while the right side featured an empty space with a drain on the floor apparently intended for a washing machine. Entering revealed a narrow passageway, soon branching into a cross-shaped corridor. The left side of the cross-shaped hallway housed a bathroom that appeared quite luxurious. The right side must be the bedroom, as it opened onto what looked like a fairly large balcony. Zhèng Sījí continued walking forward. Then he spotted a young man lying on the sofa, deep in thought about life. This guy was also a mid-tier cultivator of the first rank. Sure enough, I'm the last one here. No way, I refuse to accept this allocation method. I demand a new selection process. Let's go by age. Wait a minute, if we go by age, I'm still the youngest. Zhèng Sījí had reviewed their files earlier. One was nearly 19, and the other was 2 months older than him. No way. I want to be the leader. If all else fails, we'll draw lots. Zhèng Sījí stared at the disheveled young man on the sofa, his mind racing through every possible way to avoid being the youngest. Meanwhile, the young man on the couch felt uneasy under the intense stare of the 6-foot-tall giant. This guy must be a total jerk. Fortunately, the pockmarked youth beside him noticed the tension and stepped in to break the ice. Ahem, little brother, no, classmate, let me introduce myself first. I'm Wang Zedong, majoring in mechanical engineering. I'll be your future roommate. I have a grand ambition, to hack the entire world. Chapter 114, A Dorm Full of Cultivators. Zhèng Sījí glanced over and noticed Wang Zedong's eyes seemed to glow as he finished speaking. Whoa, this guy's got some ambition. So confident, so passionate, truly worthy of being my roommate, Zhèng Sījí. Ha ha ha. System. Did I push you too hard and fry your brain? Sorry, it's my fault. Wang Zedong nodded toward the disheveled-haired young man. The guy on the couch got the hint and piped up, my name's Yuan Weifeng. I'm in computer science. We're roommates now, right? I've got a big dream too, I'm gonna be the greatest programmer in the whole world. After Yuan Weifeng finished, he and Wang Zedong both turned to look at Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí smiled. This guy's a programmer. You know you're only going to be second best, right? The greatest programmer is right in front of you. Without hesitation, Zhèng Sījí replied, my name is Zhèng Sījí. I'm majoring in economics. My ambition is, to make money the more, the better. Yes, Zhèng Sījí had majored in economics. Well, he forgot to enroll. It was actually Lu Xuelan who signed him up for this major. This junior classmate was actually pretty dependable. As for his ambition? That was absolutely genuine. Who doesn't want more spare cash? If only there were more channels to sell things now, and if I weren't hesitant to sell certain items, I'd have started making money long ago. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng heard Zhèng Sījí's ambition and their mouths twitched slightly. This guy, how could his ambitions be so? But hey, he's a new classmate. Can't really say much, right? Wang Zedong said as they walked. Alright, since you're the last one here, you can take the window bed. We both like to study things, and when we're really focused, we prefer a darker environment, it just feels right. So that spot that gets all the light, that's yours. Zhèng Sījí glanced over. The arrangement of the beds was quite novel. Behind the sofa was a window opening onto a balcony. One side of the sofa featured a large bookshelf with ample space for decorative items. Near the bathroom was another small sofa, with a low table between them. Passing through the hallway in front of the table led to a small compartment with only 3 beds. All featured the standard configuration of a bed below and a desk above. Upon entering the alcove, one bed was positioned on the right, another directly ahead, and a third by the window on the left. Only the left bed has a window, also opening onto that huge balcony. This dorm is as big as a graduate student's room. Regular dorms usually only have bunk beds with desks underneath, and they also have a balcony, but it's super tiny. The bathroom still has those squat toilets and is incredibly small too. This sofa and table were bought yesterday when we came, and there are still many things to be gradually brought up later. Wang Zedong stepped forward to explain to Zhèng Sījí. But this dorm is way too far from our college building. Who assigned us this place? Our college buildings are on the other side of campus. We should have been assigned to the mountain or waterfront areas over 40 kilometers away. We'll have to take the light rail for over half an hour just to get to class every day. What if we have an 8 a.m. class? Yuan Weifeng lay sprawled on the sofa, his face utterly devoid of hope as he complained incessantly. Zhèng Sījí was speechless. Don't think I don't know who assigned these dorms. I saw the logistics center's network, it got hacked. You seem pretty skilled with computers, kid? You assigned yourself this dorm, yet you're complaining about it? He's a werewolf. I heard them say in the class group chat that they have a dorm with someone from another department. Turns out they'd rather have someone from another department than us. It really broke my heart. Wang Zedong chimed in with his own complaints. Zhèng Sījí silently debated whether to tell Wang Zedong about Yuan Y's dorm transfer. Ugh, better not. We need to keep the dorm harmony intact. In that moment, Zhèng Sījí felt a sense of dormitory camaraderie begin to take shape. Perhaps ever since obtaining the system and awakening his cultivation abilities, Zhèng Sījí's mindset had gradually begun to shift. He wasn't as brooding and reserved as he used to be. For the first time in who knows how long, he found himself thinking this environment wasn't so bad after all. He wondered how his old friends were doing now. Perhaps their life paths had diverged once more. Just like Yu Luo. Without overthinking it, Zhèng Sījí felt it necessary to unite the dorm. So he said, I sense fluctuations of true qi and magic power emanating from you all. You must be dual cultivation practitioners, right? I think maybe it's because we're all so strong that we ended up assigned to the same dorm. But the moment he said it, their expressions changed abruptly. How did you know I'm a dual cultivation practitioner? Both of them exclaimed in unison. Clearly, they were astonished that Zhèng Sījí had recognized them as cultivators. Host, don't mess around. How can you lack even basic common sense? Randomly projecting psychic energy to probe an elder was already wrong, and now you're casually probing others' cultivation levels? Not only that, but you're actually announcing it out loud. Probing cultivation levels also requires mental energy. Such actions are considered extremely impolite toward others. Of course, courtesy doesn't apply when dealing with enemies. Hearing the system's rebuke, Zhèng Sījí gave an awkward chuckle. Heh. Well, I guess I'm just naturally sensitive. Sensitive to both true qi and magic power. If I've offended anyone, please forgive me. Forgive me, haha. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng both flinched slightly before shrugging. Wang Zedong spoke up, what's there to apologize for? It's not like it's something shameful. Yuan Weifeng agreed, yeah, it was bound to come out sooner or later. Only Wang Zedong seemed genuinely surprised. Yuan Weifeng was slightly taken aback too. Yuan Weifeng's mind was racing with thoughts. He had only transferred one person into the dorm, yet 2 people had mysteriously appeared there. He knew about Wang Zedong, he'd seen his name when checking the dorm list at the logistics center for the second time. But Zhèng Sījí? He had no clue. Another person had just appeared out of nowhere. Alright, since we're all out in the open, let me reintroduce myself. I'm from the Wang family of Magic City, a mid-tier first-rank mage specializing in both magic and martial arts, with expertise in summoning and mechanical arts. Wang Zedong spoke first, spreading his hands helplessly. I'm from the Yuan family of Xiancheng. Because of my exceptional talent, I received more resources. I'm also a mid-tier first-rank mage, trained in both magic and martial arts, specializing in lightning and shadow magic. As for why I didn't apply to the Magic Academy or Martial Cultivation Academy, the resources my family provides far exceed what I could gain at school. My aspirations are slightly different, so I chose to pursue a computer science major. Yuan Weifeng followed suit. I feel the same way. Wang Zedong added after hearing Yuan Weifeng's explanation. The 2 exchanged glances, clearly surprised, before turning their attention to Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí scratched his nose. Oh no, it's my turn again. Chapter 115, Dormitory Resort. Zhèng Sījí thought their magical synergy matched their personalities perfectly. Good grief, one had transformed himself into a machine and charged into melee combat alongside his summoned beast. The other sneaks into people's computers late at night, even managing to recharge himself when the power's cut. What a pair of freaks. Zhèng Sījí decided he needed some fun stuff too. System, got any cool tricks up your sleeve? Spill M. This time, the system responded instantly, sounding almost excited. Host, I've got something fun. Just tell them first bring a healer. I'll explain later. Zhèng Sījí chuckled. Me? I don't have a family. To be precise, I'm a bachelor, no parents, no relatives, no girlfriend either. Hearing Zhèng Sījí's words, Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng both flashed awkward smiles. Sorry about that. No big deal. I'm used to it. Zhèng Sījí laughed it off and continued, I'm a high-level mage in 3 elements, wind, space, and healing. Wang Zedong, Yuan Weifeng. You're a high-level mage? Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng were genuinely stunned. Seeing their jaws nearly drop to the floor, Zhèng Sījí couldn't resist casting a healing spell on them. Before they could respond, a knock sounded at the door. Knock knock knock. Wang Zedong snapped back to reality and headed for the door, muttering as he went, oh, probably the washer and dryer delivery. No big deal, I'll just sign for it. Unexpectedly, what was delivered was a hanging chair, accompanied by several triangular glass tables that looked incredibly casual. Definitely meant for the balcony. Well, buying a hanging chair? Looks like they're here on vacation. Zhèng Sījí followed the group onto the supposedly enormous balcony. Holy crap, this thing is seriously huge. On the right side of the balcony was a walkway that was a full 2 meters wide and nearly 4 meters long, with several poles clearly meant for hanging laundry. The left side was even more impressive. Since this was the last room in the row of dorms, the left side boasted a platform that was a full 55% of a square. One side of the balcony corridor and square platform faced the road leading to the dormitory area, while the other side looked straight out to the ocean. What's more, nearly 3 sides of this platform are open. The side facing the ocean even extends beyond the dorm wall, continuing outward before curving back to connect with the dorm wall again. Wow, this place is practically a vacation home. Who said this dorm was twice the size of a regular student dorm? This balcony alone is probably bigger than someone else's entire dorm room. Zhèng Sījí watched the workers swiftly arrange the items, pondering whether he should add some decorations to spruce up the balcony. Just 2 more plants would make it perfect. Before he could finish, the workers who had just stepped outside returned with another row of plants, covering the entire wall facing the dormitory road in greenery. These two really know how to enjoy life. Such commotion naturally drew onlookers from other dorms, who gasped at how extravagant this place was. Compared to the dorms upstairs, this platform area was actually considered a shared space. It was only because this had originally been the school hospital that it had been remodeled this way. Zhèng Sījí didn't linger on the balcony much since someone was decorating it. He walked over to the bathroom door and took a peek. What he saw surprised him. This toilet was something else. It was only about half the height of a standard toilet, with anti-slip patterns on both sides like a squat toilet. It even had a triple-tiered seat, squat or sit, whichever you preferred. As long as you assigned each person their own seat, you never had to share a single seat with anyone else. High-end. Wang Zedong followed him over and explained to Zhèng Sījí, the school originally installed a squat toilet. Yuan Feng and I bought this one yesterday and had it installed this afternoon. How about it? Pretty high-end, huh? Wang Zedong wore a look that screamed praise me, paired with his pockmarked face. It was downright sleazy. Already got nicknames? What's yours? So good? Put. Yuan Weifeng, lounging on the sofa, couldn't help but laugh out loud. That nickname's pretty good. Feels way better than pockmarked. Yuan Weifeng's voice came from the sofa. Wang Zedong's mouth twitched, his face full of resignation. Alright, even if he asked Yuan Weifeng to call him Pockface himself, he still couldn't escape the nickname. It's so good. After all, once the pockmarks faded, this nickname would just be a term of endearment. Why did so good stick with him when the names were so different? Suddenly, Wang Zedong's eyes lit up as if he'd thought of something, and he shot back. Huh? What about you? 4 seasons? Zhèng Sījí's cheek twitched beneath his mask. Damn it, why bring up nicknames now? Wang Zedong pressed on, how about driver? Ahem, better stick with 4 seasons. Fine, as long as you don't bring up the youngest thing, anything goes. Zhèng Sījí looked at them with a serious expression and said, you can call me handsome guy. I think I deserve that title. Put. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng both burst out laughing. Seriously, CG, do you have to be this shameless? Exactly. We all look pretty similar. You're just a bit fairer, taller, have better skin, more delicate features, and, what else? Yuan Weifeng trailed off, struggling to find words. Damn it. Looking at it this way, Zhèng Sījí actually does seem kinda handsome. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng both felt awkward and quickly changed the subject. One continued staring blankly, while the other went out to the balcony to tend to the plants. Zhèng Sījí chuckled softly and continued touring the dormitory. After touring the dormitory, Zhèng Sījí returned to his own bunk and tidied up his bedding. Wang Zedong was still busy arranging flowers and plants, while Yuan Weifang remained lying down, contemplating life. The room was quite spacious, with ample space beside each bunk. Zhèng Sījí pondered whether he should create a small room here, folding it out to make a meditation chamber or something similar. Zhèng Sījí reconsidered. He probably didn't need a meditation room. Outside, his time was spent playing, and relaxing cultivation only happened within his soul space. Still, folding it out to store some things would be useful. At the very least, it would be good to have something prepared just in case. But if he were to do it, it certainly wouldn't be now. After all, it required earth magic to construct a separate space. He retrieved his belongings from the soul space and made up the bed. After finishing, Zhèng Sījí entered the soul space. Suddenly, he remembered the system seemed to have something to tell him. System, you just told me to tell them I've awakened a healing ability. Why? The system chuckled, I just discovered a pretty useful item, you see. Ha ha ha, I thought it'd be perfect for you. Chapter 116, What's for dinner? Zhèng Sījí perked up instantly. What kind of item? Tell me about it. Guess for yourself. What color do you think it is? Oh, this system isn't just being coy, it's even pulling out an accent. Cut the crap and just tell me. The system sighed inwardly. Why won't this host make an effort to guess? Then the system said rather unenthusiastically, this item is called the reversal disc. Go make a wish and try it out. You'll find out then. Zhèng Sījí wasn't one to wait around either. After all, he had plenty of item special uses, no need to worry about wasting one. System, use item special to obtain the reversal disc. Host requirement analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Inputting item. Input complete. Reversal disc. Effect reversal. Example, water fire reversal. Zhèng Sījí was utterly baffled. What the heck was this thing? Could the system be trying to screw me over because I'm so special? Host, I'm not that kind of system. Think about it, what use is this thing? Seeing the system act so formal, Zhèng Sījí also sensed something was off. Could it be actually useful? Zhèng Sījí's mind started racing. Earlier, the system had told him to tell them about awakening the healing system. Healing? Reverse disc. Zhèng Sījí suddenly remembered something, his entire body going rigid. Reversal? Reversal. Healing turned into damage. Reversing the healing effect. Host, you. The system had no desire to speak anymore. This host is rather clever. In my system's records, why do the hosts of other systems all seem so stupid? That's right, Zhèng Sījí had figured it out. It's the reversal. With the healing type present, others assumed he was controlling the healing spirit to treat others. But then, he flips the script and heals them to death. Truly poisonous healing. Zhèng Sījí was baffled for quite a while. He even tested it on the beasts he kept in captivity, but the results seemed underwhelming. Still, he had a vague hunch. He'd find another chance to test it once he got out. After getting out, Zhèng Sījí found himself with nothing much to do. Those two roommates, one was still fussing over his flowers, the other still pondering the meaning of life. Could it be he'd ended up with two total homebodies? He'd been counting on them to learn about hunting the pole star. Both hailed from prominent families, possessed considerable strength, and attended ordinary academic departments. They must hold significant positions within their families, receiving resources far superior to those offered by the magic and martial arts dual academies. Therefore, they must know something about hunting the North Star. No way. I've got to trick them somehow. Before long, Wang Zedong had mostly finished the exterior decorations. Meanwhile, Yuan Weifang was still sprawled out on the sofa in a slumped posture. To cover the furniture costs, Zhèng Sījí added his two roommates on WeChat, created a 3-person group chat, and transferred the money to them. They gladly accepted it. After all, they'd only just met. Even brothers keep clear accounts. Hey, it's lunchtime. Want to grab something? Know any places around here? My treat. Let's go out for a bite. Zhèng Sījí extended the invitation, already scheming in his mind how to break their geeky habits. Little did he know that the mere mention of going out and someone treating them to a meal made Yuan Weifang, who had been sprawled on the couch, sit up instantly. Hell yeah! Where are we going? Zhèng Sījí's eyebrow twitched. He couldn't shake the feeling he'd overlooked something. Wang Zedong chuckled, I think we should try countryside retreat. They serve vegetables grown by our university's agricultural college. I've heard they even have spirit plants there. Yuan Weifang frowned and said, I'm from inland. I want to try sea demon meat. Can we get that at countryside retreat? Wang Zedong pondered for a moment before replying, Tianyuanju definitely serves sea demon meat. But if you want the authentic stuff, you really should go to Binhantang. Not only do they have sea demon meat, but they also serve some magical beast meat. I hear it's quite tasty. Yuan Weifang's eyes widened. He'd been craving sea demon meat for ages. Then let's go to Binhai Hall. By the way, did you used to come here often? How do you know so much about it? Wang Zedong chuckled. I was born and raised in the demon capital, but I used to be a total homebody. I barely ever went out. This is actually my first time here too. But I have a lot of friends and relatives studying at the Demon Capital Academy. I spent ages studying the guides they gave me. Wang Zedong was brimming with confidence. This was practically his secret weapon. After all, he had several relatives working at the Metropolis Academy. Though called relatives, their blood ties were faint. After all, people lived so long now, they might be distant great-great-great-uncles. He continued, it's best to go to the countryside pavilion now, since most of the vegetables are freshly picked this morning. Then, head to the seaside pavilion in the evening. That's when they have plenty of freshly caught seafood, and you might even find some sea monsters. Wang Zedong spoke with great confidence, but Zhèng Sījí seemed to detect something in his words. Sea monsters? What grade? Zhèng Sījí's eyes lit up as he asked. Zhèng Sījí had always been fascinated by demons and monsters. The prospect of eating demon meat at school didn't surprise him much. But this was sea demon meat after all. The sea demons in the demon capital were different from those in South China City. Wang Zedong closed his eyes, held up one finger, and declared, definitely bronze grade. Even if there were silver grade sea demons, we couldn't afford them. Zhèng Sījí felt a pang of disappointment. So only silver and bronze ranks. At first, he'd been puzzled why couldn't they handle it. Then it suddenly dawned on him. They were all only at the first rank now. At most, they could handle bronze grade sea monsters. The energy contained within silver grade sea monsters was too potent, they likely wouldn't be able to digest it. Before Zhèng Sījí could ponder further, Wang Zedong continued, remember the sea demon invasion earlier? There are actually plenty of sea demon carcasses lying around. That's why their prices have dropped recently. But the key to consuming sea demons isn't the creatures themselves, it's the magic chef. Hearing this, Zhèng Sījí raised an eyebrow. Demon cook? What's wrong with the demon cook? Only through the demon chef's processing can the sea demon's energy be preserved to the greatest extent, while also retaining its purest flavor. By the way, you've all tried it, right? Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng certainly had both hailed from prominent families. Zhèng Sījí, however, had never tasted it before. Even after his awakening, he hadn't partaken in any demonic cuisine. He'd only had the cake from a system draw and that lavish feast hosted by the Zhao family head. After that, he'd stuck to spiritual food. Spirit chefs were far superior to demon chefs. The level of demonic energy was actually lower than spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was purer and more adaptable to all arts. A spirit chef was necessarily a demon chef, but a demon chef was not necessarily a spirit chef. Thus, spirit cuisine occupies a higher tier, and spirit food is naturally superior. Zhèng Sījí had also recognized this truth. Since awakening as a spirit chef, he had scarcely touched demonic cuisine. Chapter 117, Can't Shift Their Mindset. Yuan Weifeng and Zhèng Sījí both chimed in, confirming they had consumed such foods. Wang Zedong showed no surprise. For these two to reach mid to high tier cultivation by 18, they must have consumed such potent supplements. Such substances could accelerate magical cultivation. Yet Yuan Weifeng remarked, too bad I can't handle silver grade sea monsters yet. Speaking of which, CG, you should be able to handle silver grade sea monsters, right? With that, he and Wang Zedong turned their gaze toward Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí shrugged. Of course he could consume them. Silver grade was no challenge, and even gold grade was within his reach. He might even manage a taste of early diamond tier ones. His physical constitution was simply too formidable to be overwhelmed. Moreover, it was said that the God-shattering decision could convert magical power into true chi. Thus, even if he consumed too many sea demons and his magic power surged excessively, he could still convert that magic power into true chi, channel it into his golden core, and redistribute it. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Indeed, with high-tier combat prowess, one could consume silver-grade sea demons even without cultivation base, let alone the possibility that he might be a first-rank cultivator. However, if they cultivated sufficiently, they too could consume silver-grade sea demons at the intermediate stage. Perhaps they could handle it even now, though they seemed unaware of this potential. Yuan Weifeng remarked, speaking of which, this place was hit by a sea demon invasion earlier, right? Did you see any sea demons? I saw it on TV. Those waves were truly towering. Too bad the broadcasters censor so much. I even begged my grandfather, but it was useless. He trailed off, looking slightly disappointed. Wang Zedong beamed with confidence. You have no idea, I went to the front lines with my dad. The intensity was insane. It felt like life had reached its peak. Zhèng Sījí frowned upon hearing this. These two guys haven't seen sea monsters? Never fought sea demons? By the way, have either of you ever seen demons before? Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but ask. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng both nodded. Wang Zedong even added, of course. I'm a summoner. I have a summoned beast, it's a demon too. With that, he shot Zhèng Sījí a look of utter contempt. Zhèng Sījí's face darkened. He'd forgotten. This guy was a summoner. Yuan Weifeng chimed in, I've seen them too. We've been exposed to demons since childhood, though only under our parents' protection. They're far too dangerous. I can't believe anyone dares fight them, they're incredible. Yuan Weifeng spoke with genuine admiration. Those who dared to fight demons were truly formidable. Zhèng Sījí chuckled softly. That's not what I meant. I was asking if you've ever seen wild demons in the wild, or if you've actually fought them? Yuan Weifeng and Wang Zedong both froze. They hadn't. Even Wang Zedong's summoned beast had been raised from infancy. They'd never actually fought a demon. Well, I haven't either, but I'm definitely not weak, okay? I've been cultivating since childhood and have sparred with others. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a research-oriented cultivator. My combat prowess is no joke. Yeah, I haven't fought demons either, but I'm definitely no pushover. Zhèng Sījí. He'd always assumed that these scions of prominent families had at least some experience battling demons. After all, many high-level cultivators today came from prominent families. So the education methods within those great families should be top-notch. But it seemed he'd been mistaken. Host, you're so naive. Do you really think everyone is like you? You have that cheat code. Many clan offspring never attend cultivation universities and never get to encounter demons and monsters. And even if they did attend cultivation universities, if they were subpar institutions, they wouldn't encounter demons and monsters that early on. Of course, those who encounter sea demon invasions or demon beast invasions usually get hands-on experience. Surviving such situations guarantees greatness, even for those lacking innate talent. Places like the demon capital are too heavily guarded. Outsiders can't break through, and even the sea can't reach them. So people here might not even see demons or monsters. After the system's explanation, Zhèng Sījí grasped the gist. The people he'd encountered before were all big shots. His mindset hadn't quite adjusted yet. His perspective had been too lofty before, and this sudden shift caught Zhèng Sījí off guard. Speaking of the four seasons, have you fought them? Wang Zedong asked with a hint of confusion. At Wang Zedong's question, Yuan Weifeng also perked up, both turning their gaze toward Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí smiled and nodded. I'm from South China City. Wang Zedong, Yuan Weifeng. South China City? That place gets hit every time the sea demons invade. After the initial shock, they composed themselves. Because they seemed to be in the know too. In truth, many people had already evacuated this place. Zhèng Sījí might not have come from the shelter either. Those who emerged from the shelter usually required a long time to recover before returning to normal. Seeing their expressions, Zhèng Sījí understood their thoughts and added, I went out on a rescue mission back then. Wang Zedong, Yuan Weifeng. Damn, CG. That's insane. How did you rescue them? Tell us about it. They instantly perked up, eager to hear the details. With the initial setup already laid, they recovered quickly from the second wave of shock. Zhèng Sījí smiled and said, let's grab a bite first. Pick a place, and I'll tell you all about it. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng were eager, desperate to hear the story. Their roommate had actually hunted demons. They had been sheltered since childhood. Even if demons existed, others would protect them. Thus, neither had ever truly fought one. But they were actually quite fascinated by them. At least, they were fascinated by the tales. Wang Zedong quickly suggested, why don't we go to Linhai Hall? You can tell them how you rescued people. Did you fight sea demons? Zhèng Sījí nodded. I fought it. And killed it. Zhèng Sījí felt a bit elated. It felt great to show off. Yuan Weifeng also nodded in agreement. Let's go to Linhai Hall. With that, the three hurried out of the dormitory and headed toward Linhai Hall. On the way, the two had actually recovered quite a bit. Earlier, you just hadn't processed it properly, but now you've realized. Truth be told, for a high-tier mage, slaying a sea demon is no big deal. Cast a high-tier spell, unleash it, a bronze-tier sea demon would die instantly, and even a silver-tier one might be instantly killed. It was only then that the two realized Zhèng Sījí hadn't mentioned his cultivation level. They had both assumed he was a first-rank cultivator, but since he hadn't explicitly stated it, their curiosity got the better of them, and they couldn't help but ask. Hey, Sījí, have you reached the first rank yet? Zhèng Sījí propped his chin on his hands and replied casually, not yet. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng were also taken aback. He hadn't attained any cultivation rank? Wang Zedong couldn't help but ask, for seasons, why aren't you cultivating? No matter how high your magic cultivation gets, you won't live long without cultivation. Chapter 118, Linhai Hall. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng were both growing impatient. With such exceptional talent, why wasn't he cultivating? Zhèng Sījí had endured mockery since childhood, unable to cultivate, unable to practice magic. He didn't even need to pretend about his inability to cultivate, it was simply his true self. I can't cultivate. After completing foundation establishment, my cultivation just wouldn't advance. But if I ever got lucky, if some big shot took notice and I reached the forbidden spell stage, maybe with some special potions, I could live to 300? That would be decent, living as long as an ordinary second-grade cultivator. At least it's better than an ordinary person. Besides, cultivating is too difficult. So many get stuck at the first rank, so many at the second. Out of 10,000 first-rank cultivators, producing one second-rank cultivator is already considered a high probability. And how many get stuck at the second rank? If my magical cultivation is high enough, I might as well consider myself a second-rank cultivator. Those who reach first rank are 1 in 1,000, those who reach second rank are 1 in 10,000. Doesn't that make me a 1 in a million cultivator? Zhèng Sījí spoke with such nonchalance, as if it were the absolute truth. And it was almost true, because when he couldn't cultivate, this was how he comforted himself. Money is all that matters, save up to extend your lifespan. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng both froze, looking somewhat taken aback. They both grew flustered, having genuinely not considered this angle. They exchanged awkward smiles and hastily changed the subject. For some magical geniuses, being unable to cultivate was truly a fatal flaw. Saying such things felt like rubbing salt in the wound. Soon, Wang Zedong steered the conversation elsewhere. Let me tell you, the ones venturing out to sea now are the real tough guys. They're all at least high-tier cultivators, and many large fishing boats even have mage masters protecting them. After all, there was a massive wave of sea demon invasions before. But lately, those sea monsters have all retreated. So fishing has become incredibly difficult. The fish around here are scarce as hen's teeth. But that won't stop our great fishermen from going out. Those sea demons killed during the invasion a few days back? Worthless, dirt cheap. Everyone's buying them up, which means fresh sea demons aren't selling well anymore. After all, the price difference is too great. But Linhai Hall has fresh sea monsters delivered daily. Wang Zedong spoke with vivid enthusiasm, almost as if he were personally hunting sea monsters himself. Zhèng Sījí listened while pondering. No wonder the Federation is changing policies now, making the college entrance exams require facing sea demons in such dangerous areas. This year, the Magic and Martial Arts dual academies in Magic Capital and Imperial Capital would likely see a significant drop in new student enrollment. Consequently, this year, the chances for ordinary people to be admitted into regular departments at Magic Capital Academy were much slimmer. Many cultivators who had been rejected by the Magic and Martial Arts dual academies ended up enrolling in regular departments instead. These individuals naturally received preferential treatment for admission to regular departments, given their undeniable abilities. Consequently, the number of cultivators in regular departments will surge dramatically. Moreover, many who previously had the ability to enter the Magic and Martial Arts dual academies will now choose regular departments. But make no mistake, the Magic and Martial Arts dual academies aren't short on students, they're short on talent. Better to have fewer than to have mediocre, that's the principle. But the Magic Capital Academy is no ordinary cultivation institution. Its admission standards were already absurdly high to begin with. Now, those standards have been raised once more. The sea demon invasion laid bare the inadequacies of many practitioners. The strong were exceptionally strong, while the weak were pitifully weak. Those with high cultivation dared not step forward to fight. What good are countless such individuals, even if cultivated in great numbers? This is no longer a time of peace, it is an age of chaos. Within the Federation, some may perceive stability, but in truth, it merely shields its citizens from external threats. Judging by the current situation, the Federation has already become aware of this and initiated reforms. It is imperative to expose the younger generation to demons and monsters as soon as possible, to train them to confront these threats. The population has swelled to unsustainable levels, with countless individuals living well into their hundreds. Without implementing decisive policies, many will soon have no choice but to relocate to the hunting pole star. Were it not for several small planets suitable for human habitation, where some people have migrated, Blue Star might have reached its carrying capacity long ago. Wang Zedong grew more animated as he spoke, and before long, they arrived at Linhai Hall. The Linhai Hall cafeteria boasted a peculiar design, resembling a giant lobster when viewed from afar. Wang Zedong couldn't stop talking and continued his explanation. Let me tell you, the first floor of Linhai Hall is the regular cafeteria. Don't be fooled by its appearance, it doesn't look that big, but the internal space is folded using a forbidden spell from the Academy's spatial system. It can easily accommodate tens of thousands of people dining simultaneously. The second floor features specialty dishes, while the third floor houses private dining rooms. But the most unique feature of Linhai Hall isn't on the second or third floor. With that, Wang Zedong gave a mysterious smile and addressed the waitress nearby. "Miss, please reserve us a private room on the basement level." The waitress nodded, made the necessary arrangements, and led Zhèng Sījí and the others down to the basement level. Zhèng Sījí and Yuan Weifeng were both taken aback. This kid really did his homework. The basement level? Judging by the layout, were they dining underwater? Wang Zedong continued, "The basement level is something else, it's built underwater. You'll see all kinds of sea creatures swimming outside the glass walls. It's absolutely breathtaking." Yuan Weifeng exclaimed, "Wow, that sounds amazing. You really did your homework." "Of course. I'm a native of the Magic City after all. I've heard stories about it from my older cousins since childhood. Now I finally get to experience it firsthand." As he spoke, Wang Zedong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhèng Sījí chuckled. What was this? This is... Before Zhèng Sījí could finish the thought, Wang Zedong exclaimed, look. 10 o'clock direction, those beauties. Zhèng Sījí instinctively turned his head to look, his face darkening. I was just about to compliment you. I was just about to say you're so innocent. Can you at least give me a chance to think better of you? Wang Zedong continued, that's senior sister Lu Lighting. Yuan Weifong and Zhèng Sījí both looked puzzled. What did that mean? Senior Lu Lighting. Last year during the Dual Academy showdown, if not for her, our Magic Academy would have lost to the Imperial Capital's Magic Academy. Last year, the Martial Arts Cultivation Academy already lost to the Imperial Capital's Martial Arts Cultivation Academy. Thankfully, Lu Lighting single-handedly turned the tide with a high-tier magic spell, completely shifting the momentum. The figures of several women vanished from view as Wang Zedong's voice grew louder, his excitement mounting with every word. You have no idea how formidable senior sister Lu Lighting is. Her fire magic is utterly devastating. Even more astonishing is her water magic. It caught the enemy completely off guard. She was one of the top freshmen last year. And today, I actually saw her in person. She came to Linghai Hall for a meal. She entered as a mid-tier peak mage last year, then broke through to high tier within months. Mastering high-tier spells, she dominated the dual house competition. She was only 18 last year. Already high tier. A prodigy, Chapter 119, Freeloading. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifong both stared wide-eyed at Zhèng Sījí. This guy entered school at the high-tier level? Even without cultivation, he's a prodigy. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifong sucked in a sharp breath and quickly changed the subject. Wait. They're actually dining at Linhai Hall. Something extraordinary must be happening today. Come on, let's follow them and see if we can score a free meal. Seeing Wang Zedong about to bolt out the door, Yuan Weifong grabbed him by the arm. This is tempting, but we don't know them. Following them, isn't that a bit? Yuan Weifong hesitated, intimidated by the senior students' imposing presence even from behind. After all, they were the strongest team from the Magic Academy of Imperial Capital University who had won last year's dual capital competition. Wang Zedong froze for a moment. Right, we don't know them. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifong had been homebuddies since childhood, rarely interacting with others. Only Wang Zedong was naturally outgoing, perhaps a bit thick-skinned too. Sometimes he'd finish speaking before he even realized it. Now, Yuan Weifong's reminder had left Wang Zedong momentarily dazed. When he finally snapped back to reality, he felt a bit awkward. Maybe we could sneak a peek? Wang Zedong seemed to be asking, but he already looked like he was backing out. But Zhèng Sījí could tell from his expression that he definitely wanted to go. Zhèng Sījí didn't know if that senior was his idol, but he knew Wang Zedong was dying to join the commotion. Zhèng Sījí asked, do you think they came here for some special reason? I just feel like they're here for a regular meal. Wang Zedong retorted impatiently, of course not. The hunting environment at Polestar is superior. Both spiritual energy and demonic energy concentrations are nearly 1.5 times higher than here. The spirit plants and demons there are superior to ours. They have the sea too, and demons there as well. If they want to hunt demons, under the same conditions, hunting Polestar is far better. After all, with such high spiritual energy and demonic essence concentrations, the creatures that grow there are naturally superior to ours. Zhèng Sījí said, so you think the reason they came here must be because there's something better than hunting the Polestar? That's not necessarily true. Maybe they just wanted to try something from the outside world. Wang Zedong countered, no way. Senior is so powerful she must train relentlessly. This trip takes hours. Where would she find the time? Without a compelling reason, she wouldn't come. Plus, weren't there sea demon invasions recently? Senior must have fought them off. Even if not, those strange sea demons that appeared during the invasion might have some extraordinary properties. I think that's the most likely reason. Sea demons are huge, maybe she'll share some with us. Yuan Weifong chimed in, Jinxian's analysis makes sense. So, should we try it? This kind of opportunity is rare and hard to come by. Zhèng Sījí nodded. Wang Zedong's analysis actually made sense. Ever since Senior Lu Lighting came to Li Haitang for dinner, he'd analyzed everything, even deducing their purpose for coming. It might just be true. After all, the odds were just too high. Zhèng Sījí felt a spark of curiosity. Let's go check it out. While Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifong stood there dumbfounded, Zhèng Sījí had already dashed off. The other two hurried after him without pausing to think. The trio rounded the corner to find the three girls still walking ahead, catching their breath. Thankfully, they hadn't lost track of them. But Lu Lighting seemed to have noticed something and turned her head. The three who had been spotted were also a bit stunned. What? They'd been spotted already? A silvery light flickered around her, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared beside them. Except for Zhèng Sījí, Wang Zedong and Yuan Wei were both dazzled by the flash. Damn! Caught off guard. Zhèng Sījí was also taken aback. Spatial magic? Spatial teleportation? What a god-tier skill. Too bad it's not a second-grade spell. Looks like I'll have to buy one from the magic shop to use. Before the others could react, a clear, gentle voice rang out. Fellow juniors, what brings you here? Zhèng Sījí's eyebrow twitched. How did she know we were juniors? Wait, something's off. We only followed her around a corner. How did she know we were trailing her? Something's definitely off here. Wang Zhe cleared his throat. Senior Lu, this student, we were just… Wang Zedong suddenly realized how awkward this was. He'd even called her by her surname, yet he was still playing dumb. Lu Lighting's face held a barely perceptible smile, yet she listened with feigned seriousness to Wang Zedong's awkward explanation. Put. Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but spit it out upon seeing this. Then, seemingly realizing the awkwardness of the situation, he quickly interjected, Senior, we're your fans. I watched every single one of your matches last year. I'm your biggest fan. Lu Lighting raised an eyebrow. Oh? Really? I seem to recall that in last year's open tournaments, I didn't compete in any matches except the finals? Ahem. Awkward. Zhèng Sījí quickly shot Wang Zedong a look, signaling him to save the day. Wang Zedong gave an awkward chuckle. Senior, your final battle last year, that blazing fire technique and that towering water surge, it got my blood pumping. It solidified my resolve to apply to Magic Capital Academy. I'm your biggest fan, Senior. Oh? Ting, this is your little junior. Why don't you go take a photo with him and sign an autograph? The two senior sisters accompanying Lu Lighting stepped forward, smiles playing on their faces. Stop messing around. So, Junior, what's up? Want a photo and autograph? Hurry up, we've got things to do. Yuan Weifang was more straightforward. Senior, what are you up to? Can we tag along? Even just to get a taste of the action. Zhèng Sījí, Wang Zedong. You idiot, why are you so dense? Seeing this, Yuan Weifang shot them a meaningful glance. This isn't being dumb, it's getting straight to the point, got it? You took a group photo, how are you going to piggyback on the meal now? Lu Lighting and the other two raised their eyebrows in surprise. Seriously, Junior? You know what we're here for? They were genuinely surprised. From Yuan Weifang's words, they could tell the three of them probably knew why they were here. So you're here to follow us, huh? The girl who'd been silent the whole time spoke up coldly. Xiaoyan, don't be so serious. Freshman, how did you find out? Tell us, and your big sister will treat you to some soup. Duan Xiaoyan snorted coldly, looking displeased. Seeing an opening, Wang Zedong hurriedly interjected, I noticed you seniors came to Linhai Hall. Hunting demonic food on the Pole Star must be far better than on Blue Star. You must have made some major discovery, right, seniors? Chapter 120, what a waste. Seeing Wang Zedong's analysis, the others were somewhat surprised. That's it? That's your analysis? Ying Feiyang cut straight to the point, aren't you afraid we're here on a secret mission and you're here to disrupt it? We might have to eliminate you. Wang Zedong gave an awkward chuckle and remained silent. Lu Lighting, in a good mood today, chimed in, alright, Junior, meeting is fate. Why don't we grab a bite together? The three had been waiting for just that invitation. Their eyes lit up, brighter than cat's eyes. The three girls felt a bit embarrassed, their reactions were a little too real. Duan Xiaoyan snorted coldly, this is a silver rank sea demon I hunted down after immense hardship. You lot can't handle it, just sip the broth. The others nodded in agreement. But inwardly, they were stunned. This senior had actually hunted a sea demon. What a badass. Following the three seniors forward, they entered a private room. Along the way, Duan Xiaoyan remained cold and distant, her expression giving no hint of what had transpired. Ying Feiyang, however, grinned and explained, Xiaoyan was on the same team as Tingting last year. She played in the finals too, but you guys only recognized Tingting just now. She's a bit upset about that. Zhèng Sījí and the others felt their faces flush with embarrassment. We'd messed up. Wang Zedong awkwardly asked, that senior, is that senior Duan Xiaoyan? Hearing her name, Duan Xiaoyan turned her head imperceptibly. Finally, someone recognized me. Now it was Ying Feiyang's turn to feel upset. So no one recognizes me. How heartbreaking. Senior, I was just… Enough. My name is Ying Feiyang. Just call me Senior Ying. Ying Feiyang pouted, looking rather displeased. I, Ying Feiyang, won't be satisfied until I've downed 5 bowls of soup today. The group entered the private room, which was spacious with a large central area for placing dishes. Wang Zedong couldn't help but inwardly marvel. A place this big if it weren't for the three of us joining them, just the three of them eating here. Just how big are these dishes? Ying Feiyang asked, Junior, you've been busy introducing us. What about you guys? Why don't you introduce yourselves? Only after everyone settled down did he remember to ask. Wang Zedong gave a shy smile. My name is Wang Zedong. I'm a mid-tier first-rank mage. Thank you for your hospitality, senior. Yuan Weifang added, my name is Yuan Weifang, a mid-tier first-rank mage. Thank you for your hospitality, senior. Hearing this, Ying Feiyang felt a slight sense of relief. The last one should be no more than a mid-tier first-rank mage. He'd worried for nothing all this time. Don't be fooled by the sea monster's size. The most valuable part is usually just a small portion. The rest doesn't contain much spiritual energy, so even a mid-tier first-rank mage could get a share. There wasn't even enough for me. How could I share it? At most, let them have a sip of the broth. But things didn't go as she planned. My name is Zhèng Sījí, a high-tier mage. Ing Feiyan, 0.0. Lu Lighting, Duan Xian, 0.0. High-level mage? Damn it! Are all the freshmen this strong this year? Wait. Could it be a senior? It can't be. From our year I could count every single one of us who made it to high tier. So, it must be a senior, right? Just turned 18 last month. Thanks for the hospitality, senior. With that, Zhèng Sījí gave a shy little smile. Third senior. Junior, what do you mean by that? Of course I know you're 18, huh? Lu Lighting clearly seemed a bit incredulous too. Since she hadn't specifically observed their strength, she didn't know what level Zhèng Sījí and the others were at. Now, she looked genuinely surprised. From what you're saying, you're students from regular departments? Lu Lighting pondered for a moment before asking aloud. Zhèng Sījí nodded, his smile radiant. That's right, senior. We're all from regular departments. What can you do? The competition this year is just too fierce. Third senior. No matter how fierce the competition, someone who broke through to the high tier at 18 should have been directly admitted. Junior, you're joking. A high-tier mage this young would get into the Magic Academy even without cultivation. And besides... Hey! Junior, you! Zhèng Sījí knew exactly what she was asking and nodded with a smile. I can't cultivate. Sorry, Junior. I didn't mean to. It's fine. We should actually thank you for treating us to dinner. Ing Feiyan's smile felt awkward, while Lu Lighting and Duan Xian also looked uncomfortable. The atmosphere instantly grew awkward. Seeing the situation was awkward, Zhèng Sījí spoke up. Thank you for the meal, seniors. We've just met, and encountering such generous seniors makes me feel very warm. How about this? I have some second-grade spirit plants here. Since we're in a good mood today, let's all share them. With that, Zhèng Sījí pulled out 3 types of second-grade spirit plants under the stunned gazes of everyone present. Everyone. This. Junior. This is far too precious. Yeah. Sījí, this. No worries. You seniors are so generous treating us to dinner on our first meeting. It'd be awkward not to accept. Consider these as meal expenses. This. Duan Xiaoyan felt slightly awkward. It's fine, seniors. Just sharing a meal, no big deal. You call this a trifle? Spirit plants. Do you have any idea how expensive they are? This stuff is nothing like demons or monsters. It all has to be cultivated. And edible spirit plants are usually no higher than mid-tier grade 1. Grade 2 spirit plants are absolute treasures. Using them in alchemy could yield a grade 3 pill. And you're eating it. The moment the spirit plant was revealed, everyone was stunned. The density and purity of its spiritual energy were far beyond what ordinary spirit fields could cultivate. A single spirit plant like this could buy several demons. An entire demon beast. And there were 3 more right here. This was simply a waste of precious resources. Well, actually, no. It would be a waste if given to inexperienced demon chefs. The cooks at Demon City Academy are absolutely top-notch. If only this sea demon weren't so difficult to transport to the hunting pole star, Duan Xiaoyan would have sought out one of their super chefs to prepare it. Yes, the concept of spirit chefs doesn't exist on Blue Star, because spirit chefs cannot incorporate magical energy into their creations. Anything involving magic requires a magic chef. To make it seem more authentic and prevent them from discovering this spirit plant was grown in a 100% spiritual energy environment, Zhèng Sījí even infused it with a bit of magic power. Even so, this spirit plant remained an absolutely premium ingredient. Typically, second-grade spirit plants weren't consumed raw. Only someone as extravagant as Zhèng Sījí would indulge in such luxury. Of course, any magic chef encountering a second-grade spirit plant would be itching to work with it. They might even waive the processing fee. After all, opportunities like this truly are rare. Chapter 121, Initial Insights into the Dual Academies of Magic and Martial Arts. Seeing Zhèng Sījí's unwavering resolve, the others couldn't help but agree. They wanted to eat it too. So the waiter entered with a professional smile plastered on his face, only to leave utterly bewildered. Crazy. Such high-quality spirit plants, and they want them stir-fried plain. Wouldn't steaming it be more flavorful? Isn't that more nutritious? As it turned out, the demon chefs at the Demon Capital Academy were quite skilled. The spirit plants were carried out and brought back in no time. Only basic preparation was done to preserve the maximum energy within the plants, avoiding any complicated techniques. Soon after, the sea demon was carried in as well. It was a water spirit crab, a relatively common species, but its defenses were formidable. Even newly advanced mages might struggle to hunt it down. Duan Xiaoyan certainly demonstrated some skill in taking down this water spirit crab. The most valuable part of the water spirit crab was its roe. This particular crab was male, so the roe yield was somewhat sparse. However, given its enormous size, there was still more than enough for everyone to enjoy. However, Duan Shayan only took a portion of this water spirit crab. Originally, she thought it would be more than enough for the three of them to eat, and the rest of the water spirit crab had other uses. But encountering Zhèng Sījí and his group along the way felt like fate. Now these juniors actually dared to venture into the coastal waters, utterly audacious. Even if they hadn't encountered sea monsters before, surely they'd seen them on TV? To venture out into such danger, they certainly had guts. Many residents of the coastal dormitory district had actually applied to transfer to other dorm areas, yet numerous bold souls remained. They've never seen sea demons, or perhaps they don't find them frightening, having never experienced them firsthand. They feel no fear. Even so, such people wouldn't dare go into the water. Having Zhèng Sījí and the others come over for some soup, well, part of it was because they seemed bold, but another part was because they seemed pretty capable. At least initially, they thought Wang Zedong was quite capable. With a casual analysis, they could figure out the girl's intentions. Judging by appearances, it didn't seem like guesswork. As for the others, being freshmen, they probably couldn't handle the crab roe either. Who knew Zhèng Sījí could eat it? This crab roe was enough for 3 people to enjoy, but for 4, it was definitely insufficient. At the very least, it wouldn't be satisfying. But who would have guessed that Zhèng Sījí produced 3 second-grade spirit plants? Spiritual plants are different from demons and monsters. Demons and monsters can just go to the sea and harvest leeks, but spiritual plants need to be cultivated. Wild ones exist, but any discoverable specimens have mostly been picked clean. Spiritual plants of 2nd grade or higher are typically used for alchemy. At the very least, they can be used to refine 2nd-grade elixirs to enhance cultivation, right? Using them just for eating definitely wouldn't maximize their potential. But judging by Zhèng Sījí's extravagance, his family must be no ordinary household. This left Duan Shayan feeling rather awkward. The value of this entire sea demon she'd caught probably wasn't worth a single bite of this dish. Wang Zedong picked up a piece of vegetable, popped it into his mouth, and let out a satisfied mmm. Even as a 2nd-grade spirit plant, its energy was mild enough for a 1st-grade cultivator to consume. Wang Zedong picked up another piece of crab meat. Though crab meat contained low energy, one shouldn't overindulge. Then he asked, "Senior, this crab is delicious. By the way, why did you go hunting sea demons? They're so terrifying." Duan Shayan visibly paused, then chuckled softly. "Sea demons aren't actually that frightening. You'll encounter them soon enough. The Demon City Academy isn't like other institutions. Even ordinary students need to deal with common sea demons." She took another bite of the sea demon and continued, "This sea demon is part of an academy assignment I took on. Someone needs the shell of a water spirit crab to craft an item, so I accepted the task." She paused again before adding, "You might not know this, but academy quests exist only in the Magic Academy and Martial Arts Cultivation Academy. Regular departments don't have them. The dual academy system operates differently from regular departments. If you ever get the chance to transfer into either the Magic Academy or Martial Arts Cultivation Academy, you'll encounter them. But seeing them now is pointless. Without enrollment in one of those dual academies, you won't be able to access these things." Upon hearing Duan Shayan say this, Zhèng Sījí also froze for a moment. Can it be transferred? But didn't Lu Xuelan say it wasn't possible? "Senior, then how exactly can one transfer into the Magic Academy?" Duan Shayan took another bite of her food. Noticing Zhèng Sījí staring at her, she awkwardly wiped her mouth and explained, "There are several ways to transfer into the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Without getting into the others, the simplest one is to participate in the Dual Academy competition. If you pass the preliminary rounds, you can transfer into both the Magic and Martial Arts Academies." Hearing this, Zhèng Sījí felt a twinge of confusion. He'd heard of the dual house competition, but he didn't know the specifics. Such events weren't something ordinary people could observe or learn about. He had only awakened his abilities a little over a month ago and hadn't had time to research these matters. The others didn't elaborate either, for they all knew about the dual manor competition. More accurately, virtually every cultivator in all of Huaxia knew about it. Therefore, in their view, no explanation was necessary. Throughout the meal, Zhèng Sījí pondered deeply and dropped subtle hints, hoping to coax them into discussing the dual manor conflict. But it seemed no one noticed. "Senior, let's connect on WeChat. I might need your help in the future, and rest assured, I won't let you down." As they parted, Zhèng Sījí held up a QR code and added each of them on WeChat one by one. After Zhèng Sījí finished adding contacts, Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifang also added each other. Wang Zedong's phone suddenly rang. "Hello? Uncle Wu, did you get it? Alright, I'll be right over." Wang Zedong hung up after speaking. "Let's go back to the dorm. I'll have Uncle Wu come help us set up the practice room. He should be here soon." With that, he led the way at a brisk pace. "After eating, you shouldn't run, and it's best not to walk too fast either. Kids, don't try this at home." Before long, the group returned to the dormitory. Standing at the doorway, a middle-aged man in a brown jacket and leather shorts smiled warmly as he watched Zhèng Sījí and the others approach. Hee, Xiaozhe, these must be your roommates? Yes, Uncle Wu. This is Zhèng Sījí, and this is Yuan Weifeng. Wang Zedong pointed at them as he introduced them. Ah, great. Looks like. Ha! Before he could finish, Uncle Wu shot Zhèng Sījí a surprised glance. Then, he smiled again and gave Zhèng Sījí a long, meaningful look. Well, your roommates are quite impressive. Of course they are. Look who their roommate is. Wang Zedong struck a smug pose. Uncle Wu, let's go inside and talk. Alright, let's go inside. Wang Zedong opened the door and led everyone inside. Uncle Wu got straight to the point, surveying the dormitory's layout. Truly befitting a prestigious institution in the Magic City. The spatial stability here is exceptional. There must be a large-scale spatial formation at work. While such places may not expand space significantly through spatial folding, the space they do create is undoubtedly the most stable. Uncle Wu murmured in admiration. Truly worthy of being China's top academy, indeed, one of the finest institutions on the entire Blue Star. Chapter 122, Spatial Folding. Uncle Wu is a spatial mage, a peak tier 1 at that. He holds immense prestige within our clan, yet he's remarkably kind-hearted. He might break through to forbidden spells soon. Wang Zedong whispered the explanation to Zhèng Sījí and Yuan Wei. Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but admire Wang Zedong's background. It seemed truly extraordinary. To secure a cultivation space, he'd directly enlist the aid of a peak mage. It seemed Wang Zedong standing within his clan was no small matter. Xiaozhe, look at this. Uncle Wu pointed to a specific area. This is a spatial convergence point. Each folded space requires folding multiple such convergence points. Uncle Wu worked tirelessly on the construction while continuously explaining the process to Wang Zedong and the others. Having a powerful archmage personally instruct them felt like receiving treatment reserved for students at the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Before long, Uncle Wu had finished measuring the space. With a wave of his hands, earth elementals gathered continuously in his palms, forming earthen walls that sealed off the corner space. The walls gradually changed color, solidifying into plaster and forming permanent walls. Soon, 3 isolated compartments had been formed within the dormitory. Uncle Wu then entered each compartment to begin the spatial folding process. Space folding, it's neither particularly difficult nor simple. The awakening of spatial abilities blocks many from mastering it. As he spoke, Uncle Wu manipulated the spatial spirit, performing a series of operations. Zhèng Sījí's eyes lit up at the sight. Zhèng Sījí knew how to fold space. He had done it himself before. But he only knew the magic, he didn't know the technique. The core of space folding, many believe the most crucial part is the folding itself. But I think the most important aspect is actually stability. Everyone has heard of spatial folding and assumes it's about expanding space, turning a small area into a larger one. And indeed, spatial folding achieves precisely that. It's because of spatial folding that our Federation's land utilization rate keeps rising. That's why our human population keeps growing without us running out of places to live. The most famous example in spatial folding is the 1 square meter dwelling, exactly what it sounds like, a 1 square meter residence. Why is it called the 1 square meter dwelling? Because 1 square meter offers the greatest efficiency, the highest cost effectiveness in spatial folding. Take a 1 square meter space, whether folded by a mid-tier spatial mage or a high-tier spatial mage, the resulting room size differs little. Both can typically fold out a 10 square meter room. In some small border towns where property prices are low, its value might go unnoticed. But in a place like Magic City, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, its significance is undeniable. As for why mid-tier and high-tier spatial mages create similarly sized folded spaces? This ties back to what I mentioned earlier. The most critical aspect of spatial folding is stability. The process is straightforward: fold once, stabilize multiple times, repeating this cycle until the limit is reached. That's when the fold is considered successful. Take an example: an intermediate mage can fold once and stabilize twice, while an advanced mage can fold once more and stabilize 4 times. That's the difference. Though the final folded space may be the same size, its stability differs vastly. Of course, when I say stability is paramount, I'm speaking from a safety perspective, not claiming any authority on the matter. With that, Uncle Wu chuckled. Wang Zedong nodded and explained to Zhèng Sījí and Yuan Weifeng, Uncle Wu places great emphasis on safety. When he heard I was planning to build a spatial folding training chamber, he came over immediately, mainly because he was concerned. Yes, I do prioritize safety. After all, spatial phenomena are inherently dangerous. Consider spatial slicing, a mid-tier magic spell. Without a spatial mage present, a single misstep could leave you sliced open. That's why spatial safety demands utmost attention. Uncle Wu completed a spatial fold and smiled as he spoke to Zhèng Sījí and the others. Zhèng Sījí and the others nodded in agreement, though only Zhèng Sījí possessed spatial abilities. Stop nodding. Come on, give it a try. Zhèng Sījí froze when Uncle Wu's gaze landed on him. Wang Zedong nudged Zhèng Sījí with his chin, urging him to step forward. Alright then, Zhèng Sījí finally understood. Wang Zedong sure was enthusiastic. They'd only just met, and already he wanted his uncle to teach him spatial abilities. This moment made Zhèng Sījí like Wang Zedong even more. This roommate was pretty cool. Maybe he could hook him up with a few girls later? With that thought in mind, Zhèng Sījí smiled and stepped forward. Xiao Zhe mentioned you're a spatial mage, a high-level one at that. Ha! Truly, heroes emerge in youth. I don't know why you're in the regular college, but the Magic Academy would definitely suit you better. If you get the chance, you should consider transferring. Ha, I'm getting old and talkative. Enough chatter. Kid, do you know spatial folding? Zhèng Sījí nodded with a smile. He felt a certain fondness for this Uncle Wu. Ha, if you know it, that's great. How about giving it a try? I'll keep an eye on you, nothing bad will happen. Alright, thanks in advance, Uncle Wu. I'll give it a shot. As he spoke, the spatial spirit in Zhèng Sījí's hand coalesced, forming a unique trajectory. Uncle Wu's eyes lit up. Wow, that level of proficiency, no ordinary feat. More and more spatial spirits gathered in Zhèng Sījí's hands, filling the entire dormitory. Uncle Wu was utterly astonished. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng couldn't sense it, as they hadn't awakened spatial magic. But as a peak spatial mage, he sensed it all with crystal clarity. This boy is no ordinary talent. He must remind Xiao Zhe to keep an eye on this one. This boy is destined for greatness. Naturally gifted, approachable, and composed. In just a brief meeting, Uncle Wu had already spotted several strengths in Zhèng Sījí. This made Uncle Wu almost want to take him as a disciple. Don't gather too many magic spirits, it's wasteful. Hearing this, Zhèng Sījí also fell silent. Right, he couldn't gather too many, it was wasteful. Wasting magic power. Waste my ass. I'm not short on magic power. But I can't expose myself now either. Good thing Uncle Wu reminded me, I wouldn't have noticed otherwise. This isn't like before, when I could freely use my power and just die to recover energy. That won't fly now. If my mana runs out later, I go to the soul space to fully heal, and when I come back with mana fully restored, Uncle Wu will definitely get suspicious. Then I'd probably get dragged off for dissection and research. Zhèng Sījí steadied his mind and controlled his magic. Back when magic wasn't scarce, he never paid attention to its consumption. Now, it was time to practice. Chapter 123, Tasting the Sweet Reward. Zhèng Sījí commanded the spatial spirits he required, continuously folding space. His previous methods had been far too wasteful of magic power. Sometimes his magic would be spent renting in used magical spirits. This had nothing to do with his control over magic, because even if he used all his magic to rent spirits, he could only control a handful at a time. The rest were just dead weight, costing money without doing any work. These idle spirits served no purpose and only caused your mana to be wasted. However, most mages inevitably waste numerous magical spirits when casting spells. This is difficult to avoid, but once a mage establishes a domain, the number of wasted spirits is significantly reduced. Reducing these useless spirits is another way to conserve magical energy, much like saving money. The more you save, the more spirits you can hire. What truly astonished Uncle Wu was Zhèng Sījí's magical energy concentration. When he fully unleashed his magic, the intense concentration drew all the surrounding magical spirits toward him, significantly raising the density of magical energy in the area. This was pure showboating, a colossal waste of mana. Beyond bragging rights, hardly anyone would bother with such extravagance. But Zhèng Sījí wasn't showing off. This was simply his normal state. He didn't fear wasting magic power after all, replenishing it was merely a matter of reviving once. Not only Uncle Wu, but Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng were both stunned. This guy, he's incredible. High-tier mage, but even high-tier has its ranks. That mana concentration and control were definitely no less than mid-high tier. Holy moly, even at the Magic Academy, this talent would be considered top-tier prodigy material. If he entered the dual house competition, he'd definitely secure an impressive ranking. As for why Zhèng Sījí ended up in the regular department, who knows if it's the same reason as theirs? The power behind him must be immense to cultivate such a young high-tier mage. In their eyes, Zhèng Sījí's background had been steadily magnified. Pay attention, this transition is crucial. Don't get distracted. Zhèng Sījí nodded upon hearing this, his focus sharpening further. Damn this system, it doesn't even guide me when I'm casting spells. Originally, Zhèng Sījí felt he had no need to attend university. He came here merely to fulfill an obligation, intending to enjoy campus life and have a good time. After all, having trained so long in his soul space, he was determined to make the most of his time on Blue Star. University was the perfect place to unwind and enjoy himself. But now, Zhèng Sījí had tasted a bit of the sweetness. With a master guiding him, his progress was astonishingly rapid. Uncle Wu nodded repeatedly as he guided Zhèng Sījí. This boy possesses extraordinary talent. Every piece of advice he offered would take others ages to grasp and master, yet Zhèng Sījí understood it instantly upon hearing it, immediately putting it into practice. This talent is simply extraordinary. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to take him as a disciple, but now he felt a bit intimidated. Zhèng Sījí's background was undoubtedly formidable. As a mere second-rank mage, Wu Bo might not even catch his eye. His talent was too formidable. Though initially clumsy with spatial folding, after this period of time, he had become remarkably proficient. Soon, a spatial fold was completed. Moreover, the space remained remarkably stable. Of course, it still fell far short of Master Wu's work after all, he was a second-rank mage. Uncle Wu nodded, maintaining his composure. Ahem, very good. Go over there and fold that space. I'll stabilize it here. Excellent, very good. I need to calm down inside. This guy is too skilled. I can't hold a candle to him. Zhèng Sījí also nodded and walked to the other side, resuming the folding process. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng were both a bit stunned. Who would have thought their roommate was such a big shot? Before, he seemed like a quiet, reserved type, even a bit conceited. But damn, this wasn't arrogance, it was modesty. A high-tier mage, he was a high-tier mage, but what really blew their minds was that he was a mid-tier high-tier mage. Zhèng Sījí's revelation sent a surge of excitement through Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng. Their blood was boiling. They resolved to train harder and become stronger. Who knew Zhèng Sījí's words wouldn't discourage Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng? They actually fired them up. Soon, all three spaces were neatly folded. Uncle Wu even gifted them a round of renovations, ensuring the dorm wouldn't feel too cramped or odd. After a flurry of activity, Uncle Wu pulled Wang Zedong aside for a chat before departing. As soon as Uncle Wu was out of sight, Wang Zedong turned around and smacked Zhèng Sījí on the back. Damn you, Sījí. I never expected you to be this strong. Yeah, for seasons, you really kept it under wraps. Zhèng Sījí gave a sheepish grin. Honestly, I've only been training for a little over a month. I'm not that good. Come on, for seasons, you are strong. But seriously, who'd buy your bluff? If you're gonna show off, at least make it believable. Yeah, for seasons, we'll let you show off, but at least make it believable. Zhèng Sījí felt embarrassed. Honestly, no one would believe him. So, what's the plan for dinner tonight? Aren't we going to countryside retreat tonight? No way. We need to eat more magic food to level up fast. Can't we just go to pastoral retreat? If we're eating magic food, hunting at Polestar is definitely better. Hunting at the Polestar takes forever. How about tomorrow? Sījí, what are your plans tomorrow? We're both free all day, wanna hunt at Polestar together? Zhèng Sījí pondered for a moment. He did have plans tomorrow, but it just so happened he was heading to the hunting pole anyway. His junior sister had informed him that Mo Lingyu would be traveling directly from one of the hunting outposts to the Magic and Martial Arts Academy tomorrow. So he absolutely had to find her tomorrow. If he didn't seek her out immediately, she'd probably tear him apart. That little sister had said so much, leaving him feeling flustered. He hadn't done anything wrong, yet why did he feel like such a faithless man? Alright, I have some business at the hunting pole tomorrow. Let's grab a meal together first. Ha? Business? Yuan Weifeng hurriedly grabbed Wang Zedong's arm, stopping him from saying more. Yuan Weifeng kept shooting Wang Zedong meaningful glances. Don't ask about that. Judging by Zhèng Sījí's demeanor, he was definitely off to meet his little sweetheart. If Zhèng Sījí knew what Yuan Weifeng and Wang Zedong's exchanged glances meant, he'd probably be devastated. When did his face become so easy to read? Little did he know, he'd merely lost control of his expression. His face twisted into such a bizarre look that he resembled Grey Wolf encountering Red Wolf. Does this even require reading faces? It's obvious at a glance, okay. Chapter 124, The Thriving Farming Planet. That evening, the group grabbed a quick bite at pastoral retreat before heading back to their dorm to practice. Their blood was boiling. The question was how long it would last. After all, they'd already decided to hunt the polar star tomorrow for food. But none of that mattered. Life like this is where the fun lies. All three placed their beds into the folding space. From now on, each would have their own little corner. Zhèng Sījí returned to his little room and entered his soul space. He didn't expect the food from hunting the Polestar to be particularly delicious after all. No matter how good it was, it couldn't possibly be as tasty as what he made himself. Their demon chefs couldn't hold a candle to him, and their ingredients were far inferior to his own. He had authentic demon beast meat and all manner of spirit plants. On the farming planet, a batch of fast-growing demon beasts had already undergone several generations of breeding. This left Zhèng Sījí deeply moved. They had already evolved to the 3rd grade. It hadn't even been a full year, had it? Forget others, even some demon beasts with demigod bloodlines had only just reached the 1st rank. However, after Zhèng Sījí conducted a thorough scan, he discovered something peculiar. These 3rd grade beasts possessed almost no combat ability, and their physical strength was alarmingly low, perhaps even inferior to ordinary 2nd grade beasts. Yet these 3rd grade beasts possessed an exceptionally high concentration of spiritual energy within their bodies. They were undoubtedly prime specimens for consumption. Were it not for this breeding planet being newly established, with the more formidable species yet to mature, these beasts would likely have been caged already. Their meat would be incredibly rich and succulent. Tender and juicy, rich in spiritual energy. Take a bite, and it's pure bliss. Delicious. Ahem, so Zhèng Sījí had already set aside a portion of them, intending to establish a separate breeding farm for them. Fortunately, these beasts only need spiritual energy to survive, otherwise, they'd be questioning their entire existence. They'd eaten a mountain of plants, only to discover they were all fake. Well, some were real, but they couldn't have spread across the globe that quickly. Under the system steward's care, many spirit plants were also cultivated on the farming planet. This planet teemed with demonic beasts and spirit plants. Aside from some decorative items being virtual illusions, everything else was real. Here, even microorganisms existed. Because they're classified as beasts too. Non-beasts are strictly forbidden from entering. Insects, too, are classified as demonic beasts. Spirit plants are no exception. There are all kinds of them, from towering trees to lush grasslands, all classified as spirit plants. On this cultivation planet, every living thing possesses spiritual energy, creating a vibrant, thriving ecosystem. If others were to witness this, they'd likely lose their minds. The spiritual energy concentration in this region is 3 times that of the outside world. Moreover, wherever the eye can see, there are almost always demonic beasts or spiritual plants present. Cultivating here would surely yield rapid progress. Everything flourished, and Zhèng Sījí was thoroughly satisfied. An entire ecosystem had been established before his eyes. Though some spirit plants were only second grade in quality, given enough time, they could still advance further. In such a thriving environment, they might even awaken spiritual intelligence. Spiritual plants naturally awaken sentience upon reaching 5th grade. But like the golden core stage, exceptions existed. Zhèng Sījí was one such exception. Yet while golden core cultivation depends on techniques, spiritual plants rely on their environment. Powerful beings constantly emit certain energies that allow surrounding lifeforms to gain insights. This can be considered a form of opportunity for lesser beings. Prolonged exposure to such an environment inevitably leads to mutations. The same holds true for these spirit plants. Take the colossal tree at the very center of the cultivation planet, for instance. Many demigod-level beings reside there. The bloodline essence they radiate alone is sufficient for the giant tree's growth and development. This caused its growth rate to far exceed that of other plants. When first planted, this giant tree would have only reached the level of a second-grade spirit plant at most. It is precisely because of its unique variety that this tree could grow so rapidly and become so immense. Perhaps it was precisely this unique variety that attracted those demigod-level bloodline creatures to claim the tree as their domain, settling here together. Now, this giant tree held infinite potential. It even showed faint signs of developing sentience. Not only this giant tree, but the surrounding giant trees of the same species have also become settlements for various high-grade bloodline demon beasts. Their bloodlines fueled the growth of spirit plants, which in turn provided them with daily sustenance and resources, creating a virtuous cycle. And the system steward, seemingly omnipotent, has even begun teaching those demonic beasts. This was what shocked Zhèng Sījí the most. Host, try not to be so shocked, okay? From the perspective of other creatures, humans are also considered beasts. It's just a matter of perspective. Don't you all need to learn too? Zhèng Sījí pondered this for a moment. It seemed to make sense. Gazing at the classroom formed by the encircling giant trees before him, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Good heavens! These beasts are practically turning into benevolent creatures. Half-god-tiered demon beasts, carnivorous creatures at that, and you tell them to eat more vegetables. And they actually did it. Internal competition certainly existed, but the system butler managed these matters exceptionally well. Seeing these beasts answering questions and listening quietly in class felt utterly damn weird to Zhèng Sījí. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the cultivation space. He took an angry bite of the meat in his hand and began studying. If these beasts are all studying, what excuse do I have not to? Time flew by. Zhèng Sījí was captured. The reason? He'd constructed a spirit array. Sījí, you're being sneaky, aren't you? Spill it, who built this thing? You hired someone to construct a spirit array without telling us, didn't you? Exactly, Sījí. That's not very loyal of you. If you're going to hire someone to build a spirit array, we should all build one together. Zhèng Sījí. I told you already. I built this myself. Why won't you believe me? Move aside. I'll build one for you. With that, Zhèng Sījí rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work. Wang Zedong looked uneasy. Don't joke around, Sījí. You really know how to build spirit arrays? Yuan Weifang also looked puzzled. Zhèng Sījí had been insisting this spirit array was his creation ever since they arrived. Could it be true? You're not actually a spirit array master, are you? Damn it! This guy is already this strong. If he's also a spirit array master, he'd be practically defying the heavens. Even though this was only a first-grade spirit array, constructing a first-grade magic gathering array would take days for a first-grade spirit array master, and the failure rate was extremely high. After all, for novices, constructing these things requires a lot of time spent on measurements and even more time spent on screening. Novice spirit array masters take ages to build arrays and have sky-high failure rates. But Zhèng Sījí pulled it off in a single night. Wang Zedong Yuan Weifeng absolutely refuse to believe it. If this guy is real, it's just too demoralizing. Chapter 125, Teleportation Point. Wang Zedong's expression suddenly turned serious. Sījí, don't lie to me. Every spirit array constructed on campus requires level reporting. Zhèng Sījí? He blurted out, why? Wang Zedong's eyebrow twitched. Seriously? This guy's being earnest? Ahem, well, maybe not. First-grade spirit arrays might not require reporting. But seriously, are you really asking? Wang Zedong scrambled to smooth things over. This wasn't something to dwell on. Zhèng Sījí took a deep breath, stood up abruptly, and rolled up his sleeves. Oh, my hot temper. Move aside. Watch me show off my skills. With that, he began constructing the spirit array before their stunned gazes. With every move Zhèng Sījí made, Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng's jaws dropped further. This guy actually knew how to build spirit arrays. He worked with such familiarity and stability, clearly no novice. He must have been a first-rank spirit array master for quite some time. It was just a pity that Zhèng Sījí might remain stuck at the first-rank spirit array master level. He lacks cultivation talent. His spiritual energy level is only at the foundation establishment stage. At best, he can construct a first-grade spirit array, and even then, it would lean toward magic-based arrays. After all, the final step of constructing a spirit array requires a certain amount of spiritual energy to sustain it. Such remarkable talent for spirit arrays, yet destined to remain at the first-rank spirit array master level for life. Perhaps he might gain some opportunity to advance beyond first grade in the future, but even with his exceptional talent, his highest attainable rank as an array master would likely be early second grade. What a waste of such extraordinary talent. The two exchanged a glance and shook their heads. What a pity, truly a pity. But such a person was still worth courting. Is a second-rank spirit array master that weak? Absolutely not. Is a second-rank cultivator weak? A second-rank spirit array master holds a status no less than that of a second-rank cultivator. Moreover, Zhèng Sījí's background is undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps his teacher possesses the means to elevate his cultivation level. Watching Zhèng Sījí's fluid, seamless execution, the two felt a bit uneasy. They were all peers, yet the gap between them was staggering. Before long, it was around 11 a.m. Zhèng Sījí had already completed two first-rank gathering magic arrays. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng said nothing. After all, for someone like Zhèng Sījí, who had long since attained the rank of first-grade spirit array master, constructing such simple gathering magic arrays was no challenge. Zhèng Sījí had deliberately chosen to reveal this array-building ability after careful consideration. Having tasted the benefits of having a teacher yesterday, he now sought another spirit array mentor to further refine and strengthen his abilities. All his abilities felt like they consumed no mana at all, unleashed with reckless abandon. This grand, sweeping style often wasted a great deal of energy. To him, whether it was wasteful or not made little difference after all, a single resurrection would fully replenish his reserves. But such massive energy fluctuations sometimes inevitably stirred up unnecessary trouble. Moreover, eliminating those redundant motions and unnecessary expenditures would benefit him personally. As a young first-grade spirit array master, even if his future potential proved limited, he could still pursue research in spirit arrays. Practical application may be lacking, but I can master spirit arrays and acquire knowledge. Knowledge is power. Right now, he had mastered numerous spirit arrays and accumulated vast knowledge, yet he remained nothing more than a lowly foot soldier. As if nothing had happened, the two joined Zhèng Sījí on the journey to the hunting pole star. Today was the 24th, and school would resume tomorrow, meaning their time on the hunting pole star would be brief. Zhèng Sījí felt incredibly excited inside. After all, this was his first time visiting the hunting pole star. Rumor had it that hunting pole star offered an exceptional environment, with exceptionally high concentrations of spiritual energy and magic power, truly a sacred place for cultivation. Items that were extremely difficult to obtain on Blue Star were commonplace on hunting pole star. The group boarded the light rail and soon arrived at the teleportation point. The teleportation point was packed with people. After all, school was starting tomorrow, and many had arrived early. Seeing the long queue, Zhèng Sījí's lips twitched involuntarily. This wasn't quite what he'd imagined. What's wrong? Let's go. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng showed no reaction, simply joining the queue as usual. This is going to take forever. Hey, Sījí, too lazy to wait in line? No problem, just take the VIP lane over there. Zhèng Sījí's mouth twitched again. VIP lane. This place actually has a VIP lane. Wang Zedong chuckled and continued, teleporting to hunting pole star isn't actually expensive. The main thing is having the teleportation qualification. As students of Magic Capital Academy, we get 10 teleportation qualifications per month. Of course, once you teleport there, you have to return the same day. If you stay overnight, it counts as one use of your teleportation allowance. Essentially, that means we can only stay there for 10 days. The most crucial requirement for entering Hunting Pole Star is the teleportation qualification. The price itself isn't expensive. A standard teleportation channel costs just 100 huaxia coins per trip. Zhèng Sījí's eyelid twitched. Not expensive? Well, it really wasn't expensive. Money had never been an issue for Zhèng Sījí, not since he was a child. Zhèng Sījí snapped back to attention and continued listening to Wang Zedong's explanation. Of course, if you're a student of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, you can freely enter and exit the Hunting Pole Star. However, you still need to pay. It's still 100 per visit, no discounts offered. Don't be fooled by the few thousand people here now. Tomorrow is actually the peak period. They're all lining up here, so we'll have to wait a long time before it's our turn. This is why the VIP lane exists. It's for those too lazy to wait in line. It costs 1200 per trip, pretty pricey. Only the wealthy dare use it. The difference from regular teleportation? Maybe you get to show off a bit, and the decor might be nicer over there. 1200 yuan? For cultivators, every penny counts. We save wherever we can. Besides, we can cultivate right here at the teleportation point. The spiritual energy and demonic essence concentration is pretty high here, so hardly anyone queues for that one. As Wang Zedong finished speaking, Zhèng Sījí spotted a figure wandering aimlessly in the distance, seemingly waving to someone. Wang Zedong chuckled at the sight and explained, "That's a scalper. They sell spots closer to the front of the queue. The nearer you are, the pricier it gets. If you want to teleport immediately, it'll cost you 1000 yuan. Add the teleportation fee, and it comes to 1100, 100 cheaper than the VIP channel. They're basically stealing business right from the VIP teleportation point. But the Academy doesn't seem to mind. After all, these guys are earning their money through their own efforts, and the Academy isn't exactly short on funds." It must be said, though Wang Zedong hadn't visited Magic Capital Academy much, he certainly acted like a seasoned veteran. Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but silently admire him. Placing himself in this dormitory had indeed been the right decision. If he'd had to hunt down this information himself, it would have taken a lot of effort. Now, with someone explaining it all to him, how convenient. Tool guy Wang Zedong? Nailed it, right? Chapter 126, Get the card. Quickly. Zhèng Sījí was clearly the one with deep pockets. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng didn't mind the cost of 1 or 2 teleports, but if they kept doing it, they'd start to feel the pinch. Not everyone had the same financial freedom as Zhèng Sījí. Their cultivation resources were mostly allocated directly by their families. Expecting a bunch of spoiled brats who'd never lifted a finger since childhood to go out and earn money? Yeah, right. So their pocket money was actually quite limited. Especially for those like Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng, who had their own research paths. They had to buy any research materials they needed themselves. As they approached the VIP teleportation gate, Wang Zedong launched into another lecture. "That gatekeeper," he whispered, his voice low and conspiratorial as he spoke to Zhèng Sījí and Yuan Weifeng, "is rumored to be an old man who's worked here for decades. Judging by appearances, he's at least a 3rd grade forbidden spellcaster and might even be 4th grade. Wang Zedong whispered this to Zhèng Sījí and Yuan Weifeng in hushed tones. "This old man probably isn't here to experience life," Yuan Weifeng quipped. Wang Zedong nodded. "Exactly. That's what I think too, and everyone else does." Those narrowed eyes, that perpetual smile, the gatekeeper's approachable demeanor. Every detail screams big shot. Suddenly, Wang Zedong fell silent, then hissed, "Shoo. Don't speak, he might hear us." Zhèng Sījí's face darkened. "You finally realize he can hear us? Not just him, I can hear it too. You really underestimate cultivators, don't you? You think whispering behind his back means he won't hear? You're a first-rank cultivator, for crying out loud. Your ear orifices are open, right? If they are, how can you be this stupid?" Well, my ears are open, but whether I'm stupid or not has nothing to do with that." The old man gave them a kindly look, smiled, and said nothing. Only when Zhèng Sījí and the others reached the doorway did he speak up. "Young man, I haven't seen you around before. Are you a new student or a nouveau riche?" This remark instantly dispelled Wang Zedong's earlier fear, and he immediately struck up a conversation with the old man. Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This guy really could talk. "Oh, old man, do we look like nouveau riche to you? Oh, then you must be freshmen." Makes sense. Besides those few rich kids who don't care about money, only freshmen would be dumb enough to walk through the VIP entrance. "Sir, please hurry up. We're in a rush. Young people are always so impatient." "That's no good." Alright, I'll try my best." "Huh? Which app was it again?" Right, the VIP transport channel, right?" "Huh? Where do I enter it?" The old man worked at a leisurely pace, occasionally letting out infuriatingly slow questions. You're the first freshman to use the VIP lane this year. Those rich kids who take this route all have cards now. I'm a bit rusty with this." "Hey, want to get a card too? You save $10 every time. Honest deal, no tricks." "What card?" "Just come when it's less crowded, no lines, and it's only $100. Even if I, Wang Zedong, jumped off this building and stopped eating and drinking forever, I'd never get a card from you." Alright, sir, sign me up. My student ID is 8x times x times x times 88. Zhèng Sījí jumped right in. Get a card. Sure. Getting a card is great. Anyway, I'll be coming here to hunt for Polaris a lot in the future. Might as well go high-end. Damn it. Wang Zedong cursed out loud. Class. Zhèng Sījí pressed his index finger to his lips. Want to get one too? The two shook their heads hastily. Are you kidding? Do you think we're loaded like you? Buying experimental equipment and cultivation resources has already nearly drained us dry. You want to rip us off too? No way. 1,200 per session. What? $10 off? Like we're short $10. We're short 1,190. The two were utterly speechless. They'd thought reaching the intermediate stage would mean more resources and money from their clan, allowing them to finally enjoy themselves. But once they reached the intermediate stage, they discovered every resource had skyrocketed in price. They were actually poorer than when they were beginners. The old man perked up the moment he heard Zhèng Sījí wanted to sign up for a membership. He swiftly processed the transaction with lightning speed, a complete transformation from his earlier sluggishness. He was terrified Zhèng Sījí might change his mind. Only near the end did the old man announce, one VIP access card linked to your student ID QR code. You can view it through the Academy's official account. Also, the processing fee is 10,000 yuan. No haggling. Damn, what a ripoff. Good thing I didn't sign up. And you only mention this after I've already signed up? You're nothing but a crooked merchant. You didn't even give me a chance to back out. Zhèng Sījí promptly tossed over a grade 1 spirit stone. Zhèng Sījí still had a stash of spirit stones. The old man examined it like he'd found a treasure, turning it over in his hands before even putting it in his mouth and gnawing on it with his big gold teeth. The real deal. Hey, old man, you're a seasoned wizard yourself. Do you really have to act like you've never seen anything before? Ignoring the old man, who was laughing hysterically, the three headed straight for the teleportation gate, bound for the hunting pole star. Within the portal, scattered silver sparks and dense magical sprites flickered. Even mages untrained in spatial magic could sense them. A flash of white light filled their vision. When it faded, they had arrived at the hunting pole star, the Magic Capital Academy teleportation point. The moment they stepped into hunting pole star, Zhèng Sījí felt a surge of spiritual energy wash over him. The concentration of spiritual energy here was twice that of Blue Star, equivalent to a first-grade spirit array. Zhèng Sījí was utterly stunned. Such an exceptional environment. The Magic and Martial Arts Academies of the Demon Capital Academy were actually built in such an exceptional environment. Constructing a first-grade spirit gathering array here, while not doubling the effect again, would at least rival a second-grade spirit gathering array outside. Constructing a grade 2 spirit array here might achieve 4 times the spiritual energy concentration found outside. But it would absolutely never rival a grade 3 spirit gathering array. Even so, cultivation here would be significantly faster than outside. The overwhelming surge of spiritual energy caught Zhèng Sījí off guard, but he quickly adapted. For within the soul space, the spiritual energy concentration was even more terrifying. Zhèng Sījí was fine, but Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng, who were here for the first time, were stunned by the overwhelming spiritual energy. Zhèng Sījí frowned. Logically speaking, hadn't these clan disciples been immersed in first-grade spirit gathering arrays since childhood? Shouldn't the double spiritual energy concentration of this hunting pole star be no different from a first-grade spirit gathering array outside? After careful observation, Zhèng Sījí finally understood the reason. It wasn't the spiritual energy at all, it was the demon spirits. The demon spirits here were far too enthusiastic. Living in a place teeming with their own kind, these demon spirits were perpetually in high spirits. And these demon spirits, upon encountering a newcomer, were naturally quite intrigued. If one paid close attention, they would notice these demon spirits excitedly circling around them, happily spinning in circles. Demon spirits truly the most wondrous. Chapter 127, Come out and pay up. But this fascination was only fleeting. Soon, Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng both regained their senses. Then, a slow wave of astonishment and delight washed over them. For seasons Yuan Feng, absorb it. Absorb it quickly. Wang Zedong swiftly activated the cultivation technique within his body, absorbing spiritual energy. After several minutes of absorption, he switched to circulating magical vortexes, using the magic essence to temper his magical power. Zhèng Sījí's mouth twitched slightly. Hey! Get back to work. Didn't I set up a grade 1 gathering magic array for you? It's got double the concentration of magic spirits. Can't you guys learn something? After absorbing for a while, Wang Zedong replied, No way. Even though the magic essence concentration here is the same as that second-grade magic gathering array outside, the effect on refining magic power is totally different. And with such high concentration, why wouldn't I absorb it? Yuan Weifeng chimed in, Now I finally get why those seniors refused to come out. If I were them, I wouldn't want to either. Zhèng Sījí's lips twitched. Fine, couldn't blame them for lacking perspective, it was just that his own standards were too high. He'd been cultivating in the soul realm all along, where the 21-fold concentration of spiritual energy and demonic essence far surpassed anything this hunting pole star could offer. So he still couldn't bring himself to appreciate it. They found a spot, sat down, and began cultivating. Zhèng Sījí didn't join them, but he wasn't idle either. He knew he couldn't afford to use his psychic energy as recklessly as before. The cultivation environment here was twice as potent as the outside world, inevitably producing many powerful cultivators. If he continued probing recklessly, he might actually get caught. The system could shield him from others' probes, but if they conducted a thorough investigation, it would still uncover something fishy. Zhèng Sījí now confined himself to pure appreciation. The architecture here was far more technologically advanced than anything outside. The light rail systems floating in the air looked incredibly advanced, and there were even hovering cars. Back at the Magic Capital Academy on Blue Star, there were only a few models available, but here, all sorts of cars were rushing back and forth. Numerous spirit arrays were also present. With a single glance, Zhèng Sījí could identify several 3rd and 4th grade spirit arrays. Truly a top-tier academy, incredibly powerful. By the time they found a cafeteria to sit down, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The cafeterias at Magic City Academy followed a similar system, each divided into standard and premium sections. As for how each cafeteria was internally divided, the academy didn't interfere. Take the Tuyun residence they were dining in now. Above the standard cafeteria was the premium cafeteria, and above that, a VIP cafeteria. These premium and VIP dining halls essentially stem from the university's original premium dining hall concept being subdivided. Zhèng Sījí and his 2 companions were also dining here for the first time. Coming here to eat demonic cuisine, how could they possibly be stingy? When Zhèng Sījí heard Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng say money's no object, his eyelid twitched. Seriously? You guys couldn't even spare $100 for the teleportation point, but now you're casually dropping tens or even hundreds of thousands on a meal? You're not short on cash? Sure, we split the bill evenly, but each person still has to fork over at least tens of thousands, right? This single meal could buy you dozens of VIP passes to hunt the pole star. Wang Zedong seemed to sense Zhèng Sījí's gaze and roughly understood what he was thinking. Sījí, don't overthink it. We can get reimbursed for eating magic food. Doesn't your family have that? Reimbursement? Zhèng Sījí froze. Reimbursement? Yuan Weifeng chuckled, that's right. Consuming demonic food is reimbursed by the family. They don't give us cash directly, all resources are distributed as is. Things like demonic food aid our cultivation, so it counts as cultivation resources. Wang Zedong chimed in, but for someone like me, a family disciple only at mid-tier first-rank cultivation, even if my status is slightly higher than my peers, my resource limits aren't much greater. Don't pick too many options. If you overdo it, the family won't cover the excess, and we'll have to foot the bill ourselves. It's only the start of the semester. I'm not eager to start the year hunting for part-time gigs to pay off debts. Zhèng Sījí chuckled. Really? What about my family? Get over here. Reimburse me now. If the one sending me money is actually family, does that count as reimbursement? No, that's just pocket money. Besides, am I really going to sweat over a few thousand? Zhèng Sījí suddenly remembered something and asked, can merit points be spent within the academy? Wang Zedong's eyelid twitched. Merit points. Realizing he'd spoken too loudly, Wang Zedong quickly covered his mouth, looking like a thief caught in the act. Zhèng Sījí, however, merely scratched his head awkwardly, completely unfazed, and continued, yeah, merit points. Can you spend them? Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng both twitched their lips. This guy, he doesn't actually have merit points, does he? Who knows? Wang Zedong hastily made a should gesture, signaling Zhèng Sījí to lower his voice. Then, straightening his expression, he whispered, merit points can be spent, of course. But the academy doesn't mark them up. 1 point of level 1 merit equals 10,000 yuan. You get the idea? The black market for merit points was an open secret among everyone. As for where Zhèng Sījí got his merits, Wang Zedong didn't press for details. Wang Zedong continued, the Magic Martial Duel Academy at Magic Capital Academy also has a credit system, but it's shrouded in mystery. I've searched high and low, asked every senior I know, and still can't figure it out. If you want to know, you'll just have to get into the Magic Martial Academy. Like the senior said earlier, passing the preliminary rounds of the Duel Academy competition gets you in. So, what do you say? Want to give it a shot? Wang Zedong's words left Zhèng Sījí momentarily stunned. Another system? With so many systems, doesn't it get confusing? But thankfully, the merit points are usable. He had no idea what to do with his 1.2 million merit points. One first-level merit point is worth 10,000, right? A meal only costs a few merit points. We're not exactly short on cash, right? The group chatted and laughed as they started ordering. Sure enough, the menu on Hunting Polestar was completely different from anywhere else. Not to mention, they actually offered limited-time sales of second-grade spirit plants. Though these grade 2 spirit plants had no alchemical value and were only edible, the fact that they were available for sale was impressive enough. Just glancing at the menu made Zhèng Sījí and his companions salivate. While waiting for their dishes, their stomachs growled loudly. This meal alone would easily cost each of them over 100,000 credits. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng didn't care about the cost either. Worst case, they just have to swallow their pride and ask their dads to cover it. After all, their fathers could cover far more than this. If they couldn't even get their fathers to cover this small expense, how could they ever expect them to shoulder bigger burdens later? Money was the last thing on anyone's mind, just eat. Chapter 128, Guarding the Pass. Soon, the dishes arrived. Rich spiritual energy and magic power mingled in the air, drawing in demonic spirits and filling Zhèng Sījí and his companions with a sense of ease. Compared to spiritual energy and demonic spirits, both of which were blended within the space, Zhèng Sījí still preferred spiritual energy slightly more. After all, demonic spirits were too chaotic and their grade was lower than spiritual energy. That said, the demonic cuisine, transformed by the demonic chef, perfectly blended spiritual energy with the demonic power within the beasts. This drew numerous demonic spirits to gather here, allowing everyone within this space to feel relaxed and experience a sense of joy. Appetites whetted, they began to devour the offerings. As cultivators, they possessed prodigious appetites. Certain foods were instantly digested upon entering their stomachs. This was especially true for the demonic food. Once processed and consumed, it transformed into potent spiritual energy and demonic power within their bodies, tempering and strengthening them. Once energy saturation was reached, it ceased being digested. Instead, it remained in their stomachs like ordinary food, slowly breaking down over time. However, this only applied to demonic food matching their cultivation level, as they could control such grade. For demonic food far exceeding their own cultivation level, even a small amount entering their stomach could release enough spiritual energy and demonic power to burst them from within. Such high-grade demonic food was beyond the control of those with insufficient cultivation. Thus, for low-level cultivators like Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng, consuming even a small portion of high-grade demonic food could release enough spiritual energy to instantly kill them. Of course, in theory, they could consume demonic food of the second-grade intensity level. Even if their cultivation hadn't reached the second grade, they both possessed mid-tier mage strength, which should be sufficient for handling demonic food. The only restriction was that they couldn't consume spirit food. But they dared not. For them, consuming such items demanded caution. Anything that made them feel unwell was deemed unsuitable. Thus, they dared not experiment. At most, they followed yesterday's example and sipped only a little broth. Even that took them ages to digest. For these individuals, pampered since childhood, Zhèng Sījí could say little more. Could his roommate possibly be idle? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Anyone who shares a room with me, Zhèng Sījí, could never be idle. Got time? Then come hunt sea monsters with me. Come hunt monsters with me. Come quest with me. Sooner or later, you'll have to face it, right? What? You're going down the research path and won't have to deal with this? No, you're overthinking it. You won't go the research route. I'm telling you, you won't go the research route. Threats don't work? Well, bribes won't either. You think I won't just start a research institute and crush you guys? Wait, I was already planning to start a research institute. So, Yuan Weifeng likes computers, right? Then crush him. Wang Zedong loves researching machinery, right? Then crush him. Don't know how? Can't you just learn? No need to study. It's just a matter of making a wish. Easy peasy. These demonic foods are all top tier, so both Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng can eat plenty. Eat them, save them, then head straight back to cultivate. But for Zhèng Sījí, it was truly dispensable. Ever since he awakened his magical abilities, his power has been steadily rising. Not just his magic power, but his magic control too. Now, his magic control was already over 6 times that of those geniuses. Moreover, after the previous transformation, his golden core absorbed spiritual energy at an accelerated rate. Though his cultivation hadn't yet broken through to the 3rd rank, his strength continued to grow steadily. The system had previously informed him that once he could single-handedly defeat a diamond-grade demonic beast using the cultivation of a single system, he would be able to attempt the system's upgrade trial and try to break through the 1st floor of the trial tower. The spiritual energy concentration on the 1st floor of the trial tower is far denser than outside. Cultivating there will definitely be much faster. Once he conquered the 1st floor of the trial tower, he would gain unrestricted access to enter and exit it at will. Currently, his cultivation could only advance on its own. Active cultivation yielded poor results. Fortunately, it was this way. Otherwise, he would have to spend time cultivating his cultivation base. He barely had enough time to master those abilities and train in martial arts. How could he possibly find time to cultivate his cultivation base? This was precisely why he hadn't rushed to wish for more professions. He simply wouldn't have time to cultivate them. If he didn't first gain a solid grasp of the knowledge already existing in his mind, introducing new information would only create greater confusion. Zhèng Sījí rubbed his temples, a headache beginning to form. Every time he thought about this, his head ached. Whenever the headache struck, there was only one solution. A moment later, Zhèng Sījí felt fully revitalized. Zhèng Sījí suddenly realized his thoughts had been a bit too naive. Wanting to become a master of all professions. How naive. Every field requires mastery through synthesis. Knowledge resides in the mind, yet it cannot be applied flexibly. And wishing for that flexibility wouldn't work either, it would rob him of his own understanding. He'd just be retreading others' paths, unable to innovate. Ugh, headache. After the group finished their meal, it was time for the tense moment of settling the bill. Good grief, one meal 20,000 per person. Zhèng Sījí paid without hesitation, but Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifan looked pained. With grimaces on their faces, the two waved goodbye to Zhèng Sījí and departed. They both had business to attend to at Hunting Polaris, so they went their separate ways. According to the intel Lu Xuelan had given him, Mo Lingyu should arrive at the Magic Capital Academy around 3 this afternoon. But that was information from 2 days ago. After that, Lu Xuelan had gone into seclusion. Lu Xuelan had given Zhèng Sījí a general location, instructing him to wait at the border checkpoint. After spending over half an hour on the high-speed train, Zhèng Sījí arrived at the checkpoint just before 3 o'clock. Zhèng Sījí felt no urgency. He found a coffee shop, ordered a cup of coffee, crossed his legs, and waited leisurely. In just over a month, Zhèng Sījí's mindset had completely transformed. Before, he had been both mischievous and timid, which led to Yuluo constantly picking on him. Mo Lingyu, meanwhile, had watched from Yuluo's side as he endured the teasing. Though called teasing, looking at it now from a different angle, it actually felt like the playful banter between close friends. It was just that Yuluo tended to go a bit too far. It was only because Zhèng Sījí had thick skin and tough bones that his head hadn't been knocked askew. Truthfully, the three of them were pretty tight. It was only after Zhao Jiaming showed up that Yuluo stopped hanging around as often. If Yuluo didn't show up, Mo Lingyu naturally wouldn't either. Not that she never showed up, but Yuluo always blocked Mo Lingyu, preventing her from meeting Zhèng Sījí. Chapter 129, Farewell. Mo Lingyu had secretly sought out Yuluo before, telling her to stop constantly picking on Zhèng Sījí. But Yuluo merely shrugged and said, "He's so clever, maybe I hammered that out of him." Mo Lingyu was left speechless. Zhèng Sījí used to think high school life was gloomy because people bullied him. But now, looking back from a different perspective, he found himself quite nostalgic for high school life. The iron triangle, love triangles. "Sir, your cappuccino is ready." The waiter's words snapped Zhèng Sījí out of his reverie. Zhèng Sījí smiled and nodded. "Thank you." Taking the coffee, Zhèng Sījí gazed into the distance once more, guarding the pass. He was waiting for that figure to appear. Though it had been little over a month, to him it felt like half a year had passed. If one were to ask Zhèng Sījí about his complex feelings toward Yuluo, he himself couldn't say. He knew Mo Lingyu liked him, but he couldn't fathom what about him made her feel that way. Back then, what else did Zhèng Sījí have going for him besides being a good student? Zhèng Sījí pondered these questions as he sipped his coffee. 3 o'clock had already arrived. Yet Shou Guanko still hadn't shown up. Zhèng Sījí didn't mind after all, this wasn't a time that demanded strict punctuality. Cups of coffee piled up on the table, one after another. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. His gaze never left the gatekeeper, but he never saw that person arrive. Could it be she wasn't coming? Thud. Zhèng Sījí's shoulder was suddenly tapped, making him jump. When he turned around, he saw the scene. A waiter. "Good evening, sir. Apologies for interrupting, but we're currently running a Quietly Savor the Fragrance promotion. Scan the QR code to order and receive a discount coupon. Would you like to learn more?" Zhèng Sījí. "You did that, and I thought it was Mo Lingyu who tapped me." Zhèng Sījí instinctively nodded. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening, time for dinner. He ordered dinner and shrugged inwardly. Mo Lingyu had stood him up. "Ha! She probably doesn't even know I'm waiting here for her. This is awkward. What if she went to another checkpoint instead? What if she came early or late? Anything was possible. Just standing here waiting forever isn't a solution either." Zhèng Sījí tapped his forehead, feeling like he'd lost his mind. "Ha! Sījí, did Yuluo really pat your head to make you smarter? Since Yuluo was gone, shall I do it for you?" A familiar voice rang out from behind Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí's eyes suddenly widened. Mo Lingyu. It was Mo Lingyu. He turned around to see Mo Lingyu standing there, wearing a white blouse, arms crossed over her chest, smiling at him. It really was her. Zhèng Sījí laughed, "There's no need." Mo Lingyu laughed along with him, casually sitting down beside Zhèng Sījí. As if nothing had ever happened. This made Zhèng Sījí's heart flutter slightly. Wasn't she the one who'd been worrying about him all along? Hadn't she been crying for ages just now? Why did it feel now as if nothing had happened at all? Could it be that Lu Xuelan was deceiving her? Zhèng Sījí stiffly turned her head away. Seeing this, Mo Lingyu tilted her head and raised an eyebrow, as if asking, "What's up?" Zhèng Sījí awkwardly twitched the corner of her mouth. "Right. She doesn't know I know about her past. So she's just playing coy. She was putting on an act. She was putting on a show." I can't expose her. Or else I'd be in big trouble. Zhèng Sījí gave a silly grin. It's nothing. Just haven't seen you in ages. You look even prettier now. Zhèng Sījí wasn't lying, she really did look even more beautiful. Lingyu had always been quite attractive, but now she radiated an additional aura of icy sharpness. Of course, this aura wasn't directed at Zhèng Sījí. No wonder after all, her teacher was the Snow Empress Lu Xuelan. She was a proud and aloof queen herself. With that, everything made perfect sense. Xiaoyu, where have you been lately? Why couldn't I reach you on the phone? Zhèng Sījí spoke first. Lingyu gave Zhèng Sījí a half-smile, half-teasing look. What? Miss me? Zhèng Sījí. This conversation's going nowhere. Let's call it a day. Seeing Zhèng Sījí's expression, which looked like he'd eaten something, Lingyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Nothing. I went out to train with my teacher. You probably don't know him, right? Lingyu looked at Zhèng Sījí with a half-smile. Zhèng Sījí's eyebrow twitched. How should he respond to that? Lingyu knew she was waiting here. Meaning someone must have tipped her off. He knew exactly when Lingyu would return. Therefore, someone must have relayed the message to him. And someone had also told Lingyu that he was waiting here for her. You bastard, Lu Xuelan. Just you wait, I'll deal with you properly later. Ahem. Well, of course I know you. Snow Empress. I've long admired your reputation. Lingyu's eye twitched as she struggled to maintain her composure. This guy knows who my teacher is. Having spent so much time with Lingyu, Zhèng Sījí could roughly guess what she was thinking. Damn it, he let it slip. Lingyu suddenly stood up, abandoning his meal, and dragged Zhèng Sījí away. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Lingyu was astonished Zhèng Sījí knew far more than she'd imagined. The fact that Zhèng Sījí had been waiting here for her was also something her master had told her. This proved her master had been in contact with Zhèng Sījí. Or perhaps her master had sent someone else to make contact with Zhèng Sījí. But in his eyes, Zhèng Sījí was just an ordinary person. Her master wouldn't have the time to personally contact him. At most, she would have sent some minor figure to make contact. It was because of her own actions that her teacher had personally called him before. After all, his mind was elsewhere. Lingyu pulled Zhèng Sījí along as they ran, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That guy Sījí, he's hiding so much. Why is he revealing himself now? Teacher, Sījí, do you really think I'm that stupid? As she ran all the way here, she pieced everything together in her mind and finally caught a glimpse of the truth. It all connected now. Now it's time to find a quiet place and have a proper talk with my own 4 seasons. Yes, that's right, my very own 4 seasons. The 4 seasons are mine. No arguments accepted. Zhèng Sījí felt awkward as Lingyu pulled him along. He'd just let slip a lot of things without meaning to. It felt like Lingyu seemed to have guessed so much. Oh no. How long has it even been? I forgot she could read my face. She's probably going to find a secluded spot to read my face. No, I can't let her get away with it. Wait. The ghost shadow mask. This thing probably can't block face reading, right? Both of them were racing through a million thoughts. Then, they found a quiet spot, really, super quiet. Chapter 130, this is real. Look at my face. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhèng Sījí and Lingyu had gone to great lengths to find a quiet spot for a proper conversation. Yeah, it was definitely quiet. The two rented a hover car and talked inside it. The thing is, Zhèng Sījí hadn't gotten his driver's license. It's not that I don't want to get one, I just barely turned 18. Lingyu piloted the hover car as they circled around the academy grounds. The academy was enormous, practically the size of a city. But they didn't have time to explore the entire city. Sījí, it's safe here now. What's up? Care to explain? Cough. Zhèng Sījí was utterly embarrassed. How could he possibly explain this? Should he just come clean? No, he needed to think this through carefully. The next moment, Zhèng Sījí appeared in the soul space. System. Get lost. Zhèng Sījí. Don't be like that. Give me some advice. Get lost. Don't be like that. You coward, get lost. Zhèng Sījí. Come on. It's just that last time I didn't get to hold her, but now I have another chance. You coward, just come clean already. Like you could keep it hidden? Zhèng Sījí. Don't underestimate me like that, okay? Are you sure you want me to expose it? The system paused briefly before replying. You could say you've been hiding your true strength all along, undergoing trials in the mortal world. Didn't you become your own teacher before? Just say you have an incredibly powerful mentor. Then mention that Lingyu's master is close friends with yours. Or emphasize that your mentor's strength is part of a unique training regimen. Anyway, you'll all be stuck here for ages constantly bumping into each other. Do you seriously think you can keep your cultivation hidden? Zhèng Sījí pondered this for a moment and found it reasonable. He hadn't failed to consider it, but something still felt off. His sudden awakening and abrupt actions had severed much of his connection with Yulua. Since everyone made different choices, Zhèng Sījí couldn't force Yulua's path. But Mo Lingyu was different, he couldn't quite articulate why. He refused to let this relationship snap like Yulua's had severed before he even realized the problem existed. People were like that, only after losing something did they learn to cherish it. Yulua's life had diverged from his own, and he refused to let Mo Lingyu drift away too. Zhèng Sījí had once had friends, but those companions all seemed destined for their own paths. They each had families to uphold, struggles to wage for their clans. They were all cultivators too. Back then, it was Zhèng Sījí's solid theoretical knowledge that had provided them with invaluable assistance, gradually forging their friendships. Back then, they were all quite innocent, free from any thoughts of mutual exploitation. They had simply come together because they shared the same aspirations. Those early companions were all cultivators. Of course, he made friends in high school too, but by then everyone had their own ideas and rebellious streaks, so they weren't particularly friendly toward Zhèng Sījí. After high school, his only friends were Yulua and Mo Lingyu. Yulua was Zhèng Sījí's middle school classmate. Back then, Zhèng Sījí was well liked because he excelled academically. However, high school brought a different reality. Zhèng Sījí hadn't awakened any magic, and he was quickly abandoned by his classmates. It was around that time that Yulua began to change her attitude toward Zhèng Sījí. Yet, since they were all former classmates, Yulua never truly severed ties with him. Zhèng Sījí had few friends, especially after high school when he developed his own ideas, leaving him with an absurdly small circle. At that time, Zhèng Sījí was actually quite insecure. But, the emergence of the system transformed him completely. That's why he still couldn't bear to part with Yuluo and Mo Lingyu. Unfortunately, Mo Lingyu had hidden her true identity too deeply. Had he not obtained the system, he would never have discovered that Mo Lingyu's master was none other than the Snow Empress. A 4th grade forbidden spell. Even now, Zhèng Sījí was still no match for her. But Zhèng Sījí possessed an immortal body and a host of special abilities. After careful consideration, Zhèng Sījí concluded he could forge an identity to reveal his true strength to Mo Lingyu. Some things needed to be concealed no matter how important the person. Though, the system never said to hide them. But he certainly didn't want to be a guinea pig. The next moment, Zhèng Sījí was back. It had only been a moment. Xiaoyu, since things have come to this, I can't keep it from you anymore. Actually, I'm really handsome. Put. Mo Lingyu, who was driving the hover car, burst out laughing. Cough cough, cough cough, I know. You don't need to keep emphasizing it. Zhèng Sījí also burst into laughter, instantly easing the awkward tension. After all, if you weren't handsome, I wouldn't have fallen for you, right? Zhèng Sījí? Why did you just blurt that out? Didn't I tell you to stop talking? What the hell have you been through this past month? Have you renounced worldly attachments? Suddenly, the car fell into awkward silence again. Ahem, Xiaoyu, how have you been lately? System. You're the worst host I've ever guided. Though, you are the first male host we've ever had. But you're just too awkward. Someone like you wouldn't even graduate in our program. Mo Lingyu chuckled softly, could you stop changing the subject? Zhèng Sījí. Do you really have to make the atmosphere this awkward? So if I don't explain, you really won't let me off the hook. Zhèng Sījí instantly grew serious, his entire expression turning solemn as he declared, alright. Truth is, I'm the successor to a powerful figure. Mo Lingyu. Don't doubt me. Look at my face. It's the truth. Mo Lingyu, Omega. Suddenly, the entire vehicle came to a screeching halt mid-air as Mo Lingyu slammed on the brakes. It's the absolute truth. This face absolutely tells the truth. Yep, that's the perk of being able to read faces, whether someone's telling the truth or lying, you can tell. Mo Lingyu stopped driving altogether and pulled over to a spot. What you said, is it true? Mo Lingyu's expression was unnatural. She found it hard to believe, even feeling a bit surreal, as if she were dreaming. The Zhèng Sījí she knew wasn't like this. Zhèng Sījí's recent transformation was too drastic. Even though she hadn't interacted much with him lately, she could still sense it. Ever since their last meeting last month, something about him had felt off. And now, in this brief encounter, she had already noticed numerous differences. Zhèng Sījí had become confident. He's become more carefree. Even more handsome. That last point is the most important one, okay? Highlighted, it's going to be on the test. Chapter 131, Memories Surface. Zhèng Sījí knew full well that Mo Lingyu wouldn't take this news lightly. I was the founding disciple of a great master after his emergence. In truth, everything before that was merely worldly training. Mo Lingyu's expression turned strange, disbelief etched across his face. Zhèng Sījí pressed on, it's true. Look at my face. Mo Lingyu. Why does this conversation feel so weird, seriously? Could it be that Sījí has already mastered controlling his facial expressions so I can't read his face anymore? Impossible. Could it be, he's actually telling the truth? Even now, Mo Lingyu still couldn't believe it. After all, this was just too fantastical. Zhèng Sījí continued, actually, I possess magical cultivation. If you don't believe me, watch. Zhèng Sījí still had no intention of revealing his cultivation level, otherwise, he'd truly be seen as a freak. An 18-year-old at the peak of the second grade? Unheard of. The strongest 18-year-old in recorded history had only reached peak first rank, and that was after being fed potions since before birth. As Zhèng Sījí spoke, wind spirits began gathering in his hand, forming a wind blade. The aura emanating from this blade far surpassed that of ordinary wind blades. Zhèng Sījí glanced at his wind blade and frowned. Its color had grown darker. Others might not notice, but Zhèng Sījí certainly did. Having long yearned for cultivation and finally able to practice, he had scrutinized every observable detail to the fullest. After all, who would have stood there as your guinea pig before? They were cultivators, and you were just a kid who would let you mess around with their cultivation? Zhèng Sījí sensed his wind element power had undeniably grown stronger, yet he couldn't pinpoint where the enhancement lay or how it had occurred. It felt as natural as the constant, steady growth of his cultivation and magical prowess. When Lingyu saw the actual magic manifest in Zhèng Sījí's hands, she covered her mouth, utterly speechless with disbelief. Is it real? Zhèng Sījí felt embarrassed. Had she only just noticed? Lingyu took a long moment to compose herself, her eyes already brimming with tears. Sudden sobs caught Zhèng Sījí off guard. Why? For seasons, you can finally cultivate. Lingyu's sobs grew louder, as if the entire night sky had fallen silent, leaving only her weeping. Zhèng Sījí took a deep breath. Yes, he could finally cultivate. This time, Zhèng Sījí didn't back down. Nor could he afford to. He embraced her, gently caressing Lingyu's smooth back. This scene felt familiar. Not just once, nor twice. It felt like it had become a habitual motion. Zhèng Sījí raised an eyebrow, feeling as though he'd forgotten something. Suddenly, fragments of memory began to flow through his mind. Zhèng Sījí flipped through these memories, feeling utterly devastated. This was himself and Lingyu. Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but ask the system, what's going on here? The system replied awkwardly, these are your memories. This method was likely done by Lingyu herself. It seems that whenever this situation arose in the past, Lingyu would proactively seal it away. This seal was stored alongside your memories from before age 6, so back then, it wasn't scanned out. Zhèng Sījí frowned. How could you be so incompetent? You're supposed to be a god-tier system. The system chuckled awkwardly, my bad, my bad. After all, the sealing technique for your memories before age 6 is incredibly powerful. Then why did it happen before on Yulin Street? Because she no longer wanted to seal your memories. She probably wanted to leave you with a happy memory. I don't know. I'm not Lingyu. Zhèng Sījí didn't press the earlier question. Instead, he continued, then why am I remembering everything now? The system pondered briefly before replying, this seal isn't very strong. If your emotions resonate, those past happy memories will surface. Unless it's resealed, you'll remember everything. Before, it was probably because your emotions didn't resonate with hers. After all, you were so carefree back then, convinced nothing bad could ever happen to you. But now, you're no ordinary person. She's only a mid-tier first-grade mage, she doesn't possess the power to seal you away. Zhèng Sījí raised an eyebrow. Only mid-tier first rank? Wait, she wants to preserve the good memories? Only then did Zhèng Sījí begin to truly confront the memories sealed away by Lingyu. These memories churned relentlessly within his mind. The more he looked, the more his heart raced. He and Lingyu had only known each other for a year, right? She transferred over in her senior year, right? Why, did I hug her a full 48 times? Lingyu. How terrifying. As he revisited these memories one by one, Zhèng Sījí, who had already felt some emotional resonance, finally understood why Lingyu had fallen for him. So that's how it was. Though I don't know the details of Lingyu's experiences, I can imagine she's been through things no one should have to endure. I should find time to talk with her properly. Tears streamed down Zhèng Sījí's cheeks. He felt no urge to cry, yet the tears flowed uncontrollably. Just as when he had watched Hoyi's memories before, the tears fell of their own accord. Without a moment's warning, a tear fell onto Lingyu's shoulder. Lingyu's sobs abruptly halted, replaced by a soft She sat up slightly straighter, feeling the unfamiliar dampness. Lingyu was utterly bewildered. Why? Why was he crying too? Logically speaking, Zhèng Sījí shouldn't have any feelings for her. Could it be that back on Yulin Street, I failed to seal his memories, allowing him to develop feelings for me, even affection? No way do men fall for women this easily? Before Lingyu could dwell on it further, Zhèng Sījí sat up straight. He smiled, looking carefree. Tears still streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. This scene was quite amusing. You don't seal my memories anymore. Zhèng Sījí said softly. Lingyu, Omega. How did you even know I sealed your memories? Poof. Do you think I've been a cultivator all this time and wouldn't notice your little tricks? Those tricks might fool ordinary people, but fooling me, a high-level mage? Dream on. Mo Lingyu. You. Mo Lingyu was utterly stunned. He had discovered that he had sealed his own memories. He was still a high-level mage. So all those vulnerable sides from before were laid bare before Zhèng Sījí's eyes. Heh, that's right. There's only one truth, it's you, crybaby. Zhèng Sījí extended a finger and gently scraped it across Mo Lingyu's nose. Mo Lingyu didn't dodge, but closed his eyes tightly, savoring the touch. So adorable. I want to push. Chapter 132, Reading Each Other's Faces. I want to push. Get a massage. I'm so tired. So tired. Zhèng Sījí's words sounded incredibly out of place. Because he was still crying. Crying while calling someone else a crybaby. The scene was too jarring to describe. I always wondered why you were so strong. I never once saw you cry. Why would someone as resilient as you shed tears back on Yulin Street? It turns out, you sealed away my memories. I've forgotten every moment of you crying. Zhèng Sījí's words left Mo Lingyu utterly baffled. Wait, didn't you say you never sealed my memories? How could you possibly think that? As if reading her thoughts, Zhèng Sījí replied, you were crying so pitifully, I figured I'd give you the courtesy. Mo Lingyu. Smack. Ah. Zhèng Sījí clutched his head, feeling a buzzing sensation in his skull. You'd better forget all about that stuff. Otherwise, humph. Zhèng Sījí, Omega. Ahem, the weather today, it's already dark outside. Was I implying something by saying that? Zhèng Sījí stiffly turned his head, his eyes casually glancing at Mo Lingyu. Mo Lingyu was staring at Zhèng Sījí with a half-smile. I don't care. You have to make it up to me. Zhèng Sījí hurriedly nodded. Compensation. I'll definitely compensate you. Fine. Then accompany me to the duel manner competition. Zhèng Sījí's eyes widened completely, tears streaming down his face. Mo Lingyu burst out laughing, unable to hold it in. She really couldn't hold it in. Ahem, you, crybaby, wipe your tears. Only then did Zhèng Sījí realize. Well, they just wouldn't wipe away. Enough. Just tell me if you'll come with me or not. Mo Lingyu crossed her arms and turned her head away. I'll go. Mo Lingyu's gaze shifted sideways, fixing on Zhèng Sījí. Are you sure? Yeah. For sure. Now we're talking. Mo Lingyu nodded with satisfaction. She didn't know how powerful Zhèng Sījí truly was, or if he was really a high-level mage. But at her current level, she couldn't see through him. Moreover, Zhèng Sījí had just used magic, which clearly confirmed he was indeed a mage. This meant Zhèng Sījí's cultivation might genuinely surpass her own. Or perhaps, as before, he was using some treasure to conceal his true power. But Mo Lingyu simply wanted to spend more time with Zhèng Sījí. Then, something else occurred to her. Oh, right, how strong are your two roommates? Zhèng Sījí raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of amusement and amusement, as if asking her, how did you know I have two roommates? Mo Lingyu felt a bit awkward. Wow, mutual face reading. Zhèng Sījí and Mo Lingyu could now read each other's expressions. If they really ended up married someday, how on earth would they live like this? Mo Lingyu awkwardly explained, because I care about you. I know everything about you. Before she could finish, her brows furrowed. Oh, really? You kept your cultivation level a secret from me too. She'd finally uncovered something she should have noticed. Zhèng Sījí's mouth twitched. Damn it, you caught me. Just as he prepared to bolt, he realized he was still trapped inside the car. Mo Lingyu had been pinching his cheeks for ages. Zhèng Sījí wasn't about to take this lying down. He muttered under his breath, but you're no better. Mo Lingyu heard him, of course, and her face flushed crimson. This is definitely different. How dare you talk back? You deserve a spanking. Smack. Ah. Inside the car, unusual cries echoed once more. It took a long while before they finally stopped. Tell me, how strong is your roommate? You know what they do. Cut the crap, just tell me. Alright. Zhèng Sījí quickly backed down. They are decent, I guess. All mid-tier first-rank cultivators, but they don't seem to have much experience dealing with demons. Mo Lingyu pondered for a moment before saying, they're a key focus for our squad. If you have time, bring them over for a meeting. Zhèng Sījí raised an eyebrow, as if to say, what do you mean by that? Mo Lingyu frowned back, as if to say, what business is it of yours? Zhèng Sījí lowered his eyelids. Fine. Mo Lingyu wore a smug look. See if you dare defy me now. Thus, Secret Whispers was formally established. There were many things Mo Lingyu didn't want to ask about, and certainly didn't need to ask about. She trusted Zhèng Sījí implicitly in his actions. He would never agree to anything he wasn't certain about. Just like before with his stellar grades, he'd readily take on any academic task, and each time, he delivered outstanding results. When it came to cultivation matters, he would also offer guidance to others. After all, his foundational knowledge was more solid than that of some high school teachers. Though few sought his guidance, Yuluo was the most frequent visitor. And when it came to matters he wasn't confident about, Zhèng Sījí wouldn't take them on. When he joined Yuluo for competitions before, his presence proved he was confident in his abilities. Therefore, Zhèng Sījí's agreement to join her in the dual house competition now signaled his own confidence. Receiving Zhèng Sījí's affirmative reply filled Mo Lingyu with joy. She didn't show it. But Zhèng Sījí could see right through her with his face reading technique. Wow, if they really became family someday, they'd definitely be a loving, close-knit one. Mo Lingyu activated the hover car and drove toward the teleportation point. By the time they arrived, it was already 9:30 p.m. Both Zhèng Sījí and Mo Lingyu had to report for duty tomorrow. Hey, why did you choose a regular department? It's so much better here. Because I could see you every day here. Though I could still come find you every day outside. Nothing much. The college entrance exam system changed this year, you know? Yeah, heard some people died. Yeah, Snow Emperor told you, right? They're trying to suppress the news, but I don't think they can keep it hidden forever. Well, you got early admission, and I applied to a regular department, so neither of us took the exams. Mo Lingyu nodded. Then you, be careful. Zhèng Sījí smiled and ruffled Mo Lingyu's hair. TSK, feels so good. Before Mo Lingyu could react, Zhèng Sījí leaped straight into the teleportation point, bidding farewell. It was already late, and the teleportation point was nearly empty. Mo Lingyu waved goodbye with a smile, feeling a pang of reluctance. They'd only just met, yet now they had to part. But now, there were no more restrictions. They could meet often now. Mo Lingyu watched Zhèng Sījí leave, and after a long while, she skipped away. Before long, she resumed her aloof demeanor. TSK, girls are so unpredictable. This sudden shift left the passing boys beside her utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they'd spotted such a lively, adorable girl here and were eager to get to know her. Hey, you changed your tune way too fast. Mo Lingyu shot them a cold, sidelong glance. The chill radiating from her made the boys shiver and quickly slink away. Little guys, you think that's enough to charm me? Chapter 133, The Part-Timer Training Program? Zhèng Sījí sat on the light rail, his mind drifting back to those memories. His heart began to stir. He knew his feelings for Mo Lingyu were peculiar. He couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, but he felt an undeniable closeness. So, his memories had been sealed away. And that useless system hadn't even detected it. That was the most infuriating part. Useless. The system is utterly useless. Blame me? You're the one who's useless. You didn't even try to recall those fragmented memories. Blame me? Fine. You're the best, system. Why don't you go ahead and unlock my memories from before age 6 too? Do you think you should buy some clothes? No need. I stocked up on clothes when I went on a shopping spree at the mall. No way. Those clothes are from small malls in the Galaxy District. They're worlds apart from what you find in big supermarkets and major clothing markets. What difference does it make? Clothes are clothes as long as they fit, right? Of course there's a difference. Some garments are not only stylish but can also function as defensive magic tools. Then why not just make my own defensive magic gear? That won't work. Can you even sew? I'll make a wish. Never mind, you're right. I can't learn to make clothes. As a man standing at 6 feet tall, refusing to learn how to sew is my last shred of pride. At 11 p.m., Zhèng Sījí finally returned to the dormitory. The demon-gathering array within the dormitory continuously drew in demonic spirits, indicating its active operation. Spirit-gathering arrays and magic-gathering arrays like these maintain a constant energy concentration when in used. There might be minimal energy exchange, but they cease absorbing external energy. Only when someone was inside absorbing energy would the array begin to operate. To Zhèng Sījí's eyes, both arrays were gathering several distinct types of demonic spirits. This signaled that both Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng were in the midst of cultivation. Zhèng Sījí casually tossed in some first-grade materials to reinforce the spirit array. Spirit arrays have a shelf life. If left unused for too long, they will deteriorate. If used continuously, their lifespan becomes even shorter. Even Zhèng Sījí couldn't claim that the spirit arrays he built would never break down. The lifespan of a spirit array hinges entirely on the skill of the spirit array master who constructed it. If the array wasn't constructed flawlessly, even minor flaws in any component could accumulate over time, eventually causing the entire array to collapse. When Zhèng Sījí built this spirit array, he didn't create a flawless one. Instead, he settled for a standard first-grade spirit array. After all, this was a dormitory, and he hadn't known Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng for very long. He couldn't guarantee that the array wouldn't be noticed by others. What if a spirit array master came along and spotted something fishy? Wouldn't he be exposed? Moreover, Zhèng Sījí sensed that the spirit arrays within the school seemed to be suppressing the ones he had constructed. This was beginning to create a repulsive effect. Zhèng Sījí could roughly discern that the school likely didn't want students building spirit arrays privately. If you wanted to build one, go to the school. If you want to spend money, spend it at the school. Though Zhèng Sījí hadn't received any explicit information, he vaguely guessed the school's intentions. Zhèng Sījí entered his personal space, lay down on his bed, and began contemplating life. The clock ticked to 11:59. Out of habit, Zhèng Sījí accelerated the passage of time within his unused soul space. He didn't want to use it anyway, and accelerating its passage could even speed up the growth of his spirit plants. Midnight struck and the soul spacetime reset. It was now July 25th. Zhèng Sījí entered his soul space and began his cultivation. Early the next morning, Zhèng Sījí climbed out of bed. After over 10 days of cultivation, he had only barely organized the knowledge within his mind. The volume of knowledge was overwhelming. A conservative estimate suggested it would take at least 2 months in the real world to sort through it all. Factoring in the time spent in the soul space, it would require nearly 3 years to fully organize it. Even this was considered fast. The sheer volume and complexity of the knowledge in his mind constantly sparked bold ideas within Zhèng Sījí. For instance, building a virtual world. He suppressed these thoughts. They would be a huge distraction from his studies. It was 7 in the morning. Rising early had become a well-established habit for Zhèng Sījí. Munching on bread, he leisurely watched Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng hurriedly wash up and get ready. Hurry up, Yuan Feng. Have you seen my socks? No. Your socks should be drying on the balcony, right? Then where's my shirt? My shirt, my shirt. How should I know about your shirt? Hey, where's the bread we bought yesterday? The bread, it's in Sījí's mouth. Damn it. Sījí, you little brat. That was our breakfast. Stop whining. We're running late. It'll take at least an hour and a half to get to our dorm building from here. And that's not counting the subway. We're gonna be late. Check-in is at 9. Hurry up, hurry up. We still have time for breakfast if we go now. Thus began the whirlwind journey into university life for the man who moved like the wind. Just as Zhèng Sījí was about to burst out laughing, a sudden ding sounded. Ding. Host has commenced a new chapter of life. Rewards have been distributed. The part-timer cultivation plan. The system will grant you a system interface, a portable old man companion, soul transmigration, rebirth abilities, and more. All these entities will become your workers. Zhèng Sījí? Worker cultivation program? Wait, what the hell are you giving me, system? Can you really issue another system? Another old man? Never mind that, can you make others soul travel? Can you make people reincarnate? Ahem, host, this is where your knowledge falls short. Soul transfer and rebirth are fundamentally just memory issues. All I need to do is intercept someone's memories from another world and implant them. That's soul transfer. Similarly, if I pluck a segment of someone's memories from the river of time and place it onto their present self, that's rebirth. Zhèng Sījí. So what does this mean? They're all my employees? Indeed, host. This is a new perk the system has granted you. Their existence won't be revealed to you too soon, but you're free to discover them on your own. When were these things issued? Are there any that were issued decades ago? Hurry up and retrieve them for me, they'll help me ascend to godhood. Host, you're overthinking it. They were only issued last night at midnight. They might still be in a daze when they wake up this morning. Zhèng Sījí was speechless. He hadn't even imagined there could be workers cultivated decades ago. And they were probably all still in a daze, just like he had been before. Zhèng Sījí concluded his own reaction had been pretty normal. Chapter 134, The System and the Old Man. Zhèng Sījí asked helplessly, so, system, how many did you send out? You have to tell me, right? Ahem, host, how many I've sent, honestly, I don't know either. Zhèng Sījí? The system cleared its throat twice. Host, the distribution of these golden fingers is defined by the individual. If someone is the strongest in a particular field, they receive the corresponding golden finger. For example, the strongest magic chef would receive our magic chef system, elevating their culinary skills to new heights. That analogy might not be quite right. Our golden hand distribution is based on innate talent, meaning, if someone possesses exceptional talent in a particular area, we'll grant them a golden hand. So it's possible we might even give them to some children or the like. But none of that matters anyway. Zhèng Sījí's lips curved slightly. So you don't know who has a golden finger either? Ha? That's impossible. Of course I know. Zhèng Sījí smiled without comment. System. Feels like I've been insulted again. Underestimated again. I've decided to ignore the host for 5 minutes. Unless he apologizes. In the dual-degree dormitory building of Magic and Martial Arts at Magic City Academy, a short-haired woman stood utterly bewildered. What the hell? Her hair was a mess as she sat on the bed, still unable to process what had happened. Did the novel come true? I'm the protagonist. This is too awesome. Wait, hold up. I didn't time travel or reincarnate. So does that mean I really am the legendary protagonist? Zhong Yingting stared blankly, repeatedly checking the interface in her mind. Turns out I'm a natural-born protagonist. On my first day of college, I woke up with new skills. Gain a system, soar to new heights, beat the Ultraman brothers, and kick the North Sea kindergarten? Marching toward the pinnacle of life, winning the heart of a rich, beautiful, handsome guy? Zhong Ting still couldn't believe it. But the interface in her mind left no room for doubt. Semi-God cultivation system. Who came up with that name? So lame. System at %@. Zhong Ting looked at the information on the panel. Demigod cultivation system. Host, Zhong Ting. Age, 18. Cultivation technique, Spirit Jade decision. Cultivation level, first grade detecting other cultivation systems, resetting. Reset successful. Cultivation level, first rank mid-tier mage. Skill points, 10. Martial arts, 5 elements fist beginner, spirit riding leg technique beginner, phantom spirit body technique not beginner plus. Cultivated magic, pending detection enter after use. Shop, click to open. Lottery, click to open. Newbie gift pack, click to claim. The novel says that once you obtain the system, you must keep it hidden at all costs, never let anyone discover it. So you must secretly level up, then astonish everyone. Zhong Ting clicked to open the newbie gift pack. A voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the demigod technique, human emperor's decision. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the voice intelligence system. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a strand of grade 5 spiritual energy. Ding, cultivating spiritual energy section activated. Cultivating spiritual energy, 5th grade spiritual energy 1 strand convertible via spirit stones, etc. Note, reverse conversion is impossible. Host, this system will provide you with the optimal cultivation experience. With your dedication, anything is possible. Host currently lacks sufficient permissions to access further information. System warning, do not bite off more than you can chew. Intelligent voice system? Human emperor's decision? Demigod tier quality? How thrilling is this? Is this the start of a life on steroids? System, what level is demigod tier? Sorry, host, your permissions are insufficient. I knew it. Same old routine. I get it, I totally get it. System, what exactly is this skill point for? Host, this skill point can be used to enhance martial arts techniques or cultivation. It can also be spent in the shop to purchase items or participate in lotteries. Zhong Ting suppressed her excitement and pressed on, then how do I obtain skill points? Host, the methods for acquiring skill points require your own exploration. Zhong Ting. Turns out systems everywhere are all the same, huh? Teacher's dormitory building, Magic City Academy. Zhao Min stayed up late last night. And she fell asleep at her desk. TSK, not having a boyfriend really sucks, no one even covered her with a blanket. But early the next morning, she didn't feel as tired as she'd expected. She realized she'd unlocked a cheat code. Yes. She had a cheat code. First thing in the morning, she was jolted awake by a voice right by her ear. It genuinely gave her quite a fright. Her head was still buzzing. It was hard to believe she'd actually won the jackpot. Novels and such Xiao Min did read some to pass the time. I'm not some time traveler. I don't have the makings of an emperor either. Wait, maybe I do have the potential to be an emperor. Yeah, it wasn't just the sudden appearance of the cheat code that stunned her, the information it gave her stunned him too. Xiao Min, you need to be more open-minded. Accept the truth, you have exceptional talent. Why not learn alchemy from me? Xiao Min, your innate fire element possesses powerful restorative properties, it's perfect for alchemy. Xiao Minmin, just think about it. Alchemy has limitless potential. Win the championship tournament, crush the Huangshan 5 brothers, kick the asses of the Lingnan 8 gentlemen, reach the pinnacle of life, and snag a rich, handsome guy. Just think about it, you'll have plenty of time later, right? Zhao Min listened in utter bewilderment as the white-bearded old man chattered on and on beside her. He kept repeating the same few lines over and over. Was his program glitching or something? I already agreed to it. Who wouldn't want to be an alchemist? This is practically a grandpa of alchemy, right? I already agreed to it, so why are you still going on and on about this? Are you stuck on some rigid script? First you refuse, then you agree? If there's no refusal step, it just skips to the next loop? Who the hell wrote this program? Must be some rookie programmer. System. Zhao Min was utterly speechless. No. Zhao Min said flatly. Xiao Minmin, just think about it some more. Alright. Zhao Min agreed immediately. Alright, then let's proceed with the initiation ceremony. Alright then, we're really going through the whole cycle again. Some god-tier player come fix this for me. Zhao Min was utterly bewildered. To prove he wasn't deceiving her, the old man immediately conjured a spell with the power of a forbidden incantation. Then Zhao Min actually believed him and hurriedly told him to stop the spell. Fine, break it then. Ahem, little Minmin, my soul power is completely drained. I have no strength left to fight. The path of cultivation ahead must be yours alone. Zhao Min. Ahem, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, that forbidden spell just now drained too much of my power. Now I can only guide you in alchemy and martial arts cultivation. No! Put down the knife. I have a spatial ring here. It holds countless cultivation techniques and alchemical formulas. Spare me, Xiao Minmin. Zhao Min was speechless. Do you take me, Zhao Min, for a fool? You're floating through the air, darting across the ground. Even drinking tea requires a suction palm. And you tell me you have no soul power left. Who designed this program? Get dragged into the black room for refinement before you come out. This is straight out of a novel, huh? Did that programmer get so hooked on novels he lost his mind? Chapter 135, Strolling Across the Bohemia Bridge. At that moment, the system held a smartphone in its hand, flipping through the pages of the novel. This novel, System, Level Up by Wishing, was genuinely captivating. Tips, you got a tip. No way, updates are too infrequent, someone needs to drag him into the darkroom and force him to post more. Achoo! The system sneezed and rubbed its nose. As a system, it can still sneeze. Phew, I'm used to it. It must be Zhèng Sījí cursing me again. Then it went back to reading the novel. Zhao Min was baffled, but baffled nonetheless. She still remembered she had to report for duty today. At least the old man had given her a pair of black wings. But what good was that? Damn it, my sky license plate was restricted today. At the Magic City Academy, you need a sky driving permit to fly. And with the recent back-to-school season, it's so crowded they've even imposed flight restrictions. I'd rather have a hover car. Shortly after his two roommates left, Zhèng Sījí also set off. Today being Saturday, the morning was swarming with kids, not ideal for gaming. Zhèng Sījí had learned this the hard way. He stormed out of the dormitory, his face twisted with frustration. Host, I told you should have backed off that wave. Those two? Did you really think they could keep up with you? Zhèng Sījí retorted, clearly annoyed. How was I supposed to know? It's barely the start of the season, and I've already climbed dozens of stars. There are still kids at this level, what can I do about it? So, host, you should really play in the early morning from now on. There are fewer kids then. Though it's not guaranteed. Kids who can reach this rank so early in the season probably pull all-nighters to climb the ladder too. Zhèng Sījí pondered for a moment, then nodded firmly. That makes sense. Exactly. Zhèng Sījí kept discussing with the system how the previous place should have been handled. As he walked along, he soon reached Bohemia Bridge. The bridge was particularly shaky, making it difficult for many electric bikes to climb up. Above, hovercars drifted by every so often, making Zhèng Sījí green with envy. Hey, classmate, you look new around here. Freshman, right? A girl approached him. She was clearly a senior. Zhèng Sījí smiled and nodded. Hey, I noticed you staring at those hovercars up there. How about it? Interested in getting one? Zhèng Sījí was slightly taken aback. Was this really a good icebreaker? I'm definitely interested, but I have no idea where to get one. Zhèng Sījí gave a simple, honest smile. Ah, Junior, these hovercars aren't cheap. Most students can't really afford them. And even if you buy one, you might not get a school license plate. You'd also need to obtain the university's aerial driving permit. Going through all that would take quite a bit of effort. The senior spoke with practiced ease, her tone tinged with resignation, as if she'd lived through it herself. Oh? What should I do then? That sounds too complicated. Maybe I should just forget it. Zhèng Sījí sighed helplessly. The senior raised an eyebrow. Hope springs eternal. He was bothered by the hassle, not the high price. A wealthy junior. The senior hurriedly said, hey, that's easy to fix. I have a used one here. I'm graduating soon. How about it? Interested? If you are, I'll sell it to you cheap. Plus, all the paperwork is complete, license plate included, aerial driving license too. As long as you have a driver's license, you can hop on and ride right away. Zhèng Sījí frowned. What do you mean? Don't you have to take a test for an aerial license? Can I borrow yours? Oh, Junior, that's where you're wrong. What do you mean borrow? It's yours. The senior said earnestly. Zhèng Sījí. Wow, so if neither of us mentioned it, no one would ever know? Alright, so you're already clueless about this? Senior, this isn't right, is it? Nothing's wrong. Look, you live in the coastal area, right? Judging by your direction, you're probably heading to the School of Economics and Management or the School of Humanities and Social Sciences. Let me tell you, those two schools are a nightmare. Once classes start, you'll be running between buildings every day. How can you manage without a ride? Zhèng Sījí nodded earnestly. Senior, this looks promising. Look here, you basically can't ride a bike up this slope unless you're super fit or your cultivation has reached mid-first tier. But anyone who's reached mid-first tier has already gone to the martial arts cultivation school. Who'd bother with regular departments? And electric bikes? Obviously can't make it up either. So, before she could finish, Zhèng Sījí cut in. So, buying a small car might be feasible. Zhèng Sījí looked dead serious, chin resting on his hand, as if deep in thought. Senior. No way. That's not what I meant, Junior. You see, buying a car costs money too, right? Plus you'd have to get a driver's license. Don't hover cars require that? Senior. Why do I suddenly feel like I've gone dumb? Junior, that's not what I meant. Look, hover cars are so cool. They're perfect for impressing girls. Sis, you should have said so earlier. If you just said cool right away, wouldn't that have settled it? Senior. So, Junior, this. Right, hold on, I'm going to buy a new one. With that, Zhèng Sījí slipped away. Senior. Are all freshmen these days so unpredictable? Phew. The senior walked off, fuming. Zhèng Sījí chuckled to himself all the way. This senior is actually pretty interesting. Of course, Zhèng Sījí definitely wasn't trying to flirt with her. He had a rough understanding of the floating car system at Magic City Academy. Essentially, you had to buy one through the school to use it on campus. You also needed an aerial driving license, which you had to obtain yourself. Plus, you need to know how to drive a motor vehicle. And this thing was probably pretty pricey. So what if it was expensive? Zhèng Sījí could afford it. Walking along, Zhèng Sījí felt elated. He felt life had reached its pinnacle. There was nothing left for him to do, and whatever he desired, he could essentially obtain. Walking across the bridge covered in purple jacinth flowers, though they hadn't bloomed yet. There was still a pleasant fragrance in the air, uplifting to the senses. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a refreshing coolness. It was late July now, and the temperatures had cooled considerably. After a night of cooling down, the entire sky feels exceptionally crisp. You can still see many students in short skirts and shorts, and friends playfully roughhousing with each other. Campus life is truly wonderful. This was what Zhèng Sījí had always longed for. Walking along, he soon arrived at the School of Economics and Management. Zhèng Sījí was studying economics, an academic discipline. According to the school's curriculum, this was the most challenging major. Heavy course load, and tough. But Zhèng Sījí wasn't afraid. These materials? Zhèng Sījí could breeze through them all in a single day within his soul space. That's how formidable a top student is. Well, mainly because he could now cultivate, making his mind even sharper. Chapter 136, Two Advisors. Strolling leisurely along, Zhèng Sījí arrived at room 404 of the business school building by 8:30. The classroom was completely empty. He'd arrived a bit too early. Sure enough, college students all love to show up right on time. Zhèng Sījí found a seat at the very back of the classroom. With nothing else to do, he decided to start playing Kimmy. Click. Soon after, the door opened again. But Zhèng Sījí paid no attention, completely absorbed in his game. I refuse to believe I can lose this again. Zhèng Sījí sat alone in the corner, hunched over with his hands braced on his knees, engrossed in his phone. Since the classroom was trapezoidal, no one actually noticed him. Before he knew it, the classroom had filled with people arriving in groups, chattering and clamoring non-stop. Many were roommates, so they already knew each other before arriving. In this sea of strangers, they could only chat with their roommates. The four girls sitting in front of Zhèng Sījí were sharing girly secrets. They were seated in the second to last row, so they hadn't seen Zhèng Sījí behind them. Zhèng Sījí heard the commotion but didn't look up. Wow, is this how girls are these days? Squee, so thrilling. Ahem, no, as the embodiment of justice, I must stop them from continuing and guide them back to the right path. Wow, this table is so well designed. Are those 8 white things the legs? What a brilliant design. So user-friendly. Ahem. Seriously, guys, we're clearly playing a game here. As the game neared its end, a figure entered through the classroom door, walked to the front of the room, and placed the items they'd brought onto the lectern. The classroom suddenly grew quieter. TSK, the homeroom teacher effect carried over from high school. Who could resist that? Girls, keep chatting. I'll keep gaming. I really didn't mean anything by it, don't stop. Zhèng Sījí was utterly bewildered, peeking out with just one little eye spying from the shadows.jpg since he was lying face down on his legs. Whoa, this place is packed. The economics class has 99 students total, split into 4 sections. Each class only has 24 or 25 people. What's the deal? Trying to stop me from flirting with girls? Fortunately, economics is a liberal arts major with more female students. A man on the podium glanced at his phone, then looked up at the students seated in the classroom before speaking. Ahem, hello everyone. I'm your counselor, Kai. You can call me Kai Gu. Brother Kai smiled from the podium, revealing a fatherly grin. Zhèng Sījí realized he needed to sit up straight now, no more covert observation. He sat up and saw a man with thick hair. He looked about 30, quite youthful. Brother Kai on stage was also a bit surprised to see a handsome young man suddenly appear from the back row of the classroom. Brother Kai smiled, said nothing, and continued his speech. You also have a counselor, a very young and pretty lady, but she's having some trouble today and will be a bit late. For now, let me chat with you all. A murmur rippled through the crowd. They all knew about the other counselor, the one rumored to be exceptionally beautiful. Bro Kai pressed his hands together in a shushing gesture and continued. First, welcome to the Magic City Academy. I'm sure you all worked tirelessly, overcoming countless hurdles and passing through 5 gates and 6 battles to get into our School of Economics and Management. Maybe back in high school, your teachers told you college would be a breeze. Relatives and friends probably said the same. Maybe that's true at other universities, but not here at Magic City Academy. Since you're here, get ready for 4 years of senior year intensity. Haha, it's not quite that terrifying, of course. After all, university offers relative freedom. As long as you pass your exams, you're free to pursue your interests. That's right, you guessed it correctly. The only rule is that you must pass your exams. In other words, as long as you pass your exams, skipping classes is no big deal. Of course, your regular grades account for 30% of your final score, so to pass the semester, you need to score over 90% on the final exam. Exams at Magic City Academy aren't a walk in the park, you know. Every test features brand new questions, no recycling from past years. Alright, back to business. Today is orientation day for new students. Since it's Sunday, classes begin tomorrow. Your class schedules have been posted on the official account, feel free to check them yourselves. Additionally, as you've likely heard, military training at Magic City Academy is unique. Ordinary individuals without cultivation undergo standard military training. Those with cultivation, however, will be led by instructors on special missions to hunt the pole star. Your instructor will determine your rating. If you fail, you'll repeat the training next semester with the underclassmen. Dedicated staff will explain these details to you later. I'm just giving you a heads up. Brother Kai rattled off a string of remarks, clearly speaking whatever came to mind. This was the professional demeanor of a seasoned counselor. Everything seemed natural and effortless. He chatted and laughed on stage, while below, occasional bursts of noise would arise only to be silenced by Brother Kai. Around 9:30, a figure entered through the classroom door. Ah! It's that beautiful counselor. The audience erupted again, but this time Kai didn't bother to stop him. Instead, he smiled and looked at Zhao Min. Bro Kai nodded vigorously toward the stage, signaling Zhao Min to come up and speak. Zhao Min understood immediately. Unfazed by the morning's awkward incident, she gracefully walked up to the podium. As she passed Kai Gu on her way up, he remarked, "I haven't taken attendance yet. I was just chatting with them while waiting for you." Zhao Min nodded in understanding before stepping onto the stage and turning to face the crowd. "Hello, everyone." Before she could finish, the crowd below erupted in noise again. "Hello, Teacher Zhao." "Hello, Sister Min." Zhao Min placed her index finger over her lips, signaling for quiet. Turns out, beauty really does work wonders. Looks like everyone knows me. That's right, the virtual projection on your acceptance letters? I recorded that myself. Zhèng Sījí? How come I didn't know there was an admission letter? I only found out I got accepted because Lu Xuelan told me directly. So there's also a virtual projection admission letter? Then why didn't Lu Xuelan tell me? Before Zhèng Sījí could vent further, Zhao Min continued her speech. I'm sure Kai has already shared a lot with you all, so I'll get straight to the point. Since everyone knows me now, let's get right into the reporting session. Chapter 137, Supplies. Since our economics class has so few students, other classes have one homeroom teacher for every 2 classes. But all 4 economics classes will be directly under Kai and me. So if you need anything, feel free to reach out to me or Kai. Here are our WeChat contacts. Zhao Min opened her laptop and displayed 2 QR codes. The constant beeps from the audience below the stage signaled that their phones were about to experience a real flood of notifications, 99+ messages. After a few minutes, seeing fewer people holding their phones, Zhao Min resumed her speech. Alright, everyone. We have quite a few tasks today, so let's get down to business. First, I'll take attendance. Then, you'll be seated in 4 designated areas based on your order. Those will be your future classes. Then bring your registration QR codes up to the podium one at a time so I can verify your information. Finally, I'll take everyone here to get the textbooks and distribute them to you. Alright, after that you'll have free time. Before evening, elect your class committee members. How you fill the roles is up to you. If you believe a position should exist, you can take it. Even if the entire class becomes committee members, I won't object. After all, the more committee members we have, the easier our job becomes. Zhao Min chuckled. Alright, let's begin roll call now. Following her plan, Zhao Min began taking attendance and assigning seats. When she called out Zhèng Sījí's name, 4 girls gasped in surprise. Fortunately, their voices weren't too loud, or the entire class would have heard. They then whispered among themselves. Ah! Good heavens, there's someone sitting all the way in the back. Did he hear everything we just said? And he's a total hottie. Did we just ruin our chances with him? No, not at all. Because the image you have in his eyes was just established. Soon, everyone had been assigned to their respective classes and seated in their designated areas. Zhao Min scanned and verified everyone's identity information, all accounted for. Zhèng Sījí was in class 1. There were 3 more classes behind it. His class had 25 students, while only class 4 had 24. Zhao Min glanced around and announced, "Students with cultivation and all the boys, come with me downstairs to move books." Before leaving, Zhao Min whispered to Kaigu, liven up the atmosphere among the remaining girls. Try to help them integrate and form connections. Assign a liaison between each class for future gatherings. Kaigu nodded. After all, he had studied psychology, and even if Zhao Min hadn't asked, he would have done it anyway. After all, his assignment from higher-ups was to assist Zhao Min. What could he do? Double pay. Who wouldn't be tempted? After Zhao Min left, Kai picked up a blue clipboard from behind him. It held a stack of A4 papers, and he marked a checkmark in one of the boxes. It had to be said, Zhao Min's father was truly thoughtful. For her first time as a counselor, he'd provided her with an exceptionally capable assistant. Brother Kai appeared gentle yet possessed remarkable abilities. With his handsome looks and vast knowledge as a scholar, he seemed enigmatic to many. TSK, was this some kind of boyfriend-level setup? Too bad. Kai Ge ran his hand through his hair from bottom to top. Well, what can I say? Kai Ge only cares about making money. He then began organizing the remaining 4 classes of ordinary girls for interactive introductions. After Zhèng Sījí stepped out, he was stunned. What's going on? More than half of those 99 people had come out? A whole bunch of girls had come out. So you're all cultivators, huh? Are cultivators this common now? Even an ordinary economics major has so many cultivators. This is ridiculous. Back in my day, I couldn't even manage basic cultivation. Forget cultivation, I couldn't even master foundation establishment. This is so unfair. An ordinary major, yet so many cultivators. Not only was Zhèng Sījí stunned, but Zhao Min was equally bewildered. Zhao Min had always been in cultivation-focused classes since childhood. After entering university, she joined the Magic and Martial Arts Academy at Magic Capital University. This was her first time interacting with students from a regular class. Likewise, this was her first time serving as a counselor to students after graduation. Her plan was to gain experience here for a few years before transferring to the Magic and Martial Arts Academy as an advisor. But on her very first day, 2 things had already stunned her. First, she inexplicably acquired a personal old man. I never even called off the engagement. And it's not like the tables have turned overnight. Is this old man cursing me? And he's a rigid old programmer grandpa. Could this be some undercover agent her dad planted? If that old man hadn't given her such a ridiculously advanced cultivation technique, she would have gone straight to confront her dad. Finally snapped out of it. Alright, time to lead the students. Great. Only 8 people left in the classroom. Just enough for 1 class, right? Wait, this roster was assigned by Brother Kai. So Brother Kai already knew this class was packed with cultivators. Alright then, Agile Sister Min swept the room with her psychic powers. Holy crap, what a surprise! Zhèng Sījí hadn't hidden his cultivation much, but to avoid any negative reactions, he'd suppressed his magical cultivation to mid-tier. Of course, those with truly formidable power were still discernible. However, Zhao Min's power wasn't particularly formidable. Upon graduating, she was merely a high-tier first-rank mage, nearing the rank of Archmage. Zhèng Sījí's mid-tier cultivation level still gave her quite a shock. How could someone with such high cultivation even get into the Magic Academy? But why was he here? Could it be that this year's entrance exams for the Magic and Martial Arts dual academies in Magic Capital had been reformed, and he'd been rejected? Without dwelling on it, Zhao Min led the group to move books. Sure enough, those who made it into Magic Capital Academy even in the regular departments were almost all cultivators. If someone who wasn't a cultivator got into a regular department at Magic Capital Academy, they'd be a true academic prodigy. Top-tier academic prodigies. Soon, the group had secured their class supplies. Zhèng Sījí was somewhat surprised. Among the supplies were computers. Not just computers, but tablets, smartphones, and even smart bracelets. Everything was fully equipped. As Zhèng Sījí recalled, he suddenly remembered that many students at Magic City Academy did indeed wear such wristbands. The group brought the supplies back to the classroom. Kai picked up the wristband and began his introduction. This is a special wristband designed by our Magic City Academy. It has many functions, but I won't go into detail about each one. You can explore them yourselves when you get back. What I want to talk about now is just one of its features. Magic City Academy is a relatively open institution. Students here must cultivate the habit of self-reliance and self-improvement. Over these 4 university years, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Chapter 138, Credit Points. Brother Kai paused, picked up a wristband, and continued, this wristband stores your personal information and will assign tasks or post part-time job openings. In short, if you're willing, you can find suitable work here. Through these jobs, you'll be able to earn your own money. Also, this computer, tablet, and phone are all integrated into one device. They're far more durable than standard devices and are connected to our campus network. You can use them to reserve and access any facilities on campus. Your campus card is integrated into the wristband. Keep it safe. Reporting it lost is a real hassle. Brother Kai continued his introduction, and Zhèng Sījí listened with rapt attention. Indeed, university life would be joyful. Many of you are cultivators, so you probably know a bit about our school's dual academy system for monsters and magic, right? As soon as Kai spoke, the crowd below erupted in commotion. Some came from families large or small that had access to some information. After all, so many cultivators had risen to prominence these days, even a second-rank mage was enough to establish a small clan. Take the head of the Zhao family, for instance. Even when he was still a first-rank mage, he had already begun preparations to establish his own branch of the family. Within these families, some members had likely gained admission to either the Magic Capital Academy or the Imperial Capital Academy. Even if not, they likely had friends who had graduated from both the magic and martial arts colleges of either academy. The credit systems of Magic Capital Academy and Imperial Capital Academy have been secretly disseminated by some families. While it's no longer a secret, both institutions stubbornly refuse to allow this information to surface online. You can spread it however you like, but you absolutely cannot let this information appear online. Yeah, it really is their last stand. The students below the stage chattered noisily for a while, and Brother Kai watched with a pleased expression. Young people are so full of energy and vitality. Seeing they chatted long enough, Kai Ji spoke up again. Everyone, quiet down for a sec. What I'm about to say is pretty important, okay? There was a certain magic in Kai Ji's voice. No matter how noisy the classroom got, his words always reached everyone's ears. Instantly, the room fell silent. What I'm about to tell you was only confirmed this year. As soon as Kai spoke, the crowd began to buzz with excitement again. Quiet, everyone. Just a moment. Kai felt a bit embarrassed. These guys, I haven't even said anything yet. As you all know, the Magic and Martial Arts Academy operates on a credit system. I won't go into detail about the credits themselves. What you don't know now isn't essential to understand. All you need to know is that these credits can be used anywhere within the hunting grounds of the Polestar, the domain of humanity. But you don't have access to earn credits yet, so you might not be familiar with them in your daily lives. No need to worry, folks. Under the old system, the Academy will grant you credit access upon graduation. You might be wondering why I'm explaining all this information that seems almost irrelevant to you. But what I'm about to tell you now is precisely about credits. We can't use credits directly, but we can use credit points. Credit points are a medium of exchange jointly launched by our university and Imperial Capital Academy. Even after this explanation, the crowd remained puzzled. A medium of exchange? Aren't there already plenty? Huaxia currency, spirit stones, merit points, and now credits. Now introducing yet another? Brother Kai had anticipated this reaction. With a mysterious smile, he continued, still puzzled. These credit points are quite different. At Brother Kai's words, the crowd fell silent once more. Credit points are tradable, but our school won't trade them with you. Credit points are only awarded through school-assigned tasks. The permitted trading rate is 100 Huaxia coins equals 1 credit point. Anything higher or lower is illegal. Credit points can be used to purchase items that are hard to come by outside the school, so they're quite useful for you all. Now, listen carefully. Once an individual accumulates 10,000 credit points, they can gain early access to the credit system privileges. The moment the words fell, the room fell silent for a moment, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Boom! The crowd below the stage erupted into heated discussion. The chance to gain early access to the credit system. Many had come to Magic City Academy precisely to gain access to the credit system. Because the credit system is incredibly useful. With the credit system, as long as you have credits, you can exchange them for anything you desire. Of course, saying anything might be a slight exaggeration. But certain cultivation resources? With credits, they're provided endlessly. Even resources extremely scarce on Blue Star can be obtained by trading credits. Some people have even used credits to buy wives. Take spirit stones, for instance. On Blue Star, they're utterly scarce. Even first-grade spirit stones are priceless and impossible to find. Yet on Hunting Extreme Star, as long as you have sufficient credits, you can exchange them for spirit stones. Of course, exchanges require certain permissions. You need accumulated credits, not traded credits. You must earn credits through completing missions. Only after accumulating credits to a certain threshold can you gain the corresponding privileges. The same applies to credit points. You must accumulate 10,000 credit points, not purchase them outright. Merit works the same way. Take Zhèng Sījí, for example. His merit is accumulated merit. Credits and merit cannot be directly exchanged for money, but they can be traded for resources. Otherwise, their market value wouldn't have skyrocketed to such levels. Such transactions are officially prohibited. Zhèng Sījí possesses level 4 accumulated merit, granting him level 3 merit privileges. Although the black market prices for credits and merit points are similar, credits are far more useful than merit points. After all, the merit system is accessible to everyone, whereas credits are a different story. This clearly demonstrates just how crucial credits are. The credit points system is truly astonishing. Chapter 139, The Scalpers. With the introduction of the credit point system, more students will proactively take on tasks from the school's task office. Even if accumulated credit points are used, it doesn't matter, they remain yours as long as they're accumulated. As long as you accumulate 10,000, that's sufficient. The school has calculated this: an average cultivation student will accumulate roughly 10,000 merit points over 4 years. For average students, this system holds little immediate value. However, diligent and proactive individuals can unlock its privileges earlier. For prodigies, some might unlock the credit system privileges within a single year. Zhèng Sījí is one such case. If he wanted to, he could simply slay a few high-tier sea demons and be done with it. Alternatively, if he passed the dual academy selection and entered either the Magic Academy or Martial Cultivation Academy, he could gain credits directly. But he wasn't keen on waiting. After all, his reason for coming to Magic Capital Academy was to trade for those resources. So now, another task awaited. Grab more credit points, unlock the credit system privileges, then earn credits like crazy to trade for resources. The commotion below the stage continued. Kai and Min knew that once this news spread, it would definitely cause a sensation. Already, someone had leaked the news. Weibo's top trending topic. Circle meets Square. Shanghai Academy and Beijing Academy launch new system? Earn enough credits to unlock mysterious privileges? Check it out now. Learn more for 3 yuan. Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí had nothing left to say. Who else could it be? This guy is Yuan Weifeng. He got his hands on the first-hand resources and started peddling them. Alright, that's so Yuan Weifeng. How many humans are there now? As the lifespan of the human race continues to extend, despite the invasions by sea demons and magical beasts causing many deaths, there are still an immense number of people existing in this world. Moreover, countless individuals can connect to the network on Blue Star. That means countless people alone could see this message. Moreover, people's dependence on the internet has grown exponentially. Nowadays, any news release draws massive crowds of onlookers. However, the average quality of people has also improved significantly. After all, those lacking discipline were often eliminated during disasters like sea demon and demon beast invasions for disobeying orders. And Yuan Weifeng had actually managed to create a trending topic. This means at least a billion, maybe even tens of billions of people will see it, right? If just a few million or tens of millions among those billions contribute, say, $3 each, and this trending topic gets reposted later, this could turn into a massive moneymaker. Doesn't seem like much, though? At least not for Zhèng Sījí. He could easily make more by selling some pills. Who cares? Who would have thought? Yuan Weifeng is actually a shady businessman. If this really is Yuan Weifeng, no need to guess this trending topic wasn't bought. Zhèng Sījí had suspected something was off earlier. The logistics backend of the Magic City Academy had been hacked. It had to be Yuan Weifeng's doing. With Yuan Weifeng's hacking skills, manipulating a trending topic was child's play, and this one would stay up for at least an hour. Damn it, I absolutely have to treat him to a meal. Making all that money and not treating us to a meal? That's just outrageous. Meanwhile, Yuan Weifeng, clueless about Zhèng Sījí's thoughts, was fighting a lonely battle in the bathroom. Sweat drenched his face, yet the grin spread across his features was utterly uncontrollable. Big win, big win. This move is a total win. The longer it holds, the more you earn. Hang in there. Hang in there. Yuan Weifeng was overcome with excitement at that moment, determined to hold on as long as possible. The frail man was sweating buckets as he fought back against Yuan Weifeng. Damn, Yuan Weifeng really has something. Zhèng Sījí turned off his phone, unwilling to watch any longer. This guy seems to make money easier than I do? Host, you're overthinking this. Your computing power comes from my system. Who could possibly compete with that? Hacking Weibo's backend would be child's play for you. Of course it's easy for you, but for others? Exhausting. The system could freely access the network, observing every collision between Yuan Weifeng and Weibo's nodes. Zhèng Sījí's idea was completely unwise. At the very least, the host must understand that his effortless wealth comes entirely from my system. This is my system's last stubborn stand. Zhèng Sījí froze for a moment. Right, damn it, my perspective was too narrow. Still stuck in his own high-end bubble. TSK, I'm just too powerful, my standards are too high, I didn't switch gears fast enough. System. Host, you really have no shame. The buzz below grew increasingly intense. Many people were even pulling out their phones to send messages, alerting their families and others. After all, they had first-hand information. Damn, Magic City Academy is seriously impressive. Nearly every major clan should have someone at Magic City Academy. Yet they managed to keep this news hidden until now. Zhèng Sījí had no idea how the Magic Capital Academy managed it, but he had to admit both the Magic Capital Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy must possess many hidden methods. This situation is deeper than he'd imagined. So what? What does it matter to me? I'm just here to trade for resources. You do your thing, I'll do mine. We're not connected, right? Brother Kai and sister Min were laughing too. They'd only gotten the news yesterday themselves. Keeping it bottled up this long had been unbearable. Now that it's finally out, it feels so much better. After a long while, the entire classroom finally fell silent. No, the entire building had finally fallen silent. The soundproofing at Magic City Academy was excellent. Every classroom had solid insulation, you couldn't hear a thing from the adjacent rooms, let alone outside. Seeing this, Kai stepped forward. Everyone's had a chance to discuss this, right? Honestly, I was pretty shocked when I first heard the news too. But I bet once you guys had a moment to process it, you started noticing some things yourselves? A few nods emerged from the crowd, though most remained bewildered. What things? Brother Kai continued, for ordinary cultivators, completing standard tasks might take nearly 4 years to accumulate 10,000 credit points. Those tasks are fairly simple, even students without cultivation can accomplish them. The non-cultivating students in the audience nodded in agreement. They had come to Magic Capital Academy precisely for the privilege of the credit system. With that privilege, their future job prospects and compensation would undoubtedly be significantly better. So if you want to gain access sooner, you need to work hard on your tasks. Study diligently. Good grades also come with credit point rewards. The students below stopped arguing. Next up is another topic, the class committee election. I trust everyone has their own thoughts on this? Chapter 140, Class Committee Elections. The moment these words were spoken, the room stirred once more. Class committee elections, they certainly had their own thoughts on that. Elected committee members receive annual credit points as rewards. And as our committee just mentioned, if you have ideas and gain your classmates' support, you can join. We hope everyone will participate actively. Kai's tone was easygoing and pleasant to listen to. At Magic City Academy, many things aren't handled by teachers, they're organized by students themselves. Why does everything run so smoothly? Because our students have the capability to manage these matters well. Certain positions require people to fill them. Now, let the campaigning begin. No sooner had Kai finished speaking than someone stood up to announce their candidacy. Hello, everyone. My name is Lu Feiyang from Zhang Province. It's an honor to be your classmate. As the teacher just mentioned, any position is up for grabs. If the class supports you, you can take it. So I'm stepping up to lead by example and run for class president. Who's with me? Who's against? A blonde-haired boy stood out, his tone brimming with arrogance. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Wei, a local from Shanghai. Since Lu has nominated himself, I'd like to compete for the class president position too. Please consider me for your vote. Thank you. A boy who had just returned from the restroom stood up before sitting down. Hello everyone, I'm Huang Yu. I'd like to run for Cultural Activities Committee member. Well, since childhood, I've always held this position in my classes. Another sweet voice rang out, growing increasingly confident despite initial nervousness. TSK, everyone. My name is Zhang Liankai. I'm running for Sports Committee member. Anyone who wants to challenge me? Let's settle it in the arena. A burly man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, stood up. The way he stood, it looked like he was ready for a fight. One after another, voices rang out as nearly the entire class vied for positions. Classmates, my name is Mo Yushuang. I propose a new position, Magic Committee member. I volunteer to take this role, responsible for all magical affairs in our class. My second uncle manages a haunted house in Zhe Province. If any of you ever need a specific spell, I'll do my best to find it for you. A young man with a mushroom-cut hairstyle also stood up. This devil's den piqued Zhèng Sījí's interest. Devil's houses were essentially hubs for selling cultivation resources. Typically, such establishments primarily sold magic track scrolls. Magic track scrolls are the primary tools mages use to cultivate magic. Through these scrolls, mages could connect with magical spirits, weave unique magical patterns, and manifest spells. The market offered a vast array of spells, including many strange and unusual ones. Devil houses, in particular, held many unique spells. For instance, while some devil houses might offer wind blades, theirs might demand greater magical control and deliver more devastating power. It turns out someone in this student's family actually runs a devil's house. Devil's house is a homophone for magic track house, and the official name has since been accepted. Not only for ordinary practitioners, but even prodigies would go out of their way to befriend someone whose family ran a devil's house. After all, magic scrolls aren't cheap, and you might not even find spells you like. So when this student spoke up, the crowd erupted with "Oh," and the atmosphere in the hall surged again. I'm in. I agree too. No need to wait for the final vote, just pass him now. Right. Just pass him. Mo Yushuan smiled happily. Thank you all for your support. Soon, it was time for the next student election. Hello everyone, my name is Li Xian. Since Mo Guishuang has proposed the position of Magic Committee member, I'll volunteer to be the Cultivation Committee member. My current cultivation level is a first rank, first-tier mage. I nearly gained admission to the Magic Capital Academy, the Martial Arts Cultivation Institute. Does anyone wish to compete for this position? All sorts of unusual positions were proposed one after another. For top students, even if they'd never held any position before, they'd fiercely compete for a class officer role upon entering university to hone their skills, especially at the highly competitive Magic Capital Academy. Yet Zhèng Sījí felt utterly uninterested. Serving as a class officer only earned 50 credit points per year. For such a meager reward, one would likely have to work themselves to death. From childhood onward, Zhèng Sījí had never bothered vying for committee positions. Not only did these roles demand endless toil and consume vast amounts of time, but the tangible benefits they offered him were negligible. 50 credit points? That's only 200 points over 4 years. He could earn that much just by casting any spell to kill a bronze tier C monster, couldn't he? He didn't know all the ways to earn credit points, but with his formidable strength, he had nothing to worry about. With 25 students in the class, all 24 others had secured positions. Even Lu Feiyang, who just lost the class president race, managed to land a spot as the combat committee member. Acting so cocky, no wonder he lost. As for class president, that DB Zhang Wei. He sure knows how to sway people. With 5 candidates vying for the role, he simply outbid everyone by covering all expenses for both the economics department's lunchtime gathering and the class dinner tonight. Rumor has it his family owns a popular trendy restaurant near the Magic Capital Academy, and tonight's event is set there. The whole class was buzzing. After the elections, Zhang Wei tallied everyone's positions and set up a class group chat and a separate committee group chat. The class group and committee group were practically identical except for one missing person. Zhèng Sījí, that is. He ended up with nothing. Shortly after 11 p.m., the 4 class presidents reached an agreement to dine together at the countryside canteen. Kai seemed to have anticipated this outcome, having reserved a large private room there well in advance. All 101 people were present, not a single one missing. Wow, they could debut as a group now. Why not give Kai and Min the center stage and let them debut? Then they could perform at sponsorship events from now on. Ahem. The group chatted and laughed as they walked for nearly half an hour before finally arriving at the Tianyuanju cafeteria. Along the way, they admired the scenery of Magic City Academy. The campus was vast, with numerous buildings though none were particularly large. Most structures utilized the principle of folded space, meaning over half of this enormous campus consisted of parks and lakes. Surrounded by lush greenery, the environment was exceptionally beautiful. The group arrived at an open-air private room on the 3rd floor of Pastoral Retreat. The restaurant also employed folded space technology, ensuring that even on this busy freshman registration day, with numerous classes reserving private rooms, there was never a shortage of space. Chapter 141, Livening Up the Atmosphere. Magic City Academy was flush with cash. Even if these private rooms served little purpose normally, their existence held value as long as they could fulfill a role at a critical moment. After all, it was their own forbidden spell being cast. What's the big deal? They weren't paying for it, right? Tianyuanju was a circular structure resembling an arena, yet its central open space formed a vast park filled with trees, flowers, and docile magical beasts frolicking freely. At its very center lay a circular pond, above which rose a vast space. This space formed a grand private room visible from the outside, yet its interior remained hidden. 4 paths led to the room, connecting to the 4 cardinal directions of the garden residence's top floor. The minimum spend there was anything but modest. Perched above the circular structure, the private room offered not only views of the estate's interior but also panoramic vistas of the Demon City Academy grounds. The price? TSK, way too steep. We can't afford that. So Kai just booked a larger open-air private room with views of the garden residence interior. Brother Kai had already called ahead to confirm the headcount. The buffet spread was laid out in the private room, while the outdoor area featured a barbecue grill with plenty of ingredients nearby for grilling. Gulp. This setup looks absolutely awesome. The venue was divided into 4 sections. Brother Kai had thoughtfully assigned 2 female liaisons from each class to facilitate team building between groups. The current setup encouraged mingling and introductions between classmates, essentially an icebreaker. Thus, the space was partitioned into 4 zones, each flanked by a long buffet line, with a beverage station positioned centrally. Before everyone had even sat down, Zhèng Sījí had already rushed to the buffet to grab food. His movements were so frantic, it looked like he was afraid someone would snatch it away. To put it bluntly, was this food guarding? The system couldn't bear to watch. Why not just cook it yourself in your soul space? Isn't it better than this? Zhèng Sījí ignored the system, habitually blocking its messages, and continued eating. What the hell do you know, system? Food tastes better when it's not made by your own hands. Zhang Wei checked the headcount in the class group chat, ready to kick off the icebreaker session. But, except for Zhèng Sījí, all 24 others had already introduced themselves during the class committee election. So now Zhang Wei needed to find Zhèng Sījí and get him to start his showtime. Zhang Wei scanned the room and finally spotted him. This young man, out of 25 students, 24 were here to serve him. Zhèng Sījí, is that you? Zhang Wei approached, his voice reaching Zhang before he did. Zhèng Sījí was just about to take a bite, having placed a large stack of fried pork cutlets into his bowl. Ha! That's me. You're Zhang Wei? The class monitor? Zhang Wei nodded. Yep. I'm Zhang Wei. I came to see you about something. Just now during our class committee election, almost everyone else introduced themselves. You're the only one left. So how about you go introduce yourself now? I'll gather everyone else together first. Zhèng Sījí? Classic tilted head, confused expression. What the heck? The whole class gathered just to wait for me to introduce myself? Hey, wait. I haven't gotten my pork chop yet. It's fine. Introduce yourself first. You can eat later, there's plenty of time. Two people, walked one after the other toward the area where Class 1 was gathered. Zhèng Sījí showed no sign of nervousness, even as a group of people stared at him with suspicious looks. This guy 24 people serving just him. Now they're all gathering just to hear his self-introduction. But Zhèng Sījí? He'd even taken down Lu Zhilong, a late diamond tier opponent. Why would he be intimidated by this little gathering? Hello, everyone. My name is Zhèng Sījí. Then, Zhèng Sījí simply sat down in the empty seat beside him. Everyone. That's it? Are you looking down on us? Turns out he really is a big shot? 24 people serving just one person. Zhang Wei awkwardly stepped forward and said, Ahem, Zhèng Sījí, might you say a few more words? Zhèng Sījí took the chicken leg from his other hand and started gnawing on it. Huh? What's up? Where did you snag this chicken leg, anyway? Zhang Wei scratched his head and said, Ahem, could you say a few more words? Like where you're from, what you like, your hobbies, and if possible, share why you didn't run for class committee? Zhang Wei was utterly speechless. He'd already explained that anyone in the class could run for committee as long as most classmates supported them, the school wouldn't object. Even Class 3 next door had elected a bragger committee member. If you're really struggling, why not run for foodie committee member? Zhèng Sījí Zhang Wei? Zhèng Sījí chewed the meat in his mouth vigorously, swallowed, and said again, Are you sure you want me to talk? Zhang Wei. Zhèng Sījí, alright, I'll just say it then. Zhèng Sījí turned to face everyone and spoke again, the leg of the pistol isn't tasty. You guys absolutely shouldn't eat it. Seriously. Look at my earnest eyes, I'm being sincere. As he spoke, Zhèng Sījí pointed to his own eyes, his expression solemn. Everyone. You think we don't know you're trying to hog the drumsticks all for yourself? The crowd looked left and right. Put. Suddenly, someone burst out laughing. Ha. Everyone burst into laughter too, then glanced at their roommates or friends beside them, seeing the amusement in each other's eyes. Indeed, sometimes there exists a special kind of understanding. After locking eyes with each other, the group charged out as if on cue, heading straight for the pistol kick position. Zhèng Sījí. Damn it. Did I just dig myself into a hole? Zhèng Sījí scrambled to catch up. Hey. I told you it's not good anymore. What are you guys doing? Too late. TSK, poor Zhèng Sījí, even that plate of pork cutlets vanished. Who would just take my pork chops? Who did it? Zhèng Sījí scanned the area and spotted a familiar face carrying that very same plate of fried pork chops. Zhèng Sījí. Is this how you act as class monitor? You took my pork cutlet just because you were closest. There's plenty more over there. Well, if I didn't grab it, it really would have been gone. Damn it. Zhèng Sījí shot out like a bullet, diving into the crowd. These guys aren't playing fair. If I don't grab some now, it'll be gone for good. Fortunately, it was a buffet. Seeing this scene, the waitstaff all chuckled before returning to restock the food. Everyone from Class 1 grabbed the food they wanted, sat back down at their seats, and began to eat heartily. Zhèng Sījí's actions instantly eased the awkward tension among Class 1. Everyone opened up, extending invitations to those around them they hadn't known well before, and began chatting. Chapter 142, The Class Monitor's Temptation. In everyone's eyes, Zhèng Sījí was nothing but a goofball. How could he remain so calm and crack jokes in such an awkward situation? Wasn't that the definition of a goofball? As they chatted and laughed, everyone firmly committed Zhèng Sījí's name to memory. Zhang Wei nearly couldn't contain himself, ready to nominate Zhèng Sījí as the class clown. Fortunately, Zhèng Sījí quickly grabbed a lamb chop to shut him up. After taking the food, Zhang Wei sat down next to Zhèng Sījí, definitely up to no good. Sure enough, Zhang Wei beside him spoke up. Zhèng Sījí, look, you're the only one in our class without a position. I'm not planning to recommend you for the class clown role either. How about you help out your class monitor here? Zhèng Sījí was chewing on a piece of beef when he happened to bite into a tough tendon. He was still wrestling with it when he heard the class monitor speaking to him. He could only glance at the monitor before returning to his battle with the tendon. Zhang Wei didn't seem to mind. His earlier smile instantly turned serious as he pressed on. I see you're naturally gifted and have the makings of a great class president. I'm interested in grooming you. Are you interested in working with me? Zhèng Sījí raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Zhang Wei, I'll be blunt. The squad leader's responsibilities are overwhelming, and I need an assistant. You're the only one in the squad without an official role, so I want you to be my deputy. Zhèng Sījí was no fool. He instantly understood this was an offer to help with the work. But what's in it for me? Zhèng Sījí swallowed the beef in his mouth, looked up at Jiang Wei, and asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing Zhèng Sījí's reaction, Jiang Wei sensed he was onto something. Ever since first meeting Zhèng Sījí, Jiang Wei had been observing him. To others, Zhèng Sījí might seem like a complete goofball, but in Jiang Wei's eyes, he possessed remarkable potential. Just now, under everyone's gaze, Zhèng Sījí had handled himself with ease, even cracking jokes. Most importantly, his single joke had lifted the entire class's mood. Originally, they were like ice cubes, barely interacting with each other, their relationships as cold as could be. Yet, because of Zhèng Sījí's joke, everyone's interest was piqued. Could just anyone pull that off? Look at his clueless, dazed expression, that goofy, almost adorable look. Could anyone really be fooled by his facade? No way, right? Anyone with half a brain could see this was clearly feigning stupidity. But Zhèng Sījí is genuinely innocent. He was joking. That wasn't a joke. He just wanted to keep all the delicious pistol legs for himself. As for getting everyone else involved, Zhèng Sījí 0.0? Jiang Wei sat up straight and continued, "Zhèng Sījí, you might not know this, but I'm on the verge of becoming an intermediate mage." A hint of bragging tingled in Jiang Wei's words. Zhèng Sījí wasn't buying it. He tilted his chin slightly, signaling him to continue. Jiang Wei pressed on, "Right? Being a mage is exhausting. I've sensed the elemental spirits around you too, so you must be a mage as well, right?" Zhèng Sījí nodded. Jiang Wei continued, "Being class monitor is great, but it's just too much work. So, I'd like to privately hire you as my assistant to handle all the class affairs for me. Of course, I won't shortchange you. While you're assisting me, I'll lend you a basic cultivation artifact to help you progress faster. You know how precious cultivation tools are. They're usually distributed by the school for students to share. Even though our class is ordinary, most people at Magic Capital Academy are cultivators. So our class gets a few tools too. With 25 of us sharing, you might only get 7 days a month at most. You could even go a whole month without a turn. So I believe the terms I've offered already demonstrate my sincerity. Say something already. This is so awkward." "Awkward or not," Jiang Wei pressed on, "what do you think?" Jiang Wei rambled on, analyzing the pros and cons for Zhèng Sījí, breaking down the situation, and listing a whole bunch of points. Zhèng Sījí finally understood this guy wanted to be the class monitor, then sit back and let him handle everything? Zhèng Sījí chuckled softly. Did he look like the type to be someone's assistant? Seeing Zhèng Sījí's smile, Jiang Wei frowned slightly before leaning closer. His voice dropped even lower as he continued, "To be perfectly honest, my family holds some influence in the Magic City, and I'm one of the candidates for the next family head. Getting elected as class monitor is essential because the other candidates are just like me. We've been class monitors since we were kids. Our families call it developing leadership skills, but no one really scrutinizes it. As long as I get elected, that's all that matters. Being class president is merely the baseline requirement. Our families also judge us by what we've done to enhance their reputation. This year, I narrowly missed admission to the Magic Academy. I already had some inside information, anyway, failing to get in was a major setback. So I needed to dedicate more time to training, aiming to participate in this year's dual manner competition and secure victory. Only then would I have a better chance. Don't doubt me, and don't think I'm dragging you into some strange scheme. These matters are commonplace among the great families. Many ordinary people know about them, and perhaps you do too. So even though I become class monitor, I don't have much time for the role. I'm being sincere. You know the value of a basic cultivation artifact. I can add a small incentive. My family provides me with weekly funds to buy magical food. I'll take you along every week." Jiang Wei continued his relentless pitch, appearing genuinely sincere. Zhèng Sījí suddenly stood up, slamming both hands on the table. Jiang Wei beamed with delight. This gesture clearly signaled agreement. But then Zhèng Sījí abruptly said, "The meat's gone. I'll go get some more. We'll talk later. Oh, and I'll grab some happy water. You must be thirsty after talking so long, right, Jiang Wei?" He nodded instinctively, only to realize Zhèng Sījí had already walked away. "Jiang Wei?" Fortunately, Zhèng Sījí returned almost immediately with the items. Jiang Wei hurriedly asked, "So? What's your decision?" Zhèng Sījí looked utterly confused. What to decide? Pork chop or chicken drumstick? Obviously the pork chop. Wait, no, the pork chop tastes awful. Don't go for that one, Jiang Wei. So after all that talking, what did you actually hear? Zhèng Sījí chuckled. "I get what you mean." Jiang Wei raised an eyebrow. "Not playing dumb anymore?" Zhèng Sījí, "Just playing the absentee boss. I do it all the time. Yeah, when I went to fight that sea monster the other day, I tossed the shelter out after we were done. But our squad leader didn't see it that way." Chapter 143, Conflict. Our squad leader Jiang Wei interpreted it as, "I often help others be hands-off managers. That's just awkward, right?" Jiang Wei suddenly felt overjoyed. All that talking I just did wasn't for nothing. Holding the cup of happy water Zhèng Sījí had brought back, Zhang Wei clinked glasses with him. Ha! Why isn't this happy water cold? How can it have any soul? Who cares? The deal's done, and that's what matters. Zhèng Sījí clinked glasses with him. After downing the happy water, he let out a satisfied ha before shrugging and saying, honestly, being a hands-off owner is pure bliss. Look at all those characters in novels, they're all hands-off owners. TSK, the successors are the ones who really get worn out. No way am I doing that. Zhang Wei nodded instinctively, agreeing, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Ha? You're not taking it. Then why are you even saying all this? We clinked glasses, and now you say you won't do it. Zhèng Sījí saw Zhang Wei's head practically smoking. Is this squad leader a fire mage? Are fire mages always this miserable, with flames shooting out of their heads at the slightest provocation? Are fire mages this volatile? No way. Better to use fire magic sparingly from now on. Zhèng Sījí understood Zhang Wei's meaning perfectly well, but was it worth arguing over? Zhèng Sījí hadn't finished the meat on his plate, but he stood up abruptly and said, hey, squad leader, if you're going to be in charge, then take responsibility properly. Is this how you act? Besides, who do you think you are, looking down on people? Do I look like some kind of tool to you? Zhang Wei glared at the standing Zhèng Sījí, still seething inwardly. Though this particular task hadn't worked out, he could just find someone else. But Zhèng Sījí's last remark struck a nerve. No one had ever spoken to him like that before. A novice mage is a noob? You clearly don't know how terrifying a novice mage can be. To ordinary people, even a novice mage is a big shot. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei forgot that within the Magic Capital Academy, almost everyone was a cultivator. What kind of trouble could a low-level mage possibly stir up? Zhang Wei seemed quite amiable, but he was a fire mage. Mages who awaken fire magic, even if usually mild-mannered, become driven to irritability by the fire elementals. This phenomenon subsides after reaching intermediate-level mastery, when the mage learns to command the fire elemental rather than being commanded by it. Zhang Wei's head was practically ablaze, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Class monitor. Calm down. A girl stepped forward, gathering her water elemental energy and directing it straight toward Zhang Wei. This was Jiang Yichuan, the discipline monitor of Class 1. A first-rank, first-tier water mage. But Jiang Yichuan's magic had little effect. A small water droplet splashed onto Zhang Wei's head but failed to fall. Of course, it wasn't vaporized either. Zhang Wei's fire element wasn't that powerful yet. Seeing the crowd gathering around him, Zhang Wei forced himself to suppress his rising anger. After all, as one of the potential heirs to the family, he understood the situation well enough. Zhèng Sījí, on the other hand, looked utterly innocent, as if the class monitor had bullied him. But seeing this scene, Zhang Wei suddenly grew furious again. His face twisted with frustration. It was frustrating, truly frustrating. He wasn't stupid. No one admitted to the Magic City Academy was. Not to mention he was one of the candidates to inherit his family's legacy. He weighed his options and decided he couldn't afford to lose his temper now. This guy was infuriating. Playing the victim like that. Now, no matter what Zhèng Sījí said, he couldn't argue back. If Zhèng Sījí repeated his earlier words to the class, his position as class monitor would likely be gone. A new leader needs to make a splash. You just became class monitor, and you think treating everyone to a meal means you can wash your hands of responsibility? Of course, if Zhang Wei stubbornly refused to admit it, there was nothing to be done. Zhang Wei had planned to deny it all along, but this was just too embarrassing. He was still young, after all. Even if he tried to act composed, what good would it do? Zhang Wei forced his expression to soften and said, everyone, don't worry. I just had a chat with Zhèng Sījí, asking him why he didn't want to join the class committee. Nothing serious, haha. Jiang Yichuan snorted coldly. He recognized Zhang Wei. He'd looked into him before registration. This guy's true colors? Just dig a little and you'll see. He was probably just looking for someone to handle the class duties while he sat back and collected the credit. Though Jiang Yichuan knew Zhang Wei wasn't someone to mess with, she still retorted coldly, then why did you use magic just now? Don't you know magic is prohibited here? Zhang Wei's mouth twitched. Couldn't she give him a way out? Did she have to be like this? He forced a smile, shrugged his shoulders, and said, everyone, no need to worry. I might have overtrained last night. I got up early this morning to report and haven't had a chance to see someone about it yet. Don't worry, everyone. Sorry for disrupting your mood. How about this tonight? I'll treat everyone to karaoke. The group exchanged knowing smiles. Getting into Magic Capital Academy? A piece of cake? Out of China's billions of citizens, only a handful gain admission to Magic City Academy each year. Without exceptional intelligence, how could one possibly get in? Everyone understood Zhang Wei's thoughts, yet no one voiced them like Jiang Yichuan did. Why provoke someone with powerful connections? Even if one's connections were equal, why risk antagonizing someone over such a trivial matter? They all understood without saying a word, and ended up with a free gathering. Jiang Yichuan gave a cold snort, signaling the matter was settled. Not far away, Kai and Min had witnessed the entire scene. Brother Kai chuckled softly, this generation of kids sure is troublesome. Zhao Min nodded in agreement. This class monitor wouldn't last long. What good is having a billion people close to you? In a year or two, that money wouldn't even be enough for their own cultivation. How could they afford to support others? Come on, give me a break. Zhao Min knew this firsthand. No matter how much her father gave her, it was never enough. Forget shopping for handbags, just buying cultivation resources alone was a drain. Now add alchemy practice to the mix, another massive expense. Alchemy consumes money, but it also generates income. After getting through the early stages, she could break even in the mid-levels. Once she became a second-grade alchemist, she'd probably start making a lot of money. Zhao Min said, let them figure it out themselves. Kai nodded in agreement. They should handle it themselves. They're adults now that they're in college. They need to take responsibility for their own actions. Magic City Academy has a relaxed management style, but it's not chaotic. That's precisely because the student leaders do an excellent job. It's also a way for them to develop themselves. Let them have their fun. It's no big deal. With that, he returned to grilling the meat. This guy was his big spender, he had to treat him right. If Zhao Min hadn't come here to be a counselor, Kai wouldn't have had the chance to hang out here. Counselors at Magic City Academy had it easy, just a brief meeting at the start of semester, signing off on major events occasionally, while student leaders handled everything else. Brother Kai handed a piece of grilled meat to Zhao Min, who gladly accepted it. Then he glanced at the freshmen. What a handful. So what if they're difficult? It's not my problem. Chapter 144, Free Meal. Zhèng Sījí ate this meal with a sour taste in his mouth. Who could possibly enjoy a meal when someone stares at you from start to finish? That gaze was downright infuriating. It ruined his entire dining experience. Zhèng Sījí didn't bother to argue with him. After entering university, Zhèng Sījí had become rather arrogant. Surrounded by a bunch of nobodies, why bother getting worked up over it? He'd rather just enjoy himself. To avoid being stared at while eating again that night, Zhèng Sījí flat out declined the dinner gathering. For the sake of a good mood. Many expressed regret at Zhèng Sījí's departure. After all, they were in college now. Everyone had their own pursuits, and understanding was necessary. But once you're in college, getting a group together for a meal becomes much harder. You might be classmates, yet barely see each other throughout the entire 4 years of college. Perhaps the next time you meet will be the last time you ever see each other. The Blue Star is vast, and the territory of the Huaxia Federation is immense. The population of the Huaxia Federation is beyond count. Many cultivators have relocated to other planets, but even more practitioners choose to hunt the polar star for residence. For hunting on the pole star, the Federation maintains a base there. It is vast, incredibly vast. So vast it surpasses the entire territory of the Huaxia Federation. That land is secure, rumored to be secured through an agreement with the demons and monsters. Both demons and humans are said to have their own territories. As for the exact size of Hunting Pole Star? Perhaps no one truly knows. The environment on Hunting Pole Star is favorable, inhabited primarily by cultivators. The lowest level practitioners there are at least mid-stage first rank. To ordinary people, the Hunting Pole Star was a legend, but for cultivators, it was not so unattainable. Zhèng Sījí had not been a cultivator before, and many cultivators avoided discussing the Hunting Pole Star altogether. Thus, Zhèng Sījí remained largely ignorant of the Hunting Pole Star. Simply being able to reside in Hunting Pole Star was already a tremendous opportunity. Yet few of those residing in the Hunting Pole possessed academic credit system privileges. Human territories are vast, and some may relocate elsewhere, never to be seen again in this lifetime. Human settlements weren't necessarily safe either. Especially cultivators, who often had to venture into dangerous places for missions. Such individuals tend to meet their end particularly quickly. Eager to earn merit points and money, they venture into perilous places. Death is inevitable. So in college, you never know if this meeting with your classmates will be the last. But Zhèng Sījí didn't dwell on it too much. He returned to the dormitory to find Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng both present. Didn't you two go to the reunion dinner? Zhèng Sījí glanced around the room and noticed a table and a TV had been set up in front of the dorm. Wow, they really came here on vacation. Wang Zedong seemed perfectly normal, but Yuan Weifeng was positively bubbling with excitement. Zhèng Sījí knew he'd made a fortune that morning. Wang Zedong noticed Yuan Weifeng's peculiar mood but got no explanation when he asked why. In his excited state, Yuan Weifeng became unusually proactive. We had a team-building event. We just had a meal and left. I came back to sign for some stuff. Wang Zedong replied, we had a meal too, but no other activities. I just came straight back. Zhèng Sījí chuckled and got straight to the point. Yuan Weifeng, I heard you made a lot of money this morning. Yuan Weifeng, 0.0. Wang Zedong? The moment Yuan Weifeng heard Zhèng Sījí's words, he knew his secret was out. No wonder he'd been so eager to leak the first-hand intel for bigger profits that he'd forgotten to switch to a new account. But even if that account's name was similar to his own, Zhèng Sījí shouldn't have figured it out so quickly, right? Instead of asking, Yuan Weifang slumped in defeat and confessed. After all, everyone has their secrets. This meal was definitely going to cost him dearly. He'd finally earned some money and was planning to buy something new. But how much could a meal possibly cost? A few $100,000 at most, or even $1 million should cover it, right? $1 million should be more than enough to stuff yourself with all those magical edible spirit plants, right? $1 million. That's barely the price of a single second-grade spirit stone. But today he'd made over $100 million. But then he got knocked down, or else he could have made even more. But the money definitely ended up in his pocket. Yeah, it definitely wasn't because Yuan Weifang was from the Yuan family of Shangcheng. The money arrived quickly. After raking in over $100 million, splurging $1 million or so was a fitting celebration. Wang Zedong, however, looked utterly bewildered. What kind of otherworldly conversation are you two having? Tell me what you're talking about, will you? Yuan Weifang glanced at Wang Zedong's curious gaze, gave a subtle nod, and signaled for Zhèng Sījí to explain. He definitely wouldn't say. Having Zhèng Sījí explain might actually be an understatement? Zhèng Sījí, of course, had guessed Yuan Weifang's thoughts and said, "Did you see the trending topics on Weibo this morning? The top one? That account belongs to Yuan Weifang. Wang Zedong. This is FING insane." When he saw that trending topic, his first thought was, the blogger behind this must be raking in a fortune. At least tens of millions. He was so jealous and envious. He wished that blogger was him. But who knew it was Yuan Weifang? Damn it. My brother. You're my brother for life. Yuan Weifang. What the hell? Zhèng Sījí's expression was equally bizarre. They're suddenly best buds now? They're worth billions, and you're willing to risk your life for them? Damn, that's just like you. Zhèng Sījí cleared his throat and said, Yuan Fang, you must have made a few $100 million on this deal, right? What's up? Not planning to celebrate? Yuan Weifang coughed violently. Ahem. What are you thinking? There's no $100 million here, just over $10 million. Zhèng Sījí chuckled, you think I don't know? Yuan Weifang gave a sheepish grin, trying to play it down. Alright, maybe just over $50 million. Oh. $500 million. Got it. Yuan Weifang was stunned. How could you do this? Ahem, alright, I'll be honest, $100 million. Zhèng Sījí nodded. That was more like it. Did you really think we didn't do our homework beforehand? With hundreds of billions of residents in the Huaxia Federation, couldn't we scrape together a few tens of millions to buy your news? If it weren't for the trending topic being taken down, even with the news already spreading, we could have made a few million off this. Wang Zedong listened to their otherworldly conversation and felt utterly defeated. You guys make money in the tens of millions? And then you jump straight to hundreds of millions? How the hell do you even do this? I'm from the Wang family of Shanghai, but even I can't get that kind of money. Even if I applied for resources, the most I could get would be 10 million. You just sold that one piece of information for 100 million? How am I supposed to feel about that? Zhèng Sījí shrugged and said, don't look at me. Go find Yuan Weifang. It's not my money. Yuan Weifang gave a sheepish grin. Alright. Tonight I'll treat you all to a feast. Eat magic food, eat your fill, okay? Chapter 145, Speculations on the Credit Point System. Zhèng Sījí smacked his lips. Holy cow, we just met and he's already treating us to such a feast. Seeing the two of them practically drooling, Yuan Weifang chuckled. He hadn't known Zhèng Sījí before, but pulling out several second-grade spirit plants to eat like that meant he was definitely no ordinary person, someone worth getting to know. As for Wang Zedong? Zhèng Sījí didn't know him, but Yuan Weifang certainly did. Both of these men were worth cultivating relationships with. Not just casual acquaintances, deep connections. After this meal, he was confident the bond between the three dorm mates would grow ever stronger. Despite having only just met, the group quickly recovered from their earlier excitement. What do you two think about this credit point? Wang Zedong asked first. He was genuinely curious. Having not gained admission to the Magic and Martial Arts Dual Academy, he lacked access to the credit system. Though he didn't really need it anyway, whatever he desired, his family could provide. After graduation, he would at most become a high-tier first-rank mage. By then, gaining access to the credit system wouldn't make much difference. As for the cultivation chamber, even if Zhèng Sījí didn't build a magic gathering array, his family would have one constructed. This situation actually saved him a lot of trouble. As for spirit gathering arrays, they were considerably more complex than magic gathering arrays. Normally, he used first-grade spirit stones for cultivation, which yielded similar results. The same applied to Yuan Weifang. Though Zhèng Sījí knew little about their families, he had no idea how powerful they truly were. But their actions clearly showed they had genuine confidence. Even in ordinary departments, my cultivation pace doesn't lag behind theirs at Hunting Star. It's just that I don't have many opportunities to encounter demons and monsters. Yuan Weifang chimed in, credit points aren't really that important. My family can secure any resources I need. I feel spending time accumulating credit points is a waste. But exchanging credit points for credits is a legitimate channel, no need to resort to the black market. Zhèng Sījí nodded. Wow, you two really don't need them. I need them. Zhèng Sījí finally realized that tossing his tens of thousands of pills into the credit system's exchange platform wouldn't even make a sound. These were tens of thousands of pills. Outside, they'd probably be fought over like mad. But in the credit system? Not a peep. And all the materials I needed to exchange were successfully obtained. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng were still too young to grasp how useful the credit system truly was. No wonder, after all, their cultivation levels were still low, making advanced resources unnecessary for them. A single grade 1 spirit stone would likely sustain their cultivation for quite some time. But Zhèng Sījí was different. He sought to enhance his power, not his cultivation level. His cultivation would remain stuck at the peak of 2nd grade. His magical cultivation must also remain permanently capped at the peak of the mid-tier. On this foundation, he would enhance his raw power. Once the system upgraded, he would make another wish. Only then would his strength reach its absolute peak. Though, another period of death trials awaits. But all of this will benefit my cultivation. The items available for exchange within the credit system are numerous. Both materials and resources would greatly aid Zhèng Sījí. The dual house conflict wouldn't commence anytime soon, so Zhèng Sījí naturally wanted to redeem his credits as early as possible. Though Mo Lingyu possessed access to this credit system, she herself lacked credits. Back when Lu Xuelan came to the Demon Capital Academy to exchange items, she always converted her pills into credits first before using those credits to purchase things. Zhèng Sījí had considered asking Mo Lingyu to sell her pills to fund his purchases. But that might attract unnecessary attention. Better to keep things discreet. After all, in Mo Lingyu's eyes, he was still pretty weak. You guys aren't doing it, but I want to. Do you know any way to quickly accumulate enough credit points to unlock the credit system privileges? Wang Zedong wasn't sure, but Yuan Weifeng knew. The fastest way is to take on quests. Complete more quests, and you'll definitely earn more. Yuan Weifeng paused, then continued, wait, hunting demons might be even faster, but hunting demons is too dangerous. Wang Zedong clicked his tongue. So what if it's dangerous? Once you're admitted to the Demon City Academy, even as an ordinary student, you'll have to face demons. Do you really think the academy only gives you benefits? No pain, no gain. Yuan Weifeng nodded in agreement. True. The entrance exams for the magic and martial arts academies have been reformed. While ours haven't changed yet, we'll likely encounter demons sooner too. Hearing this, Wang Zedong's expression suddenly changed. You mean, our military training assignment is to hunt demons? Yuan Weifeng's expression also shifted instantly. That is entirely possible. Yes, it really could be. Zhèng Sījí curled his lips in a dismissive smirk. So what if we have to kill a few demons? I've slain plenty back in South City. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng were filled with admiration. This man had fought his way out of South China City. Even though he was just part of a rescue team, daring to confront living demons at his age was already impressive. Zhèng Sījí continued, I say, it's so tempting. Aren't you a summoner? Shouldn't you be more intimate with demons? Why are you still so scared? Wang Zedong sighed helplessly. The demons I've encountered grew up in our home since childhood. My 2 current summoned beasts were my playmates when I was little. Even though they were already quite old when I was born, the bond we built growing up is still there. Plus, these demons were specially prepared for me by my family elders. As soon as my cultivation reached the required level, they were directly contracted to me. I've barely interacted with wild summoned beasts. Even when my elders took me out, I was just tagging along for the spectacle. Us young ones are pretty well protected. Zhèng Sījí shook his head. He believed that as descendants of a great clan, they should have been exposed to demons and monsters from a young age. It would have been beneficial for their growth. Zhèng Sījí had experienced it firsthand. When a sea demon invaded, the relentless battles, life or death struggles made his progress skyrocket. After further discussion, the group concluded that the military training mission was increasingly likely to involve hunting sea demons. After all, with the college entrance exams reformed, a minor military training assignment could easily become a pivotal opportunity. It offered all students from the demonic capital's academies an early opportunity to encounter demons. The introduction of credit points also seemed somewhat peculiar. It now seemed the purpose was to encourage freshmen to hunt demons and monsters, earn enough credit points, quickly unlock the credit system privileges, and thus accelerate their power growth. Both the Magic Capital Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy seemed far more complex than their outward appearances suggested. One ring fits into another, but what their true purpose is remains unknown. But regardless, it has little to do with Zhèng Sījí. In my eyes, Zhèng Sījí, you're nothing but tools for the academies. Chapter 146, what are you two talking about? Zhèng Sījí suddenly remembered something. Seizing the opportune moment, he asked. By the way, are either of you planning to participate in the Dual Academy competition? Zhèng Sījí felt these two weren't entirely reliable. Though their cultivation seemed quite high both at mid-stage of the first rank, even approaching the late stage he couldn't shake the feeling their cultivation was inflated. Just like he had been before, the best and most effective way to address this kind of inflated cultivation was through more combat. But, expecting these scions of prestigious clans to engage in life or death combat, that was wishful thinking. Even if Zhèng Sījí didn't fully trust them, he still asked. After all, it was a task given by Mo Lingyu. He couldn't possibly fail at such a simple mission. Even if they did join, it wouldn't matter if they were too weak. He could crush them outright, but that would reveal too much. Fortunately, he'd erased all traces of his own information, leaving only vague records and circumstantial evidence. Everything pointed directly to Zhèng Sījí being the offspring of some powerful figure. This powerful figure disliked drawing attention, so he had never made an appearance. But Zhèng Sījí, accustomed to low-key living since childhood, still preferred to keep a low profile. This kind of attention feels like going out without underwear. It felt utterly uncomfortable. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng both fell into deep thought, lost in their own musings. After a moment, Wang Zedong glanced at Yuan Weifeng, as if they'd reached some understanding. In unison, they declared, "I'm in." Zhèng Sījí? I didn't ask anything. Don't go off on a tangent. This is truly speechless. Did you two guess what I was going to say? But that's not what I was asking. My task was just to ask about your intentions. Zhèng Sījí twitched his mouth and scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't say anything. What did you agree to? Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng both raised their eyebrows. What did he mean? Aren't you trying to form a team for the Dual Academy battle? Let's do it together. Whether we go to the Magic or Martial Arts Academy doesn't matter. Getting access to the credit system early would be pretty cool. Yuan Weifeng chimed in, I was thinking the same thing. We've got nothing better to do anyway. We'll have to face demons sooner or later. Fighting more battles will help us level up. When we actually encounter demons, we can contribute something. Zhèng Sījí felt embarrassed. What was wrong with these two? I just casually asked about your interest, and you immediately jumped to fighting, improving yourselves, and battling demons. What kind of brains do you two have? Have you two gone completely bonkers? Before Zhèng Sījí could speak again, Wang Zedong chimed in, maybe we'll encounter demons during our military training mission. That starts August 1st, we still have a week. Even if we fight in the dual prefectures battle, it'll be after we return from training. Yuan Weifeng nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. The two launched into a deep discussion on the matter. Zhèng Sījí couldn't get a word in edgewise. Ignoring them, Zhèng Sījí walked straight to his bed and took a nap. 2 hours later, Zhèng Sījí awoke. He'd been woken up by their heated discussion. Those two were still arguing. If we make it to the finals, we'll have to watch out for those guys from Imperial Capital Academy. They've probably already reached high-tier cultivation levels, and they're incredibly battle-hardened. Zhèng Sījí? You've already discussed the finals. Give you a few more hours, and you'll probably have the kid's name figured out too? Zhèng Sījí finally couldn't hold back any longer and forcibly interrupted them. You two, cut it out. Answer my question. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng stared blankly at Zhèng Sījí. What question? I'm asking if you two want to join the dual house competition. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng looked utterly innocent. Why are you being so harsh? Didn't we just say? We're joining. Zhèng Sījí took a deep breath. I'm asking if any of you actually want to participate. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng still looked innocent. We're joining, doesn't that mean we're participating? Zhèng Sījí. That actually makes sense. They've twisted it around. Damn it. Zhèng Sījí pressed his forehead, feeling too exasperated to speak. I do have a team here, but your abilities. Though Zhèng Sījí really didn't want to say this, some things needed to be made clear early on. That way, if any awkward situations arose later, he wouldn't get caught in the middle. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng looked distinctly displeased. Growing up, no one had ever called them weak. But then it hit them, Zhèng Sījí was a high-tier mage. That's cheating. Who the hell starts college already as a high-level mage? And with your level of cultivation, why skip the Magic Academy altogether and enroll in a regular college department? They had their doubts about Zhèng Sījí's actions, but they didn't voice them. If he didn't mention it, asking would be pointless and downright rude. Wang Zedong smacked his lips thoughtfully before asking, got plans tomorrow? Wait, do any of you have plans tomorrow? This you clearly referred to Zhèng Sījí, Mo Lingyu, and Mo Lingyu's other teammates. Zhèng Sījí felt uncertain. He genuinely didn't know Mo Lingyu's schedule, let alone her teammates. Zhèng Sījí said, let me send a WeChat first. What are your plans? Tell me first. Tomorrow's Sunday, and classes don't start until the day after. I don't think we'll have anything going on. Zhèng Sījí typed his message on his phone before asking. Wang Zedong stroked his chin and said, tomorrow we could head over to the arena on Hunting Star. You guys can check out our skills, and we can see what you've got. After all, strength is something you can't just talk about, you have to show it. After speaking, he glanced at Yuan Weifeng, seeking his opinion. Yuan Weifeng naturally had no plans either. They were both research nerds. Unless there was major research to tackle, they rarely engaged in social activities. Although coming to university was meant to meet more people, these two clearly weren't that type. Zhèng Sījí even suspected that Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng had known each other before. Their familiarity with each other was completely different from that of new acquaintances. They were polite to Zhèng Sījí, but between themselves, politeness didn't exist. This was one of Zhèng Sījí's speculations. After all, when he first hacked into the university's backend, he had seen that the dormitory assignments for their group had been adjusted. Of course, what the reality truly was, or what hidden circumstances existed, was none of Zhèng Sījí's concern at the moment. At least for now, Zhèng Sījí was quite satisfied. They weren't the type to seek only benefits without contributing anything themselves. Wang Zedong's elders came to build them a cultivation room, teaching Zhèng Sījí a great deal in the process. Yuan Weifeng was planning to treat everyone today, with the estimated amount potentially reaching a whopping 1 million. 1 million. For a mid-tier mage, that was an unimaginably huge sum. As for their abilities, Yuan Weifeng certainly seemed capable, but Wang Zedong remained somewhat of an enigma so far. These things would become clearer over time. Chapter 147, Expensive. After all, they were both scions of prominent families and undoubtedly possessed a certain level of refinement. If Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng knew each other, then birds of a feather flock together. Wang Zedong couldn't be too shabby either. If they hadn't known each other before, Yuan Weifeng bringing Wang Zedong to his dorm room proved that Yuan Weifeng must hold Wang Zedong in high regard. Of course, Zhèng Sījí still needed to carefully assess the specifics. If they joined his team, he certainly didn't want anyone stabbing him in the back. Zhèng Sījí shared Wang Zedong's plan with Mo Lingyu. Mo Lingyu responded promptly, confirming that all members of their squad would attend. Mo Lingyu trusted Zhèng Sījí's abilities, but the other two squad members were less convinced. Therefore, they intended to come and observe for themselves. Before long, it was already 5:30. The trio was ready to head out for a feast. Yuan Weifeng had already made reservations, as some dishes required advanced preparation. The location wasn't Linhading, but rather a cafeteria situated at the very heart of the outer campus of the Magic Capital Academy. Wanhai Lu. The prices here were outrageously high. And they only served magic cuisine there. Those who could dine at Wanhai Tower were undoubtedly either wealthy or noble. Therefore, it was highly likely that many direct descendants of prominent families would be present. After over an hour's drive, the group arrived at Wanhai Lu. The journey went smoothly without any obstacles, and they even got to admire the scenery of the Demon City Academy along the way. Had one not known this was an academy, the first sight of it would surely have been mistaken for a 5-star scenic area. Perched atop a towering peak, Wanhai Tower rose majestically amidst drifting white clouds, radiating an ethereal aura. To the uninitiated, it might well be mistaken for the ancient headquarters of some mystical sect. They hadn't obtained aerial flight permits yet, so they couldn't use magic or magical devices to fly. To pilot a hovercraft, one required an aerial driving license. Flight licenses and driving licenses were two separate certifications, with the former being relatively easier to obtain. After all, those capable of flight were still relatively few. Fortunately, those heading to the 10,000 Seas Pavilion were all VIPs, with dedicated hovercars for transportation. An order worth 1 million credits is still considered ordinary for Wanhai Tower's clientele. No wonder this place is just too high-end. If you crave dragon meat, they'll procure it for you. The trio rode in the hovercar, admiring the scenery along the way, and soon arrived at the Wanhai Tower. A grand gate stood before them. At its apex, wisps of white clouds drifted, lending it the air of a genuine cultivation sect. Before it stood several armed gatekeepers. System, how powerful are these gatekeepers? I can't tell. Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but ask the system. After all, the system had warned him against recklessly using his mental energy to probe others. He could only discern another's cultivation level if his own was superior and the target lacked any magical devices to block detection. The system felt a hint of satisfaction. This host might be a bit stubborn, but he did listen to advice. Both are second-rank mage masters, having reached the peak of their cultivation. I suspect these individuals are either academy instructors or senior students. Perhaps guarding this place earns them credits to acquire resources needed for breakthroughs. Zhèng Sījí was somewhat surprised these individuals were actually second-rank mage masters. Second-rank mages guarding the gates. It could only be said that the Demon Capital Academy truly spared no expense. But it made sense. The moment he stepped through the gates, he could feel the sacred aura permeating the place. It felt like stepping into an entirely new world. As for the system's speculation, Zhèng Sījí also thought it was quite possible. After all, earning credits was still quite important. Most staff at the Demon City Academy are essentially tied to the credit system, taking on assignments as needed. There were almost no permanently hired employees. Most appointments are short-term, but if someone performs well and becomes accustomed to the role, they can negotiate with the employer to secure ongoing employment. This can be considered a glitch, as it causes the hiring task for a position to disappear from the credit system. But no one really pays attention to it, since it's not a big deal. Now, the credit points system has emerged. Zhèng Sījí hasn't examined it closely yet, but it should be a subsystem of the credit system. He'd spend some time slaying a few sea monsters another day to gain access to the credit system. Zhèng Sījí and his two companions followed the attendant deep into the facility. The scenery along the way left all three utterly amazed. System, these two attendants. They're also second-rank mages, though they've only just advanced. Zhèng Sījí. When did second-rank mage become so commonplace? Back in South City, a second-rank mage was practically a clan founder. Now, even the waitstaff at the 10,000 Seas Pavilion are second-rank archmages. All I can say is, the Magic Capital Academy is terrifyingly formidable. The three entered a private room. The private room was spacious, likely created using spatial folding techniques. The Magic Capital Academy's wealth and resources were beyond compare. Zhèng Sījí and his companions were simply too stunned to even voice their astonishment. Zhèng Sījí had visited other academies before, but those institutions, well, they couldn't compare. Indeed, stepping into a higher-tier academy broadened their horizons and perspectives. Once seated, the waitstaff brought them tableware. These waitstaff, however, were not nearly as impressive. The two second-rank mage masters they encountered earlier were merely guides. But these servers preparing the tableware? They were first-rank high mages. Please wait a moment, we'll begin serving your meal shortly. Should you require anything, simply press this button and we'll attend to you immediately. The attendant pointed to a button on the table as he spoke. Zhèng Sījí and the others nodded repeatedly. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng couldn't discern their cultivation levels. But Wan Hightower absolutely wouldn't employ ordinary people. These two were undoubtedly big shots. So now they were feeling a bit uneasy. Even with money in their pockets, they felt no confidence. There was no way around it, their strength simply wasn't enough. Wang Zedong and Yuan Wei's families are powerful, but they didn't hire any high-tier first-rank cultivators or archmages to serve them. They're just ordinary people or low-level cultivators. Facing this situation for the first time, they're panicking. What can they do? What else could he do? Eat, of course. Soon, the dishes began arriving one after another. The three of them thought it was delicious. But the portions were ridiculously small. Each dish arrived, and they took just one bite. Good evening, everyone. Allow me to introduce today's signature dish. This tender meat comes from the golden grade magical beast, the Yuhua dragon. Through our special preparation, you can enjoy it in small portions. Wang Zedong, Yuan Weifeng. Wow, that's a pretty good excuse. A single bite of a golden grade dish. The reason? They're worried we might not handle eating too much. Yuan Weifeng swallowed that bite with tears in his eyes. Delicious. Expensive. Too precious to part with. One bite, 30,000. I can't afford it. The rest of the dishes piled up on the table. It's delicious, but the portions are ridiculously small. Is this what high-end cuisine is supposed to be? Absolutely terrifying. Chapter 148, The Mysterious Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng. The group listened to the introduction while eating the magical food. Among the dishes, there was one Zhèng Sījí had tasted before. Silver-grade sea demon fin-tailed tuna sashimi. This. Zhèng Sījí had a whole bunch of this. Turns out, the single bite of fish costs 10,000. Zhèng Sījí had no idea this fin-tailed tuna was so expensive. Of course, the raw fish itself isn't expensive, but once processed, the price skyrockets. Add the plating. Speechless. Yuan Weifeng's budget was 1 million, but after settling the bill, it came to 120,000. It left Yuan Weifeng feeling utterly heartbroken. The kicker? He still wasn't full. Though the dishes looked plentiful, in reality, each person only got a single bite of each dish. Each person spent around 400,000 yuan, probably only getting about 20 bites. It was delicious, but it was a total rip-off. We need to be clear about that. Still, the energy content was quite substantial. The group was driven back to their dormitory in Wan Hailu's private vehicle. They hurried straight to the cultivation room to practice. After eating such high-quality food, it couldn't possibly be a total loss. This single meal was worth at least 2 weeks of cultivation. On the hunting polestar, inside a certain devil's lair. Xiaoyu, is your friend really reliable? A somewhat exasperated voice asked into the phone. On the other end, the voice was equally resigned. I told you, I picked her out myself. Trust me. I've told her this so many times, but she still doesn't believe me. Look, you're always questioning whether the people I find are reliable. Are you absolutely sure those two you mentioned are trustworthy? The voice on the other end chimed in again, this time turning the question back on her. Relax. By the way, did you go find those two people? I did. I had Sījí go find them. Oh my, calling him 4 seasons like that sounds pretty intimate, huh? Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the air, then abruptly stopped. You asked him to find them? Mo Lingyu replied matter-of-factly, of course. Don't you recognize them? Then why did you ask for them in the first place? I don't know them. My grandpa introduced them. I don't know how it happened. Sigh, in this team, only Pang Jiao was someone I found myself. Everyone else was pushed onto me. And you're the captain. Sigh. Mo Lingyu scolded playfully, stop sighing all the time, Xiao Ting. Hey, let me tell you a secret, 4 Seasons is actually a high-level mage, you know? Zhong Yingting perked up instantly. High-level mage. Yep, a high-level mage. Zhong Yingting finally broke into a smile. I knew it. Anyone Xiao Yu finds is totally reliable. Regardless of his combat prowess, a high-level mage could handle anything with ease. I have another secret. Before Zhong Yingting could recover from her excitement, Mo Lingyu spoke mysteriously again. Come on, what's the secret? Mo Lingyu gave a mysterious smile and said, those 2 people you're looking for seem to be roommates at Sījí. Zhong Yingting? At that moment, she couldn't quite describe how she felt. It was a mix of laughter and tears. This didn't seem all that surprising. But it felt a bit too coincidental. Hey, don't overthink it. You'll see them tomorrow anyway. No rush to jump to conclusions. You're right. Alright then, I'll go practice now. Alright, bye. See you tomorrow. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Zhong Yingting sat at the front desk of this devilish building, then climbed onto the desk. A crisp, resonant footsteps echoed, and Zhong Yingting rose to look into the distance. Spotting the figure in the distance, Zhong Yingting smiled. Grandpa, you finally made it. The man who arrived was none other than Zhong Yingting's grandfather. Hee hee, Xiao Ting, what's up? Seeing her like this, old Master Zhong couldn't help but smile too. Grandpa, those 2 people you recommended, are they really reliable? Zhong Yingting didn't hold back, asking directly. Hee hee, don't worry. I've met that Yuan family boy before. He's exceptionally talented, not a bit inferior to you. But he didn't pursue cultivation. Back then, I almost arranged a betrothal between you 2. Old Master Zhong said half-jokingly. Though called an elder, he didn't look particularly old. He appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s. To those unfamiliar with him, he might simply appear as an ordinary middle-aged man. No gray hair, no stoop, his entire demeanor radiated the ethereal aura of an ancient sage. It was utterly incongruous. Yet no one dared say anything about him. Because he was powerful, incredibly powerful. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yingting playfully patted old Master Zhong's shoulder. Unnoticed, he had already moved to the front desk. Old Master Zhong chuckled, that kid is truly formidable. I even considered taking him as a disciple back then. But our paths are different, and I couldn't force him to join me. That wouldn't be good for him. Hearing this, Zhong Yingting's interest peaked. What makes him so formidable? Is he really comparable to me? Old Master Zhong chuckled, him? If you 2 become teammates, you'll find out soon enough. Ha! If he can keep walking this path, he'll surely become accomplished. Not necessarily. This path isn't easy to walk. Zhong Yingting looked utterly bewildered. Good grief, he might as well be speaking gibberish. She couldn't understand it, so she simply stopped listening. Yuan Weifang is impressive, but what about Wang Zedong? Old Master Zhong's smile broadened. Both of them possess exceptional talent. They're no less gifted than you. But their paths differ from yours. They don't focus on combat prowess. Their combat strength might improve slowly, but once they make a breakthrough, their combat power will skyrocket. Zhong Yingting pursed her lips. Everyone's talent is better than mine, huh? She was clearly displeased. Old Master Zhong knew exactly what Zhong Yingting was thinking. He chuckled again and said, that Wang kid is something else. Even the old guard at the mechanical holy domain are keeping an eye on him. Who knows when he'll leave Magic Capital Academy? If he's usable, grab him fast. Get him on your team. If they come asking for him back, I'll cover for you. The old man's assurance gave Zhong Yingting a shot of adrenaline. She was equally stunned inside. Mechanical Sanctuary. They'll come for him. His talent in mechanical engineering must be extraordinary. The mechanical path, it's difficult, truly difficult. Before Zhong Yingting could continue her thoughts, old Master Zhong sighed, what a pity. The paths they've chosen are too arduous. Yuan the lad is manageable, the mechanical sanctuary can offer him some support. But Yuan the lad? Difficult. Truly difficult. Zhong Yingting's shock grew even greater. Good heavens, even her own grandfather gave such high praise. Zhong Yingting swallowed hard, speechless. After a long while, she finally began to recover. She hadn't come to her grandfather to ask about teammates. She had serious business to attend to. She swallowed hard and asked, Grandpa, have you found a way? A way to break through. Old Master Zhong sighed upon hearing this. No, truly not. It's too difficult. This barrier feels utterly impenetrable. Those old fellows are just like me, not a single clue. There's nothing we can do. It's just too difficult. Chapter 149, How to Break Through. Don't worry about these things. They're for us old folks to figure out. Rest assured, your grandpa here is still young at heart. I'm not in a hurry, but those old codgers are getting pretty anxious. Old Master Zhong had returned to his usual self. Yes, he was young, very young indeed. Zhong Yingting often saw her grandfather like this. Though he always spoke this way, did he truly not care? The weight of humanity's fate rested squarely on their shoulders. The human race's 5th grade forbidden spells were wielded by only a handful of individuals. And old Master Zhong was one of them. The human race was advancing at a breakneck pace, yet it still lagged behind the demons. The demons and monsters hadn't launched a full-scale assault on humanity only because they held no deep grudge. Only certain sea demons and demonic beings harbored grudges against humanity. Currently, the human race stood on equal footing with these hostile demonic forces in terms of strength. But how long could this balance last? These 5th-rank forbidden spells must confront the mightiest sovereign-level demons. And even that glorious sovereign. Though few of these sovereigns actively oppose humanity, they certainly aren't allies either. Perhaps among the demons, a mere sacrifice of some interest would be enough for them to strike. The 5th grade forbidden spells aren't holding back, they simply cannot act. Once a 5th grade forbidden spell is unleashed, the mightiest sovereign-level demons will inevitably come to confront it. Their battle would be earth-shattering. Though Blue Star is vast and resilient, it could scarcely withstand such a large-scale clash. Countless lives would be lost in such a catastrophe. Thus, a tacit agreement exists between humanity and the demons. Humans may not unleash 5th grade forbidden spells, while demons may not deploy those of sovereign level or higher. This arrangement minimizes widespread devastation. But this rule only holds when both sides are evenly matched. Perhaps, someday, things will change. They would certainly not fight on Blue Star. Perhaps they would choose the hunting pole star, or perhaps they would go to other planets. But should these elite forces suffer defeat, humanity would likely face near extinction. Breaking through to 5th grade is too difficult. Moreover, some old-timers believe that 5th-rank forbidden spells that defy their commands have no place existing. This situation prevents many 4th-rank peak forbidden spellcasters like Lu Shuelan from advancing to 5th rank. Yet even if a few more 5th-rank mages advanced, it wouldn't alter the current situation. The only true solution lies in shattering the 5th-rank barrier and ascending to the 6th rank beyond it. But easier said than done. Zhong Yingting knew her grandfather worried deeply for the nation and its people, yet he never showed it. Nor could Zhong Yingting directly share with her grandfather the information she had obtained. That information, from the demigod cultivation system. Grandpa, do you think, where did things go wrong? Upon hearing this, old Master Zhong didn't mind explaining it to his granddaughter. We think it's over there. He pointed toward the heavens. This realm of heaven and earth does not permit the emergence of a 6th rank. Zhong Yingting felt somewhat helpless. We're heading in the wrong direction. Is it truly forbidden? We believe so, because the power of a 5th grade forbidden spell is already sufficient to destroy numerous asteroids. Even a star like the sun could be obliterated given enough time. Of course, the gap between 5th grade forbidden spells is even greater. It's believed the gap between 5th grade and 6th grade spells is even greater. Such immense power, perhaps this world simply cannot tolerate its existence. Others have attempted to break through, but to no avail. The barrier is too thick, utterly impenetrable, impossible to breach. Old Master Zhong's words sounded utterly helpless. This barrier was simply too thick. Zhong Yingting felt even more helpless. It's not that it's forbidden. It's just a minor issue. Just give me a moment, and I'll break through it in no time. But helplessness aside, what needed to be said had to be said. Grandfather, could it possibly be an issue with the cultivation technique? Old Master Zhong frowned upon hearing this, then shook his head. Impossible. It can't be the cultivation technique. We've considered this thoroughly. While techniques from 1st to 3rd grade differ greatly, and a gap in grade means you can't break through, it's different at 4th grade. As for how it's different, you'll see for yourself. Your talent in cultivation is exceptional, greater than mine. If we fail, our last hope rests on you. Zhong Yingting was speechless. The gap between 4th and 5th grade? Of course I know. It's just changing the golden core, right? Zhong Yingting furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Indeed, everything she wanted to say was merely her conjecture. The system wouldn't give her precise answers. Because the human emperor's decision it had given her allowed her to breeze through everything. Whereas the cultivation technique she had practiced before was classified by the system as a 5th grade technique. The human emperor's decision was a demigod tier cultivation technique. Given that, she surmised that breaking through from 5th grade to 6th grade might simply be a matter of cultivation technique. If she had a 6th grade cultivation technique, wouldn't things be different? But she hadn't considered anything else. She knew about the golden core. The system had also mentioned that when she broke through to the 2nd rank, the human emperor's decision would help her condense a golden core. The golden core was originally exclusive to 5th rank practitioners, yet she had attained it at 2nd rank. Originally, she believed her grandfather's inability to break through was solely due to the cultivation technique. But now she began to wonder, was it truly the cultivation technique? Her grandfather and those 5th-rank predecessors had studied for so long, could they really not have realized it was the cultivation technique? She had been jumping to conclusions. 5th-rank cultivators form golden cores, but what about 6th rank? She didn't know. The system wouldn't tell her either. Because she was still far too distant from the golden core stage. Perhaps only after she reached the 5th rank herself and attempted to break through would she find the answers. Zhong Yingting abandoned the thought of continuing and nodded. All right. Grandfather, you don't need to put too much pressure on yourself. If it comes to it, I'll handle it. I absolutely can deduce the cause and break through to beyond 5th grade. Yes, I will succeed. I have the system to help me. I am the chosen one. I am the strongest. Old Master Zhong nodded and smiled. Rest assured, I'll support you, but some trials you must face alone. Go take on more sea monster hunting quests in the credit system. Zhong Yingting nodded. She had just returned from completing a mission. As the granddaughter of Old Master Zhong, she had encountered demons and monsters at a young age. Unlike other young nobles from prominent families, Zhong Yingting was the only granddaughter of Old Master Zhong. Old Master Zhong had only one son and only one granddaughter. A 5th-ranked elder who never founded a clan. This granddaughter was the apple of Old Master Zhong's eye. Her talent far surpasses that stinker. Son? Pa. I only want my granddaughter. Old Master Zhong flashed a smile as warm as a grandmother's. Zhong Yingting. That smile, Zhong Yingting had seen it since childhood, and it gave her the creeps. Whenever the old man flashed that grin, it meant he was scheming something utterly bizarre. After spending so much time with her grandfather, she could tell these things. Terrifying. Chapter 150, You Use Conversation. To stop her grandfather from dwelling on it, Zhong Yingting quickly changed the subject. By the way, Grandpa, do you know this person named Zhèng Sījí? Zhong Yingting was still curious. What kind of person would Mo Lingyu guarantee to find? Would he be someone like Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng, worthy of Grandpa Zhong's approval? At this mention, Old Master Zhong paused in surprise. Zhèng Sījí? Well. Old Master Zhong frowned. He truly had no idea. What makes this person special? The moment those words left her mouth, Zhong Yingting knew her grandfather didn't recognize Zhèng Sījí. He's a high-level kid. Xiao Yu brought him in. Oh? Xiao Yu brought him in? Looks like I'll need to investigate this thoroughly. After all, he was her grandson's teammate. This deserved some serious attention. As for Mo Lingyu, her grandfather held him in high regard. Average talent, average aptitude. But she possesses qualities worthy of the old man's praise. Compared to her, I feel utterly inadequate. Zhong Yingting, on the other hand, possessed exceptional cultivation talent, nearly reaching the 2nd rank. But I never heard the old man praise me like that. When the old master praised me, it was always about my cultivation talent being exceptional. That's it. But for Wang Zedong, Yuan Weifeng, and Mo Lingyu, the old man had specific evaluations. As the old man put it, they'd each taken a different path. If they succeeded, they'd leap to become dragons. As for myself, I'm following the path blazed by those who came before, the path most people take. No matter how fast I move, it still lacks that certain mystique. The kid Xiao Yu brought in, huh? He's got quite the eye for talent. Get a chance to meet him? Better bring him over for me to see. Zhong Yingting nodded. She knew full well that Mo Lingyu's standards were exceptionally high. Even Pang Jia, whom she had brought in, had been rejected by Mo Lingyu. Lacking in talent, lacking in aptitude, just a bit of serendipity. Stronger at this stage, but that's about it. That was Mo Lingyu's assessment of Pang Jia. At least he was now a mid-tier first-rank mage, and before the competition, he even had the potential to advance further. Alright, it was true. Mo Lingyu was speaking the truth. But it must also be said that Mo Lingyu's own talent wasn't particularly outstanding. Yet he was just strong. What can you say? Zhong Yingting and Old Master Zhong chatted for a while longer before departing. The haunted house was doing dismal business. Who can blame the old man for disliking normal business hours? A month's earnings wouldn't even cover a single day of the old man's cultivation. But what could they do? Old folks just love their leisure time. A 5th-rank cultivator's lifespan was 100,000 years. No matter how youthful Old Master Zhong appeared, he was already tens of thousands of years old. As for why he had only one son and one granddaughter. Secret. Not to be shared. Mo Lingyu rested her hands on the windowsill, hung up the phone, and gazed into the distance. Tonight's moon was full and beautiful. Her heart was heavy with worries. Though she never showed it on the surface, it didn't mean she was without troubles. Zhèng Sījí had kept many things from her. She couldn't shake the feeling that the Zhèng Sījí of today had changed. Though, he's become better. But this transformation felt a bit too sudden. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Zhèng Sījí. For one thing, he's become increasingly mischievous. Her personality has also shifted slightly. The Zhèng Sījí of the past, though he never showed it, still carried a hint of insecurity that Mo Lingyu could sense. The Zhèng Sījí of today, however, had grown confident. Not just ordinary confidence, he was brimming with it. The kind that practically carries a breeze with every step. And Zhèng Sījí's power. Lingyu never imagined he'd be a high-tier mage. Even now, she couldn't bring herself to believe it. Her mind was heavy with worry, making her feel restless. After much deliberation, she finally dialed that number. Hello? Hello? Is this Xiao Yu? Is it really you? Yeah, it's me, Yuluo. Where have you been all these days? Do you have any idea how worried I've been about you? A torrent of words poured out. Mo Lingyu turned off speakerphone, placed the phone by the window, and continued gazing at the moon. After a long while, a voice called out. Are you done yet? No. Not done. What kind of best friend are you? Just disappearing without a word. Alright, my bad. When you come to Shanghai, I'll treat you to a feast. Now we're talking. By the way, where did you get accepted? I'm abroad. International calls are expensive, you know. You know it's expensive? Then why did you blab on and on like that? Mo Lingyu was speechless. After listening for so long, if she hadn't gotten used to it, she might have smashed the phone. Hey, I'm just worried about you. Alright, I know you care about me. By the way, have you talked to Sījí? He seems a bit different lately. Yuluo's voice carried a hint of melancholy. She couldn't shake the feeling that both her best friends were drifting away from her. She felt Zhèng Sījí growing farther and farther away, the gap between them widening. Mo Lingyu too. She always felt like Mo Lingyu was hiding things from her. Never mind that for now. When did you actually meet Sījí? Mo Lingyu was genuinely curious about this. Considering who was the main, never mind. When did I meet Sījí? I guess we've known each other since elementary school. Yuluo's voice dropped significantly, tinged with a sense of loss. Elementary school? What grade? 4th grade, I think. He transferred to our school in 4th grade, and that's when I met him. Why? Is something up? Nothing really. Good thing he's not as old as me. I'm the real deal, a fine young man revitalizing China. Xiao Yu, you're acting weird today. Nothing really. You say the seasons are acting strange. What exactly do you mean? It feels like he's hiding something. Scene after scene played out in Yuluo's mind. Yuluo proceeded to explain these matters to Mo Lingyu. The Zhao family, That newly risen clan. I know about them. I've been looking into them recently. Of course she had to look into it. Zhèng Sījí came from the Zhao family's rescue team. Yuluo said this, seemingly unaware of any special circumstances surrounding Zhèng Sījí's past. So, did Zhèng Sījí truly have some extraordinary encounter? Or was he truly living under an assumed name to gain experience in the mortal world? Then why is he revealing himself now? I just don't get it, I really don't. Well, never mind. As long as he remains my 4 seasons, everything is fine. After coming to this realization, Mo Lingyu couldn't help but smile. Alright, Yuluo, it's late. Time to hit the hay. Over there, it's just morning now, right? Yeah, you're right. It's just morning here. I've got class soon. I'll sign off for now. Good night. Good night. Beep beep beep. After hanging up, Mo Lingyu gazed into the distance once more. The night breeze felt refreshingly cool. Autumn was approaching. So pleasant, so refreshing. After a long while, Mo Lingyu closed the window and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 151, Credit Point Mission. The night was quiet. The concentration of demonic spirits and spiritual energy at the Demon Capital Academy reached its peak. Night was the most suitable time for cultivation, and all spirit gathering and magic gathering arrays were activated. The sun slowly rose, heralding the start of a new day. Zhèng Sījí had risen long ago. He now sat cross-legged in a rocking chair on the balcony, watching the sun rise in the distance. Feeling footsteps behind him, Zhèng Sījí turned his head. You two finally woke up. Hurry up and wash up, grab something to eat, then go hunt the pole star. We've got a busy day ahead. A trip to the hunting pole takes several hours just for the journey. If you had an aerial flight license, it would be much faster. But this thing, I never knew how to get it before, and now I have to trade credits for it. Damn it. I don't have time to earn credits. I've already extracted proof from the demons I hunted earlier to exchange for merit points. The merit and credit systems share synchronized machine data on demons. A DNA scan instantly reveals whether a demon is fresh or already slain. I don't know the specifics of how it's detected, but all I need to know is that once this thing is registered, it can't be registered again. I'll meet with them today to gauge their strength. Tomorrow's Monday, and classes start. Military training duty starts on August 1st, so time is tight. No choice, it's just too busy. The group quickly washed up, ate, and headed back to the teleportation point. In the car, all three were checking something on their phones. The phones? Issued by the school. They're rolling in dough. Sījí, what do you think of this assignment? Organizing library books for 10 credit points. Wang Zedong handed his phone to Zhèng Sījí to look. Zhèng Sījí glanced at it, rolled his eyes at Wang Zedong, and pointed at the screen. Look at this time frame, a whole month. Sure, the task is simple and easy, but haven't you noticed hardly anyone's taking it? 10 credit points for a month's work? Just hunt down a bronze tier sea demon and you're done. What's the big deal? Wang Zedong pulled a long face and sighed helplessly. What can I do? Sea demons are. Relax, don't chicken out. Sea demons are weak. With your cultivation, hunting a bronze tier sea demon should be a breeze. Look at this. Zhèng Sījí handed his phone to Wang Zedong, and Yuan Wei also leaned in to look. Sweep spicy city Songtang Mountain. Near Songtang Mountain, numerous bronze tier beasts have been spotted gathering and roaming. This mission is issued to recruit cultivators to assist in the cleanup. Base credit points, 3. Bonus credits, bronze tier gathering species, 5 points unit, silver tier extremely rare, 500 points unit, gold tier not yet discovered in this area, 50,000 points unit. Upon reading this, Wang Zedong and Yuan Wei's eyes rolled back in disbelief. Converted to Huaxia currency, a single bronze tier beast was worth only 500 Huaxia coins. Credit points? That's ridiculously hard to earn. Based on the conversion rate, hunting a single bronze tier demon should yield 10 credit points. But here, there were only 5. The classification for gold tier sea demons wasn't as detailed, since this was a beginner mission. No gold tier demons would appear, they were just there to make people drool. This is such a rip-off. Might as well do a merit quest instead. Yuan Wei Fong chimed in, yeah, might as well do merit quests. The reason credit points are harder to earn than merit points is because they grant access to the credit system. Once you get that access, nobody uses the credit point system anymore. So why bother changing the quest rewards? Ugh, the academy is so calculating. Wang Zedong countered, we're not in a rush to get credit system access anyway. And even if we need it, with our skills, we should breeze through the dual academy preliminaries, right? At the very least, we'll make it to the group stage. Once we're in the group stage, we'll get into the Magic Martial Duel Academy, won't we? Even if we don't want in, we'll definitely get credit system access. Sure, we could do these quests, but it's just not worth it. Zhèng Sījí was speechless. He'd shown them this mission just to give them some experience, not so they'd wet themselves in terror when they actually encountered demons. Speaking of which, how many teams get selected for the Twin Halls competition preliminaries? Wang Zedong, who knew more about this, replied, the qualifiers will select 16 teams from each of the Magic and Martial Arts Dual Academies at Magic Capital Academy. Non-Dual Academy applicants like us must team up with Dual Academy students. Magic Academy students can only team up with others from the Magic Academy or regular departments, and Martial Arts Cultivation Academy students are the same. Each team has 6 members, 5 starters and 1 substitute. Generally, students from the Magic and Martial Arts Academies won't team up with students from other departments. They're incredibly arrogant. So the rule that says entering the preliminary rounds grants special admission to the Magic and Martial Arts Academies is rarely used. Of course, it's not impossible for someone to actually make it, and you never know. Take us, for instance. We're definitely going, right? Zhèng Sījí blushed. You're so confident. If you're so confident, why don't you go hunt a few demons? Don't think I didn't notice all the talk just now was just an excuse to avoid the demon hunting quest. I saw right through it. You can't fool me. Wang Zedong felt a pang of unease, as if he'd been completely exposed. A chill ran down his spine. Zhèng Sījí's gaze was downright creepy. Ugh, I'm a straight guy, okay? Wang Zedong instinctively crossed his arms, scared.jpg. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Wang Zedong quickly continued, only freshmen can participate in the Dual Academy tournament. Lots of newbies team up with Magic Martial Academy folks just for the fun of it. So far this year, the Magic Academy alone has over 300 teams registered. The Martial Immortal Academy has fewer, but still over 200. These are all noobs, easy to beat. As long as you don't run into any strong teams, you can breeze right through. The real powerhouses have all been fast-tracked straight into the round-robin stage. With you being a high-tier mage, CG, all you need to do is unleash one high-tier spell, and they won't dare to engage. Damn, shifting the focus. If it weren't for my system, I'd have fallen for that. Host, don't let him distract you. He keeps telling you that you can gain access to the credit system through the Dual Academy competition, he just doesn't want to go clean up the sea monsters. No, I can see that. Zhèng Sījí saw right through it too, he was clearly just deflecting. But the preliminaries were still a long way off, and there were military training tasks to complete in the meantime. Zhèng Sījí shook his head. Sigh, they were still afraid of demons and monsters, too scared to face them. TSK. Unlike me, such a genius that I even took down that late diamond tier Lu Zhilong in seconds. System. How can you tie everything back to yourself? As they walked along discussing, they spotted some peculiar tasks. They could post quests too, but there were no credit points involved. Zhèng Sījí was speechless. Aren't you two not planning to do quests? Why are you so interested in credit points now? Sigh, if only they had half his diligence and half his courage, they'd surely succeed. Little did he know, they possessed at most 1/16 of his diligence. After all, Zhèng Sījí's day was 16 times longer than theirs. Chapter 152, Everyone? The group passed through the teleportation point, boarded the light rail once more, and arrived at a certain arena. This arena was the agreed-upon meeting point. It was already 10 in the morning. The three waited at the arena entrance for their new teammates to arrive. Hey! Sījí, are those three our teammates? Yuan Weifang's voice rang out, sounding particularly excited. Holy crap! No way, it really is them? They're coming over. Holy crap, two gorgeous babes. Zhèng Sījí also spotted Mo Lingyu, but he really didn't think she was a beauty. These two must have questionable taste. From afar, Mo Lingyu could be seen waving at Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí raised his hand and waved back. Behind Mo Lingyu, a girl wearing a loose-fitting top and leather shorts was scrutinizing the three of them. Similarly, Zhèng Sījí was sizing up the three people across from him. However, Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifang were scrutinizing something a bit off. Their gaze made Zhong Yingting feel uneasy. These are the two geniuses? Why are they acting so creepy? A young boy standing behind Mo Lingyu and Zhong Yingting was completely overlooked. Poor thing. Still, he wore a smile on his face, looking genuinely earnest. Mo Lingyu stepped forward, now acting as a mediator. She smiled at Zhèng Sījí and the others, pointing to Zhong Yingting and saying, "This is Zhong Yingting, she's quite the talent." Zhong Yingting nodded to the three of them. Then she turned to another person, "This is Pang Jia. She's just average, I guess." Pang Jia gave a helpless smile, scratching his head with an utterly earnest expression. What could he do? This girl's standards were just too high. This is Zhèng Sījí, and this. Zhèng Sījí interjected, Wang Zedong, Yuan Weifang. TSK, so serious. No wonder they're scouting potential teammates, after all. Mo Lingyu, witnessing the scene, gave an awkward chuckle. Let's go. I've booked a sparring arena. Want to give it a try? Everyone nodded and followed him inside. The formalities were quickly handled and they entered a massive combat arena. The arena was vast, utilizing spatial folding technology. Without further ado, they all knew why they were here today. After changing into combat gear, only Zhèng Sījí was left in an awkward situation. He didn't have any combat gear. But no big deal, right? Still, all eyes fell on Zhèng Sījí. Mo Lingyu leaned closer and whispered, "Sījí, why don't you have combat gear? Is it broken? Should I make you some?" Everyone could tell Mo Lingyu genuinely cared about Zhèng Sījí. Yet Zhèng Sījí didn't seem to care at all. No need for combat gear. It's all the same, it won't restrict my performance. Zhong Yingting snorted coldly, combat suits aren't just for comfort. Zhèng Sījí looked sheepish. I know. After all, I was the top scorer on the college entrance exam. Didn't we already pass this test? Everyone? Top scorer on the college entrance exam. Mo Lingyu was stunned. What the heck? She froze in place. She hadn't even checked Zhèng Sījí's college entrance exam results. As a devoted fan, how could she have missed this? What a miscalculation. But, this top scorer. Yuan Weifang suddenly gasped, "You? Sījí, no way. This year's top scorer seems to be. It really is Zhèng Sījí. I knew your name sounded familiar. How could you be so low-key?" Zhèng Sījí scratched his head too, as if there wasn't much to brag about. Still, during this mutual assessment, he'd inevitably have to show some of his abilities. Besides, Zhèng Sījí had been brought in by Mo Lingyu. As clever as he was, how could he not understand their intentions? He absolutely had to give Mo Lingyu ample face. The others were stunned, taking a long moment to recover. So what if he's the top scorer on the regular college entrance exam? Zhong Yingting piped up coldly. The top scorer of the college entrance exam, it was merely the top scorer of the regular college entrance exam. Not the top scorer of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy entrance exam. Your combat prowess is what truly matters. With that, she gave a cold snort and retreated, heading to the other side of the arena. Zhèng Sījí felt awkward. I didn't mean to say anything, why such a big reaction? Hey, wait. How are we supposed to fight? Of course, duels have rules. Zhong Yingting froze too. Right. How careless of us. I was just gonna show off and run away, but now, stopping like this is so awkward. Before she could respond, Zhèng Sījí spoke again. How about this, Sha, you and I team up, and the four of you go together? Everyone? 2 against 4? Zhong Yingting is a prodigy, there's no way she'd accept such a matchup. You want to go 2 against 4? Fine. I'll oblige you. Alright, she's a high-tier mage, better play it safe, gotta play it safe. If it were 3 against 3, Wang Zedong, Yuan Weifang, and Zhèng Sījí, Zhong Yingting genuinely wasn't sure she could win. After all, her grandfather had praised those two so highly, and Zhèng Sījí was a high-tier mage. Her cultivation base was strong, but cultivators were weak in the early stages. Even as a second-rank cultivator, she could only hold her own against mid-tier mages at best. Facing a high-tier mage? She'd likely be taken out in an instant. In this world, cultivation grades merely measured the strength of one's magical prowess. A third-rank forbidden spell was generally stronger than a second-rank forbidden spell, because third-rank cultivators could live for 1,000 years and had traveled further along the path of forbidden spells. However, Zhong Yingting possessed extraordinary cultivation talent. Even at the second rank, her magical prowess remained only at the mid-tier level. She was well aware of this limitation. Even with the system accelerating her cultivation, she wouldn't dare claim victory against a high-tier mage at her current stage. So this isn't about it's actually great or being a coward. It's about facing reality. Self-awareness is the greatest virtue. Mo Lingyu scratched his head, thinking, is CG really that formidable? That confident? Then again, he is a high-tier mage. Being able to team up with Zhèng Sījí made Mo Lingyu very happy. Seeing Mo Lingyu smile so brightly, Zhèng Sījí felt genuinely pleased. Certain memories surfaced once more. Ugh, troublesome. He had grown accustomed to storing certain memories within his mind. Like knowledge about spirit arrays, artifact forging, and such. Certain experiences he shared with Mo Lingyu had also been subconsciously tucked away. Now, they resurfaced. For some reason, he felt a surge of warmth and emotion. Seeing Mo Lingyu happy made him happy too. As if compelled by some unseen force, he reached out and placed his hand on Mo Lingyu's head. The sudden touch caught Mo Lingyu off guard. But, strangely, it felt pleasantly comfortable. She didn't want to pull away, and her smile grew even brighter. Hang Jia? Zhong Yingting. Wang Zedong, Yuan Weifang, Omega Omega. CG. You're no good. You snuck in and scored a total hottie. No way, we need a celebration dinner. We absolutely need a celebration dinner. Not even 1 million, no. 2 million, no. 10 million. Could compensate for the trauma to our souls. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifang exchanged a glance before silently turning away. Pang Jia scratched his head awkwardly, gazing off into the distance. Zhong Yingting, however, glared furiously. Zheng. C.G. Chapter 153, The Duel Begins. A furious shout erupted suddenly as Zhong Yingting rushed forward, separating the two. Zheng Sījí was shoved away, yet he felt not the slightest bit displeased. That sensation just now, it felt so damn good. Flying through the air, he remained immersed in that extraordinary sensation. So good. Zhong Yingting caught Zhèng Sījí's expression the moment he was sent flying. Good heavens, this guy must be a masochist. Taking a deep breath, she pulled Mo Lingyu away. Mo Lingyu's gaze remained fixed on Zhèng Sījí. Don't pull me. Before she could finish, Zhong Yingting shot her a glare that silenced her instantly. She sheepishly followed Zhong Yingting away. Zhèng Sījí, you, take on all 5 of us. Everyone? Zhong Yingting must be out of her mind. Zhèng Sījí alone against 5 of them? Even if they weren't geniuses, their cultivation levels weren't low. Even if they were ordinary people, a high-tier mage. Maybe he really could pull it off. The others cautiously followed behind. Zhong Yingting seems to have lost her temper. Better be careful. Meanwhile, Zhèng Sījí lay sprawled on the ground, still lost in the comforting sensation of that touch. System. This host is beyond saving. His soul is just a woman, after all. Forget it. We won't say anything, we won't ask. Best not to disturb him right now. At the very least, he actually made a move. How delightful, how delightful. After a long while, Zhèng Sījí finally stirred. What just happened? Hopefully no one saw that? Zhèng Sījí shook his head from side to side, looking rather adorable. Like a child who'd done something wrong, afraid of being caught. But when he came to his senses, he realized 5 people had appeared across from him. Zhèng Sījí had assumed they were just moving to another spot to chat. Just as Zhèng Sījí hurried over, they called out to him to stop. The arena was vast, but since they were all cultivators, their voices still carried clearly. Zhèng Sījí frowned. What the hell was this supposed to mean? You want me to take on 5 of them alone? Give me back Xiaoyu. Zhong Yingting shouted, if you want Xiaoyu back, beat all 5 of us first. The others looked sheepish, not daring to argue back. This woman seems to be losing her temper. Right now, don't stir up trouble, trouble means death. They nodded in agreement. Zhong Yingting couldn't believe it 5 of them couldn't beat Zhèng Sījí alone. She and Mo Lingyu were obvious contenders, while Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifang had even earned her grandfather's approval. As for Pang Jia, though not exceptionally gifted, she'd had some fortuitous encounters that made her quite formidable at this stage. Weakness in the future? That was a matter for later. He simply couldn't believe they couldn't defeat a single high-tier mage. Even if Zhèng Sījí had reached the high tier, he was likely only at the early stages. He might not even be able to cast high-tier magic yet. They were all peers. No matter how formidable he was, how long could he sustain that high-tier status? The group's fighting spirit ignited, seemingly fueled by some philosophy Zhong Yingting had instilled in them. Watching everyone burn with fighting spirit, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but inwardly scoff. What kind of mind-altering potion did that woman feed them? Of course, they also wanted to test their mettle against a high-tier mage. This was the perfect chance to get to know each other. Verbal introductions weren't enough. Only through actual combat could they truly understand each other. Teammates require coordination, opponents demand confrontation. Battle is the best way to get acquainted. Seeing this, Zhèng Sījí knew he couldn't change the situation. So he might as well play along with them. We'll just play a little, absolutely no intention of bullying newbies. Not to bully the little kids, we just want to understand each other. Of course, Zhèng Sījí had other motives as well. By competing against them himself, he could observe them from every angle. He possessed a wide array of magic. Whatever spell he desired, he could unleash. To test them, Zhèng Sījí was undoubtedly the best examiner. Without hesitation, the moment Zhong Yingting gave the command, the duel commenced. The instant the command was given, white specks of light began to flicker around Wang Zedong, coalescing into a 4-meter-tall spatial gate. Summoning contract. From within the portal, a colossal figure leapt forth, radiating an overwhelming aura that seemed to thicken the very air around it. Dragon Pattern Tiger. This was the Dragon Pattern Tiger, a dominant force in one of the hunting pole star's domains, possessing dazzling diamond-grade bloodline. Though merely a cub possessing only silver-grade power, with proper cultivation, it could easily ascend to diamond. The others showed no surprise. The intelligence they'd received clearly stated that Wang Zedong's summoning was a powerful Dragon Pattern Tiger. This match was a selection for teammates no one intended to hold back. Mo Lingyu steeled her resolve, beginning to gather the fire elemental. As the fire elementals gathered relentlessly, the temperature on the vast battlefield began to rise steadily. Boom! A deafening crack echoed as lightning streaked across the sky. Before anyone could react, the lightning elemental burst forth from the bolt, converging alongside the fire elemental at Mo Lingyu's side. This was dual-element fusion magic. This spectacle left Zhèng Sījí, who had been strategizing how to counter them, utterly bewildered. Little Lingyu really wasn't holding back. If she succeeded in channeling it, the dual destructive attributes of fire and thunder, its power would rival that of a high-tier spell. You dare lose focus in the arena. The sudden shout startled Zhèng Sījí, who was momentarily disoriented. But in the next instant, Zhèng Sījí snapped back to his senses. On the battlefield, distraction is forbidden. And upon regaining his senses, a fist loomed larger and larger before him. 5 Elements Fist. Zhèng Sījí's reaction was lightning fast. During those 10 days of the Sea Demon invasion, he had grown accustomed to such high-tempo combat. Thud. Another dull thud echoed as Zhong Yingting's fist reached Zhèng Sījí's forehead. Yet it didn't strike his skull. Instead, it halted abruptly just before his forehead. Zhèng Sījí made no attempt to dodge. His psychic energy surged, forming a barrier of air before his forehead that blocked the punch. Zhèng Sījí stared unflinchingly at Mo Lingyu's fist, showing not a hint of retreat. A faint silver glow emanated from the corners of his eyes. Psychic power. The power of psychokinesis lies in the mind. As the saying goes, the bolder the man, the greater the harvest. As long as I believe you can't hit me, you won't hit me. Zhong Yingting's strike missed its mark. With a sharp tisk, she swiftly retreated. But before she could fully retreat, Zhèng Sījí's right hand formed a loose fist. The spatial essence coalesced once more, manifesting as a massive silver white hand that seized Zhong Yingting's ankle, pinning her in place. Zhong Yingting was no pushover. She wouldn't panic over this. She wouldn't recklessly rush in to meet her end. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. Trying to catch me? You're 100 years too early. Chapter 154, Powerful Synergy. At this moment, Zhèng Sījí's mental energy had reached its absolute peak. The Linglong Eye activated, revealing a barely perceptible smile in his eyes. Zhèng Sījí's gaze darted over, only to see a massive white tiger materialize before him, its claw already lashing out. Damn it! Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but curse under his breath. This bastard was counting on him not to take this blow head-on, certain he'd release her and dodge. Even if Zhèng Sījí could have withstood the blow without serious harm, he certainly wasn't foolish enough to take it head-on. Just as Zhong Yingting had hoped, Zhèng Sījí swiftly released his mental grip. His feet moved like the wind as he retreated rapidly backward. The Dragon Pattern Tiger swiped at empty air, clearly displeased. With a furious roar, it resumed its pursuit. Zhèng Sījí had not escaped successfully. In the direction he retreated, someone was waiting. A towering, 2.5-meter-tall mechanical giant clad in purple armor stood poised, its heavy mecha cannon trained on him, waiting for him to walk right into the trap. Damn it! Zhèng Sījí cursed again. Did these bastards really think he wouldn't fight back? Just as Zhèng Sījí prepared to dodge, his mind suddenly went blank for a moment. The system cursed too. Damn it, almost got caught off guard. Had the system not reacted in time, Zhèng Sījí's mental sea might have been invaded for real. There was no time for Zhèng Sījí to react. This instant would determine whether the strike landed. Boom! The mecha-heavy cannon had already fired. At such close range, Wang Zedong didn't believe Zhèng Sījí had any chance to dodge. Yet he had underestimated a high-tier mage and even more so, Zhèng Sījí. Wind elementals swirled wildly around Zhèng Sījí, forming strange patterns. With a thunderous boom, Zhèng Sījí vanished from his original position. Swift. In the blink of an eye, Zhèng Sījí materialized hundreds of meters away. And Mo Lingyu was right here. The magic in Mo Lingyu's hands continued to gather. In less than 10 seconds, the battle had shifted multiple times. Seeing Zhèng Sījí materialize before her eyes in an instant, Mo Lingyu was stunned. The 4 seasons were this powerful. Facing 5 opponents alone, yet none of them could restrain her. The Thunder-Fire fusion spell in Mo Lingyu's hand still hadn't completed its charge. It needed a little more time to build up, but there was no longer any time for her to continue the fusion. She made an immediate decision, cast it now. The spell flew from her hand, but Zhèng Sījí dodged to the right. Another split second. A momentary lapse. Zhèng Sījí frowned. The system cursed aloud. Damn it! This mental assault isn't coming from outside, it's from within your own body. Host, do your best to purge the demonic spirit from your system. The system's voice rang out, instructing Zhèng Sījí to examine his body. The system had initially believed that this simple mental assault wouldn't affect Zhèng Sījí as long as it remained vigilant. But it never imagined this mental assault would actually originate from within Zhèng Sījí's own body. In that case, even if the system shattered the attack the instant it appeared, Zhèng Sījí would inevitably experience a momentary dizziness. But Zhèng Sījí had grown accustomed to it. This level of dizziness was far less unpleasant than the agony of being instantly killed. After all, he could still maintain a faint degree of control over his body during this dizziness. Without time for further thought, Zhèng Sījí hurriedly retreated to the right, evading Mo Lingyu's fusion magic. He couldn't take it head-on. He hadn't revealed his cultivation level, and forcing it now risked exposure. He was merely a high-tier mage without cultivation. If he wasn't careful, even a mage just entering the mid-tier might instantly kill him. Even peak-tier beginner magic could pose a threat to him. Of course, high-tier mages invariably carried defensive magical artifacts, so they wouldn't be instantly killed by a low-tier mage. But the strength and defense of their physical bodies were absolutely no match for theirs. They possess first-grade cultivation, and their physical bodies are also first-grade in strength. High-tier mages without cultivation possess physical bodies as fragile as ordinary humans. Pure mages only gain enhanced physical strength through spirit infusion when advancing to archmage or levels. There is no limit to the number of times a magic spirit can enter the body. Whenever a mage breaks through to archmage or forbidden spell mastery, a magic spirit enters their body. Thus, the physical cultivation levels of many mages vary greatly. Zhèng Sījí, having concealed his cultivation base and lacking both archmage status and defensive magical artifacts, would inevitably arouse suspicion if he attempted to endure this blow head-on. Without hesitation, he swiftly dodged the attack. He also took the opportunity to scan the demonic spirits within his body. Holy crap! There really are 2 lightning spirits. When did they get in here? In the distance, Yuan Weifang cleared his throat twice. Damn! They'd been pushed aside. Seeing Zhèng Sījí instantly reach Mo Lingyu's position, the others froze in shock before rushing over. Long Wenho raced forward at breakneck speed. Wang Zedong piloted his mecha's twin wings, soaring onto Long Wenho's back as they charged together. Just as Zhèng Sījí prepared to seize Mo Lingyu, a wall of water suddenly materialized before him. Without hesitation, Zhèng Sījí gathered the wind elemental in his hand, forming a wind track. He swung his arm wide, attempting to sweep away this feeble, low-level magic. Ha! Zhèng Sījí was slightly taken aback. This water spell couldn't be dispelled. Mo Lingyu's lips curved upward as she hurriedly retreated. At that moment, a slender figure appeared before Zhèng Sījí. Pang Jia. He swung his earth-based attack straight at Zhèng Sījí's face. Damn it! Zhèng Sījí swiftly retreated, hastily withdrawing his hand. He instinctively tried to dispel the earth technique before him with an earth spirit, only to realize he hadn't exposed his cultivation in other elements. This was unbearable. In this state, he might genuinely be overwhelmed by them. Zhèng Sījí kept retreating backward as the wind elemental in his hand flickered. An inconspicuous small helicopter rotor appeared in his grasp. Bamboo dragonfly. Zhèng Sījí placed the bamboo dragonfly on his head and shot straight upward. The instant he took flight, a streak of light grazed the sole of his shoe. Lightning. Before Zhong Yingting could reach him, the magic surged forward. Light travels at the fastest speed. Yet Zhèng Sījí's perception was faster still. No, this wasn't perception, it was combat instinct. He shot upward, quickly reaching 100 meters in the air. This was already the very top of the arena, he couldn't descend any further. He was so focused on flying that he didn't notice the stunned expressions of the people below him. Everyone, 0.0. Holy crap! A bamboo dragonfly. What the hell is that? In that moment, everyone forgot what they were doing. Zhèng Sījí looked down at his feet, puzzled. What were they doing? Could it be flying wasn't allowed in the duel? Chapter 155, the battle rages on. Otherwise, they should have caught up by now, right? Zhong Yingting possessed the wings of light and wings of wind, making her a mid-tier dual element mage specializing in both wind and light magic. Mo Lingyu also possesses a small thunder wing. Pang Jia, however, cannot fly. Yuan Weifan's flying ability was uncertain, but Wang Zedong could definitely fly. His mechanical wings currently hovered behind him, virtually connected to his back, radiating a strong sense of technological sophistication. This contraption can definitely fly. If he's already flying, there shouldn't be any reason he can't fly, right? Then what the hell are they doing? Zhèng Sījí was utterly baffled. After all these days of combat, he'd grown accustomed to flight. In his spare time within the soul space, he often sparred with his own clones. Though neither could claim victory, the combat habits were firmly ingrained. The speed of the bamboo dragonfly might not be any slower than the genuine wind wings. Thus, he had grown accustomed to the bamboo dragonfly's presence. The others couldn't believe it. How could such magic exist? This is way beyond the syllabus, you know. Zhong Yingting snapped out of it first and let out a loud shout. The others snapped out of it as well at her reminder. This is battle, no distractions. Small wings of wind formed behind Zhong Yingting as she accelerated toward Zhèng Sījí. She couldn't win at long-range magic. At close range, victory was far from certain. One misstep, and if Zhèng Sījí's psychic powers caught her, she'd be hard-pressed to escape. The first time she was caught was because she didn't understand his magical system or his spells. Charging forward was pure confidence in her own abilities. Her cultivation level was at the peak of the first grade. But she cultivated the demigod tier technique, the human emperor's decision. This technique was also the strongest method for fighting opponents of higher tiers. Her physical body had already reached mid-tier second rank. In close quarters, she dared to fight. Her combat prowess is formidable. She couldn't win at long range, but up close, she could at least hold him off, forcing Mo Lingyu to recharge his power again. Their plan was to tie him down, then let Mo Lingyu use fusion magic to crush Zhèng Sījí. Pang Jia, protect Mo Lingyu. Everyone else, hold them off. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Yingting materialized beside Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí extended his hands, and a pair of psychic gauntlets materialized over his fists. Zhong Yingting swung one fist while channeling a wind blade with the other. Zhèng Sījí was a bit bewildered again. Wait a minute. From the start until now, this girl has only used magic as support at most. She's definitely a cultivation-focused girl. It felt like she wasn't particularly fond of magic. But why was she suddenly using magic in combat now? Not going for close-range combat? Hey, girl, you're heading in the wrong direction. That's what he thought, but Zhèng Sījí didn't let it distract him. One hand caught her seemingly frail yet incredibly powerful fist. Five Elements Fist mastered Zhong's signature move. Though Mo Lingyu had only recently broken through the beginner level to reach the ordinary level, her physique was exceptionally formidable. Her punch sent the air crackling with a thunderous roar. Zhèng Sījí channeled his psychic power, extending an arm to forcefully block the strike. He stepped back, unwilling to trade blows with Zhong Yingting. He couldn't use his cultivation power, otherwise he'd have beaten her to a pulp. Exchanging injuries? That's my specialty. Forget trading blows, I trade my life for yours. Of course, trading lives was impossible. Zhèng Sījí's psychic gauntlet on his other hand dissipated as the wind elemental gathered. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Yingting's wind blade slammed toward him. Zhèng Sījí extended his other hand, the wind elemental now repelling the blade. No, not blocking, persuading them to leave. Making them jump ship. The next moment, Zhong Yingting was bewildered. She felt the wind spirits in her hands go on strike. Hey, can't you guys show some professional integrity? Someone's offering more money, so you're just going to run off to them? Damn it all. Before Zhong Yingting could dwell on it, Zhèng Sījí's wind blade materialized in his hand. The blade swung out, forcing Zhong Yingting to scramble backward. But how fast was Zhèng Sījí? The blade sliced straight toward Zhong Yingting's arm. Swoosh! A metallic clang echoed as the blade scraped a white gash across Zhong Yingting's forearm. TSK, tough as nails. Zhèng Sījí naturally recognized Zhong Yingting's exceptional qualities. Her cultivation base was formidable, and her innate talent for cultivation was equally exceptional. Though only at the peak of the first cultivation tier, her physical strength had already reached the second tier. This couldn't help but make Zhèng Sījí wonder if she was his hired hand. Could such a powerful cultivator exist in the mortal world? Perhaps there were. But it couldn't be ruled out that she was his hired hand. If she was indeed his hired hand, he'd soon find out. For now, he jotted down in his notebook and observe her more closely later. After all, once they reach the second rank and cultivate a golden core within, I'll be able to discern it myself. If there's a golden core, there's a 99% chance it's my hired hand. It wasn't impossible that he'd inherited some powerful relic, but Zhèng Sījí didn't believe that. Such advanced cultivation techniques couldn't possibly exist on Blue Star. As for why he gave himself a 99% chance? Well, one must learn humility, otherwise, getting slapped in the face hurts like hell. As the saying goes, you gotta leave yourself an escape route, you know? Since it was his own subordinate, Zhèng Sījí naturally couldn't exert too much force. His psychic power surged again. The air crackled with a sharp pop as Zhong Yingting flew backward. Ha! Zhèng Sījí sensed the presence of the lightning spirit once more. Damn it, here we go again. Sneaking into his body like that. He hadn't even noticed it. Zhèng Sījí glanced at Yuan Weifeng, looking somewhat surprised. Then, his expression turned peculiar. What's this guy doing with a laptop? He doesn't even forget to play games during a fight? That's not right. Does he think he's better than me? Zhèng Sījí expelled the lightning spirits from his body. The wind spirits coalesced, swiftly reconnecting once more. In the next instant, Zhèng Sījí appeared behind Yuan Weifeng. Boom! Another deafening explosion. Yuan Weifeng was sent flying as well. But his reaction was lightning fast. He swiftly condensed the shadow spirit and vanished from Zhèng Sījí's sight. Zhèng Sījí, possessing shadow element cultivation, could naturally perceive Yuan Weifeng's location. Yet he paid him no mind, instead summoning the wind elemental once more. Using swiftness, he reappeared beside Imolingu. The next instant, another water barrier. Zhèng Sījí instinctively tried to use the water elemental again, hoping to make the water elemental within the water barrier turn against its master. But this was different from the wind blade. While his wind element had been exposed, his water element remained undiscovered. Nevertheless, Zhèng Sījí ignored the water barrier. This thing would likely break through by force. Once broken, Imolingu would likely escape too. That Pang Jia fellow must be a turtle shell mage. Once the water barrier is broken, who knows what other defensive spells might be waiting. Assigning him to protect Imolingu and fend off this high-tier mage proves he's got some real skill. Zhèng Sījí's footsteps swirled as he activated 9 steps to heaven. With a single teleportation, he appeared beside Imolingu, nearly touching her. Chapter 156, Lightning Notes. Imolingu extended a hand to block, halting the casting bar of her fusion magic. Zhèng Sījí smiled, his large hand gripping her wrist to keep her from moving. Then, Imolingu's entire body trembled. This. Zhèng Sījí. His other hand rested on her shoulder. Everyone. This is a competition, you know. Can you two please find somewhere else to show off your love? Wait, no, you shouldn't be showing off anywhere. The moment Zhong Yingting landed, she swiftly charged forward, aiming to deliver another explosive hammer strike to Zhèng Sījí. Meanwhile, Zhèng Sījí was enveloped in flickering wind spirits, with spatial spirits thickening around him to an extreme degree. This is imprison. In the blink of an eye, spatial barriers formed around them. Pang Jia, who had been trying to withstand the hurricane to rescue Imolingu, was repelled by the outward expanding air walls. Imprisonment, spatial confinement. But it wasn't just spatial confinement. It could not only contract but also expand outward. In the blink of an eye, the prison had expanded to 100 meters. Wang Zedong and Long Wenhu, who had just charged forward, were once again flung back. Wang Zedong, #@#@#. Everyone. Boom. A deafening roar echoed as the remaining figures were all knocked flying, hurtling toward the edge of the arena. The prison did not expand further but gradually dissipated. Zhèng Sījí held Imolingu's hand with one hand while his other hand reached around to support her back. The wind spirit was utterly mischievous. They actually blew Imolingu over. As the upright gentleman Zhèng Sījí, I naturally must support Little Feather. Imolingu braced one foot against the ground while lifting the other into the air. Yet an unseen force propelled her backward. Zhèng Sījí, the epitome of a gentleman, never took his eyes off Imolingu. Imolingu didn't seem startled by this sudden turn of events either. Her gaze, too, never left Zhèng Sījí. Good heavens, a gaze of deep affection. The hurricane whipped Zhèng Sījí's coat flaps and sent his hair flying, making him look incredibly handsome. Fate and destiny. The others who had landed, who had been fine moments before, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood upon witnessing this scene. Damn it! 5 against 1 losing is losing. Outmatched? Accept it. Teammates betrayed us? Fine. Betrayal is betrayal, but you guys, flaunting your affection in public? That's where you cross the line. Everyone felt a sweetness in their throats. TSK, internal injuries. A wave of pain washed over them, making them feel rather uncomfortable. Pink-green sparks flashed around Zhèng Sījí as 5 healing wind chimes chimed. Wind healing fusion magic healing wind chimes. The wind chimes flew through the air, heading toward the crowd. Ting ting ting. The chimes' melody filled the air, its soothing sound delighting the ears. Gradually, the wounds on their bodies began to heal. Unfortunately, the wind chimes had a calming effect on the mind. Imolingu's face flushed crimson. She hurriedly pushed Zhèng Sījí away, her hands clutching the hem of her robe as she stood flustered and unsure. Zhèng Sījí scratched his head, a newfound joy dawning on him. Ever since his memories returned, Zhèng Sījí had come to understand his own heart. But, he felt too embarrassed to voice it. Well, screw it. That's just how scumbags roll, right? Who cares? I'm the chosen one. What chosen one doesn't have 2 or 3 wives? Ahem. Listening to the wind chimes, the group gradually calmed down, and their wounds began to heal. Zhèng Sījí had struck lightly, so their injuries healed quickly. Imolingu still couldn't quite bring herself to look at Zhèng Sījí. The others rose to their feet and gathered at the resting spot. Zhong Yingting, holding her shoulder, shook her arm and glared at Zhèng Sījí with obvious displeasure. But she didn't dare punch him. What could she do? She couldn't beat him. Are all high-level mages this powerful? Of course not. They'd all seen high-level mages before. The power of high-level magic is terrifying, but ordinary high-level mages aren't this hard to fight. Plus, Zhèng Sījí also specializes in healing magic. Why does the support class need to be this strong? Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifang looked utterly frustrated. This fight was utterly frustrating. Only Zhong Yingting managed to land a melee hit. Wang Zedong barely touched Zhèng Sījí at all. Pang Jia showed no reaction. He's a high-tier mage. Can't win, definitely can't win. He looked sheepish, not daring to speak. TSK. A battle of wits between masters. Several people stared at Zhèng Sījí, unsure whether it was because his strength was too formidable, his blows too heavy, or because he was openly showing off his affection in their midst. Zhèng Sījí chuckled without comment. Yuan Weifang looked at Zhèng Sījí with a puzzled expression, yet his mind was elsewhere. Why couldn't he control Zhèng Sījí? Because he was a high-tier mage? Impossible. Even a high-tier mage could slip into control if they weren't careful. Before anyone else could speak, Yuan Weifang took the initiative. 4 seasons? How did you? Zhèng Sījí also gave Yuan Weifang a deep look. That control technique of his was truly formidable. Even the system praised it. He smiled and asked, "What kind of laptop do you have?" This. He hesitated to say it. He acknowledged his teammates, they were formidable. But he wasn't sure if the others recognized his own worth. If they didn't accept him and refused to team up, revealing this secret might land him in trouble. At the very least, if he participated in any future duels, his information might be leaked. Zhèng Sījí smiled faintly and looked at Lingyu. Lingyu snorted coldly and turned her head away. Yet Zhèng Sījí clearly saw the expression on her face. Understanding her meaning, Zhèng Sījí then turned his gaze to Zhong Yingting. Zhong Yingting's face was flushed with anger, but she nodded nonetheless. As for Pang Jia, she naturally dared not interject. They were the real big shots. She had merely stumbled upon a bit of good fortune. Inferiority, she still felt it. After all, his background and experiences spoke for themselves. Zhèng Sījí nodded toward Yuan Weifang. "Go ahead, teammate." Yuan Weifang smiled, understanding Zhèng Sījí's meaning. "That's my original spell, I call it Thunder Notes." As he spoke, lightning sprites gathered, forming a unique trajectory that slowly materialized into a purple laptop. Everyone stared in astonishment. An original spell. An 18-year-old boy creating his own magic. Even Zhèng Sījí was taken aback. To create a spell at this age and with this level of cultivation was truly a genius among geniuses. Zhong Yingting gasped in astonishment. Grandfather said he was powerful, exceptionally gifted, and had his own path. Could this be the path he spoke of? Zhong Yingting didn't know. Her cultivation was insufficient, she couldn't see through it. But this Thunderbolt notebook, it was unprecedented. Even she had never seen anything like it. Weapon-like magic spells, he'd seen many of those too. But those were all cold weapons. This was an electronic device. You're cheating. You must be cheating. Wait. I'm cheating too. But why does mine feel weaker than his? Not just Zhong Yingting, even Zhèng Sījí felt that Yuan Weifang might be working for him. But nothing was confirmed yet, so certain things couldn't be spoken aloud. After the initial gasp, Zhèng Sījí spoke up. What exactly is the purpose of this lightning notebook? Is it the main control unit? Chapter 157, The Real Father Calls. This Thunderbolt notebook, master control? Zhèng Sījí was somewhat puzzled. Then, he found this magic in his mind. This. Does this count as plagiarism? I guess I was plagiarizing it all along. That doesn't matter. Zhèng Sījí didn't rush to read the introduction to the Thunder Notes. Instead, he intended to listen to Yuan Weifang's account. He wanted to gauge whether Yuan was honest and trustworthy enough to confide in his group. If he trusted Zhèng Sījí and his group, what he shared would undoubtedly be more valuable than what Zhèng Sījí could glean from the introduction. But it was also possible he hadn't discovered some feature of lightning notes. All conjecture must be proven through practice. After a long pause, Yuan Weifang spoke. My Thunderbolt notes. I can't quite pinpoint what it's meant for, since I haven't fully mastered it yet. Zhèng Sījí pressed further. Then how do you use it? Yuan Weifang hesitated for a moment before speaking. It's like using a computer. I treat the lightning spirits as a network medium and the individual as the target host, then initiate an intrusion. Once my lightning spirits enter, they can exert some control over the target's body, either attacking them or paralyzing them. At these words, everyone gasped in shock. This thing is pretty powerful. It directly invades people by treating them as hosts. It's practically a game-breaking exploit. One team has 2 freaks. One takes on 5 opponents, moving freely through the battlefield, winning effortlessly, and it's a support class. The other can directly invade others' bodies to attack. This and we still can't win. I refuse to believe this. Zhou Ningting had always believed she was the strongest, undoubtedly the core carry of this team. She specialized in close combat. Pang Jiao protected Mo Lingyu provided stationary damage output, plus a controller and a support. They should at least make it to the top 16, right? But who knew? One control class was already overwhelming enough, yet the support class had them all pinned down so badly they couldn't even retaliate. To team up with Mo Lingyu, Zhou Ningting hadn't even joined the Martial Cultivation Academy. Their close bond was one reason, but their formidable strength was another. Today's matchup made them appear weak, but that wasn't their true strength. Zhèng Sījí was simply too powerful, crushing them into submission. And because they knew next to nothing about Zhèng Sījí. Now, Zhèng Sījí and Yuan Weifeng, two absolute beasts, had arrived. Wang Zedong and Zhou Ningting are also quite promising. A silver-tiered dragon pattern tiger could likely defeat weaker squads single-handedly by simply charging in to bite. Moreover, Wang Zedong hadn't revealed much of his own strength yet. Not to mention he also has a summoned beast. Following this, aside from Mo Lingyu feeling somewhat reserved, everyone else briefly outlined their areas of expertise. This served as mutual recognition. The team was thus formed. Its name, Sweeping the World. And the role of team leader ultimately fell to Mo Lingyu. After all, he was the primary damage dealer. At least, the primary damage dealer on the surface. Zhèng Sījí was the secret weapon, one not to be deployed lightly. Zhou Ningting delivered some incredible news. Listen up, because of my grandfather, my team got a direct pass to the top 16. I really didn't plan on accepting this spot at first. Honestly. Zhou Ningting spoke with righteous conviction, her expression showing no hint of insincerity. But our team is so strong, we can afford to keep certain things under wraps. After all, I never expected us to rank highly, we just entered to have fun. As a pure DPS, I was too weak early on to expect to win much. But now it's different, I feel like our team can make it to the finals. I want to accept this spot now, hold back a bit, and see how far we can go. Zhou Ningting's words left everyone stunned. Zhèng Sījí was utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap! Even Lu Xuelan's 4th grade forbidden spell couldn't get me into the Magic Academy. Who the hell is your grandfather? How does he even have a guaranteed spot in such a prestigious tournament? This is simply an absolute stroke of luck. The Dual Academy rivalry was a contest between the top-tier institutions of Magic Capital Academy and Imperial Capital Academy, pitting their newly enrolled freshmen against each other. The strength of the incoming freshmen represented the prestige of both institutions. During the freshman enrollment phase, most students' cultivation levels aren't particularly high. The early days of enrollment mark a crucial sprint phase. Of course, this applies specifically to students of the Magic and Martial Arts dual academies. Students from ordinary departments rarely enjoy the benefits afforded to Magic and Martial Arts students. For instance, outstanding freshmen admitted to the Magic and Martial Arts dual academies receive one opportunity to enter the Cultivation's secret realm. Or, they receive a 10-credit bonus. 10 credits equate to 100,000 Huaxia coins. For many newcomers, they've only just reached the intermediate stage. Of course, this cohort boasts higher quality students, with half as many freshmen admitted to the Magic and Martial Arts dual academy compared to previous years. How resources will be allocated this year remains unknown. But with fewer students, resources are undoubtedly more abundant. These resources will be sufficient for the freshmen to push forward for a while. Teams that participate in the dual house competition and advance through the preliminary rounds will gain access to even more resources. Those with guaranteed admission can access resources earlier and enhance their strength sooner. As for the resources, Zhou Ningting can handle acquiring them. The group chatted and joked for quite some time. All geniuses share common ground, and they quickly found themselves on the same wavelength. Today marked the founding of the Swinging the World squad. A celebration was essential. By late evening, they reserved a large banquet table, featuring either magical cuisine or ordinary fare. Even so, the total bill exceeded 10,000 Huaxia coins. Afterward, they each went their separate ways. Back in their dormitory, Zhèng Sījí and the other two immediately entered their respective small spaces to cultivate. Shortly after, a figure emerged from the cultivation chamber. He glanced at the doors of the other two cultivation rooms before heading to the balcony. He opened his phone. The caller ID read, "Dad." Wang Zedong chuckled and answered the call. "Hey, Dad, it's me. What's up? I'm busy." "Hey, you little brat. You really don't want to talk to me, do you? You better believe I'll tell your mom on you." No, Dad, please don't. You're my real dad." This shameless old man, how old is he, still going to tattle? "You think I won't tell on you?" "What is it, Dad?" "I'm in the middle of cultivation right now." "What else could it be?" "It's about you, you little brat." "What now? Suddenly thinking about fighting in the dual manner competition again?" Father Wan's voice sounded strange, almost disbelieving. "What else could it be?" Someone came knocking. "You know how it is with your son's abilities, wherever he goes, he gets swarmed. TSK. Just thinking back to how they all scrambled for me still makes me chuckle." Wang Zedong remained confident about this. After all, someone claiming to be from the mechanical holy realm had sought him out though he hadn't planned to go. You think I don't know your worth, you little brat? With your measly abilities, you'd just slow others down. Man, this guy's definitely his real dad. Chapter 158, Parental Concern. Wang Zedong was thoroughly annoyed by his father's words and immediately shot back. Hey, Dad. That's not fair. I'm at least a mid-tier first-rank mage, and I've got 2 silver-grade summoned beasts under my belt. How weak could I really be? His father dismissed him with contempt. Cut the crap. With your level of skill? Those 2 summoned beasts? I caught them for you when you were little and nurtured your bond with them. Otherwise, with your level of skill, how could you have successfully contracted them? So what if they were? Background counts as strength too. If your son here had no real power, I wouldn't have been able to bond with them in the first place. Father Wang straightened his expression and said, all right, son. Let's talk business. The family knows you're entering the dual manor competition. Your uncles and cousins are thrilled beyond belief. They're all eager to push their daughters and granddaughters at you. They're convinced you'll win the championship the moment you enter. You better make us proud. Honestly, it's all thanks to our Wang family genes. But if any of those uncles' daughters or granddaughters come after you, don't go messing around. You might end up marrying someone too close that'll land you in orthopedics. Wang Zedong? Dad? What's up with you? Why are you suddenly spilling some crazy secret? Confused black person.jpg. Ahem, not like that, you know? It's just, well, they might be my relatives. So even if they're grandchildren, it's, never mind. I gotta go. Wait by the courier station, I'll send you some resources. That's it. Bye. Wang Zedong? Dad. You're not being honest. Wang Zedong hung up, opened his phone contacts, and found the entry labeled Mom. His thumb hovered 2 centimeters above the send button. Wang Zedong gritted his teeth. Get the resources first, then report him. Hold on. You have to hold on. Then he tossed his phone aside, grabbed a spare one, slipped on a yellow jacket, and headed toward the express station in the coastal district. When he returned, he had a spatial ring in his hand. Plenty of resources, enough for years of cultivation. The best part? Someone even threw in a thick cotton coat. Message, pack it thick, it'll take a beating. Your dearest little sister. Wang Zedong? This is my real sister? Yeah, right. Wang Zedong lingered outside for a while, checked messages and trending news on his phone, then casually filed a complaint before returning to his cultivation chamber. With these resources, he could grow even stronger. The resources sent from home contained numerous spells. As a mechanical type practitioner, one of the rarest awakenings on Blue Star Magic was exceptionally hard to come by. Most spells were created by repairmen for fixing machinery, and functional spells could only be obtained from the big shots in the mechanical field. Finding this many spells, even if some were somewhat useless, sufficiently demonstrated his family's expectations for him. His family knew that a powerful figure from the mechanical holy realm had approached Wang Zedong, seeking to take him as a disciple and bring him into their ranks. But Wang Zedong had refused. His family found it puzzling why turn down such a tremendous opportunity. Yet no one pressed the matter further. Wang Zedong's branch held considerable influence and authority within the Wang family of Magic City. Nearly every generation of the Wang family's direct line participated in the dual manor competition, or at the very least, the qualifying trials. It was practically a mandatory requirement. Yet Wang Zedong was an exception. His extraordinary talent in mechanics led him to dedicate himself entirely to mechanical research. His parents cherished him deeply, and even the head of the Wang family, Wang Zedong's grandfather, agreed to his exemption from the dual manor competition. But now he suddenly decided to join. How could his family not be overjoyed? The Wang family believed his university classmates had changed his mind, and indeed, that was the case. It could also have been a sudden whim. The exact reason remained unknown. If Zhèng Sījí had to guess, he'd probably think it was because he was just too handsome and powerful, and Wang Zedong wanted to latch onto his coattails. TSK, shameless. Shortly after Wang Zedong entered the cultivation chamber, another figure appeared. Clearly, it was Yuan Weifeng. The two families were remarkably well connected. The Dang Tianxia squad had barely been formed when word reached them, prompting their urgent visit to pay their respects. Hey, Dad, what's up? Yuan Weifeng called back and spoke up. After a long pause, a voice finally came from the other end. Oh, Xiaofeng, it's me, your mom. The voice on the other end belonged to a woman who sounded quite young. Yuan Weifeng's mother. Xiaofeng, are you adjusting well at school? Leaving home for the first time and going so far away, it must be tough on my little Feng. Is it cold over there? Should I send you some clothes? And what about some of that chili sauce from home? Do you like it? They seem to prefer sweeter things over there. Are you managing to eat what they serve? Get along well with your classmates at school, avoid conflicts, and make an effort to hang out with them more often. Don't be like you are at home, staying indoors all day without going out. Eat more at the cafeteria instead of relying on those unhealthy instant noodles. Try the magical cuisine, your dad will reimburse you. Is your money still enough? Do you have enough cultivation resources? Should I ask your dad to send you some more? I think everyone can guess how much could be omitted here. After a long pause, Yuan's mother finally fell silent. Yuan's father's voice came through on the other end of the line. Man, this is tough. I had to fight for ages to get this phone. Xiaofeng, I heard you're joining the dual house competition. Is that true? What are you, a mage with an administrative role, doing competing? Leave that stuff to the school's fighters. Your talent with computers is exceptional. Even Uncle E admits your skills far surpass his. You could easily make a good living as an administrative mage with your lightning notes and all that knowledge in your head. Don't get involved in the family inheritance matters. You're much younger than your brothers. Leave that to your old man. Yuan's father's voice carried genuine concern. But Yuan Weifeng didn't want it that way. Dad, please stop. I've met two great roommates. They're also competing in the dual city tournament. They're my teammates. They're both incredibly hardworking and dedicated. Even though they come from privileged backgrounds, they work extremely hard and have been very kind to me. I've made progress recently, and my lightning notes are pretty impressive, at least in terms of control. I'm confident. I believe that if I push myself harder these next few months, I can keep up with their pace. Our team can secure a spot in the dual house competition, and I truly believe we can win the championship. Yuan Weifeng spoke with unwavering confidence, a true prodigy. Chapter 159, The Boundary Breaking Ring. There was no reply on the other end of the line. Yuan Weifeng understood his parents' feelings. They wanted him to grow up in peace. They had cherished him since childhood. Though born into a prominent family, factional strife within the clan was inevitable. Yet even so, his parents never dragged him into the conflicts, allowing him to grow up in peace. After a long silence, Yuan Weifeng spoke. Dad. Mom. I know what you're worried about, but at this level of competition, there won't be any fatalities. At most, there might be some minor injuries. But the dual manner tournament will have healing-type forbidden spells in attendance. So even if someone loses an arm or a leg, once it's reattached, it'll be as good as new. Plus, my roommate is a high-level healing mage. Rest assured, with him there, we'll be fine. Mr. and Mrs. Yuan understood that this time, their son truly wanted to participate in the dual manner competition from the bottom of his heart. Since entering university, he'd developed his own convictions. Perhaps he'd harbored this desire for quite some time. Parents can't keep their children sheltered forever, unwilling to let them grow up. Yuan Weifeng spoke with his parents on the phone for a long time, only hanging up when the first hint of dawn began to streak the horizon. A parent's concern is always so meticulous, always wishing for your safety and health, always hoping you'll grow up under their protection. But we also need independence, and the ability to care for ourselves. This transition must be made by oneself, no one else can do it for you. Finally, the call ended. Yuan Weifeng sat alone in the hammock on the balcony, gazing at the star-filled sky, lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, Yuan Weifeng stood up. Growl, growl. Hungry. Yuan Weifeng was about to reach into the drawer for a packet of instant noodles when he suddenly recalled his mother's words. He wasn't as much of a homebody as he used to be. Somehow, his mother's concern no longer felt so grating. At some point, hearing his parents' concern actually warmed his heart. At some point, he had truly grown up. At 18, he was now responsible for his own actions. Perhaps meeting Wang Zedong and Zhèng Sījí sparked this inexplicable change. They were strong, cheerful, and generous. From the moment I met them, I felt they were the kind of people I could call brothers for life. Originally, my plan was to never leave the dorm except for classes. Originally, I was assigned to a dormitory closest to the academic building. But this sudden reassignment meant it now took him ages to get to class in the academic building. Could this be the handiwork of our computer science teacher, Master E? This must be my parents' doing. They'll stop at nothing to keep me out longer. But honestly, I kinda like this change. Yuan Weifeng set down his instant noodles, wrapped his arms around his head, and headed toward the countryside residence. While the two were talking on the phone outside, Zhèng Sījí paid no attention. A new week brought fresh special abilities and lottery draws. He had just entered the trial tower, trained for a while, and made some progress. As for the spirit stone manufacturing plan, that could wait. System, standard lottery. Understood, host. Preparing draw. Normal draw. Ready. Commencing draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Transcendence Ring. Transcendence Ring. Essential magic tool for those whose reach isn't long enough. Expands the range of spirit control. Fixed range, 5 kilometers radius. Zhèng Sījí? What the heck is this thing? Extend your reach? This is a mage's artifact. System, do you know the reach values for each level? What tier does this boundary ring belong to? Host, haven't you guys studied this? Zhèng Sījí looked utterly bewildered. Why would anyone study this thing? Alright, guess I'm just ignorant. Based on radius, beginner tier, 10 meters intermediate tier, 100 meters advanced tier, 1 kilometer archmage tier, 10 kilometers forbidden spell tier, 100 kilometers. These are thresholds, the minimum range achieved upon entering each tier. They're called thresholds because some practitioners exceed these limits. Take you, host, though you're only at peak intermediate tier, your spirit control already spans nearly 6 kilometers and it keeps expanding. Zhèng Sījí rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. After a moment, he asked, so these are just the control ranges for magic spirits, meaning you can sense spirits within these distances, right? The system replied, not exactly. This thing is quite powerful. Don't assume it's merely an enhancement for perception range. System made, always top-notch, right? Zhèng Sījí pulled out a bottle of Nongfu spring water and took a sip. System. This is top-notch too. Though Zhèng Sījí felt a bit dismissive, he still gave the system's words serious thought. But figuring this thing out wasn't going to be easy. System, what other functions does this thing have? Ahem, asking the system for favors. Fine, I'll tell you. Ugh, don't just sit there and whip out a barbecue grill. The boundary ring can condense magic at any location within its controllable range. Zhèng Sījí. Holy crap. This time, I'm genuinely shocked. I thought this thing was useless to me. My perception already extends over 5 kilometers. But this thing lets me cast spells anywhere within a 5-kilometer radius. Zhèng Sījí couldn't wait to enter the soul space and begin his experiments. And it actually worked. A mage's magic requires controlling magical spirits to condense magic tracks around oneself. These tracks cannot extend beyond a certain distance. Only after the magic is fully formed can it be released. Beyond a certain range, the difficulty of connecting magical tracks increases exponentially. Moreover, there exists a critical threshold beyond which the magical tracks cannot be connected at all. But this contraption directly expanded the range for condensing magic tracks to a radius of 5 kilometers. For mages, this represents a quantum leap. If everyone possessed this device, future spellcasting would no longer be confined towing magic around one's body. Within the range of my perception, I could cast spells anywhere. This is what it means to have your own domain. Zhèng Sījí, who had initially thought he'd drawn a worthless magical artifact, was now thoroughly proven wrong. Damn, this is useful. He'd used his lottery chance and his trial tower attempts. As for the special one, Zhèng Sījí had no immediate plans to use it. If there's no urgent need, then there's no need to use it. Zhèng Sījí, with his collector's instinct, began gathering special items. After playing around with the overworld ring for a while, experiencing the thrill of channeling magic everywhere, Zhèng Sījí was starting to get bored. It's getting harder and harder to get excited these days. Games were still the most fun. Then, he started pulling all-nighters gaming. His time? He truly had no fear of wasting it. Chapter 160, Gaming to Ruin. The day's classes flew by. Since it was the first week and they were just freshmen, they had very few classes. Coincidentally, the entire Dang Tianxia squad had no classes all day Tuesday. Zhèng Sījí sent a red envelope in the group chat, planning to gather the entire Dang Tianxia squad that Tuesday. He had something important to show them. That's right, Zhèng Sījí intended to hand over the boundary-breaking ring to them. As for worrying about being watched by someone, he wasn't worried at all. Not only was he under the protection of Lu Shuilan, who was currently in seclusion, but he also had some mysterious connections of his own. Still, one must exercise caution with such matters. So he planned to sign a contract with the other members of the World Sweeping Alliance. Everyone would sign, without any favoritism. After all, while there were magical artifacts that could extend one's perception range, something that could connect to the magic tracks anywhere within that range, that truly didn't exist. Coincidentally, Zhou Ningting was also preparing to gather everyone for resource allocation. The pace at which the Magic Capital Academy distributed resources was astonishingly swift. Essentially, once the required documents were submitted and verified, the resources were dispersed immediately. The group had all made preparations and gathered early the next morning at a combat arena. Mo Lingyu, Zhou Mingting, and Pang Jia had already been waiting inside the arena. After gathering, they all looked puzzled. Sījí, what's up? Why did you choose the arena for the meeting? And why such a huge one? Wow, this must be 5 kilometers in size. How much would it cost per hour? Yeah, Sījí, what's up? Why did we have to come to such a huge arena? Everyone was puzzled, waiting for Zhèng Sījí's explanation. Zhèng Sījí gave a mysterious smile. I have something special to show you. But this item was given to me by my master. It's their research project, still unfinished and not meant for public disclosure. So, if you wish to see it, you must all sign a blood oath. The group was even more baffled. Research from Zhèng Sījí's master? They didn't know Zhèng Sījí's master, and Zhèng Sījí wouldn't say. Zhèng Sījí produced 5 sheets of pale yellow parchment. This contract was something Zhèng Sījí had traded for using item special. As long as their strength was inferior to Zhèng Sījí's, this contract held power. Everything written in the contract would be enforced upon them. TSK, Zhèng Sījí's playing it safe now. The others glanced over the blood pack's contents and raised no objections. The terms were minimal, merely prohibiting them from revealing its origin or showing it to others. Even if a powerful individual could probe their memories, it would be utterly useless. This thing wasn't meant for powerful individuals, it was meant for the signatories themselves. A powerful individual might attempt to search, but the signatories themselves couldn't conduct such a search. Thus, the information wouldn't be leaked. It was ingeniously crafted. The key lies in its limitless usability. The restrictions were written by Zhèng Sījí himself. Even if he ascended to demigod status, it could still be used as long as the user wasn't stronger than him. How do you sign up for this thing? First blood is all it takes. But what if I'm afraid of pain? If you're afraid of pain, I'll help you? Forget it, forget it. Soon, everyone had signed the blood pact. It felt as if nothing had happened. Seeing everyone had signed the blood oath, Zhèng Sījí let out a laugh. Everyone, watch closely. Everyone turned to look in the direction Zhèng Sījí was pointing. A wind blade materialized a kilometer away. Everyone? Who? Who's invisible? This arena is ours now. Who gave you permission to barge in? But before anyone could think further, Zhèng Sījí burst into a triumphant laugh, his head thrown back. This guy's got issues. That was everyone's first reaction. I released it. Everyone? The others looked utterly bewildered, while Mo Lingyu actually ran up and ruffled Zhèng Sījí's hair. Stop messing around. Wow, so gentle. Ah. The gentle Mo Lingyu then smacked him across the face. Tell me the truth. Zhèng Sījí stood up, and seeing Mo Lingyu suddenly turn serious, he couldn't help but lose his smile. Mo Lingyu's eyelid twitched. Zhèng Sījí rolled his eyes in exasperation. Mo Lingyu raised an eyebrow. Zhèng Sījí pouted. Everyone. Zhong Yingting jumped up immediately. You too, speak up. Zhèng Sījí hurriedly waved his hands. Mo Lingyu sighed. Alright, go ahead. Mo Lingyu had already figured it out. This thing was probably what Zhèng Sījí wanted them to know about. Zhèng Sījí produced a pale blue ring. It appeared utterly unremarkable, so inconspicuous that none of the others had noticed it. This, he began, is my master's latest research achievement, the boundary-breaking ring. You should be aware that mid-tier mages have a magic sense range of about 100 meters, while high-tier mages can reach roughly 1 kilometer. This ring can boost your magic sense to 5 kilometers. Everyone. Not only that, but within your magic sense range, you can connect to the magic tracks. Everyone, Sigma. This. The group couldn't believe their ears. It wasn't until Zhèng Sījí tossed an overbound ring over and tested it out. Only then did they truly come to their senses. They had obtained a divine artifact. Wahahaha. This thing is so much fun. Hey, are you sure summoning the thunder notes 5 kilometers away is useful? Don't even get me started on Yuan Wai Fawn. Look at your own dragon pattern tiger, it's totally baffled. Pwahahaha. That dragon pattern tiger is so adorable. Long Wenho had been summoned 5 kilometers away by Wang Zedong. It roared to the heavens, putting on a show of strength, only to realize there was no one around it. Even its owner was gone. Dragon pattern tiger's eyes widened in shock, its entire body frozen in confusion. Its massive head swayed from side to side, searching for its master. Its limbs trembled slightly. The group possessed a 5-kilometer magical sense. By expending magic power, they could sense anything within 5 kilometers. Wind elemental, let the wind spirit guide your search. Fire elemental, the fire spirit aids your search. With spirit companions assisting them, the group expended magic to perceive the adorably cute form of the dragon tiger. A tiger several meters tall, looking like this, made everyone burst out laughing. The dragon pattern tiger had been thoroughly played with. Zhèng Sījí's face darkened. I gave you this divine artifact and you've all ruined it. But hey, that's just my style. He nodded with satisfaction. Now it was the system's turn to be utterly exasperated. The system has no head. But that doesn't stop it from ranting. Not a single one of these guys is normal. Zhèng Sījí broke the thing he gave himself, fine. But his teammates? They're just as reckless. The system cursed Zhèng Sījí out in his mind, but Zhèng Sījí ignored it. He'd long since learned to tune it out, okay? They played for ages until the sun hung high in the sky, only then realizing they'd been at it for 3 hours. The rental venue charged by the hour, and any fraction of an hour counted as a full hour. They scrambled to leave, rushing to cancel the rental. Otherwise, they'd have to pay for another hour. Chapter 161, Resources Secured. At noon, the group ordered a lot more food. Again, not demonic food. The greatest benefit of demonic food was its ability to be used alongside cultivation resources. The effects of demonic food lingered for a long time, gradually diminishing. Therefore, they generally avoided overindulging. When it was time to eat, the group finally returned to the main topic. The 4 seasons, this item must be quite precious. Zhèng Sījí couldn't care less. Of course it is, he could just keep taking it endlessly. No worries. Use these for now. Once the battle between the two mansions is over, if you don't want to give them back, you can trade me something of equal value. No need to rush with the exchange. I'm in no hurry. Just make sure to give me more benefits when you make it big in the future. Silence fell over the group. After a long pause, they finally agreed. They signed a blood pact. Though they felt nothing at first, a vague sense of words left unsaid began to weigh on them. Alright, if it's possible. Zhong Yingting paused mid-sentence. Zhèng Sījí was easygoing, he simply handed the thing over to them. Zhong Yingting had intended to say that this item would be returned to Zhèng Sījí later. But she felt reluctant to part with it. Then she continued, don't worry, I'll definitely give you something worthwhile in exchange. Zhèng Sījí nodded. The others were also touched. Zhèng Sījí had invested in their team. With this item, their team's combat effectiveness would undoubtedly see a massive leap. But this thing still required practice. Fortunately, the military training mission provided the perfect opportunity to master it. The weight lifted from their shoulders. They silently vowed to deliver an exchange that would satisfy Zhèng Sījí. After all this commotion, everyone had genuinely forgotten about the main task. Fortunately, Zhong Yingting remembered at the last moment, or else they would have faced another round of trouble. I almost forgot, these are the resources I applied for. I submitted our roster information yesterday and successfully secured our admission. Included are 6 grade 2 spirit stones, 12 grade 2 pills, 600 credits, and 1 entry opportunity each to the Magic Power Secret Realm. Sījí, the credit system access for you and Jinshan Yuanfang will be activated tonight. You can log in directly through your current mobile systems. I'll transfer all the credits to your accounts. As for these resources, let's divide them up now. While they may not seem like much to us, they represent the Academy's goodwill. For ordinary mid-tier first-grade cultivators, this is already a tremendous fortune. Oh, and our recommended team can request leave from classes to focus on cultivation. You can apply for it. The Academy's system is quite efficient, so approval should come quickly. If you're free, let's enter the Magic Secret Realm early. Today is Tuesday, and Saturday is August 1st. Each entry allows a maximum stay of 3 days, but most people only stay a day or two at most. If you're free, let's head in together tomorrow. Why not skip going back today? After dinner, let's head straight to the Magic Realm for training. All 3 of you now have unlimited access to hunt in the hunting pole star. If you're willing, you can join the Magic Academy immediately. What do you think? The others nodded in agreement. They all came from prominent families, such resources were hardly worth their attention. But this opportunity to enter the Magic Secret Realm was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The Magic Sanctuary, reinforced by a 5th grade spirit array, offered up to 50 times the normal magic concentration. Of course, there were also many areas with lower concentrations, allowing practitioners to choose zones suited to their needs and abilities for cultivation. To others, these might seem insignificant, but to Pang Jia, they represented an immense resource. He wasn't born into a prominent clan. His family was perhaps comparable to the former Zhao family of South China City, or even weaker. But unlike the Zhao family, his clan wasn't established in South China City, where few powerful families surrounded them. The Pang family was founded in the magic capital. The powerful families in the Demon City were countless. Minor families like the Pangs likely numbered in the thousands. The Demon City was vast to begin with, and with the addition of spatial folding technology, it drew countless families to its many major cities. Having grown up surrounded by countless prodigies, Pang Jia always felt inferior. Until one fateful encounter. After that, the Pang family poured all its resources into him, pinning their hopes squarely on Pang Jia. But Pang Jia had no intention of using these resources for himself. He intended to give back to the family. Of course, no one else knew of Pang Jia's true intentions. After a pleasant meal, Zhèng Sījí and the others casually submitted their leave requests before heading to the training grounds to continue their practice. By late evening, after dinner, everyone was brimming with energy. For they now had an important task to undertake. Journey to the Magic Realm. Truth be told, many people know little about the Magic Secret Realm. Yuan Weifang and Zhèng Sījí were also a bit clueless, as they knew nothing about the secret realms or such things at Magic Capital Academy. This was where the encyclopedic genius Wang Zedong stepped in. The Magic Capital Academy's secret realms are collections of spiritual arrays. Exactly what kind of arrays they are, the Academy won't tell us. It's all classified information. Take the Magic Realm, for instance. It's saturated with magical energy, boasting a peak magic spirit concentration of 50 times normal levels. If you could cultivate for 3 days within a 50-fold magic concentration zone, it would be equivalent to cultivating for 150 days in a normal concentration zone. Of course, our bodies might not withstand such high magical spirit concentrations. Generally speaking, for us mid-tier first-rank mages, entering a zone with over 10 times the concentration is about our limit. Zhong Yingting chimed in, Wang Zedong's right, but the Magic Realm offers far more than that. Wang Zedong raised an eyebrow. What else could there be? Zhong Yingting continued, I suspect the Magic Realm contains a spirit array that enhances our physical constitution, or perhaps softens the magic essence. Either way, while we might only train in areas with 10-fold magic essence concentration outside, within the magic realm, we can train in areas with 20-fold concentration. Pang Jia nodded in agreement. That's exactly right. After enrollment, outstanding talents get a chance to enter the magic realm, but we're only allowed 1 day inside, unlike this qualifying reward, which grants 3 days. When I went to train there a few days ago, I discovered I could absorb more magic spirits to temper my magic power. The others listened intently as Pang Jia continued. At this concentration, the magic essence can temper the body. Zhèng Sījí heard this and felt nothing unusual, but Wang Zedong and Yuan Wei were stunned. Ultra-concentrated magic essence could temper the body. It was common knowledge that the only way for a mage to enhance their physical strength was through the infusion of a mage master's magic essence into their body. In other words, the infusion of magic essence into the body was the very foundation of a mage's physical tempering. Of course, cultivators were an exception. Secret realms capable of tempering the body were absolutely priceless treasures. Chapter 162, The Magic-Infused Secret Realm. Everyone was filled with anticipation, eager to experience the secret realm capable of tempering the body. Zhèng Sījí finally understood why the Demon Capital Academy held such immense appeal. Why so many people scrambled to enroll in the magic and martial arts dual academies. Opportunities more than anyone could imagine. Even pure mages now had a path to early body tempering. Regardless of the effectiveness, the mere ability to temper the body could significantly enhance a mage's power. Why were practitioners who cultivated both true qi and magic stronger than those who focused solely on magic? Because their physical bodies are stronger, granting them greater endurance. Weaker spells might require mages to cast defensive magic, but cultivators can simply block them with their physical bodies. For rapid movement, mages rely on spells, but cultivators possess sufficient speed on their own. Generally speaking, at the same cultivation level, dual practitioners are stronger than mages, much stronger. The group boarded the light rail and soon arrived at the magic secret realm. The magic secret realm was quite different from what Zhèng Sījí had imagined. It was a series of massive fortresses. At the entrance, numerous mages clad in black robes and wearing pointed hats stood guard. The entrance was crowded. The energy concentration on the hunting pole star was already twice that of Blue Star, and the concentration of magic spirits outside the magic secret realm had reached 3 times that of Blue Star. Merely lingering here was equivalent to being within a second-grade magic gathering array. And this is merely a fraction of the energy emanating from the magic realm. Once inside, the concentration of magical spirits would be even greater. At the same time, Zhèng Sījí also sensed it. The concentration of spiritual energy here was nearly on par with that of Blue Star. Perhaps the overwhelming concentration of demonic spirits had squeezed out the spiritual energy. Outside, crowds of people came and went, yet none lingered to cultivate. They're probably all just here to piggyback off the energy. If you can't get in, might as well tag along. Otherwise, this secret realm seems fairly ordinary. Before the fortress, not a single sound of commotion could be heard. Even conversations were hushed to near silence. Led by Zhou Mingting, the group approached the entrance registration desk in utter silence. The quiet atmosphere here made them all hesitant to speak. It felt a bit stifling. So many people, yet so oppressive. No. It wasn't the atmosphere. It's the overwhelming concentration of demonic energy, causing the surrounding spirits to become overly agitated. No, that's not it either. Zhèng Sījí once again considered using his psychic powers to probe the spirit array. He suspected this oppressive feeling stemmed from the spirit array itself. Logically, high demonic spirit concentration and heightened excitement should make people feel more energized. But this situation was completely reversed. He suspected there was a spirit array at work, one that induced calm. Or perhaps it was a reversal spirit array. It transformed what should have been an exciting and lively environment into one that was quiet and oppressive. His mind was filled with countless such spirit arrays. Zhèng Sījí's interest was instantly piqued. The difficulty of arranging one spirit array after another was extremely high. Perhaps the Demon City Academy had a 5th-rank spirit array master. And not just one. All this remained to be verified. In the end, Zhèng Sījí decided against investigating the spirit array. After all, he had experienced it once before, and the system had warned him. If he wanted a quiet life, he couldn't reveal too much. Otherwise, trouble would pile up, leaving him swamped. The group arrived at the registration desk. The one handling the registration was a young man. Team Deng Tianxia, right? I've been informed that your team has been granted 3 days of cultivation time. This is a rare opportunity, make the most of it. At these words, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Even in their astonishment, not a sound escaped them. Perhaps someone gasped, but caught themselves mid-cry and clamped a hand over their mouth. Zhèng Sījí and the others paid no heed to the commotion around them. For some reason, their hearts felt strangely calm. The astonishment of those around them did not last long. This atmosphere felt strangely off. Zhèng Sījí truly wanted to investigate it. Even though he knew many spirit arrays, he hadn't mastered the technique of stacking them. These formations weren't new creations. The reason he had to learn the fundamentals of spirit arrays himself was precisely because foundational knowledge was crucial for stacking them. Whether arrays would repel each other, how to minimize repulsion, whether array cores overlapped, the effects of core repulsion. All these aspects required a solid foundation. The group entered the magic secret realm. In an instant, a colossal surge of magic spirits engulfed them. Upon entry, the concentration of magic spirits instantly surged to 5 times its original level. The group was astonished to find their control over and tolerance for magic spirits had significantly increased. Originally, a 5-fold concentration would have been taxing. But now, they felt they could absorb even more. Zhong Yingting didn't hesitate. She spoke up, "Everyone, hurry up and find the demonic energy concentration that suits you best. Then enter the rooms and begin your cultivation. Once inside, register using your campus ID card, and no one else will be able to enter your room. Time is tight, hurry." With that, Zhong Yingting dashed out. Having been here many times before, she knew exactly where the optimal concentration of magic spirits lay. The others didn't hesitate either, rushing out in a hurry. 3 days seemed long, but in truth, they were short. Training every second counts, that's the true path. After all, at 30 times the concentration, cultivation speed surpasses the outside world by over 30-fold. Wasting a single second meant squandering 30. Zhèng Sījí also hurried out. This fortress is layered. From the outside, this fortress appeared unremarkable and not particularly large. But inside, spatial folding technology was pushed to its absolute limits. Only now did Zhèng Sījí begin to survey this magical realm. It was a tower. Stairs ascended in a circular pattern. But this circle was enormous. So vast that standing in place, the sides appeared as straight lines. The staircase ascended, surrounded by rows of small chambers. These rooms must be the cultivation chambers. As Zhèng Sījí ascended, the concentration of demonic energy grew increasingly dense. 6-fold, 7-fold, 10-fold, 20-fold. Zhèng Sījí possessed exceptional physical constitution, his bodily strength rivaling that of a peak third-grade cultivator. A 20-fold concentration of spiritual energy was the limit for others. But for him, it was merely the starting point. Their physical strength barely reached the early second rank. Only Zhong Yingting's physical strength was somewhat stronger. The rest, at best, reached the peak of the first rank. After all, they were all descendants of prominent clans, and their families undoubtedly possessed their own secret realms. This magic-infused secret realm, once its concentration reached 10-fold, would begin tempering one's physical body. Zhèng Sījí continued climbing upward. Climbing the stairs alone had already taken nearly an hour. Scattered individuals could be seen climbing the stairs around him. But they were extremely few in number. Perhaps there were people inside the chambers, but not many. After all, opportunities to enter this magic secret realm were few and far between. 30 times, 35 times, 40 times. Gradually, Zhèng Sījí had reached the 45-fold zone. This magic realm was vast. The higher the concentration of magic spirits, the slower his pace became. It was like his own trial tower. However, the trial tower was pure spiritual energy. Moreover, the starting concentration in the trial tower was higher. This magic realm is strikingly similar to my own trial tower. Chapter 163, Emerging from Seclusion. Zhèng Sījí had conquered the trial tower several times before this level of resistance was well within his capacity to endure. Soon, Zhèng Sījí stepped his way to the very top. Then, damn it! Wiping sweat from his forehead, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but curse under his breath. That tiny room at the top, with 50 times the reward, someone was already there. Damn it! Both tiny rooms had occupants. System. What are the cultivation levels of the people inside? The two inside, one is a second-rank mage, the other a second-rank forbidden spellcaster. This magic realm is a 5th-grade gathering magic array, but it doesn't actually affect forbidden spells much. Still, it's better than nothing. 50 times the spiritual energy concentration. This magic realm probably isn't the strongest spirit array in the Demon Capital Academy. Zhèng Sījí shook his head. Damn, we can't win this. Killing Zhào Hào earlier was only because he was careless and not in top form. Now, can't outbid him. Forget it, let's get out of here. Zhèng Sījí moved down 2 squares, landing in the 49.5x zone. Should I really tap the card? Might this expose something? A freshman training here. Zhèng Sījí entered the room and began to fret. Host, you're a super hacker. The system sighed inwardly. This host always forgot his own capabilities. But Zhèng Sījí couldn't be blamed. With so many abilities, his memory had hidden them away. Sometimes he genuinely couldn't recall them. Zhèng Sījí clenched his right fist and slammed it against his left palm. Right. Zhèng Sījí hurriedly pulled out his notebook, then suddenly remembered something. Thunder notes. The lightning spirits swiftly gathered. With nearly 50 times the usual concentration of magical energy, the spellcasting speed was incredibly fast. After a few manipulations, Zhèng Sījí quickly mastered the lightning notes. The lightning spirits infiltrated the system, and Zhèng Sījí began furiously tapping away at the lightning notes. This was hunting the pole star. It had its own dedicated network. The maintainer of this network must be a super god. But alas, it had encountered Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí infiltrated it without anyone noticing. Then, he secretly granted himself super user privileges. TSK, perfect. He concealed his tracks, then swiped his card. Recorded, small room with 20 times the normal concentration of demonic energy. After that, Zhèng Sījí smiled, took a step back, and began his cultivation. Such a high concentration of magic essence, he couldn't let it go to waste. Even if he couldn't break through to the high tier, he would elevate his magic control and power. Strive to reach the peak of the intermediate tier, where he could utterly overwhelm a mage master. That way, he might be able to undertake system quests and upgrade the system. Soon, Zhèng Sījí entered a state of deep meditation. The members of the Dang Tianxia squad also found suitable meditation chambers for their cultivation. Zhou Yingting was in a room with 29.8 times the magical spirit concentration. Pang Jia was in a cultivation room with 23.3 times the demonic energy concentration. Mo Lingyu was in a cultivation room with 22.9 times the demonic energy concentration. Wang Zedong was in a cultivation room with 21.2 times the demonic energy concentration. As for Yuan Weifang, though he possessed the weakest physical constitution, he still managed to barely scrape by in a chamber with a 20x magic essence concentration, persevering in his cultivation there. The magic realm was quiet. Even in this quietness, the soundproofing was excellent. If one truly had the inclination, they could do anything in the small room without being discovered. Though it would be a bit of a waste. Time flew by, and before long, 3 days had passed. July 31st, 7:30 p.m. Several figures emerged one after another from the cultivation chamber. Zhèng Sījí stepped out of the small room, stretching lazily. Then he headed downstairs. He emerged earlier than the others because his starting position was too high up. He had to leave early to avoid arousing suspicion. Zhèng Sījí arrived early at the entrance to the magic secret realm, waiting for the rest of the team. One by one, the figures approached together. Judging by their expressions, they had all made significant gains. They had arrived at the magic secret realm without any preparation. Though they claimed to be unprepared, they truly needed no preparation. The magic sanctuary allowed for faster mastery of magic. And magic scrolls? They certainly weren't lacking in those either. Zhèng Sījí could tell at a glance that they'd made substantial progress. Without exchanging words, they exchanged glances, smiled, and walked out together. This place was not conducive to conversation. Every time they tried to speak, an inexplicable sensation made them swallow their words. Only after distancing themselves from the magic realm did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, that place was unbearable. Wang Zedong was the first to vent. It felt like some force was trying to stop me from speaking. Utterly unbearable. Yuan Weifang chimed in too, though he was actually teasing Wang Zedong. Only you, the chatterbox, would feel uncomfortable not talking. You love talking so much. Pang Jia timidly raised her hand. I also felt that force trying to stop me from speaking. Yuan Weifang looked at Pang Jia in surprise, then scanned the group. Zhou Yingting, Mo Lingyu, and Zhèng Sījí all nodded in agreement. Yuan Weifang was baffled. Why didn't I feel that? Wang Zedong chuckled. That's because you don't want to speak. It's definitely not my problem. Yuan Weifang pouted. I definitely have things to say too, you know. But what can you do? The minority can't beat the majority. Well, not necessarily. Mo Lingyu steered the conversation away, asking, how's your cultivation coming along? One sentence reignited their conversation. Wang Zedong was the first to jump in again. Me. This time I trained in a 21.2x small room. The next day I moved to a 22x area, and by the third day I went straight to a 24x place. I even learned 2 new spells, my magic power shot up nearly 10%, and my spell control improved a ton. I feel like I'll hit peak mid-tier soon. Wang Zedong was visibly excited, for his progress was truly remarkable. Once he reached the peak of the intermediate stage, with the right elixirs or rare treasures, he could swiftly advance to the high stage. Zhèng Sījí nodded in approval. That was indeed remarkable progress. A 10% increase in magic power. That rate of improvement was absolutely absurd. Zhou Yingting also affirmed this. Wang Zedong truly lived up to his grandfather's description. He possessed remarkable talent, though he had channeled it elsewhere. Had he focused solely on cultivation, he would likely be a high-tier mage by now. Even accounting for the favorable environment during these 3 days of seclusion, which undoubtedly contributed to his significant progress, it was still clear that Wang Zedong possessed truly exceptional talent. Such talent would rank among the very best even at the Magic Academy. Perhaps even stronger, though she couldn't discern it. After Wang Zedong finished speaking, Yuan Weifang eagerly chimed in. I started cultivating at a 20x location and moved to a 22x spot on the 3rd day. My magic power increased by nearly 10%, and I feel my magic perception has improved significantly too. As you know, my lightning notes require me to be within a detectable range to infiltrate, so I focused my efforts on enhancing my magic perception. My magic sense currently reaches 2 kilometers. Beyond that lies a formidable barrier, but I feel certain this threshold will be breached soon. But this 4 seasons artifact, it's dampening my excitement lately, this 5-kilometer range, sigh. Ugh, what a letdown. After all this time training, and then some overbound ring comes along. Chapter 164, Drawing a Trial Ground. Wang Zedong patted Yuan Huaifeng on the shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Don't say that. This is your own improvement, and it'll be a huge help for your future cultivation. Cultivation can't rely solely on tools, it depends on yourself. The 4 seasons tool is great, but it only goes up to 5 kilometers. If you never improve your magic sense and stay stuck at that 5-kilometer limit, forget about whether the tool might break once you reach higher levels, your magic sense won't keep up. This is all about your own strength. With that, Wang Zedong gave him a thumbs up. Yuan Huaifeng managed a strained smile. I've broken through to the peak of the intermediate stage. Wang Zedong. He froze on the spot. Damn it. You wasted my emotions. Wang Zedong slapped Yuan Huaifeng right on the head. Yuan Huaifeng, stunned by the pain, struck back. Back and forth, back and forth. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. With his cultivation level rising, his mood was incredibly high. Pang Jia couldn't stay quiet and announced, I've reached peak mid-stage too. Wang Zedong turned around in utter bewilderment. Damn it. Aren't you usually the quiet, timid type? Why are you suddenly butting in now? Wang Zedong dropped the Yuan Huaifeng in his hand and charged straight at Pang Jia. Pang Jia scrambled away, head in hands. Zhou Ningting couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm barely at the late mid-stage. Since I don't specialize in magic, the magic realm doesn't help me much. Mo Lingyu smiled helplessly. I'm also late mid-stage. But with my fusion magic, I should be able to stack it one more time now, making it significantly more powerful than before. Mo Lingyu's talent wasn't exceptional, so his low cultivation level was hardly surprising. After a long while, Wang Zedong and Pang Jia's double act finally came to a halt. Because both of them had turned their gaze toward Zhèng Sījí. This guy an advanced tier mage. Among mid-tier mages, differences in magical essence concentration absorption manifested in physical constitution. But the difference in magical spirit concentration tolerance between mid-tier and high-tier mages manifests in their magical power. The gap in magical power was simply too vast. Even with a weaker constitution, the sheer density of his mana allowed him to withstand higher concentrations of magic essence. Zhèng Sījí shrugged. I'm still just as strong. Everyone. Wang Zedong fumed, I move we gang up on him. Seconded. 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 I'll handle it. After Zhèng Sījí and the others escorted Mo Lingyu and Zhou Ningting back to their dormitory, they departed from Hunting Star. As for Pang Jia, he was left to his own devices. Tomorrow was Saturday, August 1st, the start date for military training. August 1st was also an important day for Zhèng Sījí. Another level 1 lottery draw was coming up. Special no longer satisfied him. Because he didn't know what wish to make. But the lottery? That's fine. Everything was up to fate. On the way back, everyone was relaxed and cheerful. I can't shake this feeling that something's missing. Wang Zedong suddenly mused aloud. Hearing Wang Zedong's words, Yuan Huaifeng also froze in surprise. Yeah, it really feels like something's missing. Wang Zedong questioned doubtfully, the lack of demonic spirits? The concentration of demonic spirits here has really dropped significantly. Zheng Si let out a soft chuckle. He knew exactly what was missing. The spirit array. Spirit arrays had their benefits, but naturally, they also had drawbacks. This hollow feeling in the heart was just one minor negative effect of the spirit array. But it didn't matter, it would pass soon enough. So Zhèng Sījí explained, it's just the spirit array. There are too many spirit arrays in the magic realm, at least 10 or more. Suddenly emerging from that environment, the patterns you'd grown accustomed to have shifted again. It's like when you first entered the magic realm back then, you felt magic spirits rushing toward you and found it very unsettling. But it's nothing. You'll be fine soon. Wang Zedong and Yuan Huaifeng understood. Zhèng Sījí had explained it plainly, it would have been strange not to understand. Yuan Huaifeng hummed thoughtfully. Sījí, can you construct a spirit gathering array? Spirit gathering and spirit binding arrays both condense energy, they should be similar, right? Just as Zhèng Sījí was about to answer, the system interrupted him. Host, spiritual energy and demonic energy are distinct. Before the system could elaborate, Zhèng Sījí realized the distinction himself. They're different. Spirit gathering arrays collect spiritual energy, while demon gathering arrays condense demonic spirits. Yuan Huaifeng rolled his eyes. Of course he knew that. Seeing Yuan Huaifeng's expression, Zhèng Sījí chuckled. I can't construct spirit gathering arrays because I lack cultivation. Building them requires pure true qi to guide the energy. Constructing a spirit gathering array requires using pure true energy as the guiding force, whereas a demon gathering array doesn't. You can substitute demonic energy for true energy. That's why I can build a demon gathering array, but I might not be able to build a spirit gathering array. That's why spirit gathering arrays are far more difficult to construct than demon gathering arrays. To build a first-grade spirit gathering array, I'd need to at least reach the level of a first-grade cultivator. Why do you need to know all this? Are you abandoning computers to study spirit arrays? Yuan Weifang looked utterly bewildered and shook his head hastily. Forget it, forget it. Zhèng Sījí explained it so clearly, yet I still don't get it. Spirit arrays? Computers are way more lovable. It wasn't just Yuan Weifang. Wang Zedong was equally bewildered. But for the sake of appearances, he couldn't ask. Wang Zedong nodded solemnly, feigning understanding. I see. Zhèng Sījí found this rather amusing. Pretending to understand when he clearly didn't, that was Wang Zedong through and through. August 1st, midnight. Zhèng Sījí entered the soul space. After refreshing the level 1 lottery, Zhèng Sījí couldn't wait any longer. System, level 1 lottery. Understood, host. Preparing lottery. Level 1 lottery. Ready. Commencing draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Mocha Gate. Zhèng Sījí? Mocha Gate. A self-aware gate of trials from the domain immortal realm. Connected to the armory, providing the most suitable weapon for those who pass the trial. After reading the explanation, Zhèng Sījí was even more baffled. What the heck is this thing? System, explain this to me. You're so dense, host. It's just a trial ground, what else is there to explain? Fine, if you won't tell me. System? Just hold on a second longer and I'll tell you. Fine, I'll tell you. No explanation. The system felt stifled inside. Zhèng Sījí sneered coldly. A mere system trying to mess with me. Once I figure out your personality, I'll have you wrapped around my finger. System. Host, you're way too cocky. Knowing full well I can hear his inner thoughts, he still dares to say such things. Next time I definitely won't say anything. This time, go ahead, say it. Holding it in is killing me. Host, this Mocha Gate is a trial ground, a gateway to the domain immortal realm. But unlike the domain immortal realm, this Mocha Gate connects to the armory. Zhèng Sījí was a bit confused. What the heck is a weapons arsenal? Could you please finish explaining the Mocha Gate before introducing other terms? The system ignored Zhèng Sījí and continued. It tests those with exceptional talent in specific areas. Success grants them the most suitable weapon from the armory, and weapons from the armory are guaranteed to be top tier. Zhèng Sījí. Chapter 165, You must be crazy. Hearing this, Zhèng Sījí couldn't wait. Then hurry up and let me try it. Host, why the rush? I'm telling you, this thing, you really don't need to use it. Zhèng Sījí couldn't fathom what the system was trying to say. If it doesn't want me to use it, then why did it give it to me in the first place? Calm down, host. Let me finish. The Mocha Gate is actually quite dangerous. Those who fail the trial will die without a doubt. Zhèng Sījí? What does certain death have to do with me? Am I going to die? No way. This Mocha Gate was given by the system. Could something the system provides be stronger than my own immortality? No way. I'm not sure if I should say this. Cut the crap. Well, this isn't meant for you. It's for the people of Blue Star Realm. So it's already been distributed to certain areas within Blue Star Realm. Exactly how many, I don't know yet. Since the Mocha Gate integrates with planets, achieving seamless assimilation without rejection requires some time. Zhèng Sījí? It's not for me, so you just went ahead and distributed it? Don't mess with me, man. Then what's the point of my level 1 lottery ticket? Why give it to someone from the Blue Star Realm? Do you think I'm already strong enough and don't need to improve anymore? My own strength isn't even sufficient yet. Don't make decisions for me. I swear, host. This wasn't my call. The moment Mocha Gate appeared, it teleported away on its own. This thing. You couldn't stop it? How weak is that? That's it? This system of yours is that weak? It's not that I couldn't stop it. I couldn't stop it. Zhèng Sījí asked in confusion, why? The system replied solemnly, host, why do you think you've appeared in this world? I don't know. Begin your performance. System. You've gained special abilities and acquired this system. Do you think it was given to you for free? I suppose not. Hearing this, Zhèng Sījí began to ponder. This system, it really isn't free. As they say, there's no such thing as a free lunch. So, does it require some kind of sacrifice? Unfortunately, before Zhèng Sījí could say more, the system cut him off with a single sentence. It really is free. After all, I was assigned to you by your host body. Zhèng Sījí? What do you mean? You're wasting my feelings. Host, don't be angry. You know, with great power comes great responsibility. While you won't be forced to give something back to this world, you still have an obligation to enhance the overall strength of the world you inhabit. You know you exist on Blue Star, within the Blue Star realm. You also know that beyond the Blue Star realm lie even stronger beings in countless other planes. Let me tell you this, realms like the Blue Star realm are countless, so many they can't even be counted. Your blue star realm exists within the myriad realms of the cosmos. And why did you appear in the blue star realm? At this crucial point, the system abruptly halted. Zhèng Sījí? Hurry up and tell me. You stop talking right when it gets to the crucial part. You're going to get dragged out and beaten to death like this. This was precisely what Zhèng Sījí was most curious about. He'd always been curious about his origins. Didn't the system know either? Then what is it saying now? The system paused briefly before continuing, well, I don't know either. Zhèng Sījí. Celestial gentlemen don't swear. Unless I can't help it. If you don't know, why the hell did you say anything? Can't you stop teasing people like that? You tease us like that and then don't even explain. A system like yours deserves to be smashed to bits. The system sheepishly replied, hey, don't get mad, anger's bad for your health. The system was stunned. Can't you just act normal, host? You'd rather kill yourself than hurt your body. Is there something wrong with your brain circuits? This way it won't hurt my body anymore, right? Can I get angry now? System. No way, no way. The undying overlord untouchable. Host, don't get angry. Anyway, you should know that what you've gained wasn't free. Even if it seems free now, do you really think you deserve it? The emergence of the Mocha Gate has benefited the Blue Star Realm. This is your repayment to the Blue Star Realm. Even if you had no obligation to do so, wouldn't your heart feel much lighter? No. System. This conversation is going nowhere. Though Zhèng Sījí insisted it wouldn't, deep down he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. He'd always harbored a lingering fear that this system might abandon him someday, that everything he'd gained could slip away. Mocha Gate, at least it brought him some peace of mind. Zhèng Sījí loved cultivation. He loved practicing. If he didn't, he wouldn't have immersed himself in studying cultivation paths since childhood, even when he couldn't practice himself. If he didn't love it, Zhèng Sījí wouldn't spend 15 out of every 16 days immersed in cultivation. He feared losing it all. But dwelling on these things was futile. Everything is predestined. Live well in the present, strive to grow stronger, strong enough that even without a system or a golden finger, he could stand on his own. The Mocha Gate had taken root in certain corners of the Blue Star Realm. The erosion was slow, its duration unknown. Meanwhile, a disheveled old man with white hair sat alone in a room filled with screens. His fingers danced across the keyboard, his focus unknown. After a long while, he paused his movements and scratched his head. This is strange. Where exactly did things go wrong? I've checked it 201 times, and it's still like this. No. There's definitely something wrong. With that, he began another round of checks. After a long while, he stopped again. He frantically scratched his head, looking utterly frustrated. Creak. The laboratory door creaked open. Professor, take a break. A graceful figure entered, carrying a tray of tea. Wait. The woman sighed helplessly. That was just how the professor was. 3 days now. She had long since grown accustomed to it. 3 days that was actually on the shorter side. The woman stepped forward and set down the tea tray. Then she began brewing the tea. The fragrant aroma of tea wafted throughout the entire laboratory. The disheveled old man casually picked up a cup of tea and gulped it down without hesitation, seemingly unfazed by the heat. Professor, I truly believe there's nothing wrong with the system. The woman looked utterly helpless. She had checked it multiple times after returning. The hunting Polaris system showed no issues whatsoever. Her mentor had examined it hundreds of times. With their expertise, even a flaw as tiny as a microbe would have been detected in over 200 inspections. Yet her teacher remained convinced something was amiss with the system. No. I need to check again. You should leave. The woman felt embarrassed. This teacher just wouldn't listen. Just as she was about to step away, her foot suddenly froze. She nearly forgot the main task. Chapter 166, Military Training Arrives. The woman began, Teacher. Your junior brother's disciple was admitted to the Magic Capital Academy this year. He meant to say. The old man waved his hand, cutting her off. I know, I'm busy. Once things settle down, I'll go take a look. Teacher, this person. Enough. Go make contact with him first. I don't collect trash here. The woman pursed her lips, gave a slight bow, and turned to leave. The door closed, and the old man began another system check. Dad, it's your son calling. Before 5 o'clock the next morning, Zhèng Sījí was jolted awake by his own alarm. He glanced at his phone. It wasn't the alarm, it was a call. Zhèng Sījí was utterly baffled. He thought to himself, how could I have been so stupid as to set an alarm for before 5 o'clock? The caller ID displayed. Wang Zedong's number. Zhèng Sījí answered impatiently, Hello? What's up? If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm going back to sleep. Wang Zedong's urgent voice rang out on the other end, Hello? Seriously? You're still sleeping? Military training starts soon, you know? Why aren't you up yet? Zhèng Sījí replied lazily, so what if it's military training? It's barely 5 o'clock. Why get up so early? Wang Zedong? Wang Zedong jolted awake. It's already 5:30. Is your clock broken or something? It's only 4:30, damn it. Who the hell changed my time? Damn it. Yuan Weifeng, you better open the door right now. Wang Zedong pounded frantically on Yuan Weifeng's training room door. Bang bang bang. Ignoring their love-hate drama, Zhèng Sījí hung up the phone without a second thought. Then he slept a little longer, only to be genuinely woken up by his alarm clock. When Zhèng Sījí emerged, he discovered that both Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng had vanished. Not surprising, since it took them 2 hours to reach their rendezvous point. Damn, this dormitory is seriously far away. After freshening up, Zhèng Sījí grabbed a quick breakfast from the shop downstairs and headed straight to the gathering point at the School of Economics and Management building. When Zhèng Sījí arrived at the gathering point at 5:40 a.m., the sky was still pitch black, illuminated only by a few scattered streetlights. Even though the meeting time was still 20 minutes away, there weren't many people at the gathering spot. After all, the dormitories for the School of Economics and Management were only about a kilometer away from the building. Unlike Zhèng Sījí, who lived in the coastal district, they could jog over in about 6 minutes at the speed of Foundation establishment cultivators. Under the dim lights, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but glance left and right. Wow, these girls have amazing figures. Ahem, just woke up, brains still foggy. Don't mind me. Since the military training assignment was completed at the Hunting Pole Star, and based on past training at Magic Capital Academy, there was a high chance of combat scenarios. Consequently, many had donned combat uniforms that accentuated every curve to perfection. Zhèng Sījí leaned against the lamppost, his mind wandering aimlessly. As for what exactly he was thinking about, I believe my fellow countrymen would understand. Soon, a pale streak of light appeared on the horizon. Daylight spread fully, and people began arriving in droves, almost simultaneously. Youngsters these days, why do they all insist on arriving at the last minute? Why not come early like us, Zhèng Sījí? Though arriving early might not actually help. But what if? What if it does? Like spotting beauties. In this dim light, unless you've awakened shadow-type abilities, you probably can't see a thing. Only Zhèng Sījí would use his imagination to picture the scene. Yeah, at this point, Zhèng Sījí would absolutely be thick-skinned enough to deny using his shadow-type abilities. Absolutely not. At exactly 6 a.m. on August 1st, nearly all the freshman cultivators from the School of Economics and Management had gathered. Also at exactly 6 a.m., a figure dressed in neat military uniform, tall and sturdy, appeared on the second floor and stepped out. He tapped the microphone. Thump thump. After confirming the microphone was working, he proceeded without hesitation or further preparation. Everyone instantly fell silent. No need for adjustments. The man in military uniform on stage composed himself and began his address. Greetings, new recruits of the School of Economics and Management. I am your commanding officer for this military training assignment. I congratulate you all on gaining admission to this premier institution, Magic City Academy. Here you will find the finest resources, the most comprehensive education, and the best conditions. Perhaps at home, you are the little tyrants, the little princesses and young masters. Many of you also come from families with considerable influence. But during this training, I demand you set aside your arrogance. Here, everyone is treated equally. Some may wonder why I emphasize this. Simply understand this, regardless of your background, if you fail to pass this training, I will not issue you a training completion certificate, no exceptions. Without this certificate, you will not receive your graduation diploma. Every year, there are a few overconfident individuals who try to cheat their way through. And it's precisely those few who end up without their graduation certificates. Among them are some privileged sons and daughters, even direct descendants of prominent families. But here, that means nothing. Unless you don't care about a Modu Academy diploma, or your family's influence outweighs the entire academy. I won't say much more, but one final reminder: if anyone tries to pressure you during military training by leveraging their background or connections, stand up to them. No matter what happens afterward, Magic City Academy will have your back. Any objections? Speak now. The man in military attire surveyed the room, noting the solemn expressions on everyone's faces. He nodded with satisfaction. Good. Depart immediately. March to the teleportation point. The middle-aged, burly instructor delivered all this with a voice that was both deeply steady and piercingly penetrating. Without waiting for any response, he turned and descended the stairs, positioning himself at the rear of the formation. So even if it makes sense, we're not listening, huh? A single command, delivered with an air of authority, caused everyone to instinctively fall into formation. This guy must be a second-rank mage who's awakened the sound element. This spatial magic discipline is notoriously difficult to grasp. Unfortunately, Zhèng Sījí, with his third-rank physical body, remained completely unaffected. Still, he fell into line with the others and began walking toward the teleportation point. Good grief, that's dozens of kilometers. Zhèng Sījí silently cursed under his breath. Fortunately, the academy only gathered cultivators with cultivation bases. New students without cultivation underwent regular military training instead. Otherwise, those without cultivation would likely be unable to endure it. Chapter 167, Squad Mission. En route to the teleportation point, they encountered numerous marching squads from other academies. They also saw many ordinary students clad in school-issued military uniforms, standing at attention in perfect military posture on the green field under the blazing sun. Compared to them, cultivators like Zhèng Sījí and his group faced far less stringent requirements. They weren't required to wear uniforms, nor did they have to endure rules like not even touching their heads while marching. This clearly showed how much this world valued cultivators. Yet with great privilege came great restriction. The code governing cultivators was so complex that an ordinary person might spend a lifetime studying it and still not grasp it fully. By noon, the group had passed through the teleportation point one after another. The main force had already arrived at their base camp for hunting the pole star. Teleportation was free, otherwise, it would be ridiculously expensive. The base was located within a room of a massive venue, where the group would rest, eat lunch, and take afternoon naps. Around 2 in the afternoon, a sharp whistle pierced the quiet, rousing the resting members of the management squadron. They all knew it meant their military training assignment was about to be announced. They immediately snapped to attention, afraid of missing anything. The chief instructor entered through an entrance, his gaze stern as he scanned the management cadets. This year, the business management squad had nearly 500 cultivators. Yet even with this number, they still ranked near the bottom among all the academies. The cadets noticed their advisors, now dressed in military uniforms, one after another taking their places behind the chief instructor, hands clasped behind their backs, standing at attention. They all recognized their own major's counselors, their demeanor now starkly different from their usual amiable selves. Could it be that this mission was also led by the counselors? That would be exhausting for the counselors. Everyone had their own thoughts, but the chief instructor at the center finally spoke up. Students, how was your midday break? Did lunch suit your tastes? Before anyone could answer, he continued, this will be the best meal you get before completing your mission. Everyone? Enough talk. Your counselors will brief you on your tasks. Those participating in the dual city competition selection process, step forward and come see me. All counselors. Present. Go assign your tasks. Yes, sir. The counselors saluted the chief instructor, then dismissed their units on the spot. They ran to their respective students and saluted them as well. All students dismissed. The chief instructor issued the command to the business students below the platform. Though they needn't be overly tense while listening to the chief instructor, his voice alone froze them in place. This was part of the school's approach. The institution didn't force them to adopt a military posture, as not everyone would pursue a military career. The goal was simply to ensure they could step up when humanity faced crises once they grew strong enough. Nevertheless, the school still assigned military personnel with exceptional physical prowess and command presence to lead them. The underlying message was clear: if you don't move, it's not because we're forcing you, it's because you're too afraid to act. Don't blame us for that. Even as the counselor prepared to assign tasks, their eyes remained fixed on the chief instructor's vicinity. For those eligible to participate in the dual house competition selection, the prospect held immense appeal. The requirements for entering the dual house competition selection weren't just about having a team led by someone from the Magic Academy or Martial Arts Cultivation Academy. There was a whole series of strict conditions. This was no ordinary competition. Even the counselors assigning tasks were curious whether their business management department might produce a candidate for this year's dual house competition selection. After all, those who could compete in the dual academy selection from regular majors possessed the absolute capability to gain admission into either the Magic or Martial Arts Academy. Their choice not to enter meant they didn't require the resources of either academy, implying they had significant backing. Such individuals, even if impossible to befriend, were best not to offend. There simply weren't that many spots left to coast through anymore. And so, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhèng Sījí walked forward. Zhang Wei. I knew it. This guy is no ordinary student. Damn. Even the students from the economics classes were stunned. Especially those in class 1. For days now, every roll call had been missing one name, and the teachers never bothered to follow up. Zhèng Sījí held no position in the class and didn't even attend lectures. Everyone assumed he was completely neglected, lacking any ambition whatsoever. Who knew he was actually preparing for the dual city competition qualifiers? All eyes were fixed on Zhèng Sījí, but he showed no sign of awkwardness. This kind of attention? Piece of cake. The chief instructor gave Zhèng Sījí a long, lingering look, his eyebrow twitching slightly as if surprised. Follow me. With that single command, the chief instructor turned and strode out the door. Zhèng Sījí followed him out. The head instructor was genuinely stunned. He hadn't just led the business school for a year or two, he'd been at the helm for a full decade. Even in casual chats with other instructors, he'd never encountered a first-year student who possessed such advanced magical prowess. Indeed, Zhèng Sījí's cultivation level had been exposed. Those below his rank couldn't perceive it, but those above could clearly see he possessed advanced level cultivation. Perhaps within the Magic Academy, there might be a handful of prodigies capable of achieving such a feat, reaching advanced levels immediately upon enrollment. Such individuals were nothing short of monstrously gifted. But if you possess that kind of strength, why would you even bother enrolling in the ordinary program? Even if you have ample cultivation resources and don't need the Academy's resources, for a genius like you, wouldn't it be better to have access to them than none at all? This young man truly doesn't understand that small gains accumulate into great things. The chief instructor muttered this to himself as he walked, unconsciously arriving at his temporary office. The chief instructor walked over to his chair, sat down, and began. You have two options. First, complete individual tasks on your own. Your performance will be graded accordingly. Naturally, as long as you complete them regardless of method, you'll pass. Second, join a squad mission. We'll assign tasks based on your capabilities. Complete it, and you get full marks. If you excel, there'll be extra rewards provided your entire squad agrees. The military training tasks must be completed within 1 month. Oh, and by the way, which squad are you in? The chief instructor opened his laptop, as if checking messages, then casually asked. The Sweep the World squad, Zhèng Sījí answered honestly. The chief instructor raised an eyebrow. Dang Tianxia, he said, his tone oddly drawn out. Wow, this is huge. According to the intel he'd received, there were only 2 guaranteed spots in the selection tournament, and one of them had gone to this very dang Tianxia squad. The backgrounds of every member in this squad were nothing short of extraordinary. So this guy couldn't be too shabby either, right? No wonder he possessed such advanced cultivation at such a young age. Wow, this was truly remarkable. Chapter 168, Meat Canned Goods. Speaking of which, my granddaughter should be coming of age soon, right? Should I introduce her to you? Ahem, never mind. My precious granddaughter can't be toyed with like that. The chief instructor typed a few words on the computer before turning to tell Zhèng Sījí. Your squad has been assigned a unified mission. Your task is quite something. Typically, squads are tasked with hunting bronze tier beasts, double their numbers, and cooperatively taking down a silver tier beast. Yours? How did the Academy assign you such a mission? Zhèng Sījí raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by what his mission entailed. Many students have been pampered since childhood and have never encountered real demons. They might even be terrified by a single bronze grade beast. So the goal of their military training is to make them truly face demons, hunt them down, and overcome difficulties. That way, if a demon invasion crisis arises in the future, they won't be flustered. They'll be able to help hunt demons and save people. The school has spared no effort in preparing for crises. That area is absolutely secure at most, only a dozen or so bronze-grade beasts roam there simultaneously. Back when the school cleared that zone, it consumed considerable resources. The chief instructor seemed to have opened his floodgates, his words drifting hundreds of kilometers off topic. You know, right? This year is special. Even the college entrance exams underwent reforms, all because of that sea demon invasion months ago. So don't be surprised. Exposing ordinary cultivators to demons is a bold experiment, but a necessary one. Head instructor, just tell us what our mission is, Zhèng Sījí interjected. TSK. Can't young people today show a little patience? Your mission is to hunt down 100 silver grade beasts and 1 gold grade beast. Your squad has only 1 high tier mage. Hunting silver grade beasts is already difficult enough, yet you're being tasked with hunting a gold grade beast. The higher-ups also instructed me to warn you, that area hasn't been cleared by the school. There's a possibility diamond grade beasts roam there. No way. How could such a dangerous mission be assigned to freshmen like you? Hold on, I'll go argue for you. Enthusiastic chief instructor online. He tapped away at the keyboard for over half an hour. Zhèng Sījí just watched him type. The scene was utterly bizarre. Zhèng Sījí rolled his eyes. It's just a gold tier demon. He'd hunted diamond tier ones before, what's the big deal? Zhèng Sījí felt helpless, yet couldn't bear to dampen the head instructor's enthusiasm. Half an hour later, the chief instructor sighed, epsilon equals omicron psi. I didn't manage to get you anything special, Well then, I'll give you some meat tins. These meat tins are actually pretty tasty. With that, he pulled out several boxes of meat tins from his drawer. Let's be honest, chief instructor, your main profession is soldier, but your side gig is keyboard warrior, right? Apart from uttering a few fair words at the start, you've basically been arguing with people the whole time. Like I didn't see through you. So this is what a military man like you is really like. Shortly after, Zhèng Sījí was ushered out of the chief instructor's office, clutching several cans of meat. Zhèng Sījí was puzzled. How could such a burly man awaken a delicate psychic ability? It seems this world's research into magic still isn't thorough enough. Damn it! Led by a soldier, Zhèng Sījí successfully reunited with the other members of the Dang Tianxia squad. Only he was missing. If that chief instructor hadn't been moonlighting for over half an hour, he would have arrived long ago. Everyone was clad in combat gear, clearly aware of this mission's scale, 100 silver grade beasts and 1 gold grade beast. But, never mind. No buts. Rumor had it that diamond-grade beasts might roam the area they were heading to. Even with Zhèng Sījí as their trump card, the members of the Dang Tianxia squad couldn't help but take him seriously. Moreover, while Zhèng Sījí was exceptionally powerful, the others still didn't know if he could actually kill a gold-grade demon. Still, they trusted the school wouldn't send them to their deaths. Magister-level guardians would surely accompany them, ready to intervene if their lives were threatened. But those teachers wouldn't assist them in hunting monsters to complete the mission. So this task remained daunting. Rumor had it that failure meant not only losing their graduation certificates but potentially forfeiting their guaranteed spots in the dual house competition. TSK, completing individual tasks is so much more appealing. But judging by this, even the solo missions for those participating in the dual house competition qualifiers must be extremely difficult. It might be better to join a team mission and build their coordination instead. The entire military training period lasted 1 month, meaning they had to hunt at least 3 silver-grade beasts per day. If they encountered a pack of silver-grade beasts, they could fight if there were 5 or fewer. But if there were more than 5, they might have to consider a strategic retreat. Not out of fear, but a strategic retreat. Zhèng Sījí. Never mind him. This mission was a complete miscalculation. Wang Zedong had mentioned he possessed 2 silver-tier beasts, so their baseline task of 3 silver-tier beasts per day should be easily achievable. Even 4 or 5 wouldn't be a problem. They were all mid-tier first-rank mages, while silver-grade beasts matched the strength of mid-tier second-rank mages. With 2 silver-grade summoned beasts assisting them, completing the task of hunting 100 silver-grade beasts should have been a breeze. The main concern was this gold-tier demon beast. Zhèng Sījí was a high-tier mage, but in everyone's perception, he was a pure mage. A gold-tier demon beast matched the strength of a third-tier high-level mage. Silver-grade demons were beyond the hunting capabilities of others, but Zhèng Sījí could handle them with ease. TSK, this is truly difficult. Zhèng Sījí and his group could choose any departure time, as long as they completed the task within a month. Even if they left on the very last day, the school would count it as a pass as long as the task was finished within the stipulated time frame. But Zhèng Sījí and his team didn't wait. They headed straight for their destination, the primordial demon forest, the hunting ground of the pole star. The primordial demon forest teemed with powerful primordial demons. Their bodies resembled those of demon wolves but were far more massive, yet they possessed ghostly agility. This undoubtedly added another layer of difficulty for the Dang Tianxia squad. Hitting a primordial demon with such agility using destructive magic would be extremely difficult. Against silver-ranked primordial demons, the team could immobilize them before unleashing destructive magic. But golden-tier primordial demons. Chapter 169, Tactical Analysis. For the squad members, attempting to hunt a gold-tier primordial demon was impossible to control with their current strength. They might even be killed in the process. Against a gold-tier primordial demon, the fusion magic of the world could not be used to hunt it down. Therefore, they could only rely on Zhèng Sījí. But when Zhong Yingting first submitted the squad roster, Zhèng Sījí was listed as a support. Zhong Yingting didn't report it. She swore. It was Zhèng Sījí's 3 magical specializations, wind, spatial, and healing, that just screamed support. Sigh, the tragedy of a team relying on a support to do the damage. Wait, having a support carry the damage output seems like standard procedure. Alright, after ranting about how tough the mission is, it's time to analyze the Dang Tianxia team's perspective on this assignment. After learning the mission details and gathering together, everyone exchanged glances and broke into strange grins. You know what the mission entails? Yeah, I know. What about you? I know too. Everyone knows, right? Yeah, we all know. What do you guys think? This mission, is that it? It's way too easy. They're practically looking down on us. Exactly. Just this? Forget Wang Zedong's summoned beast. Even on our own, we could take down a silver-tier primordial demon. Exactly. With the overworld ring, we've got 5 kilometers range, and the magic spirits can pinpoint the primordial demons' locations for us. We could just poke them and finish the mission, seriously. Yeah, the gold tier one's the tricky part. But within 5 kilometers, if we pinpoint a sleeping gold tier primordial demon, I can cast my fusion spell first and stack it twice more. You guys stack your offensive spells multiple times to take your time and build up to the strongest form. We never dared do this before because casting was always interrupted, and ambushing others would give us away through mana fluctuations. But at 5 kilometers, even a gold tier primordial demon shouldn't detect us, right? Once you've encircled it with your spells to lock down its movement, I'll hit it with that triple stack fusion spell. Heh, mission accomplished. Whoa. Xiaoyu, you're so sneaky. But I like it, he. The school gave us this mission because they have no clue what gear we've got. Based on our old skill level, this golden primordial demon would have been a huge challenge. Let's try not to resort to this method. Right now, only our group knows about the boundary ring. If the teacher following us catches wind of it and spreads the word, we'd lose a trump card. Besides, we're here to hone our teamwork. I think we should stick to hunting the primordial demon through coordination. Ideally, we should stay the full 30 days. The school's mission isn't challenging for us, but we can use this chance to sharpen our teamwork. Agreed. Agreed. After listening to everyone's analysis, Zhèng Sījí, who had remained silent on the sidelines, finally found an opening to speak up. I think. Shut up. The group shouted in unison. You're late and still acting so cocky. For this mission, we've decided you'll stick to being support and you're restricted to using only healing spells. Zhong Yingting stood with her hands on her hips, her voice dripping with irritation. The others nodded in agreement. The rest of the Swinging Heaven team reached a consensus and set off toward the primordial demon forest. Zhèng Sījí trailed behind, utterly bewildered. What did I do wrong? It really wasn't my fault I was late. It was that instructor doing his side gig. Zhèng Sījí sighed in resignation. Why did I even sign up for the healing class? I have so many majors. I almost forgot to mention. My healing type isn't exactly a normal healing type either. The Deng Tianxia squad had arrived at the primordial demon forest. The eerie air around them brought a chill to their bones. Apart from Wang Zedong and Yuan Wei, who had mostly only interacted closely with summoned beasts, nearly everyone in the squad had encountered and hunted some demonic beasts. Pang Jia was no exception. Born into poverty, he had to grow up fast. Gathering resources from his entire clan, he had to make progress. Zhèng Sījí had encountered and hunted even more demonic beasts, his abundant military merits serving as his spoils of war. The moment they entered the primordial demon forest, Wang Zedong and Yuan Wei geared up completely. They were genuinely afraid. Their earlier excitement had now turned into equal dread. Where they had once planned to show off their skills, they now cowered like turtles. Wang Zedong immediately summoned his mecha suit, enveloping his entire body, while Yuan Wei summoned his Kai magic gear, hiding behind the others. Zhèng Sījí sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Hey, you two. They're just demons, right? There are 2 girls here, so try to keep up appearances. Wang Zedong stepped forward, his tone righteous. I'm not scared. I'm being cautious. Yuan Wei peeked out from behind Wang Zedong, nodding vigorously. Ugh, so stubborn about saving face. It was definitely Wang Zedong. The primordial demon forest was exactly as the instructor had described. Primordial demons, plenty of them. They had only ventured slightly into the outer reaches of the primordial demon forest when they hunted down 3 silver-ranked primordial demons, yet the process proved extremely arduous. Since Zhèng Sījí couldn't fight and Wang Zedong and Yuan Wei dared not engage, the entire team relied solely on Zhong Yingting and Mo Lingyu for damage output, with Pang Jia providing protection. In any spare moment, Pang Jia was catching up on damage. Since the 3 silver-tier primordial demons appeared in a group, and it was everyone's first encounter with them, they were inevitably a bit rusty. Zhong Yingting swung her fist, gathering wind spirits in the air to form a blade of air that shot straight toward the last silver-grade primordial demon ahead. Swish! All 3 silver-grade primordial demons were utterly annihilated. Zhong Yingting exhaled sharply. Hey, you two, done watching? What's with being more cowardly than a girl like me? Wang Zedong muttered under his breath, clearly. Zhong Yingting raised an eyebrow. You think I can't hear you? Wang Zedong shook his head hastily. I said you're a heroine. A goddess. Zhong Yingting snorted coldly and turned away to collect her spoils. Wang Zedong exhaled, his entire body slumping. His first direct confrontation hunting demons. Fear was truly hard to resist. But they didn't give up. Because this was something they would have to face sooner or later. As geniuses themselves, they had already started later than others. Now, change was imperative. Zhèng Sījí approached, handing each of them a healing wind chime to steady their minds. From afar, Zhong Yingting's voice drifted over. Sījí, don't give them any more. It's a complete waste of magic. Zhèng Sījí gave an awkward chuckle. You two, watch carefully and learn diligently. Hunting demons is your required course. Your first demon hunt is indeed tough after all, it involves taking a life. You've done well, at least you didn't throw up. Wang Zedong, Yuan Wei. Ugh. Chapter 170, Recovery. After hearing Zhèng Sījí's words, the two froze for a moment before nausea hit them like a wave. They started retching uncontrollably. Fortunately, cultivators possessed formidable digestive systems, and everything consumed at lunch had already been processed. Zhèng Sījí's face scrunched up. Good grief, so they hadn't skipped vomiting, they'd simply forgotten to vomit. His reminder had simply triggered the urge. Zhèng Sījí pressed his forehead, casting a few more healing spells to ease their discomfort. Then he turned and walked away. This was something they had to face on their own. Back when he first took a life, it was his own. TSK. After that, even slaying a second-rank mage didn't faze him in the slightest. Zhèng Sījí believed that with their innate talent, this minor setback would be easily overcome. For others, hunting silver-ranked primordial demons might be difficult. These creatures were elusive and unpredictable. Despite their immense size, they could hide in treetops, conceal themselves in thickets, or lurk right beneath your feet, a terrifying primordial demon waiting to strike. Originally, this posed little difficulty for Zhèng Sījí's squad. Within a 5-kilometer radius, the magic spirits assisted them in sensing all beasts within that range, though it did consume a fair amount of mana. However, as long as the entire squad coordinated and took turns using the perception, it was manageable. Reality, however, always had a way of surprising them. Within the primordial demon forest, plant elemental concentration was highest, while fire elemental concentration was extremely low. Moreover, the forest was eerily dark and gloomy, resulting in a higher concentration of shadow elementals and an extremely low concentration of light elementals. Thus, within this forest, the greatest perception capabilities belonged to Pang Jia's earth elemental and Yuan Weifang's shadow elemental. Next were Zhèng Sījí and Zhong Yingting's wind elementals. However, Yuan Weifang's shadow magic was primarily used for movement. He possessed very few offensive spells, and even those lacked sufficient power. He hadn't specialized in shadow magic, nor had he focused on magical cultivation, so his mana reserves were quite low. When the concentration of magical spirits is too low, certain areas become unreachable by them. This drastically reduces their range of perception. Similarly, casting spells becomes significantly more difficult. Every location the Dang Tianxia squad had visited before had never presented such an extreme distribution of magical spirit density. This situation caught them completely off guard. While high school magic textbooks mentioned the possibility of extremely localized magical essence distributions, the theoretical knowledge gained from textbooks and the practical experience encountered were two entirely different things. Given the magical concentration in the primordial magic forest, if Mo Lingyu were to cast a lightning fire fusion spell, the casting time could exceed 5 times the usual duration. In areas with exceptionally high dark spirit density, it might even stretch to 10 times or more. Fortunately, the Dang Tianxia squad hadn't pursued their earlier plan. Not only would it have been impossible to execute, but it would have exposed one of their trump cards. The teachers accompanying them weren't necessarily aligned with the Dang Tianxia squad. They could have been hired by other squads. Their combat intelligence and data might be exposed without reservation. Originally, Mo Lingyu had considered sending someone to scout other competing teams' intelligence. But ever since acquiring this boundary ring, she'd abandoned that idea. Who cares if you're watching me? I'll just steamroll you. The myriad perils of the primordial demon forest caught the members of the Dang Tianxia team completely off guard. The arrogance they displayed before entering the primordial demon forest now turned to utter despair. Just as expected. How could the school have miscalculated? Even without factoring in their overbound rings, the tasks assigned to them were still so precise. The only thing missing from our team was a plant mage. If we'd had one, things wouldn't have been this miserable. Night had fallen completely, casting an even deeper gloom over the already dimly lit primordial demon forest. Zhèng Sījí and the others found a small hillside. Pang Jia used earth magic to dig into the slope for a while. After a long while, he unearthed a small cave. Pang Jia dug further into the earth, and once everyone had entered, he sealed the entrance shut, blocking it completely. For primordial demons, whose strengths lay in speed rather than brute force, even a gold-ranked one couldn't shatter these rock walls in a short time. Pang Jia scattered some primordial demon droppings outside the entrance. This would deter most primordial demons from approaching, lowering the chances of discovery. The group could finally sit down and catch their breath. They had all sustained injuries of varying degrees during the fight, but Zhèng Sījí had healed them all. This was the advantage of having a healing mage in the team. Even if this healing mage was an offensive support. The Dang Tianxia squad arrived at the primordial demon forest around 5 in the afternoon. The hunting sun of the pole star set around 8, meaning they had already hunted down 3 silver-ranked primordial demons in just over 3 hours. It was their first encounter with primordial demons, and none of them had much experience. Only Pang Jia, Zhèng Sījí, and Zhong Yingting could sense them. Their spellcasting speed had dropped significantly, making today's battles particularly challenging. But with a night of debriefing, hunting primordial demons would become easier for a team of prodigies. Sitting in the cave, none of them felt much like reviewing battle tactics because they were hungry. Since arriving here, they'd been fighting almost non-stop. Finally finding a small hill where they could hide and rest, they could finally eat something. Zhong Yingting took a deep breath and pulled out the food she'd prepared from her spatial equipment. Ah! I'm exhausted. I need hot pot, don't try to stop me. Zhong Yingting pulled out the entire pot. Hot pot could solve any problem. If that didn't work, she'd just have another round. No way. Pang Jia protested. The aroma of hot pot will mask the scent of the dung I just scattered. It'll attract primordial demons. If we eat now and draw a horde of them, even if they can't break through the earthen wall quickly, they could camp outside and trap us in. Hearing Pang Jia's objection, Zhong Yingting couldn't help but pout. She knew it was true, but she was just so exhausted she couldn't resist. Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but smile at her expression. It was the first time he'd seen Zhong Yingting act cute. With such an adorable appearance, it would be a shame not to take advantage of it. She looks best like this. Why does a girl have to be so violent? Chapter 171, The Scheming Mo Lingyu. Fortunately, Mo Lingyu was reasonable. She said to Zhong Yingting, let's stick to the canned meat. Freshly cooked food isn't practical, it'll give off a scent and attract the primordial demons. Zhou Ningting usually listened to Mo Lingyu, so she reluctantly packed away the hot pot, her cheeks puffed out in displeasure. TSK, this wasn't the Zhou Ningting we knew before. The fierce warrior goddess who'd been relentlessly hunting primordial demons moments ago, now reduced to this. This feels so out of place, seriously. Surviving in demon-infested lands, fresh-cooked food was hard to come by. Since spatial equipment can't preserve freshness, many cooked foods spoil quickly once stored inside. But Zhèng Sījí was different. While everyone else was still debating what to eat, Zhèng Sījí had already finished his meal and emerged from his soul space. "Ha? You guys are eating this?" Zhèng Sījí's infuriating voice rang out, making everyone's mouths twitch. Zhou Ningting retorted irritably, "Just be grateful there's anything to eat." She was furious she couldn't even have something tasty. Zhèng Sījí scratched his head. True enough, in this situation, cooked food would easily give off its aroma and attract primordial demons. But Zhèng Sījí waved his hand, conjuring layer upon layer of spatial barriers. Prisoner. Zhèng Sījí had mastered the use of prison to perfection. The entire cave was sealed shut by Zhèng Sījí's prison. This way, we can eat cooked food, right? Everyone. That actually works. Zhou Ningting, the moment the barrier appeared, immediately pulled out a portable hotpot. Her reaction was astonishingly quick. They hadn't failed to consider using magic to disperse the aroma. But even wind magic couldn't completely mask the scent. But they'd all forgotten that Zhèng Sījí was a spatial mage. And they never imagined Zhèng Sījí possessed such spatial confinement magic. So, they pulled out the hotpot and started cooking meat. The scene grew bizarre. Cheers. Clink. Gurgle gurgle. The tense atmosphere vanished instantly. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifang found their appetites whetted, forgetting what had just happened. One could only say that geniuses possess remarkable adaptability. With everyone well fed and satisfied, they finally had a chance to review the situation. By the time they finished analyzing the tactics, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Mo Lingyu pulled out a portable bathroom from her spatial storage. Well, that's just how girls are. So, everyone took turns washing up. After arranging a duty roster, each person on watch for an hour and a half to guard against demonic ambushes, they pulled out their sleeping bags, ready to sleep. Zhèng Sījí actually had a sleeping bag, but he didn't bring it out. To everyone's stunned silence, he pulled out a bed. Fortunately, the cave wasn't too small. Pang Jia had casually enlarged it a bit to make it more comfortable for everyone to move around. Then Zhèng Sījí produced a bed for each person. The others bounced on the beds, marveling at how soft and comfortable the sheets and quilts felt. Well, what started as a proper military training exercise was about to take a turn. After several shifts, the clock struck 7 the next morning. The group still employed their pre-prepared magical combat system, charging up in advance, then delivering a fatal strike. But this method had a flaw: it prevented them from using the most suitable skill at the precise moment. But in this primordial magic forest, with such long casting times, who cared about specific skills? Just getting any magic to work was good enough. After breakfast, the group ventured out of the cave to test their hypotheses from the previous night. First, Yuan Weifang tested whether invasion was possible within this forest saturated with dark elf energy. Yuan Weifang's feedback didn't disappoint. He sensed the method was viable but needed time to practice, having never attempted it before in such a densely dark elf-infested area. The second plan involved having Wang Zedong summon the dragon-patterned tiger in advance. If the tiger could descend from the mountains to fight, their task would be much easier. Even without it, they could summon his other beast, the sky-splitting falcon. However, this outcome proved less than ideal. The aura emanating from the silver-grade dragon-patterned tiger, possessing the dazzling diamond-grade bloodline, would scare off the surrounding primordial demons. Perhaps when large numbers of primordial demons gathered together, they wouldn't fear the dragon-patterned tiger, but the group dared not attempt it. If a dozen or two silver-grade primordial demons charged at you, "Come save me," that'd be suicide. Summoning the sky-piercing falcon was even more impossible. The trees here grew incredibly tall, making free flight within the forest impossible. If it flew above the canopy, it would likely be spotted instantly. Before even entering the primordial demon forest, the group had devised numerous plans. Yet once inside, nearly all of them became utterly useless. So this is the gap between ideal and reality. Reality slapped us right in the face. Fortunately, by this day, Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifang's discomfort had eased considerably, allowing them to fight monsters again. The third tactic was the one they were employing now, pre-casting spells. But this could only be used after the primordial demon was spotted. When the concentration of magic spirits was extremely low, the spirits gathered in one place couldn't keep up with the caster's speed. At best, they could only move slowly. The extremely sparse distribution of these magical sprites was truly the nemesis of certain mages. In essence, nearly all plans had failed precisely because of insufficient magical essence concentration. Reaching the Archmage realm, with profound mastery of one's own magic and the realization of a personal domain, would prevent such situations entirely. At this thought, Mo Lingyu suddenly froze. Archmage? Domain? The Archmage accompanying us this time seemed to specialize in fire magic, right? Which means, a domain. A sly grin spread across Mo Lingyu's lips. And Zhèng Sījí just happened to catch it. Others might not know, but Zhèng Sījí, who could read Mo Lingyu's expressions like a book, knew exactly what that grin meant. Don't be fooled by Mo Lingyu's usual aloof and adorable demeanor, that's all for Zhèng Sījí's benefit. Zhèng Sījí also knew that Mo Lingyu possessed an extremely scheming side. That look alone meant someone was about to get in trouble. Zhong Yingting, bringing up the rear, suddenly noticed Mo Lingyu frozen in place and asked, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Why aren't you moving? As Zhong Yingting approached Mo Lingyu's side and saw that captivating smile, Zhong Yingting couldn't help but shiver. As Mo Lingyu's best friend, Zhong Yingting knew her inside out. This adorable girl was perfect in every way except for being a little scheming. She was flashing that smile again. Someone was probably about to get unlucky. Thus, Mo Lingyu's two right-hand women reached a mutual understanding. Chapter 172, Ren Su's Role. Hearing the sound behind them, everyone halted their steps. Pang Jia kept her magical senses active, guarding against any surprise attacks from the primordial demons. But why did Mo Lingyu suddenly halt? Because this genius, Mo Lingyu, had devised a complete plan to deal with the golden primordial demon. Hiya, I really am a genius. Mo Lingyu teased them, saying, First, let's complete today's hunting task according to yesterday's plan. Tonight, we'll find a safe place, and then I'll tell you all about it, hee. Seeing such an adorable girl laugh so majestically beautiful, everyone couldn't help but shudder like Zhong Yingting. Well, now even those unfamiliar with Mo Lingyu knew someone was in for trouble. Pang Jia, who had been running magic perception, suddenly froze. 2 o'clock direction, 4.5 kilometers away, 2 silver-grade primordial demons are. What the hell? Speak up already. The sudden pause made everyone anxious. Pang Jia swallowed hard, his face unnaturally pale as he stammered, They're exploring the true meaning of life. Everyone froze, their expressions turning peculiar. Zhong Yingting and Mo Lingyu froze for a moment, their cheeks flushing involuntarily. What on earth was that supposed to mean? Just as the good news arrived, this was like adding joy upon joy. 2 primordial demons were exploring the true meaning of life? You're practically giving it away. Hold on tight, the Swinging World Squad is here to help you uncover the true essence of life. The group crept forward stealthily, each brewing their own offensive spells, continuously stacking layers of magic. Soon, they witnessed a scene too explicit for description. Battle scene. Don't get any ideas, skipping 10,000 words. Today's haul was impressive. They encountered 2 pairs of primordial demons seeking life's true essence. Naturally, they let the demons experience life's true essence firsthand. Interviewer, they died peacefully, without suffering. Perhaps we could call it euthanasia? Indeed, very peaceful. Imagine you're contemplating the meaning of life when suddenly 6 burly men wielding great swords, or handsome men and beautiful women, appear and start hacking away at you. Eek. That's too cruel. The method Zhèng Sījí and his team used allowed them to die in bliss. Of course it was euthanasia, they felt nothing at all. By around 4 in the afternoon, the group had already hunted down 7 silver-ranked primordial demons. They cut off the valuable parts from the corpses and placed them into a separate spatial storage device. This spatial equipment was loaned to them by the school, and it also held the spoils from the 3 primordial demons they had killed yesterday. Little of the primordial demons' bodies was usable. To avoid wasting space, they each took 1 right ear, along with teeth and claws. While there were no special trophies, these items could be exchanged for some credits. By late afternoon, the group located another cave and dug it out. Against a silver-ranked primordial demon, Pang Jia barely needed to intervene to protect them. So, well, it's not that he was useless, his role was huge. Without little Pang Jia, our entire squad wouldn't have a place to rest. Inside the cave, the squad settled down to rest once more. The whole atmosphere shifted once more. Today's mission objectives have been exceeded. Mo Lingyu's next plan requires discussion and scaling up to test its feasibility. No need for discussion on upgrades. I, Mo Lingyu, already have a complete plan. You just need to understand it. The cave where everyone was staying was exceptionally spacious. With ample time today, and to accommodate that comfortable bed, Pang Jia had sought out a larger mountain. Exerting every ounce of strength, he had dug out a relatively spacious cave. To create a better space for discussion, Zhèng Sījí brought out a 3-piece sofa set. Mo Lingyu was the first to react. Spotting the sofa, she immediately jumped onto it. This sofa is genuine leather. So comfortable. Zhèng Sījí smiled too. This was a sofa from that large shopping mall on Galaxy Street. If he hadn't rescued them, they'd all be scrapped by now. After finishing their meal, everyone felt refreshed. Then, with unspoken understanding, they all turned their gaze toward Mo Lingyu, eager to see what new plan she had concocted today. Mo Lingyu finished the last piece of meat on his plate. Then, with an air element spell, the table was cleared of all items, followed by a water element spell to cleanse the surface. For details, refer to The Marvelous Uses of Magic. It was still early, so Mo Lingyu retrieved a large sheet of white paper from his spatial storage that could cover the entire table and spread it out. Then, Mo Lingyu smiled. Remember that teacher who followed us, recorded our performance, and was responsible for protecting us? Mo Lingyu said, casually sketching a few lines on the paper. Everyone nodded in agreement. That teacher had been following behind them the entire time. Through their 5-kilometer magical perception, they had long detected the teacher's presence. That teacher's name is Rinsu. He's a second-rank fire mage. After advancing to mage rank, he underwent significant physical modifications. His current physical strength should be at least peak second rank, possibly even early third rank. But in this forest, fire elementals are practically non-existent. That means he shouldn't be able to use his strongest magic either. So if we encounter a diamond-level primordial demon, how is he supposed to protect us? One thing is certain, this man was definitely planted here by another squad. The Academy turns a blind eye to such arrangements, after all. Gathering intelligence on opponents is crucial in battle. As long as he fulfills his duties of recording and protecting, the Academy likely won't interfere. Upon hearing this, Zhèng Sījí seemed to grasp the situation. Then, Zhèng Sījí spoke up, so, he has the ability to fight a diamond-level primordial demon, or at the very least, protect us and lead us away? Mo Lingyu snapped her left fingers. Ice dog. Her right hand continued sketching on the paper. Zhèng Sījí is correct. He possesses the strength to confront the diamond primordial demon. However, according to the information provided by Yingting's grandfather, this individual's cultivation level indicates he primarily specializes in fire magic as a second-rank mage. Yet, he has only mastered one element to the mage level, capable of unleashing super-tier fire magic. In a place where fire elemental concentration is nearly non-existent, his power should be severely suppressed. At best, he should only be able to fight a brilliant gold-grade primordial demon. Yet the school sent him to protect us. So I suspect, he might have acquired a domain. The others froze upon hearing the word domain. Zhou Yingting's eyes widened as she exclaimed, but the information my grandfather gave me didn't mention him possessing a domain. When a mage reaches the archmage tier, they can comprehend a domain. The reason they're called archmages instead of super-tier mages is because a profound transformation occurs when a mage breaks through to the archmage stage. Chapter 173, The True Manipulator. When a mage ascends to archmage, their body undergoes profound changes. For instance, their physical strength and command over magic reach new heights. At this tier, they can even create their own unique spells. Then there's the concept of domains, a realm of power almost exclusively grasped by archmages and above. Yet many archmages nearing peak cultivation still fail to grasp this domain. How could Rinsu, a single-element archmage, possess a domain? When Mo Lingyu first formed this hypothesis, she harbored doubts. Yet she had to concede that this conjecture was likely true. Mages with domains are never lacking in elemental spirits of their domain's attribute. In other words, whenever Rinsu activated his domain, fire elementals would swiftly gather around him. Humans still hadn't figured out how magical spirits appeared within domains. They speculated that a domain acted as a conduit to a special realm. Once activated, it could channel magical spirits from that plane into this world. Mo Lingyu continued her speculation. I suspect his domain wasn't something he acquired on his own. In other words, he obtained it by absorbing some kind of treasure. And that treasure was likely given to him by whoever sent him to spy on us. After all, for certain wealthy individuals, money and resources are never in short supply. What they lack is precisely this kind of reputation. Spending such a huge price to gather intelligence on us, those with the capability to do so are most likely the team from the Imperial Capital Academy of Magic that was recommended for the Dual Capital Competition Selection Tournament. Too bad. They won't get what they want. Mo Lingyu let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Zhèng Sījí and Zhou Yingting's hearts sank. They thought, oh no, Xiaoyu is about to unleash hell. I have a plan. Let me share it with you first. Mo Lingyu took a deep breath, pointing to specific areas on the messy, scribbled paper spread across the table. Here, and here, these are highly likely the locations where the diamond primordial demons dwell. They've already invested heavily, but unfortunately, this teacher is destined to never get our information. That way, he's profited far too much. Let's make him cough up some of it. Seeing Mo Lingyu's face twisted into a cold sneer, I couldn't help but shiver. Good grief, they're even trying to scheme against the teacher. With Mo Lingyu laying it out like that, how could they not understand what was happening? This guy's got some nerve. Wasn't he afraid of getting disqualified? As if reading their minds, Mo Lingyu shrugged and said, this is a military training mission. We're operating in a zone threatened by diamond-tier primordial demons. Accidents happen. Everyone. Mo Lingyu continued, this is just an accident at most. We're timid, helpless students. The strongest among us has only just reached the high-tier level. When a diamond-tier primordial demon, skilled in speed and stealth, comes to kill us, how could we possibly react in time? Right? Everyone nodded in unison, like chicks pecking at grain. This woman, best not to cross her. Then Mo Lingyu innocently added, so, encountering that diamond-tier primordial demon was just an accident. There's no way they'd disqualify us over it. This guy is truly cunning. Not only scheming against the teacher, but scheming against a diamond-level primordial demon too. TSK, she's untouchable. Then, Mo Lingyu turned her head toward Zhèng Sījí, tilting it to reveal an adorably sweet smile. Zhèng Sījí shuddered violently, chilled to the bone. By the time the group finished discussing the plan's execution, it was already 8 o'clock at night. They were truly fearless, a squad of 5 mid-tier members and one who had just entered the high-tier realm, daring to provoke a diamond-tier primordial demon. If Teacher Rin heard about the Dang Tianxia squad's plan, he'd probably be furious enough to die. He has his domain, and he could take on a diamond-tier primordial demon alone, but actually killing it would take a tremendous effort. One slip-up could leave him missing an arm or a leg. And with his third-grade physical body, just a few slashes from that thing would be the end of him. This danger is no ordinary threat. If Rinsu found out about their plan, he'd probably just drag an gold-tier primordial demon over for them and award them full marks for completing the mission. How dare these mid-tier kids scheme against a diamond-tier primordial demon? The sky gradually darkened. Following Mo Lingyu, the Swinging the World squad delved deeper and deeper into the primordial demon forest. Pang Jia briefly scanned the surroundings. The number of primordial demons prowling nearby had already increased by more than 5 times compared to last night. Fortunately, no gold-tier primordial demons were within 5 kilometers. Typically, gold-tier primordial demons roamed in entire tribes. If the Dang Tianxia squad couldn't ambush a gold-tier primordial demon but instead tried to take it on head-on, they'd be facing an entire tribe of primordial demons. They had little confidence in defeating a gold-grade primordial demon to begin with, and now their magic was further restricted by the environment. After a full day, their gains were meager, as much time was spent simply traversing the terrain. Late in the evening, Pang Jia logged back in. Zhèng Sījí pulled out several more large beds to lay out, causing the scene to shift abruptly once more. Today's cave was actually quite safe. The outer earthen walls had been significantly thickened, leaving only a narrow gap for ventilation. Zhèng Sījí also cast a small wind element spell to maintain airflow. Originally, such a secure cave no longer required constant guarding. These earthen walls could withstand even a golden-tier primordial demon's collision for several minutes, enough time for the group to react. However, since they were now deep within the primordial demon forest, they still adopted a rotating shift system for safety. And so, some cultivated, some slept, and some stood watch. Another night passed. Today marked the 12th day of their military training mission. The Swinging Heaven squad had already visited one suspected location, but no diamond-grade primordial demons were found there. Now, they were heading to their second suspected location. Over the past 10 days, as their skills sharpened, the pace of hunting silver-grade primordial demons accelerated once more. With an average of 7 kills per day, they had now slain 70 silver-grade primordial demons. Combined with the 10 primordial demons hunted over the past 2 days, their total tally now stands at 80 silver-tier primordial demons. Along the way, they encountered several gold-tier primordial demons. The group initially considered testing their current strength against these foes, but due to restrictions on magic usage, they ended up fleeing in disarray. Zhèng Sījí looked furious. If they'd just let me fight, wouldn't it have been a walk in the park? Teacher Rinsu, who had been following behind, was also deeply astonished. Having accompanied this squad for 12 full days, he observed that their magic and martial arts techniques were largely confined to what was already documented. Even under magic restrictions, they hadn't revealed any new spells or magical artifacts. Chapter 174, Rinsu, what the heck? Thus, before the military training mission had even reached its halfway point, the Sweeping the World squad was already nearing completion of their task. He had to admit, this squad was genuinely formidable. However, Rinsu had no idea at that moment that he had already been set up. Nor did he realize he was about to face a brutal battle. Poor Rinsu, set up by others, yet still praising them. Day 15 of the military training mission. By 10 o'clock that morning, the Dang Tianxia squad had already completed their mission to hunt down 100 silver-tier primordial demons. By afternoon, the team had reached their second suspected location but found no trace of the diamond-tier primordial demon. The group dug another hole, but this time they couldn't find a suitable hill and had to dig straight into the ground. Inside the underground chamber, Mo Lingyu crossed out a red circle, leaving only the final suspected location unexplored. If they didn't find a diamond-tier primordial demon here either, it would prove that this primordial demon forest truly held no diamond-tier primordial demons. Mo Lingyu's expression grew solemn as he pointed at the final circle and stated, if there's no diamond-tier primordial demon here either, then this primordial demon forest might genuinely be devoid of them. We'll need to adjust our plan accordingly. In that case, we must add another possibility: Teacher Ren might not possess a domain at all. This primordial demon forest could have been cleared by the school, leaving no diamond-tier primordial demons behind. Thus, even without a domain, Teacher Ren could still act with impunity in this area. My earlier assumptions were overly optimistic. I completely overlooked the possibility that the school might deceive us. But given the school's usual tactics, if they hinted at the possibility of diamond-level primordial demons, it almost certainly means they exist. If we find a diamond-level primordial demon, we've already refined our combat strategy over the past 10 days. Moving forward, we'll formulate another plan based on the assumption that no diamond-level primordial demon exists, specifically designed to counter gold-level primordial demons. Thus, Mo Ling Yu once again arranged a series of tactical maneuvers. While the gold-tier primordial demon served to test the true strength of the Dang Tianxia squad, this silver-tier primordial demon was a complete miscalculation. Zhou Yingting had gradually mastered the human emperor's decision. Over the past few days, she had also earned numerous skill points. By exchanging for martial arts techniques through the system, her combat prowess had increased significantly. Not to mention that the entire squad was essentially comprised of geniuses. Having discovered methods to counter the primordial demons, defeating the silver-grade primordial demon was as simple as could be. Truthfully, the school's assigned tasks and punishments weren't strictly mandatory. After all, sending a group of 18-year-olds to hunt a gold-tier primordial demon, how could that possibly be feasible? Especially in a place where their power was restricted. For an ordinary squad, successfully hunting down a single silver-ranked primordial demon through teamwork was already quite an accomplishment. Sending them here to hunt a silver-ranked primordial demon was purely to hone their teamwork. Therefore, the school's tasks don't actually need to be completed in full. The performance of the Swinging the World squad had already far exceeded the school's expectations. Unexpectedly, something even more astonishing was about to unfold. After finalizing the new plan, the group resumed their previous routine. Some trained, some rested, and some took turns on duty. Over the next few days, while en route to their final speculative location, they encountered silver-grade primordial demons and dispatched them with ease. When confronted with gold-grade primordial demons, they simply fled without a fight. On the 20th day of the military training mission, the Dang Tianxia squad finally reached their destination. Pang Jia led the way at the front, while Zhou Yingting brought up the rear. As they neared the final speculative location, excitement gripped the group. Nearly everyone activated their magical perception, hoping even the faintest concentration of magical spirits might yield some insight. Suddenly, the group halted in unison. They exchanged glances, each seeming to confirm something with the others. Seeing the certainty in each other's eyes, smiles spread across their faces. Finally, they had found it. 5 kilometers from the squad, they had found the diamond-grade primordial mage the entire team had been dreaming of. Due to the extremely low concentration of fire elementals and Rinsu not having activated his domain, his perception range was severely limited. Consequently, Rinsu hadn't detected the presence of a diamond-level primordial demon. The others hadn't seen teacher Rin appear. Instead, he was trailing more than 4 kilometers behind them. They all knew Rinsu hadn't sensed the diamond-tier primordial demon. Otherwise, given the direction the group was heading, Rinsu would have definitely emerged earlier to stop them. So now, the task was to circle around the diamond-level primordial demon, within a 5-kilometer radius, to find a gold-level primordial demon. In Rinsu's perception, the group made an odd right-angle turn. He didn't think much of it and followed. An hour later, a primordial demon tribe housing a gold-tier primordial demon appeared within everyone's perception. Sure enough, where a diamond-tier primordial demon existed, a gold-tier primordial demon was bound to be nearby. In truth, the golden-tier primordial demon had been detected near the diamond-tier 1 from the very start. But that location was too close to the diamond-grade primordial demon. If a fight broke out, they'd easily get caught in the crossfire, making escape difficult. The team's faces lit up with delight. Following the original plan, they began casting spells on the spot. In truth, the diamond-tier primordial demon had long sensed the members of the Dang Tianxia squad. Yet it paid them no mind. These mere minnows weren't worth its trouble. Leave me sleeping, and I couldn't care less about your trifles. The spellcasts from the Swinging the World team materialized one by one, precisely within the range where both Rinsu and the diamond-tier primordial demon could sense them. Then, while Rinsu stood dumbfounded, these spells slammed straight into the diamond-tier primordial demon. Rinsu, 0.0. What the hell are these little bastards doing? Throwing spells at thin air? Rinsu was utterly baffled. Then, woo! A deafening roar that split the heavens left Rinsu utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Without a moment's hesitation, sensing imminent danger, Rinsu instantly activated his fire domain. In his perception, roughly 9 kilometers away, a diamond-tier primordial demon was charging toward him at breakneck speed. A diamond-tier primordial demon possessed intelligence. It knew those puny fish and shrimp couldn't possibly cast magic that far. It also believed those minnows wouldn't dare use magic against it. Therefore, only the archmage behind them could possibly attack it. The moment it sensed magic, the spells hurled by the Dang Tianxia squad had already dissipated. Even stacked together, these mid-tier spells could only muster power approaching that of high-tier spells at best. The gap between mid-tier and high-tier was not so easily bridged. To the diamond primordial demon, this was a blatant provocation from that human mage. Could he tolerate this? Absolutely not. Chapter 175, Origin Arrogant Demon. The diamond archdemon was enraged beyond measure. You dare provoke me? Come on. Let's duel at the central gate. Feeling the threat of a diamond-tier primordial demon, Rinsu was genuinely stunned. What the hell just happened? Did they just cast spells into the air and hit the diamond-tier archfiend? No way. That coincidental? He'd never believed their spells could reach that far. Rinsu found it even harder to believe their perception could extend that far. So, in Rinsu's view, they just accidentally. But that one little accident? That's some crazy luck. The demon lord must have sensed the magic aura and got angry. Hey! It wasn't me. Don't come over here. Feeling the diamond primordial demon charging toward him at breakneck speed, Rinsu took off running. He knew this diamond-tier primordial demon was targeting him. If he escaped, the members of the Deng Tianxia squad would be safe. Even if they encountered a gold-level primordial demon, they could hold their own or at least flee. All these thoughts flashed through Rinsu's mind in an instant. Because the diamond primordial demon could cover those 10 kilometers in mere seconds. With his domain activated, Rinsu could escape in just a few seconds. The instant he fled, Rinsu activated his wings of fire and vanished in a flash. You human mage! You dare provoke me and then run? Halt! Crossfire at the central gate. A colossal primordial mage pursued a tiny human mage. You gotta admit, this scene is quite the sight. We believe in harmony between humans and beasts. You two should get along nicely, okay? Meanwhile, the swaggering world squad instantly sensed the sudden surge of fiery elementals as they cast their spells. Before they could process what was happening, Teacher Rin and the diamond primordial demon had vanished without a trace. Mo Lingyu sensed the thick fire elementals swirling around them and urgently asked Yuan Weifeng to gather lightning elements. Fire and lightning elementals from the heavens and earth continuously converged at a single point. Mo Lingyu was channeling a fusion spell. With these potent magical sprites, her casting speed actually accelerated considerably. Unfortunately, the surrounding fire elementals were rapidly diminishing. Nevertheless, Mo Lingyu managed to cast 2 layers of fusion magic. Even when she first enrolled, Mo Lingyu's fusion magic had already approached high-tier power. Combined with her recent cultivation, the gains from the magic realm, and the abundant elemental spirits surrounding her. Now, the fusion magic with 2 stacks of buffs possessed power approaching early high tier, bordering on mid-high tier. The greatest stacking buff was the domain. The group now had no need to worry that the high concentration of magical elementals would attract numerous primordial demons. For the domain activated in that instant, combined with the aura emanating from the diamond primordial mage, kept the surrounding primordial mages at bay. Even the golden tier primordial demon they had targeted was trembling in fear. The group concentrated their own magic. Even if their spells lacked full power, they could still blast those silver-grade primordial demons and bring back some spoils. Within seconds, their spells took shape. Meanwhile, the gold-ranked primordial demon they sensed remained kneeling, trembling in fear. At Mo Lingyu's command, the group hurled their spells forth. The spells flew out, each following its own trajectory, landing around the golden primordial demon. Hey! Block the positioning. Positioning. Ahem. Then, Mo Lingyu unleashed the fusion spell she'd stacked twice in her hand. The golden primordial demon was still kneeling there. Shivering uncontrollably, it couldn't move. The sudden barrage of minor spells nearly scared the golden primordial demon into wetting himself. Big shots, don't hit me. I'm just a little guy. Don't drag me into your fight. Clearly, the golden primordial demon still thought it was just 2 big shots fighting, and he'd accidentally gotten caught in the magic's crossfire. Then it suddenly realized something was wrong. Why is this magic so weak? Whatever. Missed. The chosen one golden primordial demon. That's how lucky I am. Before it could revel in its luck for long, a thunder-fire fusion spell carrying a heavy aura of destruction silently materialized above its head. Boom! A deafening roar split the sky. This old man makes a glorious exit. 5 seconds later, the solemn expressions on the faces of the Deng Tianxia squad suddenly relaxed. Nice. Done. Not even a trace left. See? When we're free to use magic as we please, taking down a golden primordial demon is a piece of cake. Not a trace left. Wait. Teacher Rin isn't here. Not a trace left means. Who knew you guys killed a golden primordial demon? So, we blew it up for nothing? No way. Everyone scrambled frantically toward where the golden primordial demon had been. Many trembling silver primordials were nearby too. They had no idea what had happened. Suddenly, a violent aura made them shiver, so they could only kneel alongside their leader. The Tianxia squad, being kind souls, put them out of their misery. The group didn't bother collecting loot, instead rushing straight to where the golden primordial demon had been blown to smithereens, hoping to salvage something. Amidst their frantic search, they finally found a small orb about the size of an apple. This thing. An eyeball? This eyeball had somehow survived such devastating magical destruction. It must be something valuable. What a score! Add all the spoils from this raid to the pile and sell them off. A silver tier primordial demon's teeth and claws alone could fetch hundreds of thousands of huaxia currency. They'd already harvested at least 30 of these beasts in the vicinity. Now they'd roam the area, hunting down any trembling primordial demons still lurking. Holy crap! We're raking it in! Everyone saw the excitement in each other's eyes. No words were exchanged, yet they reached a silent agreement. Thus, they split up to harvest the spoils, beginning to gather the loot. Rensu began questioning his existence. Why the hell is this diamond demon still chasing me? Don't come any closer. If you come near me again, I won't hold back. Woof! Don't run! Woof woof! Middle door standoff. The diamond demon paused when the tiny figure before it suddenly stopped, then froze in place. Oh ho! Human, you do have some guts after all. Come on! Head-to-head sniping at the center gate. Rensu wasn't going to run either. Who isn't a little baby showered with endless affection? Come on! Let's fight! Rensu expanded his fire domain to its maximum extent. Within its reach, new fire elementals continuously materialized, while others, their energy nearly depleted, steadily faded away. Due to environmental constraints, even with the fire domain active, it couldn't reach the same intensity as outside. Rensu paid no mind to the diamond primordial demon, which stared at him motionless. The diamond primal demon floated in midair, tilted sideways as if lying on the ground. Then, one claw propped up its head, its left foot crossed over its right, and its left hand whistled. Kid! Bring it on! Move an inch and I'll admit defeat. Chapter 176, another last-minute mission. Rensu was furious. How could he tolerate this? You forced my hand. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Rensu accelerated the summoning of the fire elementals. The surrounding fire spirits rapidly coalesced, forming a pillar-like shape. Super tier magic, flame rock pillar. Rensu kept gathering and stacking. Even when the newly layered fire elementals were extinguished and dispersed, he swiftly replenished them. Only upon reaching the 5th layer did he realize the initial pillar had completely vanished. So this environment only allows 4 layers to stack, even with a domain. No wonder the diamond primordial demon was so brazen, it truly had nothing to fear. Rensu knew that a pillar of fire only 4 layers deep was utterly insufficient to instantly kill it. Therefore, Rensu swiftly condensed several minor spells and merged them into the magma pillar. The entire process took less than a minute, and the diamond primal demon genuinely stood motionless, watching him forge the spells. How utterly disrespectful. If only he had some sunflower seeds to munch on, this would feel a bit more satisfying. Damn it! Take this! Rensu clenched his fist in the air, and the massive pillar of flaming rock surged forward, hurtling toward the diamond primordial demon. The diamond primal demon, seeing the human spell fully formed and hurtling toward it, rose to its feet. Gah! Watch me devour it whole. The diamond primal demon opened its gaping maw, gathering shadow elements within its jaws. Then, it realized, it was daytime. They battled high above the forest. Shadow spirits were exceedingly rare, so the diamond primal demon could only gather the darkness within its own body, feigning an attempt to swallow the massive pillar of fire whole. Woof! Bring it on! In the blink of an eye, the pillar of fire traversed 2 kilometers, streaking toward the diamond primal demon. The diamond archfiend had also gathered its dark elemental energy. Its already enormous maw suddenly grew even larger. Wah! I'll eat you! Boom! The diamond primal demon swallowed the fiery rock pillar whole, and it exploded instantly within its maw. Yet the diamond primal demon showed no sign of opening its mouth. The skin on its cheeks bulged violently, only to be instantly pressed back down by the monster. The diamond primal demon began to regret its actions. This thing was truly beyond what a primal demon could consume. Gulp! It took a full 2 minutes for the diamond primal demon to finally digest the flaming rock pillar in its mouth. The diamond primordial demon suffered considerable damage, but it didn't hinder its ability to continue fighting. It just, next time, no swallowing, okay? If I swallow it again, I'm not a wolf, I'm a dog. Fortunately, they were still within the primordial demon forest. Otherwise, this fire elemental super tier magic, the molten rock pillar, wouldn't have dissipated so easily. This human truly possesses the bearing of a great general. I didn't attack him for a full minute, letting him gather his ultimate strike. And he didn't attack me for a full 2 minutes. What a genuinely decent guy. Ha! Where'd he go? He ran away? What the hell? Aren't we supposed to be sniping each other at the center gate, fighting to the death? What the hell do you mean by running away? Diamond Demon deployed his senses, scanning the area for life. Did he really run away? Woof! You despicable human! Oh woof! Don't let me catch you again! The diamond primordial demon roared several more times. The surrounding gold and silver primordial demons trembled in fear, daring not to move, terrified the boss might take his anger out on them. After several more roars, the diamond primordial demon stormed off in a huff. Phew! I finally got away. Rensu, having made his escape, finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could rest, his expression suddenly changed. Damn it! Wait! That diamond archdemon isn't chasing me anymore. Could it be going back to capture those little ones? No way. No way. Even though I'm here to watch them because someone paid me, I can't just abandon them. Oh no, oh no. They must have already run away? Or are they frozen in fear, unable to move? No. I have to find them fast. Back to the school immediately. They've done an excellent job with their mission. After muttering to himself, Rinsu swiftly flapped his fiery wings and circled around, flying back toward their original direction. Sneaking back quietly. Taking this detour, sneaking through like this, who knows how long it'll take to find Zhèng Sījí and the others. Meanwhile, Zhèng Sījí and the others had just begun harvesting the silver primordial demons. Occasionally, they even encountered golden primordial demons, and everyone used every trick in their arsenal to slay them. Now, they crept stealthily toward the direction the diamond primordial demon had departed, for wherever it had passed, trembling silver coins awaited their collection. Awesome! This haul was a total jackpot. Taking this money back to buy resources would let them level up their cultivation by another tier. And so, the group continued their treasure hunt. Wah-ah! How dare a mere human escape before this mighty diamond primordial demon? Utterly humiliating. The diamond primordial demon retraced its steps, growing angrier by the moment. How dare a mere human escape me? Wah! Damn it! Where are those human little pests now? Don't let me catch you. The diamond primordial demon possessed intelligence. Reflecting on the spells used to provoke it, he recognized at least 4 distinct types and none were fire-based. Humans only mastered 4 elements at the archmage level. That meant the one who had provoked it wasn't that human archmage. It must have been those human kids. Woof! Realizing everything, the diamond primordial demon sped up its chase. Hey, you little rascals! Stop running! Extra dinner tonight! Zhèng Sījí suddenly froze. Because. Ding, temporary quest triggered. Defeated diamond tier primordial demon. Reward, 5 elements heavenly demon cauldron demigod tier spirit artifact. Zhèng Sījí was dumbfounded. Another diamond tier primordial demon to fight? Then, he suddenly perked up. Another chance to fight a diamond tier primordial demon. Another buff. This was practically a free win. This cauldron clearly meant for alchemy. And a demigod tier cauldron at that. This cauldron could probably be used to beat people up. The cauldron Zhèng Sījí currently uses for alchemy is merely a projection conjured within his soul space. Its effectiveness absolutely can't compare to a real cauldron. A demigod tier cauldron must possess some extraordinary function. System, where's the buff? Give me the buff already. The system replied irritably, he's just a fledgling demon who barely entered diamond rank. He just fought that Rinsu guy and got injured. And you still want buffs? How bad are you? Zhèng Sījí? Damn it! You won't buff me, yet you expect me to fight a diamond tier primordial demon? Are you out of your mind? Even if it's injured, how big is the gap between diamond and gold tiers? Do you seriously think I stand a chance? Well. If it really comes down to a standoff, I can actually win. Zhèng Sījí hesitated no longer. Then, let's give it a shot. Chapter 177, Clash with the Diamond Primordial Demon. As they walked, Zhèng Sījí suddenly stopped. Zhou Ningting looked back at him in confusion. Zhèng Sījí scratched his head awkwardly and said, everyone, I need to take a quick break. Everyone nodded, staying alert and resting in place. After Zhèng Sījí departed, he summoned a clone. He could now fully dual operate. Each body felt as natural as his own. Zhèng Sījí left the clone behind while his original form transformed into a different appearance. Then, the clone returned, and his true body set out. I recall it seemed to be flying this way. Zhèng Sījí, perched atop a bamboo dragonfly, flew steadily in one direction. Before long, he sensed a powerful aura. This aura was somewhat chaotic. Somewhat violent. Zhèng Sījí's heart leapt with joy. It was truly injured. Come to think of it, how did the system know? He always felt the system knew everything, but simply didn't want to tell him. Without overthinking it, Zhèng Sījí charged straight toward that aura. The diamond primordial demon seethed inwardly, feeling utterly humiliated. To be toyed with by a mere mage. Now possessing intelligence, it was utterly furious about this. As it flew, it suddenly sensed another aura approaching. The diamond primordial demon's eyelid twitched. What the hell? One of those little ants from earlier? The diamond primordial demon sneered inwardly. Daring to fly this way. I was just looking for a place to vent my frustration. So it accelerated. In mere seconds, beast and man met. Zhèng Sījí sensed the aura, his entire being tensing up. The diamond primordial demon hesitated not a moment, nor did it utter a word. Roar! After all, villains die by talking too much. The diamond primordial demon let out a furious roar. And a dark purple light formed before its mouth. Against the sky, the dark purple light shone with blinding brilliance. From afar, Mo Lingyu and the others sensed this force. Zhèng Sījí, someone cried urgently. Run! Run! It sounds like Teacher Rin is fighting the diamond primordial demon. The group grew uneasy and hastily retreated in the opposite direction. The diamond demon's body was already colossal. Yet its true specialty was speed. The reason it hadn't used its speed to overwhelm Zhèng Sījí was because, in its perception, Zhèng Sījí was simply too weak. Suddenly, a dark purple beam shot toward Zhèng Sījí. The beam contained immense energy. Merely grazing it seemed certain to be fatal. Zhèng Sījí reacted with lightning speed, urgently channeling his magic swift. In the blink of an eye, Zhèng Sījí vanished a kilometer away from his original position. The massive beam failed to graze even a single hair on Zhèng Sījí's body. The dark purple beam struck the forest. In that instant, the trees vanished without a trace. Smoke billowed as a massive crater, hundreds of meters in diameter, abruptly appeared where they had stood. Seeing this, Zhèng Sījí felt a pang of dread. This is what getting hurt looks like. I fell for your trick. The diamond primordial demon was also somewhat surprised to see Zhèng Sījí evade its attack. The diamond primal demon had witnessed the magic Zhèng Sījí had just displayed. Being naturally adept at speed itself, how could it fail to recognize that this was pure, raw speed? Roar! The diamond primeval demon let out a thunderous roar. Zhèng Sījí understood exactly what it was saying. Because of the ghost shadow mask. The ghost shadow mask could translate their language. Human, your speed is decent. Zhèng Sījí replied, just average. Diamond primordial demon? He can speak our primal demon language so fluently. I'm stunned. But before diamond primordial demon could speak, magic began to coalesce in Zhèng Sījí's hands. Look! 9 arrows shot forth at once. In midair, they instantly coalesced into one. Then, a bow shadow appeared behind that arrow, propelling it forward. The arrow's speed increased once more. Seeing this, the diamond archdemon grew wary. Just moments ago, it had been wounded by that archmage precisely because of its arrogance. It would not make that mistake again. The diamond archdemon suddenly burst into motion, vanishing from its original position. The single arrow split into 9. Then, it vanished entirely from its original position. Spatial transfer. Magical spatial displacement. Zhèng Sījí, merging with the spatial spirit, entered the realm of Jian. The favor was, in essence, a fusion magic encompassing all attributes. During these days of military training, Zhèng Sījí gained new insights into the affinity. The 9 arrows vanished from their original positions. The next instant, immense energy surged from all directions. The diamond primordial demon materialized beside Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí's hair stood on end. Swiftly, he activated it once more. Yet, when Zhèng Sījí materialized a kilometer away, the diamond primordial demon appeared once more. It seemed to be toying with him. This diamond primordial demon was highly vigilant. Yet it seemed unconcerned about the possibility of being harmed. Moreover, it seemed to be venting its frustration. Zhèng Sījí activated swiftness once more and vanished again. Without a doubt, the diamond primordial demon reappeared right beside him. The next instant, 9 arrows suddenly materialized before the diamond primordial demon. Zhèng Sījí had anticipated the diamond primordial demon catching up, so he hastily adjusted the arrows' positions. Swish! Clang! 9 arrows collided together. The diamond archdemon vanished. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the 9 arrows unleashed a fierce aura. Exploded. The shockwave hurled Zhèng Sījí away. Zhèng Sījí, now airborne, was already wounded. His left arm had been scorched beyond recognition. His right leg was now only half intact. Zhèng Sījí snapped into action, enduring excruciating pain as he retreated into his soul space. The next moment, fully healed, he reappeared in the same spot. In his hand, an aurora had coalesced. That aurora appeared fragile, but in truth, it truly was fragile. The diamond primordial demon was somewhat taken aback. It had clearly witnessed Zhèng Sījí sustaining severe injuries. But why was he now completely unharmed? The next moment, he noticed a faint pink glow flickering around his body. It suddenly understood. It was mental magic. As a high-tier mage, he should only possess 3 magical elements. The affection spell Zhèng Sījí had just cast had only fused 2 magical elements. Wind and space. This meant Zhèng Sījí's magical elements were wind, space, and psionic. The diamond primordial mage, who had deduced all this, couldn't help but laugh inwardly, praising himself. How brilliant he was. Ah ha 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 ha. He possessed only high-tier cultivation, yet that spell had clearly been cast by Zhèng Sījí using psychic magic to interfere with him. Then he experienced a brief hallucination. That's why the arrow's power wasn't as devastating as he'd anticipated. This human possesses remarkable talent. But weak is weak. If you're weak now, you're weak. What good is talent? Right now, you're just a noob. Chapter 178, The Mighty New Cauldron. The diamond-ranked demon lord finally let out a sigh of relief. It had assumed this fellow was another wolf in sheep's clothing. That archmage earlier seemed weak, but his magic was enough to give it a run for its money. It had assumed Zhèng Sījí was the same sort. But then it reconsidered. Humans? How many of them could possibly be playing dumb to catch the strong? Even if there were, how could it happen twice in one day? The diamond primordial demon was mentally praising itself when a beam of light shot toward it. Oh ho, mimicking its own attack? With a casual swipe, the beam dissipated. The diamond archdemon let out a dismissive tisk. Pathetic. Then, beam after beam relentlessly fired at the diamond archfiend. The diamond archfiend roared. Oh ho, not half bad? The diamond archfiend's claws flailed wildly, as if playing rhythm master. Pow! 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 Slap 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 slap. Clap clap clap. Ah! As beam after beam shot toward it, the diamond demon grew increasingly excited. So satisfying. This human has potential. He knows how to amuse me. I might spare his life. Then, I'll spare his life. I'll keep him around as my personal entertainment device. Diamond primordial demon already had a complete game plan in mind. Zhèng Sījí's beams shot out one after another. These beams weren't particularly powerful, mostly spells just entering the early intermediate stage. Each beam consumed little energy, but the sheer volume was overwhelming. Zhèng Sījí's magic reserves were nearly depleted. A full 5 minutes of relentless, non-stop rapid-fire beam assault. Even Zhèng Sījí couldn't endure this for long. But we have a cheat code. In an instant, Zhèng Sījí's magic power was fully restored. The process was a bit messy, so I won't go into detail. But the result was spectacular. Beams of light assaulted relentlessly. As time passed, Zhèng Sījí grew increasingly proficient. The beam attacks grew faster and faster. Crackle crackle crackle. The diamond primordial demon's claws slapped down with increasing speed. Each time a beam struck the claw, yellow sparks would fly off its surface. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Zhèng Sījí had already revived 3 times. Watching the diamond primordial demon grow more and more excited, more and more delighted, Zhèng Sījí's lips curled upward. The diamond primordial demon was utterly hooked on the game, unable to tear itself away. Swish. SSSSHHH. Diamond archdemon? Damn it. Got tricked again. Diamond archfiend's claws were sliced open, a blue light piercing through its mouth, darting back and forth within its already wounded oral cavity. Key slash. Zhèng Sījí's most powerful technique. Even a diamond-tiered demon beast could be pierced through with a single misstep. Zhèng Sījí sneered coldly. Diamond primordial demon, is this all the intelligence you possess? You truly believe I can't harm you? A primordial demon who's just entered diamond rank, his intellect is barely awakened. Its intelligence is truly pitifully low. Zhèng Sījí's most powerful magic was Chi Slash. This technique can slice through diamond tier demons. Other attacks are basically useless against a diamond tier primordial demon. Even if this diamond tier primordial demon remained uninjured, the moment Chi and Slash entered its mouth, its death was inevitable. As the diamond primordial demon's head was sliced apart and its mouth pierced, beams of light, now unimpeded, relentlessly pounded its body. The entire sky was illuminated by golden sparks, dazzlingly brilliant. Boom! The beams dissipated, and the diamond primordial demon, its body now unsupported, plummeted into the forest. Zhèng Sījí gasped for breath. He'd finally gotten the better of it. This battle against the diamond primordial demon hadn't cost him much effort. Well, he did die a few times. No big deal. The real issue was that this diamond primordial demon was just plain stupid, wasn't it? Zhèng Sījí had originally thought this strike would at most wound it, not kill it outright. But this diamond primordial demon had a nasty habit. It swallows everything it encounters. Zhèng Sījí didn't linger. He swiftly flew over and retrieved the diamond primordial demon's body. A diamond tier primordial demon? Jackpot. Seems it's not worth as much as I thought. Might as well craft some potions to sell instead. But that's not the important part. It's the system reward. Ding, quest completed. Reward, 5 elements heavenly demon cauldron demigod tier. Special effect, condensation, automatically gathers celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy, drastically reducing user consumption. Special effect, refining, greatly accelerates material smelting speed. Special effect, essence, a fine cauldron doesn't refine inferior herbs. Herbs below high-grade quality automatically transform into essence and are absorbed into the 5 elements heavenly demon cauldron. Special effect, essence refining essences formed from pills below superior grade are automatically refined into new pills as the user employs them. Additional effect, 5 elements, elixirs of the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth will stack their effects. Additional effect, 5 elements pill, substandard 5 elements pills transform into essence. When 5 elements essence accumulates sufficiently, it condenses into a 5 elements pill. 5 elements pill temporarily grants 5 elements power, significantly boosting strength. Side effects, moderate use with caution. Zhèng Sījí. 5 elements heavenly demon cauldron. A whole bunch of special effects. This thing is truly a divine artifact. Zhèng Sījí scanned each and every one of these special effects. Each one was an incredibly powerful effect. Crucially, this 5 elements pill could condense its own essence to generate effects. Damn it, an automatic alchemy furnace. At this very moment, Zhèng Sījí couldn't wait to start refining a batch of pills. The 5 elements-based elixirs in Zhèng Sījí's mind were countless. Some elixirs required minimal auxiliary materials. Zhèng Sījí's spirit fields were planted with all manner of spiritual herbs. Many had already been harvested. Though some elixirs improve with age. But those were mostly high-grade elixirs. First, second, and third-grade elixirs generally don't require spirit herbs aged for too many years. Spiritual herbs belong to the category of spiritual plants, but spiritual plants encompass more than just herbs. There are also many edible spiritual plants. For example, cola nuts. Have you heard of cola nuts? Note, these cola nuts are not the same as the cola nuts you might find online. This cola nut has an icy outer shell, and inside? Pure cola. Coca-Cola brimming with spiritual energy. Zhèng Sījí was gathering the fresh spiritual plants he desired. He casually plucked a cola fruit from the branch. Water spirits coalesced, and clear water rained down from the sky. Zhèng Sījí gently wiped it clean. Then, he popped it into his mouth and took a bite. Pop! The icy shell burst open in Zhèng Sījí's mouth, releasing a cool, refreshing cola that flowed over his tongue. Pure bliss. Even more delightful than the original. That layer of icy skin perfectly showcased the cola's flavor. Cool and refreshing, pure bliss. He walked along, munching on a handful of cola nuts. Zhèng Sījí gradually gathered the spiritual herbs he desired. That should be about it. With this many herbs, I can refine some low-grade 5 elements pills. Wait. My skills don't seem quite up to refining low-grade pills. Zhèng Sījí grumbled, feeling a bit annoyed. He was clearly so powerful, yet why did he have to deliberately refine inferior pills? This sucks. Chapter 179, Discovering the New Continent. With that, two special effects of the 5 elements heavily demon cauldron became useless. Because the essence refinement required the assistance of the essence effect. If one hadn't produced inferior pills, then it wouldn't be needed. Moreover, if I didn't need the 5 elements pill, then even that secondary effect would be largely unnecessary. It's utterly wasteful. Still, those 5 elements pills are quite appealing. It can boost one's combat prowess. As for the side effects. Do I look like someone who fears side effects? Do I? Wait. Did I just discover a whole new world? Side effects. Overdraft. Zhèng Sījí's eyes bulged like ping-pong balls. How could I have forgotten this crucial detail? Those martial arts techniques, elixirs, or even forbidden arts that could enhance one's strength despite their side effects held immense value to him. For him, it was like a secret technique with no side effects whatsoever. But, could he even obtain such a secret technique? When it came to cultivation-related items, even special wishes couldn't grant something that advanced. Perhaps only the 5 elements pill holds any use. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhèng Sījí began refining the elixir. The sooner it was refined, the sooner he could test its effects. The day-long alchemy session concluded swiftly. For this alchemy furnace, Zhèng Sījí had only one word to describe it. Awesome. The speed of melting medicinal ingredients became faster. It saved over half the spiritual energy. The alchemy speed had increased exponentially. Originally, it took Zhèng Sījí at least an hour to refine a single batch of medicine. Such low-grade pills were practically effortless for Zhèng Sījí now. But now, he could refine a batch of low-grade pills in less than half an hour. Moreover, he consumed even less true qi. Zhèng Sījí instinctively strives to refine his pills to perfection. Because his alchemy techniques were all provided by the system. The alchemy techniques provided by the system included muscle memory. As a result, Zhèng Sījí subconsciously strives to enhance the quality of his pills. Otherwise, he would have finished refining these low-grade pills in no time. It wouldn't have taken nearly this long. He never imagined anyone would deliberately craft low-grade pills. Zhèng Sījí activated the furnace cauldron. Immediately, he felt the true qi he channeled being drawn into the cauldron's intricate circuitry. A vast surge of essence erupted. Then, it rapidly condensed. The 5 elements pill was complete. Zhèng Sījí was momentarily stunned. The entire process took less than a second. Holy crap! Zhèng Sījí dumbly picked up the 5 elements pill. A potent fragrance of the pill wafted toward him. Unfortunately, there was only one. And its quality wasn't high either. It was likely because he had only refined a low-grade pill, lacking sufficient potency. Zhèng Sījí knew the quality range of the 5 elements pill. They ranged from the first grade all the way up to the demigod grade. This 5 elements pill was merely a second-grade one. It held little value for Zhèng Sījí. For Zhèng Sījí to utilize it and gain enhancement, it would need to be at least a third-grade 5 elements pill. But Zhèng Sījí felt no disappointment. It was good enough as it was. Besides, he had obtained such a powerful alchemical vessel. At worst, he could refine more low-grade pills in the future to accumulate more essence. Then he could condense another 5 elements pill. After swallowing the 5 elements pill, Zhèng Sījí felt a sudden stir within his golden core. But it was quickly suppressed again. Zhèng Sījí braced himself for the release. But then, the pill vanished. Then, Zhèng Sījí was suddenly startled. Damn it! I almost forgot this pill is useless to me anyway. I consumed hundreds of foundation building pills before, yet they never did a thing. Could it be because of that legendary quantum affinity physique? Whatever the reason, pills simply don't work for me. Whether I take them or not makes little difference to me. But I still can't help feeling a little disappointed. So many pills, all useless. Then, Zhèng Sījí casually pulled out a third-grade pill and popped it into his mouth. Chocolate pill. Delicious. He exited the soul space. Zhèng Sījí found another excuse and left the squad. Then, the real Zhèng Sījí returned. The swinging heaven squad had struck it rich. For all around them were countless primordial demons, utterly terrified into stupor. Perhaps it was due to the diamond primordial demon's furious roars. Perhaps it was the overwhelming energy fluctuations. This energy fluctuation was nothing short of indiscriminate assault. The overwhelming power disparity left lower-level primordial demons utterly helpless. Some primordial demons even froze in place. The members of the Dang Tianxia squad immediately embarked on a killing spree. This was an unexpected windfall. All of this stemmed from Mo Lingyu's plan. Though the risks were high, the rewards were even higher. After this wave, each member could pocket hundreds of millions. Converted to credits, that's tens of thousands of credits. More money than some seniors who've been out of school for years. Even if their families were wealthy, they could never afford to give them this much pocket money. Their space equipment was only allocated because they're the favored offspring. Major expenses still require formal applications to secure funding. The most valuable items they possessed were their magical artifacts, which collectively might not even reach 100 million. For a mid-tier mage, this was already astronomical. Only upon reaching the high-tier level do expenses start being counted in the hundreds of millions. So with the money they just received, they truly become wealthy. The diligent little bees of the wandering world once again embarked on their 2-day harvesting journey. Not because the mission time was up, but because the primordial demons who had been scared senseless had all recovered. The following day's harvest consisted almost entirely of those primordial demons who'd been scared into stupor. Rensu found them on their second day, watching them leisurely harvest these primordial demons. They really weren't afraid of death, harvesting near the diamond primordial demon's lair. As for me, Rensu, I'm not going anywhere near that place again. Absolutely not. Rensu watched as the Dang Tianxia squad harvested the silver primordial demons, occasionally even bagging a golden primordial demon. The group noticed Teacher Ren had returned and deliberately let him witness their kill of a gold primordial demon. After Teacher Ren returned, he found them and warned that they were too close to the diamond primordial demon's lair, advising them to hunt elsewhere. But the group seemed utterly unafraid. When it comes to making money, what job isn't dangerous? Rensu could do nothing about it, though thankfully they were gradually moving farther from the diamond primordial demon's lair. After exhausting the harvest, they hunted primordial demons for several more consecutive days. Through harvesting, they discovered the primordial demon's weaknesses and even teamed up to take down 5 regular golden primordial demons. Rensu was utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? How had they suddenly become so skilled? What left Rensu speechless was that they still hadn't revealed any new magic or magical artifacts. How was he supposed to report back like this? We've already used up all our domain artifacts. How he'll cover it up isn't our problem, right? The Swinging Heaven squad had been hunting primordial demons for several days straight. Now, it was the 28th day since the military training mission began, and everything was proceeding normally. Chapter 180, The Harvest. The group was already on their way back, so they found a cave they had dug earlier. Zhèng Sījí once again produced the sofa set and several large beds. Zhou Ningting had grown significantly through these days of trials. She was now suppressing the stirring within her body, intending to wait until they returned before undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Typically, undergoing the tribulation required extensive preparations, spiritual arrays, and protective gear. However, the human emperor's decision Zhou Ningting practiced relied on the tribulation itself to temper her physical body. If Zhou Ningting successfully endured the tribulation and advanced to the 2nd rank, the strength of her physical body would already reach the early stages of the 3rd rank. This was the essence of the supreme technique, the human emperor's decision. Over these past 20-odd days, Zhou Ningting also discovered the method to gain skill points, hunting demonic beasts. On the very first day, after the Dang Tianxia squad hunted down and killed their first silver-grade primordial demon, a voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host, on your first silver-grade kill. Reward, 100 skill points. In the days that followed, slaying 1 silver-tier primordial demon each day yielded 10 skill points. Her silver 10 kill and silver 100 kill achievements rewarded her with 100 skill points and 1000 skill points respectively. By the time she achieved her first gold tier kill and her 10th gold tier kill, she had accumulated a total of 2000 skill points. Each gold tier primordial demon slain now yielded 100 skill points. The members of the Dang Tianxia squad hadn't bothered to tally their loot until today, with only 2 days left in military training. Finally, they opened their spatial equipment containing their spoils. Though Zhong Yingting found it hard to believe, having already known how many skill points her system had earned, she still couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at this moment. The others felt the same, though they were busy counting their money. The cave was spacious, and upon arriving here, Pang Jia had expanded it once more to accommodate the inventory check. Mo Lingyu emptied all the loot from the spatial equipment, and everyone counted together. Silver Primordial Demon, converted into credits, yields over 11,100 credits. Hearing this figure, everyone grew excited. Divided equally, each person would get nearly 2,000 points. Zhong Yingting was especially thrilled the Silver Primordial Demon alone provided her with over 10,000 skill points. They kept hunting Silver Primordial Demons, having already slain over 1,000. Mo Lingyu suppressed his excitement and continued counting. Golden Primordial Demon yielded a total of 700 credits. Everyone frowned immediately. That was so little. They should have hunted more silver tier ones. But there was nothing they could do. They'd only managed to take down a few early stage gold primordial monsters. Zhong Yingting was furious too. The Golden Primordial Demon had only granted her a few hundred skill points. Not even a fraction of what they deserved. But her total skill points now exceeded 10,000. Remember, back when she first learned the illusory spirit technique, it only cost 10 skill points. Then, Mo Lingyu continued, but these are just merit rewards. If we sell all these primordial demon corpses, we could easily get tens of thousands more credits, maybe even over 100,000. By then, each of us will have over 10,000 credits in hand. At this, the crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Wow! We're rich! Ooh oh ooh! We're rich! The entire cave echoed with excited shouts. Zhèng Sījí wasn't particularly concerned about the money, but he felt the excitement too. If he were in their shoes, he'd probably be just as thrilled. Too bad. Tens of thousands of credits seemed pretty useless to him. Still, Zhèng Sījí was genuinely pleased. Everyone suddenly turned to look at Zhèng Sījí. Even Mo Lingyu was caught up in the excitement, yet Zhèng Sījí sat there alone, watching them revel. Everyone. This guy. Could it be he looks down on these tens of thousands of credits? If you don't want it, give it to me. Damn it. Who cares? Let's all celebrate together. And so, Zhèng Sījí was dragged into the party too. The group partied until midnight, pulling out every hot pot game they had. As for why they dared eat hot pot, the surrounding demons knew there was a group of killers here, best not to mess with them. Throughout the entire military training mission, Zhong Yingting gained the most. Not only did she earn a pile of credits, but she also racked up tons of skill points. Everyone came away with a bountiful haul. And who else but our unsung hero, Mo Lingyu, deserves the credit? If not for Mo Lingyu coming up with this plan, they wouldn't have snatched up so many loot drops. Zhèng Sījí had originally planned to bring out some beer fruits to have a little fun. If there were cola fruits, then beer fruits must exist too. But considering how tricky it would be to explain where this stuff came from, Zhèng Sījí had even considered putting in the effort to extract all the beer from the beer fruits. But Zhong Yingting's spatial gear contained a massive stash of beer. Zhèng Sījí decided against bringing them out. Well, it seems he still didn't know his teammates quite as well as he thought. He had absolutely no idea Zhong Yingting was actually a heavy drinker. In any case, everyone had a great time tonight, sipping on some beer. As cultivators, beer couldn't get them drunk. After all, even if the primordial demons dared not approach, they still needed to be cautious. How many had crossed over precisely because joy turned to sorrow? In any case, never let your guard down when you're closest to success. The more critical the moment, the more vigilant you must be. Comebacks from the brink of defeat? How common is that? Everyone clearly understood this principle, so they all used their spiritual energy to evaporate the alcohol from their bodies. After 1 a.m., the shift rotation system resumed. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the shift ended, and the members of the Swinging Heaven Squad all woke up. If they pushed forward at full speed, they might return to their base and the academy within the day. That was precisely their plan: finish the mission a day early, enjoy a few hearty meals back home, and then sleep soundly. Though this military training mission already felt more like a vacation than anything else. They had food to eat, beds to sleep in, cultivation to practice, and even baths to take. Out of water? But they had Pang Jia, the water mage. Pang Jia had clearly defined his role during this mission. Digging tunnels, providing bathing water, and casting magic perception spells. But this made him feel like he was at least useful within the team, which brought him great joy. The group maintained formation as they advanced, dispatching the silver primordial demon without hesitation. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Hunting the pole star in office at the Demon Capital Academy. Dean. A figure burst into the office, rushing toward the seated Dean with an anxious expression. The Dean's expression was equally grave, seemingly deep in thought. Dean, I. The figure began to speak, but the Dean raised a hand to interrupt. I sensed it too. Go notify the guards. No need to contact the military, they must have felt it as well. The dean spoke, then fell back into deep thought. Receiving the dean's instructions, the figure vanished without delay, leaving only a faint trail of silver light behind. After the silver light faded, the dean abruptly rose to his feet and vanished from the spot as well. Chapter 181, Mutation. Within a certain special space. Chieftain, you sensed it too, didn't you? An aged voice sounded beside a middle-aged man. Grand Elder, what's your take? The middle-aged man rose to his feet and addressed the Grand Elder with utmost respect. I suspect it's likely another plan devised by our ancestor. According to the regulations, we must assist Blue Star in its defense. The Elder's aged voice sounded once more. But the ancestor's decree commands us to guard Blue Star. It never mandated we defend the hunting pole star. The middle-aged man's voice carried a hint of displeasure. Clan Chief, the ancestor's decree is for us to aid Blue Star's development. Should the hunting pole star encounter trouble, Blue Star's progress could be set back decades, perhaps even beyond recovery to its current level. The Elder's voice carried an air of authority, as if his words were unquestionable. But, very well. The middle-aged man conceded. Then, his voice resonating with true energy, he relayed his command: all guard captains, assemble all cultivators of 3rd grade and above currently within the clan at the teleportation point. The clan leader's order effectively deployed nearly all the clan's available forces. Yet they harbored no concerns, for they knew the clan would remain secure. The ancestor would ensure that. Similar exchanges unfolded in numerous locations. These secret spaces seemed to hold some peculiar mystery. Across Blue Star and the hunting pole star, nearly every powerful cultivator sensed the events unfolding on the hunting pole star sooner or later. Likewise, they swiftly initiated a series of operations. It must be said, the speed of human powerhouses was truly remarkable. Likewise, the demons' reactions were equally swift. A woo, 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 woof woof woof. See? A few simple exchanges have already decided to deploy troops for defense. Even the higher-ups will personally intervene. What? You don't understand? Told you to study demonic speech properly, didn't bother, did you? Serves you right for not understanding. I don't understand it either. We're all doomed together. The Swinging Heaven squad was on their way back. They were all excited finally, a chance to rest properly, plus such rich spoils. They raced forward at breakneck speed, even passing by a silver-ranked primordial demon they encountered along the way without bothering to hunt it down. All they wanted was to get back to the academy quickly. They chatted cheerfully, sharing little stories as they ran. But things weren't as simple as they imagined. As they neared the exit of the primordial demon forest, an unexpected incident unfolded. The members of the Swinging Heaven squad were only about 7 kilometers away from reaching the entrance of the primordial demon forest. Seeing this, they quickened their pace. After all, they'd been stuck in this gloomy forest for nearly a month and were eager to see sunlight again. Stop! Zhong Yingting suddenly bellowed, startling everyone. A massive purple-black gate seemed to materialize out of thin air, expanding before their eyes in an instant. Zhong Yingting, the quickest to react, was the first to sense the presence of this massive purple-black gate. The gate was less than 10 meters away. Everyone slammed on their brakes, coming to an abrupt halt just before the door, narrowly avoiding contact. Phew! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Zhong Yingting had reacted quickly, and the team trusted each other implicitly, otherwise, they truly would have crashed right into it. However, the purple-black gate shifted forward several meters. To their stunned disbelief, they were enveloped by the purple-black gate. Damn it! Is this even possible? We're not moving, so you're just going to move on your own, huh? Is this how a spatial gate is supposed to work? Can you do your job properly? Don't you know you're supposed to stand at attention and not move? Damn it! Gate, I'm just a newborn baby. Kids are a bit temperamental, grown-ups should cut me some slack, okay? Sob.jpg. Almost the instant everyone was enveloped, Rensu instantly materialized before the gate. He watched helplessly as the members of the Swinging Heaven squad were sucked into the purple-black gate, yet he dared not make a single move. For no one knew what lay beyond those gates. After all, protecting them was merely one of his tasks. There was no need for him to risk his own life to save them. He dared not approach the purple-black gate too closely either, having witnessed it shift forward and swallow the Dang Tianxia squad whole. Fortunately, Rensu, as the supervising instructor, was equipped with recording devices. Nearly 30 days' worth of footage had been stored within this device. The moment the purple-black gate shifted and sucked the entire Dangxiangxia squad inside was also captured on film. Thank goodness I had the sense not to turn off the recording. Otherwise, I'd never be able to clear my name, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Rensu dared not make any rash moves. Instead, he retreated several kilometers, soaring high into the distance to observe the purple-black gate from afar. At that very moment, his recording device's live feed had transmitted the footage to the monitoring room. Someone had already detected his presence before the colossal purple-black gate. Consequently, he immediately received orders: remain outside the gate, do not leave, and prevent anyone from entering. The Guardian squad would arrive within 20 minutes. His heart rebelled. What the heck? A massive gate suddenly appears out of nowhere, and who knows what lurks inside? And you expect me to just stand guard here? I'm just a fledgling mage who barely made it into the archmage ranks. Even forbidden spells wouldn't dare handle something like this. Who knows if another pair of monstrous demons from another world might burst out? Didn't those twin dragon phoenix prodigies from the Demon Capital Academy and Imperial Capital Academy emerge from a spatial gate too? No way am I about to be sacrificed? Should I start writing my last will and testament? Central control, this is Proctor 1. Acknowledge and respond. Control received. State your business. Central control, my secret stash is behind my wife's dressing table. If I perish, make sure she finds that money and lives the life she always wanted. I promised her that after this mission, I'd come back and marry her, throw a grand wedding to make her proud. If I don't make it back, please find someone to take good care of her. Got it. How about I go take care of her? I'm single too. Get lost. Well, the chief director and Rinsu were practically inseparable, the kind of brothers who grew up wearing the same pair of pants. Having his buddy look after his wife would definitely put his mind at ease. Too bad he hadn't left behind an heir. Perhaps his bloodline would die out. With a heavy heart and a spirit of sacrifice, Rinsu stood guard alone before the massive purple-black gate. Chapter 182, wanna give it a shot? Holy. From the other side of the spatial gate, waves of deafening sounds relentlessly echoed through, sending shivers down Zhèng Sījí's spine. Well, truth be told, he was also baffled by the fact that this purple-black gate had moved on its own. Who the hell designed this program? Why the hell is it moving on its own? After the members of the Deng Tianxia squad entered the massive gate, it took them quite a while to gradually calm down. What, we just made a huge score, and now we're gonna die? Why are we so unlucky? Why does this door even move on its own? This door must be a well-behaved one too, even at home it takes initiative. Kids like this must be the darlings of adults. But, we don't like it. The group was transported through the gate into a peculiar space. After the group's gasps subsided, a faint sigh seemed to echo through the space, as if murmuring, "You've finally stopped." Ahem. A cough echoed from the surroundings, sounding eerily ethereal. "Hello, humans," a childish voice announced, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. "I am Mocha Gate. Congratulations on being chosen as the chosen ones. You shall obtain the chosen's blessing, attain boundless glory, reach the pinnacle of life, win the heart of a rich and beautiful woman, and save all beings across the multiverse." Indeed, this gate was the Mocha Gate. The moment this gate first appeared, the system had already alerted Zhèng Sījí. The Mocha Gate had already completed its routing. And as Zhèng Sījí understood, the Mocha Gate possessed sentience. This kid is so disobedient. It's clearly a well-behaved gate that can handle things on its own, but it seems like it's read too many novels. After rattling off a bunch of nonsense, they finally got down to business. The others couldn't help but think this door was a complete goofball. Suddenly, their fear dissipated, replaced by amusement as they listened to the door ramble on. Ahem, so, I shall put you to the test. If you pass, you shall receive a tremendous reward. Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you this Mocha door connects to the armory. If you pass the trial, you'll each receive a high-quality weapon of your very own. But, the child's tone shifted as he continued, if you fail the trial, you'll be imprisoned forever in the armory, becoming nourishment for the weapons. So? Scared? Anyone want to give it a shot? If not, I'll just let you out right now. Hearing Mocha Gate's explanation, the crowd froze in shock. Each of you has only one chance to enter here. Think carefully. Next time you approach, you'll simply pass through, you won't be transported inside, the Mochas added. Mo Lingyu was the first to recover. Can we have some time to discuss this, he asked. The Mocha Gate responded, you have 5 minutes. If you decline, it will be considered a forfeiture and you will be automatically teleported out of the warehouse. Mo Lingyu nodded and gathered everyone together. What do you think? Could the Mocha Gate be bluffing? Mo Lingyu asked. Zhou Yingting, possessing a demigod cultivation system, had already queried her system about this gate, whether it had heard of it and if the gate's claims were truthful. The system replied that it hadn't heard of this gate, but Mocha Gate's claims were likely true, as such trials existed throughout the myriad realms. A thought struck Lingyu Mo. In her initial shock, she had forgotten to ask. Mo Lingyu called out to those around her. Since you selected us, we should possess the strength to pass the trial, correct? Mocha Door replied again, I just thought it'd be fun, so I brought you in. Everyone. Zhèng Sījí sighed helplessly, pressing his hand to his forehead. System, is this thing serious? System. Hold on, let me go talk to him. Zhèng Sījí knew a bit more detail, thanks to the system's explanation. What he said about failing the trial resulting in being turned into nourishment was absolutely true. The trial gate first tested one's character. If one's character failed to meet the standards, they would immediately fail the trial, ultimately being sucked into the armory and turned into nutrients. Those who genuinely failed the trial would also be absorbed by the Mocha Gate, becoming nutrients. Though brutal, the Mocha Gate trial remained favorable toward geniuses. Of course, to prevent an endless influx, the Mocha Gate imposes a strict entry quota. Only 100 individuals may enter each month. Should the majority succeed, their strength would soar at an astonishing rate. For these weapons possess sentience. These weapons are matched to their most suitable masters through the trial. With proper cultivation of their bond, there is a chance they will develop sentience, becoming weapons capable of independent thought. At that point, they truly become cultivators. All things possess the potential for cultivation. It seems only this Mocha Gate hasn't been trained properly. It's far too playful. The earlier explanation barely mentioned Bingbai at all. Instead, he'd taken inspiration from that novel he'd read, System, Level Up by Wishing, and spun a bunch of nonsensical, delusional nonsense. He probably doesn't even realize his master is right in front of him. He truly doesn't know. But then, as if sensing his master's threat, Mocha men suddenly back down, saying, "You are the ones I selected as most likely to pass the trial. For you, the rewards of this trial are even greater." The group finally breathed a sigh of relief, nodding in agreement as they exchanged glances. Pang Jia was actually hesitant, because he genuinely feared death. Yet he was part of this team. Traumas from his childhood had left him deeply insecure, making him intensely resistant to this unfamiliar spatial gate. Mo Lingyu said, "This spatial gate appeared too suddenly, too strangely. We don't even know why it's here. But here, we truly can't find a way out. Even if it can't harm us, it can easily keep us trapped here against our will. So it has no reason to deceive us. This time, the choice is yours. At this critical moment, I can't force you. Whatever you decide, it's up to you." Zhong Ting, however, wasn't as fearful. After all, her system had already informed her that this Mocha Gate was essentially genuine, posing no major danger. Moreover, with her abilities, she was fully capable of passing the trial. Thus, Zhong Ting was likely the calmest among them all. Chapter 183, True Colors Revealed. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng were hesitant too. After all, they had no support and no clue what this trial was about. Seeing their hesitation, Zhèng Sījí pondered for a moment. Zhèng Sījí actually wanted them to participate in this trial, as their talents in mechanical engineering and computer science were exceptionally outstanding. Therefore, they would surely pass the trial and obtain their own high-quality weapons. Thus, Zhèng Sījí spoke up. According to what he said, the trial allows you to obtain your own special weapon. It seems that having expertise in a particular area makes passing the trial easier. If you feel especially confident in one of your skills, you could give it a try. Hearing Zhèng Sījí's words, the group's eyes suddenly lit up. Clearly, each had their own thoughts. "I accept. I accept too. Agreed. Accept." Four voices rang out. Zhèng Sījí smiled faintly and followed with, "Accepted." Only one person, Pang Jia, remained silent. "I decline." He had always been particularly resistant to this trial. Hearing Zhèng Sījí's words, he realized he possessed no special talents. His progress thus far had been due solely to fortuitous circumstances. Therefore, he chose to refuse. "There's nothing we can do about it. Everyone has their own ideas." Seeing Pang Jia didn't agree, the others all smiled at him and said, "It's okay, Pang Jia. Wait for us outside. We'll be out soon." They seemed utterly confident, as if victory were assured. Hearing their reassurances, Pang Jia gave a bitter smile. The team chemistry they'd spent so long cultivating suddenly felt distant in his heart. But this was merely his own perception, for he was the only one who had chosen to refuse. In reality, the members of the Swinging Heaven team hadn't distanced themselves from him at all. They simply understood his choice. Perhaps this was all in his head? Whoa, that's terrifying. Pang Jia was truly teleported out. The others, however, were transported into a peculiar space. The appearance of the spatial gate obliterated every tree within a 10-kilometer radius. Luckily Rinsu evacuated quickly, otherwise, he might have been silenced too. Thank goodness, otherwise my wife would have been left for my brothers to take care of. Spotting Pang Jia emerge, Rinsu hastily cast a fire spell, launching fireworks into the sky. "Come over here." After the fireworks exploded, these words appeared in the sky. Upon seeing them, Pang Jia moved forward slowly, his heart heavy with concern. Seeing Pang Jia appear there, Rinsu sensed that no further mishaps were likely to occur. He instantly burst forward, reaching Pang Jia's side and leading him out. After being led away, Pang Jia remained deeply troubled. He was the only one in the entire squad who had chosen to refuse. Meanwhile, the guards, seeing Pang Jia's expression, mistakenly thought he was the only one from the entire Deng Tianxia squad who had come out. A major incident. They immediately sealed off the area, even deploying several forbidden spell mages to reinforce the perimeter. As Pang Jia gradually regained his composure, he saw several forbidden spell mages surrounding him and froze in shock. What the hell is going on? Why are all these big shots surrounding me? I was just feeling a little down for a bit. I'm an 18-year-old kid. I bounce back fast, okay. Watching the forbidden spell mages fuss over him, offering comfort and telling him not to grieve too deeply even if his teammates had sacrificed themselves. But what the hell is going on here? Seeing Pang Zhao recover, the forbidden spell mages urgently asked him what had happened. So, Pang Zhao recounted the entire sequence of events, from start to finish, without skipping a single detail. TSK. Even forbidden spell mages couldn't escape the power of imagination. Whoa, that's terrifying. After hearing Pang Jia's account, the forbidden spell mages visibly exhaled in relief. All the forbidden spell mages knew that the entire hunting pole star had opened a total of 5 Mocha gates. 3 were in areas accessible to humans. 2 lie deep within the hunting pole star, 1 on land, 1 in the ocean, both seized by demonic forces. High-level demons possessed sentience. Having cultivated to the diamond and sovereign tiers, they possess their own consciousness. Moreover, within the demonic realm, they have developed their own civilizations. Within the regions accessible to humans, 1 Mocha gate lies at the border with the demonic beast domain. Humans and demonic beasts jointly control this gate. Yet none dared to enter. The other Mocha gates remained stationary after opening. Only the small Mocha gate moved on its own. Upon receiving this intelligence, the forbidden spellcasters immediately relayed the information outward, compelling the other teams controlling Mocha gates to make decisions. They would wait for the rest of the Dang Tianxia squad to emerge and obtain confirmed intelligence before making their decision. If this information proved true, the human race would capitalize on the information gap. At the Mocha gate jointly controlled by humans and beasts, they would try to send as many humans as possible through the trials for advancement before the beasts learned of the intelligence. Shortly after accepting the challenge, Zhong Yingting bid farewell to the others. Instantly, darkness enveloped her vision as she was abruptly transported into a wondrous realm. It was a vast expanse of land, seemingly boundless. No magical spirits existed here, only pure spiritual energy. Just as Zhong Yingting was wondering what to do, the youthful voice of Ma Keimen echoed in her ears. Zhong Yingting, the trial begins. Only true energy can be used here. Do your best. Zhong Yingting froze upon hearing this. Only true qi? Before she could ponder further, earthen arms burst forth from the surrounding soil. The arms dragged along the ground, straining upward to lift themselves, revealing the monsters' heads. Then, their legs stretched out, planting themselves on the ground as they hauled their entire bodies free. The moment Zhong Yingting saw these creatures, she instantly assumed a combat stance. Judging by their strength, each of these creatures was just entering the first rank. But for her, possessing second-rank strength, even if there were twice as many of these 30-odd monsters, she would not fear them in the slightest. The human emperor's decision surged through her body, channeling the spiritual energy around her. As if sensing her intent, the space once again summoned 30 monsters. Witnessing this, Zhong Yingting showed no sign of hesitation. Instead, she licked her lips. It's been ages since I've had a fight like this. Zhong Yingting exclaimed excitedly. The last time she'd taken on dozens alone seemed to be back in her foundation establishment stage, when she'd single-handedly defeated 20 foundation establishment disciples from her clan using her skills. This time, the numbers were 3 times greater. But for someone possessing second-grade strength, she felt not the slightest fear, only exhilaration. This was the true Zhong Yingting. Chapter 184, Yingting's Tribulation. During the hunt for the primordial demon, the battle had relied almost entirely on magical energy depletion, with finishing blows delivered afterward leaving no room for her to showcase her skills. Her fists had been itching for action for far too long. Now, she could finally fight to her heart's content. TSK, such a pretty girl, yet so battle-hungry. She tied her shoulder-length black hair back, radiating a carefree spirit. Ha! Zhong Yingting roared, charging forward before the 30 monsters that appeared behind her could even materialize. My fists, they're itching for a fight. Thud. The monster closest to Zhong Yingting, caught completely off guard by her sudden charge, offered no resistance. In an instant, Zhong Yingting struck it squarely in the head, sending the entire skull flying straight through the air. Thud. Another thunderous crash. In the split second its head flew off, the monster instinctively launched an attack. Its right fist shot out, catching Zhong Yingting completely off guard. Yet Zhong Yingting's combat awareness and physical reflexes were terrifying. In that split second, she extended an arm and forcibly blocked the attack. After unleashing its attack, the monster collapsed straight down, merging into the earth. Zhong Yingting was also knocked backward by the monster's blow. Gah! Zhong Yingting shook her arm. This monster's strength was truly formidable. Even after its head was knocked off, it could still launch an attack purely on instinct. Realizing this, Zhong Yingting steeled herself with 120% focus. These monsters, seemingly only at the initial stage of the first rank, were no easy foes. Adopting a combat stance once more, Zhong Yingting charged forward with her right foot, flying toward the 2 closest monsters as they surged toward her. The 2 monsters reacted with lightning speed, each thrusting out 2 arms to block the powerful horizontal kick. Crash! Boom! Zhong Yingting's horizontal kick brutally shattered one monster's defense, sending its head flying. The momentum of the kick propelled her directly toward the other monster, shattering one of its arms before halting just short of its remaining limb. Just as the second arm of the other monster was about to shatter, it seemed utterly impervious to pain, reaching out to grab at Zhong Yingting's leg. As the other monsters closed in, Zhong Yingting had no time to think. She swiftly pulled her right leg back, only to be grabbed by a monster behind her. Sensing danger, Zhong Yingting thrust her left leg out, spinning her entire body like a top. This freed her right leg from the monster's grasp. She then planted her left foot on the one-armed monster, charging straight through and smashing its skull. Her body shot upward again, quickly regaining her balance. She leaped over one monster after another, heading toward the less crowded side. An entry-level user's phantom spirit body technique passing through a sea of monsters, not a single one killed. Zhong Yingting realized that with her current strength, she couldn't kill all these monsters. Even if she won, she'd likely suffer severe injuries. She immediately instructed the system to upgrade both the 5 elements fist and spirit riding leg technique. Spending a full 2,200 skill points, she skipped past proficiency and leaped directly to mastery. But upgrading phantom spirit movement to proficient required a staggering 1,000 skill points compared to a mere 10 points for beginner. How could it have increased 100-fold? A vast expanse of knowledge flooded into her mind in an instant, even her physical memories transmitted along with it. In that instant, she felt an elevation. So this is how these martial arts techniques were meant to be used. It all happened in an instant. After enhancing her martial arts, she crushed the monster beneath her feet to death. Mastery level spirit riding leg technique. Every movement channeled true chi, even drawing upon the spiritual energy in the air to inflict devastating damage on its target. She weaved through the swarm of monsters, crushing over 10 of them to death in just a dozen seconds. The monsters seemed to realize they couldn't stay clustered together and immediately scattered. When Zhong Yingting saw no more monsters to trample ahead, she immediately activated the phantom spirit body technique. Her mastery of the phantom spirit technique allowed her to hover mid-air. Another stomp. Combining the phantom spirit technique with the spirit riding leg technique, she managed to deliver a stomp in mid-air, crushing the skull of another monster before landing on the ground. It was utterly graceful. Having mastered these martial arts techniques, Zhong Yingting flashed another smile as she assumed a combat stance, her left hand forming a hook gesture with 2 fingers. She was taunting them. What do we do, everyone? Fight. What else can we do? Never seen anyone so arrogant. Charge. Bang bang bang. Boom. Bang. Put. Bang bang. In just 5 minutes, over 60 monsters were gone. Even Zhong Yingting found it unbelievable. I'm actually this strong. No, this martial skill is incredibly powerful. I still have so many skill points left. Could I pull off something big? Zhong Yingting paused, suddenly sensing a violent surge of spiritual energy within her. I'm about to advance to the 2nd rank. I can't hold it back. What should I do? What else could she do? Break through, of course. There should be a heavenly tribulation here, right? Boom. A purple tribulation cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Sure enough, a heavenly tribulation. Here, I can break through. Then, bring it on. Crash. A massive bolt of lightning instantly struck down, twisting and contorting as it crashed toward Zhong Yingting's tiny form. Come on. Zhong Yingting roared, thrusting both hands skyward as she charged straight into the thunder. The human emperor's decision surged relentlessly within her. Far from diminishing the heavenly tribulation's power, this momentum actually amplified the thunderbolt's might. The human emperor's decision granted Zhong Yingting extraordinary power to slay foes far beyond her level. Such a supreme technique was something heaven and earth could not tolerate. Yet, more powerful cultivators could also bring greater strength to the heavens and earth. Thus, this heavenly tribulation was not merely testing the cultivator, it was tempering her. The human emperor's decision further harnessed the tribulation to fortify itself. If relying solely on a first-grade tribulation, the enhanced physique would only reach 2nd grade. Yet the human emperor's decision allows practitioners to attain a 2nd-grade physique and strength while still at the 1st grade. For Zhong Yingting, this 1st-grade tribulation to cross into the 2nd grade is utterly insufficient. Thus, the human emperor's decision amplifies the tribulation's power. This tribulation has already become a 2nd-grade tribulation crossing into 3rd grade. Ah! Zhong Yingting let out a piercing scream, yet her body remained standing straight and tall. We cultivators fear no peril. Heavenly tribulation? Shatter it for me. Ha! Zhong Yingting channeled every ounce of her spiritual energy, continuously circulating the human emperor's decision. The human emperor's decision did not disappoint her expectations. Even before the tribulation had concluded, it had already begun absorbing the power of the thunder tribulation. Ha! Zhong Yingting roared as another bolt of thunder struck down. She felt she could handle this. Chapter 185, Twin Birth. Transitioning from 2nd rank to 3rd rank involved 3 tribulations. Surviving this 2nd strike meant the lightning tribulation was essentially over. The final blow would be the energy feedback from heaven and earth. Survive this ordeal, and one would successfully ascend to 2nd grade. One might even gain the strength to battle 3rd rank cultivators. The gap between cultivators is immense, not only between tiers but also within the same tier, where vast disparities persist. Someone like Zhong Yingting, who could hold her own against an ordinary early-stage third-rank cultivator upon entering second rank, is a prime example. The human emperor's decision may make cultivation more arduous, but the effort invested is entirely proportional to the rewards gained. Boom! The thunder tribulation struck Zhong Yingting's body directly, causing her entire body to tremble violently as her legs buckled involuntarily. Ah! Zhong Yingting summoned every ounce of strength within her. Though the thunder tribulation left her body limp, she persevered through sheer willpower. Break it now! Zhong Yingting channeled every ounce of her spiritual energy, causing the human emperor's decision within her to surge rapidly once more. Suddenly, the entire lightning strike seemed to have its power abruptly drained, becoming limp and lifeless. Zhong Yingting froze. What was happening? Why did you give up? I'm not done yet. Why did you give up? Get up already. Get hard already. This limp lightning tribulation is no fun to endure. Snatch! The lightning tribulation suddenly transformed into a beam of white light, merging into Zhong Yingting's body. Wow! A powerful tonic. So this is the third lightning tribulation. Ah! In the midst of what had been a solemn occasion, a strange sound suddenly intruded. Ha! The energy converted from the thunder tribulation was fully absorbed into Zhong Yingting's body through the circulation of the human emperor's decision. Suddenly, Zhong Yingting felt as though her entire body was enveloped by something, causing her to tremble violently. Her body, beyond her control, underwent the baptism of that beam of white light, radiating a luminous glow. Ah! Zhong Yingting felt her body rapidly growing stronger while simultaneously repairing the injury she had just sustained. Suddenly, she felt a necklace around her neck continuously radiating spiritual energy, pouring it into her body. This necklace had been given to her by her grandfather. It contained a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, enough to sustain Zhong Yingting's cultivation for a long time. But now, the spiritual energy within the necklace was steadily draining away. Every last bit was converging toward her dantian. The reward from the heavenly tribulation was using this rich spiritual energy to purify her physical body. The human emperor's decision was cultivated only after Zhong Yingting attained the first grade, so her body still held residual spiritual energy from her previous cultivation methods. Yet during this cleansing, it was entirely transformed into a unique energy. Human Emperor Qi. Henceforth, any spiritual energy she absorbed would be entirely converted into human Emperor Qi. When she needed it, this human Emperor Qi would transform into human Emperor Power. Human Emperor Qi surpassed true Qi in quality. This was a cultivation technique possessing the ability to convert spiritual energy. Ordinary cultivation methods absorb spiritual energy, convert it into true energy for storage, and then transform it into spiritual power when needed. Special cultivation techniques, however, convert spiritual energy into unique substances for storage. And this human emperor's decision is clearly the most exceptional of them all. Indeed, it truly lives up to its reputation as the pinnacle cultivation technique across all realms. What a treasure trove! Unbeknownst to her, Zhong Yingting began to notice subtle changes within her body. A golden bead had appeared. Though seemingly small, its presence made Zhong Yingting feel boundless power. What is this? System, can you tell me what this is? The system responded mechanically, this is a golden core. Cultivators only obtain it after reaching the 5th grade, but the human emperor's decision you're practicing will grant you a golden core at the 2nd grade. Zhong Yingting froze in shock. Holy crap! A golden core. It really is a golden core. Her grandfather had always said that keeping certain things from her now was to pave the way for her future, urging her not to abandon the path because of its hardships. But with her system, she knew exactly what was needed to break through from 4th grade to 5th grade. It was this golden core. With this golden core, as long as her cultivation was sufficient, the probability of breaking through to the 5th rank was 100%. As the transformations in her body gradually ceased, Zhong Yingting slowly regained control over her physique. She had to admit, that moment just now had been truly exhilarating. The sensation of her entire body being emptied out, only to be instantly filled again. Alas, this sensation would likely be a one-time occurrence. The formation of the golden core had cleansed her entire being. But it's fine. My current strength is more than 10 times greater than before. The gap between 3rd grade and 2nd grade cultivation isn't just tenfold. And my true cultivation level is only 2nd grade. So I really am a genius, huh? Ah ha 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 ha. Congratulations, little one. At that moment, a childish voice sounded again beside her ear. You passed the trial and successfully advanced. Through big data matching, we've prepared a complete grade 3 growth type set for you. Cultivate a bond with it well and strive to awaken its spirit consciousness as soon as possible. Mocha Gate's voice sounded again, clearly adopting a much more serious tone. Zhong Yingting watched as a pair of crimson gauntlets suddenly materialized in midair. Golden patterns danced across them, resembling a pair of golden dragons, vividly lifelike. Though it was her first encounter with these gloves, they evoked a strange sense of familiarity. 2 golden characters suddenly appeared in her mind, Dragon Emperor. The sense of familiarity sent a surge through her heart. You're called Dragon Emperor, right? What a coincidence. I'm called the Human Emperor. Though I'm not quite there yet. But neither are you. Then let's strive together in the future and become emperors side by side. Clink clink. The boxing gloves shook violently in Zhong Yingting's hands. Damn it. That childish voice actually cursed. A shimmering image appeared on the Dragon Emperor Gauntlet's 2 tiny golden dragons. The tiny dragons, each barely 20 centimeters long, circled each other once before wrapping around the gauntlet. Then they flew toward Zhong Yingting's cheeks, affectionately circling and nuzzling her face. Zhong Yingting froze. What the hell was this? This is a weapon spirit. You're not cheating, are you? Not only did her weapon gain sentience the moment she obtained it, but it directly produced a spirit. And it's a twin spirit, the childish voice said strangely. Twin spirit entities. Sensing Zhong Yingting's thoughts, the 2 little golden dragons grew even more affectionate. This is a dragon emperor and a dragon empress. Do you two even know I don't approve of early romance? You two better behave yourselves. I'm still a single lady, you know. After their affectionate moment, the 2 little golden dragons returned to the gauntlet. They had only just been born and couldn't stay out for long. The gauntlets merged into Zhong Yingting's body. A flash of golden light erupted, and Zhong Yingting was teleported away. Chapter 186, Mo Lingyu, the trial begins. After Zhong Yingting was teleported into the trial, Mo Lingyu followed shortly after. Mo Lingyu greeted the others with a smile, signaling them not to worry. Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but sigh inwardly how utterly adorable. Mo Lingyu was transported into a lush, picturesque forest. As she attempted to move backward, Mo Lingyu found herself blocked by an invisible wall of air. With no other choice, she could only proceed straight ahead. She hadn't walked long before hearing the sound of water crashing against boulders. Ha! A waterfall? Mo Lingyu seemed in high spirits as she quickened her pace toward it. Just then, a childish voice rang in her ear. Mo Lingyu, the trial begins. Task 1, reach the boulder beneath the waterfall. Task 2, stand atop the boulder and endure for 1 hour. Task 3, report completion. Mo Lingyu froze. Tasks? And 3 of them? One that required completing the previous ones before knowing about it? Immediately, Mo Lingyu understood. Without caring that her clothes and shoes would get soaked, she headed straight for the riverbank. No! Your clothes and shoes will get soaked. Take them off quickly. Forget it. Taking them off is out of the question. Even if I did, you wouldn't see them anyway. The moment Mo Lingyu saw that waterfall, she knew exactly what she had to do. This is just like Manhwa cultivating beneath the waterfall. I've been wanting to try this for ages. Splash. Mo Lingyu waded into the river, the water already reaching her knees. Suddenly, a drop-off sent her tumbling headfirst into the river. Hurry up and do the quest, you dog. Since she'd already fallen, Mo Lingyu decided to stop dawdling and swam straight toward the waterfall. However, when she was still nearly 50 meters from the giant boulder beneath the waterfall, she suddenly felt an immense resistance holding her back. She frowned slightly, about to summon her inner chi, only to discover it no longer obeyed her commands. She scanned her surroundings once more. The magic spirits were gone too? Interesting. Aware of her predicament, Mo Lingyu felt not the slightest worry, but rather a surge of excitement. A thrilled smile spread across her face. Mo Lingyu felt exhilarated, felt the thrill of a challenge. She was the kind of person who craved challenges, who thrived on pushing boundaries. It was precisely this drive that had brought her to where she stood today. Mo Lingyu wasn't particularly gifted, she was far from the true prodigies. Her current accomplishments were built entirely on her extraordinary willpower and relentless effort. Her success contained not a shred of luck, every step was earned through relentless effort and the constant pushing of her own limits. Had the system not omitted willpower-type perks, Mo Lingyu would undoubtedly have secured one. Therefore, in this trial where all other powers are sealed away, forcing her to rely solely on her willpower to persevere, she possesses truly formidable confidence. When it comes to willpower, I've never lost. Indeed, with Mo Lingyu's intelligence, she had already guessed the nature of her trial. Earlier, Zhèng Sījí had mentioned that if one possessed exceptional confidence in a particular area, they should challenge that trial. She possessed absolute confidence in her own willpower. Such a charmingly cunning girl despite her outward radiance, who could truly fathom what trials she had endured. Though born into a top-tier family, Mo Lingyu had endured countless misfortunes since childhood. It all began with an accident caused by an elder, and such incidents kept happening. An elder took Mo Lingyu to explore and hunt in the Polestar region but mistakenly lost her. Mo Lingyu was only 6 years old at the time. A child who had just reached the foundation establishment stage, she managed to survive by hiding alone in a crevice, relying solely on the morning dew each day, enduring for an entire month. Monsters prowled relentlessly outside the crevice, yet she remained utterly still. She endured a full month, battling hunger and frost, surviving solely through sheer willpower. Only when everyone had given up hope and launched a final search did they discover Mo Lingyu in a crevice, nearly unconscious and shivering uncontrollably. At just 6 years old, she already possessed such an indomitable spirit. Later, certain adults accidentally placed her in danger. It wasn't that she couldn't guard against those outside her clan, it was that such threats were impossible to guard against. Yet Mo Lingyu never uttered a single complaint. She trained even harder, pushing her limits time and again, surviving one perilous ordeal after another. Outsiders might have seen her cuteness, her charm, her intelligence. Yet they failed to see her relentless effort, her trials, or her unyielding resilience. Even her cunning little schemes were learned from the scheming and backstabbing among those so-called family members since childhood. Yet Mo Lingyu still held on to that kind heart, though sometimes it was just a little cunning. What more could be demanded of her? Surviving in such an environment, what more could be demanded of her? After enduring countless hardships, Mo Lingyu found genuine care from her true family. She had also earned Lu Xuelan's admiration. What Lu Xuelan valued wasn't Mo Lingyu's talent, but her extraordinary willpower. She believed that willpower could overcome anything. She harbored a personal desire to have Mo Lingyu conduct experiments, using sheer willpower to explore the realm of the 5th grade. To shatter the bottleneck of cultivation through sheer willpower. Those who envied her mocked her, claiming she had grown so powerful only because of her family's resources. They said that without those people's slip-ups, she wouldn't have achieved this much. Instead of being grateful to them, she even had her clan members punish them. If given the choice, who would willingly endure such trials? No one had faith in Mo Lingyu, they only wished for her to live out her remaining days in peace. Yet time and again, Mo Lingyu overcame adversity, pushing her limits further and further. Even, in one breakthrough, she created a devastatingly powerful fusion magic. Everyone knew of Mo Lingyu's talent, but no one could have imagined her accomplishments. Now, she had even entered the selection tournament for the dual manner competition. Though, no one believed she could succeed. Yet time and again, she shattered others' expectations, forcing them to believe she could succeed. Such a lovely girl, having endured so many hardships and witnessed so much scheming, yet still maintaining a kind heart. Now, she faces yet another challenge. What should she do? Well, that's obvious. Just like before, overcome it. It was true then, and it remains true now. When faced with difficulties, she won't choose to run away. Instead, I face it head-on and conquer it. This is Mo Lingyu. Chapter 187, Magic Spirits? Time seemed to stand still. A day, a week, a month, or perhaps a year passed. Mo Lingyu approached that boulder time and time again, only to be washed away time and time again. Time and again she climbed the boulder, only to be washed away time and again. Time and again she stood atop the boulder, only to be knocked down by the torrent. Yet she never gave up. After an unknown period, she finally succeeded in standing atop it, remaining steadfast, no longer to be knocked down by the currents. She was nearly unconscious, yet she persevered time and again through sheer willpower. Her tongue was bitten to a pulp. Ah! Mo Lingyu suddenly erupted, clenching her right fist and striking out at the torrent. The water lashed at her cheeks, yet her fist sliced through it like a blade, only for the torrent to surge back together. Ah! Mo Lingyu withdrew her right fist and swung it out once more, yet it still had no effect. Mo Lingyu had now exerted every ounce of strength in her body and could no longer move. Yet she remained standing atop the boulder, still being battered by the torrent. Now, she relied solely on sheer willpower to stay upright. Exhausted beyond measure, only instinctive actions remained. Unconsciously, she refused to die. She refused to accept it, truly refused to accept it. She had completed the first 2 tasks. Yet the third remained unfulfilled. She tried to blast through the waterfall's flow, but without true energy or magic, it was utterly impossible. Ha! Why? Why hasn't the task been completed yet? I refuse to accept this. I truly refuse to accept this. Ah! Mo Lingyu once again summoned her willpower to control her body, letting out what seemed like a final cry. But at that very moment, Mo Lingyu's body began to tremble violently. The surrounding space began to tear apart. 1, 2, more and more fire spirits burst forth from the rift. Fire spirit. It's a fire spirit. In this space where magic is completely forbidden, a fire spirit has appeared. More and more fire spirits from just 1 or 2 at first, steadily accumulating. Is this a fire spirit? Sure enough, I'm already hallucinating. Seems I overestimated my willpower after all. The darting fire sprites seemed to have received some kind of summons. The sprites that had been scattered everywhere suddenly gathered together. Every single one of them flew toward Mo Lingyu, who stood beneath the waterfall. Fire and water, this pair of natural enemies. The fire sprites gathered around Mo Lingyu, enveloping her as they poured into her body. Some even embraced a death-defying resolve, charging straight to the top of her head to form a fiery barrier that blocked the waterfall entirely. As the fire spirits poured in, the once hazy pupils of Mo Lingyu's eyes gradually regained their brilliance. These are fire spirits. Mo Lingyu slowly regained consciousness, feeling the surrounding fire spirits embrace as if returning to nature's bosom. Why are fire spirits appearing in this area? As this unreal power surged into her body, Mo Lingyu gradually regained control of her limbs, her hands stiffly shifting to either side. Why are these fire spirits merging into my body? Is this the spirit fusion that only occurs when advancing to Archmage? Why is this happening to me now? Could it be that I've skipped the advanced stages entirely and ascended directly to Archmage while training? No way? Am I that talented? What the hell is this? Why do these fire spirits feel like my own children, completely under my command? And they keep pouring in, non-stop. No way. I'm only 18. I haven't even confessed to anyone yet. How did I end up with kids already? Did I offend the author? I'm such a model citizen, I've paid taxes for who knows how long. How could they do this to me? Wait, this scene feels strangely familiar. Realm. No way. My cultivation is still only mid-tier. What the heck is this? Why did I not only get a demon spirit inside me, but also get a domain? No way, no way. Could I actually be a hidden genius? Ahahaha, I knew it. I knew it. I am a genius. This mission. Spit it out already. Felt the power surging within him. With the demonic spirit now inhabiting his body, he regained his energy once more. Another punch charged forward, hurtling toward the top of the waterfall. Boom! A fiery red whirlwind erupted from his fist, cleaving the waterfall clean in two, no sign of it reforming. Task 3, Waterfall Severed, complete. Additional Task 1, Mastery of Domain, complete. Additional Task 2, Demon Spirit Possession, complete. Congratulations, you. You have completed the tasks. Here is your reward, a weapon with growth potential. Cultivate your bond with it well. Once it gains sentience, your power will surge dramatically. As the voice spoke, a fiery red echo, a fiery red scepter materialized in midair. The staff measured just over a meter in length. At its apex, a diamond-shaped yellow gemstone sat at the center, flanked by two ear-like yellow crystals that glowed softly. A name flashed through Yu's mind. Yiling. It certainly suits my temperament. I trust your willpower is as unbreakable as mine. I'm the one who mastered domains and possessed by a spirit purely through sheer willpower. Follow me, and you'll definitely get your share. The spirit essence in Yu's hand trembled violently as well. The spirit essence in her hand floated into the air, revealing a porcelain doll-like, adorable little creature, as ethereal as an elf. Seeing this, Yu instinctively reached out to stroke the porcelain doll's adorable cheek. The porcelain doll affectionately nuzzled Yu's palm, emitting soft inging sounds. So you're the spirit essence. That childish voice rang out once more. This defies logic. How did another spirit emerge? Damn it! Is there any peace left in this world? Yu gazed at the porcelain doll-like, adorable little spirit, unable to contain the smile spreading across his face. This trip was truly worth it. This time, the gamble paid off. Not only had she grasped the fire domain, but a demon spirit had entered her body, tempering her physique. She'd also obtained a weapon perfectly suited to her, and even forged an artifact spirit. Though the demonic spirit's fusion wasn't complete, it still granted her peak second-grade physical strength. Breaking through to the third rank was too difficult. Her physical strength was too low to begin with. This trial, however, continuously tempered her body, yielding such extraordinary results. Though she remained a mid-tier first-rank mage in rank, her power had surged tenfold. Should she venture into the primordial demon forest again, it would pose no threat to her. Chapter 188, Wang Zedong, the trial begins. With her domain, Yu's spellcasting speed would accelerate, her cultivation pace would quicken, her magical power would surge, her mana recovery would hasten, and her spellcasting range would, well, currently, her domain's sensory range was only about 4 kilometers smaller than the boundless realm ring. But once her cultivation advances further, this domain will expand once more. This time, the gains were truly immense. The dual manner conflict? Child's play. Lost in her fantasies, Yu suddenly realized the wand had returned to her hand, and Xiao Yiling had retreated back into it. The wand gradually faded away, merging into Yu's body. This was a soul-bound connection. Should the wand be destroyed in the future, Yu would suffer harm, but she would also possess the power to forge it anew. Then, Yu's figure gradually faded, vanishing from where she stood. Darkness enveloped Yu's vision. When sight returned, she found herself standing outside the Mocha Gate. After Yu was teleported to the trial, it was Wang Zedong's turn next. Sensing his impending teleportation, Wang Zedong clenched his fists in encouragement toward Zhèng Sījí and Yuan Weifeng. You two better pass this trial. We'll go pick up girls together afterward. Before his words had fully faded, Wang Zedong vanished from his spot. Wang Zedong found himself in a wasteland. Wang Zedong? What the hell is this? Is this my trial ground? No way, no way. How casual is this? We're in a novel here. Budget constraints don't apply. Couldn't you at least give me something high-end, grand, and classy? This is just too cheap. Surely mine isn't the only crappy trial ground? It can't be, right? Their trial grounds should be about the same as mine, right? Author, I haven't done anything to offend you. I'm not asking for a fancy, high-end trial ground. Just give them all similar places, and I'll be satisfied, okay? Boom. 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 Bang. Bang! Bang! A rhythmic sound echoed from the distance, like a giant stomping the ground. Wang Zedong, your trial begins. Your trial task: utilize the surrounding machinery to construct a machine capable of withstanding the giant facing the city. Wang Zedong? That's so thrilling. That giant. Holy crap. 200 meters tall. Adjusts mission difficulty based on the challenger's strength. Boost the test subject's strength, speed, endurance, and other abilities. Genesis mode activated. Suddenly, Wang Zedong felt a surge of power coursing through his body. What the hell? He clenched his fist, feeling this sudden influx of power that felt utterly natural, as if it had always been a part of him. Ha! Wang Zedong laughed out loud as he felt the power coursing through his entire body. Machines? Perfect. Wang Zedong didn't hesitate for a moment. The moment he first laid eyes on this wasteland, he had already formed a certain suspicion. This scattered debris was nothing but the fragments of robots destroyed in battle. With Wang Zedong's abilities, selecting intact fragments and reassembling them should pose no problem whatsoever. The problem was that the robot across the city was in a completely different league from the original robots buried beneath his feet. Even if he reassembled several robots, they wouldn't stand a chance against the one across the city. His mission was to defeat it, so reassembly was completely out of the question. Then, this power shouldn't be withdrawn during the fight with that giant, right? Then I'll stick with the armor fusion approach. Alright, that's settled. It's just a pity these mechs can't be programmed. I'll have to rely on my mechanical skills to control them. Having decided on his path, Wang Zedong immediately began scouting around, selecting usable equipment. The trial's duration remained unspecified, demanding every moment be utilized to the fullest. Originally, Wang Zedong hadn't examined these mecha fragments too closely, so he hadn't noticed their unique properties. Approaching a mech arm, he examined it closely and suddenly realized its hardness surpassed even that of a second-grade cultivator's physique. And this was merely hardness. A mech's defense primarily relied on its protective shield, with the mech's body providing secondary protection. The armor's body defense, in turn, relied on the power source to deliver energy, enhancing the armor's hardness. Wang Zedong's mech already possessed defense comparable to that of a second-rank cultivator. However, the mech's inherent hardness wasn't particularly high. Its defense relied on the power source transmitting energy to enhance its hardness. Without Wang Zedong's mechanical magic power transmission, the mech's body hardness would only be around the late first-grade level. Yet these machine fragments scattered on the ground had actually reached the level of a late second-grade cultivator. If combined with Wang Zedong's power source, they could easily surpass the third rank entirely. As Wang Zedong's power grew, this grade 2 hardness mecha, combined with the user's mechanical magic, could reach a maximum ceiling of mid-grade 4. Holy moly, if this thing were sold on the open market, it'd probably cost hundreds of millions, if not billions. As a mere mid-tier first-grade mage, I couldn't possibly afford it. Who cares about affording it? This is mine now. Install them all. Wang Zedong quickened his pace, traversing one stretch of ruins after another, uncovering piles of mecha wreckage. I'm rich. I'm rich. Stronger. Stronger. Only a seasoned mech enthusiast could truly grasp Wang Zedong's feelings at that moment. It was like old Wang had finally gotten his hands on the thing he'd been dreaming of. Wow, this is the real deal. Bidirectional energy recycling system. Wow, if this were on the market, it'd start at a minimum of 500 million. Holy crap. What is this? An expandable spider wing. This thing, it's real, right? Wang Zedong stared at the loot he'd collected, sucking in breaths so sharp they felt like knives. Take these spider wings, they could be attached to his mechanical wings, allowing him to literally fly across rooftops. His speed would at least double. Plus, the bidirectional energy recycling system? That was the backup power source every mech pilot dreamed of. Originally, the mech relied on Wang Zedong's own mechanical magic for power. But when his magic reserves ran low, he'd have to activate the hidden backup energy source. Not a self-destruct, mind you. This power source can quadruple the efficiency of stored energy. Meaning Wang Zedong can now pull off some serious moves. No, go on multiple rampages. From now on, let's use the hidden backup power source, okay? You use it while I recharge it. That way, our mechanical magic will have 4 times the effect. Chapter 189, I, Wang Zedong, modify myself. Wang Zedong's previous mecha only had a single cycle system, barely doubling mana efficiency. Holy crap. So many goodies. What a jackpot. These mechs vary in quality, and some are obscure devices. Wang Zedong recognized each one, even storing them in his spatial equipment. Damn it! My spatial storage is running out of space. Mach-A-Men wouldn't interfere with this either. After all, once he left, these things would vanish. Wonder what Wang Zedong will think when he realizes. After collecting all the machinery, Wang Zedong sat panting beside the pile, grinning like an idiot. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha! I'm rich! I'm rich! Before long, Wang Zedong remembered he was still in the trial. With a smirk on his lips, he pulled a pair of white gloves from his spatial storage and rubbed his hands together eagerly as he approached the pile of machinery. These were the mechanical parts he would modify and integrate into his own body. Since they were all different types, he'd have to modify himself first. For other mechanics, even if they could complete this, who knows how long it would take. And they wouldn't be able to fully unleash the potential of these machines. But Wang Zedong was different. He had first encountered machinery just after reaching his 100th day. As for how he came into contact with them, well, it was a case of being 1 in 100. Having grown up surrounded by machinery, Wang Zedong's ideas were downright peculiar. Other people's mechs were stored within the mechanical department's space. When needed, they would summon them to attach to the human body externally. No matter how well fitted they were, they remained two separate entities. But Wang Zedong, he modified himself. Can you tell both of Wang Zedong's legs are mechanical? You can't tell. Because the author didn't write it. But leaving it unspecified is clearly setting up a plot hole to fill later. Yes, Wang Zedong's mecha has fused with him into a single entity. His mechanical legs serve as the carrier. Through Wang Zedong's repeated modifications, the mechanical legs now appear nearly indistinguishable from those of ordinary people. Even the outer skin and muscles utilize simulation devices. Through these repeated modifications and explorations, Wang Zedong discovered the extraordinary nature of his mechanical legs. They could serve as a vessel, allowing the mecha to become completely integrated with his body. Because the mecha and his body had become one entity, he wielded the mecha with far greater ease than others. However, since these mechanical legs were forged through repeated, unconventional modifications, Wang Zedong himself couldn't fathom how they had been altered. Otherwise, this technique wouldn't be exclusive to Wang Zedong alone. Otherwise, the old man from the mechanical sanctuary wouldn't have been eyeing him so early on, eager to take him as a disciple. So when it came to modifications, he was a true professional. You guys have to test your mecha over and over to get the perfect result? I, Wang Zedong, hack my own body. Need testing? Not a chance. I know exactly what I'll become. Wang Zedong summoned his mech, feeling it become one with his body. A profound sense of accomplishment filled him. Without any unnecessary movements, Wang Zedong began the modifications. He fused and replaced the arms, swapped out the power source, and replaced the backup hidden energy unit. Each replacement required the most precise instruments and measurements for others to make careful modifications. But Wang Zedong needed none of that. He only needed to understand the purpose of each mechanical component, and his body provided him with the most precise feedback. During the fusion and replacement process, if anything went wrong, Wang Zedong could sense it immediately and make adjustments. This is a mechanical genius. A fearless mechanical genius who dares to use himself as the canvas for his creations. Perhaps many cannot comprehend why some, when driven to extremes, dare to build even themselves. This was Wang Zedong's passion, his very pursuit. To further hone his abilities, he dares to abandon, dares to experiment, dares to explore. It is precisely because such individuals exist that society continues to progress. To others, modifying machinery is merely altering another entity. It causes no discomfort to oneself. But for Wang Zedong, this is a transformation of himself. Should he fail, he himself would suffer devastating consequences. Enduring extreme agony, he successfully integrated a mechanical arm into his own mecha. Wang Zedong gasped for breath, cold sweat beating on his forehead. So close. Just a hair's breadth away. The fusion process required compression, otherwise, how could that massive mechanical arm possibly fit into Wang Zedong's mecha arm? The larger the mecha, the greater the difficulty of compression. This mech arm possessed the hardness of an early stage grade 3 mech arm. In Wang Zedong's estimation, it likely belonged to some mecha commander. Without the enhanced strength and endurance gained within the spatial realm, Wang Zedong would never have dared attempt to fuse with a mecha of such vastly superior power. In that split second, Wang Zedong had even thought he was about to ascend to heaven right there. It was a hair's breadth away from the entire mecha exploding. Such an explosion would have inevitably cost Wang Zedong his arm. Even with the buff from his enhanced abilities, the rest of his body would have suffered significant damage. Thankfully, it succeeded. Then, replacing other mechanical components would be much simpler. Thus, Wang Zedong proceeded with further fusion replacements. The process of mecha fusion and replacement proved painstakingly complex. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wang Zedong finally achieved successful integration. Feeling the power emanating from his new mecha suit, Wang Zedong, drenched in sweat, couldn't help but let out an excited expression. With his cultivation level paired with this mecha, he could now wield at least mid-tier 3rd grade power. Moreover, with this early 3rd grade mecha arm, as his own strength grew, the potential limit of his mecha's enhancement could reach late 4th grade, even approaching the peak. In other words, this suit of armor would serve Wang Zedong for at least several decades. But his elation lasted only a moment before Wang Zedong suddenly deflated. That robot across the city walls, its strength was likely at the early 4th grade level. How could my mid-tier 3rd grade strength possibly stand a chance against it? This has to be a glitch. Congratulations, Wang Zedong, you have completed the additional task, body modification. Reward, temporary buff cultivation level increased by 1 tier. Wang Zedong? What the heck is a temporary buff? Suddenly, Wang Zedong felt an unusual aura surge within his body. His cultivation level, previously at the mid-tier of the first rank, instantly surged to the high tier of the second rank. This meant Wang Zedong could unlock more power. Chapter 190, Physical Direction Change. With the influx of additional magic power and enhanced physical strength, Wang Zedong's ability to control his mecha surged once more. Boom! The explosive energy radiating from Wang Zedong's body caused the surrounding air to crackle with force. This power. Early 4th grade, huh? What are you waiting for? Let's go! Without a second thought, Wang Zedong unfurled his modified mechanical wings and charged toward the towering 2-meter-tall robot at breakneck speed. Before the robot could react, it was already knocked back by an unidentified mosquito. Even in his mecha suit, Wang Zedong stood only slightly over 2 meters tall. Compared to this 200-meter giant, he truly resembled a mosquito. But this mosquito could inflict damage. Wang Zedong transformed into a streak of light once more, charging straight toward the robot. As if anticipating the attack, the robot's protective shield activated in that instant. Damn! That shield is pretty damn impressive. This thing must guzzle mana like crazy. A full 200 meters tall. Ever heard of energy conservation? Believe it or not, I'll dock your points. You better believe your kid won't be able to go to school. Wang Zedong was bounced back by the shield. His mechanical wings flapped rapidly, yet he still flew a kilometer away. The robot's eyes emitted a blinding white light, as if absorbing radiance from the outside world. In less than a second, 2 beams of light erupted from the robot's eyes, shooting toward Wang Zedong. Did you get some kind of pig charm from somewhere? You wanna bet my Uncle Long will show you up? Wang Zedong dared not take any chances, flapping his mechanical wings as he approached the robot from the side. Thankfully, those beams couldn't turn. Damn it! Again! The robot's beams fired faster and faster until they were practically continuous. Beams shot from the robot's eyes, relentlessly tracking Wang Zedong's flight path. Wherever the beams struck the ground, the already battered machinery was obliterated into dust. What a tragedy! Even in death, he was being punished. Wang Zedong didn't just dodge the attacks. A pair of mecha-heavy cannons suddenly emerged from his back. He sidestepped the incoming fire and began charging the cannons at the robot. A 5-second charge granted the heavy cannons the power to inflict devastating damage on the robots. Whoosh! A pale yellow cannon shot flew out. Viewed from the entire scene, it was an incredibly tiny yellow cannon. But to the robot, the power contained within that cannon was more than enough to inflict catastrophic damage. The mech robot abruptly halted its attack and darted sideways, desperately trying to evade the incoming cannonball. The cannon streaked past the robot's head, missing its target and thus failing to detonate. Wang Zedong, thinking on his feet, flapped his wings again, unleashing his top speed as he charged toward the yellow cannonball. Amazingly, he caught up. Successful docking. Wang Zedong charged the cannon once more, pushing the yellow projectile with all his might from the side. He actually forced the yellow cannon to change course. The robot was momentarily stunned to see Wang Zedong charging straight into its line of fire. But suddenly, it realized the yellow heavy cannon was charging straight toward it. Don't come any closer. The robot scrambled backward, but the cannon, recharged once more, accelerated to over twice its original speed. Before the robot could spread its wings and flee, the cannon slammed into its face. Boom! The yellow heavy cannon exploded upon impact with the robot's head. After redirecting the cannon's trajectory, Wang Zedong swiftly retreated as well. He couldn't be bothered whether the heavy cannon hit the robot or not. He'd kinda overplayed his hand with this thing. This power is way too much. If he didn't run now, the blast wave would leave him badly injured. Boom! Bang! The sound lingered for an eternity. Even 30 kilometers away, Wang Zedong could still feel the terrifying shockwave. This thing, it'd be downright unnatural if it didn't kill you outright. If this thing were to explode, it could probably cripple even a mid-tier 4th grade demon beast. To put it in perspective, this single blast could obliterate a diamond-tier early-stage demon beast and still have plenty left over. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Zedong approached the explosion's epicenter with a grave expression. Upon seeing the colossal robot reduced to a pile of debris, Wang Zedong finally exhaled in relief. But then he suddenly sighed again. What a pity it was blown to bits, otherwise, it could have been salvaged for reuse. Congratulations, Wang Zedong. You have completed your trial. Here is your reward, a growth-type weapon. Nurture it well. Mach-A-Men didn't want to say anymore. It feared another spirit entity might appear. Wang Zedong stared blankly at the silver-colored mecha suit that suddenly appeared in midair. This is the weapon awarded to me. Holy crap! It's kinda cool. Not just kinda damn, it's awesome. The white mecha suit gradually descended onto Wang Zedong. Without him even noticing, it fused seamlessly with his own mecha. His buff vanished. The ruins vanished. His modified mech vanished too. Damn it! How could this happen? My spatial gear. Damn it! Gone too. No, give it back to me. But suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. Chinha. Wang Zedong froze. Was that the name of this mecha? This time, Wang Zedong didn't dwell on random thoughts like the others before him. But the moment the Zhào Hào mecha integrated with his body, it resonated with his mechanical legs. Boom. A miniature Gundam mecha suddenly materialized before Wang Zedong, circling around him. Crucially, the mechanical cheek, which should have been incapable of expression, actually smiled. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Mo Kamen witnessed this scene and couldn't even be bothered to curse. Then, Wang Zedong suddenly sensed the mecha that had just fused with his body. Summoned forth, it instantly enveloped Wang Zedong's entire body. It still possesses mid-tier 3rd grade strength. No way! That earlier power came from 2 buffs. Without them, the mecha should only have early 3rd grade strength at most. This tiny mecha actually reached early 3rd grade strength outright. Damn it! Whether I equip it or not doesn't matter, I just love Chinha, the little cutie, so be it. Chinha gradually faded away, merging into the mecha, which in turn seamlessly integrated into Wang Zedong's body. A pillar of white light illuminated Wang Zedong as he was teleported away. After Wang Zedong was teleported into the trial, Yuan Weifang was naturally next in line. Yuan Weifang gave Zhèng Sījí a thumbs-up gesture before vanishing from his spot. Chapter 191, The Trap. When Yuan Weifang reappeared, it was inside a small, dark room. Well, budget constraints, the first 2 were costly enough, and the third mecha's expenses were downright outrageous. Guess Yuan Weifang will just have to make do. Yuan Weifang was a bit bewildered. This place? He knew it all too well. He'd practically grown up in environments like this. In the center of the small dark room sat a computer emitting a steady glow. Sure enough, just as he'd suspected, his trial task involved computers. Well, this should be easy. Computers? I've never been afraid of them. Yuan Weifang, the trial begins. Your trial task, hack the IP address displayed on the computer. Yuan Weifang excitedly walked over to the computer, sat down, and was startled by the IP address. What kind of website is this? Huaxiao Federation. Is this thing even hackable by humans? What kind of trial is this, seriously? This trial is a simulated exercise and will not affect reality. Yuan Weifang. Like hell, I believe you. As for how Yuan Weifang knew this IP belonged to the Federation's internal network. Sure, this is something you just gotta get, not explain. Yuan Weifang didn't care anyway. It wasn't his own computer's IP address. Even if he got caught, so what? Oh? A camera? Watch me physically disable it. Yuan Weifang pulled out a black sticky note from his spatial gear, licked it, and stuck it over the camera lens. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? His hands rested on the keyboard. Suddenly, Yuan Weifang's entire demeanor transformed completely. If someone had pointed a fan directly at his face at that moment, it would have been perfect for a blockbuster movie. Yuan Weifang took a deep breath. Bring it on. Clackety-clack. Clackety-clack. Yuan Weifang's fingers danced across the keys with lightning speed, creating afterimages that made it seem like his index finger alone had multiplied into 100 fingers. Yuan Weifang successfully connected to the IP address on the computer. No need to hunt for a botnet, right? Direct attack. On the other end of the network cable lay the entire Federal Computer Technology Department, simulated by Mocha-gate. Countless top-tier computer experts had gathered within the Federation, and Mocha-gate had managed to simulate them all. A fierce battle raged between the two sides. The moment Yuan Weifang connected to this IP, he was detected by the enemy. But no matter how skilled Yuan Weifang was, he couldn't possibly match the collective genius of the entire Federation's computer experts. Winning one-on-one was already difficult, holding his own against 2 opponents was a struggle. How could he possibly contend against the entire Federation's computer geniuses? No matter how brilliant or gifted Yuan Weifang was, he remained just an 18-year-old boy who had only recently come of age. Fortunately, the computer configuration provided to Yuan Y by Makamen had already surpassed the technological capabilities of Blue Star. Otherwise, Yuan Y would have been breached by hundreds of opponents in an instant. Damn it! This is reckless. What to do? What to do? What to do? Yuan Weifang struggled desperately to hold on. Even with this high-spec machine, he could barely withstand the onslaught. The moment Yuan Weifang connected to their IP, they had launched a counterattack against his computer. On the other end of the network cable, there was also a flurry of activity, but this time it was filled with much more communication. These bastards aren't just a few dozen, there's at least 100 of them. Otherwise, they couldn't have held out against us this long. I suspect they might have several supercomputers. This processing speed is simply beyond what our equipment can match. This must be a super criminal syndicate. Request supercomputer access. We have to take them down. Suddenly, Yuan Weifang sensed the opposing assault intensifying. What had once been a fortress of invincibility now showed signs of cracking under the relentless assault. Yuan Weifang frantically racked his brains for a solution, his hands never ceasing their movements. Suddenly, Yuan Huaifeng conceived an extremely dangerous plan. Since Mocha Men claimed this world was simulated, then everyone on the other side must be simulated too. Well then, why not give it a shot? Yuan Huaifeng's hands never stopped moving, but his mind was elsewhere. Suddenly, a purple notebook appeared before him. Thunderbolt Notebook. Yuan Huaifeng set the Thunderbolt notebook aside and began typing furiously on 2 separate keyboards. Success! The lightning notebook connected to that IP. Now, all that's left is for you to take the bait. Yuan Huaifeng lured everyone away from that supercomputer, directing them straight into the lightning notes he'd just infiltrated. Since I can't beat you online, you keyboard warriors, watch me hammer you through the network cable. Prepare to face the consequences. Beep. Thunderbolt notes suddenly sounded an alert. Someone's taken the bait. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Huaifeng burst into laughter. I knew you'd all be in a hurry. Good thing I didn't set any traps just now, otherwise, you wouldn't have dared to jump right in. Yuan Huaifeng connected the lightning notes to the supercomputer, granting it the supercomputer's processing speed. I'll infiltrate you before you can breach my defenses. Clackety-clack. Yuan Huaifeng began rapidly tapping the lightning notebook once more, this time at a speed more than double his previous pace. Yuan Huaifeng sensed their infiltrators approaching and felt the front line was about to collapse. He could only hope the supercomputer would hold out a little longer. Just 10 more seconds, and he could achieve full infiltration. Beep beep beep. The supercomputer began sounding its alarm. If Yuan Huaifeng ignored it, the system would be breached within 5 seconds. No, this couldn't go on. Ah! Yuan Huaifeng let out a piercing scream. Because he had used the lightning notes to instantly hack into himself. Through the stimulation of lightning, he jolted his nerves, even his entire body, forcing his speed to accelerate. He could make it, he absolutely could. Clackety-clack. Yuan Huaifeng's keyboard tapping speed surged again, doubling with blinding speed. Enduring the excruciating pain of lightning coursing through his body. His fingers danced across the keys with unprecedented speed. Arg! Yuan Huaifeng let out a guttural roar. He had to make it. Just 1 more second. Beep beep. Boom! The computer exploded just as that final second was ending. As Yuan Huaifeng was sent flying, he mustered his last ounce of strength to slam his finger on the enter key. The blast's shockwave hurled him backward, his body riddled with shards from the exploding computer. Yet, as he arched backward in midair, he smiled. It was unclear whether the lightning shock had forced his mouth open or if he truly smiled. A wild, unrestrained grin spread across his face, utterly oblivious to the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Because he had succeeded. He had successfully pressed enter, successfully infiltrated every enemy system, successfully paralyzed every opponent. But it was only paralysis. Chapter 192, Honesty Gate. He hadn't infiltrated their computers during that moment of paralysis. So, mission failed, right? Am I about to become nourishment? Getting to fight one last battle before dying, it was worth it. Yuan Huaifeng recalled that battle, and all the battles that came before. So it's true, before death, people really do relive their entire lives. Ting ting ting. A crisp, tinkling bell sound suddenly filled the space. Hey! Don't go! A childish voice rang out, as if summoning something back. Ting ting ting. The crisp bell sound rang out again, and within the space, a golden bell appeared. The golden bell flew straight toward Yuan Huaifeng, then plunged directly into the nearly shattered lightning notes. Yuan Huaifeng felt his soul connected to something intimate and warm. After the golden bell entered, the Thunderbolt notebook began to operate once more, without any human touch. Strings of code began streaming across the display screen. Before long, the computer screen displayed 4 blood-red characters: intrusion successful. Ding ding ding. The yellow bell emerged from the lightning notebook and floated over to Yuan Huaifeng's side. Seeing Yuan Huaifeng covered in wounds, the yellow bell began to cry. Tears streamed from the 2 tiny eyes on the bell. 2 tiny hands appeared on either side of the yellow bell, clutching Yuan Huaifeng's clothes as if trying to rouse him. Yuan Huaifeng sensed a familiar, adorable little creature tugging at his clothes. Ahem! He coughed twice, signaling he wasn't quite dead yet. Ting ting ting. Hearing Yuan Huaifeng's cough, the yellow bell was overjoyed and let out a cheerful ding toward the sky. Ah! A childish sigh echoed through the space. Soon after, a surge of wondrous green gas swirled around Yuan Huaifeng, coalescing toward him. The shards embedded in Yuan Huaifeng's body vanished silently, and his injuries healed visibly before his eyes. Even the nerves he had damaged with lightning were miraculously restored. As if he had never been injured at all. Startled, Yuan Huaifeng sat up, examining his hands and body. To his astonishment, not a single wound remained. Apart from the numerous holes in his clothes, he looked completely unharmed. Ding dong! A crisp, tinkling bell sound rang out beside Yuan Huaifeng. He looked at the little creature and picked it up. Gazing at the creature before him, an indescribable, wondrous emotion welled up within Yuan Huaifeng. The little creature was adorable, a yellow bell-shaped body with a red ribbon tied atop its head. 2 tiny eyes peered from the bell's crown, while its stubby little hands were tucked into the sides of the bell. 2 tiny feet poked out from the bottom of the bell, utterly charming. You helped me, didn't you? Yuan Huaifeng stroked the bell's body. It wasn't hard at all, but soft and squishy. Ding dong ding dong. The bell sensed Yuan Huaifeng's joy and chimed happily in response, as if saying, yes. Yuan Huaifeng chuckled, gazing at the little bell as he asked, what's your name, little one? Ding ding ding. The bell chimed, as if announcing its name. Unfortunately, Yuan Huaifeng hadn't studied bell language. Congratulations, Yuan Huaifeng. You've completed your trial. This bell's name is Ling Yun. It's a spirit artifact, but its physical form was destroyed. Just now, it sensed your emotions and resonated with you. It has successfully merged into your purple notebook, becoming its spirit artifact. This is your reward. Congratulations. Get along well with it. The childish voice spoke at great length. After all, this artifact spirit had existed all along. It wasn't as if the spirit had suddenly materialized after the weapon was forged. You should know, I'm also the spirit of the Mocha Gate. I've been cultivating for ages. How dare you two just appear the moment you find your master? Ling Yun's body gradually dissipated, and the Thunderbolt notebook returned to its original form before vanishing as well. Yuan Huaifeng also vanished in a flash of light. He sensed that this artifact spirit would become his greatest ally. Breaking through the Federation's internal network in under 2 seconds, even if the opponent hadn't acted, was a feat that would astonish the heavens. It seemed his own strength was about to skyrocket. After Yuan Huaifeng departed, only Zhèng Sījí remained. A beam of white light shone upon Zhèng Sījí, making his entire body sparkle like a glittering gem. Ha! Makaman's voice echoed through the space. Zhèng Sījí hadn't been teleported away. Why didn't you leave? Zhèng Sījí frowned. Damn it! Still trying to sneak in. Host, you can't get in. Stop struggling. Might as well chat with Mocha Gate. Zhèng Sījí sighed softly. He'd hoped to sneak in and play with some weapons. Zhèng Sījí crossed his arms and declared, I'm your master. Mocha Gate? You. Before Makaman could finish his sentence, Zhèng Sījí cut him off. Cut the nonsense. I truly am your master. This time, Makaman remained silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You brought me here? Zhèng Sījí nodded. Master. A shadowy figure composed of white light materialized before Zhèng Sījí in the void. It immediately dropped to its knees, its entire head smashing against the ground. I did not know my master had arrived. I failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me, master. Mocha Gate's frantic voice caught Zhèng Sījí off guard. Host, he's scared because he messed up. Makaman isn't usually this cheeky, understand? Zhèng Sījí suddenly understood. Right. He'd done something wrong. When he came in, Mocha Door moved in on its own. But logically speaking, Mocha Door shouldn't be able to force people inside. And Mocha Door shouldn't have been so cheeky. Zhèng Sījí wasn't angry, but he still raised his fist, bent down, and delivered a smack right on his head. Ah! Mocha Door clutched his head, rolling around on the floor, yelping in pain. Master. Master. Easy on me. Zhèng Sījí stared at Makaman writhing on the floor, utterly speechless. My hand hurts way more than yours, okay? Mocha Gate must be incredibly powerful. At least above the 5th rank. A spirit born from an artifact couldn't possibly have a fragile body. Even with Zhèng Sījí's peak 3rd grade strength, he couldn't possibly hurt it. Enough. Get lost. Zhèng Sījí gritted his teeth against the pain and began shooing him away. Mocha Gate, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed again. Long live my master. Farewell, master. Then, Makaman transformed into a ball and rolled away. Zhèng Sījí. He really is something else. Chapter 193, 6 Flavors? Tasting the Imperial Pill. Without further thought, Zhèng Sījí entered the soul space. System, show me the interface. For the past month, Zhèng Sījí hadn't used any special items or lottery draws, nor had he even entered the trial tower. After all, these things could be stacked after he made his wish. The soul space, however, he used quite frequently. He used it up every single day, at the very least. Over a year had passed within the soul space. Many spirit plants had matured. The entire cultivation planet was nearly covered in genuine spirit plants. Hardly a single ordinary plant remained. Every single one was a spirit plant. Each demon beast possessed a certain level of cultivation. In this environment, their cultivation progress accelerated significantly. Especially those demonic beasts with demigod bloodlines. They've already reached the late 1st rank. As for Hongi, he had even broken through to the mid-stage of the 2nd rank. No wonder Zhèng Sījí's blood is being reverently preserved there. Hongi now resides on the breeding planet. There, he has become the undisputed ruler. All young demon beasts with demigod bloodlines are his subordinates. With the authority granted by Zhèng Sījí, he can roam freely across the entire breeding planet. Thus, the entire breeding planet lies under Hongi's control. A true overlord. Meanwhile, Zhèng Sījí had essentially absorbed all the knowledge of spirit arrays into his mind. The sheer volume of knowledge was overwhelming. Over a year had been barely enough to assimilate the spiritual array knowledge alone. But there was no other way after all. This knowledge extended all the way to the demigod level. A transparent light screen appeared before Zhèng Sījí's eyes. Host, Zhèng Sījí. Age, 18. Cultivation, 2nd rank peak pseudo, mid-tier omnipotent super limit mage. Constitution, quantum-affinity constitution. System level, LV 1.5. Skills, 9 steps to heaven, 9 steps to illusion, heavenly demon, phantom body unmastered, farmer's 3 fists, all beginner and intermediate tier magic, life-death conversion. Items, tenfold spy device, phantom shadow mask, Linglong eye, multiverse shuttle talisman, reversal disc, 5 elements, heavenly demon cauldron. Professions, spirit array master, hacker, alchemist, chef, artifact forger. Soul space, access via click. Special, normal special, 9, cultivation special, 10, item special, 7 increases by 1 every Monday. Quests, click to enter. Trial tower, click to enter 5 attempts. Lottery, click to enter. Pet beast, blazing phoenix, click to enter pet beast panel. Today is August 31st, Monday, exactly 5 refresh opportunities. Staring at the screen, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it. After all this effort, I'm stuck at the peak of the 2nd rank with a pseudo tag. Sigh. Zhèng Sījí sighed helplessly. The system's rating was just too strict. Without early 4th grade strength, a single element cultivator couldn't defeat a diamond tier beast at its initial stage. To the system, that was nothing but a pseudo. After all, the gap between 3rd and 4th rank was immeasurably greater than that between 2nd and 3rd rank. Breaking through was no simple feat. At present, he could only claim to be unmatched within the lower tier of the 4th rank. Truthfully, Zhèng Sījí found it rather regrettable. After all, he still didn't possess a single weapon to wield. While his mind held countless spells capable of conjuring weapons, these creations carried no special effects or buffs. Their power was strictly tied to his own level. Take his familiar, for instance. Zhèng Sījí already possessed that level of power. The familiar merely extended his attack range. But if he possessed a genuine 5th grade bow, that would be different. 5th grade bows possessed certain effects that could enhance one's actual strength. Thus, Zhèng Sījí felt a bit disappointed that he couldn't undergo the trial through the Mocha Gate. Still, it wasn't a big deal. Once he had the funds to purchase materials, he could forge some weapons himself. His strength was rising too fast. Some weapons might be usable now, but he'd likely need to replace them in a few months. Ah, what a headache. System. 5 consecutive standard draws. Understood, host. Preparing draw. Normal 5 draw lottery. Ready. Commencing draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained chili sauce X5. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3x grade 6 imperial marbles. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a universal key X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained none. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 beggar's chicken. Zhèng Sījí? What the hell is nothing? System. Host. The probability of drawing nothing is 0.01%. You getting it is proof you're a true lucky bastard. Shut up. I don't need you to make excuses for me. Zhèng Sījí wiped away sweat and continued scrolling. He hadn't looked at the rest yet, but that nothing was just too eye-catching. Chili sauce. Master key. Roast chicken. Damn it. What the hell is all this stuff? Zhèng Sījí was completely thrown off balance. After all this time, finally got a non-prize? I thought collecting for so long would let me win more in one go. The system felt a bit awkward too. The win rates for these items are actually pretty low. After all, there are so many items in the gacha pool. It's just that the chances of winning each one are different. Even if there were 100 million items available for the lottery, and each prize had an equal chance of being drawn, the probability of winning any single prize would be close to 0. And the system's prize pool far exceeds 100 million items. It's not even measured in hundreds of millions. The system must be embarrassed for Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí's gaze quickly settled on the 6th grade Imperial Emperor's Orb. 6th grade Emperor's Orb. Upon use, grants 6th grade power for half an hour. Side effect, cultivators below 6th grade require extended recovery and lose all cultivation base. Grade 1 use, death. Grade 2 use, death. Grade 3 use, 900 years of rest, all cultivation lost. Grade 4 use, 500 years of rest, all cultivation lost. Grade 5 use, 100 years of rest. This. Zhèng Sījí was utterly stunned upon reading this description. This thing was practically tailor-made for him. Zhèng Sījí possessed numerous alchemical formulas in his mind. He had also seen the formula for this imperial pill. After all, the imperial pill offered him an exceptionally high cost-benefit ratio. The imperial pill could reach as high as the 8th grade. Beyond that, Zhèng Sījí had no knowledge of higher grades. Perhaps because the person who invented it was killed by his own pills? But at least for now, the 8th grade Imperial Pill posed no issues. At least for Zhèng Sījí, it was a divine artifact. Because Zhèng Sījí feared no side effects. Even if he lost all his cultivation, he would simply revert to his original state upon revival. For Zhèng Sījí now, this thing was a super-powered artifact. It surpasses even higher-grade cultivation techniques. For on Blue Star, the highest tier power is merely forbidden spells or 5th grade techniques. 6th grade transcends 5th grade. The gap between 5th grade and 6th grade is beyond description. As for those demonic beasts of sovereign-level power, Zhèng Sījí, possessing 6th grade strength, could annihilate them instantly. With this Emperor's Orb, Zhèng Sījí is invincible on this planet. Wait, my body seems immune to the elixir. Host, detection confirms your constitution surpasses that of the heavenly demon illusion body. Therefore, the heavenly demon illusion body will not inherit your physical traits. Zhèng Sījí. I've got another perfect plan. Chapter 194, The Trial Ends. Zhèng Sījí cradled the 3 6th grade Imperial Pills with utmost care, his eyes radiating golden light. Possessing 6th grade power for half an hour was incredibly important to him. He had no backing to speak of, and even if he did, he couldn't rely on it. Therefore, if his talent were to manifest, he absolutely needed a trump card to protect himself. His ability to avoid death must remain concealed, though his teleportation skill could potentially be exposed. But if his immortality were exposed, he would never know a day of peace. This 6th grade Emperor's Orb resolved his greatest concern. Zhèng Sījí carefully stored the 3 6th grade Imperial Pills in the most precious corner of his soul space. Then, Zhèng Sījí directly used the authority of his soul space to teleport to the farming planet. Cheep cheep. Hongi, who had been playing with his minions, suddenly sensed Zhèng Sījí's presence and rushed over excitedly. Thud. Hongi's massive body collided with him, sending Zhèng Sījí flying backward. Ha 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 ha, stop licking, stop licking. Zhèng Sījí was pinned down by the red-clad figure, who kept licking his face. Soon, the red-clad figure stopped. He licked his lips, thoroughly satisfied. Zhèng Sījí. Damn it, she just wants to drink blood. Zhèng Sījí sat up helplessly, forming a wind blade that sliced a shallow wound on his arm. Soon after, Zhèng Sījí was fully healed. TSK. If it weren't for Zhèng Sījí's immortality, he'd be done for. Who could afford to keep Hongi around? Hongi had already reached mid-second rank. That leveling speed was truly enviable, even to Zhèng Sījí. Those with demigod bloodlines were only at the 1st rank now. However, demon beasts with demigod bloodlines are incredibly powerful, though they can only consume spirit plants for sustenance at present. Fortunately, cultivating spirit plants doesn't require soil, only spiritual energy suffices. Still, the absence of soil felt odd to Zhèng Sījí. He glanced at the system interface. There were still quite a few special uses left. Then, Zhèng Sījí decided to splurge. System, use item special to set up the environment for the cultivation planet. Creating a planet required its soil, water sources, and mineral resources, elements of low individual value but immense hassle to gather. However, for the system, while tedious, it can be accomplished as long as it doesn't exceed the restriction level. Host requirement analysis. Analysis complete. Environment implantation in progress. Input complete. Zhèng Sījí was a bit dumbfounded. Is the implantation already complete? So fast? Why didn't anything change? Zhèng Sījí stamped his feet. Nothing felt different at all. Could it be that he needed to exit and re-enter? Zhèng Sījí exited the farming planet, left the soul space, and then re-entered. Still, no change. System, you're screwing me over. Host, feel it for yourself, okay? I'm not taking the blame for this. Zhèng Sījí listened and carefully sensed the situation. So this environmental simulation just materialized the planet I'd imagined before. This way, the entire planetary environment could be established. With a real environment, microorganisms and single-celled organisms could emerge. Given enough time, perhaps a truly complete ecosystem could develop. Though the current ecosystem was decent, it was all simulated by the system steward. A genuine ecosystem requires non-cultivating life forms. On this planet, both spirit plants and demonic beasts possess spiritual energy. However, ordinary tigers or lions devoid of innate talent, bloodline, or natural cultivation techniques might still be unable to cultivate, even if their bodies were constantly reshaped by spiritual energy after birth. Zhèng Sījí didn't claim to be an expert on ecosystems either. Anyway, he'd left all that to the system manager. No need for him to meddle. He patted Hongi, then fed her some grain. Zhèng Sījí exited the breeding planet once more. With 5 remaining attempts to enter the trial tower, Zhèng Sījí felt no urgency to go in now. He felt he still wouldn't be able to pass the trials if he went in now, and he'd likely come out again quickly. That would be such a waste. He'd wait until his strength improved a bit more before trying again. Zhèng Sījí ate a light meal, then casually forged a weapon of roughly 3rd grade quality. A short dagger. Zhèng Sījí was quite satisfied with this short blade. It was forged from the claw of a willow sting dragon. Unfortunately, the claw was far too hard. Even with spatial cutting techniques, Zhèng Sījí couldn't fully refine it. The weapon was only of late third-grade quality, approaching peak level. However, if Zhèng Sījí's strength increased further, he could refine this dagger to a higher level. Refined to its absolute limit, the claw of the willow hibernating dragon could reach the peak of the 4th grade. The dagger was entirely black, reflecting a white glow that made it appear exquisitely crafted. The intricate white patterns further enhanced its beauty. To the untrained eye, this dagger might well be mistaken for a work of art. However, it wasn't particularly sharp, as Zhèng Sījí hadn't yet mastered its complete forging. It possessed greater power, weight, and hardness. Even lacking sharpness, it possessed the hardness of a late 4th grade weapon. Zhèng Sījí wiped the dagger clean and tucked it into the side of his calf. Why a dagger? Because Zhèng Sījí's role in the team was that of a healer. He was a healer, not a damage dealer. His healing abilities had become somewhat distorted due to the nature of his equipment. But he was still a healer. Zhèng Sījí just wanted to blend in for a bit. If he couldn't hold his own, he'd deal with it later. As for why he'd go out wielding a dagger? Well, he had to blend in with the others. If everyone else came out wielding weapons and he had nothing, that would be awkward. He exited the soul space, sipping tea outside while waiting for the others to emerge. Soon, everyone emerged. Zhou Ningting was the first to emerge, looking a bit dazed. I'm out already? The moment she stepped out, her first thought was that everything that had just happened felt like a dream. She hastily summoned the Dragon Emperor gauntlets, a pair of crimson gauntlets appearing in her hands. Phew! Zhou Ningting breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the Dragon Emperor was still here. Suddenly, another figure leapt out from the space beside her. Mo Lingyu. Seeing Mo Lingyu emerge filled Zhou Ningting with joy, proof that he too had passed the trial. Mo Lingyu stared blankly at Zhou Ningting, who had already emerged. I remember I should have been in there for a long time. How come Zhou Ningting is still here? Could she have been in there that long too? Then, Mo Lingyu noticed the gauntlets in Zhou Ningting's hands. A smile spread across her face as she summoned her spirit wand and raised her hand toward Zhou Ningting. Zhou Ningting smiled back in response. Then, another flash of white light appeared. Wang Zedong emerged. Wang Zedong saw Zhou Ningting and Mo Lingyu waiting outside and smiled too. Noticing the weapons in their hands, he summoned his own armor. The entire suit enveloped him, transforming him into a robot. He then gave a thumbs-up gesture. Cool. Chapter 195, The Forbidden Spell Welcomes. The first thing that caught their eyes was a towering mecha. They all saw it. Wang Zedong's mecha had turned white, its overall appearance now more dazzling. Clearly, he too had undergone a significant upgrade. Another pillar of light appeared beside Wang Zedong. Yuan Weifeng had emerged. Yuan Weifeng was still somewhat bewildered. Moments ago, he had been covered in wounds and bruises, yet now he emerged unscathed, though his clothes were riddled with torn holes. Yuan Weifeng, noticing everyone staring at him, pulled out his own Thunderbolt notebook and declared, "My Thunderbolt notebook has a spirit now." The crowd stared in disbelief. What kind of move was this? They had all obtained weapons, and then the spirit entities were born within them. But he had been gifted one outright? Wang Zedong, however, wasn't particularly surprised. He simply couldn't imagine what other weapon Yuan Weifeng could possibly wield besides the lightning notebook. But Yuan Weifeng was different from Wang Zedong. His weapon had fused with him because he possessed a unique vessel. Yuan Weifeng's thunder notes, however, were inherently designed to grow alongside him. They embodied his unique magic and served as his one-of-a-kind weapon. Thus, it made sense that his thunder notes could integrate a new spirit. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Yuan Weifeng spoke up to ease the awkwardness. Just missing the 4 seasons? Everyone nodded in agreement. Before they could speak, another flash of light erupted nearby. Zhèng Sījí had arrived. This meant that every member of their Dang Tianxia squad participating in the trial had succeeded. Zhèng Sījí stepped forward under everyone's gaze, without summoning his weapon. The members exchanged glances, relieved to see their entire team present. Tension eased as they began chatting casually. Mo Lingyu spoke first. What trials did you guys face? Mine was training beneath a waterfall. Ugh, I nearly died. But luckily, I grasped some new insights. I'll show you later. I've gotten way stronger. This year's dual manner competition? We're taking the championship. Mo Lingyu had been bottling up her excitement and blurted out all this in one breath. Zhou Ningting couldn't help but retort, "Humph. What a coincidence. I've gotten much stronger too. My trial was about my cultivation talent. I had to fight over 60 first-rank monsters. We could only use cultivation techniques. Magic was completely forbidden. You guys have no idea how incredibly dangerous it was. I nearly lost my life. If I hadn't mastered advanced martial arts techniques, I wouldn't have made it out alive. I gained a lot too. Let's find time to talk about it when we get back." Zhou Ningting couldn't possibly reveal that her martial arts skills had been enhanced by the super god cultivation system, so she had to gloss over the details. The others were utterly stunned. Zhou Ningting's trial involved fighting over 60 first-rank monsters. Mo Lingyu exclaimed in surprise, "Could you even use cultivation system powers in that situation?" I could only rely on my physical body. Wang Zedong chimed in, it should be normal. After all, everyone has different strengths, so trials are bound to vary. You all know my specialty is machinery. My trial was assembling a robot to fight a 200-meter behemoth. The thing was insane. A diamond-tier robot. Thankfully, Makaman buffed me twice, or I wouldn't have stood a chance. Everyone gasped. We knew you were good with mechs, but needing 2 buffs to take on a diamond-tier robot? That's ridiculous. After a flurry of discussion, Yuan Weifang spoke up, my specialty is computers, so my trial was hacking into the simulated Federation's internal network. I was about to fail, but this little guy suddenly appeared, helping me control my lightning nodes to breach the Federation's network. As he finished speaking, Yuan Weifang attempted to summon the little creature, but it showed no response. Clearly, it had fallen asleep. The spirit cores of the others were also asleep. After finding a new master, they entered a period of hibernation to adapt to their new host's power. Upon hearing Yuan Weifang's trial task, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. You went alone to breach the entire Federation's internal network? And judging by your state, you succeeded? Your artifact spirit has that capability? Did we all just awaken fake artifact spirits? The group kept complaining, then all turned to look at Zhèng Sījí. Mo Lingyu spoke up directly, we all have our own strengths for the trials. What about you, Sījí? We still don't know what your specialty is. Strengths? I've got plenty. My tongue's a strength, my legs are a strength, and I've got lots of other strengths too. Want to see? I can stick out my tongue for you. Zhèng Sījí met their expectant gazes and replied, my strengths? Don't you already know? Seeing Zhèng Sījí's expression of utter certainty, everyone's faces suddenly changed. Could it be that? Super. Money power. Zhèng Sījí couldn't decipher the expressions on their faces. But he could read Mo Lingyu's face. Zhèng Sījí gave an awkward chuckle. The trial Mocha Gate gave me was pretty simple. Seems like they treated me as support and handed me a dagger. With that, Zhèng Sījí pulled the dagger from his calf. It's not a cash ability. Zhèng Sījí hastily clarified. Could it be that this is how they see me now? Do they think I have no other talents, that my only redeeming quality is my ability to throw money around? But wait. How did Mo Lingyu even know I had money? Could it be these two blurted it out? You two just wait. Before the crowd could discuss further, 2 shadowy figures suddenly materialized. Their overwhelming aura instantly stunned the crowd. Ban spell mages. 2 of them. What's going on? Everyone was utterly bewildered. The 2 forbidden spell mages, having heard Pang Jia's explanation, remained unconvinced. They intended to wait until the other members of the Deng Tianxia squad completed their trials before emerging. With anxious expressions, the 2 forbidden spell mages hurriedly inquired about everyone's well-being. After confirming everyone's identities, they immediately used their spatial abilities to transport the bewildered group back. The group had just finished their trials, having entered them immediately after returning from the primordial demon forest. Yet the 2 forbidden spell mages did not allow them to rest first, instead leading them directly into an office. Inside the office were 3 more forbidden spell mages, one of whom was Zhong Yingting's grandfather, Old Master Zhong. Seeing that Zhong Yingting was unharmed, Old Master Zhong hurried over, showering her with concerned inquiries. Grandfather Zhong, we understand your concern for your granddaughter, but we have more pressing matters to attend to now. One of the forbidden spell mages stated bluntly. Old Master Zhong's expression darkened, but he held his temper, knowing full well the gravity of the situation. The 2 forbidden spell mages who had returned with the Deng Tianxia squad also resumed their positions and began questioning. Tell us what you encountered within that Mocha Gate and what intelligence you gathered. Chapter 196, You May Leave. Displeasure was clearly visible in their eyes. We emerged from the primordial demon forest only to be thrust straight into this trial. Not even a moment to rest, and now this interrogation? Though everyone felt deeply unsettled, they still answered the forbidden spell officer's questions. Mo Lingyu said, regarding that trial space, I believe Pang Jia has already explained the basics when he emerged. After speaking, Mo Lingyu waited for the officer's response. The officer gave a light signaling Mo Lingyu to continue. If you know it's a trial space, that means your understanding is roughly the same as ours. A person can only enter the trial space once in their lifetime. Once inside, they can choose to accept the trial or decline it. Declining will result in being teleported out, just like Pang Jia. If you accept the trial and fail, it's said you truly die inside. When we underwent our trials, we all came very close to dying in there. Upon hearing Mo Lingyu's words, the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his statement. Old Master Zhong's expression darkened. His granddaughter had nearly perished in there? Yet he still did not interrupt Mo Lingyu. Mo Lingyu continued, after successfully completing the trial, you receive a weapon reward that best matches you. Weapons possess a spirit. Once certain conditions are met, they can develop sentience and give birth to a weapon spirit. The trials inside are tailored to each individual's strengths. Therefore, if anyone enters again in the future, it is essential to ensure they possess their own unique strengths. That's all we know. Several forbidden spell practitioners nodded. The officer continued, "Does anyone else have anything to add?" Upon hearing the officer's question, Zhèng Sījí also spoke up. "During the trial, I learned that only 100 people can enter each mocha gate per month." This information had been conveyed to Zhèng Sījí by the system, and he felt it necessary to share it. The forbidden spellcasters all looked surprised. Only 100 people? This was incredibly valuable information. Because they had another mocha gate, one jointly guarded by beasts and humans. The entire room fell silent, as if everyone was deep in thought. Suddenly, one of the forbidden spells spoke up. "What trials have you all undergone? What weapons have you obtained?" Hearing this forbidden spellcaster's question, everyone frowned. Wasn't this something they shouldn't be asking? Each person's trial was unique. Even if they all excelled in the same area, the difficulty of their trials varied greatly. Therefore, there was no need to ask such questions. Once someone entered, it was certain that the trial matched their greatest strength. Even if they knew the details of each other's trials, unless the trialist themselves was exceptionally strong, there was nothing they could do about it. Yet they all understood the caliber of individuals they faced, so they offered only brief summaries. They merely stated the type of weapon they wielded, but none mentioned its specific function or whether it had already developed a spirit. First, there was absolutely no need to discuss that. Second, after acquiring their new weapons, their strength had increased. Among those present was a direct descendant of a forbidden spell practitioner, one of their competitors. He was the captain of one of the seed teams at the Imperial Capital Academy, so they needed to hold back, lest their true strength be revealed. Though they had all grown significantly stronger, with the Mocha Gate, others could also become powerful. The forbidden spellcaster listened to their account but remained unsatisfied, even demanding they demonstrate the weapons they had acquired. The group had no choice after all, he was a forbidden spellcaster. Zhong Yingting also showed displeasure, glancing at her grandfather. Old Master Zhong gestured for them to demonstrate. Seeing her grandfather's instruction, Zhong Yingting had no choice but to pout slightly before producing her weapon. Zhèng Sījí stated his weapon was a dagger. Several forbidden spellcasters found this peculiar. Everyone else wielded high-end weapons, so why did this fellow get a dagger? Moreover, Zhèng Sījí's description of the trial contents sounded completely made up. Several of them began to question Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí's response clearly failed to satisfy them. The trial he casually mentioned sounded surprisingly simple. He declared his specialty was healing, so his trial would be treating allies on the battlefield. The reward was a dagger, said to protect its bearer. Moreover, this dagger possessed the ability to enhance both his healing speed and the potency of his healing. In that sense, there was actually some connection. The dagger's secondary effect was added by Zhèng Sījí himself, partly to avoid arousing suspicion. Though everyone harbored some doubts, none voiced them aloud. Several forbidden spellcasters sensed the immense energy contained within the weapon. The forbidden spellcaster who had ordered them to produce their weapons had already harbored selfish intentions the moment these weapons appeared. Keep these weapons. Even if I can't claim them for myself, I'll hold on to them until after the dual manner conflict concludes before returning them. Thus, the forbidden spellcaster declared forcefully, these weapons you carry were obtained from the Mocha Gate. The appearance of the Mocha Gate remains a mystery. Therefore, we must requisition your weapons for delivery to the relevant institutions for research. Place your weapons on the table. You may return to rest for now. Hearing the forbidden spellcaster's words, the group's expressions instantly darkened. Several other forbidden spellcasters also looked surprised. He actually intended to keep these children's weapons? But upon reflection, it seemed reasonable enough. Two enchanters nodded in agreement. But they were far from pleased. Old Master Zhong, upon hearing the man's words, instantly grew displeased. My granddaughter's weapons, how dare you requisition them? These were earned through the children's own hard work and risking their lives. Is it really right for you to just confiscate them like this? But the forbidden spellcaster replied, Old Master Zhong, I respect you as an elder, so I wish to reason with you. The origins of the weapons they obtained are unclear. Keeping them here for observation is the safest and most prudent course. Moreover, we have no idea where these weapons came from, nor what that armory was. We need some weapons for research. Besides, we only have their word for it. Whether they truly risked their lives for these is still up for debate. The forbidden spellcaster's lips curled into a smug smile, his air of certainty deeply unsettling. The other two forbidden spellcasters supporting the surrender chimed in, that's right, Elder Zhong. These weapons have unknown origins. We don't know if they could harm the children. Moreover, we need to conduct further research on the Mocha Gate. We hope Elder Zhong will understand. Old Master Zhong understood he couldn't interfere too much. If the children spoke the truth, then the Makaman held immense significance for human progress. Chapter 197, Holding Ground. But he was, after all, a 5th-rank forbidden spellcaster and a seasoned wizard. He certainly wouldn't yield so easily. He spoke up, I won't interfere with the others, it's none of my business. But my granddaughter and Zhèng Sījí, I'll vouch for them. You needn't confiscate their weapons. With me here, they won't come to harm. Several forbidden spellcasters were taken aback. We all know your goal is to protect Zhong Yingting's weapon, but why are you protecting Zhèng Sījí too? What does this mean? Zhèng Sījí was equally bewildered. Why was this old man vouching for him? Did he even recognize him? Even if he did know me, why would he go out of his way to protect me like this? This was no small favor. Besides Old Master Zhong, another forbidden spellcaster who also opposed confiscating the children's weapons spoke up. Wang Zedong and Yuan Wei are children of the Wang and Yuan families. I believe you all know their status? I doubt any of you can touch them. If you lay a finger on them, I think you all know what your fate will be. This forbidden spellcaster's stance was equally firm. Who among those who had cultivated to the level of forbidden spellcaster didn't possess a measure of pride? The three forbidden spellcasters who had agreed to confiscate the weapons also recognized their status. They frowned, deliberated for a moment, and realized they couldn't touch Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifang either. The stakes were simply too high. Only Mo Lingyu had no one to protect her. Did that mean her spirit essence would be confiscated? The forbidden spellcaster with ulterior motives spoke again. We can overlook confiscating the weapons of those three. But why can't we take the weapons of Old Master Zhong and student Zhèng Sījí? Do you know him personally? Old Master Zhong was taken aback, clearly not expecting anyone to challenge his authority. He fell silent, shaking his head. He knew Zhèng Sījí because he had kept tabs on Lu Xuelan. He had originally intended to take Lu Xuelan as his disciple, despite being only slightly older than her. But Lu Xuelan had refused. He did know, however, that Lu Xuelan and Zhèng Sījí had some connection. And it wasn't the kind of connection found between master and disciple. He couldn't discern much, but he could imagine Zhèng Sījí definitely had connections too. As a fifth-rank forbidden spellcaster, he naturally seized opportunities he deemed worthwhile to invest in. As for Mo Lingyu, he was well aware she was Lu Xuelan's disciple. Yet that identity alone was utterly insufficient to protect Mo Lingyu. Although Lu Xuelan's cultivation level was comparable to these forbidden spellmasters, her background and power were still insufficient. Without the backing of a fifth-rank forbidden spell, she alone was utterly inadequate. Those forbidden spells seemed to understand this as well, all believing Mo Lingyu's weapon would inevitably be confiscated. They acted for the good of the Huaxia Federation, and naturally, there were those backing them. A fourth-grade forbidden spellcaster, even if unmatched below the fifth grade, could not stir up much trouble. After all, she was merely a mid-tier first-rank disciple. If she was gone, they could simply find another. They doubted Lu Xuelan would risk severing ties with the Federation over a mid-tier first-rank disciple. To study these weapons properly, they'd need at least two for comparison, right? So, only Mo Lingyu and Zhèng Sījí's weapons are to be confiscated? How could that be possible? Old Master Zhong, his pride wounded, couldn't bear the loss of face either. He spoke up. That girl Mo Lingyu has suffered so much since childhood. Are you really going to confiscate her weapon too? Old Master Zhong's objection carried little weight. Mo Lingyu's family situation was too complicated, and she lacked significant backing. If they truly confiscated her weapon, no one could stop them. Moreover, if the Mo family protected Mo Lingyu, their faction would become a target of hostility from the Federation. The carefully balanced power dynamics among the clans would instantly collapse. As if sensing this, the enchanters pressed forward with their demand to confiscate Mo Lingyu's weapons. Old Master Zhong harbored no illusions either. Their tone made it clear they were determined to confiscate the weapons. He felt no concern for Zhèng Sījí, knowing the man likely possessed considerable backing. Noticing Old Master Zhong's gaze, Zhèng Sījí nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude for the elder's recent intervention. The forbidden spellcaster remained adamant about confiscating their weapons, firmly confirming the decision. They had fought for what they could. At least the Dang Tianxia squad still retained 3 weapons. Place your weapons on the table, both of you, the forbidden spellcaster instructed. Once you've done that, you may return to rest. The members of the Dang Tianxia squad wore obvious displeasure on their faces, yet they were powerless to do anything. Even with Old Master Zhong backing them, even with their own family connections, there was simply no way to keep all their weapons. To do so would likely provoke unnecessary clan conflicts. The group glared at the forbidden spell mage with seething resentment, but the mage's gaze remained impassive, showing them no regard whatsoever. Mo Lingyu clutched her spirit essence tightly in her hand, refusing to let go. If one looked closely, a faint silver glow had already begun to appear at the corners of her eyes. She was reluctant, but utterly helpless. Facing the pressure of several forbidden spells, she had no way to resist. Her background, her family, perhaps these afforded her a slightly more comfortable existence in her daily life. On the surface, she appeared powerful and influential, but in reality, it was all just a charade within her family. She was merely a figurehead used by the family to present a facade to outsiders, demonstrating how generously they compensated those who suffered injustice. She was merely a gimmick, used to lure more people into joining their clan. The moment she obtained the spirit of intent, she felt exhilarated and profoundly warmed. For the spirit of intent bestowed upon her a warmth that radiated from the depths of her soul, an innermost bond. Though they had only just met, it felt as though they had known each other for lifetimes, so intimate was their connection. The spirit wand, like her, had endured countless trials and tribulations, surviving each ordeal to forge the spirit it was today. She, too, had endured countless trials since childhood, overcoming each one. She had thought that now, with some power and the ability to protect herself, she could shield her spirit. Yet, in this moment, she still couldn't protect her spirit. The moment she obtained the spirit wand, they had sensed each other's intentions, felt each other's emotions, and even perceived each other's experiences. They shared similar experiences, similar emotions, and above all, similar willpower. For they both firmly believed that no matter what hardships lay ahead, they could endure them, fight through them, and break through them. Thus, from their very first meeting, eternity was destined. Chapter 198, The Domain re-enters the body. They both firmly believed that no hardship could ever separate them. Yet in this first crisis after emerging, she found herself unable to protect Yiling. She felt powerless, more powerless than ever before. Before, even amidst every danger, she could always sense hope. But this time, she felt only despair. Why? Why couldn't I protect it? Why? Why must everyone target me? Mo Lingyu's tears fell, dripping onto the Yiling wand. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the spirit forcefully awoke from its slumber and burst forth from the wand. Several forbidden spell mages who witnessed this spirit were utterly stunned. This, an artifact spirit that even a 5th grade weapon might struggle to manifest, had just emerged from a mere child's weapon? Before they could recover, another scene left them utterly stunned. The spirit circled around Mo Lingyu, sensing her emotions. It cradled her lowered head, its porcelain doll face pressed against her cheek, offering comfort. And this gesture sparked a profound resonance. Thunder spirits surged forth from the surrounding space, all flying toward Mo Lingyu and pouring into her body. The surrounding forbidden spell mages were utterly stunned. What the hell is this? The seated forbidden spell mages all sat bolt upright. Didn't they know what this was? This is a domain. A demonic spirit has possessed him. A mid-tier first-rank mage has grasped a domain and performed a demonic spirit possession. Who says Mo Lingyu lacks talent? Come out here, and I promise not to beat you to death. Given the current situation, you're telling me she lacks talent? Does that make us all useless then? There have been geniuses who grasped mid-tier domains. After all, with sufficient resources and relentless effort, squeezing every last drop of potential, it's possible to grasp the domain at the intermediate stage. But a mid-tier cultivator having a spirit entity enter their body directly? That's a first in recorded history. Sniffle. Immersed in grief and self-reproach, the prodigy remained utterly oblivious to the stares of those around her. All she felt was a familiar yet strange power surging into her body, a power that kept growing stronger. The porcelain doll spirit, Yiling, embraced the grieving Mo Lingyu, tears streaming down her own face as she too succumbed to sorrow. Was it the sorrow-induced domain that caused the demon spirit to enter her body? No, certainly not. It was their will. They sensed each other's dependence, felt each other's emotions. Neither wanted to leave the other, they relied on each other completely. Feeling each other's heartfelt connection, yet also sensing the impending separation, they both revealed their unwillingness. This time, even if it means death, I won't let them take you away. This time, even if it means self-destruction, I won't go with them. Our first collaboration failure is not an option. Having survived countless brushes with death, how immense must Mo Lingyu's resolve have been to make this decision? No, it wasn't difficult because it wasn't a decision at all. When there's no choice, there's no decision to make. My choice is to stand by her side to live and die together. And Yiling? She had barely come into being before deciding to share life and death with her new master. What kind of resolve is that? The resonance of these two wills stirred the thunder spirits around them and even stirred the thunder spirits in another realm. Breaking through the spatial barriers, the thunder spirits from another dimension forcefully entered this world, coalescing within Mo Lingyu's body. Mo Lingyu's body underwent continuous transformation. This time, it wasn't the physical strength being altered, but her affinity for magical spirits. Feeling the changes within her, Mo Lingyu gradually stopped crying. Holding the porcelain doll in her arms, she turned to look at the thunder and lightning spirits surrounding her. You. Mo Lingyu's voice came out choked with emotion. As if sensing her call, the lightning spirits grew even more animated. Thank you. Mo Lingyu spoke again, her voice now so choked with emotion it was nearly impossible to make out her words. Why? Because Mo Lingyu was intelligent. Because she understood exactly what effect this scene would have. She knew this scene wouldn't sway those forbidden spells, it would only deepen their obsession. If they didn't know the purpose of her spirit wand and the spirit itself didn't reveal itself, no matter how much they studied it, they'd never figure it out. But, this very scene had unfolded before them. The forbidden spellcasters witnessed the spirit, witnessed their resonance. They witnessed how this resonance had enabled a mere mid-tier first-rank mage, a girl of average talent, to comprehend a domain. It even triggered a spirit possessing her body. Ignorance might have been bliss, but they had witnessed it with their own eyes. This was a weapon unique in the world, one of a kind. It allowed someone of merely average talent to comprehend a domain at mid-tier first rank and summon a demonic spirit into her body. What a shocking discovery! How irresistibly tempting this weapon was. So tempting that, even several of the present forbidden spell masters harbored treacherous thoughts. Even old Master Zhong felt a flicker of greed. Yet he suppressed it. After all, this magic wand would be of little use to him. Even if it were useful, it would be for his granddaughter. But her granddaughter was Mo Lingyu's dearest friend. How could he possibly let her seize it, risking the destruction of that bond? But others were different. Even the forbidden spellcaster who had just refused to let the children surrender their weapons was now consumed by greed. This weapon was nothing short of a revolutionary creation. As forbidden spellcasters, they were skilled at concealing their true nature. They restrained themselves well, for Mo Lingyu was still undergoing the demonic spirit infusion. Waiting until after that process concluded would be no delay. They held no fear for the forces behind Mo Lingyu. They and Mo Lingyu both knew that now that Mo Lingyu had become so powerful and promising, the other faction within the clan would find her even more intolerable. Having seized Mo Lingyu's weapon, they had nothing to fear. Even if her faction threatened them, the opposing faction would shield them, even reward them. Thus, even now that she had grasped her domain and drawn the demonic spirit into her body, Mo Lingyu felt no joy, no glimmer of hope. The stronger she grew, the greater her potential, the harder her survival became. Sometimes, being smart wasn't such a good thing. If she had remained ignorant, perhaps Mo Lingyu, who had barely survived the dark period, could have lived a normal life now, found an ordinary job, married an ordinary person, and lived an ordinary existence? But was that possible? Chapter 199, hold on, I need to make a call. No, impossible. Absolutely not. Even if she were willing to settle for mediocrity, her family wouldn't let her off the hook. They'd exploit her last shred of value, marrying her off. In the clan's internal power struggle, she was merely the sacrificial pawn. She had no other choice but to take things one step at a time. After finally securing the chance to attend university, she even gained permission to participate in the selection process for the dual house competition. She had thought everything would improve, only to realize how naive she still was. Upon reflection, why had her family fiercely opposed her participation in the dual manor competition? Yet when they heard she would team up with Zhong Yingting, they readily agreed, even granting her special favor to skip straight into the elimination rounds? Was it because of Zhong Yingting? Yes. It was to make her drag Zhong Yingting down. Zhong Yingting was a formidable rival who threatened their family's team competing in the dual house tournament at the Imperial Capital Academy. So, was I really that naive after all? Everything seems to make sense now. But what good does it do now? Gradually, the surrounding lightning spirits grew fewer until they vanished entirely. The demonic spirit had successfully entered her body, successfully enhancing her constitution and amplifying her innate talents. But what good does that do? Congratulations, Mo Lingyu. You've grasped a domain at the mid-tier of the first rank and even triggered a demonic spirit to enter your body. Your family will be overjoyed when they hear this. It was still the same man who had mentioned surrendering the forbidden spell. His insincere congratulations were laced with a heavy emphasis on the word delighted. Now, both of you place your weapons on the table and leave. The forbidden spellcaster urged again. Mo Lingyu clutched the spirit orb and magic wand in his hands tightly, refusing to let go, his eyes fixed intently on the forbidden spellcaster. The forbidden spellcaster grew impatient. Why are you staring at me like that? Didn't your family teach you to respect your elders? Do you not realize you're contributing to the Federation, contributing to all of humanity? Aren't you human? Aren't you a citizen of the Huaxia Federation? Shouldn't you be contributing to humanity? Don't forget who raised you to this age. The forbidden spellcaster's tone grew harsher, brimming with overwhelming authority. He had elevated the matter to the level of all humanity, leaving Mo Lingyu utterly speechless. She continued to stare at him, her eyes seemingly ready to bleed. Oomph! Drop your weapon and leave immediately. Seeing his words ignored, the forbidden spellcaster's anger flared, issuing a direct command. Mo Lingyu trembled violently. The forbidden spellcaster had actually unleashed his aura of authority upon her. Her knees buckled, and she was about to fall to her knees. At that moment, a warm, large hand pressed down on Mo Lingyu's shoulder, and the oppressive aura instantly dissipated. Oomph, you're quite the righteous one, aren't you? A young voice rang out, dripping with arrogance. Who gave you permission to speak for yourselves here, huh? A sudden, jarring voice cut through the air, startling everyone present. You dare not provoke those with connections, yet you bully those without. Is this the dignity of a forbidden spell? What a fine example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. How did you cultivate to become a forbidden spellcaster? By stealing? By your master's rewards? Just a few big bones? Well, you're truly gifted. Several forbidden spellcasters narrowed their eyes and furrowed their brows at the abrupt outburst, anger flaring within them. Since ascending to forbidden spell status, no one had ever dared speak to them like this. And from a mere brat, no less. Old Master Zhong, however, breathed a sigh of relief. This fellow had finally made his move. He hadn't misjudged him after all. This kid must have some serious connections, or he wouldn't dare talk back like this. You brat, you're asking for death. The forbidden spell user suddenly unleashed waves of overwhelming pressure, distorting the very air around him. Huang Jiaya, what are you doing? Old Master Zhong suddenly intervened, addressing the forbidden spell practitioner by name and forcefully repelling his oppressive aura. Huang Jia hadn't expected to be so easily suppressed by Old Master Zhong. He knew there was a gap between them, but in his mind, even if there was a difference, it couldn't be that vast. If he gave it his all, he was certain he could hold his own. Even though he had only recently ascended to a 4th rank forbidden spell, Old Master Zhong had spent an excessive amount of time advancing to 5th rank. Perhaps he hadn't delved deeply into forbidden spell magic. With Huang Jia's own mastery of forbidden spells, he was certain he wouldn't be utterly crushed by Old Master Zhong. Yet his full power burst was instantly crushed back. Now it was his turn to gasp for breath. He had been truly naive. Was a 5th rank forbidden spell really that easy to handle? Old Master Zhong withdrew his power and spoke, "Is this how you wield forbidden magic? Attacking a child? Without a shred of reason? It seems I should propose removing you from your position." Humph. Huang Jia instantly regained his mobility and began gasping for breath. He truly couldn't match Old Master Zhong. Not just him, even the 3 forbidden spell masters beside him, joining forces, might not be able to defeat him. "Thanks, Grandpa Zhong," Zhèng Sījí smiled at the old man before continuing, "but some people never learn what pain truly feels like until they've suffered it themselves. How about it? I'll give you another chance. Come on, attack me. Use all your strength." Zhèng Sījí said with a mocking smile, addressing Huang Jia, who was kneeling on the ground. Old Master Zhong froze upon hearing Zhèng Sījí's words. Not only him, but the other forbidden spellcasters and his teammates all stared at him in stunned silence. None was more agitated than Mo Lingyu. Zhèng Sījí had actually stood up for her at this critical moment. Her heart swelled with even deeper emotion and stronger affection. Everyone stared blankly at Zhèng Sījí, clearly not expecting him to say such a thing. This was a forbidden spell. If he unleashed his full power on you, wouldn't this entire building be blown to smithereens? No, it might even obliterate hundreds of kilometers around. I knew you wouldn't dare. At this moment, he had no backup. At worst, he could use the 10,000 Realms shuttle talisman to teleport away in an instant. Zhèng Sījí sneered coldly, a smirk curling his lips. He casually addressed the crowd, "Hold on, I need to make a call." Then, he casually pulled out his phone. The crowd froze again. "Why aren't you playing by the rules?" Several of the forbidden spell practitioners realized their own oversight. Zhèng Sījí's identity was highly secretive, but someone who had reached such a high cultivation level at this age couldn't possibly lack any background. They'd all been blinded by greed. Their initial lack of fear stemmed from their stated goal of advancing humanity. Even if they had powerful connections, confiscating their weapons wouldn't lead to any incidents. Take Zhou Yingting, Wang Zedong, and Yuan Weifeng. They'd intended to confiscate their weapons but held back due to their backgrounds, and nothing untoward happened. But the power unleashed by Mo Lingyu's weapon, everyone witnessed it with their own eyes. It could help someone with extremely low cultivation grasp a domain, even causing a demonic spirit to possess them. What kind of equipment is this? Chapter 200, Master, someone's bullying me. Their minds couldn't process it either. If Mo Lingyu could forcibly seize it, what about Zhèng Sījí? Without even knowing his background, they were going to confiscate it too. They never imagined Zhèng Sījí would actually stand up for Mo Lingyu. This was no ordinary mess, not just anyone dared to wade into it. Protecting Mo Lingyu would not only provoke them, but also anger another faction within the Mo Lingyu clan. Even a formidable cultivator like Old Master Zhong dared not wade into this murky water. What kind of backing does this Zhèng Sījí have, making him so brazenly wade into this mess, even going so far as to insult all of them? The moment this thought crossed their minds, regret began to gnaw at them. They could hear Zhèng Sījí on the phone, seemingly calling for reinforcements. But who dared to stop him? They had worked hard to climb to their current positions. If he truly had powerful connections, backing down now might still save them. As for that faction from the Mo Lingyu family? Come on. If the forces backing Zhèng Sījí were truly formidable, they wouldn't dare protect these nobodies either. Besides, they haven't accomplished anything. Why risk offending a major power for a bunch of useless fools? Forget the current feud between the two major clans within the family. Even if they were the closest of kin, they wouldn't dare provoke a major power like that. The members of the Deng Tianxia squad stared blankly at Zhèng Sījí. Moments ago, they too had glared at the forbidden spellcasters, yet they dared not speak their anger aloud. They weren't fools. They knew the family's influence could at best protect their weapons. Even if they intervened now, they wouldn't achieve anything, they might only make things worse. Hearing Zhèng Sījí speak, hope flickered anew within them. Zhèng Sījí's background was definitely no ordinary affair. Just look at the surprises he'd delivered these past days. His connections must be immense. Mo Lingyu gazed intently at Zhèng Sījí, her eyes filled with expectation. Her eyes were red-rimmed as she clutched Yuling and the wand tightly. She had pinned all her hopes on Zhèng Sījí. She had reverted to that adorable little girl again. Only this time, she evoked even deeper pity. Zhèng Sījí's mind was filled with memories shared with Mo Lingyu. Protect her. He absolutely had to protect her. And, incidentally, intimidate. Zhèng Sījí dialed the number, holding the phone to his right ear while his left hand reached out to stroke Mo Lingyu's head. Mo Lingyu didn't pull away, allowing Zhèng Sījí's touch to rest upon her like a helpless little kitten. Zhèng Sījí smiled at her, as if saying, "I'm here. No one will bully you." Mo Lingyu nodded firmly in response. Amidst such a solemn atmosphere, a hint of warmth unexpectedly blossomed. The phone rang twice before being answered on the third ring. Amidst this solemn yet strangely warm atmosphere, in full view of everyone, Zhèng Sījí suddenly spoke in an utterly peculiar voice. "Master, someone's picking on me." "Everyone? What the heck? Where did that fierce aura go?" "Gone in an instant." "Who's your master? Someone who acts so spoiled?" Before anyone could react, Zhèng Sījí had already hung up the phone. Just wait. My master will teleport here any second." The stunned masters of forbidden spells, who had been frozen in place, suddenly twitched their lips. "Teleport?" The forbidden spellcasters all sneered coldly. "This place? Like you can just teleport here? Don't be ridiculous. We can only use spatial magic here because we're on the whitelist of the spirit array embedded in this place. Others? Can they even enter?" Before the others could finish their thoughts, a figure abruptly materialized before them. An old man. A white-haired old man. His expression was gentle, his eyes crinkled with a smile, radiating no trace of hostility. He appeared as ordinary as anyone else. None of the present could sense his presence. It was as if he had blended into the world itself. Not even Old Master Zhong was an exception. Old Master Zhong was a late 5th rank forbidden spellcaster. He was a candidate poised to ascend to the legendary 6th rank. Old Master Zhong was confident he could sense even a 5th rank peak forbidden spellcaster. Yet with this old man before him, he detected not a trace of his aura. Indeed, Zhèng Sījí's background was truly profound. His master's strength far surpassed his own. Shocked, yet he also breathed a sigh of relief. With this powerful figure present, the children's crisis was effectively averted. The other forbidden spellcasters, however, were far from calm. Especially those forbidden spells led by Huang Jiaye, they were feeling the heat even more. This was a heavyweight. "This is bad news." The old man turned around with a smile, glancing at Zhèng Sījí. As if to confirm Zhèng Sījí was unharmed, or perhaps to gauge the situation. Suddenly, the old man burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Who would have thought? I'd barely stepped out of seclusion, and already someone's targeting my disciple." The old man spoke slowly, yet no one dared show the slightest disrespect. Turning back, he addressed the forbidden spellcasters. With his back to the others, he said, "You two go ahead. I'll handle this here." He paused briefly before adding, "You two should leave as well." This statement was clearly directed at Old Master Zhong and the righteous forbidden spell user. Old Master Zhong relaxed visibly, nodding with a smile. With a glance, he signaled for the entire Dang Tianxia squad to follow him as well. Zhèng Sījí pretended to exchange a knowing glance with the old man. Acting requires commitment. Then Zhèng Sījí followed suit. Inside the room, 4 people remained. An elderly man, 2 middle-aged men. The old man spoke first. "You lot, quite capable." Then, his voice turned angry, "So capable that you dare bully my disciple." The words boomed like thunder. Though not loud, it reverberated through the 3's eardrums, threatening to split them. Their spiritual seas were shaken violently. Only now did they grasp the gravity of the situation. This old man was too powerful. This power, this overwhelming pressure, even Old Master Zhong couldn't match it. Their minds reeled, and they fell to their knees without hesitation. Huang Jiaye stubbornly resisted, refusing to kneel. As a 4th rank forbidden spell master, he was formidable, blessed with extraordinary talent. His pride was naturally beyond that of ordinary men. He braced his knees, forcing back the searing pain radiating through his mind. "This, old gentleman. You can still speak?" The old man slightly increased the intensity of his aura. What could he do? It was his first time wielding this power. He couldn't control it. One careless moment, and the aura burst forth. Not the aura of authority, but his aura. The entire aura of a 6th rank cultivator had been unleashed. This aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Huang Jiaye instantly dropped to his knees. "Holy! This is a real heavyweight. What kind of person have we offended this time?" Only now did they realize they should repent. But it seemed like repentance was too little, too late. They don't even know this aura belongs to a 6th rank cultivator. All they know is that this aura is vastly more powerful than their own. So much so that they can't even catch a glimpse of the opponent's shadow. Perhaps it's 5th grade? Who knows? And Zhèng Sījí hadn't grasped the gravity of this emanating aura. Chapter 201, So Many Big Shots. In a distant starry sky, upon an emerald green planet. A long-haired young man propped his face on one hand, idly twirling a wine cup on a stone table. Boring. He suddenly froze. 6th rank? The long-haired man looked surprised. Finally, another 6th grade has appeared. The long-haired man, who had been about to start manipulating things, suddenly froze. This, enhanced by drugs. How boring. He then resumed playing with the wineglass in his hand. But this young man, quite interesting. This bloodline, so it was you. The man's expression turned intrigued. But it didn't last long before he returned to fiddling with his water glass. It's almost time. Finally, I can eat. This time, I can't let that woman win again. But with this little guy around, it should be fine, right? In less than a few seconds, several flashes of silver light erupted. 5th grade forbidden spell, 5th grade forbidden spell, 5th grade forbidden spell. A full, several dozen. This. Koan Wu was utterly dumbfounded. A full, 32 5th grade forbidden spells. Old Master Zhong didn't come. But Koan Wu sensed it. Old Master Zhong had already slipped away with his entire entourage. Old Master Zhong had no intention of wading into this mess. Each of these 32 5th grade forbidden spells radiated an overwhelming aura, as if suppressing something. The leader stepped forward. Esteemed elder, please restrain your aura. If anything has offended you, I offer my sincerest apologies. We can discuss the specifics in detail later. How does that sound? The leader was dressed in military uniform. Koan Wu recognized it. Even now, over 20 of these 32 5th rank forbidden spell practitioners were from the Huaxia Federation. Foreigners couldn't have infiltrated. As for the remaining few, Koan Wu didn't recognize them at all. They wore strange, peculiar attire. Clearly, they were not Chinese. Koan Wu had no idea how they had gained entry. Koan Wu calmly withdrew his aura. Oomph. The cold snort sent a chill through the hearts of all 32 practitioners. This man was incredibly powerful. So powerful that even if all 32 of them attacked together, they might not be able to take him down. Yet the oddly shaped figures showed no sign of panic. One of them stepped forward. Esteemed senior, I am Shangguan Tianyi, head of the reclusive Shangguan clan. May I ask, esteemed senior, have you already attained the 6th rank? At these words, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. 6th rank. That legendary rank. It wasn't that no one had ever reached 6th grade, but those who had attained it had all vanished. Koan Wu smiled warmly at Shangguan Tianyi. He didn't deny it, merely nodding. Shangguan Tianyi's heart trembled slightly. Why, having attained the 6th grade, did he still remain in the Blue Star realm? Then, senior, have you sensed a certain peculiar force? Koan Wu frowned slightly inwardly. Yet he gave no outward sign of it. Koan Wu didn't know what Shangguan Tianyi was about to say, so he couldn't respond rashly. This was the moment to test his acting skills. Koan Wu nodded. How did you find out? Shangguan Tianyi's heart trembled once more. The ancestor hadn't made a move? Regardless, this was no longer his concern. Senior, I apologize for my intrusion. Shangguan Tianyi bowed and stepped back. The others, dressed in peculiar attire, all nodded in unison. Koan Wu knew they must be privy to some secret. But he didn't press them for answers. The man in military uniform felt a flutter in his heart. This. 6th rank. How should we handle this? This was his first time encountering such a situation. May I ask, why, senior? Koan Wu waved his hand, and a screen materialized. It was a replay of the entire scene that had just unfolded. Zhèng Sījí had deliberately edited it. He wouldn't reveal anything about Mo Lingyu's situation. Those who witnessed the replay were all seething with rage. The high command had been infiltrated to such an extent. The leading man in military uniform bowed and spoke. Senior, this incident is our failure. I will personally ensure you receive a satisfactory explanation. Likewise, I must clarify that the guiding principle of the Huaxia Federation is to serve the people. We will thoroughly investigate incidents like this. We will not seize a single thing that people have earned through their own efforts. We will give them a proper explanation. Please rest assured, senior. Koan Wu nodded. Then he added, this man is my disciple. Everyone suddenly understood. We understand, we all understand. Before anyone could speak again, Koan Wu had vanished from sight. Their eyelids fluttered slightly. Wow, what a big shot. We were hoping to curry favor with him. Some of them were stuck at the peak of 5th grade. Others knew that if they broke through to the 6th rank, they might not be able to stay here anymore. The military leader might possess the ability to break through to the 6th rank. But he must defend the Huaxia Federation. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, several others in military uniforms stepped forward. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Yes, sir. The clone returned. Zhèng Sījí used a 6th grade emperor pill. The effect was quite good. At the very least, everyone now knew he had powerful connections. There were still some peculiar details he couldn't grasp yet, so he decided to let them be. The members of the Dang Tianxia squad left the office and were instantly teleported back to the Magic Capital Academy, the Hunting Pole Star headquarters, by an instantaneous teleportation spell cast by Old Master Zhong. Someone was already there to guide them to the lounge for rest. Mo Lingyu knew that after this old man's appearance, her spirit essence had been secured. They were guided to a suite comprising 3 rooms, each equipped with 2 beds. Pang Jia had already been taken back to the academy after coming out. But it seemed she wasn't here. Checking their watches, the group realized they hadn't spent much time at the Mocha Gate. It had been no more than half an hour, and the guards had already surrounded the area. They all felt they had spent at least several days inside the Mocha Gate, yet upon exiting, it had only been half an hour? They didn't dwell on it further after all, the very existence of the Mocha Gate had already defied their imagination. They wanted to discuss more, but exhaustion overwhelmed them, and then Sījí. Mo Lingyu, who had been walking behind, suddenly called out to Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí froze. Ha? What does he want? Zhèng Sījí turned back and smiled at Mo Lingyu. She was still the same adorable Mo Lingyu, though now she seemed utterly exhausted. The red circles from crying still lingered around her eyes. Seeing Mo Lingyu looking so haggard, Zhèng Sījí felt an overwhelming pity. He raised his hand, ready to cast a healing spell, a fusion of healing and wind magic called Healing Wind Chime, to steady her mind. But what happened next stunned everyone present. Mo Lingyu bit her lower lip, suddenly lifting her head to meet Zhèng Sījí's gaze. Then, she suddenly lunged forward and wrapped her arms firmly around Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí, standing at 1.8 meters tall, and Mo Lingyu, at 1.7 meters, were locked in a tight embrace. Mo Lingyu buried her face against Zhèng Sījí's chest, motionless. Don't look, don't look. Chapter 202, Inside. None of them knew the nature of Mo Lingyu and Zhèng Sījí's relationship. Everyone hurriedly retreated. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifang entered one room, while Zhou Ningting went into another. In the living room, only Zhèng Sījí and Mo Lingyu remained. Zhèng Sījí felt Mo Lingyu suddenly embrace him, leaving him momentarily dazed. That familiar feeling. Zhèng Sījí placed his hands on Mo Lingyu's back, holding her securely in his embrace. Woo-woo. Ma Lingyu's soft sobs echoed from within his embrace, tugging at Zhèng Sījí's heartstrings. Feeling her sobs, he patted her back gently, as if comforting a child. Just an embrace, yet it lasted for what felt like an eternity. Of course. What else did you expect to see if not an embrace? Don't you dare think I'll run out of material. Zhèng Sījí felt the sobs in his arms grow fainter and fainter until the sniffles gradually faded away. Mo Lingyu took a deep breath in Zhèng Sījí's embrace before finally lifting her head again. But neither of their arms seemed inclined to lower. With only 10 centimeters separating their heights, they remained embraced, gazing into each other's eyes. Mo Lingyu smiled at Zhèng Sījí, then buried her face in his chest once more. Thank you, Sījí. Zhèng Sījí felt the emotion radiating from Mo Lingyu in his arms. He smiled, tightened his embrace, and rested his chin against the back of her head. After an unknown amount of time, they finally parted. Truly, thank you, Sījí. The instant they parted, Mo Lingyu's lips lightly brushed Zhèng Sījí's neck before she darted away and vanished into one of the rooms. Zhèng Sījí felt a bit dazed. Had he just been ambushed? He raised a hand to his neck, intending to wipe away the lip mark, but paused mid-motion. His touch transformed into caressing. Zhèng Sījí traced the spot where Mo Lingyu had kissed him, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Why not just kiss me? Cough, cough, cough. He then prepared to rise and enter a room to rest. However, just as Mo Lingyu entered the last vacant room. Damn it! There's no room left to sleep in. Come on. Don't do this to me. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifang's rooms were full. Even if Zhou Ningting had an extra bed, there's no way I could crash there. Mo Lingyu. No way. She just kissed me, and now I'm supposed to share a room with her? Ha. No way. Everyone knows my reputation as Mr. Upright Zhèng Sījí. I'm really just going to sleep. Nothing else. Just sleep. Can I take a shower? Maybe brush my teeth? Then change clothes? Play a game? I'm not pushing my luck. That's all I need. Mo Lingyu hurried back to her room, slammed the door shut, and leaned against it, her heart pounding wildly. Phew, that was intense. Sneak attack and run. Wow. Sījí's chest was so broad and warm it felt amazing. Mo Lingyu touched her flushed cheeks and instantly felt embarrassed. Even after so many hugs, why did she still feel this way? But, he feels even more handsome now. She dared not let her thoughts wander further. Shaking her head, she turned toward the room. Ha? Why is it so quiet? Is Zhou Ningting asleep? Ha? Zhou Ningting isn't in this room? Wow. Did I walk into the wrong room? Then Sījí is out there all alone. What should I do? What should I do? Mo Lingyu's cheeks instantly flushed bright red with anxiety. First she ambushed him, now she's taken over his room. Maybe I should invite him to stay here too? Now the reason for her flushed cheeks was pure embarrassment. This is too embarrassing. No, I can't let Shiki be left without a place to stay just because I'm embarrassed. It's just letting him sleep over for one night. Let me make it clear I'm not lusting after him. It's just that I saw he had nowhere to sleep. After that, Mo Lingyu walked back to the door, quietly opened it, and cautiously poked her little head out. The door swung inward. So? Mo Lingyu cried out in surprise. Her head had bumped against the wall. As she poked her little head out, she suddenly saw a large face peering in from the same spot. Zhèng Sījí was contemplating whether to knock. When he saw the door open, he thought Mo Lingyu hadn't closed it properly. Then, he wanted to check if the lock was broken. And then, they just stared at each other. Hearing Mo Lingyu's cry, Zhèng Sījí instantly tensed up and rushed inside. What happened? Are you okay? Did you hit your head? Zhèng Sījí helped Mo Lingyu up, one hand gently rubbing the spot where she'd hit her head. Mo Lingyu kept her head down, her cheeks puffed out, tears welling in the corners of her eyes from the pain. This guy had just undergone another spirit possession. Even without significant physical enhancements, he was already at the 3rd grade strength level. Why was he still in pain? Because the plot demands it. Put. 3rd grade physical strength only applies to the body itself. It just means it can't be shattered, it still hurts like hell. Mo Lingyu's body had suddenly become 3rd grade, but her pain tolerance was still only 1st grade. Plus, she hit her head when she wasn't paying attention, and, in a scene like this, how could she not play the victim? See? Playing the victim really works. Zhèng Sījí showered her with concerned questions, even blowing gently on the spot where Mo Lingyu had been hit. After blowing for quite a while, Mo Lingyu finally stopped feeling the pain. Well, she couldn't keep up the act anymore. Why did you suddenly appear at the door? You scared the life out of me. Mo Lingyu whispered to Zhèng Sījí. I was about to ask you the same thing. Why did you suddenly open the door? I thought you hadn't closed it properly and was going to help you shut it. Zhèng Sījí offered this lame excuse without a hint of embarrassment. Because Zhèng Sījí always adhered to one principle: as long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment falls on others. Alright, fine. I just realized I walked into the wrong room and saw you didn't have anywhere to sleep, so I wanted to invite you in. Mo Lingyu suddenly realized his words sounded off and quickly backtracked, but the revision only made things sound even stranger. I also noticed you seem to have entered the wrong room, so I wanted to come in and discuss it with you. Zhèng Sījí noticed Mo Lingyu had suddenly become honest and decided to be truthful with her too. Then, come in to sleep together. No, come in to rest for a bit. Mo Lingyu blushed again. Is that okay? Zhèng Sījí asked. What's wrong with that? It's just sleeping, nothing more. Mo Lingyu said, her face flushed and head bowed. Wow, mock Lingyu like this is so adorable. I hope Mo Lingyu stays this adorable forever. Alright then. With that, Zhèng Sījí stepped into the room. Click. The door closed, and Mo Lingyu followed him inside. Outside the door. Click. The sound of a door opening echoed, revealing a small head. They're going in. They're going in. They're all inside. Chapter 203, It's Drool. That little head belonged to Zhou Ting. Click. Another door creaked open. 2 heads, one above, one below, peered out together. Zhou Ting heard the sound, turned her head, and saw Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifang also peeking out, looking somewhat surprised. So you two aren't sleeping, just eavesdropping on gossip. Zhou Ting looked at Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifang, silently asking her in mind speech, did they go in? Zhou Ting replied telepathically, yes, they went in. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifang silently urged her, close the door. Lock it. Zhou Ting understood their meaning and quickly shut the door, locking it. Mo Lingyu followed Zhèng Sījí to the bedside and watched as he lay down straight on the mattress. Her face flushed. Mo Lingyu said to Zhèng Sījí, don't just go to sleep like this. You're so dirty. Go take a shower first. Zhèng Sījí rolled over on the bed, sat up, and seemed to remember something. By the way, could you go sleep with Zhou Ting instead? Then I could sleep here. I don't mean to kick you out, but you're a young lady, and it might not be proper for an unmarried girl to sleep with a guy like this. Let's just be polite here. Please don't leave. Mo Lingyu froze upon hearing Zhèng Sījí's words, her cheeks flushing even redder. As if they might bleed. Right. Why didn't I think of that? My little brain must be a pervert's. Ugh, I must be overheated. Watching Mo Lingyu frozen in place, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but chuckle. Mo Lingyu immediately lowered her head and walked straight toward the door. Bang. The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. What? Could Mo Lingyu be angry? I really didn't mean to chase him away. It wasn't that Mo Lingyu was angry, he was just embarrassed by his own clumsiness and lost control of his strength. Knock, knock, knock. Once Mo Lingyu's face cooled slightly, he knocked on Zhou Ting's door. Of course Zhou Ting couldn't open it. Was Zhèng Sījí really that fast? It hadn't even been 10 minutes, right? TSK, would Mo Lingyu be happy following him? Of course, it was just a passing thought. Zhou Ting still had no intention of opening the door. The knocking went on for a full 5 minutes. The door was locked. Why lock the door? To create an opportunity for me and Zhèng Sījí? You're such a great friend. I'll definitely treat you to a big meal later. How about Shaxian Grand Hotel? Is one dumpling enough? Going back to sleep with Zhèng Sījí again? Sigh, how embarrassing. Mo Lingyu touched her cheeks, which were burning hot again, and headed toward Zhèng Sījí's room. Zhèng Sījí hadn't locked the door, so Mo Lingyu stumbled upon Zhèng Sījí's most candid moment. Whoa! Bang! The door slammed shut once more. TSK, that door really is pitiful. Could this be Mo Lingyu's revenge? After all, it was one of the culprits that caused Mo Lingyu's head to get smashed just now. Whoa! That's terrifying. Is Mo Lingyu this vindictive? Better not mess with her. Never provoke Mo Lingyu again. Whoa! Zhèng Sījí glanced down at his body clad only in underwear. Whoa! I'm not dirty, am I? Zhèng Sījí hurriedly dashed to the bed, pulled a set of clothes from his spatial ring, and quickly put them on. The moment Mo Lingyu entered, Zhèng Sījí had just stepped out of the bathroom after showering, wearing only his underwear and drying his dripping wet hair with a towel. That face, that figure, it was a girl killer. No! A killer for all girls. Mo Lingyu swiftly shut the door, her face flushing even redder. TSK, poor thing. Thankfully it's a third-grade face thick-skinned enough to handle it. If it were still that first-grade face from before, it would probably be bleeding by now. Mo Lingyu tried to calm her racing heart, but the scene kept replaying in her mind, refusing to fade. That figure, that face, that pose. Wow! Love it, love it! Slurp. Mo Lingyu sucked back the drool threatening to spill from her mouth, realizing she'd lost her composure. She quickly wiped her mouth with her sleeve, regained her composure, and knocked on the door. CG. Are you dressed yet? I'm coming in. Mo Lingyu stammered nervously. Alright, come in. Zhèng Sījí's voice echoed from inside the room. Mo Lingyu slowly opened the door, peeking her little head inside to take a look. He really is dressed. What a pity. Wait, no. What's so regrettable about it? A girl must maintain her composure. Understand? Reserve. Mo Lingyu tugged at her skirt hem and walked in slowly. Seeing Zhèng Sījí acting as if nothing had happened, Mo Lingyu relaxed. Sījí, Yingting's door is locked. So, could I rest here for a bit? Mo Lingyu asked cautiously. Sure, you were here first anyway. Zhèng Sījí replied with a smile. Mo Lingyu forced a smile back at Zhèng Sījí. Then she slipped off to the bathroom to take a shower. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom and glimpsing the faint silhouette through the frosted glass, Zhèng Sījí found his mind wandering. Swoosh! Zhèng Sījí wiped away his drool, but with his thick skin, he lay back down as if nothing had happened. Facing that frosted glass. Half an hour later, the water stopped running. Mo Lingyu dried herself off and got dressed. Zhèng Sījí quickly rolled over, pretending nothing had happened. Mo Lingyu emerged to find Zhèng Sījí seemingly asleep. She tiptoed to his bedside, her large eyes blinking beneath long lashes as she watched him pretend to sleep soundly. A smile curved her lips. She gently kissed Zhèng Sījí's cheek. Thank you. Zhèng Sījí, feigning sleep, froze again. So I got ambushed again, huh? Next time I sleep, should I be on guard at all times? What if Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng? Ugh. Terrifying. Ha? Did Zhèng Sījí catch a cold? Why is there so much tissue on the floor? Mo Lingyu tossed the sticky tissues into the trash bin and tucked Zhèng Sījí's blanket snugly around him. Then she turned and climbed into her own bed, gradually drifting off to sleep. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just drool. September 1st, Saturday. The members of the Swinging Heaven Squad had been resting for a long time. They slept from the afternoon of the previous day until the morning of the next. Clearly, they were all exhausted. After returning, none of them had eaten, so hunger woke them up. Never mind why hunger woke them, they just wanted to eat. Wang Zedong, Yuan Weifeng, and Zhong Yingting, already gathered in the living room, exchanged peculiar smiles as they watched Zhèng Sījí and Mo Lingyu emerge together. Chapter 204, Exploring the Mocha Gate. Mo Lingyu flushed slightly under their gazes. What are you all staring at? It's not what you think. It's all your fault. You locked the door before I could even get in. Mo Lingyu protested, making a show of trying to hit Zhong Yingting. What exactly did we think? Were you two doing more than just sleeping in there? What else did you do? Zhong Yingting quickly raised her arms to block Mo Lingyu's tickling attack. You, I'll tickle you. Mo Lingyu lunged forward and tickled Zhong Yingting relentlessly, making her whole body squirm in protest. The others didn't read too much into it, since they didn't genuinely believe anything had happened between Zhèng Sījí and Mo Lingyu. After grabbing a bite to eat, they couldn't deny that this incident had brought them closer together. Their bond was no longer just that of teammates. Pang Jiao was the exception. He and the other members of the Swinging Heaven Squad had grown closer during their nearly 30 days of military training. Yet now, his abilities had fallen far behind the rest. Of course, having worked together for so long, they would still take Pang Jiao along for the dual house competition. Switching teammates now was simply unrealistic. Led by an officer, the group boarded the military transport back to the academy. The soldiers stationed here were quite puzzled. Since these individuals emerged yesterday, nearly all the forbidden spell mages had been replaced. The original trio had vanished without explanation, perhaps retreating for seclusion? It wasn't something they could fathom. After everyone boarded the vehicle, they finally exhaled that last breath they'd been holding. No one stopped them, and no one came to force them anymore, meaning the matter of the weapons had been resolved. Meanwhile, information about the Mocha Gate had been disseminated by Old Master Zhong. Near the gate, jointly managed by humans and beasts, a crowd had gathered individuals exceptionally confident in their specific skills. They sought to exploit the information gap with the beasts to gain entry to the Mocha Gate in as large numbers as possible. The reclusive clan Zhèng Sījí had just learned of had also dispatched personnel to guard the Mocha Gate. When the officers guarding the local Mocha Gate learned that the secluded clan would also assist in its defense, they couldn't help but grumble inwardly. The Mocha Gate posed no inherent danger of hostile attack. Any risks involved merely the possibility of trial participants perishing due to their own inadequacies. Thus, they suspected the secluded clan had obtained some intelligence and sought to share in the spoils. Yet they dared not show the slightest disrespect, for the hidden clan's contributions were no less significant than those of the Federation. The overt displays of power were merely for show. Only the Huaxia Federation held genuine power. The real power lies with the forces hidden in the shadows. Powers like the Elemental Tower, where Ji Jingxiang belonged, were merely the visible forces on the entire Blue Star. Though they too had 5th-grade forbidden spells as their pillars, their overall strength still fell far short. However, it's said that these overt powers are all backed by hidden forces. The specifics, however, remain unknown. Less than an hour and a half after the Mocha Gate's emergence, the news brought by the Dang Tianxia squad had already spread. From the moment the Mocha Gate appeared until the trial concluded, the Dang Tianxia squad had spent a total of half an hour. The interrogation and subsequent proceedings took less than an hour in total. This time frame also encompassed Mo Lingyu's realization of his domain and the possession by the demonic spirit. As soon as Old Master Zhong stepped outside to see them off, he swiftly compiled and disseminated the information. The location of this Mocha Gate's emergence was remarkably strategic, appearing less than 50 kilometers from both the Magic Capital Academy and Imperial Capital Academy's hunting bases at the Pole Star. Consequently, both the Magic Capital Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy dispatched personnel to guard the area. Meanwhile, the Federation sent forces to secure the border regions adjacent to the demonic beasts. It remained unknown whether other Mocha Gates had appeared elsewhere. At least for now, only these two seemed to exist. The hidden clans also dispatched forces to guard them, but the monthly quota was only a few hundred in total. This didn't even account for the slots that would be snatched up by the beasts once they got wind of the news. Therefore, if they wished to send their geniuses for the trials, they had to act with utmost speed. They needed to fill the 100 monthly slots at the Mocha Gate near the beast territory as quickly as possible, and ideally, secure the slots for the following month as well. Upon receiving the news, the hidden clans, the Demon Capital Academy, the Imperial Capital Academy, and the Huaxia Federation immediately assembled numerous prodigies and rushed to the trial grounds. Only these factions received the intelligence. While the Mocha Gates appearing at other nations' territories were also guarded, their purpose remained unknown. The Huaxia Federation naturally kept this information to themselves. From the perspective of the beasts, these people were truly noble. They actually sent 100 elite warriors to explore that unknown portal first. But, after half an hour inside, only a dozen or so emerged. Undoubtedly, these individuals had significantly enhanced their abilities, especially since each had selected their desired weapon. Their weapons, of course, were to be surrendered for research. This had been agreed upon beforehand. However, the higher-ups had promised to return the weapons to them within a month at most. The success rate of this trial prompted the high-ranking officials of the 7 great families, the Demon Capital Academy, the Imperial Capital Academy, and the 10 major factions of the Huaxia Federation to swiftly convene a joint assembly. Originally, after all members of the Dang Tianxia squad passed their trials, they assumed the trials shouldn't be too difficult to pass. After all, the members of the Dang Tianxia squad were mere children, barely 18 years old, with strength that wasn't particularly formidable. They weren't even worth a second glance. If they could all pass the trial, then surely the success rate couldn't be low, right? Yet reality stunned them. Especially when the geniuses who emerged recounted their trials, the accounts left them breathless. What kind of trials were these? Not only did they require extraordinary talent and insight in a specific field, but they also demanded a breakthrough during the trial itself. This forced them to completely rethink their plans. Meanwhile, high-ranking members of the Beastkin faction also sent communications, requesting that humans share intelligence from this experiment with their kind. From the humans' perspective, sharing such intelligence with the Beastkin was unthinkable. If the beasts learned of the trial's benefits, humanity would lose many of its trial slots. I sacrificed so many men to probe the Mocha Gate, why should I share intelligence with you? Of course, the leadership couldn't be so blunt. Instead, they needed to feed them false intelligence, delaying their exploration of the Mocha Gate as long as possible. Chapter 205, Flaunting Wealth. A Mocha Gate had also opened on the Beast continent. That gate, too, had dispatched beasts to explore, but not a single one returned with intelligence. Because they sent only low-level troops to scout the path. Originally, they planned to send hundreds of thousands of cannon fodder to gather intelligence. But, after sending in 100, no more could enter. Crucially, their commanders hadn't entered, forcing them to advance without retreat. The low-level demons and monsters, lacking awakened sentience and possessing limited intellect, failed to emerge. The human race remained unaware of these details, though they had their suspicions. The longer this information could be concealed, the better. At least it gave humanity time to dispatch more prodigies to bolster their strength. But the failure rate was too high, forcing them to proceed with extreme caution. Thus, the response to the demonic beasts was, those who emerged seemingly unscathed actually suffered severe psychological trauma. We've dispatched numerous level psychic mages and are striving to heal them swiftly to obtain intelligence. Damn, what a load of bull. All members of the Swinging the World squad had returned to the Demon Capital Academy's base at Hunting Pole Star. Today marked the end of military training. The squads that had assembled yesterday for the training mission would all return together today. The territory they were heading to had already been cleared by advance teams, so it posed absolutely no danger. The other squads participating in the Dual Academy selection tournament, though protected by instructors, still suffered casualties. Not everyone possessed the audacity of the Dang Tianxia squad to provoke a diamond-tier demon beast and then get their own instructor into trouble. The Mocha Gate had become the highest-level secret among the 10 great powers. The fact that members of the Shaking the Heavens squad had entered the Mocha Gate was classified as confidential information, strictly forbidden from being disclosed. Even the other nations remained unaware of the secrets of the Mocha Gate. Perhaps it would take some time before they understood. The members of the Dang Tianxia squad also saw Pang Jia's message in the group chat. They hoped the team would return safely. They reported their safe arrival in the group chat, and Pang Jia said he would come out to meet them immediately. Upon meeting Pang Jia, the others showed no unusual behavior, treating him just as they always had. But Pang Jia felt uneasy. Not joining them on the trial weighed on him. He felt guilty for not sharing their hardship. Yet this very restraint was a testament to his self-awareness. Truthfully, had Pang Jia entered, he would have met the same fate as the 80-odd geniuses who followed him entering but never returning. To Zhèng Sījí and the others, their relationship with Pang Jia remained unchanged. However, Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng had both grown closer to Mo Lingyu and Zhong Yingting because of this incident. Zhèng Sījí, needless to say, was already quite familiar with them. Thus, within the entire Dang Tianxia squad, the bonds between Zhèng Sījí and his 4 companions had grown exceptionally strong. The group headed to a restaurant within the base and ordered a mountain of magical cuisine. Pang Jia insisted on treating them this time. Though he didn't specify the reason, the others had a pretty good idea what it meant. Perhaps after participating in the dual manner conflict, their connection with this teammate would soon fade. Sometimes, human hearts are truly strange. Once you fill in the blanks with your own assumptions, a knot forms deep within. Removing that knot was nearly impossible. None of them refused. After all, this meal would cost at most a few 100,000 yuan, a mere trifle for them, considering each would earn at least hundreds of millions from selling their spoils. Mo Lingyu had a lot on his mind. What do you think we should exchange our loot for this time? If we go to the credit exchange counter, wouldn't that seem too unrealistic? I feel like the higher-ups would notice. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly realized. Right. If they exchanged this for credits, no matter who handled it, their strength would be exposed far too obviously. Not just their strength, it might even attract unnecessary trouble. Yuan Weifeng hesitated before suggesting, how about selling it to my family? If my old man handles it, it should be fine. Before Yuan Wei could finish speaking, Zhong Yingting cut him off. Rather than letting your family handle it, it'd be better to give it to my grandfather, but that's not realistic either. Do you really think my grandfather wouldn't have second thoughts once he got his hands on it? The room fell silent. This situation was incredibly awkward. Everyone's chopsticks froze mid-air. Even Yuan Weifeng, who was still picking up food, sheepishly set down his chopsticks. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Zhèng Sījí interjected. I have a solution. Give me your spoils of war, and I'll exchange them for military merit points. Mo Lingyu countered, merit points are essentially the same thing. If others find out, it'll still cause unnecessary trouble. Zhèng Sījí shook his head. It's different. I have connections. No one will ever find out about us. With that, Zhèng Sījí flashed a mysterious smile. Want to know? The others stared at him in stunned silence. You really have connections? You really do. Tell us. Well, if I tell you, don't beat me up. Relax, we won't hurt you. Seeing the gleam in everyone's eyes, Zhèng Sījí felt a bit embarrassed. Then, he pulled out his phone, opened his Merit task app, tapped on my profile, and handed it over for everyone to see. Everyone. You promise not to hit me. Faced with their gleaming eyes, Zhèng Sījí felt utterly at a loss. Damn it. What the hell? Zhèng Sījí suddenly felt a tight grip around his waist, and everything went haywire. This. Zhèng Sījí endured the excruciating pain and lowered his proud head. This waist pinching, truly a woman's essential skill. He cast one last glance at Mo Lingyu, his eyes filled with reluctance. Then, he collapsed. Mo Lingyu clapped her hands, admiring the 4 level 4 merits and 20 level 3 merits on Zhèng Sījí's phone with satisfaction. Bookkeeping still has to be handled by me. Everyone. After a long moment, Zhèng Sījí clutched his injured waist and returned from the dead. You guys? The collective glare from the others sent Zhèng Sījí crashing back down. The culprit was still that hand on his waist. After several rounds of this, Zhèng Sījí knelt on the ground begging for mercy before Mo Lingyu finally stopped her actions. She didn't ask how this military merit had been earned. It was unnecessary. In that case, if you have the means, for seasons, we'll entrust this matter to you. Zhèng Sījí nodded. He had no intention of replacing these items anyway. They wouldn't fetch much money anyway. But for others, it was a different story. Rounding up to the market price, Zhèng Sījí gave each person 9 third-grade merit tokens. Of course, he wouldn't shortchange his teammates, these could all enhance their strength. At this point, Zhèng Sījí still had 75 third-grade merit points left. Holding onto them was pointless anyway, he could easily recoup the cost by selling a few dozen pills. TSK, showing off. Chapter 206, this is completely unbalanced. The group tacitly avoided mentioning the Mocha Gate incident, instead focusing on discussing their own significant power increases. Everyone could tell the Mocha Gate incident had left a knot in Pang Jia's heart. After the meal, Mo Lingyu said, everyone return to your cultivation first. Consolidate your strength and systematically organize your progress. Assemble at the previous combat arena in 1 week. Their power had surged too abruptly. After organizing these new insights, another major leap forward was certain. The group agreed to Mo Lingyu's suggestion and dispersed to their respective training chambers after the meal. As for their military training assignment, there was no need for concern. Instructor Ren had already submitted their task report and provided an exceptionally high evaluation. He had merely accepted that strength assessment task. He remained an instructor at the academy. Upon returning to the dormitory, Mo Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Being the captain was just too much. Slumping onto the sofa, she pondered for a long while before a faint smile touched her lips. But at least I have Sījí. Life feels full of motivation now. Sījí is truly exceptional. I suppose I'm a genius now too. Elemental affinity, 2 spirit infusions, and 2 domains to boot. I thought Shiki was just an ordinary person, but he's so strong. I must strive even harder. With that, Mo Lingyu sat up and headed toward the cultivation chamber. She quickly settled her mind and began to reflect on her recent gains. First were the 2 domains at the intermediate stage. She had comprehended 2 entire domains. And both were achieved through her own innate understanding. Even among archmages, those who could comprehend domains on their own were as rare as hen's teeth. Most archmages who possessed domains had attained them through special artifacts. The limitations of her domain were evident even when fully activated. Its perceptual range still fell short of the boundless ring's reach. However, once she breaks through to the high-tier realm, her perception range will undoubtedly exceed 10 kilometers. Even archmages without domains typically only have a perception range of around 10 kilometers. In that case, their ability to ambush Rensu certainly involved a measure of luck. After all, they had executed their plan at the absolute limit of their range. Therefore, Rensu likely hadn't maximized his perception range at that moment. But to guard against danger, he likely didn't keep it too low either, probably around 8 kilometers. Now that she had mastered her domain and reached the advanced stage, activating it allowed her to perceive everything within 10 kilometers. Though it consumes a significant amount of mana. Moreover, venturing into places like the primordial demon forest where magical elementals are extremely sparse, she wouldn't have to worry about being unable to use magic. Within her domain, her spellcasting speed would multiply several times over. If both domains were activated simultaneously, the casting time for her fusion magic would decrease by roughly tenfold. Though theoretically, 2 domains cannot be activated simultaneously. This is a tremendous enhancement. The greatest weakness of her most powerful fusion spells was their excruciatingly slow casting times. By the time the bar filled, enemies were already upon her. Now, she could complete the casting in mere seconds. The second gain was her physical toughness. After the infusion of the fire spirit and lightning spirit into her body, her physical strength had reached the early 3rd tier, approaching the mid-3rd tier. As a stationary artillery piece, her greatest weaknesses besides the casting time were her fragile physique and vulnerability to enemy interruptions. If the enemy has a control specialist of Yuan Weifeng's caliber, Mo Lingyu might not even finish casting her spells before getting wiped out. Reducing the chance of being controlled would make her even more effective in team fights. Third, it's still the Thunder Spirit's spirit possession. This has fundamentally altered her constitution. She now possesses an elemental affinity physique. Her cultivation speed will accelerate and her mana regeneration will skyrocket. It's like she's obtained the Holy Grail. In other words, her talent is no longer merely average, it's been completely redefined. Her cultivation talent is now nothing short of genius. As a magic-focused practitioner, possessing 2 domains and amassing vast resources, she aims to test whether she can break through to the high-tier realm before the dual manner conflict. With this, even if she drew the largest map in the entire dual manner competition, a circular forest spanning 100 kilometers in diameter, she would be able to sense targets at extreme distances. With this 10-kilometer radius of perception, while her opponents couldn't sense such a vast area, she would hold an unbeatable advantage. However, if she drew a mere 1-kilometer wide arena, this perception would be nearly useless. Yet once her domain was activated, her combat power would surge dramatically, even rendering the enemy's fire and lightning elements completely useless. This was yet another formidable offensive tactic. Her 4th gain was the spirit of intent. The emergence of the spirit essence filled her with immense joy. Not only did it boost her power, but it also gave her a companion who understood her. But when she pulled out the spirit wand now, she realized it could double the base casting speed. It accelerated the base casting speed. It multiplied the previous 10-fold casting speed not added to it. She sucked in another sharp breath. This was far too powerful. Because of a single mocha gate, her power had increased by more than 10-fold compared to before. With this power, she felt confident enough to single-handedly fight her way to the finals in last year's dual manner tournament, or even win the team championship all by herself. But Mo Lingyu was no fool. She knew full well how terrifyingly potent the mocha gate's amplification was for those with exceptional talent. She was certain that those exceptionally talented opponents who'd learned of the mocha gate wouldn't pass up this opportunity to enhance themselves either. She had grown stronger, but so had her opponents. Based on Mo Lingyu's assessment, this year's dual manner battle might feature the widest gap in strength between competitors yet. Yet she also knew the mocha gate's challenge was exceedingly difficult, so few would likely succeed. She was even more certain that her teammates had grown immensely stronger as well. Therefore, the only targets they needed to study and guard against now were those possessing extraordinary talent. The rest? Simply steamroll them. How many who hadn't passed through the mocha gate could withstand her near-instantaneous fusion magic? Ha! Mo Lingyu suddenly froze. This time it was enhanced, but if the opponent also possesses high-tier strength and defenses, then even if my casting speed increases, my mid-tier spells, no matter how many I stack, won't be able to break through their defenses. Her own strength hadn't kept pace. Moreover, her mana reserves were completely insufficient. There was no way she could stack the fusion spells multiple times. Even with the rapid regeneration from elemental affinity, she could only reach mid-high tier power at best. This was unbalanced. I'm at a loss for words. Chapter 207, turns out I'm still broke. Mo Lingyu was genuinely at a loss for words this time. The software's in place, but the hardware can't keep up. The urgent task now was to boost her strength to push it to the highest tier possible. Having assessed her gains and shortcomings, Mo Lingyu immediately entered cultivation mode. She placed a 3rd-grade spirit stone nearby. This way, while cultivating her magic, she could absorb some spiritual energy. A 3rd-grade spirit stone. Of course it was from Lu Shuilan. Luxurious. Upon returning to her dorm, Zhong Yingting immediately entered the cultivation room. She was a prodigy in cultivation, yet she had entered the magic academy. Why? To be closer to her grandfather. She had no need for the resources the school provided, those magical arts and martial techniques. All that stuff was too low level. Her grandfather was the owner of a haunted house, even if the things he sold were a bit strange. But her grandfather was, after all, a 5th-rank forbidden spellcaster. That's practically the pinnacle of human achievement. Perhaps some humans could break through to 6th rank, but according to records, they all vanished afterward. And beyond forbidden spells? No one has ever truly reached that level. Therefore, Old Master Zhong had already reached the very pinnacle of human potential. At merely a few thousand years old, he has already reached the late 5th grade. 5th grade practitioners can live for 100,000 years. He can now safeguard the Huashan nation for tens of thousands of years. Though Elder Zhong is younger than all known 5th-rank forbidden spells, even younger than many 4th-rank forbidden spells, those forbidden spells older than him still address him as Elder Zhong. Old Master Zhong possessed extraordinary talent and access to unimaginable resources. As his direct granddaughter, Zhong Yingting's access to resources was beyond comparison. Old Master Zhong had noticed his granddaughter had already reached the 2nd rank level. He had originally intended to come and engage in some friendly banter with Zhong Yingting, but his presence was needed at the Mocha Gate, so he had yet to make the trip. But Zhong Yingting's cultivation chamber had been specially modified by Old Master Zhong. Though the concentration of magic spirits remained 5 times that of the outside world, the spiritual energy concentration was now 10 times greater. Zhong Yingting slowly entered a state of calm, also summarizing her gains. Her greatest gain was over 10,000 skill points. To better organize her thoughts, she activated her demigod cultivation system. Demigod cultivation system. Host, Zhong Yingting. Age, 18. Cultivation technique, human emperor's decision. Cultivation level, 2nd grade. Cultivation level, 2nd grade mid-tier mage. Skill points, 10,804. Martial Arts, 5 Elements Fist Mastery Plus, Spirit Riding Leg Technique Mastery Plus, Phantom Spirit Body Technique Proficiency Plus. Cultivated Magic, Light Water Shield Fused Skill, cannot be upgraded. Shop, click to open. Lottery, click to open. Quests, click to open. She stared at her martial arts skills, utterly astonished. These were originally just beginner-level martial arts, yet now they had all been upgraded. Moreover, the 5 Elements Fist and Spirit Riding Leg technique had skipped past proficiency and reached mastery directly. Having experienced the immense power of these techniques, she felt her strength multiply exponentially. She had already broken through to the 2nd rank, and her strength had reached a level approaching the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. Completing numerous quests and slaying countless demons had earned her a vast amount of skill points. But equally, she had spent a great many skill points. Out of curiosity, she opened the shop system. As a cheat code, how could she not buy something from the shop? After all, she was rolling in cash now. Over 10,000 points. Then, under her gaze, the shop slowly opened. What met her eyes was a 3x3 grid of compartments. Each slot contained spirit stones of grades 1 through 9. Grade 1 spirit stones were incredibly cheap, just 1 skill point could buy one. That was incredibly cheap. Unfortunately, grade 1 spirit stones were practically useless to Zhong Yingting now. Grade 2 spirit stones cost 100 skill points each, while grade 3 spirit stones cost 10,000 skill points each. So her entire 10,000 skill points could only buy one grade 3 spirit stone. My mindset just exploded. So I'm still broke, huh? Can I sell them back? Zhong Yingting's thoughts flickered, and a recycling panel appeared. Damn it! A 3rd grade spirit stone recycles for 1,000. 10 times the value. What a ripoff! Zhong Yingting decisively closed the recycling panel and jumped back to the selling interface. Sure enough, the spirit stone prices had increased 100-fold. For 9th grade spirit stones, 1 trillion skill points. Whoa! Zhong Yingting sucked in a sharp breath and flipped back another page. Huh? What was this? The Stone of Immortality? The Stone of Immortality, what is that? She had no idea what this thing was, but Zhong Yingting knew this elixir stone was definitely more powerful than a 9th grade spirit stone. Whoa! Seeing the price tag on the elixir stone, Zhong Yingting sucked in a sharp breath. The price of the elixir stone was 10,000 times that of a 9th grade spirit stone. What the hell is this? How could it be so expensive? However, the system didn't answer her question. What business is it of yours, a mere 2nd grade cultivator, to know so much? Get back to your cultivation. Just looking at that elixir of immortality had Zhong Yingting feeling completely distracted. Something felt terribly off about her entire being. Hum. A sudden humming sound echoed in Zhong Yingting's mind. Zhong Yingting's entire body trembled. She nearly fell into it. Thankfully, the system protected her. This stone is way too weird. Just looking at the picture nearly wiped me out. I can't look at it anymore. She quickly swiped back through the shop interface and found another section. The martial arts section. Here too were countless martial arts techniques, from 1st grade to 9th grade, and even higher, all available for purchase. But the prices were absolutely terrifying. 1st grade martial arts were still manageable, priced at single-digit skill points. But a grade 3 martial skill? That would cost tens of thousands of skill points. This made him realize just how precious his own 5th grade martial arts skills truly were. But this is only temporary. Some items in this shop are also quite peculiar, appearing to be much cheaper than those outside. Could this be a special discount for us hosts? How touching. Even if these 3rd grade martial arts are slightly lower in grade than the 5th grade ones I've trained myself, their system produced they can't be that bad. Besides, she was only at the 2nd rank right now. Breaking through to the 3rd rank would likely take a long time. This 3rd grade martial skill would suffice until she reached 4th grade, and might even be usable beyond that. So for her current stage, the difference between a 3rd grade martial skill and a 5th grade one isn't significant. At the very least, the system provided 3rd grade martial art wasn't vastly different from the 5th grade martial art she'd cultivated herself. The grade 3 martial arts sold outside were worlds apart from those offered by the system. Zhong Yingting's current strength genuinely allowed her to engage in one-on-one combat with early-stage golden core demons. She could even take on mid-golden realm demons. Currently at the mid-tier of the 2nd rank, her power surges beyond the 3rd rank when combined with the Dragon Emperor. Chapter 208, Even the Elders Have No Choice. Rumors circulate that a silver-tier demon is comparable to a mid-tier 2nd grade mage. But how many could match Zhong Yingting in the early stages, advancing both their cultivation and magical prowess simultaneously? Most practitioners inevitably face a gap in their early stages. Many reach mid-tier 1st rank, high-tier 1st rank, or even become 1st rank mage masters. Cultivating true cultivation requires extensive, long-term practice. Many only reach the point where they can single-handedly defeat a silver-grade demon after advancing to the upper tier of the 1st rank. This alone demonstrates just how formidable Zhong Yingting's current strength has become. Currently, magical cultivation is the most valued pursuit on Blue Star. For many, cultivation is merely a means to extend one's lifespan. However, upon reaching the 4th or 5th rank, one realizes that cultivation prowess reigns supreme. At the 2nd rank of cultivation, one can directly take on a silver tier demon alone. Magic is scarcely needed. Many fall into the misconception that cultivation is useless, believing only magical prowess holds true destructive power. Those in positions of power, of course, have no incentive to correct this misconception. Because there's no need. Not everyone possesses the innate talent for cultivation. Magic is easier to cultivate and yields faster progress, that's why it dominates the world today. Fortunately, Zhong Yingting was the granddaughter of Old Master Zhong, otherwise, her cultivation talent would truly have been wasted. She also reflected on her own progress. Her summary was simpler, for unlike Mo Lingyu's inexplicable breakthroughs, hers had been achieved step by step. The only unexpected windfall was the Dragon Emperor gauntlets. With these gloves, she dared to go toe-to-toe with mid-tier or even late-tier third-grade cultivators. For narrative consistency, strength is expressed in cultivation terms throughout. Yet she still felt she hadn't fully harnessed the gauntlet's potential. But that was unavoidable after all, she had only just obtained the Dragon Emperor gauntlets. She was confident she would master them fully in time. This was a weapon that could grow stronger alongside her own cultivation level. The system confirmed it could accompany her all the way to the 9th grade. And with sufficient opportunity, its spirit could even materialize. What exactly was this Mocha Gate? Why did it appear on Blue Star, and why was it offering them such valuable resources? The same questions have crossed the minds of the leaders of the major factions, yet they've racked their brains to no avail. This thing was what Zhèng Sījí had unexpectedly obtained. Zhong Yingting glanced at the other items in the shop. Weapons, tools, even spiritual medicines were available for sale. But none of it was what Zhong Yingting needed right now. As for the lottery, forget it. Things that depend on luck? If you're not human, you're better off not playing, right? So Zhong Yingting shut down the system and began her cultivation. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Zedong exchanged brief greetings with Zhèng Sījí and Yuan Weifeng before heading straight to the cultivation room with buckets of instant noodles in tow. His only gain was the quin. How could that be? After assembling so many machines, he must have gained some insights and made progress. And he'd even experienced the power of a 4th grade machine. He'd even thoroughly defeated a 4th grade giant robot. He hadn't known which direction to develop his mech, and after all, there were no predecessors to guide him in this field. The only mentor who'd ever guided him had told him to find his own path. That mentor hailed from the mechanical sanctuary. Well, duh. If I could find my own path, why would I need you to guide me? But now, it seemed he had found his path. They say you can only choose between warrior and marksman? I refuse. Only children make choices. Adults don't get to choose. The strong declare, I want it all. That's right, Wang Zedong wants a mage who can fight up close and also stand tall as a stationary turret. And this turret is the real deal. A laser cannon turret, no less. Just look at that cannon that blew the 200-meter robot to smithereens. Scared yet? Well, it does rely on physical displacement. But none of that matters. What matters is we've got damage. Wang Zedong believed that someday he'd make that cannonball curve. His current strength had already reached the 3rd rank. But his summoned beast was still stuck at the silver rank. This is a disconnect. Wang Zedong knew full well that just as he could enhance his strength through the Mocha Gate, so could others. If these silver-tier summoned beasts couldn't rapidly enhance their power, they might only be able to fight against teams whose members hadn't entered the Mocha Gate for cultivation. Their summoned beasts were stronger than their masters, charging ahead into battle. Wang Zedong's situation, well, it just didn't feel quite right. But the clan was fostering a powerful demon beast. One with royal bloodlines. That beast is the descendant of a contract beast belonging to a certain summoning type forbidden spell mage within the clan. It has now reached the golden rank cultivation level. Perhaps some diamond-blooded summoned beasts could break through tiers to form contracts. But royal-grade summoned beasts can almost only form contracts with beings of the same major tier. His current mechanical cultivation surpasses his summoning cultivation. His summoning cultivation only recently broke through to intermediate rank when he contracted the Dragon Pattern Tiger, making his advanced rank seem impossibly distant. The Dragon Pattern Tiger, for instance, had been Wang Zedong's companion since childhood. So even though the Dragon Pattern Tiger possessed dazzling diamond-grade bloodline and had reached silver grade, Wang Zedong, still at the beginner stage, could still sign a contract with it due to their existing bond. Originally, Wang Zedong should have contracted with the Dragon Pattern Tiger when he first awakened his summoning abilities, but complications arose midway. It wasn't until he reached the intermediate stage that he finally sealed the contract. But unlike Dragon Pattern Tiger, that summoned beast belonged to the family. For any family member to contract it, they must compete. The competition was scheduled for 6 months later. By then, Wang Zedong could only compete, but he wouldn't be able to sign a contract. Even if his current strength allowed him to win the competition, his summoning cultivation couldn't keep pace with that demon beast. Though breaking through to the diamond tier posed immense difficulty for the demon beast, it might linger in the gold tier for an extremely long time. yet without any emotional bond, separated by half a tear. While there was a chance of a successful contract, the odds were incredibly slim. Even if it grew up in human territory, raised by humans, it still possessed royal-grade bloodlines. Even if it was only low-tier royal blood, it remained haughty and arrogant. Wang Zedong possessed exceptional cultivation talent. If he devoted himself entirely to mastering the summoning arts during these days, coupled with the resources earned through his merits, he was confident he could elevate his summoning arts to the high-tier level within a year. He now faced a dilemma. His current cultivation in the mechanical arts, having just undergone a recent advancement, could not be further elevated in the short term. Unless it too reached the high tier, but even then, the gains would be minimal. Even with the Quinn armor, he couldn't break through the 4th grade threshold or achieve 4th grade power. What use would that advancement be to me? Chapter 209, Super Paralysis. If Wang Zedong cultivated the summoning system instead, he might have the chance to contract a beast destined to become a king-tier monster. And this beast is already at the peak of the gold grade tier. If he harnessed its bloodline power, he might even stand a chance against diamond grade beasts of lower bloodline rank. Put it this way, 20 years of hard work or a rich woman, which would you choose? Wang Zedong slapped his forehead, cursing himself for even entertaining such thoughts. He nearly lost his mind. Man. Why choose? Since I can choose both melee and ranged classes, why couldn't I master both the mechanical and summoning schools? I refuse to believe I can't have them all. I want all 4 options. Only children make choices, adults have no choice. I don't want all 4 either, but I have no choice. Besides, I'm participating in the dual manner competition. Before the dual manner competition, no matter how much I train in summoning or mechanics, I probably won't reach the advanced tier. Meaning no matter how hard I train, I won't see significant improvement by the time the dual manner competition rolls around. But even without major gains, my mid-tier late-stage mechanical arts, if I could push them to peak mid-tier, would still boost my combat power somewhat. If all else fails, I'll make another trip to the magic secret realm. If I'm willing to invest heavily, breaking through to the high tier before the dual manner competition might not be too difficult. For the sake of the dual manner competition, what other choice did he have? At worst, I'll push harder after the battle and elevate my summoning cultivation before that beast ascends to diamond rank. If that beast reaches diamond rank, it'll be beyond the reach of high-tier mages. That's when the family's archmages will have to compete. I can match high-tier mages at mid-tier, but I can't compete with archmages at high tier. The road ahead is long and arduous. All I can do is train diligently, taking it one step at a time. Perhaps after winning the dual manner competition, I might even reward myself with a young pet of royal bloodline. Cultivate. Wang Zedong stopped dwelling on this issue, overthinking it would only strain his brain. But he did outline his next cultivation goals, focus on the mechanical and summoning disciplines, though summoning was probably a fluke. Next up was Yuan Weifeng. He also slipped into the cultivation room, but instead of bringing instant noodles, he brought in a bunch of chicken legs and bought a lot of beer. I suspect your cultivation room has cell service and a TV. Did you go watch the World Cup? Yuan Weifeng's progress, when compared to the rest of the Dang Tianxia squad, was actually the smallest. But is his improvement truly the smallest? No, absolutely not. Yuan Weifeng specialized in computers, and through his own efforts, he even created a spell that could one day revolutionize the world. Thunderbolt Notes. Thunderbolt Notes isn't a weapon. Thunderbolt Notes is a magic spell. And Ling Yun is the spirit of that magic. This is arguably the only instance in the entire world, making replication nearly impossible. And a magic with a spirit. Its upgrade is beyond your imagination. This isn't just a software upgrade, it's a hardware upgrade. Can you imagine what a Ling Yun brought to Yuan Weifeng? Yuan Weifeng couldn't have imagined it either. This was the first time he truly felt its presence after obtaining Ling Yun. Through soul transmission, Ling Yun informed him that it could quadruple Yuan Weifeng's perception of lightning-based magic. And this enhancement was achieved under the amplification of the boundary-breaking ring. The steps of perception were roughly his own perception, amplified to 5 kilometers by the overflow realm ring, then further enhanced by Ling Yun to 20 kilometers. For a superpowered hacker, one who could hack humans, once you crossed the 20-kilometer threshold, you were done for. Even if Yuan Weifeng's physical strength hadn't increased, so what? I can make myself invisible to you and you're finished. But this range expansion is merely the foundation. Ling Yun is a wingman with its own consciousness. Within the lightning notes, it can assist Yuan Weifeng in hacking others. Remember when we simulated hacking into the Federation's internal network? Little Ling Yun took down the entire system in just 2 seconds flat. Even with all the groundwork laid and nearly everyone on the opposing side paralyzed, Yuan Weifeng himself wasn't certain he could hack them within those 6 paralyzed seconds. In other words, Ling Yun's hacking capabilities are at least 3 times his own. That meant under normal circumstances, Ling Yun could successfully breach systems in just 5-6 seconds. What's that? Is this a cheat? What are we watching? How a wall hanger is born? No, we're watching a cheat beat another cheat. Yuan Weifeng knew full well that while he had grown stronger, his enemies surely had too. He was eager to see just how powerful his opponents had become during the dual manner conflict, how many seconds it would take him to wipe them all out. From now on, he could just summon the lightning notebook and let it work on its own while he cast other spells. Wow, I'm such a wallflower. Watch me utterly destroy the other powerhouses. Ahahaha. Seeing both his roommates enter their meditation chambers, Zhèng Sījí couldn't just sit around idly. So he too entered the cultivation chamber and stepped into the soul space. Though he hadn't seen what trials the others faced, he could sense their immense progress. Perhaps even he, a high-tier mage, was no longer impressive. Since he had never revealed his true strength, everyone else assumed he had only recently entered the high-tier ranks. If his strength couldn't keep up, he'd reveal a bit more later. Everyone else had enhanced their power within the Mocha Gate, so he certainly needed to strengthen himself too. At worst, he could claim his trial had allowed his demonic spirit to enter his body, granting his physical form early third-grade strength. How could that not keep pace with you all? What a joke! Zhèng Sījí had originally intended to reveal another high-tier elemental affinity, but given the current situation, he needed to inform them he had already mastered 3 high-tier elements. Perhaps he should reveal even more? With that thought, Zhèng Sījí glanced at his system interface. System, Level 1 Lottery. Zhèng Sījí had almost forgotten that today was already September 1st. Filled with excitement, Zhèng Sījí eagerly anticipated what the lottery system would grant him. Understood, host. Preparing lottery. Level 1 draw. Ready. Lottery commence. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a junior rune mage. Zhèng Sījí. Holy crap. This again. Another class. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhèng Sījí spoke up. System, use special cultivation. I want to become the strongest rune master. Analyzing host's requests. Analysis complete. Processing profession input. Input complete. Zhèng Sījí had grown accustomed to this. He fainted without a flicker of emotion. Chapter 210, for the family. Pang Jia was the only member of the swordsman squad who hadn't entered the armory. This fact planted a seed of guilt deep within him. He constantly felt he owed the rest of the squad. Was he afraid of death? Yes. Who isn't afraid of death? There's no shame in that. Facing such a dangerous and unfamiliar environment, no one knew what might happen. After all, the Mocha Gate was an entirely unprecedented entity to them. Moreover, only the members of the Dang Tianxia squad had been transported inside the Mocha Gate. Their teacher, responsible for protecting them, hadn't been summoned in. With their abilities capped at the high-tier level at best, even working together, they could only hope to take on those beasts that had just entered the golden stage. Facing an unknown event, fear is only natural. Learning that passing the Mocha Gate trial required personal strengths only heightened their anxiety. Then hearing the Mocha Gate's uncertain words that they had a high chance of passing the trial. But what about that small fraction of a chance? That would be the one without any special talents. Pang Jia had reached his current level of cultivation solely through a series of fortuitous encounters and the resources his family possessed. His family had some wealth, but few powerful mages among his blood relatives. Therefore, he was the family's hope. He couldn't afford to fail. For all these reasons, he had no choice but to withdraw from the trial, even if there was the slightest chance of perishing. As for participating in the dual manner competition, it was purely to show off to rival families like there's those without powerful mages in their own lineages that the Pang family had finally produced a formidable mage. The moment Pang Jia met the other members of the Dang Tianxia squad, he sensed that their abilities had all significantly improved. This made Pang Jia regret not giving it a try himself. But this thought didn't linger long, for he knew he truly had no chance of passing the trial. The others didn't mention their own power gains either, nor did they discuss matters concerning the Mocha Gate. Instead, they drank and joked around as usual. Pang Jia understood they were trying to ease his burden. But could Pang Jia truly feel no burden? The answer was undoubtedly no. He understood that his current place in the Dang Tianxia squad was solely due to a stroke of luck, his ability to contribute during the dual house conflict. His innate talent, however, fell far short of the others in the Dang Xiangxia squad. He possessed this self-awareness. He also understood that after the dual manner conflict, their future interactions might amount to little more than sharing meals and casual conversation. With their superior cultivation talents and access to abundant resources, the gap in their cultivation levels would widen rapidly. Of course, he couldn't completely cut ties with them. They were all individuals with powerful connections. Setting aside the bonds and affection he'd cultivated with them over these days, the sheer value of these connections meant he couldn't afford to sever ties. Feeling their cultivation grow ever stronger, Pang Jia could only redouble his own cultivation efforts. He aimed to ensure his cultivation wouldn't hold them back before the dual manner conflict concluded. But if he knew now how powerful Mo Lingyu and the others had become, who knows what he would think. After parting ways with Mo Lingyu and the others, the very first thing he did was report the matter of the third-grade merit to his grandfather. His grandfather is currently only a second-rank cultivator, and the lifespan of a second-rank cultivator is merely a few hundred years. His grandfather was already quite old and hoped to exchange these third-grade merits for resources to help him break through to the third grade. This would undoubtedly elevate their family to a higher level. There were other elders in the clan nearing the third rank as well. With these third rank merits, they too could grow stronger, further elevating the clan's standing. This way, the entire burden of the clan wouldn't rest solely on his shoulders. Breaking through to the third rank required third-grade spirit stones to aid cultivation and third-grade elixirs to assist the breakthrough. While the Pang family might scrape together the money to buy these third-grade spirit stones and pills, their status made acquiring them extremely difficult. Thus, upon entering the Demon Capital Academy, Pang Jia gained access to the credit system, a medium for the entire clan to exchange resources. Third-grade merit points proved quite useful. Although the family maintained some grade 3 merit in reserve, Pang Jia's contribution might not make much difference. Yet he still wished to contribute to his family. Families like theirs held an extremely low status in the cultivation world, making it impossible for them to secure opportunities to purchase third-grade spirit stones. Whenever grade 3 spirit stones appeared, they were snapped up in bulk by the major clans. His family might occasionally snag a few scraps, but such opportunities were rare. His current plan was to submit these third-grade merit points to his family, requesting they allocate resources like weapons for him. After all, he carried the entire family's hopes on his shoulders. Merely qualifying for the dual manner competition had already brought immense honor to their clan. Moreover, his clan had vaguely learned of Mo Lingyu and Zhong Yingting's identities. Recently, they'd also discovered Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng were on the team. This news bolstered their confidence that the Dang Tianxia squad would advance to the main tournament. Pang Jia was certain his clan wouldn't skimp on resources for him. Not to mention, Pang Jia had contributed so many third-grade merits to the clan this time. Complex thoughts swirled through Pang Jia's mind. Slowly, he slipped into a state of cultivation. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Before he knew it, it was the 10th of September. During these days, the major factions had dispatched another 200 geniuses, each possessing unique expertise in various fields including forbidden spells. They still couldn't pinpoint the exact threshold for passing this trial, so this deployment was essentially a gamble. If they bet right, the payoff would be enormous. Not only would the participants' strength be enhanced, but it would also provide foundational data for future trials. But if they failed, if the survival rate remained only around 10%, then the Mocha Gate would become inaccessible for the foreseeable future. Among this batch, of course, were the teams from the Imperial Capital Academy and the Magic Capital Academy participating in the selection for the Dual Academy competition. They were personally interviewed and selected by the presidents of both academies. Naturally, this was top-secret information. Regardless of whether they agreed to participate, those who knew were bound to secrecy. Those who chose not to enter the trial would have their memories erased through secret methods. This form of secrecy was commonplace, so those whose memories were wiped showed little reaction. They all understood they had participated in a classified mission, though the nature of that mission remained unknown. A total of 25 individuals from both academies had entered. The other recommended squad from the Demon Capital Academy and the 2 recommended squads from the Imperial Capital Academy had essentially full representation. The remaining 7 were the strongest members selected from certain squads. Chapter 211, Falling into a Misconception. With 20 slots each, Magic Capital Academy and Imperial Capital Academy also sent some teachers with specialized skills. The outcome was neither particularly good nor bad. Out of a total of 200 spots, 83 individuals returned this time. In terms of numbers, this exceeded 40%, and those who returned had all significantly enhanced their abilities. However, even more had failed. Logically, with 83 returnees, the big data analysts should have been able to preliminarily deduce the conditions required for trial success. But only 2 had managed to enter the forbidden spell realm, and both were wiped out. These were 2 4th-grade forbidden spells. Those who could even enter the trial must possess extraordinary talent and exceptional innate abilities. To lose 117 people like this. And among them were 2 forbidden spells with immense potential, almost certain to reach the 4th rank. These over 100 casualties were all volunteers who entered the Mocha Gate and signed confidentiality agreements. After their deaths, not even a single corpse could be recovered. They were all geniuses. Geniuses with boundless potential in their respective fields. Their futures were at stake. The atmosphere in the high-level conference halls of the major factions was incredibly tense. They were now contemplating whether the Mocha Gate should continue to be used. Despite the significant growth achieved by those who returned, I believe we shouldn't let ourselves be thrown off balance by this monthly quota of 100. The Mocha Gate's maximum limit is 100 per month. We currently have access to 3 gates, but there's no minimum requirement set. I propose canceling the upcoming plans and temporarily sealing the Mocha Gate. A deep, weighty voice echoed through the conference room. It was the commander of the Huaxia Federation military. Representatives from all factions sighed in unison. They knew they had all fallen into this misconception. Each had been dissatisfied with the meager 100-slot monthly quota, eager to seize the Mocha Gate's entry slots from the demons. They were gambling, betting the lives of those 200 geniuses. If they won, their future development would accelerate. If they lost, In their eyes at the time, it was merely the loss of 100 or so geniuses. Because at that time, in their hearts, it seemed like a sure win. They all believed that the Mocha Gate sought geniuses in specific fields, and as long as they sent their own geniuses in, success was guaranteed. Before entering the Mocha Gate, the high-ranking sect leaders were certain that everyone they sent would return. But the outcome? Only now did they grasp the immense impact the loss of so many geniuses would bring. Although those who returned had achieved tremendous growth and would undoubtedly develop exceptionally quickly in the short term. However, for long-term operations, they cannot play a significant role. Had those 100-plus geniuses not perished, their future potential would have been limitless. It was merely a matter of time. In terms of overall development, they've suffered a loss. I believe the Mocha Gate should adopt a semi-closed model, returning it to its original purpose, a place of trial, not a source for extracting weapons. The headmaster of the Magic Capital Academy spoke up to clarify. Indeed. It is a place of trial, not a site for us to recklessly extract weapons. The others echoed his sentiments, finally awakening to the truth. This is a place of trial. Therefore, I propose that the Mocha Gate adopt a semi-closed model. For those young individuals who possess exceptional confidence in their abilities and have passed our trials, we should offer them this choice to enter the testing ground. Among the 20 sent by our Magic Capital Academy, 10 are prodigies destined for the Dual Academy selection tournament. Though only 10 returned from our academy, 6 of them were precisely those young talents participating in the selection tournament. The Imperial Capital Academy sent 15 young participants to the trials. All 10 of their returnees were those who had competed in the selection tournament. As for our Magic Capital Academy's Shaking the World squad, all 5 members who participated returned. The factions represented here mostly sent young geniuses back, while the 2 forbidden spellmasters dispatched by the Federation were ancient beings thousands of years old. Therefore, I believe this trial is far more suited to the young. After the headmaster of the Demon Capital Academy presented his analysis, the others found his reasoning sound. I think this plan is feasible. Let's make it semi-closed. Forget about those 100 spots. We can't afford to lose any more geniuses. I agree. I concur. The others voiced their agreement one after another. After all, the losses this time had been too severe, and the principal's analysis had addressed the very concerns they had been grappling with. However, they had all been hesitant until now. Only after someone stepped forward with a systematic analysis did they collectively resolve to proceed. Then we'll proceed with this approach. After the meeting, I'll have someone draft a detailed proposal for everyone. Alright, thank you for your hard work, Principal Yang. Of the 10 participants from Magic City Academy, only 6 returned. Among the 6 members of the seed team, 2 were lost. But their strength has skyrocketed. After deliberation among the members, the seed team reached an agreement with the other 2 squads. All 6 returning individuals would be assigned to the seed team. This seed team represented the Martial Arts Cultivation Academy of Magic Capital Academy in the competition. One member, originally from the Magic Academy, had even transferred schools specifically for this competition. Thus, nearly all members of Magic Capital Academy's 2 seed teams had participated in the Mocha Gate trials. The Shaking the Heavens squad was vying for the Magic Academy spot. The other team is vying for the Martial Arts Cultivation Academy's spot. Given their current lineup and strength, they were certain to secure that spot. Each academy has 4 spots available. Once secured, the teams advance directly to the Imperial Capital Academy to compete in the quarterfinals. The ultimate champion will be crowned, and then the champions from both academies will face off in an exhibition match. Though officially billed as an exhibition match for them, this final contest demands nothing less than their utmost effort. If the 2 champion teams hail from different academies, it would be a clash of the titans between those institutions. And if both champion teams hail from the same academy, well, they'll still give it their all. I reckon fireworks magic will be flying off the shelves by then. Fireworks magic is so cool. Huh? What do fireworks have to do with a battle between 2 schools? Don't ask me, I have no idea either. The 7-day training period had concluded, and Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng emerged from seclusion. They had both taken leave. Those who signed up for the dual manner competition were permitted to withdraw for intensive training. Then, they spotted Zhèng Sījí grilling on the balcony. Wang Zedong, Yuan Weifeng? We worked so hard in seclusion, and you're just barbecuing here? Never mind. Let's join in. Chapter 212, Awkward Touch. How could we forget our brothers while eating barbecue? Damn. This stuff smells amazing. Hey, you're back. Come on, let's eat together. Before Zhèng Sījí could finish speaking, Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng charged over, grabbing a skewer and digging right in. This lamb. Is this free-range lamb? Why does it feel so full of spiritual energy? This is the meme sheep my family sent me. It's nothing like the meme sheep raised in pens out there. These meme sheep weren't from Blue Star, they were raised on Zhèng Sījí's farming planet. Rich in spiritual energy, yet gentle. Even second-grade meme sheep are suitable for Foundation establishment cultivators to consume. On Zhèng Sījí's breeding planet, some edible demon beasts with inferior bloodlines grew exceptionally fast. Some had even reached third-grade status. However, they possess virtually no offensive capabilities, and their physical bodies aren't particularly sturdy either. This made their meat all the more delicious. For cultivators like Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng at the first-grade level, these second-grade Baba sheep held significant value. Of course, their texture and flavor were vastly different from the Miu Miu sheep raised on Blue Star. Then, Zhèng Sījí produced a beer fruit. Yes, a beer fruit. This thing is a spirit plant. Though only a grade 1 spirit plant, it directly produced beer. And it wasn't just beer fruit, there were cola fruit, Sprite fruit. Truly, nothing is impossible, only unimaginable. Well, the result? Beer and barbecue. Let me tell you, we're cultivating here, not just eating. Watch your words, okay? No nonsense. Dare to say anything out of line, and watch out, Yuan Weifeng will strike you down with his Thunderbolt notebook right through the internet cable. Mo Lingyu and Zhou Yingting had also emerged from seclusion. Seeing the group chat messages, they learned that Zhèng Sījí and the other two, along with Pang Jia, had all come out one after another. Since it was evening, everyone agreed to meet the next day. Zhèng Sījí treated everyone to a buffet of magical cuisine at a fancy restaurant. None of them refused, nor could they refuse. This guy still had over 70 third-tier merit points. Even if they ate until they were stuffed, they probably couldn't burn off a single third-level merit point. They'd come to realize that even if 60 people feasted on the magic food buffet, it wouldn't cost tens of millions, and Zhèng Sījí couldn't care less. A cauldron of potions simmering away, wake up, and it's another few hundred billion. Then, WeChat group, conquer the world, victory guaranteed. For seasons, celebratory red packets for emerging from seclusion. Xiao Yu Feifei snatched your red envelope. Zhong Runhuang snatched your red envelope. Robots snatched your red envelope. The rich guy's roommates snatched your red envelope. IMMT snatched your red envelope. Zhong Runhuang, thanks, boss.jpg. Robot, kneeling before the boss.jpg. Rich guy's roommate, love you, boss.jpg. IMMT, boss is so generous. JPG. Xiao Yu Feifei, CG. Watch how you spend my money. Zhong Runhuang, ha. Robot, ha. Rich guy's roommate, ha. IMMT, ha. Wow, already cracking down on spending. Early the next morning, everyone got up. After packing up, they headed to the school's main gate to meet up, planning to visit a magical cuisine restaurant off campus. The restaurant itself wasn't particularly grand, but the magic cuisine served inside was top tier. When Zhèng Sījí and the others arrived at the school gate, Mo Lingyu and Zhou Yingting were already there. It was now early September, and the weather was gradually turning cooler. Mo Lingyu wore a pink coat, its zipper left undone. A gentle breeze blew, accentuating her figure to the utmost. Though she probably had something padded underneath. How did Zhèng Sījí notice? Well, Zhèng Sījí spent half an hour peeking. Put. What nonsense. You didn't see anything. A gentleman like me, Zhèng Sījí, would never do something so beastly. Mo Lingyu stood at 5 feet 7 inches, a bit taller than her high school days. Perhaps it was the spirit's influence that had reshaped her figure. Today, Mo Lingyu wore jeans and a pair of black knee-high boots, her hands tucked into the pockets of her jacket. Whoa! That's heart-fluttering. Heart flutter my ass. I, Zhèng Sījí, could never be moved. Then why do you look at beautiful women? Scientific research shows that looking at beautiful women can extend your lifespan and improve your health. I'm not doing it for the women, I'm doing it for my health. Beside Mo Lingyu stood Zhou Yingting, nearly as tall as her. She wore ultra-short jeans and those long legs. Whoa! Eyes off that. In short, Zhèng Sījí, the upright gentleman, absolutely will be watching. Looking at beautiful women extends your lifespan. It's healthy. How could I possibly pass up such a great opportunity to live longer? Smack! Zhèng Sījí, in the midst of his longevity ritual, suddenly felt a slap across his forehead. Zhèng Sījí was utterly bewildered. Who dared interrupt my longevity ritual? He looked up to see Mo Lingyu. Damn it! I didn't even realize I'd walked right up to them. Ah! What a huge mistake! Mo Lingyu's cheeks puffed out, her little mouth turned down in a pout, and she glared at Zhèng Sījí with indignation. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng both wore strange grins, and even Yanqiu's owner watched with a hint of playful amusement. After scolding Zhèng Sījí, Mo Lingyu suddenly wondered if she'd gone too far. Would this upset him? She immediately came up with an excuse. Why are you staring at Yingting like that? Am I not pretty enough? The moment the words left her mouth, Mo Lingyu realized something was terribly wrong. Wait, that wasn't what I meant to say. What could she do? She had to play along with the mistake. You clueless guy. Don't you know it's really bad manners to stare at another girl in front of her friend? Mo Lingyu's adorable explanation left Zhèng Sījí staring blankly once more. This girl was genuinely adorable. Zhèng Sījí didn't stay mesmerized for long. Soon, he reached out with his large hand and couldn't help but ruffle Mo Lingyu's hair. Feels so good. What the hell am I doing? Although Zhèng Sījí and Mo Lingyu were close, beyond hugging, they really didn't do much else. Their relationship was a bit awkward. But this time, Zhèng Sījí couldn't resist reaching out. Not only did Zhèng Sījí freeze, Mo Lingyu froze, Zhou Mingting, Wang Zedong, and Yuan Weifang who were watching the scene unfold froze, and even Pang Jia, who was nearby and about to greet them, froze. What the hell is going on here? Had something already happened between them? Did something happen between them while we were in seclusion? Come to think of it, it was Mo Lingyu who suggested the 7-day seclusion, and Zhèng Sījí had enthusiastically agreed. No way, no way. They went on a date behind our backs. A whole 7 days. Zhou Mingting was clearly the most clueless one. My poor Lingyu. How could you let yourself get swept off your feet like that? Zhèng Sījí hastily withdrew his arm. What do we do now? Chapter 213, is this a problem? Well, I saw a bird fly by earlier and was worried it might, leave a little something on your head, that's all. Zhèng Sījí offered a feeble explanation. The others were dumbfounded. Seriously? You know that excuse is lame. Who would believe that? Forget about someone as sharp as Mo Lingyu, even a 3-year-old wouldn't. Actually, a 3-year-old might actually believe it. Yeah, even Zhou Mingting wouldn't buy it. Oh, thank you. Mo Lingyu's face flushed so bright red it looked like it might drip water. No way you actually believed it. Why are you blushing? Ha. Yeah, no problem. Let's get going. Zhèng Sījí scratched his head and changed the subject. Yeah, let's go. Mo Lingyu followed Zhèng Sījí's footsteps out of the school gate, leaving behind 4 utterly bewildered faces. What the heck just happened? Did we just fast forward through something? That's why you should never fast forward through TV shows or novels, for that matter. You never know when the male and female leads suddenly end up together, and you spend ages trying to figure out when exactly that happened. After all, once you fast forward, even if the author skipped ahead, you'll feel like you skipped it yourself. Omega. Zhèng Sījí and Mo Lingyu walked one in front of the other at the very front of the group. 4 bewildered young men followed them, and just like that, they arrived at the Magic Chef buffet restaurant. No shortage of rooms occurred. Zhèng Sījí didn't need to pull out his VIP card to show off. No couples broke up. And no overconfident young man came to flirt with Mo Lingyu and Zhou Mingting. Though Zhèng Sījí was footing the bill, Zhou Mingting became the guide, as old Master Zhong often brought her here to eat. Unlike typical buffets where food is pre-displayed, Magic Cuisine offered a large menu. Guests selected their desired dishes to add to their personal order, which was then prepared at lightning speed upon confirmation. The items available for ordering were limited to dishes that weren't overly complicated to prepare. After all, intricate dishes demanded more time and precious ingredients. Some of these magical dishes cost more than several buffet meals combined, featuring diamond-grade or even supreme-grade ingredients, items typically acquired through auctions elsewhere. This small magical food buffet restaurant wouldn't be idle enough to purchase such astronomically priced items. Once everyone had eaten their fill, it was time to get down to business. Mo Lingyu wiped his mouth and spoke up. Everyone's had their fill, right? Then let's discuss the matter at hand. Everyone paused their eating and nodded in agreement. After all, understanding teammates' strengths was paramount for effective teamwork. Mo Lingyu cut straight to the point. Pang Jia, you go first. The reason Pang Jia was asked first was because he was the only member of the entirely shaking the world squad who hadn't undergone the trial yet. Therefore, he currently possessed the lowest strength among them. If he waited until everyone else had spoken, his lack of confidence would only grow. Pang Jia understood Mo Lingyu's reasoning and didn't object. He began. 7 days ago, I handed over the 3rd grade merit points CG gave me to my clan in exchange for cash. Then I went to Devil's house to purchase some magic items, tools, and resources. I know everyone has been deliberately avoiding the topic of the Mocha Gate incident, but I've come to terms with it now. You don't need to avoid it anymore. The Federation's higher-ups informed me that those who know about Mocha Gate but didn't participate in the trial will have their memories erased. But for some reason, they didn't erase my memory. They just told me to keep it confidential. I've also come to understand that your current strength has grown tremendously. Therefore, I've exchanged all the cash I received for defensive gear. I can't keep up with your pace anymore. If I want to help you, this is the only way I can think of. Rest assured, this gear can easily withstand several high-tier spells. With that, Pang Jia gave them a thumbs up with a wry grin. The others were touched. After all, if that money had been spent on resources, it could have accelerated their growth, though it wouldn't have brought about any transformative change before the dual house conflict. While spending it on gear could afford some high-tier items, these defensive pieces depreciate the moment they're bought. After a few uses, they'd be practically worthless. Maintaining such gear would also cost a fortune. It was practically a consumable item. To keep pace with the squad, Pang Jia had made up his mind. Everyone gave Pang Jia a thumbs up. Seeing their approval, he felt genuinely pleased. Mo Lingyu spoke again. Next, let me explain my improvements. First, my dual thunder fire domains. I believe you've all studied the effects of domains. I discovered that after activating my domain and wielding my spirit essence, my fusion magic cast time is reduced to just a few seconds. The group was stunned. A spell that normally took nearly a minute to cast had been compressed to mere seconds? Pang Jia was the most stunned of all. What the hell? 2 domains? Did I sleep for a century or something? Zhèng Sījí saw Pang Jia's gaping mouth wide enough to fit 2 eggs. Was he about to cast a healing spell on him? Otherwise, his jaw would dislocate by the end of this session. Pang Jia struggled to lift his jaw. Forget it. You won't be able to close your mouth before this meeting ends. But the weaknesses are glaringly obvious. My opponents have grown stronger. Even when I stack my fusion magic to its maximum potential and combine it with the power of my domain, I only reach mid-high tier. Moreover, this stacked fusion magic drains my mana. It consumes too much energy for the power it delivers. Mo Lingyu sighed softly. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was indeed a problem. However, Zhèng Sījí cut in abruptly. You call that a problem? Don't worry about the magic power. I have an item here. With that, Zhèng Sījí tossed an item over. Mo Lingyu caught the small circular disc in a daze. It appeared unremarkable. But she knew it was likely similar to the boundary ring. It couldn't be sensed until it recognized its master. It's called Magic Miso. It boosts your mana by 5 times and increases your mana regeneration rate by 5 times, Zhèng Sījí added casually. To help Mo Lingyu boost her strength, Zhèng Sījí was pulling out all the stops. He had directly used his special item to exchange for this exceptionally powerful magic-enhancing artifact. This Magic Miso, when equipped, directly boosts your mana by 5 times and your mana regeneration by 5 times. Everyone? What the heck? 5 times the mana and 5 times the mana regeneration speed. Even if we're used to seeing strange things, you don't have to pull this on us. Chapter 214, Wrap them all up. Zhèng Sījí awkwardly scratched his head at the stunned expressions of the others, then pulled out several more Magic Miso packets and tossed them around. After catching them, everyone felt a moment of daze. You just casually toss around such powerful items? No need to refuse. We're a team and need to compete together. If you feel awkward, you can give them back after the competition. Or I can just sell them to you for whatever you want to pay. As for power, I've got a triple spy device here that boosts magical power 3-fold. This triple strength magic amplifier wasn't obtained through a wish. It was crafted by Zhèng Sījí himself. After all, I'm an artifact forger. Crafting a spy device? With sufficient materials, it's a piece of cake. The crowd, still reeling from the previous shock, was now confronted with another UC incident. They dumbly caught the bracelet, clearly still in a daze. You can buy this thing at the haunted house too. You might already have one, but take this anyway. It's worthless to me. Everyone. Damn, showing off. Mo Lingyu, continue. Zhèng Sījí ignored the others and immediately motioned for Mo Lingyu to continue. Mo Lingyu slowly regained her composure and continued, so that issue is resolved, right? The next enhancement was the fusion of elemental spirits into my body. The fusion of the fire spirit and lightning spirit brought my physical strength close to mid-tier 3rd rank. And the thunder spirit's fusion also granted me an elemental affinity physique. Now, I'm confident I can reach the high tier before the main competition of the dual manner contest. No doubt about it. Pang Jia's jaw had dropped. Zhèng Sījí casually tossed over a healing spell to fix the dislocation. This kid, how can his mental resilience be so low? Next, the other members of the Swinging the World team took turns sharing their own advancements, along with their hypotheses and applications. Everyone was somewhat prepared, so they weren't overly shocked. But Yuan Weifeng's, that 20-kilometer radius cheat, only takes 5-6 seconds to hack. What kind of devil is this? Zhèng Sījí's advancement, however, left everyone utterly speechless. You're a mage without any cultivation base, and this is your advancement? Your physical strength reached grade 3? Good grief, are you trying to make life impossible for the rest of us? Though stunned, the others accepted it. After all, the Mocha sect was simply too astonishing. As for Pang Jia, if Zhèng Sījí hadn't been constantly casting healing spells on him, his jaw would have dropped to the floor. So after spending a fortune on armor to finally achieve mid-tier 3rd grade defense, it turns out every one of you already has 3rd grade physical strength? Is this the difference between geniuses and ordinary people? Terrifying indeed. For the time being, everyone planned to relax and catch up on things they'd been meaning to do but never found the time for. Pang Jia, however, was so crushed by the group that he excused himself early to return to his dorm and practice. Wang Zedong and Yuan Weifeng also had family matters to attend to and report on, so they left first as well. Zhèng Sījí planned to ask Zhou Yingting to take him to the Devil's House to buy magic, something he'd been putting off for ages. Zhèng Sījí was determined to acquire some high-tier magic spells. For instance, spatial transfer, a teleportation skill within the spatial magic system, proved exceptionally useful in combat. As a high-tier spell, the system wouldn't even grant it. Meanwhile, Mo Lingyu was preparing to return to her cultivation. However, she felt uneasy about Zhèng Sījí spending too much time alone with Zhou Yingting. Thus, when Zhou Yingting extended a symbolic invitation, she readily agreed. Surprised? I agreed, hee. Want some alone time? Not a chance. Zhèng Sījí. Led by Zhong Yingting, Zhèng Sījí and Mo Lingyu arrived at a rather large devil's house. According to Zhong Yingting, she was quite familiar with the owner of this haunted house. She often bought magic items here because they offered great value for money and were cheaper than elsewhere. Old man Zhong would probably faint in the bathroom if he knew he owned a devil's den himself, yet his precious granddaughter had been buying magic from someone else since childhood. Today was Monday, September 10th, and being afternoon, the shop wasn't particularly busy. Mr. E, I'm back again. Zhong Yingting stepped forward and greeted the owner, who was seated in one corner of the devil's den. Oh, Miss Zhong. What brings you here? Looking to buy some magic today? I've just restocked with plenty of new spells, great prices, guaranteed satisfaction. The owner's booming voice echoed. This Mr. E was quite the accomplished cultivator himself. Zhong Yingting shook her head and smiled at Boss E. I'm not here to buy anything myself. My teammate is coming to make a purchase. I'm bringing you a big client. Next time I buy magic, you better give me a huge discount. Oh? Your teammate? A big customer? Is there anyone more generous than Miss Zhong? Mr. E clearly knew Zhong Yingting well, joking without hesitation. Mr. E knew exactly who Zhong Yingting was. Otherwise, even if she bought mountains of goods here, a mere mid-tier first-grade cultivator wouldn't have caught his attention. But when Boss E looked closely, he was stunned to discover the young girl before him was already a second-rank cultivator. What kind of talent was this? Such a young second-rank cultivator. And a mid-tier mage at that. With talent like that, why not focus solely on cultivation? Why waste time practicing magic? Mr. E had certainly seen his share of the world, but in all his millennia of existence, he had never encountered a second-rank cultivator this young. Mr. E shot Zhong Yingting a meaningful look. Old man Zhong must have poured immense effort into cultivating his granddaughter. Mr. E, this is my teammate, Mo Lingyu, you've met him before. And this is Zhèng Sījí. He's that big client, a really big client, you know. Zhong Yingting pointed at Zhèng Sījí as she addressed Mr. E. Oh? Is that so? Then I'll be sure to treat you well. Boss E was a very cheerful man. He had already discerned Zhèng Sījí's cultivation level advanced stage. His talent was undoubtedly top tier. Reaching the advanced stage at such a young age was certainly no small feat, however, he also thought Zhong Yingting was joking. After all, even if a young advanced cultivator bought a lot of things, the money wouldn't amount to much in his eyes. Mr. E, I am indeed here to make a purchase. Zhèng Sījí stepped forward and shook hands with Mr. E. Mr. E extended his hand and shook Zhèng Sījí's firmly. Then Zhèng Sījí spoke again. Boss, you see, wrap up all your high-tier magic items for me. Mr. E? Chapter 215, how am I supposed to learn all this magic? What the hell? Are you kidding me? Mr. E had a cheerful and easygoing personality, but in all his years, few dared to joke with him. Young man, do you even know how many high-level spells there are? With a haunted house this big, there's simply too much advanced magic to count. Just as Boss E was about to lose his temper, he noticed Zhèng Sījí tossing 2 pill bottles in his hand. Mr. E. What the hell is that? He could sense fourth-grade energy fluctuations emanating from the bottles. And these were specifically designed for storing pills. Feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from the bottles, Boss E was visibly moved. At least 24th-grade elixirs. This stuff. I treasure it myself and use it sparingly, but this guy, he's just using it for juggling? Aren't you afraid of breaking it? Mr. E is actually quite powerful himself, possessing 4th-grade cultivation. His age is actually comparable to Old Master Zhong's, but Old Master Zhong was a prodigy who also had some extraordinary encounters. Thus, even though they're the same age, their cultivation levels differ greatly. 4th-grade elixirs? Each one is worth at least 100 billion. And they're practically priceless, you can't even find them on the market. This pill is incredibly valuable to Boss E himself. And this 4th grade was forged by Zhèng Sījí. With his peak 3rd grade cultivation base, refining pills beyond his level was child's play for Zhèng Sījí, the strongest alchemist. Though his success rate remained perfect and the quality consistently top tier, each batch yielded far fewer pills. Now, when refining 4th grade pills, he could only produce 10 per batch. What a waste! Mo Lingyu and Zhong Yingting were stunned by Zhèng Sījí's words. After all, he was a powerful cultivator. Was it really wise to joke like that? But they also saw the 2 bottles of pills Zhèng Sījí tossed in his hand, the aura emanating from them. Mo Lingyu, Zhong Yingting. Habitual shock, basic skills, don't overthink it. Mr. E also realized this customer was truly a big shot. He quickly composed himself and addressed Zhèng Sījí, young. Mr. Zhang, let me show you the magic. So tempting. Zhèng Sījí's face lit up at Mr. Yi's words. As they walked, Boss E suddenly remembered something and asked, Mr. Zhang, are you interested in all magic systems? Zhèng Sījí raised an eyebrow. Yes. All schools. Zhèng Sījí gave a slight nod. Outwardly, he revealed nothing. Mr. E understood that Zhang might not be buying them just for himself. Who cares? As long as there's money to be made. Humming a tune, Bossy led Zhèng Sījí to see the magic. Zhèng Sījí, however, didn't even glance at the items. He simply declared, "Wrap it all up for me. Right away, right away." Though each magic item only cost 100 million or a few hundred million, the sheer volume was where the profit lay. Mr. E grew happier by the minute. He raised an eyebrow at Zhong Yingting, as if to say, "Good job, kid. Next time you come, I'll give you a steal." Zhong Yingting felt a bit embarrassed. She truly hadn't expected Zhèng Sījí to buy so many things. Mr. E immediately had someone prepare the magic items while he escorted Zhèng Sījí and the others to the VIP lounge to rest. After all, his place had a wide variety of magic items, and locating all the magic track scrolls would take some time. And Zhèng Sījí was a major client, he deserved top-notch hospitality. Zhèng Sījí and his companions followed Bossy into the VIP lounge. From his spatial equipment, Bossy carefully retrieved an old box. This was tea? This is my treasured tree of life tea. It's not expensive, but it's incredibly hard to come by. The annual yield is pitifully small. Bossy explained as he measured out some leaves, began brewing, and shared the story with the group. Zhèng Sījí sensed special elements within the tea leaves. Regular consumption could even extend one's lifespan. But hearing Bossy say it was so rare and hard to come by, Zhèng Sījí realized its benefits went far beyond just longevity. Zhèng Sījí couldn't care less about all that as long as it tasted good, that was all that mattered. Still a billion times inferior to the tea produced in my soul space. The group chatted and laughed for a while before the shop assistant rolled in all the neatly organized magic track scrolls. They literally dragged them. There must have been tens of thousands of these magic track scrolls, right? Generally speaking, high-tier magic spells available on the market wouldn't be numerous. At that level, practitioners mostly use spells they've modified themselves. And the templates for these custom spells are the basic spells sold on the market. And Devil's House specialized in selling these very basic spells. And this Devil's House actually has tens of thousands of basic spells. This place has some serious depth. Zhèng Sījí took the bill stretching dozens of meters long. Not only did he twitch his lips, but he also thought, why print such a long bill? Don't you know this is a huge waste? There are many spells here, but how many could there possibly be? Seeing Bossy's hopeful gaze, Zhèng Sījí produced another 100 or so fourth-grade pills. All of the same type. And they were fourth-grade pills commonly found on the market. Though available on the market, they weren't plentiful. Even someone like Bossy couldn't necessarily afford 10 at once. For a fourth-grade cultivator like him, fourth-grade pills were incredibly useful. With a smile, Bossy watched Zhèng Sījí and his companions depart. Then, beaming with delight, he hurried off to seclude himself for cultivation. After purchasing the magic track scrolls at that devil house, at Zhèng Sījí's request, Zhong Yingting took him to several larger devil houses. These spells definitely wouldn't be enough. Zhèng Sījí intended to amass a vast collection of magic. How could he possibly learn all these spells? There was no way he could just force himself to memorize them all. He'd use special methods to master them instantly. While others spend ages mastering spells, Zhèng Sījí doesn't need to bother. All magic is done with a single click. What do you call that? That's what you call a cheat code, okay? What? You say I can't use cheats anymore? Are you kidding me? When did you ever see me use a cheat? I, Zhèng Sījí, absolutely never used a cheat. What? System? The system was created by my core self, got it? This is my own strength. Pfft, shameless. Today is Monday, September 10th. The Deng Tianxia squad had agreed to a 3-day break. After 3 days, they would regroup and familiarize themselves with their teammates' abilities through actual combat. With roughly a month left until the selection trials, the team would likely spend this period honing their coordination through intensive training. This time, the improvement was too great. Their previous perceptions of their teammates had been almost completely shattered. After exploring the haunted house, Zhèng Sījí and the others visited snack shops, cake stores, and other spots, thoroughly enjoying their evening. Afterward, Zhèng Sījí returned to the dormitory and entered his soul space. He intended to thoroughly organize his thoughts. After all, they now had an additional rune master. It had taken him a full 4 days to accept this rune master. He was determined to see just how formidable this rune master truly was. Chapter 216, A Tuft of Hair from the God Hater? The moment Zhèng Sījí entered the soul space, he felt a surge of impatience. But he still had 2 regular draws left to use. Not using them made him feel restless. System, 2 consecutive normal draws. At Zhèng Sījí's command, the system interface lit up. Understood, host. Preparing draw. Double normal draw. Ready. Commencing draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a strand of the God of Hatred's hair. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a grade 3 durian. Seeing the lottery result, Zhèng Sījí couldn't help but twitch his lips. What the hell is this crap? A 3rd grade durian is one thing, at least it's edible. Maybe I've even grown this durian before. But with the system's draws, as long as no multiplier is displayed, you can keep obtaining it indefinitely. meaning he could build a fortune by buying durians. But what the hell is this tuft of God haters' hair? Hair of the god of hatred. A strand of hair from one of the Wolf Clan's demigods. Effect, none. Zhèng Sījí? A demigod's hair. But, no effect? Zhèng Sījí dumbly pulled out the hair of the god hater. Boom. A loud bang echoed as several massive hairs landed before Zhèng Sījí. Zhèng Sījí. Damn it. That nearly scared the hell out of me. Zhèng Sījí instinctively tried to sense the hairs. Neither his soul power nor his demonic spirit perception could fully discern the hairs. It was only through feedback from his soul space that he finally grasped just how long and large this tuft of hair truly was. It's way too big. It's just a tuft of hair. Just how massive is the true form of this god of hatred? Zhèng Sījí gently stroked the hair of the god of hatred. Hard. Super hard. At least Zhèng Sījí couldn't harm it. Zhèng Sījí suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Even if this thing had no special use, it could still be wielded as a weapon to smash people. Imagine this, in the heat of battle, Zhèng Sījí suddenly shouts into the air. Hair, come. Then, a massive hair materialized. Slamming straight down toward the ground. Awesome. Moreover, this hair is so sturdy it could even be used as a shield. Too bad it can't change size, and my power isn't strong enough to refine it. How infuriating. Zhèng Sījí angrily stowed the hair away. Using it to hit people isn't exactly practical. For now, this will have to do. These two ordinary draws were useless. The trial tower had accumulated 7 chances. At this very moment, Zhèng Sījí truly grasped the ingenuity of that earlier wish. Everything could be accumulated now. Awesome. But Zhèng Sījí had no plans to head to the trial tower just yet. He still lacked confidence in breaking through, so he would wait until his strength improved enough to actually fight a diamond tier demon. Next up was the Rune Master. This Rune Master, whose teachings had taken him several days to fully absorb, was truly formidable. Zhèng Sījí slowly summoned knowledge about Rune Masters from his mind. On Blue Star, Rune Masters were equivalent to magic engravers. The magic track scrolls they inscribed could be used as single-use spells. Even if one didn't know the spell, they could infuse their own magic into it. Within the limits of their magic control, the magic track scroll would automatically summon magic spirits, form the magic track, and finally unleash the spell. Zhèng Sījí had never heard of Rune Masters before. Because the profession of Rune Master simply did not exist on Blue Star. Now, he was gradually beginning to understand. Rune Masters were used to engrave martial arts techniques. Martial arts techniques weren't limited to close-quarters combat skills. They also encompass ranged attacks. It's just that on Blue Star, martial arts techniques involving ranged attacks are virtually unseen. That's why Blue Star has become what it is today in most people's eyes. Cultivation is merely for extending one's lifespan. This is precisely because they do not know how to harness the true energy within their bodies. Rune Masters, however, pre-inscribe martial arts techniques. When needed, they simply channel their true chi. Of course, limitations exist. The martial arts engraved by a Rune Master cannot exceed the Rune Master's own level by too much. Moreover, activating a rune requires matching true chi. A 5th grade rune requires 5th grade true energy. As long as the true energy grade and reserves are sufficient, the rune can be unleashed. The more Zhèng Sījí understood runes, the more intriguing they became. This system could forge runes that surpassed their inherent tier. Moreover, it shares a similar principle with magic track scrolls. In other words, with his current strength, he could create a magic track scroll capable of unleashing super-tier magic. Even if my magic control isn't sufficient to wield them. Then he could craft spells of early high-tier level possessing the power of peak high-tier spells for his teammates to use. After all, I'm a full element mage. I'll equip each of them with a magic track scroll. If we really can't win then. Ha. Having reached this conclusion, Zhèng Sījí continued searching his mind for materials to craft runes. By replacing the true chi used to engrave runes with magical energy, he could inscribe magic track scrolls. But he lacked an engraving pen and parchment. It's just a medium after all. Half a day later, Zhèng Sījí held his newly forged 3rd grade peak engraving pen in one hand, playing with it, while the other hand gripped a skewer of lamb. Occasionally, he'd let out a biaji sound. Not far away lay numerous 3rd grade sheep like edible demon beasts. No sense of martial ethics. Actually, engraving magic track scrolls don't necessarily require parchment. Any plain A4 paper will do. It's just that after engraving, it might tear easily. This 3rd grade parchment, however, is much sturdier. At the very least, it possesses sufficient resilience. Zhèng Sījí stood up, clenched his fists, and cracked his neck. Next, it was time to begin researching how to craft magic track scrolls. The computer in front of him contained numerous notes. All of them were notes Zhèng Sījí had found on the internal network of the Huaxia Cultivation Association, the Magic Rail Forging Association. While runes and magic track scrolls could theoretically be interconnected, constant experimentation was still required. Zhèng Sījí cracked his neck once more, his entire being brimming with excitement. Just like when I first gained my hacking abilities. He was itching to give it a try. Then, Zhèng Sījí gripped the engraving pen and embarked on his experimental journey. Within the soul space, 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, it was now the evening of the 10th. September 11th arrived just like that. Once again, the duration of the soul space had been extended. 20 days of research led Zhèng Sījí to discover a bug. A bug only he could exploit. He discovered that magic track scrolls and runes possessed an essential difference. Because magic power has no graded classifications. Unlike the cultivation system, where first-grade true qi and second-grade true qi possess fundamental distinctions. But magic power is different. Its distinction lies solely in the quantity of stored magic and the number of magic channels. In recent days, Zhèng Sījí had also experimented with crafting magic track scrolls. He had successfully produced a magic track scroll. Whether crafting magic track scrolls or runes, sufficient mental energy is required. Zhèng Sījí's mental energy, however, was only at the peak of the 3rd grade. But there's a glitch. Chapter 217, another ace up his sleeve. This bug could only be utilized by Zhèng Sījí himself. No one else can replicate it. Magic power and mental energy are both limitless for Zhèng Sījí. And crafting magic track scrolls requires precisely that magic power and mental energy. Of course, this only applies if he already knows the spell. Fortunately, Zhèng Sījí hasn't mastered all those spells yet. And so, Master Yi had been in the midst of cultivation. Having obtained so many 4th grade elixirs, even if they weren't of the highest grade, they were more than enough to sustain his cultivation for a long time. But, boss, some troublemakers at the door. Trouble? Yeah, trouble. He wants every single super tier magic item in our shop. Mr. E. You know what? I know who that guy is. He's a young guy, right? Boss, how did you know? Mr. E stood up and walked out the door, leaving the young waiter behind, utterly bewildered. After a long while, watching the boss's receding figure, little stars began to twinkle in the young man's eyes. The boss is truly amazing. He can even figure this out. His astrological calculations have improved again. Carrying a large stack of high-tier magic scrolls, Zhèng Sījí returned to his dorm and immediately entered his soul space. Zhèng Sījí pulled out all the magic track scrolls, which piled up into small mountains. System, use special cultivation to let me learn these spells. No response? Zhèng Sījí pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. System, use ordinary special to let me learn these spells. Host request analyzing. Analysis complete. Inputting magic. Input complete. Sure enough, another wave of dizziness washed over him. But Zhèng Sījí could still endure this level of dizziness. After all, it was merely high-tier and super-tier magic and only from a haunted house, at that. With all his experience, did they really think this little bit of magic could knock him out? No way. Still, deep down, Zhèng Sījí felt a pang of reluctance. He had thought that learning magic would only require the special cultivation skill. But in the end, he still needed to use ordinary special. Mastering these spells meant grasping the theoretical knowledge. He could connect to the magic tracks, but his magic control was insufficient to actually wield them. Therefore, this didn't exceed the system's special limitations. Then, Zhèng Sījí laughed. These high-tier spells are called high-tier precisely because their power is insufficient. Some of Zhèng Sījí's formidable mid-tier infusion spells surpass the potency of most high-tier spells. Of course, there were powerful spells, but they didn't make a qualitative difference. No wonder after all, these were merely spells circulating on the market. Many powerful spells were hoarded by the bigwigs for their own people's use. As for super-tier magic, while undeniably powerful, its minimum mana control requirement is prohibitively high. Even Zhèng Sījí's current magic control capacity was only a few times that of an ordinary peak high-tier mage. His magic control and mana reserves have been steadily increasing, yet he still hasn't reached the system's threshold to break through to the high-tier level. Perhaps his magic control and mana could meet the Archmage standard while he remained at peak mid-tier? But even now, his mana control and power still fell significantly short of an Archmage's level. Therefore, even if he learned those super-tier spells, he couldn't wield them. For demons, the leap from gold to diamond signified a qualitative change. For mages, it was no different. After all, upon becoming an Archmage, a spirit would enter one's body, granting greater control and making it easier to create one's own magic. If the relationship between a caster and their spirit before reaching Archmage was akin to employer and employee, then at Archmage, it becomes more like that of friends. The spirit becomes far more willing to serve its master. Even if Zhèng Sījí possessed a bug allowing infinite full health resurrections, his magical control remains insufficient for casting super-tier spells. Even resurrected, his command over magic remains inadequate. But this magic track is different. The magic rail scroll possesses another formidable function. This function was discovered by Zhèng Sījí quite by accident when he unearthed the secret documents of the Magic Rail Forging Association. It was buried deep. The magic track scrolls sold on the market aren't the real ones, they're weakened versions. The genuine magic rail scroll allows multiple individuals to simultaneously channel magical control and wield magic. In other words, genuine high-tier magic rail scrolls can unleash their power even without a mage present provided there are enough users. Of course, this is strictly for military applications. Ordinary people rarely get to see them. Zhèng Sījí, however, discovered another bug in these genuine magic track scrolls. A flaw only he could exploit. The magic control input would prematurely gather magic spirits. Once enough were gathered, dying once severed his connection to the scroll. Yet the scroll could still accept the magic control of his newly resurrected self. Compatibility? Off the charts. This opens up a whole new realm of possibilities. Zhèng Sījí had another complete plan forming in his mind. September 14th, Monday, 7 a.m. Zhèng Sījí had been researching magic track scrolls for quite some time. Now, he was capable of crafting magic track scrolls that surpassed the standard tier. Though they were only at the initial stage of the super tier. But even a low-tier super-grade magic track scroll far surpassed his current abilities. With just a bit of coordination with others, he could unleash an early-tier super-class magic spell together. This added another layer of survival gear to his arsenal. Though, he doesn't need life-saving gear. When it came to survival tactics, Zhèng Sījí was no amateur. The multiverse shuttle talisman alone was sufficient. Then he could blame his disappearance on that master. That's why the master had to make an appearance. After that, Zhèng Sījí's face darkened. He drew nothing from the regular lottery. He drew a piece of wood. Though this piece of wood was quite powerful, Zhèng Sījí had no use for it. Zhèng Sījí tidied himself up and stepped out of the cultivation chamber. Today was the day the Dang Tianxia squad was scheduled to assemble. Having each taken care of their own affairs, they now needed to practice real combat coordination and understand each other's abilities. Zhèng Sījí stretched lazily toward the balcony, intending to catch a glimpse of those gray-streaked thighs on the beach. But he suddenly realized autumn had already arrived. The weather had gradually turned cooler. 3 months had flown by in the blink of an eye. 3 months ago, his life had been utterly different from what it was now. Zhèng Sījí wasn't one to dwell on sentimentality. After a brief moment of reflection, he stepped away from the balcony. He casually pulled out a few snacks from his soul space. These items were actually stashed from the supermarket during the sea demon invasion earlier. As someone possessing both demon chef and spirit chef abilities, Zhèng Sījí certainly didn't shortchange himself. But the kitchenware conjured from his soul space couldn't produce truly delicious results. And so, Chapter 218, Exploring. The True Meaning of Life? System, activate item specialization, make all items below grade 3 crafted within my soul space manifest as tangible objects. System. It suddenly wondered if there was some flaw in its programming. Why was this request perfectly reasonable within its programming parameters? Host requirement analysis. Analysis complete. Inputting settings. Zhèng Sījí. Damn it. So basically, wishing for a cultivation planet just wasted another special slot. If I just made that wish directly, the farming planet would have materialized instantly. Though a bit frustrating, losing one special wasn't enough to make Zhèng Sījí weep. He'd already saved up quite a few specials. If he were to be honest, he really didn't care about wasting just one. Still, it stung a little. After that, Zhèng Sījí started baking bread. 11 a.m. At the entrance of the arena. 2 figures weaved through the crowded throng, effortlessly making their way from the arena entrance to the front desk. Today was Monday, and also the opening ceremony for the preliminary rounds of the dual house competition. Many cultivators without classes had gathered at the arena to watch the relayed matches on the massive screen. Why not just watch it in the dorm? It is. But it lacks atmosphere. Thus, though the arena was packed, nearly everyone was there to watch the matches. Wow, it's packed. Zhong Yingting and Mo Lingyu murmured softly upon reaching the front desk. Zhong Yingting sighed helplessly. What's so interesting about the preliminaries? Every year it's the same, the strong crush the weak, and the weak just peck at each other. Mo Lingyu nodded in agreement. Too many people were just here to make up the numbers. In the preliminaries, there weren't many truly strong teams. If the Magic Academy's qualifying rules hadn't mandated that each team must include 4 mid-tier mages, perhaps even more people would have come just to pad their scores. Zhong Yingting deftly navigated the interface on the light screen, then scanned the payment QR code with a pained expression. Expensive. The venue they chose today was different from before. Their strength had grown too much, the old small arena was no longer sufficient. Moreover, this was preparation for the main tournament of the dual house competition. Only 4 teams from the top 16 would advance to the next round. The 4 teams from Magic Academy of the Magic Capital would directly face off against the 4 teams from Magic Academy of the Imperial Capital, advancing straight to the quarterfinals. The venue for the round of 16 to 4 matches was exceptionally large. Moreover, the venues are randomly assigned. Therefore, they now needed to train at the actual competition grounds. The group entered the combat arena. Surveying the arena, they all wore expressions of astonishment. This arena was enormous. Before arriving here, they had already shared their recent gains in the group chat. Thus, their primary purpose in coming here was to engage in combat to understand their teammates through battle. Zhong Yingting rubbed her neck, already itching to get started. Sījí, I'm not satisfied with losing last time. Come on. One-on-one. Zhèng Sījí raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Suddenly, Zhong Yingting felt a chill. Something felt off. Wait. Zhèng Sījí's weakness used to be his physical fragility. Even though he could protect himself with psychic powers, he still had vulnerabilities. Zhong Yingting was certain that her current self could easily overpower the Zhèng Sījí of the past. But the current Zhèng Sījí possessed a third-grade physical body. Even without access to true qi, the defensive capabilities of a third-grade physical body were absolutely top-tier. Zhong Yingting clenched her fists and declared, "Of course not. It's still you against 5. She refused to believe that even with all 5 of them having strengthened their abilities, they still couldn't defeat a single support character. Mo Lingyu immediately grew displeased, voicing Zhèng Sījí's grievance. That's ridiculous. Our power rivals early-stage golden-ranked demons, now it's not just a little better than before. Even if Zhèng Sījí has improved significantly, he still couldn't possibly defeat us." Wang Zedong and the others nodded solemnly in agreement. Ridiculous. When someone praises your strength, of course you accept it with grace. Besides, they were all geniuses, and geniuses had pride. The past was the past, the gap was simply too great. But now that we've improved so much, do we really need to play 5 against 1? That's just embarrassing. But Zhong Yingting wasn't having any of it. Why should I? Why should I give you my Mo Lingyu? 5 against 1 was never going to happen. She was just venting her frustration. Zhong Yingting had her pride too, and she was eager to test her own strength. Zhèng Sījí waved his hand dismissively. That's it. Let's go. Wind spirits gathered around Zhèng Sījí's head, forming a bamboo dragonfly. Then, taking Mo Lingyu's hand, she swiftly fled the scene. Their speed was so swift that no one could keep up. Zhong Yingting was left speechless, stomping her foot in frustration. Yuan Weifang and Wang Zedong dared not provoke this formidable figure, hastily dashing off in another direction. Only the honest Pang Jia remained, scratching his head awkwardly. Sis, let's go. Zhong Yingting turned around, her gaze so sharp it sent a chill down Pang Jia's spine. Who's sis? Pang Jia. Sis. This. Enough. I'm leaving. Zhong Yingting stomped off in a huff toward where Wang Zedong and Yuan Wei had gone. Pang Jia was utterly baffled. Women are such a pain to deal with. This arena was the jungle arena. Mo Lingyu and Zhèng Sījí arrived at a patch of thickets. This area was densely covered in vegetation, which weakened earth element magic. This thicket slightly amplified plant-based magic while weakening earth and wind magic. With no plant mages on the opposing side and no earth mages on their own, this was the optimal battlefield for Mo Lingyu and Zhèng Sījí. This spot is kinda hidden. Ha. The battlefield was vast, with both teams positioned at opposite ends, separated by a full 50 kilometers. Even Yuan Weifang, who possesses the longest magical perception range within the Dang Tianxia squad, could only sense up to 20 kilometers. Which means, once Zhèng Sījí's team secured this position, they could only wait here for the enemy to come to them. Good grief, that'll take forever. So we'd better go out and find them, right? Then why did we think so much and hide in this bush? Mo Lingyu, your analysis was spot on, but now it's all for naught? Just as Zhèng Sījí was about to try and persuade Mo Lingyu, he saw her staring at him with those big, sparkling eyes. Wow, that's actually kind of cute. Wait, no. We came here to duel. What are you doing here? Do you want to explore the true meaning of life? Then wait until the duel's over. We'll find a secluded spot, and I'll tell you the true meaning of life right then and there. I'm a healing mage, after all I know a thing or two about the meaning of life. If all else fails, how about the truth of death? Chapter 219, The Battle Begins. As it turned out, what one thinks in their heart and what one actually does in reality are two entirely different things. Zhèng Sījí reached out another large hand and ruffled Mo Lingyu's hair. Mo Lingyu responded with an utterly blissful her face radiating pure contentment. Happiness my ass. Over the past few days, Zhèng Sījí hadn't stopped patting Mo Lingyu's head. Her little head had practically molded itself to the shape of Zhèng Sījí's hand. Not what I meant. Well, she'd just gotten used to Zhèng Sījí's touch, that's all. After another long while, Zhèng Sījí withdrew his hand. After going through that familiar ritual, Mo Lingyu's expression turned serious once more. This woman, what a quick change of face. Give me back my adorable Mo Lingyu. We're ready. What about you? We're ready too. We can start anytime. Alright. Then, let's begin. Mo Lingyu adjusted the walkie-talkies channel, switching to the one reserved exclusively for Zhèng Sījí. Then, Mo Lingyu resumed her adorable expression, flashed Zhèng Sījí a sweet smile, and said, let's head back. Sis. You switch gears way too fast. And on the way here, you analyzed everything with me, telling me how advantageous this thicket was for our attack. And now you want to turn back? No way did you come here just so I could touch you? Shoo, I didn't know anything. Both teams were sprinting at full speed, desperately trying to pinpoint each other's location. Originally, their duel didn't require running this far. But Mo Lingyu insisted that once we actually compete, even on a huge field, we must keep running constantly while staying alert at all times. Without proper off-field training, once we step onto the field, we'll either get ambushed due to uneven stamina distribution or lack of focus, or collapse from exhaustion during the actual confrontation. The others agreed endurance and focus were notoriously difficult to maintain during prolonged sprints. Fortunately, several members of the Dang Tianxia squad possessed exceptionally long-range magical perception, including one with a bug allowing detection up to 20 kilometers. Moreover, Yuan Weifang could initiate invasions from 20 kilometers away. Once he sensed them, he could initiate the invasion. Moreover, once infiltrated, the lightning elemental remained hidden within the target's body, making detection extremely difficult. Even Zhèng Sījí, who knew his own body intimately, failed to notice it. Not only Zhèng Sījí, but even the system overlooked it initially. If other squads hadn't received this intelligence, it would have been an extremely potent trump card. However, Yuan Weifang's invasion only grants control, it lacks any formidable offensive capabilities, which is one of his weaknesses. If Yuan Weifang paralyzed and controlled an enemy after infiltration but failed to follow up with attacks promptly, his invasion mark would vanish, rendering him unable to affect the target for a period. This was another weakness of his lightning notes. Moreover, techniques capable of controlling an enemy's body as intended become widely known and guarded against once they're used even once. So far, Yuan Weifang has only identified these weaknesses and hasn't discovered any other particularly severe flaws. Alternatively, there exists a vacuum zone where the thunder spirit cannot be controlled. Or encountering opponents whose cultivation far surpasses Yuan Weifang's, who can render the lightning spirits inactive. Zhèng Sījí, however, had managed to disrupt his intrusion upon their very first encounter. He was intrigued by Zhèng Sījí's approach. They agreed that after their duel, Zhèng Sījí would share his method of blocking intrusions with Yuan Weifang. After all, they were teammates. If Yuan Weifang knew this weakness, he could avoid it. This too was a means of strengthening their abilities. Both teams continuously patrolled the perimeter of the arena. With their physical prowess, they could sustain speeds of 10 meters per second for extended periods. Those like Mo Lingyu, whose spirit essence had already fused with her body, and Zhong Yingting, who possessed third-grade physical prowess despite being only second-grade, could even sustain speeds of 100 meters per second. This was the gap between first rank and third rank. The difference in speed and endurance. However, aside from those two, and perhaps Zhèng Sījí at most, the rest of both teams lacked such formidable physiques. And as luck would have it, Mo Lingyu and Zhèng Sījí ended up on the same team. Their speed was exceptionally fast. Therefore, Mo Lingyu and Zhèng Sījí weren't overly cautious, as Yuan Wei's magical perception had an extremely long range. 20 kilometers of perception. When Yuan Weifang detected them, they were still 15 kilometers away from his perception range. Thus, their discovery was inevitable. Even the utmost vigilance would have been futile. Spotted them. 10 o'clock, 20 kilometers. Yuan Weifang announced to the rest of the squad. Close in on them. Report again when we're 10 kilometers away. With Mo Lingyu absent, Zhong Yingting assumed the role of squad leader. Though she usually came across as rather blunt, her mind was actually quite sharp. Both squads moved at a rapid pace, closing nearly 10 kilometers in just a few minutes. 10 kilometers. Should we stop? Yuan Weifang calculated the distance precisely and reported to the squad. Stop. Charge your spells in place. Yuan Weifang, be ready to hack and take control at any moment. You're in charge for now. When we're within 5 kilometers, prepare to hack in. We'll cast our spells, anticipating their positions. Got it. The others swiftly began channeling their offensive spells. Zhèng Sījí and Mo Lingyu gradually slowed their pace, for Mo Lingyu sensed a greater concentration of lightning elementals in the vicinity than elsewhere. No doubt about it, it had to be Yuan Weifang. You've got everything I just said down, right? Zhèng Sījí asked Mo Lingyu in a low voice over the walkie-talkie as they ran. Mo Lingyu hummed in acknowledgement and nodded. This method was actually pretty extreme. There are more and more lightning sprites. We must be heading straight toward them now. Mo Lingyu and Zhèng Sījí's pace slowed noticeably, and Yuan Weifang observed every detail. They've slowed down. They must have noticed the abnormal concentration of lightning sprites nearby. Once they enter our attack range, I'll form a thin line with the lightning sprites to guide your assault. Yuan Weifang's expression was grave as he watched Zhèng Sījí and Mo Lingyu's every move. Understood. The others focused their attention, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Zhèng Sījí and Mo Lingyu continued their slow advance. Suddenly, Mo Lingyu sensed a familiar feeling. This sensation was one she had deliberately experienced during the Dang Tianxia squad's previous training sessions. Intrusion.